Once a thug who used to drink and beat his wife, now he is a husband who loves his wife dearly. Even your brother-in-law wants you to help him wear a green hat, just because you activated the doubling system. As long as you spend money on your wife and sister-in-law, you can double your resources and live a happy life from now on. At this point, you are lying in bed sleeping, and your wife Lin Yu wakes you up. Shang, please save my sister. If the money is not paid back within 3 days, my sister will be sold to the kiln to repay the debt. You open your eyes and sit up in bed. Lin Yu instinctively kneels on the ground. Shang, hit me. As long as you can save my sister, I'm willing to die. You reach out to help your wife. Lin Yu, please get up and sit down to talk. She is scared of being hit by you. Instinctively avoiding, crying and saying, the debt collectors came 2 days ago, saying if the money is not repaid in 3 days, they will sell my sister to the kiln. Today happens to be the 3rd day. Upon hearing these words, you remembered that in the previous life, the 2 sisters fled here to escape the famine. The village chief arranged a place for them to stay, and the younger sister was betrothed to you. However, you not only did not cherish her, but also physically abused her. The elder sister married a hunter in the village, but the hunter had a congenital health issue and spent a lot of money on treatment. To repay the debt, the hunter went hunting in the mountains but was attacked by a black bear, leaving him paralyzed in bed, unable to repay the debt. The creditor wanted to sell Lin Shui to a kiln to settle the debt. Lin Shui resisted with a knife and tragically perished. Upon hearing the news, the younger sister was heartbroken and suffered a miscarriage. At that time, you even thought that a miscarriage would be best to save money on formula and buy alcohol. Thinking about this, you couldn't help but slap yourself twice. Lin Yu, how much money do we have left at home? Your wife's heart tightened upon hearing this, fearing that you would take the money and her sister would be beyond help. Realizing the situation, you understood that you were no longer trusted. You hold on to the money. Let's go to your sister's house first. We can't be late, or your sister-in-law will really go all out. Wang Jun's family, the ruffian said to Wang Jun. Lao Wang, it's not like us brothers taking advantage of others. You also know it's not easy for anyone these days. Let your wife go to the city with us. Not only can she repay the debt, but she can also earn money for you to spend. At first, Wang Jun borrowed money from the ruffian because he had a beautiful wife. Now Lao Wang is paralyzed and can't repay the money, which is exactly what the ruffian wanted. Wang Jun looked at the greedy eyes of the ruffian. Not only did he not resist, but he was also somewhat tempted by the promises of the ruffian. Can the money really be earned back? The ruffian assured. I guarantee it with 10,000 promises. As long as your sister-in-law is willing to work hard, you can live a good life in the future. As he said this, he kept glancing at Lin Shui's chest. Then he reached out to grab Lin Shui's hand, but Lin Shui desperately tried to retreat, quickly backing into a corner. The ruffian smirked lewdly at Lin Shui. Sister-in-law, don't hide. We are not bad people, just taking you to the city to enjoy life. Maybe you can even settle in the big city and become a city dweller. Lin Shui didn't want to become a city dweller. She just wanted to protect her innocence. If the other party forced her again, she would rather die with them. Just as Lin Shui was about to draw her knife and fight to the death, the door of Wang Jun's house was kicked in by someone. Several hooligans laughed when they saw the situation. I thought who it was. Knowing that your sister-in-law is going to the city to make money, do you also want to get a share? Their attention was all on your wife. These 2 sisters are really beautiful. The slightly bulging belly is even more charming. It's a pity to be with such a useless person like you. You were very angry at the words, show some respect with your eyes. Guangdan also got angry at the words, who are you cursing at? Looking for death. Immediately, several hooligans surrounded you. Seeing this, you pulled out a kitchen knife. If you're not afraid of death, come on. No matter how high your kung fu is, you're afraid of a kitchen knife. Even if the God of heaven comes today, he can't take away my sister-in-law. Come on. Your voice raised, wielding the kitchen knife and taking a step forward fiercely. They were all intimidated by your momentum. And Guangdan spoke up, don't be tough with us. This is all leftover from our play. In any case, debts must be repaid. It's only right. Although you fought desperately with the kitchen knife, you were waiting for this sentence. How much do I owe? Lin Yue was somewhat surprised. Her husband, who used to have no ability outside and only knew how to beat his wife at home, had become so brave. The older sister, who knew more about your past, also felt incredulous. Guangdan laughed at the words, you talk big. A total of 138 yuan. Pay 5 yuan per month. Can you afford it? You answered firmly, you don't need to worry about that. Then you looked at your wife, do you have 5 yuan? It was only then that Lin Yue believed that you really wanted to take money to save her sister. She took out a wad of small change from her pocket, which her sister had given her, and she hadn't spent a penny. You took the money and counted it, adding up to only 3 yuan. You had to soften your tone. How about paying 3 yuan this month first? The rest of the money won't be less for you. It's really hard for a hero to be stumped by a penny. Huang Dan didn't budge at all. It's written in black and white. Even if we have to sell the pot and iron today, we have to come up with 5 yuan. He still didn't give up on taking Lin Snow to the city. Wang Jun couldn't help but say, why not let Lin Snow go to the city with them? Not only do they not have to repay the money, but they can also earn money, which is most beneficial to me. You sternly rebuked at the words, if you dare to have such thoughts again, I'll knock your teeth out, and your wife won't let you off. Even if I was a scoundrel before, I wouldn't do that. Quickly take out 2 yuan. I'll pay the rest. Lao Wang knew your temper and didn't dare to argue with you, so he took out 2 yuan from his pocket. You took the money disdainfully and handed it to Guangdan, who didn't mind the dirt and even used his fingers to count with saliva. Next month at this time, prepare the money in advance. After speaking, he left with a resentful face. Damn it, has Su Shang been drinking too much? He seems like a different person. He looks more like himself today, but even more intense than before. The two sisters' expressions were full of astonishment. You deliberately spoke to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, what are you still standing there for? Let's go. They didn't even invite us to eat. Lin Shui reacted to your words. You helped a lot. It wouldn't be right not to make a few dishes. Sister, you two sit for a while. I'll go cook now. Then she took out a knife from behind and walked towards the kitchen. Lin Xie saw the machete in her sister's hand and her nose was sore again. If anything happened to her sister again, she would have no hope of surviving. Fortunately, this man had recovered a little conscience at the critical time. How good it would be if he kept treating her like this in the future. Don't hit so hard in the future and you won't be so sad yourself. Perhaps sensing his daughter-in-law's soreness, Su Feng couldn't help but reach out and embrace Shiriyue in his arms. As soon as she touched her shoulder, Lin Xie immediately dodged away as if she had a conditioned reflex. Seeing this scene, Su Feng had only pain in his heart. How much of an asshole he should have been in the past. Feng, Lin Shiriyue also reacted to her husband's attempt to hug her, feeling guilty for her earlier avoidance. It's okay, you're pregnant, it's not good to stand for long periods of time. Su Feng lifted a handmade chair as he spoke, holding onto Shiriyue's arm as she slowly sat down and stabilized. At the same time, he felt in his heart that this woman was so silly and stupid. It's clear that he used to be an asshole, but now he's feeling guilty about him instead. If the sister-in-law hadn't had an accident in her previous life and her daughter-in-law hadn't had a miscarriage, I'm afraid that Shiriyue wouldn't have been completely disappointed in him. Fortunately, the heavens had given him a chance to make up for Su Feng's previous mistakes. Lying in bed, Wang Jun's attention has been Lin Xie's slightly bulging stomach. He did not hesitate to pull out the family's bottom and even owed a butt of debt. Is for what? Is it simply about a man's dignity and sexual well-being? Although you are poor in this age, it is a disgrace if you cannot marry and have a son. Previously, Wang Jun might have held a glimmer of hope, but now it was complete despair. Su Feng, can I discuss something with you? After much hesitation, Wang Jun finally made up his mind. Go ahead. Su Feng was thinking of ways to get started, and he wasn't annoyed when he was interrupted. In his last life, he was too bad-tempered and incapable to make his daughter-in-law despair, so he must correct it in this life. Do you know what pulling a gangsta is? I'm kind of wasted in this life, and now an extra day of living is considered a day of earning. Wang Jun finished with a deep sigh. There was no way out of this. What? What are you talking about? Due to being so shocked, Su Feng even suspected that he had heard wrong. Pulling the help set meant nothing more than handing over the rest of Lin Shishua's life to Su Feng. In this day and age such things were common, and often men had accidents that crippled and disabled them. This is the time to quietly find a man to come to your door and raise a large family. Just don't spread the word and live your life behind closed doors. No, I don't agree. Lin Xie didn't know where she got the courage to loudly reject Wang Jun's offer. She didn't know if her man was just fine for a while, but she really didn't dare take the chance. It was the abyss, and she didn't want the sisters to go to hell together. It's a little harder to take care of this invalid, but at least it's like a human being. Auntie, have mercy on me. If I can't pay back the money next month, those people will still snatch Shishue to the city. I don't ask for anything else. The first child I have in the future will be named Wang. After Wang Jun finished speaking, Lin Xie, who was still emotional just a moment ago, completely fell silent. Yes, how can my sister pay off so many foreign debts? But it's just agreeing with what Wang Jun said. His own man can't pay it back. It's okay to let Su Feng spend money, but as for making money for so many years, he hasn't taken a penny to his family. The matter also depends on your sister's thoughts. Don't worry, Shiriyue, this money will definitely be paid back. Watching the sisters worry about $100 or so, Su Feng couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Do you know how rich your family is? I'm afraid spending over $100 on a meal is just a sprinkle. But if he came to the door now, Su Feng was worried about whether he would have a chance to live. As he was thinking, his sister-in-law came in with a wooden basin. There's still half a chicken left in the house, so it's just the right time to stew it for Shuriwei to nourish her body. Su Feng very thoughtfully carried the table over to his daughter-in-law's side, and couldn't help but secrete saliva as he looked at the oil splatters on the chicken soup. To be honest, he hadn't smelled meat in a while either. Taking the bowl handed to him by his sister-in-law, he immediately used a spoon to fish a large bowl full of meat. Lin Shishue saw that she wanted to say that this was a chicken stew for her special sister, and thought better of it. If it wasn't for him today, it definitely wouldn't have been that easy. There's still a little bit left in the pot. I'll give it to my sister later, but she won't eat it. As for Lin Shuriwei, she wouldn't even say anything. She was already used to this man's greed. I wouldn't leave her anything good to eat at home. I just didn't realize it was still like that at my sister's house. Su Feng didn't notice the expressions on the sisters' faces, still stirring the pot with a spoon to find the meat, itching to fish out all of the half chicken. Looking at Su Feng fishing for a bowl full of meat and still not satisfied, Lin Shishue couldn't help but open her mouth when Su Feng placed the bowl of meat in front of his sister. Finish this bowl of meat first, and then eat the tortillas if you're not full. Even with tortillas, most families can't even let go of their bellies to eat them. Hearing Su Feng's words, the sisters completely froze. Lin Xia looked at the bowl full of meat in front of her and couldn't control her tears from coming out of her eyes. Why are you crying? The chicken won't be good when it gets cold. Su Feng comforted and resumed picking up the spoon to fish out the remaining meat in the basin, not stopping until no meat foam could be seen. Auntie, you eat. Wang Jun, others are almost gone. Eating to the stomach is also a waste. We both drink some chicken soup on the line. Su Feng's sentence almost choked Wang Jun to death, and he went up to the mountain to fight the chicken instead of having a bite to eat. Lin Shuriwei, who had just been moved to tears, couldn't help but laugh out loud, and her tears stopped immediately, crying and laughing like a little kid. Eat? Su Feng used his fingers to wipe away the tears from the corners of his daughter-in-law's eyes, and Lin Xia nodded before she used her chopsticks to clip a piece of chicken, twisting her head to look at her husband's bowl of chicken broth that looked like water. She resisted the urge to chuck a few pieces over. Don't pinch it for me. You know I don't have an appetite when I see chicken feathers untouched. Su Feng saw his daughter-in-law's intentions at a glance and immediately found a reason to refuse. Oh, Lin Xia knew that she couldn't argue with her husband, so she didn't insist anymore. These days a bite of meat is like New Year's Eve, so who would mind this? It's just that she doesn't want to eat it. She knows that, and so does Lin Shishue. Chapter 4. The rouge bibs make the skin snow white. Auntie, I won't help you with the dishes. Don't worry about the money owed. Just live your life. After giving an explanation, Su Feng took the initiative to hold Shuyue's hand and hurry back. Lin Shishue had stood at the entrance of the small courtyard to watch her sister until she was out of sight before returning to her room. Seeing Su Feng change so much, Lin Shishue felt happy for her sister from the bottom of her heart. Sure, Shue, I'll discuss something with you. On the way back, Lin Shuyue's one small hand was gripped tightly by her big hand, and the other hand was gently placed on her small stomach. The satisfaction of eating meat for the first time in so many years until I was full in my stomach was enough to slowly heal the wounds in my heart. More than eating meat, Su Feng's change in attitude towards her was the point that made her happiest. If Su Feng could treat her like this in the future, she would feel happy even if she had to eat chaff. Damn it, I'm not a man if I let my daughter-in-law eat another meal of chaff. Su Feng thought this in his heart. Didn't the system say that just about everything spent on the sisters would be doubled back? Not the $5 spent. Oh yeah, not a penny of that $5 was his. Yo, Su Feng didn't drink and beat his daughter-in-law today? A few steps back to the head of the village, Auntie Li, a neighbor, couldn't help but scoff when she saw Su Feng uncharacteristically holding Lin Shuyue's hand. Who in the village doesn't know that this Su Feng is the most incompetent man, who only drinks and beats his daughter-in-law? Even if I hit the daughter-in-law, that premise must also have a daughter-in-law. I do not know when those 3 sons of your family will be able to marry a daughter-in-law. Su Feng has never lost in this aspect of disliking people, and even more so, he knows exactly where it hurts the most to stick the knife. One sentence almost made Auntie Li's high blood pressure go off. This year, Auntie Li was about to be worried to death by this matter, and her 3 sons did not complain about her because of this. Back then, the family couldn't afford to eat, let alone have 3 sons. So they refused the sisters as daughters-in-law for her son. Now that things are a little better, no girl wants to marry her family because they are too thin. How could she not be anxious when she saw that her son's fellow village boy was almost a year old? The 3 sons were even more anxious than she was and fought about it every day. Get on with your life and don't chew the cud if you have nothing better to do. Su Feng didn't bother to dislike him after he finished. Leading his beautiful daughter-in-law home to a hotbed is the right thing to do. Sure, Yuki, you're beautiful. Perhaps that bowl of chicken had helped. Lin Xia's face was no longer so pale. How could one not be impressed with a face that was already top-notch, plus a shy expression now? Looking at Su Feng revealing his long-lost gentle face, Lin Siye couldn't help but be moved as well, her legs hissing and grinding even more unconsciously. No Feng, I'm afraid something will happen to the baby. As her hand rested on her stomach, Lin Shiriyue regained her senses. As long as it's not a daughter-in-law who's fine for the first and second trimesters, I'll be gentle, okay? Looking at his daughter-in-law's rouge bib lining her skin with snow white, Su Feng where he could not hold back. Then go easy. Her husband was so gentle today. Plus the only concern was gone Lin Shiriyue where she could refuse. I wish this wasn't a dream. Don't worry daughter-in-law. Su Feng reached out to start foreplay and was about to go in single-handed when a knock sounded outside. Grass. The suppressed temper erupted directly, and anyone would be angry if such a good atmosphere was disturbed. There's no rush Feng. Get dressed and go see who it is. Seeing her husband explode Lin Shiriyue softly consoled. The gentle foreplay just now was something she hadn't even felt before. Feng has really changed. Brother Shou Shan knocked on the door for nothing. That asshole is lazy as hell still can't sleep and follow us up the mountain? The one who spoke was Su Jianjun, a boy from Su Feng's village, who followed his father to learn a good hand at archery. These days if you want to eat meat, buying is impossible, then you have to get on the kill fight. There's nothing to lose by trying. That boar is still a bit short with just a few of us. If Su Feng, his 6'8" big man, follows suit as well, not only is it safe, the likelihood of success is also greatly increased. Su Shoshan does not want to come over to touch the nose. The key is that the wild boar encountered yesterday is really fierce. Not more call some people is heart uneasy. Asterisk. Who the is knocking in the middle of the night when you're not sleeping? Su Feng didn't hide his resentment as he heavily pushed the door open. What are you guys doing? Seeing that it was Shou Shan and a few of them, Su Feng narrowed his eyes. Although he was from the same village, Su Feng never played with them. Su Feng just asked you one thing. Do you want to eat meat? The village people don't talk so much. But look at this kid's resentment. 80% is not going to be able to do anything. You guys are taking me up the mountain? Su Feng didn't think that these few people were kind enough to see him poor and give him meat, carrying a full set of equipment that was the only possibility. Well, we ran into a 400-pound boar yesterday, and a couple of us weren't sure about calling you along. Even if it doesn't work out, split a pheasant or a rabbit. It was really a sleepy pillow, and as soon as Su Feng heard it, he knew that this was his chance to start a business from nothing. Not to mention the boar. Even a share of a pheasant would be worth $1 or $2. Then double the chicken back by putting it in a stew for your daughter-in-law. Give me 5 minutes. Su Feng didn't talk nonsense. Dry. Went back and immediately changed into a raggedy outfit. And then it was time to pin the family woodchipper to his waist. Daughter-in-law, tonight your man will go up the mountain and get you pork for dinner. At first, Lin Shiriyue thought that the ones outside were Su Feng's foxes and friends, and was worried that her husband had changed back to his old ways. Hearing that Su Feng was going to go up the mountain, the heart that had just been put down instantly lifted up again. Didn't my sister's nominal man lose half his life because he went up to the mountains? And Wang Jun was an old hunter. On the contrary, where is the experience of his own man? Going up the mountain is not a death sentence. Feng, I don't want to go. I won't eat meat, okay? Her own man was clearly showing signs of change for the better. And if there was another accident, there would be no more life for her or the child in her womb. Don't worry Shiriyue. It was Shou Shan Jianjun who asked me to go alone. Besides, we'll just go and hunt some pheasants and rabbits or something like that. Sleep alone at night and lock the door. We'll connect emotionally when your man returns. Avoiding his daughter-in-law's worry, Su Feng concealed the matter of the wild boar. Great gains often come with equal risks, and there is no such thing as a free lunch. Before leaving, Su Feng kissed his daughter-in-law's forehead to show his peace of mind, and after tightening the firewood knife in his waist, he followed Shou Shan into the forest. A group of 6 men plus 3 hunting dogs. As long as you're careful, you generally won't make any big mistakes. The village was at least 20 miles away from the forest, and just after walking to the foot of the mountain, Su Feng's breathing was obviously going to speed up a few points. On the contrary, a few young men from the same village were breathing evenly as usual. Su Feng couldn't help but smile to himself. The white blind 5 feet 8 inches big man was fast letting the booze and sex empty him out. Su Feng secretly resolved that from today onwards, abstinence from alcohol. Chapter 5, Don't eat too much venison, or your wife will suffer at night. Only a whoosh sound of an iron-head sword broke the wind, followed by a miserable scream. Good archery. Again, they went into the mountains together, and the others had already locked onto their prey before Su Jianjun even noticed. Looking for the sound, it was a big fat rabbit of about 4 or 5 pounds. The moon is full and clear to see tonight, so everyone try not to make a sound to startle these people. This was an experience that people who frequently went up the mountain knew, and this was Shou Shan reminding Su Feng. However, There was no intention to blame. After all, what Su Feng had said was a compliment. Su Feng wasn't slow to react and silently nodded to follow the group. Then deeper into the woods. Every now and then various calls could be heard. By the time the moon was high overhead, the squad had hunted 3 rabbits and 2 pheasants. These are the most common ones on the mountain. And it's just as well to say they're worth something. But he's a piece of meat if you say they're not. Brother Shou Shan, I'm afraid I won't be able to find that head tonight. Despite the 3 hounds' keen sense of smell, boars are notorious for their large areas of activity. With a thick skin, a large piece of mountain forest goes almost anywhere you want to go. Go to the creek gully and take your chances. Even if you can't slaughter that boar, you can still come across something else. Sujia village has lived at the foot of this forest for generations. Listening to the older generation, the mountains are full of tigers, deer, flying dragons and roe deer, not to mention blind bears. However, in recent years, the lack of food and clothing has led to a great deal of hunting in the mountains as well. Extinct, that's not true. Just deeper into the woods for the occasional encounter. Wang Jun just wanted to go deeper to try his luck, so he ran into the blind bear. The small stream gully, on the other hand, gathers mountain spring water from above, so you can come over to quench your thirst if you didn't bring any water with you when you rushed up the mountain. Not only do people have to drink water, but the mountains likewise come here to drink water, so the possibility of stumbling upon prey here on such a bright night is extremely high. Su Feng didn't know where it was, so he just had to keep up with the group. It was almost half an hour's walk, and the clattering water of the stream could be heard as far as the shelves went. Asterisk are most alert when they're drinking, so all watch your feet and don't make a sound. Shou Shan was still reminding Su Feng that if he still found nothing in Xiaoxigu, then he would have made a trip out tonight for nothing. The party approached quietly with the hounds, and sweeping round the stream did not see the figure they wished to see. Obviously, Lady Luck did not favor them. Hey, the prey in the mountains is decreasing year by year. God is not giving us a chance to live. Su Shoshan sighed up to the sky, his tone revealing indescribable sourness. The others didn't know what to say, but could only sigh along. Su Feng couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the sad faces of these people. The dust of the times hits everyone as if it were 1,000 pounds and leaves them breathless. Su Feng couldn't even change anything for himself. For the time being, drink some water and eat some dry food. We can't just go back tonight. Su Shoshan, as the leader of the small team, immediately adjusted his emotions. The group sat in place, pulling from their arms pre-prepared tortillas, dry but next to the sweet mountain spring water. Su Shoshan saw Su Feng sitting dryly where he was and shared a piece of tortilla with him. Thanks. Su Feng was not polite, and if he didn't eat something, he was afraid that he wouldn't have the strength to continue rushing up the mountain. After a 10-minute break, the group regained their bearings and continued deeper along the creek gully. God doesn't disappoint those who work hard. And after half an hour a big game animal was actually encountered. It was a buck with huge antlers that was looking left and right as he lay on his back at the edge of the stream to drink. Look at the size. At least a few dozen kilograms bigger. The group immediately perked up at the sight of the deer, and Su Shoshan's breathing quickened by a few points, eyeballing the distance of at least 50 meters. Su Jianjun had already drawn the bow in his hand to the full moon. The buck was on the opposite side of the creek, and if the shot fell short, the buck turned and ran inside the woods and would be impossible to catch. Whoosh! The tiny cracking sound is particularly harsh in the quiet night, and this reaction is even more extremely fast. A slight inclination of the head and the arrow was deflected by the antlers. The buck stung and screamed, but it didn't stop it from running for its life. Watching the buck turn around and about to scurry off into the woods, Su Jianjun couldn't help but feel chagrined. Just in the nick of time, Su Feng didn't even think about pulling out the firewood knife in his waist and threw it over. There was another piercing scream as the stabbed right inside the buck's ass. Su Shoshan stared at Su Feng with wide eyes. This strength was really great. After them, there was no time for them to be surprised. The buck couldn't get away with that cut. The 3 hounds lurched out at the sound of the noise, and in a moment's time had snapped the neck of the wounded buck. Quick! Bleed out! Take advantage of the buck, just cut off the gas, hurry to release the blood. If this step is missing, then this venison will taste a fishy smell. Of course deer blood doesn't go to waste. This stuff is a great tonic. Or rather, this buck is covered in treasure. It's thanks to Su Feng this time, or else we'd really have to make a wasted trip tonight. Shou Shan was glad that he had insisted on bringing Su Feng along, while Jin Jun was lamenting the fact that the boy's strength was too great, wasn't it? 50 heads apart and the buck was still extremely fast, so why should he be able to throw his knife and hit the deer in the ass? How is this divided? Su Feng wasn't interested in talking nonsense and asked a question of utmost concern. And there's no shame in going up the mountain just to hunt. As a rule the meat is split equally between everyone and the valuable stuff is yours. After all, they all contributed, and the split is still reasonable. Su Feng said that he had no problem with it. But he couldn't forget the one pheasant he had promised at the beginning. Carrying this deer with a heavy odor of blood, Shou Shan did not insist on looking for the boar. If they attracted a blind bear or a big bug, the 6 of them wouldn't be able to fight without guns. Go home. On the way back, the atmosphere was noticeably more lively because of a buck on his shoulder. Brother Shou Shan, you must eat less of this venison, or I'm afraid my sister-in-law won't be able to handle it. 6 people only Shou Shan and Su Feng have a daughter-in-law, and Su Feng is not familiar with the natural target of flirting with Shou Shan, who doesn't know that venison is a great tonic, and you should definitely add some bells and whistles when you eat it at night. Piss off with your blind worrying. You guys are under the covers less fiddling with your needlework. Shou Shan's retort was equally sharp, and the brothers laughed after hearing it. Then the deer will be carried to my house to be divided. And it's almost dawn, so go back to bed early after dividing. Shou Shan has all the tools in his house, and his brothers and sisters are all defaults. Su Feng waved his hand to indicate that he was fine with it, carrying a pheasant to go home first to report his safety before coming over. Chapter 6. What do you have besides being 5 feet 8 inches, handsome and having a beautiful daughter-in-law? Su Feng gently pushed the door open, and the blooded chicken was casually thrown in the yard. Pushing open the wooden door, moonlight flooded the humble room. In the darkness of the night, a pair of bright eyes locked eyes with Su Feng. This silly woman, who had waited for him all night, hadn't slept at all. Why don't you go to bed? Don't tell you not to worry. Su Feng went forward and pinched his daughter-in-law's small head, and his soft hair felt silky smooth. I'm afraid that after a good night's sleep you'll. Lin Xia hadn't finished her sentence, and Su Feng knew what his daughter-in-law was afraid of. Hands cupped his daughter-in-law's little head and came up to gently nibble on her cheeks. Does it hurt? Lin Shiyue aggrieved. Baba nodded her head, and her eyes immediately dropped a small pearl. I don't know if it was because she was sleepy from not sleeping all night, or because Su Feng was bullying her. The pain proves it wasn't a dream. Your man went up the hill at night and shot a deer. I'll go to the village headman's house to share the meat later, so get some sleep. Staying up all night is not good for the children. You know? One foot was surprised that his man had shot a deer, and the next foot immediately panicked when he heard that not sleeping was bad for the baby in his belly. Dutifully, he lay back and closed his eyes, not even bothering much with the deer. It's in the middle of summer and this is the coolest time of year. Su Feng covered his daughter-in-law's stomach, closed the door and rushed to the village chief's house. Shou Shan was none other than the son of the village chief, and he had learned his hunting skills from his father. On the way back Su Feng even mentioned it and asked why they didn't use guns. In this day and age, I can't say that there are guns in every household, but a gun in the hands of a hunter is standard. Shou Shan says he'd like to use a gun too, but unfortunately a few of them can't shoot well, plus there aren't many bullets. No wonder. If he had a gun, that deer would have been nothing to Su Feng. It was already dawn, and no one slept in this day and age. Word had spread that the village chief's son had shot a buck, and a number of people rushed to the house to see what was going on. Of course, not all to see the fun. This year, who are short of meat, thinking of taking their own things to exchange some meat to relieve their hunger is also there. No need to look. The one with the smoke coming out of the house is the village headman's house, probably already boiling water and shedding hair. To be honest, Su Feng's mood was still very excited. This wasn't a piece of venison but the beginning of a better life for him. Yo, it's a rare sight in the early morning. The tone of voice exaggerated as the next-door Li aunt's eldest son Su Chang heard Shou Shan shot a deer over to watch the fun, to see if you can rub a bowl of deer blood or something. No more. Next time he had the cheek to follow on the mountain of Shou Shan. Hearing Su Chang's words, those who were watching knew that they were teasing Su Feng for being a slacker who would only eat and be lazy, when it really is what kind of mother has what kind of pups. The same words more love to pick a fight. Shut your mouth. It's no wonder you can't find a daughter-in-law if your mouth stinks. Su Feng didn't bring a wimp, and even if he didn't bring any fear. Don't you just. Halfway through the words Su Chang could not go on. People, Su Feng at least has a beautiful daughter-in-law. Since we can't attack in this area, let's go in a different direction. Then everyone carries more or less something over here. And you're watching the fun with empty hands, aren't you? Trying to take advantage with empty hands. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. As for him, Su Chang also took a pack of cigarettes and just now gave one to Shou Shan and a few of them. Su Feng was too lazy to break it up with him. He would naturally slap his face in a moment. This made the others watching only think that it was Su Feng who was too embarrassed to continue talking tough and couldn't help but laugh out loud. And Su Chang was like a big rooster that had won a fight, raising his proud head to receive praise. You, Su Feng, besides being 5 feet 8 inches tall, tough and handsome, and having a beautiful daughter-in-law at home, what else do you have besides that? You're still a what? A poor family is a disgrace. Su Feng ignored the jeers and squeezed through the crowd into the courtyard. At 5 feet 8 inches, he was really conspicuous. and a lot of people put their attention on him. But no one even took the initiative to say hello when they saw that it was this poor man who was known as a good-for-nothing in the village. Su Feng, you're finally here. Some people in our village want to trade for deer skins and deer whips, and they didn't believe me when I said they weren't mine. Now that the rightful owners are here, you go and discuss it with them. The courtyard was even quiet for a few moments after Shoshan's words. What's the deal? This lazy ass hunted this deer? Who doesn't know that this kid is uneducated and can't do anything but drink and beat his daughter-in-law? Now you're telling me this kid killed a deer without saying a word? If this sentence had been said by someone else, it would have killed them to believe it. But it was Su Shoshan himself who said that no one would joke about such a thing. The ones who had just mocked Su Feng now only felt their faces snap. The deer is someone else's. So bring your ass over. Su Chang, in particular, had eyes that were red with envy. No change. I'll go to town sometime and see if I can get something good for it. These people in the village will only take advantage of the situation. This is the first step for Su Feng to make a fortune. It cannot be rash. That's fine, it's yours anyway. It's fading, it's going to take a while. Su Feng said that there was no hurry. Anyway, the night has been boiled through not bad for a while. In this moment of effort, no less than 3 people asked Su Feng out of the deer whip and deer skin. Su Feng threw the refusal. After waiting for a while longer, village chief Su Li had skillfully split the venison. Su Feng's estimation is not accurate. This buck is almost 100 pounds, the last meat out of about 70 pounds. 3 pounds of intestines and stomach, deer blood more than 3 pounds. Each of the 6 of them had more than 10 pounds of meat and half a pound of deer's blood. And as for intestines and guts, the 3 hounds shared a pound each. Give Su Feng, this is yours. The bamboo basket can give me back. The village head is not without reason in the village of Su Jia respected. Knowing that Su Feng family pours share of all the deer chops and hind legs of venison, take it to exchange can also be a little more good things. The village chief had treated him so well, and Su Feng certainly couldn't do any worse. Directly grabbing a piece of meat out of the bamboo basket. Village chief, I haven't thanked you for finding me a good daughter-in-law. This piece of meat you have to take whatever you say. Knowing that the piece of meat Su Feng had grabbed was at least 2 pounds, how much grain would this have to be exchanged for? Raving. Village chief Su Li hummed in surprise. Is this still the Su Feng I know? As a village chief, how can you not know how much of an asshole this kid is? More than once in recent years, he regretted introducing Lin Xie to him as a daughter-in-law. But the wood has been cast and even he, the village chief, is not good at meddling in family affairs. When his son came back today and said what happened last night, Su Li even wondered if his son had taken the wrong medicine. Now that I look at it, this asshole has really grown up. That's still a lie. And I now realize how much of an asshole I was for doing what I did before. Thanks to you, village chief. There wasn't a single point of hypocrisy in Su Feng's words. Good, good. The prodigal son returns to his senses. And in the future, treating your daughter-in-law better will be considered repaying me. The old village chief was genuinely relieved. Su Feng didn't want to tear the bar with the village chief either, and directly threw the meat into the village chief's arms. This behavior of his, the surrounding people watching the scene only think that he is a little cute. There is meat don't none give to the village chief. The mayor's family has it all. Why do they need so much? They might as well give it to them. Chapter 7, officially taking over my sister-in-law. Su Feng is not in a hurry to go back. There are still 10 pounds of venison in the bamboo basket. He and Shuriwei 2 people can't eat it all. Just in the old folks for some food and other necessities. Su Feng, is it okay for me to have 4 pounds of white flour in exchange for 1 pound of venison from you? 2 pounds of eggs for 1 pound. Although not having enough to eat was the majority in this day and age, there were always people who were better off. More than 10 pounds of venison, Su Feng only kept 2 pounds, and all the rest was exchanged for coarse and fine grains and eggs, and even a pound of wild carp. This stuff is good. And then some whole tofu for my daughter-in-law stew to tonify the body. Almost done. The folks who got the venison ran home without stopping, and while it was still fresh, put the venison into a stew for the children at home to improve their meals. In the meantime, I'll also improve myself, so that I won't have no energy to go to the bed at night, and the family will complain again. The rest of us are just watching. Maybe we can rub a bowl of broth or something. Shoshan saw Su Feng finish his work and came over. Su Feng, in the next 2 days, we will go up to the mountain or the same point as last night. If we slaughter that pig, we can also have a fat year. Okay is okay, just tell me ahead of time not to do what I did last night. It's all about carrying a gun and killing. Next time you ask me to dismount, that's not going to happen. Ha ha ha, it really wasn't my intention to delay you from doing your business. Don't worry, there will never be a next time. Having gotten acquainted over time, Shoshan now spoke in the same tone as a friend chatting. I have to say that even he, the son of the village chief, also envied this kid, tall and tough not to mention, but also white, a beautiful daughter-in-law. Who wouldn't drool at the sight of those sisters when they first strayed into the village? But look at that dress, is afraid of the capitalist's daughter. In those days the people were dare to stick up. Plus the families are not enough to eat on the cheap to Su Feng. Now that the policy has been relaxed, there's no place for Shou Shan to regret it. That's fine. Su Feng was about to say that he was going back to catch up on his sleep when Aunt Li's oldest son, Su Chang, came up. Brother Shou Shan, bring me along next time too. Su Chang looked at Su Feng's bamboo basket full of supplies is really hot. If you add a little more we'll be able to get a daughter-in-law. Anyone can go to the forest, but I can say in advance that if you run into a blind bear no one will pay for your life. The more people you have on the mountain isn't the better. There isn't even enough prey to distribute in the first place. Plus Su Chang is not as tall as him and has little experience. What can he do in the mountains? And then that Auntie Li is a difficult person to deal with. If something happens to his son, she will come after him. Brother Shou Shan, it's not that easy to run into a blind bear, is it? Su Chang thought of Wang Jun just as he finished his words, and wasn't that a foregone conclusion? He couldn't run fast enough to lose his life if he did run into it. The thought of this Su Chang winced. He has not yet married a daughter-in-law, but cannot lose his life in the forest. Su Feng gave Shou Shan a nod, and without any nonsense carried his things and rushed home. When you leave the yard, the sidewalk hilarity is almost like a salute. The thought rose that the village was going to be missing an asshole thing. Su Feng doesn't care what they think in their hearts. Taking it home to his daughter-in-law to show off his harvest is the right thing to do. Pushing open the bedroom door, Lin Shuriwei was catching up on her sleep with a small blanket. She didn't sleep last night so she wasn't woken up by the sound of the door opening. Although Su Feng hadn't slept for a night either. His mental head was exuberant with foreign energy, not feeling sleepy at all. Looking good no matter what you do is so charming. Su Feng couldn't help but bend down to take a sip of his little face. I really don't know whether I was stuck in the head with before, and I can't let such a beautiful daughter-in-law get away with it. Shaking off the thoughts that were messing with my head, the first order of business was to get rid of the meat first. First, boil a pot of hot water to scald the chicken feathers, then clean the carp you've traded for. Tofu is not available at home, but I just smoothed a piece from the village chief. It took an hour of work to get it ready, and he was about to set up the wood for the stew when the door to the small courtyard slammed once more. Figuring that there was an emergency, Su Feng hurried to open the door. The one who knocked on the door was none other than his sister-in-law, and Su Feng didn't have time to ask before hearing a piece of bad news. He's dying. Lin Shishue's tone was anxious, and the corners of her eyes were streaked with tears. Honestly, Wang Jun and her are as familiar as strangers, just hitching a ride for a while, and this person is going to be no more Lin Shishue, although sad, but more sad about their own miserable fate. The knocking on the door woke up Shizuki, and after figuring out the situation they rushed over together. Lying on the bed, Wang Jun's face was pale, almost in a state where he had air in and no air out, not to mention whether or not the family could come up with a penny. There was nothing that could be done with the medical conditions of this day and age. Su Feng, who was standing by the bedside, had mixed feelings, and the last time they had dinner together he knew that Wang Jun didn't have many days left, but he didn't expect this day to come so quickly. Lin Shuriwei, who was being held by the hand, had already cried out. She was not crying for Wang Jun, but for her ill-fated sister. It's fine to marry an invalid, at least you'll have enough to eat, but now it's not. A moment later, Wang Jun's face suddenly became unusually flushed. Su Feng knows very well that this is a flashback. I'm afraid that after explaining his last words, the person will be gone. Su Feng, I'll beg you for one thing. Shishue is in your hands. The first sonborn must be named Wang, and the name is up to you. Early death and early relief. In fact, before the words were finished, Wang Jun's head tilted and he completely gagged. Don't worry, as long as the sisters are okay with it, I promise. Old age, sickness and death were the norm, and not everyone could live again like Su Feng. As early as yesterday, Wang Jun had already told Shishue to follow Su Feng from now on. Although it was not morally acceptable for the sisters to belong to the same husband, where was the concern in these days of underfeeding? Lin Xie would have even less objections. She would only be heartbroken for her sister. Wang Jun is considered a loner, and the aftermath was done so quickly that very few people in the village even knew about it. I'm afraid I wouldn't care even if I knew. What family doesn't have a dead person these days? The straw mat is wrapped up and in the end it's all just a bunch of yellow dirt. Sure, Shue, get your things and go stay at your sister's. Lin Shishue nodded. There wasn't much she could pack. The things that belonged to Wang Jun would stay here forever. Think outside the box. Afraid I can't afford you two sisters? Seeing that the sisters were silent, Su Feng knew what the two of them were thinking. When we got home, the first thing we did was lead the sisters to the rice bowl. Look, here's what your man got for a night on the mountain. Su Feng's sentence was ambiguous. He wasn't sure Shue's man right now. Lin Shishue's face was a bit unnatural when she heard this unintentional remark, but it was immediately replaced by shock. Where did this come from? That there is food and fish on the mountain? Silly daughter-in-laws are indeed silly. Didn't my daughter-in-law tell you that she shot a deer last night? You can't eat too much venison. It's all exchanged with the townspeople. Chapter 8, Shi Shui. Why don't you cry in my arms? Lin Xi's eyes immediately glittered with tears as she looked at so many things. My own man has really changed. And the baby in my belly and my sister are alive. What are you crying for, daughter-in-law? You're still not happy about eating meat. Your man promises to make you live like this for the rest of your life. Su Feng gently embraced his daughter-in-law, slowly smoothing out the scars caused by the past with love. Lin Shishue, who was standing on the sidelines, was equally touched. And this kind of life has a running start. Sure, Shue, come over here and cry in my arms. You can't just leave your sister-in-law standing next to you. After all, you'll be living together from now on. One sentence made Lin Shishue blush, incoherently finding an excuse to walk out of the room. Shuriwa pouted and slapped Su Feng. Feng, stop it first. Give sister some time. A whole chicken for stew and fish? Lin Shishue stood by the stovetop a bit unnaturally, but still objected in the face of this behavior that would not lead to life. Just listen to me and trust your man. As long as the spending was on the sisters, it would be doubled back. So Su Feng didn't bring any heartache at all. Hearing Su Feng say this, Shishue didn't say anything else. And as for the U-man in his mouth, Lin Shishue took it as if she didn't hear it. It took an hour to get the meal ready, and it was definitely the most scrumptious meal the sisters had had since they were lost. A carp and tofu soup, a small pheasant and mushroom stew, and a small stir-fried venison, 3 meat dishes with no veggies, and 3 bowls of steamed rice, which not many families have these days. The sisters looked at the 3 plates of food in front of them, not knowing which one to chuck first. Eat it, daughter-in-law. Sure, Shue, you clip yourself. Not to mention the 2 of them. Su Feng's own saliva could hardly stand it. The moment the sisters moved their chopsticks, a beep sounded in Su Feng's head. Spend supplies for both sisters at the same time and get 6 times the reward back. White flour x 24 caddies. Rice x 6 caddies. Wild Crucian carp x 6 caddies. Tofu times 3 caddies. Eggs x 12 caddies. Pheasants x 6. Venison x 12 caddies put into the system space. It's such a rigorous system that what isn't spent on the sisters doesn't count. While it's a small start, once the snowball rolls from the top of the mountain to the bottom, that's an avalanche. Su Feng and the sisters ate well, but the neighbors didn't feel so good, especially Aunt Li's family. The 3 sons were at their most edible, and the family was on the verge of not having enough food to share. A bowl of porridge plus a corn cake at noon is simply not enough to eat. Smell the meat flavor, stomach directly called up. Chicken with mushrooms and rice. Who eats so well? But it was the 3rd son who spoke, and as he did so, saliva began to secrete from the corners of his mouth. Who else's family could it be? I really don't know what kind of luck that kid stepped on. As soon as this is mentioned, Su Chang heart is not balanced. Why is the more asshole days instead of living more comfortable? Big brother, let's also follow brother Shou Shan up the mountain. If we get a wild boar, it won't matter if we eat meat every day. Lao San could hardly remember the last time he had eaten meat, and the days felt like they had no run. If it were really as easy as you're going to say, there would be no shortage of meat in every household. That boar's skin is so thick, a gun couldn't get through it. Hearing the second say that, the 3rd sighed helplessly. Eat, eat, eat. Why don't you choke them? The losers build all the meat in one meal. I'll see them eat for their next meal. Auntie Li was heartbroken for her son and couldn't help but curse. Mom, I heard that Wang Jun didn't make it through and left, so go talk to her to see if she has any ideas about changing her crops. Boss Su Chang, this calculation can be considered wonderful. Who in the village does not know that Wang Jun is a waste since childhood? If you can take over Lin Shishue, not only is it a second marriage without having to pay a dowry, but you also get a yellow girl. And this yellow girl is notoriously pretty, not to mention the dimpled lines who wouldn't covet it if they saw it. Hearing her eldest son's words, Auntie Li's eyes were glowing, obviously thinking of a piece. That girl has already moved to Su Feng's house. Your mom, I'm going over there now to find out the news. It would be a great advantage to get a beautiful daughter-in-law for nothing. It was not only Su Chang and his family who smelled the meat, but also the widow Wang next door. Widow Wang was from the next village over and married into Su Jia village, and the man in her family was just as much of an asshole as Su Feng used to be. It could be said that Su Feng had been such an asshole in the past, and it had nothing to do with widow Wang's man. Went to the city 2 years ago looking for a half-covered door, and that happened to be the worst time for catching hooligans. He was convicted of hooliganism and ended up eating a peanut and leaving his widow and orphan behind to struggle to get by. To say that the widow of the king, although not more beautiful than the sisters, but the charm of the body and the woman right flavor in the village is also a lot of people want to think about. Let's just say that home flowers are not as flavorful as wildflowers. and you can get tired of eating too many of them. Mom, I want meat. My son is also just 4 or 5 years old, just when he needs nutrition and cravings. It's your deadbeat old man's fault for wanting to eat to chew on your mom's arm too. How can widow Wang not complain? A good life is let that dead man to spoil. Ooh, why does everyone else have a father and meat to eat, but not me? If I hadn't smelled the meat it would have been fine and I wouldn't have craved it so much. As soon as the little kid heard that there was no meat to eat, he just laid down on the ground and cried. Hearing her son cry, the widow Wang is also sad tears. The days cannot live. Let her where to get meat to go. Although the men in the village who miss her speak well of her, what she thinks in her heart Wang widow knows better than anyone else. I'm afraid they're all just going to eat it up and pat themselves on the back. Who cares if she's having a good time or not? If she were to go to Su Feng's house to ask for meat, she really couldn't pull her face. She knew better than anyone that Su Feng becoming such an asshole had a lot to do with her deadbeat man. That Lin Shuriwei was on the verge of hating her, so how could she possibly share her meat? AI. Sinning. The people are gone, and they're still not letting his mother and his wife have a good time. Mother, I miss father so much. If father were here he'd find a way to get me meat. The son's heartbreaking cries. Crying, the widow Wang's heart is about to break. Don't cry my child, Mom will ask for meat for you now. Forget it, even if I have to give up my face today. I want a bowl of broth back. It is said that a distant relative is not as good as a close neighbor, and in the future, when we don't see each other's heads, we always have to help each other. Widow Wang comforted herself in this way, and when she walked out the door, she still couldn't help but feel weak when she saw the opposite house. Just 2 steps away, he bumped right into Auntie Lee, who was walking by. Chapter 9, a widow with a charming face comes to the door and asks for meat. You two eat less venison and more other things. And don't blame me for not warning you if your noses bleed in the morning. While venison is delicious, too much of the stuff is a real fire hazard. You wouldn't dare eat much of it in modern times even if it was artificially farmed, let alone wild in those days. Su Feng gave an explanation, and his chopsticks disobediently grabbed another chopstick of venison. Get well in advance or you won't be able to cope with the sisters later. Almost at the end of the meal, Auntie Lee from next door walked in with widow Wang. The countrymen were so polite and walked straight to the hall. Goo. Why do I say it smells so good? Together this burned 3 meat dishes at once. Auntie Lee looked at the 3 meat dishes on the dining table, eyes are glowing. This incapable Su Feng is now really capable. But it's still the same loser who has all the meat stewed up in one meal for the good people of the family. However, it has strengthened Auntie Lee's idea of Lin Shixue as her daughter-in-law. If this loser hits the meat again in the future, which more or less shall not give her great aunt to cut some, so that their family can also get light to eat meat. Unlike Auntie Lee's greed, widow Wan's entire attention was on the meat. The scent intensified as she got closer, making her gulp after months of not touching meat. She wasn't too happy to meet Su Feng's eyes, and stood playfully waiting for Auntie Lee to speak first. What? Something's wrong? Su Feng also did not expect to come to these 2 uninvited guests, but he had not seen these 2 come to the door before. Now that he saw that he had struck meat he came to skewer him, so Su Feng's tone wasn't polite in the slightest. Auntie Lee wasn't the least bit annoyed when she heard it, as if she wasn't the one who had quarreled with Su Feng that day. Su Feng, Auntie Lee has something to discuss with you. Auntie Lee did not talk nonsense, directly said the purpose of coming over, listening to her tone as if Li Shixue remarried to her family is a glorious thing. The sisters were about to say something when Su Feng reached out and interrupted them. Really? I've been having a headache over this recently. I didn't realize that Auntie Lee was going to help me with this troublesome matter. As soon as she heard Su Feng say this, Aunt Lee knew it was stable. If I hadn't spent the money to find such a beautiful daughter-in-law for my eldest son, there wouldn't have been so much bickering in the house. Lin Xia immediately frowned after hearing this. Living across the wall for so long, where she didn't pay attention to this Aunt Lee's behavior, if she married her sister over then she would definitely suffer. Hurriedly, he pulled Su Feng's hand, signaling with frantic eyes that his man should not agree. Lin Shixue, who had originally changed her opinion of her brother-in-law, and possibly even her future man, was instantly disappointed when she heard these words. Could it be that her life as Lin Shixue was so bitter? Could it be that she could only be at the mercy of others? The sisters couldn't help the redness in their eyes at the thought. That's great. Since it's a second marriage there aren't that many rules. We'll be cavorting with my son tonight, Auntie Lee said while going to pull Lin Shixue's arm. Her old mouth is really daring. Wait, Auntie Lee, there's one more thing I haven't told you yet. You also know that Wang Ju owes a debt, and it's natural for him to count on Shixue when he's gone. Then if Shixue gives it to your son, the $133 will have to be paid back by your family. Upon hearing this, Aunt Lee's hand gripping Lin Shixue's hand slowed down. That's the money Wang Ju owes. Why should our family pay it back? $133 almost startled Aunt Lee. A caddy of meat is only 80 cents. $133 even if the village chief's family cannot get out. And the debtor was a city gangster. How dare she, a country bumpkin, mess with him? It's useless for you to talk to me. You have to go talk to the debtors. That's why I said I was grateful to Auntie Lee for helping me with such a big problem. If she wasn't my sister-in-law, I wouldn't care. Hearing Su Feng say this, the sisters realized that their man was retreating in order to advance. Shishue was also smart enough to stand up straight away. Mom, I'll go back with you now. I can't bear to drag my sister down either. Don't. But don't call me Mom. I'm not your mom. Auntie Lee was scared to death by Shishue's cry of Mom, and she hurried away without looking back, fearing that the debt of $133 would haunt her. The sisters couldn't help but laugh out loud at the sight of Auntie Lee fleeing in distress. After getting rid of the annoying Auntie Lee, it was the turn of the charming Widow Wang. Su Feng swept a glance at Widow Wang's bosom and did not take the initiative to speak, to say why Su Feng was hanging out with her husband in his previous life. It wasn't because he was thinking about his sister-in-law. It's not that the Widow Wang is better looking than her own daughter-in-law. It's purely and simply, instead of cherishing his own good daughter-in-law, he sets his sights on a man's wife. Unfortunately, instead of eating meat, she was completely brought down by her dead man. It's a good thing Su Feng can't find a half-covered door without money, so it's just her man eating peanuts and rice. Su Feng, who learned that her man had no previous life, couldn't mention how happy he was, and from time to time he looked for opportunities to tease the widow. Too bad there's no money, and being tall and handsome doesn't make a meal. Widow Wang was also too embarrassed to mention it to Su Feng and turned her head to strike up a conversation with Lin Shuriwe. Sister Shuriwe. Ah, sister's visit to the door is actually an unkind request. Perhaps even Widow Wang felt embarrassed. Her not-so-white face flushed a little. Lin Siye didn't pay any attention to her. She really hated this woman. Or maybe she hated her dead man. Although it was Su Feng who beat her and scolded her. Didn't her man have any responsibility? Seeing that Lin Shuriwe ignored her, Widow Wang's face couldn't hang on any longer. I can't help but start to redden my eyes when I think of the poor life I've lived. I'm sorry, Sister Shuriwe. Widow Wang didn't want to bring up the matter of asking for meat, and she knew why Lin Shuriwe hated her. Just as Widow Wang turned to leave, Lin Shuriwe called out to her. Seeing this bitter woman redden her eyes, the already kind-hearted Lin Siye's heart softened. Maybe it's the same thing, or maybe her man's fault can't be blamed on her. Either way, her man is better now, and her man is never. The meat was beaten back by my man. Ask him. Su Feng glanced at his kind daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law, you make the call. This matter Su Feng is not really good at making decisions. It is not a matter of meat. It would be hard to give it without your daughter-in-law suspecting that she still had thoughts about the widow. If I don't give it, I'm afraid that my daughter-in-law's kind heart will be uneasy. Lin Siye didn't say anything else and found a pot to go to the kitchen to serve some of the remaining chicken stewed mushrooms. Shishue stewed quite a bit at once and picked out all the meat when she served it. So all that was left in the pot were mushrooms. You can't pick the meat clean though. You can still see the chicken pieces in the pot. The child cried and cried about not having a father to care for him and not having meat to eat. So I had the cheek to come to the door because I couldn't bear to do so. Sister Shuriwe, it's sister who has apologized to you. As Widow Wang spoke, the teardrops fell into the basin. It's all in the past. Take it back to the kids. Shuriwe didn't want to pull any more of this. Let bygones be bygones. The day still had to go on. Chapter 10, My Daughter-in-Law. I love you. Mom, what did that Su Feng kid say? When Su Chang thought of Lin Shishue's appearance and body structure, his heart couldn't help but bubble with fire. As soon as he saw his mom's depressed expression, his hanging heart immediately sank. Su Feng agreed. Upon hearing this, Su Chang jumped 3 feet high in joy. Really? In contrast to the older brother's happiness, the 2 younger brothers began to get depressed. Why should all good things first big brother? Their brother and sister should not be too young to marry a daughter-in-law. Besides, they have seen that Lin Shuriwe, who is not greedy, that dead man of his owes $133. And if you can pay that back you can bring the man back. One sentence put Su Chang's excitement instantly to dust. And sold this home is not even worth $133. Even if he had $50 on him, he, Su Chang, would have married a daughter-in-law long ago. On the other hand, the 2 younger brothers started gloating when they heard our dad say that. It's only fair to have no one to have no one. And it's only fair to have no one to have no one. Hey, I thought that Su Feng had blackened his heart and wanted to possess all the sisters. But it turns out that he's a money loser that no one wants. Don't think about it, oldest son. Mom will match you with a better one in a few days. Feng, do you really think your sister is a burden? After dinner Lin Shishue took the initiative to clean up the dishes. And Siye was pregnant and wanted to help her sister did not allow it. What do you think, daughter-in-law? Your man can't get enough of you sisters. I said that on purpose just now because I was worried that the people in the village would make an issue out of you two sisters living together. The village would only think what Aunt Lee thought, that her sister was a money loser who owed $133. Su Feng would only have a headache over this matter, if it weren't for his sister-in-law who had long ago spilled the beans, and wouldn't think of sisters being shameless with the same man. There are some things that can be done but not said in people's words, let alone in a village like this one. Lin Shiyue wasn't stupid, and instantly turned this corner. Su Feng's voice was loud no, but this kind of house had no soundproofing to speak of at all. Lin Shiyue, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, was touched and felt guilty for what she had just thought in her heart. What about the $133? Our family doesn't have a dime right now. While saying that, Shiryuki was heartbroken about the meat she ate for lunch. If she didn't eat it, she could have saved a lot of money. Don't worry, daughter-in-law. If your man can't solve this matter, how can he take care of your sisters? Not to mention the system. The sisters didn't even have to worry about this small amount of money with their worth. Associating the Lin family behind the sisters, Su Feng suddenly thought of something deadly. By the time the Lin family came looking for them, the relationship between himself and his daughter-in-law had long since developed from a rupture in the beginning to one of love, even with the addition of Lin Shiyue. But the point was, would the large and powerful Lin family look at a poor boy like him? Not to mention the fact that both daughters were oohed and awed by this poor boy, which is even more intolerable. Although the situation of losing his life in his previous life would not occur, the Lin family would never allow Su Feng to continue to taint the sisters. That was why Su Feng had to develop and grow to the point where he could have the strength to arm wrestle with the Lin family before they came looking for him. At the thought of this, Su Feng's heart to earn money immediately became urgent. After cleaning up, Su Feng hugged his daughter-in-law and went to the bedroom for a nap, while Lin Shiyue slept next door. Daughter-in-law, go ahead and finish what you didn't do last time. The last time I let Shoshan interrupt has been busy until now. Looking at his beautiful and kind daughter-in-law, how can Su Feng not be greedy? Geez, stop. It's broad daylight. Su Feng's hands made Shiryue's body itch, and she was really shy in the bright light of the room in broad daylight. Besides, sister is still next door. Earthen walls are fine for sheltering from the wind and rain and blocking the line of sight, but as for soundproofing, I can't say it's not effective. I can only say it's useless to speak of. Unsurprisingly, my sister has been living next door, so it's hard to believe that we haven't been in love. Su Feng didn't give his daughter-in-law a chance to refuse, and went up to his hands to unbutton. Seeing that she couldn't argue with her man, Lin Xie could only explain with a red face to keep her voice down. Hey! Su Feng was waiting for these words. As for whether the voice was small or not, he didn't have the heart to care for a while. It's okay to hear it if you're going to spend your life together anyway. Daughter-in-law, I love you. Dear skin and dear whip out actually cannot change much. The system space of food is the big head. If you take it for money, you risk getting caught up in speculation charges. So you have to take it to the black market. There's certainly no black market in the village. And to get to 49 City, that would have to wait for tomorrow morning's shuttle bus. And you have to wait until dark. And if you're not lucky, you won't even hit the black market. With this toss, it'll be at least the day after tomorrow when I get back. Just as he was thinking, the bicycle bell rang outside the door. Is Su Feng home yet? The one who spoke was Qin Jinghua from the next village, and his loud voice directly woke up Lin Shiyue, who had just fallen asleep. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Xie desperately signaled Su Feng not to respond. After Widow Wang's man ate the peanuts and rice, Su Feng was hanging out with this man. She was afraid that Su Feng would go out with this man again and learn the hard way, and go back to being the asshole he used to be. Trust my daughter-in-law. If I ever change back to my old self, I won't need you two sisters to do it. I'll chop my hand off myself. Knowing what his daughter-in-law was worried about, Su Feng immediately made a promise. I was worried about getting into the city, but someone came by on a bicycle. Looking at her own man's sincere eyes, coupled with her behavior over the past few days, Lin Shiyue chose to believe. I'm going out to check. Wait for me. Looking at his own daughter-in-law's moisturized face, Su Feng couldn't help but give her a kiss before going out. Why do you close the door so tightly in the middle of the day? Are you making babies in the house again? Qin Jinghua shook his head and looked left and right as if he could see Lin Shiyue lying on the bed through the earthen wall. In this day and age, city people don't have bicycles in every house, so you can imagine how much gold Su Jinghua's second-hand bicycle has in the countryside. It was reasonable to say that with Qin Jinghua's condition in the country, he wouldn't even be able to play with Su Feng. A poor boy. Then there was only one possibility. This kid had Su Feng's daughter-in-law in mind. Qin Jinghua often treats Su Feng as some small favors, but in reality, behind his back every moment is trying to find ways to pit him. Once he took the initiative to borrow Su Feng's money to play in the gambling house, ready to make a game to ruthlessly pit this kid, knowing that he can't come up with the money. When the time comes, he'll take his daughter-in-law against the debt. But I didn't expect the kid to find an excuse to slip away and buy all the money lent to him to drink. Qin Jinghua definitely didn't die. So he came back to look for Su Feng to play in 49 City. Knowing that this humanoid thing was thinking about his daughter-in-law, Su Feng directly blocked all of his sight. Just ate and took a nap. Keeping this kid was useful. And Su Feng didn't tear his face off. Qin Jinghua didn't notice that Su Feng's tone of voice had changed when he spoke to him. And his mind was on Lin Shuriwei. Let's go. Brother got some more money. Let's go to 49 City to dash around looking for half-covered doors. Chapter 11, Qin Huairu's pair of daza doesn't lose out to her auntie. Hearing the word half-covered door, Su Feng couldn't help but frown. Widow Wang Hao man did not. Su Feng is clearer than anyone else. Although the current situation is not as serious as before, but if you catch it, it is inevitable to lose money and go to jail. This asshole is really screwing him over for his daughter-in-law. Really? Zhen Guai. Su Feng deliberately pretended to be excited. And this time, if he didn't pit him to death, Su Feng would take his name. That's a must. Brother can still treat you badly. As soon as Qin Jinghua heard that there was something going on, he immediately urged Su Feng to get on the back of the bike. As long as you send Su Feng in, just a little sweet talk. Su Feng daughter-in-law is not at his mercy. Anyway, Su Feng beats his daughter-in-law every day. So beautiful human wife Su Feng does not hurt. There are people who hurt. Brother Jinghua, then I'll go back and say I won't be coming back tonight so that the money loser doesn't look for me everywhere. Since we're going to act, let's put on a good show. Go go go. There's no rush. Qin Jinghua couldn't help but sneer in his heart. It's true that you won't come back. And your beautiful daughter-in-law can't find it even if you want to. When he thought that Lin Shuyue's body could be pressed underneath him soon, Qin Jinghua couldn't help but feel his blood surge towards his body. Su Feng turned around and closed the courtyard door, and couldn't help but spit. Damn. The deer is still unknown. Back in the house, the two sisters sat on chairs and chatted. Lin Xia had a nervous little expression on her face, obviously worried that Su Feng was learning from the men outside. Daughter-in-law, I'm going out. I won't be back tonight. As soon as these words came out, Lin Xia knew that her worst fears were still happening. Is it okay if Feng doesn't go? Just stay home and live our lives. Side by side, Lin Shuyue's tears flowed down. She really didn't want a good day to end like this. Seeing the tears shed by his daughter-in-law, Su Feng's heart couldn't stop hurting. Not caring that his sister-in-law was right next to him, he simply took his daughter-in-law in his arms. Still don't believe your family, man? This time into the city is mainly to take the deer skin and deer whip for money, or wait for the sky to fall money to pay back the debt of the sister-in-law. It won't be back until tomorrow because it's only expensive when you get it on the black market. Su Feng, some explanation coupled with the warmth of the embrace. Lin Xia believe 8 or 9 points. Heard that it is in order to return the sister's dead heart is more heart-rising guilt. I'm sorry, Feng. My sister-in-law is still around. I'll kiss you if you do that again. Su Feng assent and Shai Shuriwei guilt mood all washed away. Lo dare not look directly into the eyes of his sister. Shui at home to take care of her sister. Cooking eggs and grain cannot save. Otherwise the child in the stomach no nutrition. I will not comply. Fear of sisters cooking at home. Heartache food cannot eat. Su Feng in advance to play a precautionary approach. Hearing these fierce words from the man, Lin Shuriwei was touched. Lin Shishue nodded heavily. Adults can eat less but the child in her sister's belly cannot be saved. Then be careful out there. I hear that black market is a mess. I don't know if it was because she was worried that the family was without a pillar of support, but Lin Shishue had a serious face of concern and exhortation. Don't worry. Stay home and keep the door closed until I get back. After saying this, Su Feng hugged his daughter-in-law and let go before turning his head to turn his direction towards Lin Shishue. This shamed Lin Shishue to death, and she froze in place not knowing what to do. I have not been hugged by a man since I was a child, and I haven't even held hands with Wang Jun in my life, not to mention that her sister was still around, so how could she be nice? Knowing that it was impossible to let Shishue take the initiative, Su Feng took 2 steps forward without giving the opportunity to dodge and directly embraced. Smells good. Like my sister. It smells faintly of cuddling. There is also Shishue, this body more full than Su Feng thought. If the nutrition and then keep up, really do not dare to think how exaggerated. Feeling that Shishue's ears were already burning, Su Feng was too embarrassed to continue hugging. A couple more words of advice before he went out and left. Qin Jinghua had been waiting impatiently outside the door for a long time, and when he saw Su Feng come out, he immediately urged to get into the car. That money loser was annoying as hell, holding my leg and not letting me go. It took a beating to let go, and she's in charge of me for goodness sakes. Su Feng pretended to have an impatient expression, and Qin Jinghua returned a brother's position in the family was really hard. In fact, the heart cannot help but sneer. So good opportunity, you have no chance to grasp it. Qin Jinghua put his foot on the pedal and was about to go. Wang Widow came over with the basin. Yo, Sister Wang looks good. Not only was Su Feng thinking about this charming widow, Qin Jinghua had the same idea. I was just about to leave, but when I saw Widow Wang approaching, I couldn't help but want to flirt with her. Scanning up and down carefully Wang Widow's body, obviously there is not much food in the house. Why does it feel more and more plump? It's really eye-opening. Widow Wang glanced at the two strolling eggs. Care did not even take care of Qin Jinghua. This person's straight hook eyes really make her heartsick. Sister Wang, in a while the two of us go to the city. There is nothing you want to take with you, just say. When he sends Su Feng in, Qin Jinghua will directly live in. Then this Widow Wang next door certainly cannot be let go. Widow Wang went straight into Su Feng's house as if she hadn't heard. Hey, this widow is quite close to you. Tell me honestly, did you eat it in your mouth? Seeing that Wang Widow went directly into Su Feng's house without greeting him, coupled with the fact that the boy was indeed tall and handsome, Qin Jinghua had to be skeptical. This woman's temper is very stubborn, and many people in the village are thinking about it, but they don't get to eat it. Good relationship with my daughter-in-law. Go hang out with my daughter-in-law. Let's go. It'll be dark if we get into town any later. Su Feng desperately wanted to enter the city and didn't want to waste time on Widow Wang. As soon as he heard this, Qin Jinghua was relieved, and the people of Sujia village could not take it that was incapable. He's different, just pedaling out on this bike. What girl can't get a date? No one's got it. It's a bargain. The day is still long, and I have to make a trip back to the village in a little while to pick up some things. Qin Jinghua said, pedaled his bicycle and rushed to Qinjia village. It's not far, just 10 miles or so. It was worth mentioning that there was also a pair of beautiful sisters in this Qin family village, none other than Qin Huairu and Qin Jingru. At her best age, she has yet to marry, and her family's doorsteps are being trampled by matchmakers. The sisters also know that they are well endowed outwardly, and one thinks of marrying a city man, rode for a while, but also do not have a time, do not know exactly how long, finally arrived in Qinjia village. Qin's father handed Qin Jinghua a packet of something he didn't know what it contained, instructing him to make sure he gave it personally to his relatives who lived in the city. To Su Feng's surprise, Qin Huairu was also there. I have to say, it's really rare to find such a good-looking girl in the village. Unlike other country people, Qin Huairu's skin was snow-white and translucent, and her large eyes were bright and charming. The key thing was that those two pairs of big zaps were not in any way inferior to his own sister-in-law. Chapter 12, Inquiring about the black market, and pitting Qin Jinghua on the way. As Su Feng was sizing up Qin Huairu was also sizing up Su Feng. She was impressed with the tall, handsome man, but didn't think much of him in her mind, because not only did this man have a daughter-in-law, but his family's situation was not as good as Rujia's. Qin Huairu wouldn't even consider a family with a rural household. Why, Aunt Ho-Hot, are you asking me to introduce your family's Qin Huairu to a man in the city again? Qin Jinghua looked at Qin Huairu. A pair of big ZA is also hot, especially that snow-white skin. Really dare not imagine on the hand how silky smooth. Jinghua, you pay more attention. Our family does not require much, as long as it is a city household with a formal job on the line. Qin Huairu's mom really dares to open her mouth, and she dares to say that this condition is not much to ask for, though Huairu's sister is really pretty, and on such conditions as you say, all the girls in the city would rush to take her. Why don't you follow me? Our family's strength isn't much worse than the city people. To show his strength, Qin Jinghua also tapped the handlebars of his bicycle. This child is determined to marry a city dweller. Jinghua, you pay more attention. When the matter comes to fruition, you absolutely can't be treated poorly. Although it is true that Jinghua's conditions in the countryside is considered to be the best, but this mixed kid is not qualitative. Running to the city every day is obviously not a person who lives a life. How could Qin Ma give her precious daughter to such a man? That's fine. I'll keep an eye out when we get into town. Although Qin Jinghua eyes hot, but no way. Our village, he did not dare to mouth flowers on the means. Before leaving, he glared fiercely at Qin Huairu's pair of big zaps, as if he wanted to see through the clothes. Su Feng, who was sitting in the back seat, similarly swept a glance, but at the moment, there were important things to do, so he didn't have time to think about this nonsense. Stomping out of the Qin village, Qin Jinghua replaced Su Feng to the front of the pedal. For one thing, Su Feng, a big man of 1 meter 8, is really heavy, and for another, Qin Jinghua has a little bit of free money, did not spend a lot of energy on finding a half-covered door. In layman's terms, it's a kidney deficiency. Changing Su Feng to carry Qin Jinghua, that speed immediately increased. Although the road was average, Su Feng's technique was really good. After almost an hour's wait, a man in a blue factory uniform came walking up to him. Su Feng, stop. Brother Li is down in the countryside making purchases again. The one addressed as Brother Su also stopped. Yo, Jinghua is going to the city for a dash again? By the looks of it, the two were quite familiar with each other. Dashingly, my father asked me to bring something to uncle. Brother Li, you are the one who is really dashing. riding a bicycle around every day. Did you receive anything good? Lee patted the empty canvas bag. It's hard to collect something good these days when families are having a hard time. No more bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's getting dark. I'll go around your Chin village, and I'll go back if I don't get anything. Without stopping, Rico pedaled his bike and headed in the opposite direction. Su Feng continued to ride, curious about the identity of the person who had just asked Qin Jinghua. You say brotherly ah? Just a small purchasing section of the Red Star rolling mill. Xia Jinghua's tone was a little bit looking down on the so-called brotherly, and it was a completely different attitude from his enthusiasm just now. Still, Su Feng could sense that Qin Jinghua was envious of Li's job. Yeah, he could be a city resident if he had the job too. Anyone can ride a bike. And this job, why haven't we seen it in our village? Seeing that Su Feng was so uneducated, Qin Jinghua immediately flaunted the world he had seen. Your village is so poor that the procurement sections certainly won't be there. The underlying reason for having this job is that there are fewer goodies in the city, plus there aren't enough people to share them. So the idea is to go to the country. Hearing this, Su Feng understood. This is not used to give the leader a small stove. And do they charge a high price? If it was high, Su Feng wouldn't have to venture to the black market. Hi my ass. If you really gave a high price, why would you need to collect it? Someone would have already sent the good stuff to the door voluntarily. Thinking about it, Su Feng could only dismiss the idea and honestly go to the black market. Brother Jinghua, then do you know about the black market in 49 City? I heard that there are good stuff there that you don't usually see. Su Feng really didn't know much about it, and it would be better to ask this ingrate blindly. Ha, know what counts, I've been there. The feeling of growing a sense of superiority on the bumpkin is too good, and Qin Jinghua does not begrudge his words to say all that he knows. Su Feng appropriately cut the joke. Brother Jinghua, you know so much. Tell me about it. Actually, it's not as mysterious as you think. You don't need a ticket to buy something on the black market. It's just a little more expensive. The city wasn't as nice as you'd think. Plus there was the crime of speculation. So the black market was born. In fact, the top knows that it's all about turning a blind eye. You can't drive people out of existence. Hearing Qin Jinghua say this, Su Feng had a fair understanding of this black market. After finding the half-covered door brother to take you to see the world. The location is the Beijing Alley Hudong there. These days the moon is full, certainly open market. Having gotten the key news, Su Feng also stopped talking nonsense and stomped with all his might. After 2 hours almost to the city gates, Qin Jinghua changed Su Feng down to pedal himself. There are a lot of people in town who pedal their own bikes with a face. And maybe they'll catch the eye of a pretty widow who's passing by. Wasting a lot of energy on money losers these days. Brother Jinghua, let's go to Dong Lai Shun to shabu shabu. Otherwise it's no fun to find a half-covered door at night. Since you want to screw people, be prepared to be screwed. It's better forget it, bro. A trip to Dong Lai Shun isn't cheap. Qin Jinghua was in a hurry to send Su Feng in. So where did he want to spend all this wasted money? Then Jinghua brother, or you play alone. I really don't have much energy. As soon as he heard Su Feng beat a retreat, Qin Jinghua immediately became anxious. Okay. It just so happens that I want to go to Dong Lai Shun to snuggle a meal. Anyway, out to have fun to the end. It was only right to spend some money for Lin Shiyue's wonderful body. Qin Jinghua could only endure the flesh pain and bring Su Feng to Dong Lai Shun. Looking at the broad sign at the entrance that read 3 big words, Su Feng had long been craving this bite. Little brother, let's have 2 kilograms of mutton for the belly. Don't come up with a large quantity. Don't be short on catty. Anyway, someone was treating him. So Su Feng had to build with an open belly this time. See what you're saying? We're all Lai Shun 100 years old. That's impossible to do such a thing. Do you want anything else? Sugar, garlic, vermicelli, sauerkraut, matching all on. Hurry up, hungry. The little brother answered and went to get ready. Jinghua brother, first order these, we eat first. 1 catty of mutton per person, do you think it's appropriate? $8, $2. Fits. Qin Jinghua counted the bill and his heart was dripping with pain. Hiding the resentment in the corner of his eyes, he felt better thinking that this meal was Su Feng's severed head. Chapter 13, Kilts, 2 can't be good together. While waiting, a car horn suddenly sounded at the door, followed by a loud noise. The curtains of Dong Lai Shun's door lifted and a young man about Su Feng's age walked in. Seeing that the size was similar to Su Feng, although his looks were not as smooth as Su Feng's, the clothes he wore were not comparable to Su Feng's poor countryside boy. The big man's hand held the curtain as a line of young men filed in. 3 men and 2 women. The aura coming out of their bodies was clearly that of children inside the compound. Your guests are invited. The little brother who had an average attitude towards Qin Jinghua and Su Feng. At this moment, he couldn't wait to bend his waist to 90 degrees. Shan, let's go to the box. It's quieter and won't be disturbed. The girl known as Shan nodded. A pure white dress with a tall figure and outstanding temperament. Even if she didn't have to do anything, standing there was the center of attention. Brother Jianye, I think you don't want these people to stare at Sister Shanshan. The one who spoke was another girl, far less nonchalant than this Shannon but also delicate and cute. You girl? Why do you say it if you know it? You sincerely want to make your brother Jianye embarrassed, don't you? The man at the head of the group didn't make a pretense of hiding it. It was well known that he liked Juzin. This statement was clearly looking down on everyone around the table, but no one dared to stand up and retort a word. Who dared to mess with the disciples inside the compound? It was normal for people to be condescending. Go on up. We'll talk back in the box. It's clear that Juzin doesn't like Janya's condescending attitude. At home her father had told her more than once to keep a low profile outside the house, so didn't like what Janya had said. There are things that can be done that everyone understands, but saying them that doesn't have the same flavor. Xu Shan gave the word, and Lin Jianye immediately took the lead. Su Feng and Qin Jinguo were sitting on one of the seats next to the stairs, watching silently like everyone else without saying anything. Li Iran, who was also the delicate and cute girl, happened to catch a glimpse of Su Feng. Sis Sandy, look, that guy sitting on the side is so handsome. In a word, Su Feng became the center of attention in Don Lai Shun. Lin Jianye twisted his head to look at these words, and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth at the sight of the sweatshirt on Su Feng's body. What's the use of being a good-looking country bumpkin? I'm afraid this place is only here once a year. Damn girl, watch your image. Can't you see everyone is looking at you? Xu Shan glanced at it with the same curiosity, but didn't react much and just patted Li Iran. With this little episode of the compound disciples going upstairs over, Dong Lai Shun's hall once again resumed its bustle. You're a good kid. If you get that girl to look at you, it'll be a real honor. Although Qin Jinguo was just flirting, he really envied this kid's height and face value. Luckily, though, there was a gulf between the countrymen and those disciples of the compound. If we hadn't happened to see each other here, I'm afraid we would never have crossed paths in our lives. Those compound disciples are all so arrogant that they can't wait to turn their nostrils toward the sky, and we can only stay away from them. Although that Shanshan was indeed beautiful, her own beautiful daughter-in-law was not at all inferior. Not to mention the fact that there were two more at home. Once in the mansion, Su Feng is still in his own acre of land to live his own simple sexual life. Yo, I haven't seen you for a few days and you're tugging on words. Also, your family's daughter-in-law isn't bad either, but immediately as long as it is mine. The second half of the sentence Qin Jinghua buried deep in his heart. It didn't take long for the boy to bring over the copper pot of charcoal, with the lamb side dish following closely behind. Su Feng had long been craving for it, and shrugged it off to create a pound of mutton first. Eat up. It's getting dark, brother, take you happy. Although paying Qin Jinghua was a pain in the ass, the thought of immediately getting his hands on Su Feng's daughter-in-law made the money worth spending. Su Feng pretended to look hungry and thirsty, urging Qin Jinghua to stir faster. Qin Jinghua familiarly led Su Feng to an alley, and around the corner there was a household with a half-covered door that was not closed. Dude, go in there and play at ease. I'll be on the other street and we'll get together in the morning for fried liver. Qin Jinghua looked at Su Feng's famished appearance and knew that this little cutie didn't have the slightest bit of defense against him. Brother, you're so good to me. I'm going in then. Su Feng glanced at the door number. 69 is notorious for bringing a disease on the clock. This asshole is really not giving him a chance to live. In order to prevent Qin Jinghua from becoming suspicious, Su Feng monkeyed in and closed the door to death. Heard the sound of the bike going away before quietly opening the door and following it. Without following for long, Qin Jinghua stopped at a corner to meet up with a person. You report it now. Say someone is looking for a half-covered door at 69th Lane, and you'll get your money's worth when it's done. Qin Jinghua looked at Su Feng's monkeyshness, and by this time, he might have already taken off his clothes, so it was just the right time to catch him in the act. It's such a small thing. Why don't you go yourself? $5 to run an errand. Why does Qin you feel so unreliable? Don't worry about that. We've known each other for so long I could still lie to you. Qin Jinghua definitely can't step in. If he lets Su Feng's daughter-in-law know that he sent her man in, he's afraid that he'll never get to eat. Okay, trust you for once. Then I'll walk wherever you want to get paid later. $5 is a lot of money, and Qin had no reason to refuse. I'll be at number 32. Don't worry, you won't get a penny less. No. 32 Live is exactly Qin Jinghua's old lover. A pair of big za don't know how many people nibbled, but Qin Jinghua just like this bite. Qin have got the order immediately flew to the police station. Afraid of $5 cannot get hands. Su Feng, you can't blame a brother for this, who made your daughter-in-law so desirable. Qin Jinghua was halfway through his smug smile when he suddenly felt his neck sink and fainted. Su Feng set him up on his own with one hand, then pushed to 69, helping Qin Jinghua to walk directly into the house. The people in the house heard the movement and came face to face. It was a woman who appeared to be in her mid-30s, walking sultry and even smelling a faint stench. Two people can't do it, I can't hold my body up, but if you're alone, my sister doesn't charge. The kilted sister couldn't help but drool as she looked at Su Feng's physique. But Su Feng wasn't interested in being that same person. What do you think? This my brother because of love lost drink a little too much. As a brother really do not want to see him like this. You help him out of his troubles tonight, and these are yours. Su Feng grabbed a handful in his hand and handed them out. And Sister Yoyo's eyes lit up when she saw them. One grabbed it and shoved it straight into his pocket without counting it. Of course, the money was taken out of Qin Jingguo's pocket by Su Feng. Don't worry about it. I'll definitely serve your brother tonight. The kilted sister helped Qin Jingguo in and put him on the bed and started to unbutton. Chapter 14, Calling the Police on Yourself? Su Feng's first bucket of gold. Qin Yu was also very helpful and brought the police station to lane 69 as fast as he could. Just as he arrived, he could hear the sound of decadent voices, and the police station men didn't bother to push the door straight in. It was only then that Qin Yu saw the familiar bicycle at the door and suddenly had a bad feeling. But the wood is for the trees, and the police station is not a place where people come when they are called. Holding on to his luck, Qin has went in to take a look at the sky collapsing. Qin Jingguo in the room had already woken up leisurely, in addition to feeling a little pain in the head, but also can feel the woman lying on the lap is not only good skills but also willing to sell. After shaking his head and slowly regaining consciousness, Qin Jingguo reacted to the fact that he had been knocked out to go. Where am I and who are you? When he asked this, Qin Jingguo's entire body was trembling with fear. Oh, Sister Killa was busy and immediately stopped when she heard the commotion. You're awake? I'm exhausted. Hearing that it was not the voice of his old lover, Qin Jingguo kicked the kilted sister and grabbed the pants next to him to run. Ping! Meanwhile, the men from the police station kicked the door in at the same time and caught them red-handed. You guys let me explain. Qin Jingguo's tone was shaking as he spoke. How things were going completely different from what he thought. What's there to explain when a man is caught in the act? Come with us. The man at the police station told the two men to put their clothes back on and take them straight away with a snap of their little bracelets. Qin Yu in the courtyard watched Qin Jingguo being handcuffed, and the person was dumbfounded. What is the situation this is? Qin Jingguo, why he let himself police arrest him himself? There's a reward for reporting. So remember to leave a contact. Sure. You looked at Qin Jingguo and opened his mouth wide but didn't know what to say. Only then did Qin Jingguo react to the fact that he had been set up by Su Feng. But could he say such a thing? He regretted it. Qin Jingguo could no longer laugh. It was Su Feng's turn to crack a smile. This is no longer stealing a chicken. This is lifting a stone and stoning your own feet. Watching the arrival of the time, Su Feng sought to go to the Beijing alley Hudong to browse the black market. There were still quite a few people when they arrived at the place, and it wasn't as amazing as Su Feng thought. It's just a regular bazaar, only it can't be put out in the open. Wandering around, everything sold at the fair had nothing to do with household goods. Some are trading food for money. Others are trading money tickets for food, or trading various tickets and such. Selling agricultural products is also common, but I haven't come across any neat sellers yet. So it seems that this city dweller isn't as well off as he imagined. Su Feng found a corner and took out the deer skin from the system space in advance and laid it on the ground. The main thing was to familiarize myself with the prices in the black market, and the big headache had to be the food in the space. In no time at all, there were quite a few people asking him for the price of the buckskin, but ultimately it was all about the venison. The ones asking for the price were stingy, and Su Feng didn't intend to sell to these people. Retail is too much of a hassle to find a buyer with the strength to take his entire stock. Fortune favored him this time, and a buyer looked at the color of the buckskin and offered $10 directly. Whether this price was suitable or not Su Feng didn't know, but it had already reached the expectations in his heart. This buckskin is pretty new, so I guess I just shot it in the mountains, but it's not a very good shot. If you've got venison there or something, I'll take this buckskin of yours. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a striking scar on his face. Eating fat in these days when everyone was fed was a sight to behold. Are you sure you'll take all of them except the venison, the wild carp eggs and the rice? With every word Su Feng spat out, Scar's eyes brightened even more. What do you say, bro? That's what's missing in town right now. I'll be straight with you, brother. I'll take as much as you have. As long as the quality is okay, I will definitely give you a satisfactory price. As soon as he heard this, Su Feng knew it was a sure thing. This was the patron he was waiting for. There's a little too much stuff I exist a place. Can you find a cart and I'll hold this buckskin here for now? Avoiding making people misunderstand that they were cheating the cart, Su Feng took the initiative to offer the deer skin as a deposit. Scarface waved his hand. A cart isn't worth much. Besides, you go out and ask around. I don't engage in those shady tactics at bars. Car. but no one dares to lie to me either. It was much easier to establish trust. And Su Feng pushed the cart to find a deserted place and took out all the supplies from the system space. Deliberately waited a while before pushing to the promised place. Scar had been waiting for a long time, and his mouth couldn't close in delight when he saw Su Feng pushing a cart full of supplies. If this changed hands, it would be no more than he had earned in a week of hard work. Brother, I took a look at it. Your stuff's really top-notch. Sure enough, all the good stuff is in the country. Scar called for a helper to weigh them one by one and then combine them with the black market price to give the final result. Blade, this card is worth $52.80 at market price, and the ticket would be another. Su Feng estimated in his mind that it was almost worth this price. You know, most workers these days don't make more than that in a month. Then add the deer skin and deer whip. Brother, I'll give you $70 and all kinds of tickets. Next time if you have something good, remember to find me. Absolutely give you a satisfactory price. Scar pulled $12 out of his bag, then counted out 7 brand ties and handed them to Su Feng, plus various tickets. Su Feng received the hand feel heavy. This life hands have never taken so much money. Then after a polite remark, Su Feng was about to leave being called down by Scar. Brothers do not have a place to stay in 49 City. Right. Tonight to my place will be one night. To go to the hotel is also to spend money in vain. Although Scar is kind, but the defense of the people, the summer of a random place will be a night. After casually finding a way to say something, Su Feng hid into the night. Blade, $70, we're losing money. What do you know? These are all top quality goods, not to mention. As long as you keep this clientele steady, you are still afraid of not making money? I'll sell this deer whip for $10. In these days of poverty, it was natural that there would be no evening entertainment. Although he now had a huge $70 in his hand, Su Feng really didn't feel like going to a hotel. This is the first bucket of money you've earned and should never be wasted. It wasn't really that he didn't have a place to go. After all, Su Feng had also come to the 49 cities to hang out, so he naturally had people he knew. I do have a good relationship with someone who lives next to Zizeman in Nanluoguxiang. The kid said he was a chef in a factory, and with only one sister in school at home, he was usually the only one living at home. Chapter 15, A Poor Wife's Woes. Su Feng, why are you kid coming to me at this hour? He Yuzhu thought he heard wrong. Carefully listened to someone really knocking on the door. Opened the door to see that it is Su Feng. It just so happens that this evening to the factory leader to open a small society off work late. To put aside the usual, this bachelor has long been asleep. Speaking of two people, no time has half a year. Last winter Su Feng mixed in the 49 cities have no place to live. He Yuzhu happened to take him a night. He Yuzhu, although the mouth is stupid, will not speak. But there is no bad eye, heart is also good. Brother Pillar, it's not that I have no place to go and have come to join you again. Is it convenient tonight? Su Feng's words meant that if he Yuzhu was at home, he wouldn't live there. Convenient, why not? The rain isn't home. Why don't you squeeze in with me tonight? At this time, he Yuzhu was still quite young, and he hadn't been bloodsucked by Qin Widow. Brother Pillar, I'll just spend the night in the living room. You have to work tomorrow, go to bed early. It's not that Su Feng is polite. It's mainly because he Yuzhu sleeps with farting and grinding his teeth and snoring, so if he really squeezes in for a night, he won't be able to sleep. As for the other room, it was the human sister's room. Su Feng going to sleep wasn't like that. Have you eaten yet? At the end of the day, he Yuzhu was concerned, worried that Su Feng hadn't even eaten. Eat up, Brother Pillar, and go to bed. This man is really good. Su Feng must pull a hand when he gets up. As the night passed, Su Feng was dreaming beautifully when he was woken up by the commotion outside. Live in this yard are Red Star rolling mill workers. This point basically get up and clean up, ready to go to work. Wake up, brother. There is no time to care about your breakfast. A moment to work is not rushed. He Yuzhu clothes casually draped, messy hair, and do not pick up a bit to go out. Brother Pillar, I still want to treat you to fried liver. So lock the door. I should go back after some errands. Su Feng really had this idea. It was hard to get up at this time of the day in the city, so he definitely had to go get a bowl of fried liver. Save your ass, kid, and have a good time with that money in your pocket. He Yuzhu also did not continue to nonsense, pushing the bike, and the two went out together. Yo, I was saying there's a pussy knocking on the pillar door at night. Bet it's a guy. The one who opened his mouth to flirt was Jia Dongshu. Although he was an apprentice, his looks could be quite a bit whiter than silly Pillar. Less bowl ********. Master me in the factory every day. Someone introduced object. To master this condition just did not see. He Yuzhu really is not bragging. A widow with a $37.5 salary. Want to find a good girl is really not difficult. The point is that this kid doesn't take care of his personal image. Plus he's loud and can't talk. And good girls really don't favor that kind. Plus, he Yuzhu still wants to find a pretty one, which makes it even harder. This is your buddy, right? Where does he work? Guessing that Su Feng definitely didn't have any serious work to do when he stayed over at He Yushu's place, he deliberately asked about it. "Ja, don't you relied on Yi Zhonghai to mix an apprentice? The genus is a bit floating. Do your apprenticeship, all your contemporaries have moved on, and you still have time for chit-chat?" He Yushu would not have been able to speak, and when he heard Jia Dongxu deliberately stabbing Su Feng, he was even more direct and left no room for error. "Silly Kalamu." These words undoubtedly poked Jia Dongxu's pain point, and his face turned red with anger. "Take your finger off. Who are you pointing 5 and 6 at?" He Yushu, as the god of war of the courtyard, naturally did not wimp out on Jia Dongxu. "I mean, what's wrong with you? Someone wants to marry a brown guy like you and you're bragging about it? They're all young guys, and they're not convinced by anyone when they're on fire." Just when the two were about to pinch each other, the sound of slamming suddenly came out from the moon door side, followed by a young woman huffing and puffing. "Yan Xiecheng, you go over with someone else this day." Yuli didn't care about the neighbors watching, but she could imagine how sad Yan Xiecheng's family had made her. The yard doesn't continue to bicker either, and stops to watch the jokes of the two newlyweds. To say that this Yuli looks really beautiful, according to her conditions, should not see Yan Xiecheng only right. Who let this girl stupid? Did not see the person to crop over? Now regret are too late. Yuli, you slow down. Be careful of falling. 3 grandmasters of the eldest son of Yan Xiejia immediately chased up. Anyway, he did not have a formal job. There is plenty of time to coax. Everyone should stop watching and go to work and school. The courtyard of a master gave the word, watching the crowd to go about their business. "Brother Pillar, don't get so angry. I still have things to go and get busy. I'll treat you to dinner sometime." Being mocked for not having a job, Su Feng didn't have any mood swings at all. The last thing he needed right now was a secure job. "The next time you come, you must push a brand new Phoenix bicycle over to invite He Yushu to dinner." Out of the courtyard, the Red Star rolling mill and department store building down the road, He Yushu just carry Su Feng a section. Su Feng asked, "That Jia Dongxu's work is awesome?" "Awesome, he's a great man. And one of the lords of the yard wants him to retire. So he's got an apprenticeship for him. But this kid is not capable of, not to mention lazy study. The past so long is still an apprentice. I do not know what the spirit of the thing." He Yushu's tone is full of disdain for Jia Dongxu, and I don't know if there is any envy of Jia Dongxu's long and white relationship. What's wrong with the quarreling one? For Jia Dongxu, this jumping clown Su Feng did not care at all, but it was the little daughter-in-law who was quite charming. It's not that there is no money to make a scene. That kid has no job, not to mention his father is famous for being stingy. The days of living in a wimpy nature to quarrel every day. With He Yushu's cultural level, he couldn't say that poor and lowly wives have everything to lose. But Su Feng also roughly guessed what was going on. Thought city people had it so good in life. This isn't still the same as the countryside. "Brother Pillar, I'll get off here. I'll come back to play with you when I have the chance. My beautiful daughter-in-law at home is still waiting, so I'll go back early after shopping." "Come on, my sister is coming back tonight. I won't open the door for you if you knock at night." "Don't worry, Brother Pillar. I'll go back when I'm done." "Mom, didn't you say you wanted to find me a daughter-in-law?" "Fight and cannot be He Yushu. The salary is not as high as others. Must find a way to hit him hard." "Country girl, you see, okay? I heard that there is a girl in Qin's village who was very watery and is bent on marrying in the city." Jia Zhang knew what her son was thinking, and it just so happened that her son had reached the age when he should marry a daughter-in-law. "Just look good. Mom, you watch, I'm going to work." Jia Dongxu also knows his own conditions. Is not a formal worker. Want to find a top beautiful daughter-in-law in the city, basically no hope. Chapter 16, Laziness and Shame on You. Walking into the department store, every single thing inside the counter made Su Feng's eyes glaze over. Sparkling watched Su Feng more and more like, sweeping a glance at the price immediately be dissuaded. Good guy 102A. Sell Su Feng is not enough to make. We'll talk about it next time we come. We have to take this little watch down hard. Been watching you for a while. Don't buy anything without. A salesman at this time was a very decent job, and those without family connections could not get in. So there's not much of a service attitude, not to mention the fact that you even have to be scolded at times. Su Feng subconsciously raised his head when he heard the voice, and the salesman immediately swallowed back the second half of his sentence when he saw that it was a big handsome man. "Yo, Yan Ping, this is seeing a handsome man who can't be bothered to scold him." The flirt was a great aunt in her 30s or 40s, and the salesgirl who was addressed as Yan Ping was a big girl with a nice temperament. "Aunt Lu, what are you talking about?" This is not responding to the smile service policy that the leader said. Yan Ping's character was already big-headed, so she didn't feel any shyness. Thinking of smile service at this time, "Do you need auntie to ask if you have a date for you?" Standing on the side of the Su Feng people are stupid. They are here to buy things. These two people how to chat on. How much is that short-sleeved indeed? Come one men's and two women's, and pull a little of the other cloth. and 2 jars each of that friendship hand cream and parfait face polish, and a couple jars of canned yellow peaches. 2. Here's $70 and assorted tickets, and weigh a little more great white rabbit milk candy and white sugar for the rest. Su Feng was calculating his purchase, spending all $70 and various tickets at once. Wait a moment then. There's a bit too much stuff. I'll get a bag and put it up for you. At any given time, good-looking people enjoy a completely different treatment than the ugly ones. If someone ugly comes and tries to buy such a thing, it's a wonder that the salesperson can put a good face on it. It took a while of effort to load up what Su Feng wanted, and at this time, the elder aunt began to talk to Su Feng about her family. The young man is really good-looking. Do you have a date or do you want Auntie to introduce you to one? Aunt Lu looked at Su Feng's outward condition as good. Plus he came straight to spend $70 at a time, so he thought that his family's condition would definitely not be bad. Married Auntie, but there are quite a few single men out there, and they're the ones who need your help. Su Feng coped, not having the leisure to engage in idle chatter with this great aunt. After finding a deserted place to load the stuff into the system space, he waited for another hour for the only shuttle bus back to Sujia village. Qin Yu will be almost numb. He now does not know whether to return to the Qin family village to notify that Qin Jinghua was arrested by the police station people. What is this called? Qin Jinghua let him call the police to arrest himself. Back to the village he did not know how to say. Thought better of going back and informing them. After all, he was the one who personally sent them in. If you shell out some money and settle early, you might be able to get a bondsman out. Spent some money to borrow a bicycle to ride all the way back to Qin's village, and found Qin's father the first time to explain the situation. Of course you can't take yourself off the hook by telling the exact truth. Uncle Jinghua he was in the city looking for a half-covered door was found in by the police station. You quickly think of a way to go and save him. Qin dad heard this high blood pressure almost all committed. Shivering, let Qin have repeated again. The result is still the same result. The regretful Qin father's mouth keeps repeating that he shouldn't spoil him but there is only this one precious son. Qin's father can only take all the family's savings to save people. Meanwhile, Qin Ma was trying to come over to inquire about her daughter Huiru's marriage to the city, and just happened to hear all about it, just as Qin's father was getting on his bicycle to rescue his son. The news that Qin Jinghua had been arrested by the police station for looking for a half-covered door had already spread throughout the village, with a hidden tendency to spread to the next village. Look at this situation. Even if the person out of the estimate is also a complete defeat, and out of it is not certain. Shuriyue, I'm back. Lin Shuriyue was worried to death last night. The news that Qin Jinghua from the next village had been arrested by the police station for looking for a half-covered door was spread last night because of the reason that the two villages were not far apart, and his own man yesterday was not with the next village Qin Jinghua into the city. If it wasn't for the fact that the only news that had been passed on was that Qin Jinghua had been captured, Lin Xie would have gone into the city even if she had to fight to the death. Hearing the most expectant voice ringing out of the door, Lin Shuriyue ran straight out, with Lin Shuriyue following closely behind. Aga, slow down. It's only been one night and you miss your man so much. Seeing the beautiful sisters waiting for him at home, Su Feng couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. His life was already half complete. People in this era are very subtle in their expressions of love, and don't give hugs or anything. They just look up and down with concerned eyes to see if there are any flaws or anything. Not only did he not lack anything, but he carried a big pocket of stuff in both hands. What are you waiting for? Come over and see what goodies your man has brought you. Su Feng at this time did not know that the news of Qin Jinghua's arrest had reached the Su family village, and thought that Lin Xie was again worried about a trip to the city to change back to the way it was before. Lin Xie acted as if she didn't hear it, and couldn't help but redden her eyes as she looked at her own man smile. Agu, what's wrong with this? Is not distressed that your man spends too much money to spend. You two come and see who all are bought for. Su Feng went up and handed the stuff to Shuriyue, then wrapped his baby daughter-in-law in his arms and gently patted her back to comfort her. You used to cry even when you were not nice to you, and now you cry when you're nice to you, so won't your family man become nice for nothing? After comforting her for a while, Lin Xie could manage to control her emotions. Feng, don't you know that Qin Jinghua was arrested by the police station? Listening to his daughter-in-law's words, Su Feng realized why she was so worried about herself. Good man, good things don't travel well. Yesterday after we had dinner together he said he was going to the half-covered door, and surely your man wouldn't go without a penny on him. As for last night's incident, Su Feng didn't intend to say anything to worry the sisters. Hearing her own man say this, dumb Lin Shuriyue was still glad that it was fortunate that her man didn't have any money. Humph, so now that you have money, you're going to look for it the next time you go into town? This is what sister-in-law Lin Shishue said. Sister's character can be a bit tougher than sisters. How can that be? All the girls in that town combined aren't as good looking as you. Sure Shue. One sentence made Lin Shishue a big red face. I'm too lazy to care about you, and you don't know how to be shy. Chapter 17, Shaming Lin Shishue to Death. That Qin Jinghua isn't a good person, so arrest him and go in. Quickly look at what goodies your man has bought you. Su Feng opened the bag as if he was offering a treasure, and the first thing that came out was 3 pieces of short sleeves of Indeed. To be honest, even city dwellers can't afford to buy one these days, and it's even more rare to see one in the countryside. The sisters' eyes lit up at the sight of their new clothes. I've got clothes to wear for a while, just buy one for my sister. Why should I? Although Lin Shishue complained about Su Feng spending money indiscriminately, what girl wouldn't be happy to see new clothes? Feng, don't listen to your sister. From now on I won't wear it if you only buy it for me. The sisters were simply one better than the other, and Su Feng wondered if he hadn't been blessed enough in his last life to enjoy them. Don't worry, everything you buy is a pair. Then came the hand cream and face scrub, and the sisters looked even more distressed. Where would a countryman use all that? Just buy a jar for the 2 of us to use together. The sisters looked at the hand creams and face scrubs in their hands and liked them more and more, their mouths still aching for money. Don't worry, you 2 will never be able to spend money fast enough to keep up with your man's earning. Canned yellow peaches, sure you can't eat more than one at a time. First come and try this big white rabbit milk candy, sweet or not. Su Feng very considerately peeled off a grain and stuffed it into his daughter-in-law's mouth, followed by peeling off another grain and pestling it to Shishue's mouth. Lin Shishue couldn't accept such an intimate action. Her slightly red pretty face hadn't faded yet and then swooned a few points. Open your mouth. Su Feng wouldn't give Shishue a chance to refuse and fed it directly into his mouth. The fingertips intentionally touched the red lips, putting Lin Shishue to shame. So sweet. His own silly daughter-in-law narrowed her eyes in happiness. The big white rabbit was sweet, his own man's kindness to her was even sweeter. Lin Siye even felt like she was living in a dream, afraid that once she woke up from the dream she would go back to her old self. Leave it at home and you 2 eat it slowly, and when you're done your man will buy it for you. As soon as Su Feng's words left his mouth, a system beep sounded in his head. Spend for both sisters at the same time to trigger double rewards for the storm. Doubled 5 times. Rewarded $310. Bicycle ticket X1. Watch ticket 1. Several other various tickets. What money makes money? That's what. Because Su Feng bought 3 pieces of Indeed, one of them was bought for himself. One piece of $8, so rewarded $310. However, Su Feng was already satisfied, and the days to come would only get more and more prosperous. I was about to ask the sisters to take their things back to their rooms and pack them up, when the widow Wang from next door came over to visit again as if she smelled it. I was worried yesterday when I watched your man go into town with that egg shopper. It's just a matter of people coming back. There's nothing wrong with Widow Wang taking on the love of a bowl of meat and visiting her neighbors. Only Widow Wang's attention was all on the goodies laid out on the table, especially the pieces of Indeed short sleeves, which made her eyes red. Thank you, sister-in-law, for your concern. Feng, he's just hitching a ride. Selling the prey he called in and coming back. That's good, that's good. Su Feng has really changed like a new person. Look how good he's been to you 2 sisters. The table is full of goodies which can be envied by your sister-in-law. Since it's fine, then sister-in-law went back. It doesn't take much to say nice things and still pleases people. Widow Wang knows this better than anyone. As soon as Lin Shirui heard Widow Wang praise her man, she hurriedly grabbed a small handful of great white rabbit milk candy and handed it over. This stuff can be expensive. Sister Shirui, you are still pregnant, keep it for yourself. Although Widow Wang also had a craving, she was really embarrassed. It's not for you to eat. Take it back and give the kid a taste. Seeing that Shirui was sincere in wanting to give it, Widow Wang then had the cheek to put the milk candy in her pocket. It's a little embarrassing. But what's a little embarrassing for a mom when she can take it home and give it to her kid to satisfy her cravings? Thank you, Sister Shirui. If you have anything to ask me for help in the future, don't be polite. After saying this, the Widow Wang didn't linger to avoid being annoying. What a silly elk. Fill up the milk candy and leave it at home for you too. Su Feng is neither cheap nor blame his daughter-in-law. Just what benefits always think of his daughter-in-law and Shishue. Aha. Lin Siye also knew that this was her own man's heartache. Sweetheart, like dripping honey. You 2 go inside and change your short sleeves to see if they fit. If they don't, I'll take them and change them again. The sisters had just entered the house with a happy face on their side when another commotion sounded outside the door. Is Su Feng home yet? It's the voice of the mountain guard, and it looks like it's going up again tonight. Coming, brother Shozan. Su Feng answered and walked out of the courtyard. It was inconvenient for the sisters to let him in as they were changing clothes. Su Shoshan, who was outside the door, was quite relieved to hear Su Feng's voice, and many people in the village saw Su Feng follow Qin Jinghua into the city. If this kid is captured too, there's really one less capable helper. What's the price selling for? Seeing that this kid's spirit is on the straight and narrow, Su Shoshan now really believes that Su Feng's prodigal son has returned. Ran into a good buyer of deer hides and whips and sold them for $15 combined. Is that a good price? Sho Shan nodded when he heard the price. Your kid doesn't have much experience, but instead he exchanged more money than us. Any interest in going up to the mountains and jerking off again while there's a big moon the last couple nights? That has to be there. Tonight? To be honest, Su Feng was also thinking about the 400+ pound large wild boar in Sho Shan's mouth. The venison thing can only improve the meal. The fat of the big boar that is the fundamental need of the country people. If you hit one head and even if you split it among 6 people, each person can share 60 or 70 pounds. Fat boiled lard lean meat marinated, eaten until the new year is no problem. Su Shoshan was about to say that he would go up the mountain tonight, when Su Chang next door heard the sound and came over. Brother Shoshan, you're going up the mountain to hunt wild boar tonight. Bring me along. Su Chang had been at home listening to the movements in Su Feng's house, resentfully thinking that it would be best if Su Feng was also captured. Unfortunately, he was disappointed to go, but heard another piece of good news. What? You're going too? Shoshan is really do not like this Su Chang. Eyeballs turn a look as mindful of more. Bring me along, Shoshan brother. The family hasn't touched meat for months. Really crave meat. Su Chang could know that as long as he followed the door to the hunt, brother Shoshan would not let the trip be in vain. Maybe if you run into a big boar, you can share dozens of pounds of meat without putting in much effort. Alright then, let's meet at the west end of the village when it gets dark tonight. We'll be late. Shoshan inherited the village chief's good heart. Looking at the poor village people can pull a hand. So did not refuse. Chapter 18, next time you cook like this, I'll beat your ass. It was impossible to get a good night's sleep after spending the night in the quad last night. Lin Shishua steamed 2 white steamed buns and mixed grain cakes, and boiled 2 eggs in bud porridge. You are the backbone of the family. Shuriwa, you can't lack nutrition either. White flour buns and eggs for you too. Shishua was still thinking about the $133 in foreign debt, thinking that a little bit of saving was a little bit of saving. Su Feng snatched Lin Shishua's bite of the tortilla over. In the future, and then so cooking hit your ass off, the family sits at a table to eat, you have to eat the same, no not? Then Su Feng stuffed eggs and white bread into the hands of the sisters, and nibbled on his own corn tortillas with thin porridge. I'll go up with Shoshan and a few of the others at night, and lock the door at night when I go to bed. After the explanation, Su Feng went back to his room to catch up on his sleep after eating. If he was sleepy in the forest at night it would be fatal. About the time it was getting dark, Shishua had already made the meal in advance for her sister to wake Su Feng up. 3 times he filled his stomach and filled his pockets with 2 tortillas and eggs. Bless your dad for going up to the mountains and getting a big hunt and coming back to give your mama stew. Before leaving, Su Feng stroked his daughter-in-law's bulging belly, which was the crystallization of his and Shuryue's love. Then he tightened the wood chipper on his waist and headed for the west end of the village with the sisters' instructions and worries. When they arrived at the appointment, all but Su Chang had already arrived. Seeing Shoshan carrying a gun, Su Feng's eyes lit up. Looking at this situation tonight is bound to hit the wild boar. Brother Shoshan, let me see the gun on your back. Su Feng hadn't really come across this before, and couldn't help but be curious to get his hands on it. There were no bullets in the gun, and it wouldn't take a chunk of meat to let the kid look at it, so Shoshan didn't refuse. Su Feng's first feeling on his hand was heavy, and he didn't study a name even after studying a circle. This is a Hanyang made, the only one in our village. Su Feng, you can hold on to it. The village, in fact a few young men. See this Hanyang Zao also I greedy. This thing can only be called a gun. Su Feng stopped playing with it when he heard it was so valuable, and honestly returned the gun to Shoshan. Everyone's here. Let's go, brother Shoshan. Wait a minute, Su Chang. What's the point of that kid going up the mountain too? What's the point of him going up the mountain? Jin Jun was about to say something more when he saw Su Chang walk over and forget about it. You two don't have much experience in the mountains, so I'll just ramble on one more time. The most important thing is to find the prey or not, but to find the deadly thing in advance. If you have nothing to do, keep your mouth shut tight and run for your life if you are in danger. Su Shoshan gave an explanation and led his group towards the forest as well. Su Feng had eaten quite a lot of meat into his belly in the past 2 days, and this trip into the mountains was obviously not as tiring as the last one. It was Su Chang who suffered, with no oil in his stomach at all, and was exhausted by the time he reached the foot of the mountain. Into the woods climb high and low. If you can't, you go back now. Shoshan looked at Su Chang's big gasping breath and thought that it would be good for him as well as for the whole team to persuade the man to go back. It's okay, brother Shoshan. I can still hold on. All to the foot of the mountain, Su Chang certainly will not give up. And besides which, man will admit that he cannot. Shoshan didn't say anything else, and led his party headlong into the forest. After almost 2 hours of drilling, you can basically run into some pheasants and rabbits in the outskirts. They were all fought by the builders with bows and arrows, and there was no use for the Hanyang maid that guarded the mountain. Su Chang looked at the pheasant and hare he was carrying in his hand and smiled with the corners of his mouth grinning to the back of his head. Even if we don't get a wild boar tonight, we can still go back and have a meat feast. Continuing on into the woods, Shoshan saw that he couldn't run into any big game and diverted to the creek gully to try his luck. Eat some dry food and drink some water and rest. It's so hard to run into this. Shoshan did not think it would be so easy to run into the big boar. Good things come in small packages. Su Chang had long been exhausted, sitting on his butt on the ground and gnawing on a tortilla with the mountain spring water. After a 20-minute respite, Shoshan led the way down the creek gully and continued deeper. Bad luck on this one. Didn't even run into anything that moved. Forget it, brother Shoshan. Hitting these few pheasants and rabbits will be enough. Let's go back to bed early. Su Chang doesn't live by hunting and feels that having a few pheasants on hand is enough. But not the others. Just looking at these pheasants day simply cannot go on. Hold on a little longer. It was not easy to make a trip into the mountain forest, so Shoshan would certainly not give up easily. Su Chang didn't dare to go down the mountain alone either, so he could only follow with his head. The moon hung high overhead, just when the forest was at its brightest. The forest was so quiet you could barely hear the barking, and it always felt like something was wrong. After walking for a while longer, Shoshan realized why he couldn't touch the prey. Just 200 meters away, a blind bear was slowly wandering through the forest. Look at the features. It's the end that injured Wang Jun. This piece of forest because there is this bear blind in. The other don't dare to come over to drink water at all. Shazan hit a motion to silence, signaling everyone to slowly leave the area. With a little light movement, this distance stagger is not a problem at all. Su Feng also noticed the blind bear not far away. This thing was simply not something that a few of them could deal with. Su Chang, on the other hand, was so scared that his entire body began to tremble, and he couldn't help but pull out his legs and run when he thought of Wang Jun's tragic situation. Bad. Knowing that Su Chang had broken things, Shoshan immediately shouted, "Run!" As expected, the blind bear heard the commotion and changed his slow state, directly darting over this way. Hearing the commotion coming from the forest, the group ran down the hill as fast as they could. Jianjun even hate to greet Su Chang, his family 8 generations of ancestors. If not, he was scared out of his wits and ran. Slowly stagger a little thing. Right now the heart does not dare to have too many ideas to run. Whoever runs slow is out of luck. Shoshan and the few of them often went up the mountain. Their physical strength and endurance didn't need to be mentioned at all. And in a moment's time, they had caught up with Su Chang. Su Feng was following close behind on the strength of his long legs. It didn't take long for Su Chang to be left behind at the end of the line. Help me, brother Shoshan. Seeing that he was left at the end of the line, Su Chang almost cracked his liver and gallbladder and shouted at the top of his lungs for help. Shouting was useless, not to mention that it made the blind bear speed up his pace. Seeing that the blind bear is about to catch up, if Shoshan doesn't care, Aunt Lee won't have to prepare Su Chang's breakfast tomorrow. Loaded the bullets as fast as he could and turned around and pinged. Unfortunately, the moving target didn't hit that well and angered the blind bear instead. The more this time, the less he could panic. Shoshan loaded all the remaining bullets into his gun. Perhaps the blind bear was afraid or what? Gave up the target in front of him. Su Chang, this is to retrieve a life. Chapter 19. The whole village was shocked when the big boar was carried back. It's a good thing that blind bear was scared off by the gunshots, or we'd be in your crosshairs too, you know? Jianjun was originally explosive temper. If not to see Su Chang's soul scared to fly long ago, Pang Pang give him 2 punches. Okay, don't say it, people are fine. There is that blind bear and also don't want to run into other people. Go home tonight and come back tomorrow. There weren't many bullets to begin with, and this was a waste of a lot of them for nothing. But as long as the people were fine, Shoshan wouldn't say anything. This time down the mountain, the atmosphere was not as cheerful as the last time. When they arrived at the village entrance, Jianjun didn't even both want to share the hair with Su Chang. Su Chang, this hair you take it back to open the meat. From now on you will honestly dig in the ground. Next time, no matter how much this kid pestered him, there was no way Shoshan would take him up the mountain again. Thank you, brother Shoshan. I'm going back. Only at the entrance of the village Su Chang's soul came back. With this escape experience, next time even if Shoshan called him to go, he did not go. Together with the son of people so disagreeable, Su Feng carried a pheasant and also went back. Today's descent is early, and there is still a while to go before dawn. So Su Feng softly and gently climbed into bed and fell asleep with his daughter-in-law in his arms. 8 times more. Rewarded with pheasants x8. Stewing the pheasant for the sisters, Su Feng was no longer as excited as he was before when he heard the system beep. Feng, still going up the mountain tonight? To not worry about the baby in the stomach. Dull Lin Shuriwei hated to wait until her own man came back before she was willing to sleep. Last night did not have any big gains. Don't worry, daughter-in-law, they hold a gun in their hands. Even if they run into a bear, blind can be scared away. Knowing that his daughter-in-law was worried about him, Su Feng carefully explained. By the way, The cloth shirshua that was pulled back last time you two cut yourselves a new outfit to wear. Indeed good although wear resistant but not breathable. Pulling the cloth is not the same as Su Feng pick very good material. Clothing, food, housing, transportation. So beautiful sisters do not have a beautiful how to do. The old place was still encountered at the west end of the village, and Su Feng had a premonition that he would definitely run into a big load tonight. Come on, let's pick up the pace and go around the woods a few more times tonight. Shou Shan took the family's best hunting dog on board this time, and won't come down from the mountain until he's shot a boar tonight. Into the forest first came a few pheasants to start the appetite, without much stopping to continue deeper. This one was fast, and also allowed the builders to find the boar pooping. That is nearby, so keep your eyes sharp. As soon as they heard Shou Shan's words, all of them raised their spirits, and Su Feng directly drew out the firewood knife pinned to his waist. Hannah, go smell it. Little Flower is a pure Chinese field art, with a fragrant head that ranks among the best in the village. All that was seen was Little Flower sniffing the smell of poop, and then scurrying directly to the northwest. Catch up. Without needing to be reminded by Shozan, the Together submen and the remaining hounds followed in hot pursuit. It had been about a quarter of an hour of running wildly before Little Flower slowed down and moved forward alertly. Finally found this not far ahead. The good news is that there were a couple of piglets alongside. The bad news is that in addition to the old sow, there was a boar a size bigger. Good lord, those long old fangs reflected a morose and terrifyingly bright light against the moonlight. It would have been a bruise if it had been toppled. This is a problem. A tree thicker than your waist can't withstand the impact of this big boar, let alone a few of them. What's more troublesome is that the armor on this boar can't even be pierced by bullets. We'll earn our keep if we get that sow killed tonight. So all pay attention. I'm afraid that any human being would think about a clean sweep, but Shozan knew that greed would cost him his life. Shozan slowly loaded a bullet and slowly aimed it at the head of the sow that was grazing. The hanyang is so powerful that it can easily penetrate a pig's skull. All that was heard was a ping and an ear-piercing squeal from not too far away, and the little piglets were scared and running around. Didn't hit it? Su Feng watched the sow pull its legs out and run, and thought that Shou Shan had hit and run again. Hit it? That life is tenacious enough to struggle a little longer. Get after it, and watch out for that boar. The hound darted over at the head of the pack, with Shou Shan and Su Feng following closely behind. When he reached the spot where the boar had just been, he saw a large blood stain. After them, after almost 10 minutes or so of chasing the sow, she tossed all the blood from her body and finally collapsed in a resigned heap. Damn, this is tenacious. To fight to the head and still struggle for so long is worthy of the fiercest man on the hill. The big boar and the little boar cubs had long since run out of sight, and Shou Shan was the first to bleed the boar clean. This thing is full of treasure. Even the blood can't be wasted. Now there's something to eat. Look at the size, there's at least 400 pounds. Together with the son of the people, look at the ground lying sow, happy mouth cannot close. Up several trips to the mountain just for this guy. Finally is not in vain. If only I'd slaughtered that big boar too. By the looks of it, at least 600 pounds bottoming out. Alright, don't be greedy. The sow's blood is very heavy. We can't fight the big things that will be attracted later. Shou Shan tied the clean-blooded sow to 2 bars with 2 hands and 2 feet, and 4 men carried the remaining 2 to replace them. Good lord, 400 pounds of gross sow for big boys could barely lift. Add to that the fact that the forest is not well traveled, and it was dawn before we got off the mountain. At this time there are already village people carrying hoes down to work. Looking at a line of people carried a big boar surprised envy. Shou Shan, you guys are bulls. Hitting such a big boar. Good luck, good luck. Uncle, you get busy first. Later go to our place and serve a bowl of pig-killing food. I don't know if other villages have this custom, but if Shou Shan has hit a big shadow pig, the village head Suli will surely boil a big bowl of pig-killing dishes. It's mostly sauerkraut and offal and stuff, but it's enough to satisfy the cravings of the village kids and old folks. Carrying back to the village on this road, facing the envious eyes of the whole village, not a single person to drink tired. Su Feng also said that he would switch to carry himself for a while, but Jianjun refused to agree. This kid wants to make a name for himself, so maybe he'll let that girl look at him. Ha ha ha, each of us can share 60 or 70 pounds of meat, which would be enough to exchange for a daughter-in-law. A few people were talking and laughing, and Su Feng saw that he could not help, so he first went back to give his daughter-in-law a peace report. Just a moment after Su Feng went back, the village had already spread the word that Shou Shan and the others had shot a 700-pound large wild boar. It can't be helped that that's how it is in the village. The more a small thing is rumored, the more outrageous it becomes. Chapter 20, Fixing the Collar. Daughter-in-law, get up. Take you to eat pig-killing food. To be honest, who in the whole village doesn't know that the village chief's daughter-in-law, Aunt Suehua, pickles the best sauerkraut? Plus Su Feng also craved pork so much that he brought both sisters up to snuggle a bowl of pig-killing vegetables. Lin Shuriwei was sleeping soundly and was not annoyed by her own man waking her up. The pregnant woman was already craving for sour and spicy food, and when she heard her man say that he would take her to eat pig-killing dishes, her mouth watered with greed. "Feng, you guys shot a big boar?" Lin Shuriwei reacted only after her gluttony was over, and hurriedly swept her man around to see if he was hurt. "Don't worry, it was Shozan who fought. I didn't even put up much of a fight." Then Su Feng woke up Shuriwei and together they washed their faces and wiped some face cream. The sisters were already beautiful, and this pickup makes them even more of a hibiscus. "Bring the biggest bowl in our house. I don't think we can serve a second bowl with so many people. And take that bamboo basket with you, too, so the village chief doesn't talk about me again later." The sisters were considerate of the man's hard work hunting in the mountains and refused to let Su Feng carry anything. When we got near the village headman's house, well, it felt like the whole village came over to join in the fun. Seeing Su Feng bring the sisters over, not a single person scoffed this time. "Su Feng, I'll trade some ribs with you later, but change some fat for your aunt. The children at home are craving it. Feng, you also know that your sister-in-law is pregnant. Change some later too." Su Feng smiled and responded one by one, but none of them agreed. The pork Su Feng will share in a while will all be given to the sisters, and after doubling the rewards, all of them will be taken to the city to be sold. "Su Feng, is this indeed Lian you're wearing?" Su Feng finally waited for these words. The village still has people who know what they are talking about. Bought it with the last buckskin and deer whip for money, and it's dressed like that. Upon hearing this, many people cast envious looks. Originally one of the poorest households in the village, now wearing even they are coveted indeed. How can not make people feel sad? To say that the one who regretted the most was Su Chang, who was still gloating yesterday that he had shared a hare without much effort. Today people directly hit a big sow of 400 pounds. How can a rabbit without a few pounds of meat compare with pork? Su Chang then a regret. Aunt Li asked him to come to eat pig-killing dishes. Do not have the heart to come. I can't believe I found you. The house is so busy. Don't be a goddamned fool, go inside and help. Siblings, you two help cut up a dish or something. Killing a large sow was a lot of work, and Shou Shan directly called Su Feng and the sisters in. You know, a lot of people who want to go in and help guard the mountain aren't allowed to, because you can't let people help for nothing. If more people went in, another pig wouldn't be enough to share. A large pot of water had been boiled and had begun to scald the pig's hair. The next step was to open up the belly, and the white fat was a sight to behold as soon as it was revealed. The heart and liver picked to take to boil pot of vegetables. Village mountains Suli see outside a lot of people. Do the Lord cut a piece of meat plus pig's blood. The rest is divided into 6 pieces, 1 for each family. There was nothing particularly valuable on the pig, and Shou Shan even gave Su Feng 4 pig's feet. Sibling is pregnant. Take it back and mend it. The other few didn't have much of an opinion. Anyway, pig's feet don't have much meat, might as well do a favor. Su Feng reached out and took it. He would always remember those who were kind to him. The cauldron of vegetables over there was already cooking, and the rich sauerkraut flavor emanated to make your mouth water. Once you uncover the pot, the big fat slices of meat floating on the noodles are really appetizing. Shui, you two bring the bowls over first. Aunt Sui Hua, the more she saw the sisters, the more she liked them. Her own grandchildren did not even bother to give them a big bowl. Then he gave another bowl to his daughter-in-law and grandson and told them to go sit in the house and eat. Shou Shan this will stand in the doorway and shouted, killing pig dish is ready. There are many people, we will first tightly old people and children to feast a bowl. A village is quite a lot of people. Everyone can share a bowl, that is impossible. Shou Shan this sentence, not a single person has an opinion. Killing pig Su Feng does not know how to do it, so he took a spoon to help Aunt Hohot beat the pig-killing dishes. Su Feng's hands were not ambiguous, and the bowl was full. The village people looked at the greatly changed Su Feng and sighed that it was really the return of the prodigal son. Thanks Su Feng. Widow Wang purposely went to Su Feng's place to line up to play, and sure enough, she was given a bowl full of them. This made Widow Wang think that Su Feng was thinking about her, not realizing that it was the same for whoever Su Feng was calling. After making a lot of noise and distributing a big pot of pig-killing vegetables, basically all the old people and children in the village shared a bowl. The next step was to take their own agricultural products for meat, and Su Feng found an opening to carry the pork on his back and take the sisters home. After returning home, Su Feng and his sisters had a hard time looking at the pork. One is a strolling egg who grew up uneducated, and the other 2 are even capitalist damsels. It was the first time I had such a large piece of meat in the house and didn't know what to do with it at all. Sure Shue, didn't you learn a few tricks from Wang Jun? Lin Shishue was a bit embarrassed to hear Su Feng say that. Those prey that Wang Jun had shot were all bloody. She didn't even dare to look at them. How could she possibly learn how to handle them? How about getting some help? As we were talking, the widow Wang next door came to the door of her own accord. Sis guessed that you guys wouldn't be able to handle it. Sister Su Feng will give you a demonstration once you look good. Widow Wang's father used to be a butcher, and Widow Wang learned a few tricks along with him when she was young. Although not proficient, it is not a problem to handle this piece of 60 pounds of meat. Shui, you go and cut this piece of fat into small pieces and wash it. Shui, you have the body to sit next to you and rest. After a few trips back and forth, the sisters became significantly closer to Widow Wang. Squat down and pick up a knife to first unload the ribs, followed by dividing the meat into evenly sized chunks. Su Feng, on the other hand, stood by the side to learn how Widow Wang handled the meat, but in the next second, his attention was sucked away by the white flowers, just in the summer Wang Widow's sweatshirt inside a light-colored bib, because of the squatting edge of the neckline directly open. Having had a baby is different, and you can even see. Su Feng, you go get the salt. Without warning, Widow Wang raised her head and happened to meet Su Feng's eyes, immediately reacted to the fact that this bastard was not looking at pork, but clearly looking at something else. Shui was right next to her, and as a passerby, Widow Wang didn't have much of a reaction to this. If you look at it, you don't lose a piece of meat. Meeting the eyes of the Widow Wang, being caught on the spot was embarrassing even for his thick skin. Oh, good. Su Feng went to the kitchen to bring the salt over, and Widow Wang had already straightened her collar, covering up all the spring light as much as possible. Make sure you apply the salt evenly. Just let that smoke in the kitchen. After curing the pork, Widow Wang proceeded to start boiling the lard. Add some water before boiling, so that the lard boils out without any fishy odor at all. It's true. The lard that has been boiled by Widow Wang's hands is snow white and snow white. The meat had also been salted and hung on the edge of the kitchen house, and when the last piece was hung, Shui spoke up and asked Widow Wang to take it back. Egu, how can this be a good thing? Last time I took your big white rabbit milk candies I was ashamed of my face. Widow Wang hurriedly excused herself, and after tearing her hair out with Lin Xie for a few rounds eventually accepted it. Then thank you Sister Shui. Ah, if there's anything you're too busy to do, feel free to come to me. This was the second time the Widow Wang had said this. At the same time, a beep sounded in Su Feng's head. At the same time, spend supplies for Lin Xie, Lin Shishui and Wang Xiuli to unlock a new function. Search, 8 times, 420 pounds of pork rewarded. Chapter 21 New feature. Widow Wang's family has a treasure. Search, giving something to Widow Wang would also double the reward was something Su Feng didn't expect. And even more so, he didn't expect that it would unlock new features. Couldn't it be that this search was something that would help Su Feng find prey faster on the mountain? Then wouldn't Su Feng become a professional mountain hunter? With a thought, a transparent map appeared in front of Su Feng, a bird's eye view of the Su clan village. There was a search button next to it, and Su Feng tapped it in vain, and the transparent map swayed like water waves. After 10 seconds of complete stillness, a small golden dot appeared out of nowhere on the transparent map. The location marked is none other than the Widow Wang's house next door. Search, search, search. Su Feng then reacted. This was the system's awakened function of searching for treasures, and this golden dot in the Widow Wang's house just had a great possibility that the Widow Wang's house has gold. It's even possible that even the Widow Wang herself doesn't know, or else how did she live in such a tight spot? Upon association, Su Feng recalled another old incident. In the past, Su Feng was not thinking of Wang Widow before playing with her man, and once when they drank together he let his mouth slip. Su Feng asked him what he did not do, how to be so generous. The shot returned, brother will tell you the truth. Brother, even if you do not go to the ground to dig, food can also be a lifetime of eating and drinking. At first, Su Feng thought that Gunny was bragging, but he didn't realize that he really had the goods at home. Looking at the current situation, I guess I'll eat the gun before I have a chance to talk to Widow Wang. Or maybe he didn't even think to talk to Wang Widow. In case this horse-forked bug took the gold bar and changed the crop, wouldn't he take his gold bar and eat and drink with other men? What are you thinking about? Feng, it's time to eat. Su Feng was thinking about whether or not to keep the gold bar for himself when his thoughts were interrupted by his daughter-in-law's voice. The sisters weren't much hungry, but the key was that Su Feng hadn't eaten breakfast. I had planned to dabble in a bowl of pig-killing food at the village headman's house, but when I saw that there were not enough old men and children in the village to share the food, thinking that he would have to share 60 or so pounds of meat in a while, Su Feng didn't serve himself. Lunch was hearty, rib soup with white bread. Looking at the white bread steamed by his sister-in-law, Su Feng always associated it with Widow Wang. If it wasn't for the system awakening the search function, that treasure probably wouldn't have seen the light of day for the rest of its life. It would be better to let Su Feng take over and then give back to Widow Wang. Wouldn't this be a win-win situation? Thought struck. The happy Su Feng ate 2 large white steamed buns and a large bowl of rib soup in one gulp. I have to say, I can't say enough about my sister-in-law's handiwork. Nutrition had also kept up during this time, and my sister-in-law was obviously quite a bit plumper than before. The vegetable color of her face disappeared and was replaced by a white, rosy color. Feng, you're embarrassing your sister. Hearing his daughter-in-law reminding Su Feng to come back to his senses. Just now while thinking about things and looking at his sister-in-law directly forgot about the time. On the contrary, Lin Shishue's face was obviously unnatural, and she almost nibbled her fingers when she gnawed on the steamed bun. Nonsense, daughter-in-law. Your man was just thinking about things, but sure Shue is much prettier than before. Su Feng's big grinning personality said whatever he wanted, and Lin Shishue's cheeks weren't that red. His face was so ashamed that he didn't eat his meal and carried the bowl back to the kitchen. Su Feng reached out and pinched his daughter-in-law's thigh. Even your man dares to flirt with you is not it. Clean you up after dinner. Feng, why don't you go clean up your sister? It's hard for you to keep suppressing it. Lin Shiyue could clearly feel that her own man hadn't enjoyed himself at all last time because he was worried about the child in her belly. Anyway, I'm going to spend the rest of my life with my sister, so it's okay to be early and late. The feelings aren't there yet. Don't worry about your man. What a silly girl. Su Feng reached out and rubbed his daughter-in-law's small head. It was really silly to pull his sister over to draw fire. Lin Shishue, who was in the kitchen, couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground when she heard the couple's words. Damn Nasan, you're so good to your sister. Rather than blaming her sister, Su Feng's words touched her. After dinner, the sisters skipped their nap and started cutting out clothes. Su Feng is still overestimating the sister's life skills, although she has learned but is not proficient in women's red, so good material cannot be cut blindly. In the end, they had to go to Widow Wang for advice, because it was a waste of time to cut clothes and bring the little kid along. Entering the door, Widow Wang didn't even look at Su Feng, as if the morning's peeking at her was as if it hadn't happened. Sister Xioli, take a look at how many dresses can be cut from this much material. Widow Wang took the material in Shiyue's hand and measured it with her hand, then measured the heights of the sisters and Su Feng. That's really good material. Su Feng, you're so generous. There's less material used for summer wear, and I've seen that I should be able to make 3 for adults and 1 for a child. Which country girl doesn't have this craft? Widow Wang is confident in her own craft, so naturally she won't talk nonsense. Really sis, that's just the thing to cut one for the little beaner too. Cutting clothes is not only time-consuming but also labor-intensive, so surely you can't make people work for nothing. Which how can it be? Sure, US sister. Sister has already taken advantage of you guys this morning. How can I still have the nerve to ask for another piece of clothing? Widow Wang didn't expect Shuriwei to be so generous, and the piece of meat she gave in the morning was enough to feed the two of them for a couple of meals. So what's the point of tailoring a dress? Sis, if you don't want it then I won't ask for your help. I might not be able to cut it all afternoon. It's too much trouble for you. Since people had said so, Widow Wang didn't refuse anymore. Say thank you sister. Shuriwei is not too old. And Widow Wang told little Doding to be sweeter and call out to her sister. Thank you, sister. You're so pretty. Although the little bean ding is a little thin, but the clothes and little face let Widow Wang pick up clean. A look at the Widow Wang is a love of clean life. Then I'll go back and bring the basket, with scissors and rulers and everything in it. Su Feng heard this as a good opportunity. I can't help. Sis, I'll go get it for you so you don't have to run back and forth. Hearing Su Feng take the initiative to make conversation, the Widow Wang's face flashed a trace of imperceptible unnaturalness. That's fine. It's hanging in the hall room where you can see it as soon as you enter the door. Knowing the exact location, Su Feng walked out of the courtyard with anticipation. The first time to open the map. Unfortunately, the search function can only be accurate to the Widow Wang's house. The rest will have to rely on their own to find. Walking through the courtyard door, Su Feng's first glance was to notice the small pants drying in the courtyard. Is it because of a few wide-eyed looks at her in the morning that woe leads to the east? No wonder Widow Wang's face flickered with a hint of unnaturalness when she heard Su Feng help her with the basket. Dare I say the reason was here. Why didn't the woman say no? Though, I'm afraid that answer can only be asked of the Widow Wang herself. Chapter 22, Stealing Pants. Entering the hall, Su Feng noticed the hanging small basket at a glance and removed it without much effort. Widow Wang's house wasn't that big, with one bedroom on each side of a hall, and the kitchen and toilet outside. Push open the door to a room containing a worthless miscellaneous item. Babies are usually kept in the bedroom. Su Feng closed the door and walked into the bedroom. With a quick glance, the entire bedroom came into view. The modest bed was hung with a mosquito net, and a closet of unknown wood sat next to it. The baby definitely won't be placed under the bed or in the cabinet, or else Widow Wang would have found out that it's still Su Feng's turn. Su Feng focused his attention on the wall and searched around without finding any loose bricks. It seems that you can only send the basket over and then sneak over to look for it. The Widow Wang is still waiting, and it is hard to stay long without suspecting that Jean is doing something bad. I'm sorry sis, I wasn't paying attention when I picked it up and tipped the basket over. When he came over, Su Feng made a good excuse to casually disorganize the basket of miscellaneous things. It's fine and can't be broken by falling. Just now after measuring the sisters. You stand well, sister, to measure the size. Teacher with a hand ruler to measure about the approximate Noah rough. Besides, the countryside do not make clothes so fine. Su Feng's hands were open, and Wang Widow's small hands were measured in a zigzag across the short sleeves. It was hard to keep Su Feng from imagining things when his fingers were pointing at his body. Although he couldn't smell the faint fragrance on Wang Widow's body, when he glanced down, his eyes were all filled with the beautiful scenery of a horizontal view, coupled with a woman's mature flavor. It is no wonder that she is so desirable. Perhaps noticing Su Feng's eyes, Widow Wang secretly twisted Su Feng's finger, knowing that the sisters could only endure in Su Feng. This was a revenge on Su Feng for hitting her. Su Feng can only say that he was wronged. The one who hit you is the one who was in the last life. And in this life Su Feng is completely measuring it with admiring eyes. I can't help much. Sure, Yuki, I'm going to bed. Although the sisters' flowers plus the women's mature flowers made the entire hall glow, Su Feng's mind was all on the treasures of Widow Wang's family. Going back to the bedroom and locking the door behind him, he softly flipped the window open and headed out of the yard. After scanning around and not seeing anyone, he was about to sneak into Widow Wang's house when he suddenly heard a movement in the yard. Could it be that there was someone else who knew about Widow Wang's family's treasure and had the same idea as him? The courtyard wall of Widow Wang's house was not high, and with Su Feng's tall son standing on tiptoe, he could even see a rough idea. After seeing the situation inside, Su Feng's face was as wonderful as it could be. The second son of Aunt Lee's family is tiptoeing around with a bamboo pole just about to steal pants. Good boy. He really has the demeanor of Su Feng back then. But that's not going to work. Widow Wang knows he was here today. If this kid steals it, then Widow Wang will definitely suspect him. Tut. Su Feng cupped his voice and uttered a sound that directly scared the bamboo pole out of that little thief's hand. When he came back to his senses, he picked up the bamboo pole and ran. This belly still steals the widow's pants. At ease in the quilt tinkering with needlework, Su Feng took the opportunity to slip away, closing the door behind him in the process. Quickly slipping into the bedroom, he ignored all the conspicuous places and specialized in the nooks and crannies. Turned Su Feng sweating, and even know clearly that the Widow Wang has a few bibs how many deposits, but just do not see the shadow of the baby. Is it hard to be in another room? Su Feng then rummaged through the hall and the room where the miscellaneous items were kept, but he just couldn't find any valuable treasures. Undeterred, Su Feng went to the kitchen and the toilet to take another look, and still didn't have much to show for it. Open the map. Su Feng tried to click on the search once more, but there was no response at all. Good lord, not only does this thing limit the number of times, but the positioning is so inaccurate. Isn't this just to make Su Feng's heart itch? It seems one can only give up for now and reassure oneself that a baby wouldn't be a baby if it was that easy to get. Unwillingly Su Feng had to roll back to his room through the window, and after not sleeping last night plus being busy all morning, he was snoring a little while later. The two sisters in the hall are studying well with Widow Wang and can't do much to help. By the looks of it, making 4 dresses will be another day tomorrow. Feng, get up and eat. It was busy until the evening, when Shuriyue kept the mother and son for dinner. Lin Shishue, on the other hand, warmed up the pork chop soup at noon, and the white flour steamed buns were just left for one person, for fear of not having enough to eat and paste some corn cakes. Su Feng had been thinking about the baby during the meal, and his gaze fell uncontrollably on Widow Wang's body. Where in the world would this gun-toting house just so big hide a treasure? The sisters, having learned from their previous experience at noon, knew that their man was thinking about things, and was probably thinking about how to pay off Shurshue's debt, so it didn't even look the other way. There was just heartache. But Widow Wang didn't know. She thought the man had no scruples at home already. I thought it was getting better, but it's true that dogs can't change. Although the rib soup is very, but the Widow Wang is really embarrassed to sit at the table to serve another bowl, drink it and carry her son back. On the way, I was guessing that the little pants drying in the yard could have been lost, and luckily the man wasn't that hungry. The viewpoint returns to Su Feng's house. Su Feng finished nibbling the steamed bun in his hand before he noticed that the carved Widow Wang had already gone back. And so much rib soup. How do people go back? Now the sisters were completely convinced that Su Feng wasn't looking at Wang Widow. After dinner, there was a big thing to face, and that was Su Feng sleeping in that house tonight. After Shurshue cleaned the bowl, she went back to her room to sleep without even washing her feet, afraid that someone would follow her in. Su Feng was dumbfounded. It hadn't gotten to that point yet. Su Feng wouldn't force his way in. After washing his daughter-in-law's fragrant and soft little feet, he carried them back to his room to rest as soon as he could. Su Feng wasn't that hungry, and gently wrapped his arms around his daughter-in-law for a veggie nap. Slept all afternoon now and not sleepy and put my hand on the baby's ration thinking about baby. The pork was cured and there wasn't a reason to go to town and sell the reward meat. If we could find Widow Wang's family's treasure, that would be the most important thing right now. Shiryue's heart ached for her own man and took a small fan to gently fan away the man's exhaustion. Feng, are you thinking about the money owed? Shiryue next door heard the commotion and immediately put her ears up to listen. Su Feng shook his head. Don't worry, daughter-in-law. Just that little bit of money your man hasn't put on his mind. Although Su Feng spoke in a very soft manner, Shiryue was not stupid and knew that her own man did not want their sisters to share the pressure. Lin Shishue was still listening to her sister chatting about serious matters. How could she listen and make people blush so much? Damn girl, you don't know shame for being so loud. This night, Lin Shishue was afraid that she wouldn't want to fall asleep easily. Chapter 23, Encountering the Chin Sisters. The sun had already climbed over the mountains, and the sisters had a simple morning meal of a bowl of bush porridge and a hard-boiled egg. Su Feng was still asleep, and Shiryue kept his bowl warm in a pot. Wang Xiuli brought Duding over to cut the clothes and put new clothes on her son earlier. Is Su Feng home? As he was busy, he heard the shouts of the guardian of the mountain outside the courtyard. It was inconvenient for Shiryue to get up with her body, so Shiryue got up and knocked on the door to wake Su Feng up. Get up, Su Feng. Shou Shan is calling you outside. Shiryue knocked on the door several times without hearing a response, and Shiryue asked her sister to push the door open and call him. Anyway, it was broad daylight, and Shiryue didn't think much of pushing the door open. What met his eyes was Su Feng lying on a somewhat worn-out cooler with his eyes closed and a thin quilt covering his stomach. The furnishings in the room were also very simple, meaning that it was to be nothing, and this was the first time Shiryue had entered this room. Sight swept uncontrollably downward, pestling there as if he'd pitched a tent. Shiryue stole a glance, and her entire pretty face reddened with labor. I can't help but think that it's no wonder my sister's voice was so loud last night. Forcing back her shyness, Shiryue shook Su Feng's shoulders a few times. Get up, Su Feng. Su Shoshan is calling you outside the door. Su Feng didn't have much of a wake-up call, but he just didn't expect that the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Shiryue. Seeing that it woke Su Feng up, Shiryue adjusted her breathing before going out. All of Shiryue's attention was on Wang Xiuli's hands, and she didn't notice her sister's abnormality. Rather, Wang Xiuli saw the flushed face of Shishue at a glance. As a person who has been there, she is very clear what the situation is. By the looks of it, the asshole kid hasn't had his fill of such a beautiful sister-in-law. Seeing Shiryue's blush, it looks like this asshole has a lot of money. Widow Wang's mind was thinking about 7 or 8 things, and she didn't pay attention to the needle stabbing into her finger. Is everything okay, Xiuli sis? Widow Wang waved her hand to indicate that she was fine, which made Su Feng suffer. Having just weakened her aura, Widow Wang almost woke up with this call. Getting dressed and striding out the door, Shozan was getting tired of waiting. Getting out of bed is such a drag. Nothing to do today. Going down to the river to catch fish? Once Su Feng heard that it was such a fun thing to do, then he had to go. Back in the day, he was a well-known prodigal striper in the village, not to mention his fish-finding skills. Anyway, as long as it's a sideline, the uneducated are the most proficient. Then hurry back and have a bowl of rice and meat at the west end of the village. Shozan didn't linger too long after that, and had to go greet his next little friend. Su Feng went back to the house to the kitchen, hot bud porridge, a mouthful of drink. The egg 3 times, a casual peel, a bite into the mouth. Daughter-in-law, you guys at home slowly kara. Shou Shan shouted me to go down to the river together to touch the fish. When I come back we eat fish. Seeing Su Feng's excitement, Shiryue didn't say anything but just urged to pay attention to safety. As long as you're playing with the village chief's son, it's impossible to learn anything bad. A small river just flowed between the Su and Qin villages, or it could be said that it was this river that divided the territory of the 2 villages. Su Feng was not the last to arrive at the west end of the village, and after waiting for a while, a group of 7 or 8 big boys rushed to the river together. In addition to those who often go up the mountain together, there are 2 young men from the same village who play well together. The atmosphere on the road was very active. Shoshan first opened the conversation. Jin Jun, 60 pounds of pork all as a bride price. This can always get a daughter-in-law, right? Okay is okay, brother Shoshan, although I can change my daughter-in-law, but I let my mother-in-law and brother-in-law eat all the meat. Who doesn't crave pork these days? Jian Jun is right. If you meet a ruthless mother-in-law, I'm afraid the bride won't be able to eat a piece of meat. Why don't you just marry your mother-in-law? Su Feng's phrase of divine inspiration made the together sub-people's stomachs hurt from laughing. Ha ha ha, that's a good taste, you kid. God TM, marrying the mother-in-law. How can a group of big lads have a good chat if they're not driving? Brother Shou Shan, when are we going up the mountain to slaughter that big boar? We can't give all the meat to our mother-in-law and brother-in-law, and we can't let the daughter-in-law we married not have a bite of meat to eat. The man who said this was a young man who had gone up to the mountains together to hunt. and had likewise taken a fancy to the same. Shou Shan looked up at the sun. Although his daughter-in-law children have, but last year's New Year's Eve did not give his daughter-in-law to pull a new dress. Shou Shan thinking about it all feel indebted. The moon is expected to be full tonight, so let's strike while the iron is hot. Brothers, when Shou Shan said that, it was bound to be a bloody night. Talking about the river without realizing it. The sun wasn't shining much at this time of year, and a number of small daughters-in-law could be seen washing clothes by the river. The one washing on his side is the young daughter-in-law of his own village, and the one washing on the opposite side is naturally the young daughter-in-law of Qin's village. This caused Su Feng to wonder if this was a visit to touch fish or to see his little daughter-in-law. Su Feng fixed clear a look. Did not expect the yellow blossom girl Qin Huai Ru on the opposite side of the laundry, next to the 7 grown up like it is her cousin Qin Jingru, closer to the river. Qin Huai Ru's exaggerated sack of grain trembled because she was bending over to wash her clothes. Sure enough, it wasn't for nothing that only Qin Huai Ru from the Qin family village was able to marry into the city. The other big lad's eyes were surprisingly consistent with Su Feng's, all of them on Qin Huai Ru. They were too embarrassed to stare, though, and only occasionally glanced at it as if they didn't care. Shou Shan, when you touch a big fish later you can share one with me. The one who spoke didn't know who was the youngest daughter-in-law in his village, and Shou Shan surely knew her. I'm not giving it to you, or brother I mean will think I'm thinking of his daughter-in-law. Shou Shan's reply made the little daughter-in-law who was washing the clothes tremble with joy. What can you do if you just miss it? I mean he doesn't use it sometimes anyway. Good man. I mean's daughter-in-law is really bold in her words. Then forget it, my daughter-in-law won't listen to me. Ha ha ha. Another round of laughter. The other big boys envied brother Shou Shan for chatting with these little daughters-in-law. Unlike them who were all like fledglings and blushed when they talked to people's little daughters-in-law. Su Feng, on the other hand, did not recognize it, or else he would not go down today without making this little daughter-in-law blush. After a few words, the big lad started showing off his body, leaving only a large pair of pants. He plunged straight into the water with a jerk. The river distance was not too wide, and there were 2 young guys who passed by in a while and came over in a while, just to attract Qin Huai Ru's attention. Su Feng shook his head and smiled, not saying anything. The goal of the girl is to marry a man from the city. And with all the poor young men in this group, it's completely useless to brush up on this kind of existence. Chapter 24, Qin Huai Ru, stay away from that man. Almost touching fish for more than 2 hours. A group of big boys' 2 hours attention is feared to be on the Qin sisters. People clothes are almost finished washing, and no one dares to go up to talk or something. Thinking about giving away a fish or something. With all the attention on the sisters, you can touch a load of fish. Seeing that the Qin sisters were going back after washing their clothes, one and all of them didn't even find it interesting to touch the fish. On the contrary, Su Feng and Shou Shan used a net to fish out a small half-barrel with even a touch. The small ones are a little smaller than the palm of your hand, and the big ones are a pound or 2. This sun is too sunny. We should go back. Take a good rest in the afternoon, we'll go up the mountain at night. Shaozan shouted, and one of them followed suit and rose to the water. With this much sun, it takes a while to dry off. It wasn't a wasted trip this morning, at least it was an eyeful. One of them is as goose-stepping as the eyes are about to grow on others to say a word do not dare. If they're all like you, what's the point of finding a ing daughter-in-law? Shou Shan was considered the leading elder brother of this group, so he could naturally see through them. Hearing brother Shou Shan's words, each face was bashful. Then the Qin sisters, you don't waste your minds. 2 years ago I went to the Qin village to play. I heard that the human girl wanted to marry a city man. It was also considered that they went up the mountain to hunt and down the river to touch the fish together. Su Feng kindly reminded. Did you hear what Su Feng said? You can't find a daughter-in-law just by looking at how she looks. You have to look at your own qualifications first. Sis, do you recognize the tallest man? Not only were the older lads sizing up the sisters, but the sisters were sizing up the group of older lads. But it was just a matter of curiosity. The next village could be even poorer than their Qin village. That Su Feng is a famous egg shopper. You girl want to marry so soon? In Qin Huairu's eyes, those who can play with Qin Jinghua are not good people. The fact that Qin Jinghua was imprisoned for looking for a half-covered door some time ago is further proof of this. I heard that Qin's father spent all the family savings, not to mention failing to bail the person out, or sentenced to 3 months. No sis, that man can be quite a bit more handsome than the other conspicuous bags. This one didn't have to be sprayed. Su Feng's face value and height were completely at the top of the group, and it wasn't hard to blame Qin Jingru for noticing him. Good looks can be a meal. Sis warns you to stay away from the men of Qinjia village, especially that Su Feng, daughter-in-law. I'm home. Walking to the doorway, Su Feng shouted. The sisters and widow Wang simultaneously put down the needlework in their hands. Sister Shuriwei, then I'll go back first. I'll come back to help after dinner. Widow Wang took advantage of a lot of cheap but also embarrassed to continue to stay here to eat. Very eye-catching to get up to take the child back. Sister Wang, what are you doing? Eat fish together at lunch anyway, it doesn't cost anything. Su Feng carried the fish bucket to the hall and opened his mouth to retain Widow Wang. After all, it's okay to eat a few fish when you're thinking about the big baby in someone's house. Right, Sister Xioli? Then if you don't want to eat, it's fine. I'll have Feng load you up with a few fish to take back. People husband and wife have said so. Wang Xioli also did not insist on going back. Cheeky is cheeky. It's all worth it as long as you can get your kids to eat meat and grow. That's fine. Then I'll let you all try your sister's handiwork at lunch today. Widow Wang took the fish from Su Feng and went to handle it with Shishue. In the past, it was Su Feng who burned the stove and Shishue who cooked the food. But today it was Shishue who burned the stove and Widow Wang who cooked the food. Handle the small and large fish well, and put the small ones directly into the frying pan to crisp up all the spines. The big ones are not eaten any other way in the countryside. They are simply braised and stewed. Coupled with Su Feng's strong request for hand-rolled noodles, Widow Wang even pulled out her own expert kneading skills. For lunch, 1 fried minnow, 1 braised fish and 1 carp soup. 1 fishes for another bowl of hand-rolled noodles over cool water, and 1 eats it all up. Widow Wang's eyes reddened as she ate, not because she was stuck by the fish spines, but because she remembered the hard times she had lived in these years. The last time I dabbled in meat was I don't know when, and the last 2 days of frequent meat consumption were entirely due to the man in front of me. Widow Wang was thinking that if her man hadn't been such an asshole, her life wouldn't have been so miserable. After eating, Su Feng explained to his daughter-in-law and went back to his room to catch up on his sleep. Wake up and have a simple meal, and meet at the west end of the village in time for darkness. There was no explanation for guarding the mountain this time. Su Feng had already accumulated quite a bit of experience after going up the mountain with them a few times. There was one piece of bad news though. Shaozan also only had 6 bullets left. Wild boars can be much tougher than sows. These 6 bullets in the mountains really do not necessarily kill wild boars. It's not every time you can be so lucky and stand and let someone take aim. Go into the mountains. With 6 men and 4 hounds in full gear, tonight was bound to be a big night. Skipped the first 2 hours of going deeper into the woods and couldn't touch much on the periphery. This time, the mountain guard deliberately avoided the scope of activity of the blind bear. This roundabout is an hour past. Then I went to the place where I had killed the sow 2 days before to try my luck. But unfortunately I didn't even see the boar's shadow. Scratch that. Last time I got lucky and ran into boar. I guess that wild boar was also frightened and headed for the forest. We really can't find it. One by one, half of their physical strength was gone and they didn't see any harvest, so they couldn't help scratching their ears. If we don't get anything tonight, it'll be harder to find after tomorrow when the moon isn't as bright. Su Feng took his chances to turn the map on, and the data button still showed dim. Who knows when this stuff refreshes, so try clicking on it when it's about 12 o'clock. Shaozan continued to go deeper with his team, and I don't know how long it took, but the moon hung high overhead anyway. Su Feng experimentally opened the map up once more, and this time it didn't disappoint him. The search button lights up. That means this thing can only be used once a day at the moment. Click the button and the map once again ripples like a wave of water. After 10 seconds have passed, the map shows 2 distinct bright spots. One red, the other green. What does that mean? The 2 highlights aren't far from each other, but it's safe to say that these are 2 different babies. Brother Shoshan, why do I feel something moving over there? Let's go take a look. Su Feng pulled a random excuse and brought the team over in the direction of the red dot. Okay, it's an aimless search anyway, going in either direction. Then walked for almost half an hour more. Then looked at the map. That red dot was not far away. As expected, the sharp-eyed Jin Jun was the first to notice a movement in front of him. It's the tusked pig. Chapter 25, Chief of Anal Medicine. Centennial Ginseng. Su Feng had actually found out even earlier than Jin Jun. It wasn't just the map, but in Su Feng's eyes, there was a faint layer of red light on the tusked pig's body. If it weren't for the deep forest covering the moonlight, one wouldn't even be able to see the red layer very clearly. Wouldn't that mean that anything marked by the map would carry an exclusive halo? What a lampshade. Widow Wan's family's treasure. Su Feng still purposely picks broad daylight to find it. And now you're telling me I can find it by pulling the curtains closed? It didn't matter if he could hunt a boar tonight. Su Feng had already found the biggest reward. Shoshan didn't notice the change on Su Feng's face. His entire attention was on the tusked pig. Unfortunately, the boar's head was on the other side, making it difficult to inflict a mortal wound if you hit the butt. Such a close distance may be discovered by this if you change your position again. There was no time for Shoshan to think about it. Steadily lifting his muzzle towards the boar's most vulnerable spot, pinged a shot. That's right, it's a large intestine head. Other places have armor. Not this place, right? Ah! The gunshot was accompanied by a dismal scream that rang out almost the next instant. The sound was so loud that it woke up all the sleeping birds in the neighborhood. the power of the Hanyang manufacture was not small in the first place, and the use of rigidity to overcome weakness could even hurt this pig alive. Chase, watch out for this dying counterattack. Today, even if we will consume this boar to death. Archer Jianjun also began to draw his bow at this time, and hit a small piglet with 3 arrows. Avoid the little piggies thinking about mom and dad and just take them all in one pot today. The hound sniffs blood and scurries into the woods. The breach is open, and today it has to be the head of the anorectal department. After about a quarter of an hour's chase, the hound had tangled with the tusked hog. Only 3 of the 5 cubs were also slaughtered, leaving 2 missing pigs. As long as the big guy can't get away, everything else is trivial. The tusked pig is much more resilient and there is no way to take it down with just 3 hounds. Once again, Shozan brought his gun up to his head, and 2 of the 3 shots fell short, and 1 hit him in the stomach. For one thing, he didn't dare to get too close, and for another, the tusked pig was struggling madly and was not easy to aim at. The side of the Jianjun see this situation is a little anxious. Cannot let the daughter-in-law eat meat depends on this boar. Tonight said the sky cannot let it run away. Couldn't help but close the distance to draw his bow and arrow to see if he could pierce the boar's eye. How could such a small target be so easy to hit? But instead, it provoked the boar to fight back from the brink of death. With that, he dropped tangling with the hound and pounced directly towards Jianjun. Look out! If he let the boar charge at him, Jianjun would not even be able to save his little life. Shou Shan immediately shouted out a reminder while firing his last 2 rounds, as if he didn't want to die. The tusked pig was going to trade 1 for 1 with Jianjun even against the bullets. If a shooter gets close to a piggyback, you can imagine the consequences. Although Jianjun's reaction was quick, dropping what he was holding and rushing to run, in where he could not outrun the tusked pig that was going to fight him to the death. Just a sprint that sent Kenjun flying right off the top. Luckily, the fangs didn't go in this time, or else he would have been killed directly on the spot. But the tusked pig wouldn't let Jianjun off so easily, and made another savage charge. If this blow hit the ground, Jianjun was afraid that he would die 10 deaths. With such an exciting scene, Su Feng didn't know why his adrenaline was spiking. Carrying the firewood knife, he ran straight over, and when he saw the right moment, he slashed hard on the tusked pig's head. If you cut to the tusked pig to die, you can't cut to him to die. Luckily, Goddess of Fortune took care of Su Feng this time, and the firewood knife was viciously jammed inside the tusked pig's head. It was already strong, and the blow completely cut the boar into brain death. The massive body collapsed with a loud thud next to Jianjun. And then together the subhumans smelled a whiff of urine. None of the jokes. Between life and death their reaction is not even as good as that of the Jianjun yet. Su Feng, I owe you my life. Lying on the ground, Tip was panting heavily, and that hit just now was definitely not good for the internal organs. Su Feng waved his hand. Is everything alright? It's fine. Just a little chest pain from this hit. Jianjun is also a real man. Clothes are torn all over, the body is bruised. The result is a simple sentence, a little chest pain. Jianjun is also glad that he listened to Shou Shan's words at the beginning. If he didn't insist on being injured, I'm afraid that next year's today will be the anniversary of his death. Shou Shan hurriedly took a closer look and was relieved to see that it was only some superficial wounds. Country boy, this injury is nothing. The next step is to bleed a dragon. Shou Shan tried to pull out the knife stuck in the pig bone. The whole body veins rippled and froze, cannot shake half a point. I can't imagine just how much strength this Su Feng fellow has. It wasn't a bad call to ask him to come along for the ride up the hill, plus 3 small boar cubs, each weighing at least 50 or 60 pounds. It added up to at least 800 pounds, and they definitely couldn't get it down the mountain with just the 6 of them, not to mention the injured one. Run quickly back to the village and call the men, and try to carry the pig back before dark. Shou Shan picked 2 fast ones and called some more people down the hill to carry the pigs. Although the tusked pig's blood odor is very heavy, but this nearby area is estimated to be the tusked pig's active territory. There will not be other large-scale. Su Feng stayed where he was with nothing to do, and that green dot was still on his mind. Waiting for people to come and go this time is estimated to be at least 2 o'clock. Su Feng is just the right time to go and take a look at what that green dot is. Brother Shou Shan, I'll go around the neighborhood to see if there's any ginseng or something. Last time I went to sell pigs, people asked me if I had any ginseng. Su Feng's reasoning was very appropriate. There was really ginseng in the forest in the past. However, in the past few years, it has been cleaned out by those mountain hunters, and it is hard to come across ginseng of any vintage. If that stuff was that easy to find, our village wouldn't be so poor. Then don't go far. The woods are a lot more dangerous than you think. Shou Shan still believed in Su Feng's formidable fighting ability. As long as he didn't run far, basically nothing happened. Su Feng answered and walked directly towards the green dot without acting. The green dot on the map hasn't moved since it was detected, so it's definitely not anything. When he disappeared within the crowd's line of sight, Su Feng directly accelerated and ran over. As I saw that I was getting closer to the green dot, a small cliff suddenly appeared in front of me, and as the map was clearly marked, the green dot was at Su Feng's feet. The cliff wasn't too high, and Su Feng slowly slid down by grabbing onto the branches. Scanning around, it was obvious to see a little faint green light in the gloom. Su Feng adjusted his perspective and couldn't help but see the baby's eyes widen behind the stone. 1, 2, 3, 6. Su Feng's hands began to tremble when he counted to 6. This was a 6th grade leaf. Extremely rare to see centennial ginseng. Chapter 26, Scaling the Widow's Yard Wall at Night? Thanks to Azure Dougie, almost all of the centennial ginseng you can see on the market is fake, and this is something that can be passed down as a family heirloom. Not to mention its extremely high value. If you fall on hard times you can turn right around with this ginseng. Even when it comes down to it, this stuff is a real lifesaver. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, now was definitely not the best time to pick ginseng. It would be a waste to break a ginseng without any tools at hand. The less people know about this stuff, the better. Recovering the scene and adjusting his emotions, Su Feng returned to the team. So what? You didn't even touch a ginseng leaf, did you? Seeing Su Feng come back after wandering around, Shou Shan couldn't help but flirt with him. I was the one who took it for granted and almost stepped in when I didn't find it. Ha ha ha. The hiccups passed, and after almost a wait and a half people were finally brought back up the hill. Those who came were their own brothers, and saw the big boar lying on the ground and circled around in excitement. You guys are really good. This thing can fight as well as a blind bear. No wonder they were told to go up the mountain together. This big bodiless really can't lift down the mountain. Who's so fierce that they're about to cut this boar's head in half? Who doesn't know that a pig's skull is the hardest? And the people who came marveled even more at how many of them fought. Hearing the Shou Shan, several put their eyes on Su Feng. Looking at his big 1-meter-8 man really cannot be convinced. No more talk. Hurry up and carry the pig down the hill while it's fresh. The 3 somewhat smaller ones each carried a piglet, and all the rest carried tusked pigs. It was almost tossed until the sky was numb and bright before the tusked pig was carried down the hill. This time, because of the different location up the mountain, taking the nearest road goes through the village of Qinjia. This time not only the people of Sujia village knew that Shou Shan and their sons together had shot a big boar of 600 or 700 pounds, but the next door Qinjia village also heard the news. This one is hilarious. When the village chief got the letter, he directly supported 2 big pots in his house. This time it's no longer just a pig-killing dinner. It's just the right time to give these boys a date. When Su Feng took the sisters to the village chief's house, the guy was filled with people inside and outside. The house was busy and the villagers outside were waiting hungrily. At that moment, Shou Shan stepped forward. Folks, look at the 4 big boys standing next to me. As you all know, last night we shot a big boar of 600 or 700 pounds. That means that each of these 4 little dudes can share at least 100 pounds. So whether it's from our Su clan village or the next door Qin clan village, anyone who has their eye on these 4 handsome boys will directly lead them away. Shou Shan is also very eloquent. Directly into a blind date meeting. Villagers heard that this time to score 100 pounds of meat. There are really a lot of families with daughters to be married to the parents of the heart. Shou Shan, I'll live separately from my man here. See if you can lead a handsome boy? I mean's daughter-in-law speaks boldly no matter what the occasion is. And usually the common people don't really dare to speak like this. Ha ha ha, that's not good. That's you wanting a big boy. I think you're thinking of 100 pounds of meat. This back and forth conversation had the 2 villages laughing. What's wrong with that? It's all about living your life with whoever you want anyway. As soon as I mean's daughter-in-law's words fell, curses immediately rang out from the crowd. Li Xiuhua, if I don't clean you up today I won't be surnamed Su. Needless to ask, the one who said that must be I mean. Then the couple wrestled, giving the people of both villages a good laugh. This couple is simply the living treasure of Sujia village, and it's simply too much of a show. Okay, 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 okay. Seriously, come up and meet our boys if you like them. Can't say how good or nice our lads are, but definitely every one of them loves their daughters-in-law. If anything goes wrong, just come to me. They all grew up together with bare asses, and Shou Shan dared to make that promise. Not to mention, it's not a waste of time to make a couple. The pig-killing dishes are ready. The old people and children go in first to feast. There was a shout from inside, and no one was left to see what was going on. Taking the bowls in their hands and pushing their way into the yard. I've boiled 2 big pots today. Don't crowd them all. Sis, I heard that the next village shot a big boar of 600 or 700 pounds. A lot of people in our village have gone to eat pork dishes. Why don't we go too? Xin Jingru, Likewise, a big greedy girl with a twisted braid came to her cousin for a date to go over and play together. It's all just some piggy bank, and besides, that many people isn't enough to share. Shin Hwai-ru kind of didn't want to go. That kind of place was definitely crowded, and didn't like the feeling that everyone around her was staring at her, which is not Ah sister. I heard that boiled 2 big pots, and I heard that the mayor of the human Su family village is very generous. Shin Hwai-ru was so worn down by her cousin that she could only agree to go over and join in the fun. Su Feng sighed to help fight food. This time there are many people. Su Feng is not like the last time to give everyone a full fight. Otherwise the back of the queue did not have to eat. Is this young man seeing anyone? The people in the next village don't know Su Feng. And the lady in the queue for the pig-killing dishes sees this big young man as a decent-looking guy with a straight face. Auntie, this young man is not to be missed. He already has a daughter-in-law. Shou Shan smiled and explained, unable to help but think in his heart. Turns out it's not that it's hard to find a daughter-in-law. It's that it's only hard for a few of them. After wasting a lot of words just now, only one of them is interested, and it is not certain whether it will be a success or not in the end. Su Feng, where's your daughter-in-law? The speaker was Widow Wang, who had led her son to line up here with Su Feng on purpose. It's in the house, Sister Wang. I'll get some more for your mom and dad. Go inside and find them to eat together. As soon as he saw Wang Widow, Su Feng thought of her family's big baby, and although it was close at hand, it always felt like it was far away. You can't go over the wall of the widow's yard while it's dark. If you get caught, then Su Feng will probably become the laughingstock of the village. Anyway, that baby's just sitting there, taking its time to find an opportunity. After a moment's effort came to an end, Su Feng noticed the 2 Qin sisters at a glance. Chapter 27, looking for a treasure over the wall of Widow Wang's house. All comers are guests. No matter which village, Su Feng hit the same amount. After all, the 2 villages were so close together that they would certainly help each other with any difficulties. When it was about to be the Qin sisters' turn, Jianjun came over and said that Su Feng should rest for a while and take his place, knowing what this kid was playing at. But Su Feng didn't refuse. Getting a woman you like definitely doesn't depend on just being nice to her. Rather, they are attracted by their own charm, as they have been since the beginning of time. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many big-name lickspittles throughout the ages. Su Feng was happy to be free, and gave himself a bowl of pig-killing vegetables to take back to the house to eat. After this side was finished, Su Feng borrowed a cart to push the 100 or so pounds of pork home, then will roughly divide it into pieces and take it to town tomorrow to sell it to Scar. Of course, there is no less a program. At noon, cut a piece of tenderloin for the sisters and the Widow Wang fried to eat. The clothes weren't finished cutting, and Widow Wang was used to Shi Yue's enthusiasm. To Lin Xie, Lin Shishue and Wang Sholi for consuming pork, doubling the reward of 10 pounds. Hearing the system tone, Su Feng was dumbfounded. 100 pounds of pork doubled to reward 10 pounds? You're doubling that by 0.1. After thinking about it, Su Feng figured out that it would only be doubled if it was consumed, and the rest of the pork that he was going to take to sell would definitely not be doubled. Unable to jam the system bug, Su Feng honestly took the 100 pounds of meat and the 420 pounds from the last reward and sold them. It's not a small amount of money either, but the buses into the city have long since left today, so if you want to go into the city, you'll have to wait until tomorrow to get up early. There's no hurry. It's not a big deal to leave such fresh meat in a cool place overnight. I was busy until almost dark, and the 4 dresses were made in one piece. Sister Shioli, you're so handy. Shuriwa let Su Feng go back to the house to change his clothes, and wore them in a really good size. This is nothing. In the future, if there is such a thing, just go directly to my sister. It's almost dark, so sis is going back. If he stayed for dinner at this hour, he would probably be home late, so Shuriwa didn't stay. Widow Wang put the tools back into the basket and went happily back to her house with a new garment. After dinner here, the sisters went to their respective rooms to rest. Su Feng was catching up on his sleep in the afternoon, and he didn't feel sleepy even after lying in bed and putting his daughter-in-law to bed. There wasn't much entertainment at night, and as soon as he closed his eyes, Su Feng's head was all about the big baby in Widow Wang's house. Tonight, as Shou Shan guessed, there is almost no moonlight, and you can't see anything outside in the dark. I'm not sure what kind of big baby the Widow Wang's family has, but Su Feng's heart is itching to think about it. Why don't we take advantage of tonight and go for a slip? The heart couldn't help but sprout, and then grew into a heavenly tree, completely devouring Su Feng's sanity. Say it and do it. Anyway, Su Feng doesn't have a good reputation in the village, and it's not as bad as the incident of climbing over the widow's door at night. Plus, if you're careful, maybe it won't get out. Tiptoeing around his daughter-in-law, who was wrapped around him as if she were an octopus, Su Feng directly tumbled out of the open ventilated window, not to the point where you can't see your fingers, but basically you can't see anything. That's how the countryside was in those days. Basically no electric lights. Even if there were kerosene lamps, not many families were willing to light them, and they climbed onto the bed as soon as it got dark. I was about to touch the courtyard wall of Widow Wang's house when I had a vague feeling that someone was lying on top of it. Since binding the system, Su Feng clearly felt that his five senses had significantly improved. Wide-eyed look carefully. Look at that figure, is not the last time to steal pants that kid. What a fool. What can a widow see when she's sleeping in the house and climbs over the wall? Are you waiting for the widow to get up and then take a peek to satisfy your voyeurism? Su Feng bent down and touched a stone on the ground and threw it with force towards the person lying on the wall. Immediately after that, a dull voice rang out, directly scaring the second son of Aunt Lee's family to the point of falling on his buttocks. Hurriedly, he climbed up and ignored the dust on his clothes and spread his feet and slipped away. The kid bumps into him every time he comes over, and I don't know how many times he's peeked. Next it was time for Su Feng to climb over the wall of the widow's courtyard. But the two men came over for completely different purposes. After flipping in and scanning around, he didn't find the bright light he was looking for. By the looks of it, the big baby must be hiding in the house. Entering through the front door was nearly impossible, and the creak of the open wooden door was enough to wake the sleeping man. Fortunately, Wang Widow's household type Su Feng understood clearly the last time he came over, and flipping in through the window would not make too much noise. It's hot, and no home sleeps with the windows closed at night, giving the little thieves a chance to take advantage of the situation. Su Feng tiptoed over inside, and the first thing he noticed was that there was a faint golden light on the beams of the room. This guy who got shot at is really good at hiding. This location is visible when you look up, but no one will notice. No wonder the old patriarchs left behind the word beamer. Feelings are just that. Su Feng gently stepped on the cabinet, a tiptoe just able to touch it. Cold to the touch like touching iron. No need to think it's a small yellowtail. Su Feng's heart began to beat faster when he associated it with this word. A small yellowtail for $500, where the average person has that. And from the feel of it just now, it wasn't all small yellowtail. There were big ones. Scent. Now that's a real horse that doesn't get fat at night. It was too late to count how many pieces there were, and a handful of them were all placed inside the system space, as many as they could grab. Who? Widow Wang suddenly shouted in a low voice, startling Su Feng so much that he almost fell off the cabinet. There was obviously still a bright light of pale gold on the beams of the room, but Su Feng no longer had the chance to grab a second handful. It wasn't that Su Feng had made a commotion, but just now the commotion of Aunt Lee's second son's buttocks squatting had woken up Widow Wang. Therefore, although the sound of Su Feng rolling in the window was small, in the ears of Widow Wang, who was pretending to be asleep, it was like a shocking wave. Unfortunately, it was dark and Widow Wang wasn't able to see who had tumbled in or what they were doing. I'll pretend nothing happened if you go out now, and if I yell, the whole village can hear me. Widow Wang spoke in a tone that was as cold as it could be, not giving the visitor a single chance to reverie at all. Su Feng knew that Widow Wang didn't know who she was or what she had come in to do, since it woke people up. It's just a matter of coming clean. Sis, it's me. Hearing that it was Su Feng's voice, Widow Wang was rather less surprised. She also knew that the other people in the village missed her, but each one of them was as timid as a mouse. They could only hide in the shadows and take a peek, not daring to take action at all. But there was only one man exception. Su Feng had the guts. Chapter 28. Where are you touching your hand? The two sisters in your family are both better looking than sis. Why did you do such a thing? Su Feng? Knowing that it was Su Feng, Wang Widow did not panic. She expected that Su Feng did not dare to force it. Sis, you're mistaken. I'm here to bring you meat. Anyway, it was dark and Widow Wang couldn't see anything, so Su Feng directly took 50 pounds of meat out of the system space. It was also sort of an impromptu idea after touching a small yellowtail and being caught on the spot by Widow Wang. 50 pounds of meat is nothing in front of the little yellow fish, not to mention that giving it to Widow Wang doubles the reward. If it weren't for the fact that sending 100 pounds of meat wasn't common sense, it wouldn't have been a problem for Su Feng to directly give all of the meat that he shared today to Widow Wang. Delivering meat? Where did the Widow Wang believe this statement? Sis, give me your hand. This kind of unseemly thing Wang Widow certainly will not go to light the kerosene lamp. Will be convinced to put his hand over. Where are you touching your hand? When the grain bag was attacked, Widow Wang's voice immediately went cold. What meat delivery? I think this man is just trying to find a way to eat her. Can't blame me, sis. Can't see much in the dark. As soon as Su Feng's words left his mouth, he placed the bag containing the meat in Widow Wang's hands with precision. You call that not being able to see? Widow Wang couldn't complain in time and froze directly after receiving the things. It was hard to see, but I knew what it was when I touched it with my hand. 50 pounds? Widow Wang even felt like she was dreaming. How could anyone give a widow so much meat these days? Or she did not know that this kid used to look at their eyes are not right. These 2 days such a big change, still thought that there is a success. The feelings are still the same as before. I just didn't expect to be so willing to spend so much money. The name loser really didn't wrongly accuse him. Don't think too much, sis. I'm going back then. Su Feng didn't have the heart to continue staying here. Going back earlier to count how many rhubarb fish he had was the right thing to do. It's worth noting, though, that the widow's grain sack is really no worse than her own daughter-in-law's. This bewildering operation by Su Feng was once again unexpected by Widow Wang. Thought the kid was going to make some kind of exorbitant demands when he brought over 50 pounds of meat. Widow Wang was already thinking in her heart just now, if this kid's request is not too much, it's not impossible to obey him once. After all, the two of them couldn't get by on her own, and it was always good to have an extra man to help out. After a moment's reprieve to turn the kerosene lamp on, the bag I carried in my hand was indeed 50 pounds of pork. With such a big piece of meat, this year won't be so hard. Not only was Widow Wang happy, Su Feng's heartbeat never slowed down. Rewarded with 300 pounds of pork without even looking at it, his attention was on the little yellowtail. Rolling into the window, Su Feng found a kerosene lamp and lit it. With a thought, all the gold bars in the system space appeared in his hand. By the dripping light of the kerosene lamp, the large and small yellowtail in his hand nearly blinded Su Feng's eyes. The gold is so delightful. Nice guy. One large yellowtail and 4 small ones. A large yellowtail was worth 2,000, and a small yellowtail was worth 500. So Su Feng had a whopping $4,000 on his hands. The vast majority of city dwellers, not to mention country people, don't have that amount in their savings. That's not all. There was still Su Feng on the beams that he couldn't take in time. Who knows how many more bars are up there. It looks like there's still a chance to get over the widow's yard wall again. Take it easy on the road, Feng. Remember to come back early. The next morning Shishue made breakfast, and after filling their stomachs the sisters together sent Su Feng to the station. Go back early and don't fool around. Always remember there's a pregnant daughter-in-law at home. And, halfway through his sister-in-law's words without finishing, Su Feng had already guessed what it was. The fact that his sister-in-law said such words indicated that she had already acquiesced in her heart that Su Feng was her man. That's a good place to start. Don't worry, Shishue. I'll take the shuttle bus tonight to make it back. And if I can't make it, I'll definitely be back tomorrow. Daughter-in-law, you also go back. Put aside home to eat well. After exhorting Su Feng to turn his head and get into the car, the driver is not waiting for anyone these days. This trip has been planned. Went to take a 5 pounds of meat first to the courtyard to find Hiyuju. Today's weekend. The single dog Hiyuju what matter is surely at home. Just go to taste his handiwork. With the engine blaring, the shuttle sped off toward 49 City. What Su Feng didn't expect was to run into the last person he wanted to run into in the car. Sister Wang, you're going into the city today too? Coincidentally, one or two of them are going to take pork into the city to exchange for money. Su Feng was thick-skinned and didn't feel any embarrassment. Anyway, only the two of them knew about last night's events. As long as Su Feng wasn't embarrassed, the one who was embarrassed was Widow Wang. Hey, what a coincidence. When Su Feng greeted him, Widow Wang definitely couldn't pretend that she didn't hear him. Going into the city to exchange meat allowed Su Feng to bump into him, making Widow Wang's face red with shame. Sis, you're going to the city. So what's Teen going to do at home alone? Dropped him off at his aunt's house to help look after him. The topic of awkward conversation ended here. Su Feng was a bit seasick and lazy to speak, and Widow Wang naturally would not take the initiative to pick up the conversation. Nothing charming happened on the way. After all, it wasn't just the two of them in the car. To get off the place has been close to noon. The widow of the king did not even greet the next car slipped out of sight. This can make Su Feng laughed. What embarrassing. The village this kind of is not common? On the contrary, it proved that although this Wang widow was having a hard time, she didn't do that kind of nonsense. And this kind of person was still worthy of admiration. Su Feng shook off the distractions in his mind and looked for a place where no one was around to take 5 pounds of meat out and carried it in his hand tied with a rope. Follow the familiar path to find Nanluo Guxiang and take a step into the bustling courtyard. It's the weekend and the workers are at home resting. These days there are no entertainment programs, most of the rest of the day to stay at home to wash the clothes and so on. As soon as Su Feng entered, quite a few people stopped what they were busy with to focus their attention on them. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Su Feng before. That morning when Silly Zhu had argued with Jia Dongshu, they all knew that this tall handsome man was Silizu's friend. The reason for stopping to watch was solely because of the piece of meat Su Feng was carrying in his hand. That's 5 or 6 pounds. What are you doing here? Ouch bro. That gust of wind blew you here Hiyuju was about to go to the public faucet to get some water when he also noticed Su Feng. Brother Pillar, I know you're off today so I came to find you to play. This is a wild boar that our village shot in the mountains. It's a bit less, you don't have to be polite. Upon hearing Su Feng's words, everyone in the courtyard looked at Silly Pillar with envious eyes. Good lord, the sentimentalist is here to deliver meat. And such a big chunk of it at once. Oops. Even a pork seller wouldn't dare to say that this piece of meat is small. Then brother won't be polite to you. Ah. I'll let you taste brother's handiwork at noon today. Chapter 29. The gene of being kind to other people's daughters-in-law is in our bones. Although Silly Pillar is a big man with a big mouth and can't speak, he is a great cook. Otherwise would not be young. In the Red Star Rolling Mill canteen as a chef master. These days no one is short of meat. And when they see such a big piece of pork, they want to come over and rub it in twice. Pillar, I have some good wine here, why don't we have a drink together at noon? The first one to open his mouth was the third master, who was inevitable whenever such things as taking advantage were done. Come on third master, keep your watered down bulk wine for yourself. Silly Column was pitched like this by the third master once. The wine brought over into the mouth. Froze and could not feel the taste of wine. If you put it in the latter days, I'm afraid to drink a pound of it does not affect driving. Your third master was also pitched by the wine seller, wasn't he? This time it's definitely good wine. With so many neighbors here, surely the third grandpa can't admit to this kind of rotten crotch thing. Whether you adulterated it or not, you know in your heart, it's my brother who took it for me. Everybody don't think about it. After saying this, Silly Pillar didn't give the others a chance to open their mouths, and led Su Fong to turn his head back to the house. No, Silly Column, how do you talk? The neighbors will just watch the show, and with their knowledge of the three grandmasters' stinginess, they know exactly who doped the water. Growing up so big is really living in a dog's stomach, and you don't know to honor the old and cut me a piece of meat. Why don't you choke him to death? Jia Zhang knew that Silly Zhu didn't get along with her own son and couldn't help but curse a few times when she saw how selfish Silly Zhu was. There is also just coaxed Yuli. See Silly Column carrying such a large piece of meat home. Small temper immediately came up. Yan Xiecheng, tell me yourself, since I married into your family, how many times have I dipped my hands in meat? In the morning, I was asked to eat congee and even salted radish shreds one by one. I'm telling you I'm going to eat meat today too, or I'm getting a divorce. It really wasn't that Yuli had nothing better to do. Who's a good person who has to count the salted carrot shreds one by one? Besides, people are quite beautiful little girl. Not to say that eat good food and drink hot water. At least it is also worthy of a normal life. There's no such thing as the Yen family. It's pure bullying. Yan Xiecheng heard the head is big. He did not work where to earn money to buy meat to eat. As for asking mom and dad for it, the odds are better that you'll go out and pick up the money. My auntie, when I get a job I'll buy you meat every day. Okay? Yan Xiecheng cannot help. First draw a cake to stabilize the daughter-in-law before. If you wanted a job you would have had one long ago. Forget it, I'd better go back to my mother's house. I can't live this life for a day. Yuli finished speaking and got up to pack her bags, looking like she really wanted to go back to her mother's house. It's easy to go back, but it's a lot harder to invite back. Daughter-in-law, then wait for me. Your man will try to get you some meat now. No matter what, let's stabilize our daughter-in-law first. If the person really runs away, it might be possible to get a divorce some days later. How glamorous the marriage was in the beginning and how humiliating the divorce was. Rainwater, this is your brother Su Fong. It's the weekend, so naturally, Rainwater is at home. Silly Zhu was still thinking about how to improve his sister's food when Su Fong delivered the meat. Brother Su Fong, Yu Shui cried out delicately, seeing that there was suddenly a big handsome man in the house. Her little face couldn't help but climb pink. I'm sorry Rainwater. Brother came up here in a hurry this time and didn't prepare any gifts for you. Su Fong shot a glance at Brother Pillar's sister, who should be in high school age and was quite cute. Su Fong didn't have any feelings for a young girl of this age, so his mouth spoke politely. Don't be so polite. Brother went to cook dinner, you two feel free to talk. Knowing that Su Fong has a daughter-in-law, Silly Zhu didn't feel any avoidance. Silly Pillar went into the kitchen, leaving the two of them embarrassed in the parlor. Brother Su Fong, I'll go get you a drink. Yu Shui was a little nervous and didn't know what to say, so he poured Su Fong a glass of water. He really didn't drink any water along the way, and Su Fong didn't refuse. Received the cup of water and took a sip of sweet. It should be put sugar inside. This girl is generous. Yu Shui was about to try to continue the awkward conversation when Yan Xiecheng approached him. Brother Pillar, my life is miserable. Yan Xiecheng had a snotty nose and a tearful face, and it didn't really look like fake crying. Silly Pillar, who was working in the kitchen, heard the commotion and came out. What's the matter? Why are the big men crying? Men have tears. Just before the sadness, a column brother, worthy of a teacher's son. He can recite a poem at the drop of a hat. Don't make this mess, I don't understand. Tell me something. Silly columns hate this kind of literary tone. The whole as if how cultured. If it really wasn't difficult, there would be no need for me to come crying to you. Brother Pillar, recently my daughter-in-law has always lost her appetite for some reason. And when she eats she wants to vomit. So I think she probably has it. When I saw your brother bring such a big piece of meat over today, My daughter-in-law had a craving. You know my family's situation. Plus I don't have a job to buy meat for my daughter-in-law. When I think that my daughter-in-law can't eat something nutritious even when she's pregnant, I hate myself for being incapable. All said and done in 2 words. Whoring. It's a man who knows that he cares for his daughter-in-law. Just you wait. There is no way. Stupid column good heart this cannot change. Or stupid column this kind of bone has a kind of like to other people's daughter-in-law good gene. After coming out of the kitchen again, silly Pillar had about half a pound of meat in his hands. That's all, there is no more. Take it to your daughter-in-law to quench her thirst. It's not good enough for others. It's not enough for your family. Is that okay with you, brother? After all, it was the meat that Su Feng had brought over. And silly Pillar casually asked. Su Feng shook his head to show that he didn't care. Half a kilogram of meat was nothing to him. Not to mention that it was supposed to be something that was given away. Thank you, brother Pillar. Thank you, brother. In the future if we become rich we definitely can't forget today's favor. Yan Xiecheng took the meat and thanked him profusely for leaving, and immediately changed his face when he passed the moon gate. Silly column this name really did not call a loss. What others say he believes. That's done. And I can go back and relieve myself. Yan Xiecheng looked at the half a kilogram of pork in his hand with a smug expression on his face. All we can say about this situation is that you make your own blessings and he makes his own sins. And God always pays off. It didn't take long for the smell of pork to fill the yard. Although wild boar is not as flavorful as domestic pork by some margin, silly Pillar's cooking makes up for it. Plus it's nice to have meat these days, so who cares? I guess everyone in the yard could have dried an extra bowl of sweet potato rice for the smell of meat at lunch today. As for the third master's house, Yuli looked at the table's meat and vegetables have not yet clamped 2 mouthfuls, even the soup diced. Can we live this life or not? Chapter 30, Meeting Yuli. Let's go, brother Pillar. It had to be said that the food cooked by Shishua was already delicious, but it was still inferior to a professional chef like he Yuzhu, especially the braised pork at lunch. The texture was amazing, fatty but not greasy. The broth mixed with rice perfumed Su Feng. I won't keep you then, brother. I have to send Rainwater to school later. Come over and play again sometime. And don't take anything next time. After a few words of courtesy to each other, they were about to go out, when the Yen family quarreled again. Yan Xiecheng, this day you live on your own. My mother does not want to be subjected to this kind of aggravation again. His own man didn't spend any money to get back half a pound of meat, and Yuli still felt quite capable. But when it came to the dinner table, what my own man said didn't work at all. Half a caddy of meat is only a small plate of vegetables. A large family like a hungry wolf. 2 times to clip finished. It's just not possible to live this life. It's suffocating. Daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law. Let me explain. Yan Xiecheng hurriedly chased after him, this time putting his bag on his back. If he didn't coax it there was a real possibility of going back to his mother's house. The surrounding neighbors are also not surprised, since these 2 couples married every 2 days to make this mess. However, Su Feng was quite energized as he watched. Why did this little daughter-in-law have to make a scene every time he came out of the quad? The next natural step is to spend. Although the pork hadn't been sold yet, the 310 pieces that were rewarded last time could be left intact in the system space. But the money could only be spent quietly. He didn't have that much money in plain sight. 310 plus a bike ticket, a watch ticket, and getting those 2 big ones down is no problem at all. Bikes can be put out in the open, but watches can't. It wasn't that Su Feng had to spend all the money. The key was that not knowing the exact time was really inconvenient everywhere. Gu, I told you that the magpies are calling today. Yan Ping, look who's here. Same day. Why do some people have such a good mindset at this age? It's not because there's no shortage of food or drink to worry about at all. Let's just say that people are different. Yan Ping didn't react much when she heard her great aunt flirting. People are married, and she certainly can't miss it. This was just right. Su Feng was here to buy something, not to go on a blind date. That's a nice watch. How much? Last time Su Feng secretly vowed in his heart that he would definitely take down this little watch. This one is here to fulfill a promise. Rolex 80. You need a watch ticket to buy a watch, do you have one? The attitude was obviously much colder. And Su Feng didn't care, pulling out the ticket and $80 from his pocket. He's a country bumpkin who doesn't know anything about watches, and he just thinks they look good anyway. Seeing Su Feng pull out $80 so easily, Yan Ping only hated that the heavens were blind. Why is it that all the good men are someone else's? She's not bad looking and she has a good job, but she just can't find the one she likes. A bike is almost a little over 100, so there's still money left over. Su Feng took another 5 bottles of Mao Tai and 5 Chinese. An $8 bottle and a 12-stripe bar were all small potatoes to Su Feng. After leaving the department store's front door, he found a place where no one was, and threw them all into the system space. Then went to the bike place and had enough money left over to buy a Phoenix bike in extra. The back of the car seat was too hard, so Su Feng even found a car repair store and added a soft cushion. After all, in the future, you have to bring your daughter-in-law to bring your sister and so on. The experience must be pulled full. Then there was one last step left. Go to the DMV and smash the steel plate or don't even think about getting on the road. Once everything is done, it's a scenic ride down the road. I don't know if the pigeon market is open tonight, so I'm not sure if I'll have any luck. Anyway, now that I have a bike, it's not that much of a hassle to get into town. Thinking that he had no place to go in the afternoon, Su Feng decided to open a hotel today in a lavish manner. You can't just sell the meat and ride back in the night. Now that times aren't so tight and you don't have to be so frugal. It just so happened that there was a hostel right at the intersection just now, and Su Feng turned around and went back. Oi oi. Who knew that just this momentary distraction would lead to a head-on collision with a blind passerby? It was no one else but Julie who wanted to go back to her mother's house and didn't see anyone following behind. Fortunately, Su Feng did not turn around too fast, and only rubbed Julie down and fell on her butt. While both parties are at fault, it's always their car that rubs someone down. Su Feng braced the car and got out, helping to lift the man up. Sorry about that, was just about to turn around and didn't see you. It couldn't be helped. No matter where Su Feng was, he was just so polite, and it definitely wasn't because he had run into his little daughter-in-law, being helped up by another man, let alone one so handsome. Yuli's ears started to burn. It's okay, I was walking too fast to notice. Yuli, who was still angry a moment ago, was now shy as a big girl. Nothing else. It was because of this brand new Phoenix bike of Su Feng. You see, women only get mad at men who aren't capable. That's fine. I'll go first if it's okay. Su Feng can't say that he will bring you a paragraph. People are now going back to their mother's home. If he rode a bicycle to bring people back, Yan Xiecheng would not be able to catch up even if his legs were broken. Su Feng couldn't do this kind of unethical thing. Not equal to Li's response. Su Feng's feet stepped on the pedal for a moment's effort and disappeared. Daughter-in-law, I can finally catch up. Don't be angry, okay? I'll tell them when I get back that next time I get meat I'll let you eat it alone. After being delayed by Su Feng, Yan Xiecheng took 2 steps to catch up with him. Although Yan Xiecheng coaxed genuinely practical, not to mention whether it can be done, simply did not understand Yuli's angry point. Does she care about the meat? It's not because his own man is incompetent, and even if the whole family lives together, they still have to live off the nose of their father-in-law. How can you live like that? I only blame myself for being too stupid back then and being tricked by this man's flowery words. How nice it would be to marry that man just now. Handsome not to mention. That bike's rear cushion is particularly soft at first glance. And look at my own man. He's nothing but a mouthful. Spent $1 to book a room at the hostel, which was not cheap, but the ambient conditions were nothing to write home about. And there's a place to park your bike, so you don't have to worry about it being stolen. After all, it was a large item, and it was inevitable that people would see it as it was taken in and out of the system space. Pushing open the door, the bed placed in the center was not small. Lying 2 people was not a problem at all. First thing you do when you go in, go to the bathroom and take a hot shower. Then get comfortable in bed and wait until it gets dark. At almost 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Once again, the luxury of a trip down to the restaurant. $310 so far, spent all the money. Chapter 31, then go to my place tonight. A glance at his watch showed that it was already time for the pigeon market to open. Su Feng rode his bike to the last place, and when he arrived at the neighborhood, he took advantage of the dark lights to put the bike away in space. There wasn't much Su Feng wanted to buy in the black market, so he sold the meat early and went back early. Scar is still wandering around the old place, and when he saw that it was an acquaintance, Su Feng immediately greeted him warmly. Not the wrong guy at all, and it's only a few days later that he's coming back for more. What goodies did you bring over this time, brother? Want some wild boar? Too much to ask, bro. How much? Not much, around 800 pounds. And you call that not much? The city is so short of meat right now that as soon as it's available on the market, it's snatched up in a moment's time. Hearing Su Feng say that there were 800 pounds, Scar's heartbeat sped up a few points. If this were to change hands, the profit could top a month of hard work. There should be very few people who know about it, right? These days there is the crime of speculation, but the number of small people turn a blind eye. With a large quantity like that, if you get caught then you're probably going to have to go in. Don't worry, where's the last cart? Su Feng pushed the cart to a nook and cranny, then waited for a quarter of an hour before placing the meat in the space on the cart. The whole 815 pounds. If not for the cart, Su Feng alone really cannot hold. Scar looked at the wild boar meat piled up in a cart and breathed quite a bit faster in excitement. Quick, weigh it. The meat is portioned out, weighed piece by piece, then added up. At 815 pounds, the market price is now 78 cents a pound. And I don't have that many meat stamps on hand. If you don't give a ticket, Is it feasible to count you $1 a pound? The weighers didn't get sloppy with the weights, and the people sellers must have known how many pounds of meat they had. This price given by Scar was still very conscientious, and Su Feng expressed no opinion. For $815, Scar rounded up and gave 82 dumplings, not counting those small yellow fish. Su Feng's cash deposits had once again reached a new height. The people and goods were clear, and Su Feng, who was carrying a huge amount of money, did not want to stay in this kind of chaotic place for a long time. As he was about to leave, he saw a familiar figure not far away. It seems he's not the only smart one, and the widow Wang doesn't know where she knows about this pigeon market. Avoiding adding to Wang widow's embarrassment, Su Feng didn't go up to say hello or anything. Both hands should have been out of the way and disappeared into Su Feng's field of vision after entering an abduction. At this particular time, two sneaky figures followed them in, looking left and right. The black market was indeed a black market, and with a layer of darkness to cover them, the guts of these people became immense. Since Su Feng had seen it, he naturally wouldn't ignore it. Widow Wang clutched the 3 sheets of duanjie in her hand and wanted to leave this place of wrongdoing at a quick pace. It wasn't the first time she'd done this, but being a country bumpkin, her stomach was already small. If she's caught, she'll have no one to look after her son. But the more you fear something, the more it comes. Stop! A low male voice scared Widow Wang's heart out of her chest, and her legs were directly too soft to take a step in fear. Do what? Widow Wang forced herself to be calm and quietly stuffed the 3 big ties inside her pants. How dare you ask me what I'm doing? Do you know what the crime of speculation is? Widow Wang heard this heart immediately cooled half, almost paralyzed with fear on the ground. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I lost something around here. I came out to find something. Widow Wang's tone of voice had been a bit incoherent, making up such a glance of falsehood. How dare you deny it? I watched you come out of Pigeon City. Come on, come back with us. The man said that he was going to go up to pull the Widow Wang. The Widow Wang was so scared that she backed up and fell to the ground in a panic. If I get caught in there, my kids will starve to death. Ooh, please. Widow Wang this time is really broken defense, even crying with begging for forgiveness. That tone, listening to people heartache. Hey, that sounds pathetic too. Brother want it, illegal confiscation of proceeds even if, cannot watch people children live and starve to death. The other one who didn't say anything began to sing Red Face, and when Widow Wang heard that there was a show, her hand was hastily stuffed into her pants and drew out 2 big unions. All for you. You're great people. As long as you don't get caught in it, 20 less is 20 less. Let's pretend it's not the $20. No, who doesn't have difficulties? If they're all like you, where does that put the law of the land? That little sister. Ah, you hurry up and stand up and say a few good words. My brother, he's just soft-hearted, so if you put in a few good words it might work out. Widow Wang hurriedly climbed up when she heard this, wiping her tears and saying nice things. Little sister, you see this is okay. Tonight accompany our brother and sister to play for a while. Anyway, your man is no longer a virgin, so let's just pretend nothing happened at sunrise, okay? The 2 law enforcement impersonators were finally exposed for what they were. No, this will never work. Did not find it is not that the Widow Wang stupid. Just in this case she is a peasant without support. We're scared where to think about those. But Widow Wang has her own insistence. She knows better than anyone that innocence is more important than life. If we don't do it until we're forced to do it, then don't blame us for coming on strong. The white singing man was about to grab Widow Wang when he finished speaking, followed by a loud bang. Su Feng touched a not-so-small stone from the ground and ruthlessly smashed it towards the man's head, opening it directly at once. Get lost if you don't want to die. The knife to cut the meat can be placed in the system space. To deal with this kind of people have to come to a hard. These 2 pits also know that Su Feng, this big man, is not to be messed with. And then again people still have a knife in their hands. Not even put a harsh word and ran away. Sister Wang, get up. You don't think about it. There are so many people in Pigeon City, can they catch them? If they were all arrested, they wouldn't fit in the jail, would they? Hearing that it was Su Feng's voice, Widow Wang's scared and nervous heart was immediately relieved. Seeing that those 2 men were scared away, Widow Wang's tears slowly stopped. Trying to stand up on his own, he realized that his legs were so weak with fear that he couldn't lift a single ounce of strength. Su Feng took the initiative to go forward to help pick him up, and said a few words of relief to the stunned Widow Wang. What's the matter with this day? You're helping other people's daughters-in-law. Thank you, Su Feng. If it weren't for you, sister really wouldn't know what to do. When she thought of how she was almost cheated out of her money and body just now, Widow Wang's tears couldn't stop flowing again. The human heart is too complicated in the future to grow a heart. In the future, to encounter this kind of situation, hurry to run. Run where there are a lot of people. Those people only dare to bully people in such a black goo and then cheat some of these little unseen daughters-in-law. Got a place to throw in yet? I'll send you there. I'll send the Buddha to the west, so I don't have to deal with this again. Widow Wang shook her head. Where in such a big city could he throw himself? Then go to my place for the night. Chapter 32, Lifting a Stone and Striking Your Own Feet. If Su Feng had normally said such things, Widow Wang would have scolded him. But tonight, first being scared by those two men, plus Su Feng's heroic rescue, Widow Wang thought about it and agreed. Like the man said, no one knew her in this city, and at first light it would be as if nothing had happened. Sis, stand here and wait for me for a moment. Su Feng walked to a nook and cranny and rolled out the bike, and Widow Wang looked at the bike with a surprised look on her face. Su Feng, is this the bike you bought? Not right. Didn't Su Feng distribute 50 pounds of meat to her? How come there is still so much money? But this was a matter for others, so Widow Wang didn't ask too many questions. Not bad, right Sister Wang? Hurry up and get in the car and go, in case you really run into someone who catches speculators. As soon as Widow Wang heard this, she hurriedly sat in the back seat. The cushion was soft and didn't hurt her but at all. Sister Wang, I've got this new bike's back seat, and you're still the first one to sit on it. In those days, the opposite sex sitting on the back of a bicycle was a favorite. Su Feng, this person is like that, can habitually mouth flowery? Widow Wang ignored the ambiguous words, while a sentence bubbled up in her heart that it was also her first time to sit on the back of a man's bicycle. Seeing that Widow Wang was ignoring people, Su Feng came back with another big kill. Don't blame me if you fall later if you don't hold on to something. Sis. Hearing this, Wang Widow was still thinking that this is not riding quite steadily, but the next second the car began to lurch. It was dark and she couldn't see the road, and Widow Wang didn't know if Su Feng was doing it on purpose. Afraid that she would have to spend money if she fell, Widow Wang ended up wrapping her arms around Su Feng's male dog's waist. A hug was something that could always give people peace of mind, and just for this moment, it was as if Widow Wang's heart had something more to rely on. Then came the cliched breaks, and Widow Wang knew the boy's bad intentions, but in the end, she took the initiative to stick close to it. When she reached the door of the hostel, Widow Wang hesitated. She was afraid that the innocence she had kept for so many years would disappear after she entered this door. $1 a night. Why don't you book another one, sis? Hearing this, Widow Wang really went to the front desk and booked one for 50 cents a room. Su Feng thought that Widow Wang couldn't spare the money to make do with him for one night, but now it's a good thing that he lifted a stone and smashed his own foot. But there's nothing to regret. Even the Widow Wang didn't hesitate to refuse in that situation just now. So basically there's not much possibility to give it to him. Take your time. It's your own after all. I woke up the next day, and this time, instead of waiting for a bus at the station, I went back to the village by bicycle scenery. Su Feng did not intend to bring Wang Widow's idea. After all, there were many people along the way, and it was even easier to spread all sorts of rumors back in the village. Widow Wang likewise has no intention of rubbing Su Feng's car, subsiding to wait for the shuttle bus back to the village. It could be envisioned that Su Feng, a handsome young man riding a brand new Phoenix bicycle, would have an absolutely cardboard turnaround rate along the way. The truth is true. It's a bright presence in all of 49, not to mention returning to the village and stopping to watch one after another. If you run into someone you know, even if Su Feng doesn't have to take the initiative to say hello and show off or anything, people will take the initiative to talk. My goodness, what a beautiful bike. In the countryside, where to see this thing? Even if you see that is worn out secondhand, which is not as beautiful as Su Feng's, it's not bad, is it, uncle? I'm charged 130 for a brand new Phoenix. The old uncle was even more surprised to hear that this is $130. How long do you have to save up to buy one? That's not right. I've heard people say you need a bike ticket to buy a bike. Where did you kid get that? This money old uncle understands. Not just selling wild boar meat in exchange. But what about this ticket? You can't buy a bike without a ticket. Su Feng had already thought of something to say about this. I have a buddy in town who has a ticket but no money. So just let me use it for now and pay him back later if I get a ticket and pay him back if I don't. Who didn't know that Su Feng used to like to go to the city to hang out? And this explanation naturally made sense. It's really good. This life makes old uncle envious. This conversation was repeated quite a few times on the way back to the village. It was almost as if Su Feng hadn't been home for a long time, and it was all over the village. The asshole kid from before came back on a brand new Phoenix bike. A lot of people who like to get together and come over to the house to watch. Su Feng also did not refuse. Even if the hands touch is fine, and will not lose a piece of iron or something. There's nothing wrong with bikes from this era except that they're expensive, and that quality is absolutely crushing. Besides, it's not their fault that they're expensive. Think about whether you've made an effort. I do envy you. Brother, that meat could be traded for a car if you didn't take it for a wife. Jianjun looked at the brand new Phoenix bike and blinked. Even if you don't take a wife, you don't have the guts to do it. You have more than $100 you can afford to buy a bicycle. right? Besides, you have a ticket. Show Shan this is also right. The money earned by the countryside will only save. Where to take all out for a big piece. So says brother Shou Shan. Su Feng is different from them. Not to mention his ability, he has a beautiful daughter-in-law at home. And there are no expenses for retirement and childcare. So that's no worries. Besides, this kid has been around before. It's normal for him to be a big spender. Brother Shou Shan, this you say wrong as we men, have money to make ourselves good. Now, for example, if you peddle this bike to a blind date, what could possibly go wrong? Su Feng said this is also reasonable. These days the girl saw the other family has a bicycle. Basically no hesitation are willing to marry. The crowd slowly dispersed after the hot look. Jianjun also said on his way out that he would borrow the bike for his next blind date. Su Feng said there was no problem. He bought it just to use it. What's more, the relationship between these several times on the mountain are good. And then Su Feng hair home this view on the mountain really help a lot of help. What's up daughter-in-law? Do you like it? Buying back is definitely to make the daughter-in-law happy. Although Lin Shiyue is heartbroken about money. But there is a bicycle long face in the family. What do people live their lives for? But to be envied by others. Daughter-in-law, don't write it. Be careful of falling on the baby in your belly. Looking at his daughter-in-law's eagerness to try, Su Feng hurriedly reminded. Don't worry Su Feng. My sister's skill is very good. As soon as Shiyuki's words left her mouth, Shiyuki rode her bike around the yard. It's still true. Not bad for a capitalist's daughter. I guess Su Feng hadn't seen a bicycle yet. And the human sisters had one each. Then we switched to Shishue to try it out. We're both tall. So riding a big bike like this is no problem at all. Spending for Lin Shishue, Lin Siye and Wang Xiuli at the same time triggers the doubling of rewards. 6 times, $780. Chapter 33, What's Wrong with Marriage? It's not like you can't get a divorce. The conditions for triggering the doubling of the system were a bit confusing for Su Feng right now. It wasn't just a matter of letting the sisters ride around, plus giving the widow Wang a ride for a while last night. But Su Feng was happy to see that this deposit went straight to $1,600. Add to that the value of the gold bars and it's already considered $500,000. This amount of money, if owned by a rural person, is basically a lifetime of no worries about food and drink. But in front of the capitalist Lin family, I'm afraid it's totally inadequate. Su Feng wasn't in a hurry. There was plenty of time to slowly build up his strength and capital. After a while it looked like it was going to be noon. Shishue knew that Su Feng hadn't eaten breakfast and went to prepare lunch early. Su Feng was just about to go help burn the pot when Jianjun, who had left, suddenly doubled back. What's this? You're going on a blind date today? Su Feng thought that this kid was in a hurry to come over to ride the bike. Looking at this looked like he was afraid of being borrowed by someone else first. Su Feng, Qin Jingwei, his father has brought people over to find you in trouble. Why don't you take your siblings and hide for a while? Jianjun took a breath to make things clear and ran over first thing when he got the news. Shiyue, who was standing next to her, immediately got worried when she heard this, worrying that the people of the Qin family village would make things difficult for her man. No, this is a hidden problem if we don't take care of it. You can't run away from the temple, and people know where they live just by asking around. I dodged it this time. What about next time? Besides, what's wrong with Su Feng in this matter? Daughter-in-law, just wait at home. I'll go and sort this out. No, I want to be with you. I'm going too. The sisters didn't even listen to Su Feng and wanted to follow along. Don't worry younger sibling. Shou Shan has already called all of our good brothers. It's impossible for the Qin family village to want to bully people based on the number of people. The sisters acted like they didn't hear it and had to follow. In just a moment's time, once again the word spread throughout the village, and many people ran to the west end of the village to see what was going on. Of course, there are also see Su Feng now developed. Go to the west end of the village to help a cavity. Maybe in the future can fall a little good or something. Well, to each his own anyway. People are coming. Once the two sides met, it felt just like going to war. The leader of the village is the father of Qin Jinghua. Originally did not want to come over to look for trouble. After all, their own son to find a half-covered door to shut it in cannot blame anyone. But when I heard that this kid had developed and came back on a bicycle, and I thought that my own son was still locked up inside, Qin's father was mentally unbalanced. Why is it that they all go to the city together, and his own son is locked up, while he gets more and more prosperous? That's why I'm coming over today to get a statement. Yesterday, they even came to our village to exchange meat, and many old people and children drank a bowl of pig-killing vegetables. I think, what are you doing here today with a whole bunch of people? The village chief does not come forward, and the qualification to say this naturally belongs to Shou Shan. I've come to get justice for my son. Why should my son be put in jail and nothing happens to him? Qin's father stared at Su Feng with a ferocious face, and without knowing it, He thought that Su Feng had sent his son in. Uncle Qin can't say things like that. Your son has no one to blame but himself for finding a half-covered door and getting caught and locked up. That's the kid that busted my son into town for a good time. If it wasn't for him, could my son have been locked up? Uncle Qin, you're just talking nonsense with your eyes open. Both villages could see that it was your son who rode his bicycle over to Su Feng. Then I don't care. Our family's money is spent and my son is locked up anyway. He has to give me a statement today. That's being a scoundrel. It looks like if this is not handled well, there might be an armed fight today. Brother Shou Shan, let me say a few words. It is true that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Today Su Feng let Qin Jinghua and their father and son completely nailed on the pillar of shame. It was Qin Yu who sent you the news that your son was taken in, wasn't it? In front of the folks from both villages. I'll tell you what happened last night. That afternoon Qin Jinghua approached me and said to go into the city to play together. After having a meal, Qin Jinghua said that they would go together to find a half-covered door to play. You fart. My son is not like that. You're just making things up here because my son isn't here. Qin's father was still talking tough to interrupt Su Feng at this time. Hold your horses and hear me out. I didn't have any money on me at that time, and Qin Jinghua said he would help me pay for it. Then he turned around and told Qin to call the police, trying to send me in. Why did he do that? Because he was thinking of my daughter-in-law. My daughter-in-law is so beautiful. Why would I want to go to the city and find a half-covered door to play with? There is no need to spray this. Su Feng's daughter-in-law is really pretty, and the prettiest Qin Huairu in the two villages is a hair behind. Ended up lifting a stone and calling the police on himself to have himself arrested. And your son got me to go to the city to play gambling, trying to trap me into owing a large sum of money for my daughter-in-law to cover the debt. Of course my empty words don't count. Just ask Qin Yu from your village. He's the one who went to the police. Su Feng's speech was just like a novel. And at one time, the folks in the two villages had enough melons to eat. Things turned out to be like this. That Qin Jinghua was arrested and really deserved it. Qin's father had no face to say anything else. And at this point, even if he continued to talk tough, I'm afraid the people in the village wouldn't continue to help him. Qin Yuk was a member of their village, so he couldn't defend Su Feng. Coupled with Qin Jinghua's past style, then what people say is true. His son deserved to be taken in. A farce ended with such a tiger's tail, once again letting people know that Su Feng wasn't as much of an asshole as the village people thought. The events of the day swept through the two villages with the speed of a storm. Qin Jinghua, father and son, on the other hand, had completely become the laughingstock of the two villages. It is estimated that if the long-winded women in the village don't chew on it for a month or two, this matter won't be able to completely subside. When Qin Jinghua is released again, this matter will definitely be repeated again. This father and son are afraid that they will never be able to raise their heads in the Qin family village for the rest of their lives. Sis, I told you, that guy isn't as bad as you think. Qin Jingru suddenly felt that the city people are not so good. People. Su Feng rode a brand new Phoenix brand bicycle, not to mention, but also tall and handsome. Even if it's not, so what? Their daughter-in-law is much prettier than you. They don't even want you to go and be a concubine for them. It was hard for the Qin sisters to not know this news before. So what? Who says you can't get a divorce if you're married? Besides, I'm not so bad, and I'm still a yellow girl. How can you say that? You dead girl. Qin Jingru's brain was originally a one-track mind, and it was only normal to say such things. Chapter 34, Raising the Sisters to be Fleshier and Fatter. For the next period of time, the village in Su Feng could be considered to have settled down quite a bit, returning to the kind of quiet and poor life of the past. Of course the poor are other people poor. Su Feng's family does not dare to say that there is meat at all times, but at least every day you can dip a little meat. This can be bitter neighbor Aunt Lee's family. Can smell the smell of meat, cannot eat the mouth. Simply every day is torture. On the other hand, Widow Wan's family is not bad. There are still more than 20 pounds of pork. Saving food can eat quite a long time. Su Feng doesn't want to be like this. The key is that he treated his daughter-in-law too much in the past. Plus, my daughter-in-law is still pregnant, so she'll have enough nutrition to give birth to a big, fat boy. Incidentally, the sister Shurshua's nutrition is also replenished. This period of time obviously see the sisters in better and better condition. White and fat is not just fat, but more and more plump. The relationship, needless to say, grew closer. Anyway, it was just that in her daily life, Shushua had already treated Su Feng as her own man, just waiting for the overflow at the relationship to poke through that window paper. Su Feng is not in a hurry at all. The longer the relationship is in place, the more in place. When the time came, even if the old husband came back and wanted to kick Su Feng out, the sisters would be the first to disagree. In addition to this, there was a small matter of the treasure on the beams of Widow Wang's house, and Su Feng did not go to take it. Anyway, if we put it there, sooner or later, It would be Su Feng's along with the person and the treasure. It was just a pity that Su Feng tried to change places to use the search function to find the treasure, and froze without a single bright spot. It was true that Su Jia village was so poor, not without reason. Su Feng wasn't completely idle in this half-month, occasionally going up the mountain with Shou Shan and the others at night. I didn't get any big game, but I sometimes came across deer or roe deer or something. I've heard that the city is getting worse and worse, and the last thing the people need is a sense of worry, so they're thinking of saving a little bit more. Su Feng also did not take it to the city to sell. One is not a large amount of two is to keep their own food. Anyway, it won't spoil if you put it in the system space. No matter when you take it out, it's the same as when you just put it in. Taking the time to go to the mountain to pick that head of 100 years ginseng, which can be a lot of effort. It's supposed to be a bad way to get a rock in a crevice, and you have to be careful not to break the ginseng whiskers. If it wasn't for Su Feng's good waist, a different person to lie there pouting for a few hours, the waist would have been ruined. But the payoff was well worth it, with 100 years of ginseng collected intact into the system space. Back in the village, Su Feng was still thinking that he could celebrate tonight when he was called to his house by Shou Shan. Seeing someone who had had a brief encounter, Su Feng understood what was looking for him. It was the same purchasing section clerkly that Qin Jinghua ran into the day he took him into the city on his bicycle. In the past, this purchaser never ran to Su Jia village. It seems that he couldn't collect any good things and came over to try his luck. What Su Feng didn't expect was to know the village chief. Rico, are times in town so hard now? Shou Shan pulled out a cigarette for this Rico guy, trying to find out what was going on in the city. Yes, your brother has had a headache over this every day for the past 2 days, not to mention the neighboring villages, but even the more distant ones. If we don't finish the job, halfway through the sentence Li closed his mouth, looking like he had something difficult to say or something he couldn't say. Jianjun Su Feng called you a few over. Is to see what excess agricultural products and sideline products and so on at home, so that Li brother to collect. Since we know each other, we always have to help people out, so maybe we'll have to ask for help in the future. Brother Shou Shan, I have some things at home. It just so happens that I'll be getting married soon, and I'm going to be short of money everywhere. The last time they killed a pig to purposely set up a matchmaking stage for 4 big boys, they built a military into it. Look at this. It's getting to the point where we're talking about marriage. I don't have much at home. Sure, it's a good day, no army builders? Su Feng does not lack the 3 melons and 2 jujubes. The family's meat is still saved with the sisters to supplement the body. If it goes well, it'll be in the next 2 days. Come over and drink the wedding wine. All of you. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The village has not been so lively for a long time, although nowadays it is not popular to make a big deal. But in the countryside, to get married always have to be lively. Set up a few tables and invite friends and family over for a get-together, so that the woman's family will have face. No? As for the eating table, forget about it. You'll be lucky to salvage a bowl of noodles. Of course, less money. Su Feng did not take the sisters to play. Took 5 packs of Chinese cigarettes to Jianjun to support the scene. These days, 5 packs of Chinese cigarettes is a big gift, and it's especially dignified to take them out. Thanks, bro. Why don't you bring your 2 siblings over to play? Jianjun did not expect Su Feng to give him such a big gift. In the village where you can see this kind of good cigarettes, and once or 5 packs, the 2 of them don't like to make a fuss. Have a son early when the time comes to wrap up a big red packet. Just the fact that Jianjun was running around sweating to remind him of that day was nothing. Ha ha ha, I'll mark that down then. With the addition of these 5 packs of Chinese cigarettes and Su Feng's Phoenix bicycle, who wouldn't praise the mother's family for finding a good husband? Su Feng also took a look at his new daughter-in-law. Although she wasn't much prettier, she looked like someone who had lived a good life. This could give the other 3 envy. So angry that they dried 3 big bowls of noodles at once. The day ended on a hot note. No one expected a piece of bad news to come out of the village the next day. People say that they live off the mountains, and if they don't have anything to do, the aunts and young daughters-in-law in the village will go into the mountains to pick some mushrooms and wild vegetables, taking it home and drying it in the sun. In addition to being able to sell it for money, you can also save it for the winter when you don't have anything to eat. Before dawn, several aunts from the village asked Aunt Hoa to go into the forest to pick some mushrooms and wild vegetables. There's not much out there, so I'm thinking of going deeper into the woods. Favoring this idea spoiled things by running into a tusked boar. The ending was predictable, with the injured not being able to make it. Aunt Hoa was the unfortunate one, stabbed through the stomach by the boar's tusks and died on the spot. I heard that the scene was so tragic that you couldn't bear to look at it, and Shou Shan cried uncontrollably when he found out. The village head Su Li's weathered face, but also hung with old tears. After all these years, I didn't expect such an accident. It's true that good people don't get rewarded. What a good village chief who has to suffer this kind of blow at such an old age. Su Feng's chest was even more stuffy for an unknown amount of time after hearing the news. Not only was the village chief kind to his family, but Aunt Hohat was likewise. After taking care of the aftermath, Shou Shan called with red eyes for his brothers to join him on the mountain. If I don't get that boar killed, I swear I won't be a son. The brothers didn't hesitate to take their tools into the woods that night. Chapter 35, Shai Shishue, Qin Huairu wants to get married. We've run out of bullets at home, so all be careful on the mountain this time. Shaozan was still sensible and not blinded by hatred. The first 2 boar bullets made a big part of the fight, or they definitely weren't that easy to take down. But not having a gun doesn't mean you can't hunt boar. It's just a little more dangerous and troublesome. It took 2 or 3 hours to get to the site of the incident, and what you could vaguely see blackened on the ground was dried blood. Shou Shan's eyes immediately reddened, and it took a while for them to slow down. Then follow the trail slowly, though not as if you're going to run into it. After another 2 hours, Su Feng walked to the back and directly utilized the search function. Found it. It's 8 kilometers away. This search function had also been studied thoroughly by Su Feng, and the scope of the search drew a circle with a radius of 10 kilometers. Look at the location of the red dot on the map. Exactly 8 kilometers to the northwest. Su Feng intentionally or unintentionally guided the team and approached in the northwest direction. And half an hour later Here Ally found the fangs were still stained with blood. And it was the head who was wounded. The size was even a bit bigger than the last tusked pig. So you can imagine how desperate those ants were. No bullets. Gotta find a way to give this a shot first. Otherwise, with their speed, they wouldn't be able to catch up with this tusked pig if it was frantically scurrying towards the forest. The bow and arrow drawn by a human simply can't work. Although there is accuracy, but it simply can't pierce this pigskin. It was still up to Su Feng to vigorously perform a miracle. The enhancement of the 5 senses would help Su Feng throw the knife accurately. This time, Su Feng took his time to aim, pouring all his energy into the wood chipper, and threw it hard. Ah! A scream came from the boar immediately afterward, and the woodchopper stabbed hard into the inside of the pig's neck. The next step is much easier. Bring the hounds and slowly wear this boar out. Eventually the boar collapsed unwillingly, while Shou Shan shed his last tears. This time the division of the hogs was very cold, and the hogs were divided in peace and quiet, and each man took his share and went home. The dead are gone, and time always heals the wounds slowly. Su Feng took the sisters and cured 140 pounds of pork, and gave a piece to Widow Wang, consuming supplies for Lin Shishue, Lin Xie, and Wang Xiuli at the same time triggers the doubling of rewards, 10 times more. Reward 1,400 pounds of pork. It seems that we have to make another trip into the city, but this time we shouldn't be able to run into Widow Wang, so Su Feng sent 10 pounds. Don't worry, daughter-in-law. I'll try to come back as early as possible, knowing that their man was running around trying to make a better life for both of them. As for the old idea of suspecting their man of going to the city to fool around would not be there at all now. Take your time on the road, and if you can't make it back, stay in town for the night. Shishue took the initiative to go forward and help Su Feng organize his clothes, only to be miserably attacked. The smooth and white forehead was caught off guard by Su Feng's kiss. My daughter-in-law is so good to me. Let's go. Su Feng instead patted his butt and left, leaving Shishue alone and blushing. Not to mention the flirtation in her sister's eyes that shamed her into being embarrassed to speak to her sister. There's a big deal going on in the courtyards of Manhwa Guxiang this weekend. That's that boy Jia Dongshu of the Jia family, who led a beautiful girl back. Today's rest happens to have nothing to do. The yard of the young and old men came out to watch the fun. Gu, this girl is so handsome. They say that boss of the Yen family was lucky to find such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Who would have thought that this Jia Dongshu of the Jia family would find a daughter-in-law who was a few shades prettier? The only beautiful thing about it, though, is that it's a girl from the nearby countryside. But even so, it was still the envy of the lads in the yard. To say that the most envious and jealous of them all was silly Pillar. Who wanted a girl like that? Now that he had let his nemesis Jia Dongshu pick the color, how could he be happy in his heart? Old sister-in-law, your family Jia Dongshu has really made a fortune this time. How often do you see such a pretty face in the city? The sedan chair is carried by all, so it's not a big deal to say a few nice things. Not to mention that the new daughter-in-law is really pretty. It's not finalized yet. It's just to bring the human girl around. If there's a happy event the first time to inform everyone. Jia Zhang's face felt doubly dignified, happily chattering with the people in the courtyard. All led into the door. Settled is also sooner or later. Then you can drink your family a cup of wedding wine. That's right. This new daughter-in-law is no other than Qin Huairu. I don't know where I got the idea that there was such a working man in town looking for a daughter-in-law. As soon as the matchmaker introduces the two to each other, Jia Dongshu hits on Qin Huairu right away. As for Qin Huairu, she is looking for this kind of urban household with a job. Plus, Jia Dongshu wasn't ugly, so he didn't have a problem with it. After the two sides had exchanged views with each other, they came to take a look around this quadrangle. If it's okay, pick a date and get married. How about Huairu? This is where I live. And work isn't far away, just around the corner. Jia Dongxiu likewise felt doubly honored on his face, smilingly introducing himself to Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu entered the house and took a look at it. And the first thing she felt was that the house was a bit small. But there is no such thing as perfection in life. And it's hard enough to find one in this condition. A nod followed, indicating no problem. Then Jia Dongxiu introduced Qin Huairu to the neighbors, focusing on his own master, a grandpa in the courtyard. And of course, there's Silly Pillar. Silly Pillar. Dude just went ahead and found a date. Ah, you go for it too. Anyone could hear that it was shady. This can be silly. Column angry simply do not want to take care of him. Looking at Qin Huairu still fantasized that this is if their daughter-in-law should be how good. Just at this time, Su Feng walked in with a bicycle in his hand and 2 pounds of venison hanging from the handlebars. As soon as he saw how busy the courtyard was, he thought he was waiting for him. Then he swept one more glance before noticing Qin Huairu in the crowd. After sweeping another glance at the expression on Brother Pillar's face that was as if he was constipated, Su Feng had already guessed what had probably happened. It seemed that the village flower of Qinjia village was going to end up in the hands of Jia Dongxiu, something Su Feng had not expected. Bro, it's only been a few days. You're riding a phoenix bike. Ha! Seeing the phoenix bicycle that Su Feng was pushing, it was as if Silly Pillar had found a point of counterattack, even though the bike wasn't his. Upon hearing these words from Silly Pillar, quite a few people in the courtyard focused their attention on Su Feng. Qin Huairu had also noticed Su Feng. She just didn't expect to run into him here. Sure enough, it was a phoenix bike, and it had a piece of meat hanging off the handlebars. I bought it recently. Brother Pillar, this is the venison he shot in the mountains. Bring it over for you to try. Good man. The yard heard another wave of envy. They can't even eat pork. People are already eating venison. Chapter 36. Hundreds of different families. And a chance to enter the city. Ouch. This stuff is good stuff. In the old days, the common people wouldn't have been able to eat this stuff. The silly column's tone was as exaggerated as it could be, but it had some effect. Who in this yard has ever eaten venison? I'm afraid I've never even seen it. Su Feng felt a bit awkward, always feeling that today was not the right time to come. Brothers, I can tell you, this stuff that is a real tonic. Today must come out of the watchman to pick up this meat. Come on, brother, I'll help you push the cart. A farce came to a complete end with these words from the Silly Pillar. It also really disgusted Jia Dongxiu, and it seems that he can't even buy some meat for lunch today. With such a pretty girl coming to the door for the first time, and with the silly column's eye candy in front of her, it can't be too shabby. After a while, the smell of meat filled the courtyard. Let's start with the Jatanwook family. The white and fat Jia Zhang, who was raised to be polite, did not know how to be polite, and her daughter-in-law came to the door for the first time, and only cared about clamping the meat on the plate. In this era when everyone didn't have enough to eat, it wasn't unreasonable for Jia Zhang to be able to raise herself white and fat. Although Qin Huairu also crave meat, the first time to the door is not too good to clip. Didn't mom cook you some ribs yesterday? Save some for Huairu. Afraid that this marriage will be yellowed, Jia Dongxiu were he dared to expose his nature. As for the ribs that were stewed yesterday, that's a total lie, big girl. It's not hungry. Come daughter, I'll pinch it for you. The three grandparents' house. Yuli smelled the gluttonous meat flavor in the air, and after looking at the table in front of her with greaseless Chinese cabbage, she really couldn't raise her appetite. But this time she didn't make a scene. For one thing. Secondly, the human Jia family has found a new daughter-in-law. If she makes a scene at this time, a comparison looks more humiliating. As for Yan Xiecheng, he was afraid of Su Feng. This kid carries a piece of meat over here, and his own daughter-in-law is bound to make a scene with him. Not to mention the fact that we can't live on. We can't stand up straight in this institution. Seeing his daughter-in-law's face look bad, Yan Xiecheng took the initiative to open his mouth to comfort her. Daughter-in-law, wait for me. Today say whatever your man wants to let you taste the flavor of venison. Obviously, Yan Xiecheng intends to repeat the same trick. Anyway, the two of them are just like two little cuties. They believe whatever he says. Officer Su's house. Officer Su, naturally, was talking about Su Damao. But this license of his didn't have a single thing to do with the Su of the Su village. If you want to say that the only people in the courtyard who don't crave the taste of meat, it belongs to Su Damao's family. Officer Su was a projectionist at the plant. Not only showing movies for the Red Star Rolling Mill, but also going to the countryside most of the time. How else would Officer Su have had so many affairs in the village? There were times when the village chief and the commune wanted Officer Su to show 2 more movies, so he would send some agricultural products or something. Plus Su Damao's daughter-in-law Lu Shaoi, the daughter of a serious capitalist. So the situation of lack of meat to eat does not exist at all in Su Damao's family. Eco, you say? Don't you he a temporary worker can also find such a beautiful daughter-in-law? Although Su Demo doesn't crave meat, he craves big girls. He was also present when the crowd was watching just now, and without blinking his eyes, he stared fiercely at Chin Huiru. In his heart, he couldn't help but think how nice it would have been if he had been allowed to know this girl first. Screw people, temp work that's a real job isn't it? Not to mention that girl is still from the countryside. Lu Xiaoyi does not care about this trivial matter, but is quite interested in the young man carrying venison today. It's the first time since I was a kid that I've seen a man who's so straight, and I don't know if he's married or not. That's true, and I don't know where this Jia family found it. The viewpoint goes back to the stupid Column's house. Rainwater was there today on the weekend, but there was nothing awkward about the atmosphere as his brother was clearly not in a very comfortable mood. Brother Pillar, don't think too much. With your condition not finishing that boy, you can definitely find a better daughter-in-law. Su Feng knew what he usually was upset about, and opened his mouth to offer a few words of relief. Enough about that, I'll let you try my brother's treasured wine today. Silly Zhu was really upset to see Jia Dongxu finding such a beautiful daughter-in-law and plans to drown his sorrows in wine. Then I'll keep you company. This does not come to the place where Su Feng is good at. In his previous life, his ability to drink said second in Su Jia village. No one dares to say first. It's nothing to brag about though, it's just too much booze to be that much of an asshole. So reborn back in order to make up for his daughter-in-law. Su Feng in the family that is not a drop of alcohol. Not even mention the word. Even on Jianjun's wedding day, Su Feng only ate a bowl of noodles. But now that we're in the city, it's okay to drink a little. So the two men began to push the glass, and after 2 or 3 rounds, the silly column had begun to get in his face. The taste of this Shifeng wine was really good. It was much better than the wine Su Feng drank in his previous life. Brother's heart is bitter. I tell you, since I was a child, I couldn't get along with the people in the courtyard. Not only this Jia Dongxu, but also the most hated one in the inner courtyard, Su Damao. Now that both of them have found a beautiful daughter-in-law but he hasn't, the silly column always feels that he has been compared to. Then the nonsense started, and then it got to the silly column's work. This stuff is hard to see nowadays, and the mountains are a really good resource. Foolish Pillar pointed at the venison on his plate with his chopsticks. Brother Pillar, what's the price of meat in your factory if you take it? After all, the goods then 3. If the Red Star rolling mill acquisition price is high, then Su Feng certainly do not go to the black market. What's the price? I heard some time ago that one of the junior section members in the procurement section was not up to the task. Finally, they just put out the word that if you can't do a good job, you're gone. Anyone who can come up with the meat now will be given a job straight away, and even an establishment if they do a good job. Hearing this, Su Feng didn't have much of a reaction at first. After all, he didn't need to work, but the more I thought about it, the more it didn't seem right, and it wasn't just an opportunity to get into the city on his own. No wonder that Li was so eager to talk that day. So that's what he was talking about. This job can be very suitable for Su Feng, the leader, as long as the supplies, nothing else matters. Brother Pillar, I'm this. Su Feng was moved to this job. Slowly accumulating development in the village of Sujia is too slow. Only the big city has more opportunities. And this is the opportunity to get into the big city. Su Feng was just about to speak his mind when he was interrupted by a knock on the door. Pillar, eat. Yan Xiecheng held the bowl in his hand behind his back and came over with a smile on his face. Silly crutches know his intention, but at this time the mood is not good. Really lazy to take care of him. Asterisk 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 off. If you want to eat meat, figure it out yourself. Last time I was in a good mood. It's okay, but there's no such thing as coming over every day and asking for something for nothing. No, Brother Pillar, just do me a favor. You know my daughter-in-law likes to make a fuss. It's okay to talk about other things, but when it comes to his daughter-in-law, Silly Zhu's anger comes up immediately. Didn't your daughter-in-law argue with you the last time I gave you meat? It's just a fight anyway, so hurry back and fight. It looks like he has a daughter-in-law. Damn it. This venison doesn't want to be given to him even if he can't eat it all and feed it to the dogs. No. How do you talk? Silly column? Just now also a mouthful of columns. This time exposed nature called on the stupid column also. Chapter 37, accidentally crashing into Chief Chen's good deeds. What's wrong with me talking like this? What do you have against it? Get the hell out of here. Usually when it was normal, Silly Pillar had something to say. Let alone in this state. Being compared to someone Jia Dongxu really deserved it. Being scolded by someone pointing at his nose. The big young man Yan Xiecheng surely couldn't hold his fire. These words were like pouring oil on the fire, directly igniting Silly Pillar's temper. If it wasn't for the big guy Su Feng who was stopping him, I'm afraid that the bottle of Shifeng wine would have smashed on Yan Xiecheng's head in the next second. How the do you talk? Yes, you found a daughter-in-law. Just like you have to run away in 2 or 3 days, you believe it or not. It would be troublesome if the situation escalated. so Su Feng scolded Yan Xiecheng twice. Get the hell out of here. Yan Xiecheng looked at the silly column with a bottle in his hand, and did not dare to dislike him again, spread his feet and slipped away. Calm down, brother Pillar. It's just not worth it to get angry over this kind of person. Maybe in a couple of days the kid's daughter-in-law will divorce him, and then we'll lead him into the yard, and that'll still piss him off. Of course, Su Feng was joking, but the effect is still very obvious. Stupid column after listening to the happy and no longer angry. You're right, brother. Maybe there's something like this in the future. I can't be mad at him. After eating, Su Feng told He what he had just thought. Why not, brother? Procurement section, that section chief I also know. I give you a bridge. We still have empty rooms in this courtyard, so maybe when you are assigned a job, the house will be assigned in this courtyard. Silly column heard this as a good thing. Have this brother in? He is not so isolated in the courtyard. That's fine, brother Pillar. See when you have time. Luckily, I came to find brother Pillar today. If I sold the 1,400 pounds of pork in the space to Scar, I'm afraid that it would be rare to come across such an opportunity again. In this case, Rainwater, you ride your bike to school by yourself, and I'm going to the factory with your peak brother now to do something. That's a good feeling. This kind of opportunity must be firmly grasped at the first opportunity, you know. After saying this, he moved directly, and went out just in time to run into the Jia family to send Qin Huairu back. Rainwater, then you ride your bike carefully on the road. I'll take your peak brother's bike out to have fun. Yu's tone emphasized the bicycle in particular, and anyone with a discerning eye could see that it was mocking Jia Dongxu for not having a bicycle. Jia Dongxu is also not willing to show weakness. Why were you still satisfied with me? Our two families to discuss to find a lucky day. As soon as possible to get married, you see into it? Both sides are half a catty to 8 tails, and this fight ends here. On the way out, Su Feng glanced at Qin Huairu. If he went back to the village and let the boys know, he didn't know how sad he would be. But that's all small stuff. The one big thing at hand will be a turning point in life. It is not an exaggeration to say that if you miss this opportunity, you will have to wait until the next time. After getting on the bike, with Silly Pillar pointing out the way from the back, Su Feng rode as fast as he could. Chief Chen has been so busy with this for the past 2 days that he should be at the factory at this hour. Silly Column led Su Feng to the factory entrance and registered straight to the office building. On the 3rd floor, it was the location of the office of the chief of the procurement section. Mr. Chun. Knock. 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 There was about a 5-minute wait before the man inside let the two in. If they hadn't heard a commotion inside, Su Feng and Silly Pillar would have left long ago. Pushing the door open and entering, Su Feng instantly understood why it took so long to let people in. Dare I say that the Qin section chief is not the only one inside. There is also a small young woman, good-looking indeed, with a strong manhwa flavor pervading her dimpled body lines. Although his clothes were straightened out, the blush on his face couldn't be fooled. It turned out to be an exchange of work experience inside, and it was easy to understand why the door had been open for so long. Section Chief Chen, my work has been reported, so I'll go back first. The young woman forced herself to be calm and slightly lowered her head to play rivalry with Section Chief Chen in front of her. Go back. It's really hard to make you work overtime today. This Section Chief Chen was calm. Not a trace of panic could be seen on his face at all, as if he was really working properly just now. Su Feng swept a glance. This section chief looks almost 40 years old or a showtop, playing quite flowery. Junju, why did you come to see me today? To be honest, just now also really put the Chen section chief startled. Also thought that outside the door is Lan Gira's man found over to catch adultery to come. The door opens and it's Silly Pillar. Immediately relieved. But at the same time, he was worried that the kid's loud voice wouldn't speak up, and if it got out, then he'd be just as screwed. Section Chief Chen, it's not me looking for you. It's this brother of mine looking for you. He's a hunter in the village and has a lot of meat on his hands, the stupid column said while grinning obscenely. Both men knew exactly what had just happened. Not to mention it's only been 5 minutes and the smell in the room couldn't dissipate it if it wanted to. At the same time also when the heart cursed this bald, when the leader is really good. Just now that little young woman to see him also greedy. It's a thing, so how much meat can you have on hand? Section Chief Chen looked at Silly Pillar with a speechless face. This person is really stupid. No matter what is on his mind, he shows it on his face. Leader, with thousands of pounds of meat and pork on hand, and subsequent hunting in the mountains, Su Feng reported truthfully. Upon hearing this figure, Section Chief Chen changed his lazy attitude from earlier. Are you serious? If he could make up for the 1,000 pounds of pork, he wouldn't have been scolded so badly by the leaders above him. Foolish Pillar didn't expect this brother of his to be so fierce. No wonder Phoenix bikes are bought when they say they are. Feelings don't mean anything to people. Su Feng nodded. Leader, you send a car. I'll immediately pull 1,000 pounds of meat over for you. Good, good, good. Silly column today, can't you have done me a big favor? If there are any difficulties in the future, just feel free to find me. Section Chieftain certainly wasn't casually committing to this favor, but mainly to shut up silly pillar. Leader, I didn't do any favors, so can't I also get a job or something for this brother of mine? Shouldn't I say that silly pillar was indeed quite righteous, not forgetting Su Feng at this time? It's all a small matter. Go and do the paperwork in a minute and start your induction tomorrow, Monday. But for the time being, it's a temporary job, and as you know, the staffing isn't just given. If the subsequent performance is good, with your brother's ability, it's only a matter of time before he's given an establishment. Again, this was Section Chief Chen's means of pinning down Su Feng. Sooner or later, the establishment will be put in place if one is obedient and capable. Su Feng similarly understood this, but whether or not there was an establishment didn't have much of an impact on him right now. It's not the paycheck he wants, it's the procurement of this channel. Chapter 38. The widow Wang was thinking, why don't we pay something tonight? Silly pillar, it's okay to say some things, but it's not good for either of us if some things get out, isn't it? I wonder if you understand what I'm saying. After things were arranged, Section Chief Chen even made a point of reminding this silly column. Don't worry, leader. Although my name is Silly Pillar, but I'm not stupid. Today my brother and I didn't see anything. Hearing Silly Pillar say this, Section Chief Chen was much more relieved. As for the Su Feng, who was immediately under his own command, there was no need to explain too much at all. Besides, you don't have to be a cutie to look like that. I'm sure he knows his stuff. The next thing is that Su Feng found an opportunity to pull 400 pounds of pork to the Red Star rolling mill. Give Su Feng at 80 cents a pound. And of course the meat ticket, combined with the 600 cash in the system space. The deposit now stands at 720. And that's just the beginning. With the status of purchaser, that rake in the money collapses. If you move up the ladder later with an establishment, you'll be worthy of the sisters. What if Lin family is a capitalist? We're leaders. Maybe by then, the Lin family would have to flatter him. After all of this and the procedures, the next step was to assign a place to live. Has not been corrected, so the allocation of the house is not likely to be much bigger. It just happens that he usually live in that quadrangle. There is a 1-bedroom. It's just a small bedroom plus a parlor room that adds up to 40 square feet. It wasn't a problem for Su Feng to live alone in such a large room, but it was a bit crowded when he took the sisters into the city as well. But also, what impact? This is a usual landing place. Now have a bike ride home from work to live or fine. Congrats, bro. When you move in here, the day you move in, brother will give you a reception. This went really well today, thanks to bumping into Section Chief Chen's good deeds. Okay, brother Pillar, then I'll go back and tell my daughter-in-law first. My daughter-in-law still doesn't know about such a big thing. From now on, I'm also a person with a serious job, and I'm not going to mix it up one day at a time like I did in the past. I'm sure the sisters will be happy to know. After a few polite words with Hiyuju, Su Feng didn't linger. On the way, I rode my bike to Quanjut and packed 2 roast ducks to bring back to my daughter-in-law to satisfy her craving. At $8 a piece, it really wasn't cheap, but the duck was a generous portion. The sisters heard the bell of the bike and walked quickly out of the room to meet them. Looking at the roast duck carried in his own man's hand, although his mouth complained about spending money indiscriminately, he had already begun to drool with gluttony. Earning money isn't just for you two to spend, and in a moment your man will tell you the good news. Shirshua stir-fry 2 dishes. Today is a day to celebrate. Seeing that his own man was so happy today, Shirshua couldn't care less about being shy about the morning's events and turned around to go into the kitchen to work. Shizuki, on the other hand, was wondering what good news her man had brought back. After a while, Shirshua made a small fried meat and a dry-fried deer meat shredded. Both are good dishes for wine. Roast duck just isn't that much of a stretch. Cut in big chunks to cuddle and nibble on for a while. I didn't realize how big the duck was until it was served, and the 3 of them couldn't even finish 2 ducks. Feng, why don't you call Sister Wang over? My sister and I ate at Sister Wang's house at noon. Widow Wang took advantage of the sisters and felt embarrassed herself. Taking advantage of Su Feng's trip to the city, it was the perfect time to call the sisters over for a meal. Okay, it's just one more pair of chopsticks. When you take someone's gold bar, you always have to return the favor. Shuriwa happily went next door to call Widow Wang and Little Doding, and the 4 adults and 1 child sat down around the small square table. The sisters sat together, Su Feng next to his youngest daughter-in-law. On the other side was Widow Wang, and on the other side of Widow Wang was, naturally, Little Doubting. Beanpole, hold it straight in your hand. Shuriwa gave Little Doubting a duck leg. Soon to be a mom. She sure loves little kids. Thank you, sister. Ha! After Su Feng said that he had a job in the city, the sisters and Widow Wang looked incredulous. I'm going to work tomorrow, but it's just a temp job right now. Having a regular job in this day and age is nothing short of honorable. That's great. No one in our village has a job in the city yet. Widow Wang heartily complimented. This is really good news. No wonder the food is so sumptuous today. The sisters had a look of pride on their faces at the same time. Worthy of their man. Just great. Widow Wang couldn't help but ask, has a place to live been assigned then? It would be enviable if the sisters moved into the city. At the same time, she was worried about one thing. If Su Feng moved into the city and didn't return to the Su village, then her future days would go back to the old days. There's no way around it. Human nature is selfish. Widow Wang even wondered if she should give something herself tonight to at least keep this man's heart. Su Feng nodded, and Widow Wang's heart immediately cooled halfway. But it's only about 40 square feet in size, so I'm sure I wouldn't be able to live there if I took you two over. Plus, daughter-in-law, you're pregnant now, and it's suffocating to live in such a small place, so I thought that would be a place to land, and I'd come back and stay during the week. The sisters certainly do not have any opinion. They do not have that much yearning for the city. Living their own life is the most real. Once she heard this, Widow Wang was relieved. It's been a day of up and down moods like that roller coaster. After eating, Su Feng planned to go find Shou Shan and a few of them, lest he came looking for him later on up the mountain and couldn't find anyone. What? Your boy got a job in the city? Upon hearing Su Feng's words, Jian Jun's eyes turned red. If he'd had this job, he wouldn't have had to worry about finding a daughter-in-law. The others were even more so likewise. What makes this kid's life so good? What an asshole of a man he used to be. Now he has a beautiful daughter-in-law and a bike TND. Now you tell me there's even a job in town. What do you mean by mixing it up? Dude, that's a proper official unit. Lest these few brats are not happy. Su Feng also pulled out a pack of Chinese cigarettes from his pocket and scattered one for each person. To be honest, Su Feng, ever since you changed I knew that you kid was the dragon in the pool and would rise up one day. The one who said this was Shou Shan, and those who are capable of doing so will do well wherever they are. I just didn't expect the day to come so soon. Alright then, let's get together sometime. Don't worry, we definitely won't forget our buddies. By the way, there is one more thing. In the future, don't think about that Qin Huairu in Qinjia village. I went into town today and saw people on blind dates, and I guess they'll be setting a wedding date soon. Upon hearing this, the brothers wailed again. Chapter 39, Hugging and Nibbling on Shishue. Today is the first day for his man to go to work in the city, and Shishue gets up early to cook dinner. You don't have to catch a shuttle when you have a bike, but you can't be late for your first job, can you? Su Feng quickly filled his stomach and only had the strength to ride his bike a little while later. If you don't come back at night, you should be staying in town late from work, so you two don't have to worry. While I'm away, if anything happens at home, go to Shou Shan first thing, and I'll come back first thing when I get the message. After all, his two daughters-in-law were as beautiful as flowers, so it was inevitable that they would be missed. Don't worry, what can happen at home? You should be careful out there by yourself. The city is not like our countryside, Lin Shiyue worriedly urged. After this period of time, the couple's feelings grew deeper and deeper. Stay away from those foxes out there, and always remember there's a pregnant daughter-in-law at home. You hear me? Shishue naturally knew exactly how bored her man was, and those women out there would surely take the initiative to lean on him. Su Feng smiled and nodded. Before I left, my daughter-in-law let me have a kiss, although her sister was also there. But Lin Shiyue didn't have anything to be shy about. Su Feng bent down and kissed his daughter-in-law's rosy mouth with a single bite, releasing it and then resting his gaze on Shishue. The fierce Shishue was shy instead, her eyes averted, not daring to look Su Feng in the eye. Su Feng didn't give her a chance to refuse, directly stepping forward and wrapping his arms around his waist, his other hand holding the back of his head, chewed on it hard. Finally kissed Shishue, gasping for air before pushing Su Feng away. His body was even softer that he could not stand. Let's go. The relationship had taken another big step forward violently, and Su Feng's mouth couldn't close with joy. Rushing to before 8 o'clock, Su Feng reported to the procurement section on time. Here you go. I'll take you to meet your co-workers. Section Chief Chen enthusiastically took Su Feng to his office, looking like he wanted to be cultivated as a beloved one. It can't be helped. Who let this kid bump into Chief Chen's good deed? Come on, come on. Everyone stop what you're doing with your hands. There's a nice young man here today to work with you. As soon as Section Chief Chen came in and said this before, all the people in the office had already put down what they were busy with and stood up. This is Su Feng, and that one. 400 pounds of pork is what this young man got. If there's anything you don't understand about your work in the future, you guys give me more guidance. Section Chief Chen gave his face completely, then pointed Su Feng to an old purchaser to take with him and left after explaining things. Su Feng scanned the circle. 2 of the 4 people in the office were recognizable. The only woman was none other than Lan Giru, who he met on the office yesterday, and the other ones was Li, who he had met. The young man is so handsome, My name is Zhou Weigui, you can just call me Lao Zhou. The one who spoke was none other than the lead master assigned to Su Feng by Section Chief Chen, and the oldest in this office. Master Zhou. Just call me Su Feng. Old Zhou that is close to the relationship can be called. Su Feng shouted a Master Zhou not guilty. Come let me introduce you. This is Lan Gero, you just call Sister Lan. The fact that Zhou Weigui was the first to introduce Wang Gero already said a lot. Su Feng called out to Sister Lan, and Lan Gero carefully sized up Su Feng before greeting him with a smile. Yesterday, I was caught by this kid. I haven't had a chance to take a closer look, but I didn't expect to look so handsome. Little brother is really something. No wonder the section chief personally sent you here. In the future sis will have to let you take care of it. Lan Gero didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed about yesterday's incident in front of Su Feng, as if it hadn't happened. Then came Li Jiefeng, also known as Brotherly. When Su Feng greeted him, this one's response was very cold. I think it was the day I went to Sujia village to make purchases, and I remember Su Feng saying that there weren't many supplies. Turning the head of this kid whole, so 1,400 pounds of meat for a job. His heart is naturally very upset. Su Feng didn't care. He counted as a hooker thing. Our job is very simple. We ride bicycles to the countryside to make purchases. Dotting it is not that important, as long as the task is completed. So most of the work time is arranged by yourself. But there's a weekly debriefing summary. And by the way, do you have a bike? Su Feng nodded. This job was really as easy as he thought it would be. That's convenient. I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the workflow. All morning, Su Feng was following Master Zhou to familiarize himself with the workflow. After all, purchasing in the countryside involves money and tickets. So naturally it's not that casual. But once you understand it, it's not really that troublesome. The difficulty is that the procurement goals are not well met. It's almost mealtime. Let's go to the cafeteria for a meal later. And borrow the bowls and chopsticks from the cafeteria later. I'll take you down to the countryside this afternoon and basically familiarize you with the workflow. And then you'll be on your own. Su Feng nodded his head, keeping what this Master Zhou said in his heart. Zhou Weigui led the way to the cafeteria, with Su Feng following at the side. Along the way, I ran into a number of workers in blue factory uniforms, all preparing to go to the cafeteria for lunch. By coincidence, I ran into Jia Dongshu. Because of the stupid column, the two just hit the ground running, and saying hello was out of the question. What's this kid doing in the factory? Jia Dongshu also did not expect to run into Su Feng here. It is hard to believe that this kid has also become a worker in the steel rolling mill, but it's nothing to do with him. Maybe he just came over to play or something. There were still quite a few people in the cafeteria, but everyone lined up in an orderly fashion. Zhou Weigui took Su Feng and picked a window with few people, which happened to be where Silly Pillar was eating. Silly Pillar, do you have any extra dishes here? This little brother behind me is new here and has prepared nothing. The stupid column bent down to take a look through the window opening, and at first glance it was Su Feng. This is my brother. Su Feng, put your money ticket away. Today's lunch is brother's treat. You know each other. That's just right. Su Feng didn't insist on giving it. It was only a matter of a few cents. Brother Zhuzi can't stop charging me next time. I also have a job now. Glanced at the window of the meal. The food cannot catch up with home. Cabbage with steamed bread plus a few large pieces of braised meat. If Su Feng hadn't gotten 400 pounds of pork. Don't even think about eating braised pork. Okay? Knowing that your kid's family is strong. Go back to the yard with brother at night. I have to say, Silly Pillar really took care of Su Feng. The silly column itself did not expect that the boy had not even a place to land last year. It had only been half a year's time that had passed. Shifting even he envied. This kind of person is simply a meeting of the wind and clouds change the dragon. He has this precondition, naturally want a good benefits. Maybe in the future to pull a hand or something. Silly columns. Silly columns. People aren't silly. Chapter 40, Teaching Jia Dongshu. Master Zhou took Su Feng and picked a place to sit face to face for lunch. There's not much to comment on the food. The cauldrons are just that. I didn't realize you knew Silly Pillar. And from the meaning of what he said, you live in the quadrangle over at Nanluo Guxiang? Teacher Master did know a lot. Su Feng nodded. That means the side you live on hasn't been cleaned up yet, right? In that case we're not going to take a break for lunch. We'll take a trip down to the countryside after dinner. And when we get back you'll go back early to pick up the house. I can't say enough about my former master, who was always looking out for people. Of course, there is also the Chen section chief personally led Su Feng over to report to this layer of relations. Maybe this kid with feet hearted. Trouble Master Zhou. No wonder section chief Chen handed me over to you. We have to remember when people are nice to us. For whatever reason. After eating, Zhou Weigui took Su Feng to receive a set of clothes and a blue cloth bag. Don't look at this cloth bag as small. It would be nice to fill this blue cloth bag on the next trip to the countryside. The two of them each rode bicycles, and Su Feng didn't know where to go, naturally followed behind. That's a nice Phoenix bike you've got there. Just bought it. Zhou Weiguo looked at Su Feng's bike and instantly recognized it as a Phoenix. These days can afford to buy this car that is definitely not what the ordinary people. It seems that this kid family background is really hard. Only bought half a month, riding is also okay. Master Zhou, where are we going? Su Feng is quite familiar with the city of 49. As for the nearby rural communes, Su Feng also knows a Qinjia village. Let's go to Red Star Commune, the biggest one in our neighborhood, and try our luck there to see if we can say something good. In our line of work, it's not as easy as you think, so watch and learn when you get there. Su Feng answered, and Master Zhou didn't say anything more to smother his head and ride forward. It was almost an hour or two, not sure exactly how long. Su Feng had long since thrown the watch inside the system space in order to keep a low profile, and would only take it out to look at it when he needed to. Entering the commune, Master Zhou rang the car bell a few times to remind the pedestrians on the road to pay attention to avoid. It was just after dinner time, and many people felt stuffy at home after eating, and carried a small mat out to find a shaded place to cool off. Folks, if you have any grain, vegetables, pork, eggs or whatever at home, you can come to me for money. I'm a buyer for the Red Star Rolling Mill, and I definitely give fair prices. I do not know what is the slogan or something, Master Zhou shouted at the top of his voice, but unfortunately no one answered. In these days, every family has not enough to eat, and only those who are in need of urgent money at home will use it to exchange. Master Zhou felt embarrassed. After all, is to bring Su Feng first time to the countryside procurement, cannot be a little harvest. Old Chow Tao, why don't you go yell somewhere else? Apparently, the village was also familiar with the purchaser. Well, in the end it didn't embarrass Master Zhou. A townsman came over carrying a pheasant for money and meat tickets. It is assumed that the family is short of money to use. In the mountains shot a pheasant cannot eat, so come over to exchange money. But the procurement of such wild game ended up in the leader's kitchen. It's kind of a crapshoot to say the least, but that's the nature of a few of their jobs anyway. Su Feng knows what is going on when he looks at it once, and as long as he is careful, he basically won't make any mistakes. Then Master Zhou took Su Feng around a commune. Sino Gain also rode his bike back to the factory. That's the end of today's work, and naturally, you can do whatever you want after work. At lunchtime he usually explained that he went back with Su Feng, and Su Feng turned his head and went directly to the cafeteria to find him. He usually came out from the cafeteria, carrying a mesh pocket with 2 lunchboxes inside. I'm giving the leader a little treat for lunch today, and my buddy saved half a chicken, so let's go back and have a couple more drinks. He usually was still the same he usually. And Qin Huairu hadn't developed into a white lotus at this point in time, so he usually was still able to keep his box lunch. Okay, but I have to go back and clean up my room first. Su Feng had already received his stripes, and when he went to the quadrangle he knew which room was his. It's okay, go back and brother help you. If you need anything just take it from home. After saying this the two men each got on their own bikes and rode back to the yard in no hurry. Parking his bike, Su Feng looked at the strip and found the house assigned to him. It's quite a coincidence that the location is right next door to Jia's house. It's just strange how the house is unlocked. I remember when the dormitory was divided, they said he could just clean it himself. They didn't say there was a lock, not to mention having keys and such. Whatever, just pick up a rock and smash it open. Su Feng thought about it. Maybe it was just a mistake. Anyway, the living cannot let the urine to suffocate. It's just this one lock, and you can run back and ask people again. Ka-ching! The lock hanging on the door was still very new. So Su Feng made quite a commotion when he smashed it. There was suddenly such a big commotion in the courtyard that many people came out to join in the fun and see what was going on. Those who went to work also rushed back one after another at this time. One didn't break, and Su Feng was about to smash a second time when Jia Zhang's shouting and cursing suddenly rang in his ears. You son of a, why did you smash my lock? Upon hearing this Su Feng was confused. Wasn't this the house that the factory had given him? What are you babbling about, old woman? My brother is now a clerk in the purchasing section of the rolling mill. This house is the one that the factory assigned to my brother. And since it's your lock, hurry up and bring the key. No wonder it was said. How could there be an extra lock on the door for no reason? Silly pillar, you fart. This is my house. Why should I let him live in it? Of course, this was what Jia Zhang thought of herself. She was still thinking of moving into this house if and when her daughter-in-law got married. Su Feng, you take out the note and show this old woman whose house this really is. After Su Feng took out the note, he read it as it was written. No one expected that this old woman would act like she was crazy and directly pounce towards Su Feng. Fortunately, Su Feng reacted quickly and received the strip in his arms at the first opportunity. To be honest, Su Feng had never seen such a scoundrel in the village. What do you want, you dead old woman? This is a note approved by the factory. How dare you tear it? This old woman had just scolded Su Feng, and Su Feng could remember it clearly. You dare to curse my mom. I'll kill you. Just at this time Jia Dongxiu rubbed a Moncler outlet store car and rushed back. Seeing Su Feng scolding Jia Zhang directly a flying kick, Su Feng's reaction was quick, and he dodged it with a sideways turn, then threw a hard slap towards Jia Dongxiu's face. What the but also sneak attack this set. Today do not beat him the girl. Chapter 41, The Regretful Yuli. Su Feng's slap can be described as powerful. Directly pumped Jia Dongxiu's eyes, faces to leave a few red marks. Jia Zhang saw her son confused by a slap on the wrist and lunged forward with her teeth and claws open. If this old woman scratches me, I'm afraid my face will be scratched. You have to know that Su Feng in his previous life was a famous asshole in the village of the Su family, and now he has only become aware of the pain of his daughter-in-law, not turned into a softball. Q. Egg strollers don't know what it means to honor the old and love the young. Su Feng directly kicked over. Jia Zhang's was kicked by Su Feng and rolled several times on the ground, and those watching couldn't help but laugh at how it was so comical. Jia Dongxiu watched Su Feng kick his mom flying froze and did not dare to go up again. Simply not a match for others. Dare to come to our courtyard to bully people. Xia Chung, you go ride my bike and call the people from the defense office here. A Moncler Jackets outlet store? Watching his own disciple was bullied. Certainly want to stand out justice. Come on, Mr. 1. Yan Xiecheng received the order, and his tone was rather like a falling stone. He had forgotten that the last time that half a kilogram of meat was brought by Su Feng, and only remembered how he was humiliated when he asked for venison. Yan Xiecheng, stop right there. Silly column shouted to Yan Xiecheng. If the security office came, this matter will not be good. You're still in charge of me, silly pillar. My feet are on me, I'll go wherever I want. The same with raw rice. Silly pillar, you live in this courtyard. How can you elbow your way out? No one in this courtyard yet dared to contradict his words of a great master. So naturally, he had to criticize the stupid pillar's ignorance. Su Feng only wanted to sneer as he watched the crowd's reaction. It seemed that there really weren't any good people in this courtyard. Brother Pillar told him to go and call someone. Just not sure if it's a bigger offense to embezzle public property or to beat someone up. Not to mention the fact that everyone in the courtyard was watching to see who started it. Fights were common in this day and age. And even when the defense department came, they only mediated. What's more, it was still the Jia family's mother and son who had made the first move, and Su Feng had only been forced to fight back. But the name of misappropriation of public this property that can be scary. Fines not to mention. Put people in jail for you for a few years are extremely likely. Su Feng's words scared Jia Zhang out of her cold sweat. As the saying goes, the older a person gets, the better they get, and she can be all too aware of how intimidating this hat can be. A Moncler Jackets outlet similarly reacted. If you really call the people from the security office over, I'm afraid that first Jia Zhang and his apprentice will be arrested. On the other hand, Yan Xiecheng doesn't care about this. Even if he takes Jia Zhang in, it doesn't matter to him, as long as he can be disgusted to Su Feng. This kid got his foot on the bike and tried to get out of the yard, and was directly grabbed by a grandpa with one hand on the back of the car. What? Why don't you let him call the defense office over? What bull justice? Who first moved the hand? Is this a big master blind? So Su Feng nonchalantly taunted. What a grandpa is here, he is no ass. Young man have to be forgiven. This matter Jia family really did not do the right thing, but you also hit someone not. This way we each take a step back and the matter ends here. A master is also a person smart. Know that this kid is not good to pin down, immediately put soft words. He took over my house and beat up our mother and father. And this is the justice you dispense. Your lordship? Old Jia, are you in heaven? Quickly look. You left a big master let people bully us mother and son. If you manifest yourself in heaven, take away this 1,000-dagger Wadachi master. Jia Zhang's lying on the ground crying and singing, like his mother singing a big opera. The courtyard hilarious people holding back laughter held red. On the contrary, a grandfather's face directly black as coal. What are you babbling about, Jia Zhang? Or let's have someone from the defense office called over right now. I don't care about this. Let the defense department do justice. For these two women to consider Jia Zhang still curse him. Really think he yi Zhanhai Nanjia Dongxu pension cannot? As soon as she heard that the first master had given up, Jia Zhang didn't dare to continue the dog's barking. Then I'll state in advance that whoever takes this up again in the future, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. I'll keep this lock, lest someone else be up to no good. Su Feng also knew that this old woman was difficult to deal with, plus the fact that he would have to live next door in the future. It was still necessary to put down harsh words in advance. In the future, no one is allowed to mention this matter again. Everyone should do what they do. There is no hilarity to see. A Moncler outlet online word that kind of puts a perfect end to the matter. But for the Jia family's mother and son, They had lost all their faces today. There was only one person who secretly felt pity. Naturally, Yan Xiecheng. However, judging from today's events, the people in the courtyard had a clear understanding of Su Feng. This kid is not only ruthless but also a difficult master. In the future, try to avoid as far away as possible. This was something Su Feng was happy to see, lest some people bully him as a newcomer based on his youth. After the crowd dispersed, Silly Pillar gave a thumbs up towards Su Feng. You're good, brother. This old woman is annoying as hell. And you're the one with the tricks. From now on, the name of the god of war in the courtyard is expected to change. This kid is the real god of war. Evil begets evil. Su Feng re-picked up the stone on the ground and made a strong effort to smash the lock on the door to pieces. The thud seemed to hit Jia Zhang's heart. It simply hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. Pushing the door open, it was empty of much of anything, but not a bit as dusty as one might expect. I think the old guy was planning to move in and cleaned up ahead of time. As a result, he let Su Feng cut him off and let him pick up a bargain for nothing. No wonder the old woman is so angry. It looks like she's planning to move here. She can think really well without the usual papers. Brother Pillar, then I'll go and get some bedding. And cooking kitch. It's a place to stay, so you have to get everything. Luckily it's summer and not as much work as winter. That's fine. Brother will go and cook now. It's not convenient for you to open up tonight. The three grandparents' house. This kid is not to be messed with. Yan Xiecheng, you pay attention in the future. Just now, this stupid son of his own let a grandpa as a gun. Did not gain any benefits, not to mention, may also let the yard that young man to hate. I'm still afraid of him, not just a temp. Yan Xiecheng is a tough talker. He is not even a formal job now, still look down on people's temporary workers. Wait until you have a job before you say that. Maybe they'll turn around. Do you think splitting a house is as simple as you think? Is it that easy to get a job these days? Maybe there's something behind them. I know. Just stay away from him from now on. Dad, have you heard from me about my job yet? Yan Xiecheng knows very well that if he relies on himself, he is afraid that he will never be able to find a job. Yuli, who was drinking kanji without saying anything, was equally concerned about this issue. Your father, I'm a teacher, not a factory manager. The third master also headache this matter. Now get a job to find the family bottom will have to empty. He really cannot afford to give up this money. Hearing her father-in-law say this, Yuli couldn't help but wonder why she was blind to marry into a family in the first place. Why wasn't he or she acquainted with the new young man in the institution ahead of time? Even if it's a temp job, then at least you don't have to live crammed in with a large family. Not to mention the fact that the guy is tall and handsome. Not to mention a brand new Phoenix bike. Hey! Chapter 42, Lu Shaoyi, Officer Su's house. Eco. I have to say that kid is interesting. A hi-hat shocks a grandpa. Su Damo prided himself on being a smart man, but even he had to be convinced by this wave of people's operations. A tactful one indeed. Why don't you go and get acquainted? You'll be living in a home from now on anyway. Even if Lu Shaoyi didn't say so, Su Damo had this intention. The point is that the boy is intertwined with the Silly Pillar. And you know that your man and the Silly Pillar have not been on speaking terms since childhood. Anyway, these two are at each other's throats when they meet, and neither one of them is convincing when it comes to their mouths. If the argument went too far, it was not uncommon to get physical. You care if his relationship with the Silly Column is good or not. Anyway, you are making friends with him, and besides, they are all in the same courtyard every day strangling to make people look at the joke, Lu Shaoyi said as she prepared dinner. A few greasy sausages on the counter. Other people's families finish that little bit of waxy goods early in the winter, and only their family can eat this summer. That's true. Eco, you're not right today. I haven't seen you care about any of the people in the courtyard in the past. Say, is it that the boy is tall and handsome you have in mind? There was no way that kid was recognized for being tall and handsome, and it was hard not to make Officer Su suspicious. What are you babbling about? You think we're still in love? Lu Xiao at this time really do not have any idea. Just think that this yard new young man looks really good. Love beauty is a woman's nature. That won't do. Your man will have to be housebroken today, Su Damo said as he pulled Lu Shaoyi back to his room. My own daughter-in-law. That was famous for her snowy white skin in this institution. Su Damo knew better. The skin underneath the clothes that was really white and red. Unfortunately, my daughter-in-law was always shy and wouldn't let the light go on whenever we communicated. It's a good time to enjoy it while it's not dark. Ouch, what are you up to again? I'm cooking. Lu Shaoyi was embarrassed in broad daylight, and a hint of pink had crept onto her pretty face. In the end, he couldn't resist Su Damo's constant grinding. Plus it was true that he hadn't exchanged their feelings as husband and wife for a while, so he still followed him into the house. Looking at Lu Xiao's delicate skin, Su Damo was about to show off his skills, but he didn't expect Xiao Su to be ineffective. Either that or he didn't come back last night, or he tossed around all night because of a commune widow's house. It should be that I was too tired from yesterday's trip to the countryside. Daughter-in-law, or you can use your mouth. Sudamo words have not finished. Lu Shaoyi kicked him away. Sudamo, who are you ing? Get out of the calf, old lady want to go to cook. In Lu Shaoyi's perception, that was something only a half-covered door would do. Okay, daughter-in-law, I was wrong. Su Feng went to the department store and bought a cooler, plus a pillow and blanket. And these 3 pieces were enough for the big summer. It's not too expensive. Certainly for him. As for the cooking gadgets, most of the city of 49 used honeycomb coal to boil water for cooking. And after all, there was no firewood for people to cut. There were also a few families that were nice enough to use gas canisters. And this was out of Su Feng's consideration. 1. It's cumbersome to use plus inconvenient to change the air. And 2. It's new after all. So naturally, you want to keep a low profile. Plus, there's not that much fancy cooking in this day and age. And the honeycomb coal makes do. Hauling the stuff back on the bike, I could already smell the meal when I got back to the yard. Silly Pillar heard the commotion and came out from the kitchen. Just one more dish, put the stuff in the house and come over. It's a real minority these days to stir fry all the time. And it's the only one who can afford to live like that. This single guy with a high salary. Silly Pillar. Okay. Su Feng returned home to put the cooler, the rest of the things to find a place to put. A moment back to clean up. Before dinner Su Feng went to wash his hands at the public faucet, and his little daughter-in-law Yuli happened to be washing dishes, but it looked like quite a grudge, washing the ceramic bowls with a clatter. It didn't break that day, did it? I was in a bit of a hurry to leave because something came up. Sorry about that. Su Feng couldn't help but strike up a conversation when he saw his young daughter-in-law this problem, and he simply couldn't change it. The sudden ringing of the voice in her ear startled Yuli, and when she reacted, she washed the dishes with gentler movements. It's fine, it was my fault last time too. I really didn't think you'd be sorted into this house. Yuli was now speaking as softly and gently as she could, even pulling the hair at her temples with her hand. It's quite a coincidence. Then I'm going to Brother Pillar's house for dinner. You're busy. There were people coming and going in the courtyard, and Su Feng was too embarrassed to keep chatting with someone's little daughter-in-law. Across the street was Brother Pillar's house, and I could already smell the aroma of the meal from a long distance away. When I entered the house, half a roast chicken, a portion of braised pork, and a vinegared cabbage were on the table. All are great dishes for dinner. Drink some to relieve your fatigue, and brother will cook you noodles for dinner later. There was no politeness between the two, and they moved a chair to sit face to face. Su Feng was about to taste whether the chicken was soft or not when a voice rang out from outside the door. I brought my own plate of meat dishes over to dine. Silly column, this you can't kick me out. If it weren't for Xiao Su's inability to lift his head, Su Damo would be on the bed at this point. Plans were disrupted, so I came over to get acquainted during the meal. All comers are guests. Sit. Old Beijing people are decent people. The door as a guest certainly cannot be thrown out. Besides, Su Damo is still very sensible. Unlike that Yan Xiecheng, a white-eyed wolf who will whore himself out for nothing. Silly column got up and went to get a glass. Opened a bottle of Red Star Erguo to one person, poured a cup full. 1 glass each. We're not greedy. Silly Pillar is an average drinker. This one is just right. Look at you. You're such a wimp. 1 cup is enough for anyone. Su Damo couldn't help but stab at it. There's no such thing as one drink. Who are you calling a wimp? Then I'll drink with you tonight and not make you vomit. Saying this, the two began to spar for a drink. And that Su Feng could only give up his life to accompany the gentleman. It's not even 2 conversations yet, and a bottle of Red Star Erguo is already at the bottom of the bottle. We're both vegetable addicted, and one of us doesn't like the other. Come on, drive again. Chapter 43, Coincidence. Silly Pillar, do you know why you're so annoying? It's because of your stupid mouth. Su Damo was drunk and giddy, banging the table with his hand as he spoke. I'm true to myself, unlike all of you who have a lot of heart. The stupid column surely can't admit it and thinks he's a good guy. What a true nature just can't behave. Otherwise, with your cooking skills, you would have been a leader in the back kitchen long ago. Su Damo has a point, but his brother and sister are half a catty to 8 tails. One has skills but lacks heart. The other has a lot of heart but no real skills. It's true that a projectionist is a good job in this day and age, but he, Su Damo, only knows one projection. Normally, although he likes to get in front of the leaders, but in the eyes of the leaders is completely a jumped-up clown. Su Feng silently clamped his food on the side and quietly listened to the two of them dislike each other. From the words of the Pillar brother, also roughly understand Su Damo, this person. In combination with the facial features, this kid is estimated to be a pure and simple true villain. It's okay to be superficial friends, but if you really believe his bull ********, you might get tripped up by this guy at some point. It's time to say no to the fact that the second heat chicken is really flavorful. and that the sausage is firm and obviously filled with real meat. Asterisk 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 you. What do you know as a projectionist? Perhaps it was because Su Damao had lost face here with Su Feng by saying these words. Silly Column's face immediately turned ugly. You're a cook and you're looking down on projectionists. No wonder you can't get a wife if you don't look at your unkempt appearance. Su Damao's drinking capacity was not good. This time the two drank high, and directly shook out the words in his heart. I'll clean you up, believe it or not. This matter is the pain point in the heart of the silly Column, and when it was mentioned face to face at the wine table, he immediately felt that his face was lost. I'm afraid you'll do it. Even if he didn't drink, Su Damao didn't goad him, let alone the current state of drunkenness. Su Feng also didn't expect the two to change their faces so quickly, and they were at each other's throats in an instant. Su Damao, where is the opponent of the quadrangle war god Silly Pillar? A punch in the eye socket, Su Damao should fall to the ground. Su Feng hurriedly got up to stop the fight. This is not drinking well. How to dry up again. Looking back at Su Damao, he was lying on the ground as if he had fainted. Is this a one-punch up? Silly Column also noticed that Su Damao was not right, and for a moment the wine woke up quite a bit in fear. Su Damao, you damn well don't play dead. Silly Column, now this panicked figure, really have the hand and foot feeling of Lu Zhishan when he killed Jingguanqi with 3 punches. Su Feng hurriedly squatted on the ground and checked. His breathing and heartbeat were normal. Should have been drunk, plus the stupid Column's punch directly forced him to sleep. It's okay, brother Pillar, just drunk. Hearing Su Feng say this, Silly Pillar's hanging heart could be considered to have been released. If we beat Su Damao to death, he won't be wasted. Su Feng, you help me help this brat back. Brother, go cook noodles. After all, it is a punch to dry people down. Plus there is a shallow green eye sockets on the face. Stupid Column is really embarrassed to see Lu Shaoyi. That's fine. Figuring out where Su Damao house is, this kid's slender body was already thin. Su Feng helped Su Damao up with one hand. The road was noticed by a number of people in the yard, but they did not say anything. They all know that this kid people vegetables addiction is still big. Often drunk. Arriving at the place, the door was enclosed. Su Feng knocked on the door with the empty hand. Why are you drinking so fast? And you're having trouble with the stupid Column again? The door did not open sound first. It seems that Lu Shaoyi also quite understand these two enemies. When I opened the door, I was surprised to see 2 men standing in the doorway. Sister-in-law, it's me. Su is drunk him. Su Feng was also only in his early 20s this year, so there was nothing wrong with calling out to brother Su. Tell him every day that he can't drink, don't drink so much. Thank you. Lu Shaoyi came over to support the other side, and the two of them helped Su Damao back to the bed together. Who knew that Su Damao would suddenly be a jerk at this time? Daughter-in-law, come sleep with your man. Su Feng and Lu Shaoyi were bending over to help Su Damao to the bed at this time, and no one expected to be violently pulled by Su Damao. Lu Shaoyi was completely wrapped up in the man's scent in an instant. Her head was directly confused, and she even forgot to push Su Feng away. Get up! Lu Xiao's white face an instant burned into a residual haze. His own man can be lying next to it, which if woke up, said the days are not explained clearly. Su Feng obediently used both hands to forcefully prop himself up. To be honest, Su Feng was also a bit flustered, almost forgetting where he put his hands. Let's go. Sister-in-law. It's really not his fault. It was Su Damo who dragged him to the bed. Lu Xiao the shy were dare to take care of him. She also knows that it has nothing to do with others. Blame yourself for this dead man. Out of the house, Su Feng reached out and closed the door. The cool breeze of the evening blew, and the boiling blood all over his body could be considered to be calmed down. What a crock of. This kind of can happen to him. This side lying on the bed, Lu Shaoyi is slow for a long time before the face returns to normal. And this long list of things happened because of her own man who was lying next to her huffing and puffing. Lu Shaoyi couldn't help but kick him a few times. Su Damao, you're really good, dragging your own daughter-in-law into another man's arms. By the time he returned to the silly pillar house, Su Feng had already returned to normal, unable to see in the slightest what charming things had just happened. After all, he's not a big boy anymore, and he has a daughter-in-law at home. As you can see, it was that kid who was the first to talk. If it wasn't for the fact that the kid was drunk, he would have had to clean him up. Forget it, brother Pillar, let's eat. There were still quite a few dishes on the table, and with a bowl of noodles, Su Feng was full. After eating out, the sky is already dark, and did not buy candles or go back early to clean up. In addition to cleaning up, in fact, there is nothing to clean up. Straw mat laid out to lie on it can sleep. Chapter 44, Comforting the Little Daughter-in-Law. Unlocking new functions. Looking at the unfamiliar environment in front of him, Su Feng could not sleep at all with his hands resting on the back of his head. One is because of what just happened at Su Damao's house, and it's always awkward to think about living here in the future with your head up and your head down. But I have to say, Lu Shaoyi, that was really soft. The second is that without my daughter-in-law in my arms, I always feel that something is missing. I wonder what the sisters are eating at home today and if they will be bored. There's also the small yellowtail that wasn't finished on the beams of the room, which Widow Wong shouldn't be able to find out. Thinking about it, plus the food I just ate was salty and I drank a lot of wine, so I wanted to get up and have a drink of water, but there was none in the house. If he were at home, his daughter-in-law would just pour a glass of water and hand it to him. Su Feng could only push open the door and go to the public faucet in the courtyard to get a drink. This era wasn't that elaborate, plus Su Feng was really thirsty. Opened the faucet with a cupped hand and drank several large mouthfuls of cool water down, which is even less sleepy. By the way, it's a good time to use the search function to see what treasures are in this yard. Open the map and click search. 10 seconds later there are dozens of more bright spots of various colors on the map. Gold, yellow, orange, white, silver, everything. Good lord. 49 City is 49 City. I can't say that every house has any good treasures, but the density of the highlights can be frighteningly dense compared to the countryside. Far away for a moment, there are two spots within the confines of this close-by yard. Su Feng zoomed in to see that one was none other than his own next-door Jia family, while the other was Su Damao's house that he had just visited. Only the bright spots in Jia's family were a little darker, and the golden spots in Su Damao's family were even a few points brighter than Widow Wang's family. Su Feng didn't know if the brighter the points labeled on the map the more treasures there were, but there was a huge probability that this possibility was possible. It seems that in this 49 City, one really hasn't come to the wrong place. Then Su Feng poured another mouthful of cool water to suppress his excitement and turned around to go back to the house to prepare for bed. It was at this time that a figure was seen coming out of the moon gate and running behind the house where Su Feng lived. He also made it a point to take a look around the yard today. After all, you always have to figure out where the toilets are, don't you? And right behind him was a cellar. But it was still early enough in the summer that there shouldn't be much in it. Who knew if the man was rushing towards the cellar or towards him? Su Feng moved his feet to slowly follow him over. Sure enough, the closed cellar door had been opened, so it wasn't directed at him. It has nothing to do with himself. Su Feng was too lazy to care, and was about to go back when a woman's cry suddenly came from inside. It was no other than Yu Li. Why is this woman crying in the cellar in the middle of the night? There was nothing to do in the middle of the night, so Su Feng planned to walk in and comfort someone who had a good heart. Who? Yu Li was crying sadly when she heard a movement at the cellar entrance and immediately stopped crying. It's me, Su Feng. I just saw a figure running here. I came over to see what's going on. There was naturally no light in the cellar, but Su Feng could clearly see that this little daughter-in-law had cried her eyes out. Hearing that it was Su Feng's voice, Yu Li cried louder instead. Sis, what's going on here? Should not Today Yan Xiecheng also did not make any trouble. In addition to a Moncler outlet store let him go to the security office to come. It's hard to believe that when he and brother Pillar eat meat, this woman will start crying and screaming? It seems to be true. All 3 times. Yu Li didn't reply to Su Feng, but just cried hard. Su Feng knew that women needed to vent their emotions at this time, so he didn't say anything else and let her cry. After about 10 or so minutes of crying, I don't know if it was because she was tired or what, but Yu Li's crying slowly started to get smaller, but the sobbing didn't stop, and it looked like it really hurt. Sis, why don't you tell me what's going on? Maybe it'll be easier to talk about it. Yuri listened to this and slowly began to pour out her heart. One of my sisters asked me to go to a department store today, and I thought it would be nice to go for a spin and not pay for it. When we got to the mall my sister bought several nice dresses and spent all the money her man gave her. As for me, I can't get a dime out of my pocket. My sister hasn't asked me why I didn't buy any of them. Do you know how hard it was for me to jump off the second floor of the department store? Sis couldn't wait to jump off the second floor of the department store mall. Obviously she's not as pretty as me, so why should I have to live like this? The more Yu Li talked, the more she broke down, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing out again. No wonder you cry so much. Women are afraid of comparing themselves to each other. Plus that sister of hers isn't even as pretty as Yu Li and yet she manages to live so daintily. Anyone would feel unbalanced. Su Feng didn't know what to say. He couldn't buy her clothes out of his own pocket. He wasn't his own daughter-in-law. Sis, eat a candy so you can feel better. This was still one of the great white rabbit milk candies that Shuriwei had given to Su Feng. Su Feng didn't like sweets too much, so he casually threw it into the system space, handing the sugar to Yu Li. Su Feng didn't continue to stay in the cellar. If her man found his way over to block it in a while, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain. Yu Li froze for a moment as she looked at the large white rabbit milk candy in her hand and gently plucked the candy paper with her hand and stuffed it into her mouth. The candy paper didn't bother to throw it away, so I just slipped it into my pocket. Once it was in my mouth it was sweet and the bad mood was really dispelled. Comparing it to his own man again, Su Feng was simply a complete victory over Yan Xiecheng. Gathering her emotions, Yu Li then emerged from the cellar to go home. Didn't you go to the bathroom? What took you so long to come back? As soon as he entered the house, Yan Xiezhu immediately wrapped up, and his hand subconsciously reached inside his clothes. But this time Yu Li pushed her away. You don't even have a job and you still have the nerve to touch me. If you are pregnant with a child, you have the money to support it? Starting today, wait until you get an official job before you touch my mother. Unlock a new bound object, 10 times the reward of 10 white rabbit milk candy. Unlock new function, mall. Su Feng had just entered the house when a system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Skipping the 10 great white rabbit milk candy, Su Feng's attention was all on the newly unlocked features. Tap on the system panel, and sure enough, there's an extra mall option. Tapping on the mall is like opening a department store supermarket. No, it's literally a supermarket for everything. And the price marked on it is exactly the price of the item on the market right now. The first thought you might think is that it's pretty chicken ***** and doesn't all cost money. But if you think about it, you don't need a ticket to buy something in the system. And what's most lacking in this era is supplies. Many things you can't even buy with money. And the system unlocks this feature first, perfectly complementing these shortcomings. Don't want tickets not to mention. As long as you have the money to buy as much as you want. Su Feng experimentally bought a watermelon. And surprisingly, he could choose between ice and room temperature. The price of the watermelon was $1 a pound, and a 10-pound watermelon was immediately added to the system space after clicking buy. And of course, the cash that exists in the system space is $10 less. I just ate a very full meal, and now Su Feng doesn't have much of an appetite. So it's a good idea to bring it back to his daughter-in-law tomorrow. With this feature, the job of a buyer is literally tailor-made for him. Su Feng's excitement couldn't be calmed for a long time. Who would have thought that he would receive such a rich reward for just giving away a candy? It seemed that the system was also unorthodox, forcing him to care about other people's daughters-in-law. Chapter 45, There must be something between Su Feng and the widow. Last night Su Feng was worried that he might oversleep at work tomorrow morning, and it was his sister-in-law who called him on Monday morning. It turned out that Su Feng had overthought things, and by the time he was almost ready to go to work, the courtyard was clanking and noisy. This yard is basically full of steel rolling mill workers as well as their families, so the time of going to and coming from work is highly uniform. Don't even worry about being late because no one can sleep when it gets here noisy. Putting his clothes on and pushing the door open, Su Feng was about to go to the public faucet to brush his teeth and wash his face before going to work. As soon as he was out the door with his toothbrush, Su Demo came out of the moon door screaming and cursing. Doggone stupid column. All your ancestors. Last night Su Feng sent Su Damo back when it was already dark, and the green eye sockets on the eyes were very shallow. Lu Xiaoyi did not notice. This morning I got up with a confused head, after the daughter-in-law Lu Xiao's reminder, only to remember that the stupid column gave him a punch last night. Quickly, he put his clothes back on and came straight over to curse the fight with his green eye sockets on top. With these two in this quadrangle, don't think you'll have a day of peace. Su Damo, I think you're just trying to kill yourself. Su Damo's curses were so loud that an entire courtyard could hear them clearly. The stupid column pushed out the door in a huff, his fists already clenched. How can I go to work when you beat me up like this? Neighbors were in a hurry to go to work just now, and they were not in a hurry to see the action. One by one, they looked at Su Damo, and sure enough, there was a big green eye socket. How come they don't know when these two fought? You deserve it. Who made you talk last night? I'll fight you. Su Damo carried his fists and charged straight up. Even if he wasn't a silly pillar opponent, he had to go up and bite him twice. Neighbors look at this situation will know that there is a lot of fun to see. Almost move a small horse sitting next to the side to watch while high on melon seeds. Su Feng was no exception. Anyway, Su Damo was no match for Brother Pillar, so he could fight if he wanted to. Stop it all. It's early in the morning like, look at you two. One of you has a daughter-in-law and the other is in her 20s. You're not afraid of being laughed at by the people in the courtyard. A Moncler outlet store low, cold voice forcibly interrupted the great drama of this morning. Wifey, you go get the house's stumbling wine. You two apologize to each other, and we'll call it a day. Zhonghai, as the factory's 8th grade pliers plus a grandpa in the yard, is still very good at talking, the two men convinced each other to apologize. This matter is even so simple to turn the page. Well, don't even look around. It's time to go to work. A good day officially starts with a lot of noise. Su Feng pushed on his bicycle to go to the factory along with Silly Column, and on the way he drank a bowl of fried liver with a donut. Old Kraft sure tastes good and it's cheap. After a point at the factory, you can go down to the countryside to acquire supplies. With the function of the mall in place, none of this was a matter for Su Feng. Out of the 4 cities immediately adjusted the direction, straight to Su Jia village, Aunt Lee's house. Mom, I heard from Shou Shan and the others that Su Feng got a job in the city. Su Chang, the eldest, has also been to the city to play, and after seeing the prosperity of the city, he does not want to spend his life in the field like his parents, not to mention not having enough to eat. You'll never get a beautiful daughter-in-law in your life. I don't know. I haven't really seen that turd all day yesterday. Auntie Lee likes to keep an eye on her neighbors when she has nothing better to do, just to see if Su Feng has anything unspeakable going on with that Thai widow. Why else would the widow be eating meat? She wouldn't believe it if there was nothing in it. Mom, then go see if Su Feng is at home. Maybe you can get your son a job too. Li Chang, he really dares to think, just based on his relationship with Su Feng, it's not bad not to fall into the well, and still think of finding him a job? Adley also knows that her son wants to enter the city, wants to go crazy. That is not so kind. You just honestly do not think of those beautiful things. Su Chang turned his head. Mom, why don't we pay back the money Lin Shishue owes? Doing Su Feng such a big favor and asking him to introduce him to a job he shouldn't refuse. That way I'll have a daughter-in-law and a job at the same time. And I won't have earned that $133 back in a year. Su Chang can be so bold to think that he has a job and a beautiful daughter-in-law without any effort. Auntie Lee was so blinded by lard that she really thought this was a good move. Put down the work in hand and go next door to Su Feng's house to visit. Is Su Feng's daughter-in-law home? I'm coming in. Auntie Lee didn't know what it meant to be polite and pushed open the courtyard door and walked straight in. The sisters just happened to be eating eggs with lean porridge, nutritionally balanced. Aunt Lee, is something wrong? After all, they were neighbors. Plus Shuriwei was already nice and didn't put on a face to people like Aunt Lee. You sisters are the only ones at home. Your Auntie Lee is looking for Su Feng. Where is he? Li Yinhua looked at the eggs and lean meat porridge on the table and envied the food from the bottom of her heart. She hadn't eaten a single egg all year long. And this Su Feng was really capable now. If this allows his eldest son Su Chang and Su Feng to become brothers-in-law, they will be able to take care of each other more or less in the future. Right? Feng he had something to go out and get busy. Auntie Lee, if you have anything to tell me. Although Shuriwei was nice, but it didn't mean she was stupid. This old had nothing to do with anything. She definitely couldn't tell the truth with her. Still hiding it from Auntie Lee. I've heard people say that Su Feng has a job in the city. Maybe you'll have to move to the city too after a while, Shuriwei. You won't be able to allocate such a big house in the city. What about Shuriwei? So Adley thought to promise Su Feng what he said last time, that Aunt Lee's family would pay the $133. Then in the future, Su Feng and we will all be family. And if we find a job for Su Chang in the city, then Shishue's face will also be honored. Won't it? Auntie Lee's words are quite nice, but the sisters are not stupid. Not to mention the fact that Shishue already has her heart set on Su Feng. Not to mention the fact that jobs in the city are not that easy to find. Her man is there to work, not to be an official or a boss. No need, Auntie Lee. We'll slowly pay back the money we owe ourselves. Besides, my man isn't that capable. Shuriwei retreated as an advance, and Auntie Lee's face immediately collapsed when she was rejected. So you two sisters nestled into one house with the same man. Aren't you afraid of any rumors in the village? When the soft one didn't work, pious Lady Lee came straight to the dirty one. It's... The weak-natured Shuriwei was really shocked by the dead old woman's words. Asterisk 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 off. It's none of your business that we sisters live together. Go ahead if you want to talk about it. Sure, Shui is not spoiled her. The village people like to say whatever they want to say. They sisters live their own lives into. Auntie Lee, if I hear a similar unclean word in the village, I'll put this here. There will be no peace in your house from this day forward. Chapter 46. Get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Just in time, Su Feng rushed back on his bike and heard this dead old woman threatening his daughter-in-law, kicked the door of the courtyard violently open, and after letting out the vicious words his eyes stared at this dead old woman with death. Su Feng is back. Auntie Lee was just talking nonsense. She dared to scare the sisters with this, but let her try saying it in front of Su Feng. Who in the village does not know that this kid used to be an asshole? Completely a bogeyman where dare to provoke. In the past, he did dare to flirt with Su Feng on the strength of his 3 sons. But what about now? People play well with the village chief's son's group of young men. The last time the Qin family came over to find trouble, people together with the son immediately followed up. Get lost. Don't be an eyesore here. Damn it. It's only been out for a day and my daughter-in-law is being bullied. How can I stand it? Even if the difference in seniority to say this kind of words, Auntie Lee hard not dare to put a fart. Gray and rolled back. Daughter-in-law, deal with this kind of person you learn from your sister. Just tell her to get lost. Shizuki nodded meekly, then stared blankly at her man. Not only did Su Feng miss her last night, she equally missed her own man. Miss your man yet? Men in this era wouldn't say such blunt words, but Su Feng, the strolling egg, was completely different. Lin Xia nodded with a red face, and Lin Shishua was too embarrassed to nod, but her slightly red pretty face already gave the answer. Elbow. Back in the house. Mom. What? Li Chang is thrilled to think that he can get a beautiful daughter-in-law and have a job at the same time. And he keeps beating around the house. Too bad he wasn't the main character. How could such a good thing come his way? Don't even think about it in the future. People don't agree. Auntie Lee had a gloomy face, obviously feeling aggrieved after being scolded. Who is she to disagree? Aren't they afraid that the village will say that they are both sisters living in the same house with the same man? No wonder. This bad heart feelings for Li Chang thought. Don't talk nonsense. Do you think our family can mess with Su Feng now? Li Chang definitely not convinced. I'm still afraid of. Halfway through the words Li Chang was silent. Now really can't afford to mess with people. Su Feng was too embarrassed to do anything bad in the morning, and just took the sisters back to the house to cut the watermelon. Feel the coolness of ice watermelon before summer is gone. When fall comes, you'll have to scurry thin on ice watermelon. What a beautiful watermelon. The sisters looked at the big, round watermelon on the table and loved it. Not to mention that they hadn't seen a watermelon of this quality since they were lost. Not even when they were daughters of capitalists. Shirshua gently touched the watermelon rind with the knife, and a whole watermelon directly cracked in response. The crunch is downright scary. Thin-skinned and red-fleshed. You can't even see the seeds. If this watermelon is taken out, not to mention $10, even if it is $100, people will be willing to buy it. Where is this quality of watermelon these days? Even the leadership special supply is far from it. So sweet. Shirshua cut a piece for her sister first, and Shiryua's eyes narrowed into a crescent moon as she took a sweet bite, coupled with the icy cold texture. You wouldn't give a god for this bite. Seeing such an exaggerated reaction from her sister, Shirshua immediately cut a piece for herself as well. It's not steak blind at all. It's just sweet to the core. Su Feng also cut a piece for himself, and last night he was still thinking that this $10 was expensive. After eating it in my mouth, it was so TND worth the $10. Like the food. I'll bring it to you next time. As soon as Su Feng's words fell on his side, Widow Wang's voice rang out from outside the door. Shuriwa, my aunt brought me some wild onions. I'll get you some to try. Widow Wang is a person who knows how to be grateful, and she will be kind to whoever is kind to her. Of course there are deeper reasons, except that things are done on the basis of science regardless of heart. Su Feng wondered if this Wang widow had grown a dog-like nose, and she came over as soon as she brought the sisters delicious food. Of course this is a joke. Giving it to Widow Wang can also double the reward, isn't it? Sis, try the watermelon Su Feng brought back. It's sweet. Ice watermelon should be eaten in one go. The texture will change completely when it cools down. Widow Wang entered the door and did not expect Su Feng to be at home, smoothly accepting the watermelon handed over by Shuriwa. The two families' current relationship didn't need to be polite at all. So sweet. Su Feng, this watermelon isn't cheap. You can't get enough rice these days, let alone eat this seasonal fruit. Plus the quality of this watermelon is even better. So Widow Wang's first reaction to eat watermelon is definitely not cheap. Okay. Su Feng is afraid to say that the price of $10 is too scary. These days the countryside cannot even spend a dime, let alone buy a watermelon with $10. It's no longer a luxury. It's totally defeatist and not living. Double the reward of 10 watermelons for consuming supplies to the sisters Widow Wang at the same time. I haven't had a chance to eat the 10 roast ducks that were rewarded last time. So this time there are 10 watermelons rewarded. There was no need to buy them at all. The sisters and Widow Wang combined were completely Su Feng's ATM. Sis, you get a piece for didn't too. Shuriwa saw that Widow Wang couldn't part with her food after taking a bite and thought that this was a way to save it to take back to her own children. Not to mention, that's a good mom. After lunch, each went back to the house for a nap. Not only did I not sleep well last night, I was woken up this morning. Sis is still next door. After the last time the couple exchanged feelings, Shuriwa looked at her sister's strange eyes and was so shy that she was embarrassed to talk to her sister. It's okay, daughter-in-law. Sooner or later it will be your turn to hear the voice and you laugh at her. Although it wasn't the first time I heard this kind of movement, Shuriwa was really bashful this time. What do you mean it's her turn one day? After about an hour, the commotion next door slowly began to diminish. That's not right. The last one wasn't this short. Is it possible that the man has learned something bad in the city? Phone, why don't you go to your sister? Surely she can't refuse you. It seemed that Shuriwa was overthinking things. As her sister's stomach was getting bigger and bigger, it was obvious that her stamina was failing. But what a good sister she was, trying to drag her into helping at this time. It's okay, daughter-in-law. Take a nap. Then I'll go to my sister's after I find my sisters. That's disrespectful to both. Plus it's still the first time for my sister. So how can I be so hasty? Anyway, it was meat in the bowl. Su Feng was in no hurry at all. At night, Su Feng didn't plan to go back to 49 City. So he stayed at home with his daughter-in-law tonight. Chapter 47, Shuriwa pretending to sleep. I slept until late in the evening, and when I woke up, my daughter-in-law was nowhere to be found on the bed. While the sleep was certainly comfortable, it was just a bit hot. Instead, I saw an electric fan in the system mall, but I couldn't even see a wire head at home. Not only Su Feng's house, the whole village has not seen any house with electricity. Plus, the electric fan thing was just too flashy, so I gave up on buying it. Hotspots are just that, hot spots, and summer is just days away. Get dressed and go out. Why aren't the sisters home at this hour? Su Feng tried to shout loudly, and the sisters were indeed at Widow Wang's house. Shuriwei told Su Feng to go over and have dinner at Widow Wang's house in the evening. Feng, you try it. It's fruit wine from Sister Xiao Li's her aunt. It's sweet. Having just entered the courtyard of Widow Wang's house, Shuriwei poured Su Feng a bowl of yellowish fruit wine. Su Feng smelled it. Sure enough, there was a faint kiwi flavor. It should be brewed from the wild kiwis picked in the forest. Tasted a little light sweetness, probably added sugar. As for the degree of fruit wine is completely negligible for Su Feng. Sugar was a good thing in these days, and not many families wanted to take it out of the brewery. Even if it is taken out to brew fruit wine that is also kept for their own gluttony, how could be willing to take out to give away? I've never heard of Widow Wang having this and treating her so well before, so it seems there's something going on here. It is indeed quite delicious. Daughter-in-law Shushui, you two can eat here in the evening. I want to go and see the village chief. Aunt Hohat's departure was probably a big blow to the village chief, and since the village chief's family used to be so good to Su Feng, they should have visited no matter what. Got it. Slow down on your way back tonight. Her own man knew how to be grateful, and Lin Shuriwei was happy to see that. Greeting Shuriwei, who was burning firewood in the kitchen. Su Feng turned around and left Widow Wang's house to go straight to the village chief's house. What Su Feng didn't notice was that Widow Wang looked at him with complicated eyes, as if she had something she wanted to say but didn't say it. On the way, Su Feng was wondering what to take. There were watermelons and roast ducks in the space, so it was just right to take one of each. On top of that, another $1.40 was spent to redeem 2 pounds of brown sugar. This stuff can be so precious. Taking 2 pounds to give to the elderly is also just right. With a thought, Su Feng's hand had an extra packet of brown sugar wrapped in craft paper, with a red paper with the word sugar on it. Even the string used to tie the brown sugar is tied with a very dated hemp rope. Wandering to the village headman's house, I could see smoke rising from a long distance. Uncle Su, I came to see you. Su Feng shouted at the door. It was Shou Shan who came and opened the door. Seeing that it was Su Feng coming over with a surprised face, Shou Shan punched Su Feng's shoulder. I thought you wouldn't be coming back if you had a job in the city. Why are you coming over at this hour? Brother Shou Shan, are you hard of hearing? You couldn't hear me when I shouted so loudly just now? Su Feng really felt a sense of affinity when he saw Shou Shan, and not just because he was from the same village. Ha ha ha. It's not a matter of being polite when I see you holding so many things in your hands. Shou Shan's mouth was polite, but his hands were not slow at all. Holy, such a big roast duck. The first thing Shou Shan received was a roast duck, and his eyes immediately glazed over when he saw what it was. There was a saying circulating among their group of big boys that if they liked a girl, they should take that girl to Quanjude in 49 City to eat roast duck once. Any girl who is hard to take down is guaranteed to agree with 100 after eating it. Anyone can understand that. But who can afford to eat this for $8 a pop? And he, Shou Shan, was now carrying a whole roast duck in his hand. Then the second one, a whole big watermelon bigger than his head. Who could eat this stuff in a time when you couldn't get enough to eat? Shou Shan's hands began to shiver. No, 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 no. Shou Shan said several no's in a row. This stuff is all too expensive. Take it back to your younger siblings. Who sends gifts to send this? Su Feng dared to send. Shou Shan did not dare to receive. Cut the crap. I came to see Uncle Su, not you. There must be more at home. After saying this, Su Feng shoved the brown sugar into Shou Shan's hand again and sidled into the house. It's Su Feng who's here. Daughter-in-law, go get a glass of water. The village head Suli sat on a chaise longue in the courtyard, and his speech was not as strong as before. After only a few days of not seeing him, Uncle Su seemed to have aged a few years, and it seemed that Aunt Hohat's unexpected departure had dealt a great blow to Uncle Su. The deep wrinkles on his face made Su Feng's heart sink. Sister-in-law, make Uncle Su a cup of red bran water. In this day and age, brown sugar water is the best tonic. Shou Shan's daughter-in-law was confused as to where there was brown sugar in the house. Daughter-in-law, this is the brown sugar Su Feng brought over. Take it and brew a cup for both our father and Su Feng. Remember to brew a cup for yourself as well. Shou Shan didn't even mention himself. He couldn't afford to drink this good stuff. Shou Shan's daughter-in-law was surprised and happy to see her man handing over a large bag of brown sugar, and turned around to take the brown sugar into the kitchen. Su Feng, there are good things. Remember to think more about their daughter-in-law. Next time you cannot take. Suli, who was sitting on the recliner, had a look of relief. relieved that Su Feng was really on the right path. Don't worry, Uncle Su. I'll treat the two sisters well without you saying so. Take care of your own health. As soon as Su Feng's words fell on his side, Shou Shan's daughter-in-law brought out 3 cups of brown sugar water. The first cup was given to Uncle Su, the second cup was given to Su Feng, and the last cup was given to his son. It was so good that Shou Shan's daughter-in-law was equally reluctant to drink it. With that kind of homeschooling, this little kid will definitely grow up to be a genius. After dinner at Shou Shan's house, the whole family ate with their mouths full. Before leaving, the little guy was still asking Su Feng when he would come over next. Let's go, brother Shouzan. The sun hadn't fully set yet, so this was the perfect time to go back. When he arrived at the courtyard entrance, what Su Feng didn't expect was that the sisters were still at Widow Wang's house. Going to take a look. 1 or 2 drink the pretty face red. This is how much to drink. The degree of the fruit wine was the same as fresh water to Su Feng, but to the sisters and Widow Wang, drinking too much of it would really intoxicate them. 1 or 2 of them were really cute with their little red faces. Feng, you're here. Why do I have 2 men? This stupid daughter-in-law. Come on, your man's taking you home. Su Feng wrapped one arm around his waist and placed the other in the crook of his leg, carrying Shiyue back without any effort. Place gently on the bed and cover your belly with a small quilt to avoid catching a cold. Feng, and sister, all drunk and concerned about his sister. Su Feng could not help but bend down and kiss. Once again back in Widow Wan's courtyard, little Doding should have been whisked back to bed, while Shiyue and Widow Wan were lying on the table. The same princess carry position was used to carry Shiyue back. The older sister could have much more weight than her younger sister, although it is a yellow flower big girl. After nutrition to keep up with the plump body is not at all lose women ripe. Although her eyes were closed tightly, the lightly fluttering eyelashes indicated that Shiyue was pretending to be asleep. Knowing that Su Feng would come over to hug her, Shiyue was at a loss for words and simply closed her eyes as an ostrich. Both sisters were so adorable that Su Feng couldn't help but rise to the idea of teasing Shiyue. Chapter 48. Gently put Shiyue on the next bed. Even lying flat on the peaks did not see the decadence. It can be seen how amazing the weight. Playing for a while, until Shiyue's pretty face is more attractive than the remaining haze. Su Feng just couldn't let go of his hand. Still pretending to be asleep, Su Feng walked to the front and bent down to directly nibble on it. After about 10 minutes, just as Su Feng was about to unbutton his buttons, Shiyue no longer dared to pretend to be asleep. If I keep pretending to be asleep, I'm afraid I'm going to be pregnant with a little baby tonight. Su Feng also stopped teasing her. There had already been a great improvement tonight. Take your time. When he left the room and went back to his house, his daughter-in-law was already asleep. Su Feng only remembered at this time that Widow Wan was still lying on the table in the courtyard. This would be a light cold if you were to lie outside in the yard all night. Walking into the courtyard, Widow Wan was indeed still lying on the table. Each of these 3 has a bigger heart than the other. Don't you know how much each of them can drink? By this time the sun had fully set and it was basically impossible to see much. Su Feng didn't have any scruples and used the same position to hold Widow Wang in his arms. It should be said not to say, surely this name with the Widow Wang is not at all a loss. The skin is not as snow white as the sisters or Qin Huairu, but there is no major disadvantage. I don't dare to say that the features are more delicate, but it always gives people a strong flavor of maturity. Hey, the portions aren't light. It was even a bit heavier than Lin Shishue, but it didn't usually look fat. One could imagine how voluptuous Widow Wan's body was underneath her loose clothes. Right at this moment, Su Feng idolized, glimpsing that Widow Wan's eyelashes lightly fluttered some, and there was absolutely no mistaking it. If a different person, this environment would definitely not be able to see, but Su Feng's 5 senses had long been strengthened by the system. This was playing the same game of pretending to be awake as Shiyue, but how could Widow Wang be so sure that Su Feng would come over? Since he was pretending to be asleep, then he definitely had ulterior motives. Su Feng was definitely not polite. There's a whole lot more when you wrap your arms around your waist and bend back to cover right up to the peaks. The other hand didn't have to be so gentlemanly as to wrap around the crook of the leg and just hug it. Sure enough, the pretendingly sleeping Widow Wang almost opened her eyes, then glared fiercely at Su Feng, the denizen, with her eyes. Since Widow Wang chose to be willing to pretend to be asleep, Su Feng slowly played with her. The few steps from the courtyard to the room took Su Feng a hard 10 or so minutes to walk. By the end of the day, Widow Wang's face was hot, not to mention that her entire body was as soft as noodles. Unfortunately, it's just through the clothes. Carrying Widow Wang to the house, little Doding obediently lay inside already asleep. Su Feng gently put Widow Wang on the bed, and without saying a word, he was about to go up and undo the buttons. Widow Wang was able to pretend a little bit when she unbuttoned the first button, but she really couldn't pretend when she unbuttoned the second button. Knew this asshole was bold, but didn't think it was this bold. Widow Wang hurriedly reached out and grabbed Su Feng's hand as he unbuttoned it. Sister Wang, I thought you were going to keep pretending to be asleep and then take it from me, Su Feng directly confessed, and Widow Wang realized how fake she had acted. The room fell silent for a moment as they were silent with each other. Su Feng was about to open his mouth to speak when he suddenly heard a slight movement outside the courtyard that Widow Wang definitely couldn't hear. Auntie Li's second son of her family is such an obsessive man. He comes over every night to squat. This kid has a thief's heart but not a thief's guts, so he only dares to lie down on the dirt wall of the yard and steal a glance. Sis, someone out there is the second son of Aunt Li's family. I bumped into him once. What Su Feng didn't expect was that Widow Wang didn't feel surprised at all, as if she already knew. Let him look if he wants to. There's nothing for him to see anyway. It's not like later in this era, when the village is quiet at night and there's no sound at all. So when Auntie Li's second son from her family came over, it was inevitable that he would make some noise. After the Widow Wang knew and observed for a while, she saw that it was a person with a thief's heart but not a thief's guts, so she didn't bother to take care of it. Sis, is there something you want to say to me? Not wanting to waste time on this topic, Su Feng went straight to the point. You should know that Su Feng had been flirting with Shi Shue in the house for quite a while, so long enough for Widow Wang to pack up her things and go back to bed. The door to the favored compound was open, and then had been lying on the table waiting for him, which wasn't something to say to him. After that, the room fell silent once more. Widow Wang didn't shake Su Feng's hand away from unbuttoning. Seeing that she didn't speak, Su Feng proceeded to unbutton. Unfortunately, Widow Wang had a death grip on the buttons of her clothes, not giving Su Feng any chance to take advantage of the situation. Then there was another moment of silence, and Widow Wang finally let out a deep sigh. Su Feng, do you think I can trust you? Sure enough, Widow Wang had something on her mind. Just say it, sis. I'll take care of you no matter what happens. Su Feng wasn't just talking big with empty words, but he had the strength to do so. Whether it is the yellow fish on the beams of the room, or giving Wang Widow the ability to double her supplies if she consumes them, Su Feng is determined to stand up and help if something happens to her. Just now, Su Feng could still see the faint golden light on the beams of the room. My aunt came over today to give me quite a few goodies, and things aren't received for nothing. She wants to matchmake with me to marry a crippled man in their village. It wasn't that I resented the man's limp, but I was afraid that Dougie wouldn't be taken seriously, and his long-dead daughter-in-law had left behind 2 children before she left. I don't want any of this stuff. And my aunt dropped it off and left, saying she'd bring someone over in a couple of days to check it out. It's not that Widow Wang is blindly worried. These days no one's family has enough to eat. If they do crop over, will people really treat Doubting as their own child? Even if she really is a good person. 3 kids and a cripple, plus is she capable of supporting them? In that case, it would be better to rely on Su Feng. Su Feng heard and understood that Widow Wang was asking him to make a choice. If you promise you can put your hand inside your clothes tonight. If you don't, you'll have to remarry that cripple in a couple of days. The answer was obvious. How could Su Feng give up on this reward-swiping toolman? Su Feng didn't give an answer and just drew 10 grand unions from inside the system space. Sis, you take Do Ding and have a good life from now on. Just call me if you need anything in the future. After Widow Wang received the large unity, the hand that was preventing Su Feng from unbuttoning slowly began to loosen. Chapter 49, Getting Started. 10 sheets of big unity is nothing to Su Feng, and it is also considered to take the king's widow and use the king's widow. Noticing that Widow Wang had taken the initiative to loosen her hand, Su Feng wouldn't be polite with her at all. The pair of grain sacks were on my mind in my previous life, so I've managed to grasp them in the palm of my hand. That's too much. Why don't you take a couple back? It's hard to see inside the house as well, but it's still countable. Last time, she had exchanged $30 by selling the meat Su Feng had given her, which was already a huge amount of money in her eyes. I didn't realize that this time it was even more exaggerated. With 10 sheets in one shot, didn't this man already take the money to buy a bike? Where did he get so much money? Keep it for yourself, but try to keep a low profile in general. And, what's $100? Just the gold bars left on the roof beams right now are well over $1,000. This I know. Su Feng, don't worry. I won't let others know about our relationship. Widow Wang knew what Su Feng was worried about. After all, he was a man with a family, and this kind of thing could be done but not spread. Actually, what Su Feng wanted to say was that he didn't need to save the money, but since Widow Wang was so understanding, he didn't say anything more. No. Perhaps the weather is still a little hot. Even if the Widow Wang unzipped the bib, her head still floats a layer of thin sweat. Just as Su Feng was about to unbuckle his pants, Widow Wang regained her senses. There's someone else outside. What if we wake up the little beaner? There'll be plenty of opportunities in the future, so I'll let you do whatever you want, okay? Widow Wang was afraid that she would not be able to control her voice when she was in the depths of her love, and if Do Ding or the men outside heard her, she was afraid that she would not have the face to live. Sis, I'm not in a hurry. so go out there and get rid of that demented man or I won't be able to get back. Widow Wang nodded and put her clothes together to make a trip to the restroom. Su Feng smoothly climbed onto the cabinet, carefully storing all the treasures such as the above into the system space. Didn't really count it, maybe $5 or $6 left. Wipe down the cabinets with your hands on the way down so you don't leave a break. And Lee's second son satisfied his perverted voyeuristic desires before tiptoeing back to bed. Sis, I'm going back. To Wan Shouli consume 100 yuan. 6 times the reward 600 yuan. Tonight was the night. Not only did I get the big and small yellowtail and $600, but I also got this widow in my pocket for good. Since it's already her own person, she can't let Auntie Lee her second son miss it in the future. She has to find a chance to knock it out. Off to work, daughter-in-law. You two have something to eat before you go back to sleep for a while. I told you to let the sisters sleep well. He went to the city, can just buy something to eat. There is no need to get up so early to toss. Shurshue refused and had to get up to cook breakfast. Shuriwei did the same, and had to get up to see Su Feng off to work. The strong love Su Feng felt very clearly. Before going to work, one person ruthlessly kissed a big mouth, got to the plant and parked the bike and went to the office and ordered a ride. I thought there was nothing going on today, but I didn't realize that when I entered the office. All of them looked sad. What's this? What happened to Master Joe? Yesterday afternoon Su Feng went straight home, so he didn't know that the cafeteria had a not-so-small conflict yesterday. Some workers have reflected that the meals in the cafeteria have no oil at all, and are simply boiled cabbage with water and a little salt. Keep in mind that this is a steel rolling mill, which is basically the most physically demanding job there is. If there is no grease inside the meal, who can do a good job? If the workers do not do a good job, it will affect the efficiency of the factory. So a lot of workers quarreled with the people in the cafeteria, and the lack of meat in the warehouse had nothing to do with the cooks, so the stupid column naturally disliked it back. If it wasn't for the people from the defense section stopping them, it would have been possible for Silly Pillar to get into a fight with that noisy worker. The repercussions were so bad that even the deputy plant manager knew about it. The next step was to pursue the matter, which naturally fell to the procurement section. Of course, that wasn't the reason for a few of their sad faces. The real reason is that Chief Lee gave the word that whoever gets the meat will be promoted and all those who can't get it will have their treatment lowered. Although there are one and all have the establishment cannot be easily dismissed, but the treatment of such things, people can control. When Su Feng heard this wasn't exactly his chance. Just grab it, and the turnaround next month won't be a problem. Still have to air this out a bit though, can't have him coming up with meat as soon as there's a vacancy. If there's another one of these things next time, I'm guessing he'll be the one to call. Let it dry for at least a week, and be sure to show that the meat was hard-earned anyway. As for how to get this meat, Su Feng had 2 methods. One was to buy it directly in the system mall. This is convenient, but once it arrives, you can only earn a meat ticket and not get a cent for the rest. Another method is naturally to go hunting in the mountains, and then double the reward when the time comes to get a random 1,000 pounds. There is uncertainty in this method, but the rewards are undoubtedly great. It looks like a trip back to the village and up the mountain is still necessary, but there's no rush on this, so it's not too late to go back tomorrow. After groping for fish until the end of the day, Su Feng rode his bicycle back to the courtyard with Silly Pillar. Let's make do with a couple bites at my place tonight, and there's no rush to take your time cleaning up that place of yours. Moving to a new home to open fire and cook is not a day or two to get it done. Stupid column of this man is really able to deal with. No need, brother Pillar. Everything is pretty much bought. I can eat 2 bites even if I go back and deal with it. Always go to others to rub rice. Su Feng is also embarrassed. Now with the function of the system mall, all the difficulties are solved. Okay then, squeak if you need help. Su Feng answered and turned to go back to the house to see what needed to be returned to the house. By this time, the people in the courtyard had already returned home from work one after another. Jia Dongshu with a face of spring in the face, followed by a grandpa, and do not know what beautiful things are in his heart. Master, I've set a date with that country girl. The more Jia Dongshu looked at Qin Huairu, the more he liked it, and he dreamed about it last night. This girl is not only pretty, but that concave and convex bodyline is exactly what Jia Dongshu likes the most. The good news came from the matchmaker today, and the happy Jia Dongshu's mouth didn't come down for a day. Good. When exactly are you going to get your license? At this time a Moncler outlet online still thinking about letting Jia Dongshu give himself old age in the future. Then Qin Huairu is not equivalent to his own daughter-in-law. Naturally, he should be more attentive. Just half a month later, the matchmaker said that day is a good day for marriage. Master, then you can lend me the bike to use. In this day and age it was a very dignified thing to be able to ride a bicycle to pick up a bride. Okay, when the time comes, Master will lend you 2 more, and then you will have face when you go to pick up your daughter-in-law. When a grandpa said this, the corners of Jia Dongshu's mouth were almost grinning to the back of his head. and his mind was already outlining the beautiful scenery of the cave night. Chapter 50. When it comes to being an asshole and a scoundrel, Su Feng has never lost to anyone. The viewpoint is given to the family of the second oldest. The second grandpa, formerly known as Lu Haizhong, is a 7th grade clampman at the Red Star Rolling Mill. The pay and treatment was just a little less than that of the first Moncler outlet online. But this second Moncler outlet online had one drawback, or what might be called a not-so-ambitious pursuit. That's being an officer, being a leader. The second grandpa's family has 3 sons. The eldest son has married and lived out of the house. For the sake of this oldest son's job, the family of the second oldest consumed almost all of the family's money. The 2 youngest sons will certainly not be convinced by the lack of a widow, but both of them even dare not have any opinion on the surface. Lu Hai sometimes beat his son that is really under the dead hand. Unlike the slimness of his 2 sons, Lu Haizhong's physique could be quite a bit rounder. Lu Haizhong was busy in the factory for a day, and the second oldest mom specially scrambled a small plate of eggs when she cooked. Lu Haizhong put the eggs in front of himself and purposely poured a small glass of wine to slowly chatter. The 2 sons sitting at the table were so hungry that they couldn't help but reach for their chopsticks to pick up the scrambled eggs. Lu Haizhong made a sidelong glance and used the chopsticks in his hand to block with force, directly sending the chopsticks in the hands of his 2 sons flying. "Dad, what is this?" The second son, Lu Guangtian, could not help but complain. "Where is this?" When the old man, Lu Haizhong, ignored him, and kept to himself, chucking scrambled eggs and drinking a little wine. "Mom, we both want scrambled eggs too." The brothers did not dare to refute the old man, but could only let when the mother also scrambled an egg for both of them. The second oldest mom stretched out her hand after hearing this. "If you want to eat, bring money. Eggs don't fall from the sky. The 2 of them don't have jobs. They can take a load of money out. Besides, what kind of mom is this? You can't even eat scrambled eggs." For the oldest's job depleted the family's old money, leaving us brothers to sit on our asses. And where would we get the money if we didn't even have a job? At the mention of this, the brothers were angry. Why can't they even have a bite of scrambled eggs when the oldest is spending all of his family's money to get a wife and a job? "What? Are you 2 blaming me?" The second oldest could not be a leader himself, so he put his hopes on his oldest son. "That's why it took a lot of money to get that official job in the first place. It's obvious that you guys are biased, so why should?" Lu Guangtian completely couldn't help himself and directly roared out the words in his heart. "Pop!" Hearing his son's words, Lu Haizhong slammed the table and stood up. "Stand still. I'll show you what family law is today." After saying that Lu Haizhong is going to find the stick, Lu Guangtian is certainly not stupid and will not stand and let him hit. Lu Haizhong saw Lu Guangtian trying to run and casually grabbed the ashtray on the table and smashed it hard, only to see a bang. Lu Guangtian fell to the ground in response to the sound. The back of his head opened a mouth, and red blood came straight out. He deserved to be smashed to death. How dare he disobey me? Lu Haizhong acted as if he didn't see it, as if the Lu Guangtian lying on the ground bleeding wasn't his own son. "Dad! Mom! Couldn't he passed out?" The second oldest mom likewise seemed like she didn't hear it. Lu Guangfu was so anxious that he couldn't help it, and hurriedly carried the second brother up to the hospital. Out of the room before remembering, he did not have a penny on him. The hospital, why give him treatment? "Help! Someone help my second brother!" Lu Guangfu, who had no choice but to shout inside the courtyard, a moment's effort called out all the neighbors in the yard, but most of them were just watching, and not many were willing to lend a hand. This second master is really laying down the law. His head is bleeding. TSK, 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 the boy is pitiful too. Smashed to the back of the head, maybe a little life are gone. On this a yard are with a beast like still watching the fun. See no one to help. Lu Guangfu directly kneeled down toward the neighbor's kowtow. Please save my brother. Silly columns really cannot see. Immediately went to find a frame car. Relying on the back of the people to the hospital has long been dead. Everyone stop watching the fun and contribute more or less, or this kid really won't be able to make it in a while. Silly Pillar led the way by shelling out $5. And $5 in these days was a lot of money. Even if Silly Pillar had said that, there were still not many willing to take the money out. Lu Guangfu cried and took the $5 handed by Silly Column. "Thank you, brother Column. I'll definitely pay you back this money." Beasts in the yard listened to Lu Guangfu said so, more or less mean to pull out a 1 hair 2 hairs. Anyway, no more than 5 hairs. It's best if you can pay it back. But if you can't, 10 or 20 cents is a waste of money. Of course there were those who wouldn't give a dime, led by the Jia family and the third eldest. At this time Su Feng was in his room researching what to eat at night, and when he heard a commotion outside he opened the door and came out to take a look. The first thing he noticed was Lu Guangtian on the carriage. The wooden board under his head had been made red with blood. "What's going on here?" the pillar casually explained. And Su Feng couldn't help but smack his lips after hearing it. "I thought I was already enough of an asshole in my previous life. but this second oldest is not losing him at all. As the saying goes, a tiger can't even eat its own son. And this is really putting his own son to death. Don't waste time here. Take it and get to the hospital. The mouth at the back of his head had been bubbling blood out, and if it continued to flow like this he was afraid that even the great Luo Golden Immortals wouldn't be able to save him. Su Feng directly pulled out a grand donut from his pocket and shoved it to Lu Guangfu. It wasn't that Su Feng was a saintly mother. He had thought about many pros and cons in this instant. In the future, if we want to gain a foothold in this courtyard, we definitely can't rely on Brother Pillar alone. With this life-saving favor, it is not impossible that these two brothers will be at his beck and call in the future. Plus, Su Feng still had to establish a helpful persona, or else there would probably be rumors in the courtyard if he took over the widow's brush rewards in the future. But don't expect anyone to take advantage of his head. Compared to asshole scoundrels, Su Feng had never lost anyone. The people who gathered around watched Su Feng handing $10 to Lu Guangfu. Some people thought he was stupid and had a lot of money, and some people thought the young man was really good. Asterisk 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 asterisk. For that ing matter it's still the neighborhood. It's not as good as a big lad who just moved in. Silly Pillar couldn't help but curse. Lu Guangfu looked deeply at Su Feng, and immediately directly knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. This is not something that happens between peers, so Su Feng hurriedly dodged out of the way to help the person up. Hurry up and drag the man to the hospital. If he bleeds any later he won't be able to abort the man. Lu Guangfu also knew that this was not the time to be thankful, pulling the carriage and rushing to the hospital. Dude, you're this. Silly Pillar knew he hadn't crossed the wrong person. When Silly Pillar praised Su Feng, he was also scolding everyone in this institution. As for the 3 grandfathers who usually like to be in charge of everything, one by one, they didn't come forward at this time. For a while, everyone dispersed with their own thoughts. Chapter 51, I have to say, Su Feng loves Cao Cao's character. The view is given to Officer Lu's house. You're quite right, Iko. That boy is indeed worth handing over. Seriously, even if Lu Guangfu knelt down and kowtowed to me there's no way I'd be able to shell out $10. You know that's 10 days' wages for most people. And who isn't living on a tight budget these days? Even Lu Damao's family is like this, let alone others. Hearing her own man mention Su Feng, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across Lu Xiaoye's face. The scene from that night simply couldn't be waved away in her mind, and to this day she still felt a slight tingle in her chest. We don't have much of a relationship with the second Grandmaster's family, so shelling out $1 is considered a kindness. The 3 grandparents' family. That kid is really stupid and has a lot of money, so I guess he doesn't know that those 2 boys at the second master's house don't have a job yet, right? He'll be crying when he can't pay back the money. Yan Xiecheng couldn't help but gloat at the thought of it. Anyone with eyes can see that this kid is just envious and jealous of Su Feng pulling out $10 to give to someone at once, and can't wait for them to be a little bit better. Isn't that exactly what it says about people who are poor? Xia Cheng, you say less. No matter what, the NPC lad did really well. The third master does not support this view of his son. He is stingy, but as a teacher he knows right from wrong. We are living in a tight spot and it's okay if we don't pay. After all, it's a favor to help and it's also a favor not to help. But you can't secretly make up those who are willing to give money. No one is a cutie. All know that money doesn't come easy. Hearing her father-in-law say this, Yuli couldn't help but look at Yen Bugue one more time. This eunuch of his, stingy to the core, didn't realize there was such a side to him. On the contrary, this man of his own, can't compare to the human Su Feng, not to mention, at least can't be worse than his own father-in-law, right? Is his man just a mouthful of fancy words? Yuli didn't even dare to think that if she had a child in the future, she would be brought down by this man of hers. Ouch! Heartburn. Yuli thought again about the scene that night on the cellar. The sheet of sugar paper was still close to her body. If you want to say this matter tonight, the one with the heaviest heart is definitely not Jia's family or the second Moncler outlet store family, but instead, it is the first Moncler outlet online family. Remembering that night when Jia Zhang robbed the house, Yi Zhonghai began to regret favoring his disciple Jia Dongshu. His own disciple he knows in his heart. Work is not on, not to mention, there is no gratitude and reverence for him. Now on the surface a mouthful of masters, purely because he had value to look up to. What if he gets old in the future and can't help himself as an apprentice? Then can he remember the favor and give him a pension? One Moncler outlet store put a question mark in his heart. Knowing the mother is not like the son, and the same knowing the son is not like the mother. Can a dead old woman like Jia Zhang, who is profit-oriented, teach a son who is of good character and knows filial piety and gratitude? Maybe he was dutiful to his own mother, but Moncler Outlet Online was not his real father. And today, he clearly recognized the character of the new lad who had moved into the yard. Although the character is tough, but in this era this is definitely not a bad thing. Not only can protect the wife and children, not to say also will not be bullied to go. and such a person happens to know the most about kindness, and whoever is kind to him, such a person will definitely be doubly kind to him. For example, today the son of Erlai's family had an accident. The two of them didn't even say a word. They didn't fight in a single photo. And they were willing to take out $10 to give people medical treatment. If you transfer the good for Ja Dongshu to Su Feng, I'm afraid that the first Moncler outlet store grandfather won't have to worry about the problem of old age. It's too late to repent. What is it, old man? Seeing that a grandpa has something on his mind, a grandma inquires with concern. Hey, the new young man who moved in the yard is really nice. Try to get closer in the future. As for that apprentice of mine, let's not talk about it. People's hearts are made of flesh. Let's take our time later. Su Feng didn't know that the people in the courtyard had so many thoughts, while he was preparing his own dinner. It was already getting dark, and it was not convenient to build a fire and cook at this point. Solely directly in the system mall inside to buy a box of lunch meat, a cucumber. On the last in the department store bought Moutai drink a small cup. Don't be greedy for good wine. Microbrewing is better than buying drunkenness. If you're not full, buy 2 more large white buns. Even when you take them out of the system space they're still hot. This little life, it's just incurable. After eating and drinking, it was slowly getting dark outside. In the past, at this point in time, there was definitely some whispering at home with my daughter-in-law. Trying to fall asleep was impossible, so Su Feng simply bought another candle and a copy of 3 Kingdoms in the system mall. He is not attached to elegance. It is said that reading a book before going to bed will help you sleep, not to mention that it can also increase a little experience and insight. After reading a few chapters, the character of Cao Cao was the one that Su Feng liked the most in the Book of the 3 Kingdoms. Without realizing it, the 3 Kingdoms in Su Feng's hand slipped through his fingers and fell to the ground. The yard was bustling again at first light, and there was no need to worry about oversleeping. The courtyard was as if yesterday's events hadn't happened, except for some extra blood on the ground. Each family passes through the house as sweeping the snow in front of the door and doing what they should be doing. However, the eyes of the people in the courtyard, looking at Su Feng, produced some subtle changes again. The first time I saw this kid, I thought it was a what-no-job immodest people, not even a place to live, but also to spend the night in the stupid column home. The second time was naturally the time that day when he used thunderous means to fix the Jia family. I didn't expect this kid to strike so hard, not to mention that he is also very tactful in doing things. The third time was when this happened last night, and that was the one that shocked the yard the most. Not only is it generous, it's totally a bodhisattva in the heart. A mixture of complex opinions had made everyone in the courtyard afraid to take the young man lightly. Su Feng didn't care what they thought, and pushed on his bike to go with Brother Pillar to find the steel mill. If only you boys didn't have a daughter-in-law, I'd introduce my sister to you. On the way to the rolling mill, Silly Pillar said what was on his mind. It's no big deal to reach out and help if you've lifted up Brother Pillar. Not to mention the fact that Su Feng had no interest in He Yushui, that little girl with a thin figure. Even if she was heavenly in appearance, she was no match for his own daughter-in-law. Let's not talk about anything else. Just ask He Yushui if you can take a punch. Being such an asshole in his previous life, his own daughter-in-law didn't even leave him. It was only after doing the heavenly outrageous thing that he made his daughter-in-law completely despair. Based on this, Lin Xie would always be his Su Feng's daughter-in-law, and no beautiful woman could replace her. It's a good thing your boy's married, or how many good girls would have to be ho-ho-hoed by your thoughts? Silly Zhu was thinking that if he were Su Feng, why would he worry about finding a beautiful daughter-in-law? Look at what Brother Pillar said. Who says you can't hobnob a girl when you're married? Chapter 52, Lin Shishua's debtor finally comes to the door. Last night Silly Colin paid out $5, not to mention helping Lu Guanfu pull people to the hospital. Make sure the medical bills are enough before you ride your bike back. Luckily, he pulled up to the hospital in time. Plus the wounds just looked scary and didn't hurt the root of the problem. The doctor quickly bandaged the wound and prescribed some medicine to replenish the blood and basically nothing else. But you have to recuperate for at least a while, and you have to keep up with your nutrition. After all, it was already undernourished, and bleeding so much was enough to break a person's body. Lu Guangtian fainted for a night past and only woke up leisurely the next morning. Confused, he looked at himself lying in a hospital bed with his brother standing next to him. Thinking of last night's events, Lu Guangtian couldn't help a tear falling from the corner of his eye. How is he cruel as a father when the tiger is not even cruel? Is it hard to believe that he regrets that he was the one who brought me to the hospital? But after listening to his brother finish what happened last night after he fainted, Lu Guangtian's heart was ice cold. Then came the intense gratitude towards Su Feng and Brother Pillar. If it wasn't for the others, it was possible that he would have lost his life on the spot last night. At noon the two brothers used the rest of the money to eat a box lunch, and then checked out of the hospital. Traumatic wounds are the same wherever you keep them. Just be careful to prevent infection. Plus there's not much money left over to save for something nutritious to replenish your body. When I got home at noon, quite a few people in the yard were concerned. Lu Guangtian responded with a look of gratitude. Thank you, neighbors. Hospitalization owed money, I will pay you back. Even if someone borrows a penny or two, it's a favor. You can't complain about how little it is, but rather, you have to be serious about paying back the favor. Even worse, it is better than their own parents. Not a penny out of pocket, not to mention. And even the son was hospitalized, did not go to visit a glance. Did they both really pick them up in a trash can and just the oldest is the biological son? Neighbors were quick to say that there was no need to rush, and to get well first. The two were about to go back to that unwanted place when the bell of a bicycle suddenly rang outside the door. Su Feng touched the fish in the factory for half a day, ready to go back to the yard to take a trip straight to Sujia village. Going up to the mountains to hunt wild boar is not something you can get done in a day or two. Go home and pack your things. The house is full of newly purchased things, so it's not that you'll lose the money, but it's always a pain in the ass. I didn't expect to run into two brothers being discharged back to the hospital. Su Feng pushed his bike in, and before he had a chance to speak, the two brothers walked over and directly flung themselves down on their knees. There was nothing they could do to repay them for saving their lives, and it was worth the kneeling. Looking at the two peers kneeling down for themselves, Su Feng was afraid of losing his life and hurriedly stepped aside. Hurry up and help your brother up. The wound hasn't fully healed yet. The two brothers did not insist, and Lu Guangfu helped his brother up. Brother, Lu Guangtian's voice nearly choked. Thanks to the words blocked in the heart to say. Emotional ups and downs are the most important thing for people who are sick. So calm down. It's also a pitiful person. And sometimes it's not so heartbreaking to think about your status as an orphan instead. Lu Guangtian nodded heavily and took out the remaining $2.70. Brother, this is the unspent money. I will definitely repay you later. Su Feng didn't pick it up, removing the stitches and changing the gauze all cost money. Keep it for yourself. When Su Feng finished speaking, Su Guangtian barely managed to hold back his tears. Men don't shed tears. They just don't get to the sad part. Looking at the good-sized Guangfu, Su Feng suddenly had a thought. Can you endure hardship? Brother, you're asking me to go up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire. If I hesitate for a second, I'm not a man. The two brothers had made up their minds that Su Feng would be their own brother in the future. Tonight I'm going back to the village to hunt. You follow me. You'll have to suffer, but you'll get a share of the boar meat. There's even a danger to your life. If you dare to go alone. Hunting naturally does not need him, but reach out to help carry pigs down the mountain to get a chore or something. Or no problem. Brother, I'm not afraid. What's wrong with risking one's life? How can it be more dangerous than being poor and sick? Me? I'll go too. Su Feng immediately refused. You stay home and recuperate well. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. After saying this, Su Feng did not hesitate any longer and took Lu Guangfu back to Sujia village. It's not convenient to bring the two sisters back home, so it's a good idea to bring them to Shou Shan's house. Only after explaining the situation to brother Shou Shan did Su Feng rush towards his home. Coincidentally, Shi Shue had just made lunch and called Widow Wang and Do Ding over. You're back. I'll go serve you dinner. Shi Shue saw her own mail back in her heart, not to mention how happy she was, and happily got up to go and serve the meal. Shi Shue also wanted to go and fry another dish, causing Su Feng to reject it. In these days families could not afford to eat, and even if they had more at home, they could not afford to be too extravagant. Su Feng also practiced this principle when he entered 49 City, laying low as much as he could. Widow Wan looked at Su Feng's picture from the night before, couldn't help but float in her mind. And the first thing she did when she got up early the next morning was to change a pair of pants. As we ate and chatted, we realized that our daughter-in-law had called Widow Wan here to discuss cutting the baby's clothes. After having a plan, let Su Feng go into the city and pull some good cloth back. My daughter-in-law's belly is getting bigger by the day, which is a real priority. Su Feng secretly remembered in his heart. Back when the hands did not take something, now in the system mall to buy takeout too abruptly. Next time home must bring. After lunch, Su Feng was still thinking of hugging his daughter-in-law and going back to his room to catch up on his sleep when there was a sudden commotion outside. Lin Shi Shue, it's payback day. Time flew by so quickly, and exactly 1 month had passed since Su Feng was reborn. There might not have been any major changes in this month for others, but Su Feng's speed of accumulating capital was completely understandably terrifying. You guys stay home, I'm going out to check it out. This was also considered to be one of Lin Shishue's heart problems, so today, this matter would be resolved once and for all. Lin Shishue wanted to follow her out, and Su Feng didn't refuse. Out of the yard, it was the same guys from last time. These few people came to the Su family village in a flurry of activity, and it was hard for the people in the village not to notice, knowing that this was a matter for Su Feng's family. Many people came over to join in the fun. After Shou Shan knew, regardless of whether these people make trouble or not, he had to call his brothers up and come over to support Su Feng, and he couldn't let anyone bully him away. The last time he dealt with this gang, $5 Su Feng still had to get his daughter-in-law and Wang Jun to shell out. As for help, there was even no one, and Su Feng still had to fight with others with his own knife. However, times were different now. Even if Su Feng was now asked to shell out $10,000, he would be able to do so. Even without mentioning Shou Shan and the few of them, Lu Guangfu was willing to fight for his life at Su Feng's command. So many people watching. I heard that the king's soldier is gone. Then this account should be settled today. The gangster in the lead didn't think that these people were here to help Su Feng. They were probably all here to see the joke. Chapter 53, Shi Shui, I'll give you a good thing. Yo, Su Feng, your kid is really good. This is a golden house to hide a girl? The leader of the gangsters looked at Lin Shishue standing next to Su Feng and couldn't help but associate Su Feng, the kid, with having taken down the sisters. If that's true, then this kid really deserves to die. Obviously a waste of space, but there are such a pair of superb sisters in the family. You better watch your mouth. Su Feng coldly gazed at the dilettante in front of him. Since he couldn't speak, he would teach such a person to speak properly today. What? You want to play hardball with a machete for us brothers again like last time? The leader of the gangsters said as he pulled out a dagger from his pocket, turning his wrist to play with the dagger in a threatening manner. This time he could see clearly that Su Feng had nothing in his hands. If you don't come up with $133 today, I'll make you go in with a white knife and come out with a red one. As soon as the gangster head's words fell, Shou Shan and his brothers drew out the wood knives behind their backs and directly surrounded these debt collectors. Lu Guangfu was holding a shovel. There is a word will go up to fight for their lives. Jian Jun was even more ruthless, directly pulling the bow and arrow. The sharp iron arrow was aimed right at the head of the gangster leader. Mother ****** dare to come to our Su clan village and bully people. Shou Shan quenched a mouthful of saliva directly into the face of the head of the punks and glared viciously at these few debt collectors. From his ancestry, the Su family village has relied on hunting for a living. So if you say that such a villager isn't tough, can you believe it? These few debt collectors' legs went weak with fear when they saw the sharp firewood knife right on their necks. The last time he dared to come over so openly, it was because he knew that Su Feng was an asshole in this village and no one helped him. And what is it now? How is it that the wood knife is directly on the necks of their brothers at the drop of a hat? And what's the situation with the iron arrow not far from the bow and arrow? That's a real lifesaver if you miss one. Drop the knife. Shou Shan snapped again, scaring a few of them so much that they hurriedly flung themselves to the ground as if the dagger in their hands was hot. Brothers have something to talk about. Let's put that arrow away first. Swords have no eyes. Anyone who is pointed at the head is afraid. Su Feng couldn't help but grin as he took 2 steps forward to the head punk. One hand grabbed his ear and the other lightly slapped the punk head's rough face twice, and the scene immediately resounded with a crisp ringing sound. Not very damaging, but extremely insulting. I told you to talk nicely and you didn't listen, and now you're coming to say you have something to say? Who are you talking to? You think he's the same Su Feng as before? Yes, Peek, I said the wrong thing. You're an adult. The head of the gangster nodded like garlic. The situation is no one's strongest. When it's time to bow down, you have to bow down. Brother Shou Shan put the knife down. Our Su Jia village is known as a reasonable village, not an occupying bandit. When Su Feng said these words, the expressions on the faces of the people who came to collect the debt were as wonderful as they could be. You said all the good and bad things. You're strong. Debt repayment is natural. Brother Feng, this you can't deny it. Just now, it was indeed their debt collector who moved the knife first, so it was reasonable for people to use their means, but paying your debts is good no matter where you are. Don't worry about that. Not a penny less. Although the one who owes money is Wang Jun, but Wang Jun is gone, this debt is naturally transferred to Lin Shishue. Even though Wang Jun didn't have any legacy for Lin Shishue to inherit, the reasoning was just that. So 133 blocks, you see. Since we're giving it all at once, we can't give it with interest, can we? The favor of lending money is Wang Jun's, but it has nothing to do with him, Su Feng. Plus, these people aren't just borrowing money out of the kindness of their hearts, so I'm afraid the interest rate isn't low. The debt collector couldn't say anything else. If he had only recovered the principal, he wouldn't have lost a lot of money this time. Sure, Xue, how much is the principal in total? $80. Good lord, that interest is about to catch up with the principal. It's scarier than that pocket robbery. The $5 from last time will be considered as the interest from last month, and a lump sum of $80 will be given for you and Shue to clear up both. Not a penny more. In the past, the situation was weak and was bullied even so. Now the situation is stronger than the people still want to be bullied that don't live. Brother Peek, We can't make a decision on something this big. That's a difference of $53 for that round trip. And he's a hitter where he can do such a big job. Well, then, don't roll. Su Feng directly threw the 8 sheets of Duanjia in his hand in his face. The tragic death of his sister-in-law in his last life, and the miscarriage of his own daughter-in-law had nothing to do with them. To deal with such a person, you have to use harder means than him. Folks watching the surrounding scene, looking at the 8 sheets of big unity scattered on the ground, eyes are red. It's estimated that most families in the village can't afford to shell out a single one. And this kid is waving 8 of them. This would be a real moneymaker if you picked one up while you were at it. Take the money and get out. Shozan raised his woodchipper up again, and Jianjun followed at the first opportunity, drawing his bow and arrow. The few debt collectors were so scared that their bodies trembled, and they hurriedly picked up the 8 sheets of Duanjia scattered on the ground and left Sujia village without looking back. If this goes away, then all is well. If the other party was not convinced, next time Su Feng would come up with a tougher one. After this battle, Su Feng was considered to have completely established his position in the Su clan village. Anyone who dares to bare their teeth with him in the future should first consider whether they can afford to mess with this big guy. Thanks to the brothers for backing me up. Let's have dinner together tonight. It is true that the power of one person is limited, and the road is wider when you have more friends. The evening was not simply a time to thank the brothers, but also to discuss the hog hunt in the mountains. You're being polite to us, guys. Let's eat him up tonight. The roast duck he ate 2 days ago. Shoshan still can't get enough of it now, so I can't say that this kid has something good at home. Ha ha ha, it just so happens that I didn't eat at lunch. Gotta go. Brother, a few people lively dispersed, which can be the village of other big boys of the same age envy, especially Aunt Lee's family of 3 sons. It's a shame they didn't stand up for themselves when people were in trouble just now, and now they're licking their chops to go and embarrass themselves. Su Feng, will those people hold a grudge? A big stone had just fallen from Lin Shishue's heart, and now there was this mess. It's okay, Shishue, walk home and I'll give you a goodie. The two of them went back to the house and tacitly did not tell Lin Shiriwe what had just happened, lest she worry in vain. Daughter-in-law, in the evening, I'll invite a few young men from the same village who went up the mountain with us to our house for dinner, and Shishue and I will go and prepare what we'll eat for the evening. Lin Shiriwe nodded, often dozing off since she was pregnant. Su Feng told his daughter-in-law to go to her room and take a nap while he took Shishue to the kitchen. Served the book into the small black room. There is no brother to give a gift to comfort the sad chicken fillet. Chapter 54, Shishue, you're so beautiful. Shishue, this is for you. Remember to keep it on you at all times. Su Feng had spent $120 to redeem a lady's pistol from the system mall, and the moment this thing was pulled out, it was enough to calm anyone down. Su Feng wasn't afraid of those debt collectors dealing with him, but he was afraid of these people with no boundaries, taking advantage of the fact that he was at work, and using underhanded means to deal with the sisters. This pistol is enough to deter this group of curmudgeons, even if they can't hit anyone. Once the gun goes off, Shoshan and the rest of them will rush over, so they can do it without fail. Seeing what Su Feng had taken out, Shishue wasn't too surprised. I remember as a kid, not only seeing her at home but playing with it. With this thing in place, he could protect himself and his sister so that Su Feng wouldn't have to worry. Will it work? Lin Shishue certainly knew how to use it, and shook her head after thinking about it, saying that she wouldn't. Su Feng took 2 steps forward and stuck to Shishue, taking hold of her hand with the gun and raising it parallel to her. You see, here is the safety. The bullet is loaded. Just pull it and pull the trigger. You must take good care of the safety when you hold it on your person at all times, and be careful of abrasions and misfires. Shishue's small hand was warm, and this was technically the first time Su Feng had held her hand. Watching the man holding her hand explain the use of the pistol to her, Lin Shishue felt a sense of security she had never felt before. Today was the most secure day she had felt since she had gotten lost with her family, and her heart truly belonged at this moment. The more Lin Shishue thought about it, the more she slowly associated it with her sister's recklessness on the Kong. Her pretty face brushed up and climbed all over with a blush. The blushing Lin Shishue's level of fascination was doubled, and Su Feng slowly led her with one hand, while the other directly wrapped the person in his arms. Su Feng looked down at Shishue in his arms, his emotional and slightly magnetic voice slowly popping out of his throat. Shishue, you're so beautiful. Realizing what was going to happen next, Shishue slowly closed her eyes. This look of being at the mercy of the king was simply as tempting as it could be. At this time, even a saint couldn't help but up. Hey, why isn't anyone there? Are they all taking a nap? Hearing Widow Wang's voice ringing in the courtyard, Lin Shishue's red face hurriedly pushed Su Feng away. Looking down at the wrinkled collar of his shirt that was propped up, he couldn't help but give Su Feng a pouty blank stare. Su Feng expressed helplessness. This is all a set of moves that cannot be separated. Ah, Sister Shioli, We're in the kitchen preparing what we're going to eat for the evening. Lin Shishue finished adjusting her breathing before she opened her mouth to respond. Sis knows that you'll have to have a lot of people over for dinner tonight, and you're definitely too busy to do it alone. So I thought I'd come over and see if there's anything I can do to help. Widow Wang noticed the difference on Lin Shishue's face at a glance, and as a person who had been there before, she understood it in seconds. But the widow of the king's cleverness is in knowing to pretend to be confused, as if nothing to see, nothing to know. To have Sister Wang, there are not quite enough tables and chairs in the house. It's now after 2 p.m. Get ready early for an early evening meal on the mountain. Widow Wang told Su Feng to move it himself, and Su Feng asked Widow Wang and Do Ding to stay for dinner at night as well. The 2 tables were almost ready by about 6 p.m. Looking at the venison, roast duck, braised pork, chicken, and fried fish on the table, the little Dudown Moncler Pasher had long since begun to swallow his saliva. The larger table had a larger portion, and the brothers sat in the courtyard to eat, while the smaller table had the sisters and the widow's mother and son and the 4 of them sitting in the house to eat. People are also coming one after another, and as soon as I entered the door, I saw a table full of meat and vegetables on the table in the courtyard. Holy, my family can't eat this well on New Year's Eve. Is that one a roast duck? A person's eyes are bright. Do not know what is called polite. Directly take a chair and sit down. Lu Guangfu looked at the dishes on the table. Saliva cannot control, which if put aside at home for fear of not a lifetime cannot eat 4 dishes. Brothers, don't be polite either. The main reason for calling you over tonight is, Su Feng hadn't even finished speaking before 1 or 2 chopsticks had reached inside the plate. I'm waiting for him to say that. Whatever it is, let's eat first. Especially the roast duck. Roasted duck skin golden and crispy. A tear open the duck leg out of the juice can be gluttonous. As for the elegant way of eating, such as taking the blade slowly or pairing it with a glass of red wine, simply does not exist. It's the big mouthfuls of meat that make it so enjoyable. Just half an hour had passed, and the table had become a mess of cups and plates, each with a mouth full of oil and belching. The time had come for Su Feng to start talking about his purpose for returning to the village this time. It's fine to go up the mountain, but the point is that wild boars aren't that easy to run into. Even if Su Feng didn't mention this, Shou Shan and the few of them would still go up the mountain. Let's go up the mountain and take our chances. Maybe we'll be lucky. I haven't used the search function yet today, plus it will refresh again in the early hours of the morning, so I can always run into a boar. The group of people went home to get their own equipment, and arranged to meet at the west end of the village. On the way out, Su Feng reminded Shou Shan to take the Hanyang Zao and pulled an excuse to get bullets. With a gun, hunting wild hogs will be much more efficient. Su Feng, you're really lucky. A few of us went up the mountain several times, but we couldn't even see the shadow. When you came, you slaughtered 2 heads straight away. Looking at the ground lying a male and a female boar, a group of big boys' emotions inevitably excited. Especially Lu Guangfu, usually cannot even see a pig's hair. Can imagine how big the impact of 2 big fat pigs lying on the ground on him. No wonder Su wasn't poorly paid. The emotional reason was here. This time the factory has a purchasing mission. Brothers, your share, I'll give you cash money and meat tickets. As for Kofu, it's okay to share 10 pounds of your meat, right? Shou Shan and the few of them definitely had no problem with it. Cash money and meat tickets, that was the hard currency. As for Lu Guangfu, more no opinion. He went up the mountain to follow a trip, will be able to share 10 pounds of pork. At most a little while down the mountain to help carry a little bit. This good thing to hit the lantern cannot be encountered. Collaboration of the 2 big boars to carry down the mountain. Together weighed 800 pounds. One person would have to split roughly $104 in cash and meat tickets. And although Su Feng was able to take out that much money, it was better to keep a low profile. After speaking clearly, Su Feng pulled the pig back home to get stuck in the system bug. For the sisters, Wang surely consumes supplies and doubles the reward of 1,600 pounds of pork. Perhaps the system also knew that Su Feng carded bug, so this time only doubled. But 1,600 pounds of pork is more than enough to deliver. And there are times when too much competence is rather suspect. Chapter 55, punching Li Jiefang in the face. At 8:30 a.m. The next day, the office of the purchasing section of the Red Star Rolling Mill. Li section chief anxious in the office round and round. If this week cannot complete the task assigned by the deputy director, not to mention them, even he has to follow the melon fall. But now the whole country is short of supplies, so where can he get such a large batch of meat to go? How come it's just you guys? Where's Su Feng? Besides Su Feng, Master Zhou and the 3 of them were all there. Section chief Li had a fire to spread. And at this time Su Feng wasn't there, wouldn't he just run into a gun? Section chief, since recruiting that Su Feng over, there hasn't been a single bit of supplies procured up to now, not to mention, he went out yesterday morning at the crack of dawn, and I haven't seen anyone since. Li Jiefang had already looked at Su Feng with displeasure, and at this time, He definitely had to come out and step on it. Damn. This kid thought he could do whatever he wanted just because he bumped into me in Lan Guiru's good deed, right? Section chiefly cursed in his heart. The discontent of being affected by Su Feng and silly Pillar and his good deeds last time completely exploding at this moment. When he comes back, have him make a trip to me and let him know that there are factory rules. Section chiefly put down these words and turned around to leave. Anyone could see that Su Feng's kid was probably going to be out of luck, and Li Jiefeng already couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth. At this time, Su Feng happened to rush over. Su Feng, do you even take your job seriously? You're so late before you've even been transferred. Chief Li's voice was loud. So loud that a number of people were ready for a good show. Su Feng had originally planned to wait a few more days to bring out the meat, but it seemed that now was the best time. I had intended to get along with them as a normal person, but I didn't expect to get a misunderstanding in return. Chief, I went back to the countryside yesterday to go hunting in the mountains. I didn't sleep all night, and I rushed right back after I was busy. Once Su Feng's words came out, Section Chief Li's fire instantly lost half of its intensity. Last time this kid brought over 1,000 pounds of meat. So maybe there's a surprise this time. How many pounds did you hit? If he only made a few dozen pounds of meat and came to deliver. Chief Li criticized him today as usual. Not much. Last night was kind of lucky. I shot 1,600 pounds of wild boar meat with several of the boys from the same village. As soon as Su Feng's words fell, several sounds of cold air being sucked out of the office resounded at the same time. 1,600 pounds is not much. What is? Well. Section chiefly turned his anger into joy and patted Su Feng's shoulder hard. Although 1,600 pounds of meat was far from enough for the Red Star rolling mill, it was enough to allow him to give the leaders a pass. Chiefly turned his head and twisted over to the office. Sitting people, you 1/2 of the day will only sit in the office. It is difficult not to wait for meat to fall from the sky. Learn more from Su Feng in the future. Don't just know how to fish in troubled waters day after day. Starting today, Su Feng officially becomes a member of the Red Star Rolling Mill's purchasing section. Good guy. Just now the Li section chief is not so say. Can only say when the leader of the face change speed is really too fast. Given that Zhou Weigui is Su Feng's master, the two of you will each be reduced by 1 level of treatment salary. The two of you are naturally referring to Lan Giru and Li Jiefeng, but with Lan Giru's privately sorted relationship with section chief Li, I'm afraid that the only one who has lowered his treatment is Li Jiefeng. As expected, only Li Jiefeng's face immediately sank in the room. Not to mention being slapped in the face for failing to fall on his sword. His pay and benefits have been lowered by 1 level. Delivered 1,600 pounds of wild boar meat to the plant, and gave Su Feng a settlement of $1.280 in cash and meat stamps. Excluding Shou Shan and the 5 of them, who had 520 pieces, Su Feng still had 760 pieces left. I have to say that earning money is just as fast when you have a channel. The biggest reward, naturally, is the job transfer, which should happen in the next couple of days. After pawing at the office for a while, he always felt a cold line of sight hit him. No need to think. It must be that Li Jiefeng. Su Feng was too lazy to bother, but if he dared to secretly trip him up, then he would have to be made to know how hard his fists and wrists were. When it was time to leave work, it was a slow bike ride back to the quad. I didn't expect to smell the smell of meat just as I entered the courtyard. It must be Lu Guangfu took the share of 10 pounds of meat home. The first time to stew on good to Lu Guangtian's supplemental nutrition. One after another. The people in the courtyard also slowly rushed back, and the same one entered the courtyard and smelled the smell of meat. Plus, the quad is just so big, there's basically nothing to hide. A moment's effort, all know Lu Guangfu followed Su Feng on a trip to the countryside and got back 10 pounds of meat without much effort. A lot of people's minds were starting to wonder, but unfortunately they were not familiar with the NPC lads. Without waiting for a while, there was really someone knocking on Su Feng's door, and the person who came was none other than the 3rd Grandmaster. He was really impatient for his son to pester him, so he could only come to Su Feng's place to see if he could buy some meat. Boy, busy. When the teacher Yan Bugui more or less still a little bit of bookishness, talking is also polite. Su Feng was wondering what to eat for dinner when he heard the commotion and walked out. The door was originally unlocked, and Yan Bugui knocked on the door as a courtesy. 3rd Master, you're looking for me for something? The other people in the courtyard Su Feng might not recognize, but it would be hard not to recognize the 3 stewardship masters in this courtyard. It's embarrassing to say. Let's go inside. The 3 masters of this life is a good face. The next words out. If let these neighbors to hear to go, I am afraid of inviting people to laugh. Su Feng introduced the 3rd master into the house, picked up a thermos and poured 2 cups of water. Just moved over here, nothing. 3rd master, you don't mind? No. It's embarrassing to say. So the 3rd master is straight with you, ah? Yan Bugui knew that Su Feng had a straightforward personality, so he didn't make those curves. You also know that the third master's family has a large population. The family's meat stamps are issued once taken for coarse grains. Good or bad to fill the stomach is not. The children in the house smelled the smell of meat and also craved. Let me come to you to buy some meat. You see, without a meat ticket price is more expensive can? Obviously. The second grandpa's house also has meat. So why does the third grandpa have to come to Su Feng's place to exchange it if he doesn't go to his place? It wasn't because Su Feng was generous. So he might be able to buy meat without spending any money. How much do you want, third master? Su Feng expressed his understanding, saying that people were so polite. You know that a large family is supported by your third oldest salary alone. So just have a 50-cent taste. If you don't give a meat stamp, 50 cents is about half a pound. I have nothing here at home or still a bit of meat. Or how about this third master? Tomorrow or this point you come over to get meat. All the meat from the space was taken to the rolling mill, and not a bit of it was kept. Besides, the person was right in front of him, and it wasn't convenient to exchange meat from the system mall. Okay, then I'll come back tomorrow at this time. A 40-square-foot house is that big, and a quick scan shows what's there. Just after sending off the third master, Lu Guangtian's brothers came over to visit again. It was nothing more than saying some words of gratitude, but Su Feng was too lazy to listen to them and waved his hand to send them away. Luckily, I was released from the small dark room in a day's time, and as a token of appreciation, I rewarded my brothers for sending me a small gift. Chapter 56. Can it be that the three in the house are all your daughters-in-law? Yuli came to the door to get some meat. The next morning, Su Feng went to the steel rolling mill to order a dawn and went straight to the department store. The daughter-in-law planned to make clothes for the baby that would be born soon. Something Su Feng could remember clearly. Picked out the softest dress material and ripped a whole one. And bought 5 boxes of calcium milk cookies and 5 boxes of cream of wheat. These things were good in these days. And usually if you didn't want to eat, a cup of cream of wheat and a couple of calcium milk cookies would fill you up. Su Feng bought so many things every time he came that the salesgirl aunt couldn't help but marvel. This young man is so good looking and so good condition. If there is no object, she will certainly introduce to her niece. Su Feng didn't make any small talk, and went straight to Su Clan village after buying things. Daughter-in-law, look what the man bought you. Su Feng handed cream of wheat and calcium milk biscuits to Shuriwei as if he were offering them as treasure. And of course, a good piece of cloth. So many. The last time he made clothes for the 3 of them, Su Feng hadn't even ripped off this much not to come back. Kids grow up literally one day at a time. So let's do a few more. I'll go and send the money from the pig sale to show Shan and the others. And you two and Sister Wang will discuss how the clothes are to be cut. When Su Feng returned from his busy schedule, the sisters and widow Wang had already gathered around the table to start cutting fabric. After a busy morning, the clothes already had a rough shape. And at noon, by the way, left the widow Wang mother and son to eat at home. In the evening Su Feng didn't plan to eat at home. After all, he still had an appointment with the third master to come over and get the meat in the evening. Let's go, daughter-in-law. Your man will be back tomorrow. Su Feng's main purpose of rushing back today was not to deliver money and cloth, but rather he was afraid that those debt collectors would come over and look for trouble. After a day in the house and not much movement, it looks like this thing is over for now. Do not need to come back every day. Running around every day is also hard. The family has me and my sister in it. Relax. Shuriwei was considerate of her own man, who was busy not only going to work, but also coming back to stay with them throughout the day. You're my daughter-in-law. I wanted to come back and see you guys. Widow Wang is still there, and Su Feng doesn't even know what shame is. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. What do you mean? You guys? Are all 3 of them your daughters-in-law? Widow Wang lowered her head to sew her own clothes, not daring to meet anyone's eyes at all for fear that her sister and her 2 sisters would find out what was going on. Hiss. Without noticing, the needle went into the fingertip. It's okay, Sister Wang. I'm troubling you about making clothes for the child. I'll thank you when I get back sometime. Su Feng spoke in a serious manner, but widow Wang heard another layer of meaning. Go about your business. Just this little thing is not so bad. I still have to thank you and Sister Shuriwei. It was obviously a very normal conversation between neighbors, but widow Wang's ears had begun to burn, nor did he dare to look up, so he kept his head down and busied himself with cutting clothes. Let's go, daughter-in-law. After spending an hour or two, Su Feng wobbled and rode to Nanluoguxiang. This point is the rolling mill off time. To the courtyard door just bumped into the pillar brother. How come I didn't see you kid come to the cafeteria to eat at noon? Today's braised pork your brother made twice as good. What silly pillar is proud of is not this incident, but the worker he almost got into a chokehold with last time, apologizing to him in public today. Quite a few people in the neighborhood watched, and silly pillar felt doubly honored. This is not simple. Brother Pillar, this piece of meat you take it back to make braised meat. Let's have a drink tonight. This is a piece of meat that I promised to take for the third grandmaster. First take it for brother Zhu Zi to braise. As for the meat promised to the third master, just go back to the house later and exchange a piece from the system mall. Why not then? We happen to have some big stuff at home. Silly column, he is a single man. There is nothing to do after work. Can have a person to drink with, certainly will not refuse. The two of them each pushed their bicycles back to the house. And the first thing Su Feng did when he arrived home was to first redeem a piece of meat about the same size as the one he had taken from home. It's almost 2 pounds. Just use the knife to cut half a pound when the third master comes later. Not waiting long, Su Feng heard footsteps at the door leaning this way again. And then he put down the 3 kingdoms and walked out. Third master, come get the meat. After seeing clearly who the visitor was, Su Feng swallowed the latter half of his sentence. My dad's having his bike serviced and sent me over to get the meat. Yuli's tone of voice was simply as gentle as it could be, which had the same vigor that she usually used to fight with Yan Xiqing at home. As soon as she saw Su Feng, Yuli couldn't help but remember the candy she had eaten on the cellar that night, and even now she could feel sweet. It's Sister Yuli. I'll go get you some meat. To be honest, Su Feng still had to thank this little daughter-in-law in front of him. If it wasn't for giving her a candy on the cellar that night, the system wouldn't have awakened such a convenient malfunction. Sis, you take back both of these 2 pounds of meat as an apology to you for accidentally bumping into you last time. Even if it is 20 pounds of meat Su Feng is willing to give. But it is inevitable that people will misunderstand that they are thinking about their daughter-in-law. I don't blame you for last time. This is too much. My dad only gave me 50 cents. Although Yuli was craving for meat, she was really embarrassed to take advantage of this in front of Su Feng. You're welcome, sis. From now on we'll both live in the same hospital. Maybe we'll have to trouble you in the future. Su Feng didn't give Yuli a chance to refuse and directly shoved the meat into her hands. Sis, tonight I'm going to Brother Pillar's house for dinner. So you also hurry up and take the meat back to be stewed. After saying this, Su Feng directly sidled out the door and headed straight to Brother Zhu Zi's house. Before Yuli had a chance to pull the 50 cents out of her pocket, Su Feng had already entered the silly pillar house. Suppressing the complex thoughts in her heart, Yuli carried 2 pounds of meat back to the house. Daughter-in-law, didn't our father give you only 50 cents? Why did he bring back such a big piece of meat? Seeing his daughter-in-law carrying such a large piece of meat, Yan Xiqing's first reaction was surprise. Such a large piece of meat tonight, he can also open meat. Then something was wrong. And I couldn't help but wonder if that kid was thinking about his daughter-in-law. We had a fight the other day and I accidentally brushed against someone's bike in that alley. After the person charged 50 cents for the extra meat, they said they'd apologize to me for it. It wasn't his business in the first place. People are really good at what they do. Yuli didn't take the 50 cents out. She always has to carry a pocket money on her body, doesn't she? Why did I say there was dust on your clothes that day? I didn't dare to mention it that day when I saw you were angry. I thought you had fallen down yourself. Hearing his daughter-in-law say this, Yan Xiqing was no longer skeptical. Go get the meat and put it on the stew for mom. Put more oil on it. Yan Xiqing nodded happily. His daughter-in-law could get such a big piece of meat in exchange for a fall, so he really took advantage of it. Chapter 57, Thinking of his daughter-in-law. As soon as Su Feng entered the Pillar's house, there was that strong aroma of braised meat. No matter how good a big pot of food is, it's definitely not as good as Brother Pillar opening a small stove. Goo, when will Brother Zhu Zi teach me a few tricks? It wasn't that Su Feng wanted to change his profession to become a chef. Learning this cooking skill was also considered pleasing to himself. The house in the factory is only 40 square meters, and it is impossible to bring the sisters up to live in a short period of time. A person living in a quadrangle can't rely on the system mall every day. If this goes on, the neighbors should be suspicious. Su Feng, this kid, how not to see the fire every day, can still eat a hot meal. Then why not? If you want to reach your brother's level, then you probably don't have the talent. But a couple simple lessons from your brother will be enough for your usual cooking. Although silly column was telling the truth, it always felt like it made people listen to it. And Su Feng, a big old man, certainly didn't care. If Su Damo had come instead, he would never have said it so bluntly. Su Feng responded with a smile and didn't say anything more. Knowing that Brother Pillar's character was just like that, he had been advised long ago, and it was useless for him to come and advise him now. At the dinner table, eating big chunks of braised meat over a little wine. At first you could see a smile on silly Pillar's face. The drink suddenly sank. Brother Pillar, what's wrong? Su Feng's heart was smooth sailing except for that matter of the Lin family members weighing on his mind. With his current condition coupled with the sisters' change of heart towards him, the Lin family wouldn't make things difficult for him even if they came looking for him now. But there was a huge possibility that they would take the sisters away. The mission is not yet complete, and it seems that G Life needs to keep working. Just thinking about that kid getting married next week doesn't make my heart feel any better. There is one thing that silly Zhu didn't have the heart to tell people. Since that day in the courtyard to see Qin Huairu, The past 2 days at night occasionally dream of other girls. This silly column, how can I tell people? If the courtyard neighbors know, we'll certainly have to accuse him of thinking of other people's unmarried daughter-in-law. If that kid Jia Dongxu knew about this, he might laugh at him. Feeling that it was about this, Su Feng casually consoled a couple of sentences. Since the ancient times, you don't want to accomplish anything if you have low eyes. And in the case of silly pillar, being single for a couple of years will make you honest. Never mind that. Drink. Silly Colin mouth does not mention the heart has been in the fantasy. If that Jia Dongxu and that Qin Huairu did not become how good. Even the heart can't help but pop up a vicious idea. That kid's daily work is not attentive. It's better to have some accidents in the rolling mill. The braised pork stewed by Silly Pillar with large ingredients is no exaggeration. And the aroma is not a problem to permeate the whole quadrangle. Yuli smelled the smell of meat is not so greedy. Tonight the family also want to open meat. But wait until the meal on the table. Only to see the plate filled with all the cabbage. Sporadically seem to see some meat. I did spare the oil this time, but that 2 pounds of meat looked like it used even less than half a pound. Mom, what's going on? Yan Xiecheng took a look at his daughter-in-law's face and hurriedly raised his voice to question her. What's going on? A piece of meat that big is only eaten in one meal by people who don't live their lives. Let's spread it out over several meals, so we can get some meat flavor each time, right? The 3 Grand Masters really have a point with this statement, so that people can't refute it. But every time I cut this meat and bring it out, it doesn't satisfy my craving, but it makes people miss it more. Yuli's face was changing wonderfully now. From anger to speechlessness, from speechlessness to disappointment, and from disappointment to a final calm. The real disappointment isn't really the fuss. It's the calmness that comes with a complete realization of reality. You have to rely on yourself later if you want to live a good life. Unfortunately, Yan Xiecheng didn't notice the change of expression on his daughter-in-law's face and was relieved to see that she didn't make a fuss. Daughter-in-law's parents have a point. Look at all the oil underneath this cabbage, isn't it? Yan Xiecheng hurriedly took his chopsticks and turned the cabbage over, picking the few small slices of meat for his daughter-in-law. The next few days, the yard did not make any moths. Su Feng also finally ushered in the first day off. In this day and age it was still common to work 6 days a week and have Sunday off. I had planned to go home to spend time with my daughter-in-law, but I went back on Friday and she asked him to clean up the place where he lives in the city as well. They both took the shuttle bus over to see him in the morning if they had time. Su Feng didn't refuse, and exchanged quite a few things he was going to use from the mall to reorganize his home. It goes without saying that pots and pans, oil, salt, vinegar, and tea, and crucially, the house is a bit leaky. It's fine in the summer, but in the winter the wind can't stand it all night. As summer slowly passes and we look toward fall, it seems that picking up the house is on the agenda, but it's no use rushing. Fixing the house is not a one-day thing, and you have to find a reliable master. The house is well placed to make Su Feng a handful of dust, out the door to go to the public faucet in the yard to wash his hands. Third master, are you going fishing? I looked up just in time to see the third master walking head on carrying his fishing rod. In his previous life, Su Feng was an uneducated asshole, but for all kinds of recreational activities that was practically uneducated, especially fishing, which is not a money-consuming program, that simply sticks and you don't want to quit. Just Reborn Heart did not have these ideas, and now the days have stabilized. See the 3 masters carrying a fishing rod cravings at once hooked out. I have nothing to do on the weekends, and I've kept up the habit for years. What? Fellow travelers? The 3 Moncler outlet store adults do have this habit of going out fishing on their days off, not wasting money, and if they catch a fish they can improve the family's diet. Unfortunately, the skills are average and I only catch palm-sized fish every time I go to the top of the day. I'll go back to the house now and get my fishing rod, and we'll go together at the third master's. It is just that the family should be prepared has been prepared almost. Since the rebirth over there has not been a day of peace, just today to relax and relax. When I said I was going home to get a fishing rod, I was actually hiding the fact that I was redeeming a fishing rod from the system, and then redeeming a pack of not-so-cheap lures. Since we're going out for the day, let's have fun. Then let's go. For Su Feng, a big and generous young man, the 3 great masters had already had the idea of drawing closer. I'm not sure I'll be able to take advantage of anything there in the future. The 2 men, each carrying a fishing rod, rode their bicycles together to Shikahai. This place was a paradise for fishing islands in the capital, and the 2 of them were already considered late to the party when they arrived. The 2 men each found a good spot and sat down to start fishing. Chapter 58, Silly Pillar and the Third Master Clash. Shikahai in front of me. When it is really the old 4-9 city people play the Holy Land. When it's hot, you can come here to swim and bathe, and when it's cold, the lake will be covered with a thick layer of ice, so you can skate and enjoy the view at the same time. Su Feng is not so elaborate. The bait apart and a bit of water stirred into a ball. hanging the bait to see the mood to throw out. Fishing is all about a mood, and whether or not it can be stocked is no longer so important to Su Feng. There are times when the more casual you are, the more surprising the results can be. I don't know if it was because the system bait was working so well, but it was only a few minutes past the dumping of the fish that the float floating on the lake sank instantly. Good man, this is catching the big stuff. Su Feng hurriedly grabbed the fishing rod, then fought the big fish hanging on the hook. The more vigorously you toss it first, the quicker you run out of steam. There was no need to worry about the quality of the fishing rods produced by the system, and in the end the contest was won by Su Feng. Noticing that Su Feng had made such a big commotion on his side, many of the surrounding anglers put their attention over. Then came a grass carp of about 10 pounds out of the water, and many anglers cast envious looks. They came over early in the morning and sat down, and most of them hadn't caught more than a slap in the face in half a day. It is truly humbling to see this kid catch such a big one so soon after his arrival. Not bad, lad. That's a big one. The speaker was an old man of about 60 years of age. His hair was combed meticulously to see the temperament was not like ordinary people. Luck. Monkler, you have a great essence. Su Feng really didn't exaggerate. This temperament was like a heaven and a hell compared to the old man in the village. Maybe Su Feng wasn't as good as people in this state when he got old. Ha ha ha. It was the first time he had heard such a blunt compliment, and the old man couldn't help but laugh out brightly. Boy, I see you don't have a fish guard with you. Come on, I have an extra one here for you. It was only after this reminder that Su Feng remembered that he had just exchanged his fishing rod and bait in his haste to go out. You can't just take out the fish guards in public, so Su Feng didn't politely do so. I'm not going to take advantage of you, so you can have this fish back. People were so polite, so of course Su Feng couldn't be worse for wear. This fish guard of mine isn't worth as much as that fish you caught, and boy am I not going to make up the difference. Anyone could hear that the old man was joking. Look at you. I still caught this fish without much effort. The old man bursts into another hearty laugh, and then you don't make any more conversation, each fishing for his own fish. 3 hours passed. Su Feng's fish care not dare to say full, but on 10 pounds of fish at least 4 or 5. Catch smaller ones like those that don't exceed 2 or 3 pounds. Su Feng directly releases them. This gives the surrounding anglers are looking dumbfounded. People release the fish are bigger than the fish they caught. This TND were to reason. Seeing that it was time for dinner, plus the sun was really tight, the third master came over to ask Su Feng to go back with him. As usual, just caught a couple of palm-sized fish and went back to make a soup. Su Feng responded, barely able to raise the fish guard from inside the water. Looking at the big fish struggling frantically inside the fish guard, the 3 Moncler outlet store people froze in place. This, Su Feng, this is all you caught? The 3 Moncler jackets never thought there was anything wrong with their technique, only that there were too few fish in Shikahai. But after seeing Su Feng's bursting fish care, the blow suffered can be imagined. Good luck today. You take one of the 3 masters? With so many fish Su Feng he couldn't finish them all by himself, and since it was the 3rd master who brought him here, it was fine to share one. How can this be a good thing? Last night the 3rd master already took advantage of you quite a bit. Yen Bugui's mouth was polite, but his hand movements were not slow at all. Su Feng picked a 5 or 6 pound grass carp from the fish guard, and Yen Bugui received it with a happy face, then glanced at the location where Su Feng had just been fishing. Next time you can't ask this kid to come over and fish with you. This is a location he'll have to occupy. Su Feng still does not know that this has just received his fish. Yen Bugui has already begun to count. Even if you know, also feel that this is not a boat to seek the sword. Su Feng strapped the fish guard to the back of his bike and followed the 3rd master back to the courtyard. As soon as Su Feng left, an angler immediately switched to his position and started fishing. The same position. Hard fishing for 2 hours did not see a big fish hooked. Really evil. The 2 returned to the quadrangle one after the other. Most of the people in the courtyard were there on their day off. Hey, the 3rd master is stepping on today, catching such a big one back. The speaker was none other than Silly Pillar, washing vegetables at the public faucet in the yard. Today, the rain is back from vacation, and every time at this hour, Silly Pillar will cook something delicious for his sister. Yen Bugui deliberately braided a straw rope through the gills of the fish, and hung it on the handlebars of his bicycle. As long as he didn't say anything, who would know that the fish was given to him by Su Feng? But the words that the stupid column said, how Yen Bugui sounded so unpleasant. Silly column, you're the one stepping in, dog. No wonder your mouth smells like when you open it. The 3 masters of the joy of getting a big fish for nothing, by the stupid column of a sentence all washed away, cannot be annoyed, only strange. At this time Su Feng followed back from behind. The fish guard strapped to the back seat of the car kept moving. It was hard not to attract the attention of the people in the yard. My goodness, where did this catch so many fish? Silly Zhu also noticed. Why do I say that 3rd master brought back such a big fish today? The feelings are from Su Feng. Silly Zhu doesn't know what it means to respect the old and love the young. And he only respects a grandpa and that deaf old lady in the courtyard. Silly column. You fart. The three grandmasters were like stepping on their tails and directly broke into tears, their faces directly reddening. What? Is the third master annoyed that I poked a sore spot? The two men argued more and more fiercely. A grandfather heard the news and immediately rushed over. Pillar, stop. Third master is an elder no matter what. Give an apology. As long as there are Silly Pillar and Su Damo in the courtyard, it will never be quiet. Silly Column perfunctorily responded twice. Yen Bugue Cold Snort did not say anything more. Pushing the bike back to their own house, Su Feng had been standing on the side watching the good show. And with brother Zhu Zi in the courtyard, the days were indeed interesting no more. Brother Pillar, you pick a big one. It's just that the rain is back from vacation today. Eat a fish to make up for it. Silly Column was not polite, and asked Su Feng to come over at noon to eat together. Chapter 59, Su Chang carries a treasure? Since Silly Pillar was taught a lesson by the first master, the courtyard can be considered peaceful for a period of time. For the next week, Su Feng spent 3 days living in the forecourts of 49 City, and the other 3 days accompanying his daughter-in-law in Sujia village. The fish he caught were delivered to his home that night, and he gave one to the widow Wang in passing. Doubling the rewarded fish need not be mentioned, and widow Wang had already helped to tailor the baby clothes in Shiryue's belly. According to the time projection, my daughter-in-law is almost 5 months away from delivery. It was winter at that time of year, and it was important to keep warm so that mother and daughter didn't freeze. As for why it was a mother and daughter, Su Feng wanted his daughter-in-law to have a girl. It would be fine if he gave birth to a son who was as naughty as he was, but Su Feng would definitely give him a full childhood. Saturday morning. I'm off to work. Daughter-in-law. Su Feng got up from the bed and put on his clothes, and his daughter-in-law insisted on getting up to send him to be pressed back into the nest by Su Feng. Be good and lie down. It's almost fall in the morning, Dewey. Go out and toss around to get a cold affect the baby's health. Su Feng was exaggerating a bit, but it was really a bit cool to wake up in the morning, and even he had to put on a jacket when he rode his bike into town. Once Shiryue heard that it was affecting the baby's health, she didn't dare to insist anymore. Her mind was now on the baby in her belly. Su Feng put on his clothes and bent down to kiss his daughter-in-law's forehead, and went out to see Shiryue going to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for him again. Thinking about how he had been such an asshole in his last life, how could he be so virtuous as to enjoy this blessing in this life? Shiryue, you also go back and sleep a little longer. You don't need to go through so much trouble later when it's cold. At first, Shiryue was dead set on not listening to Su Feng, but in the end, she still had a red face and hid back in her room. Su Feng joyfully smiled, pushed the bike out of the yard, was about to cross the bike to rush to the rolling mill to work but was stopped by the neighbor Aunt Li. Ever since Su Feng had scolded Aunt Li away last time, the family hadn't jumped out to cause trouble for quite some time. I believe Auntie Li's family saw the debt collector clearly last time, and I didn't think they would dare to come and cause trouble. Su Feng immediately slumped his face down and lowered his eyebrows at Auntie Li, who had blocked the way. Seeing Su Feng's face not looking good, Auntie Li quickly smiled. Su Feng, don't think too much. Auntie Li didn't mean to stop you. Seeing as we've been neighbors for so many years, Aunt Li would like to ask you for a favor. If it was the Su Feng of old, Aunt Li wouldn't have lowered her voice so much. But Su Feng is now the object of favor for the whole village. His family, even if they have 3 sons, have to put their tails in front of others. Su Feng bristled. I'll help if you say I should. What are you? Pedal on the bike is ready to go. If not for the fact that they are all in the same village, Su Feng would have started to curse. Who would have thought that Auntie Li would not want to grab the back seat of Su Feng's car? Does Su Feng dare not do anything to her or what? Auntie Li, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Su Feng's tone had gone ice cold, his eyes glaring menacingly at Aunt Li. $1. Auntie Li will give you $1 to help bring Keiko to town. Looking at the ferocious-looking Su Feng, Aunt Li didn't dare to talk nonsense and hurriedly stated her purpose. It's only 20 cents to take the bus. Why do you have to pay $1 to rub my bike? Su Feng, who was originally angry, had his curiosity aroused by Aunt Li's words. Su Feng didn't think that Aunt Li was intentionally shelling out $1 to mend fences with him, and figured that Li Chang had a reason for not taking the bus. It's nothing, just consider it a favor to Auntie Li for the sake of so many neighbors. The more Aunt Li stammered, the more Su Feng became curious as to why Li Chang had to rub his bicycle to go into the city. For one thing, Su Chang could have no grudge against the bus driver, and for another, there was even less need to talk about a situation like motion sickness. Since the Li family, so stingy, was willing to spend an extra 80 cents just to rub his bike as well, it meant that there was a greater good waiting in the wings. I'm afraid that if you don't want to take the bus, you're worried about pickpockets on the bus. In that case, this kid has a big treasure on him and is still ready to use it to turn the tables before he takes it so seriously. Su Feng silently opened the system search function. And 10 seconds later there was indeed a white dot beside himself on the map. If Su Feng hadn't guessed wrongly, this treasure was probably in Su Chang's possession. When Adli saw Su Feng ignoring her, she thought she couldn't see $1. She couldn't afford to shell out anymore, so it looked like she'd have to have her son walk to 49. That's fine. There's money to be made, but I don't care about pulling people back. It's just as well if you don't know. Since you have a target, then this treasure Su Feng won't miss it. Su Feng, you're so busy, should. Shunzi quickly on the bike. The road can be slow. Auntie Li slipped Su Feng $1 while greeting Su Chang on his bicycle. After receiving the money, Su Feng did not talk nonsense, stepped on the bike and rushed to 49 City. Su Chang, this kid is only 5 feet 7 inches, and Su Feng can't waste much energy carrying him. On the way into the city, Su Feng deliberately glanced at the system map, and that white dot had indeed been following him. Seeing that Su Chang had been silent, Su Feng took the initiative. Keiko, why are you suddenly thinking of going into town today? That peak? My mom said for me to make a trip to the city to find my great uncle. I'm not sure what exactly. Remembering that Su Chang wasn't talking to Su Feng with this attitude in the beginning, the constraint could clearly be heard now. Auntie Li has raised a few good sons. The eldest is a bully. The second son has a heart of color but no guts. And the third son is also a failure. Su Feng grinned. What a great uncle. Aunt Li's family situation. Su Feng cannot be clear. But Su Feng did not say anything more. Seeing that Su Feng did not follow, Su Chang took the initiative to open his mouth. Brother Feng, you often go to the city, you know a lot. Now the city to catch speculation is not so serious, right? Seeing that Su Feng was now mixing well, the complimentary attitude in Su Chang's tone was obvious. That's about it. I'm a proper worker, never cared about that. Su Chang certainly will not bring up the matter of speculation for no reason. It seems that the purpose of this kid's trip into the city is to get out of the treasure in his arms. Country people don't have much access either, so naturally they hit the black market. Originally, Su Feng was still thinking about how to get his hands on the treasure, but it seemed that he now had a chance to deliver it to his doorstep. Also, Peak really envies you for having a job in the city. If only I had a job in the city too. Su Feng did not pick up the words. Speed up a little, speed riding a bicycle. A little bit of work is not in a hurry. An hour later, Su Chang thanked Su Feng repeatedly and said goodbye. Su Feng saw that his hands had been covering his pockets, and he coped with 2 voices and went straight to the steel rolling mill. The baby is your own and can't run away, and you don't have to force it if it's not your own. When you get to the rolling mill, just point and click, then start touching fish. With his last performance, Su Feng was now a full-fledged worker at the steel rolling mill. Eventually the leadership decided that he would be a grade 28 clerk and receive $27.50 a month. Brothers, since all see here, see in the chicken cutlet every day on time. Update the sake. Cannot point a 5-star praise? Do not point, I really messed up. Chapter 60. Jia Dongshu marries Qin Huairu. It just so happens that today is payday, and Su Feng followed Master Zhou to the finance office to collect his paycheck. Avoiding a queue of people in a while, Master Zhou deliberately rushed to take Su Feng to the finance department 10 minutes before the end of the day. Leaving a position early has little impact on the procurement section. You can't do that with other jobs. Just this 10-minute time difference was enough to help Su Feng save a lot of queuing time. Go in, sign in, and get your paycheck and the appropriate assortment of tickets. Last month Su Feng had only worked half a month's worth of shifts, plus the turnaround was just a few days away, and he ended up receiving only $10. It wasn't much, but it was the first official paycheck Su Feng had received, and it would be more next month. Leslie walked out of the finance room with Master Zhou, just in time to see Jia Dongshu walking over on his back. This kid is going to get married to Qin Huairu tomorrow, and many things have not been organized, so he will wait for today's paycheck to buy. It is reasonable to say that with Jia Dongshu's work it is not possible to leave the post early, but who made the master of others is an 8th grade clampsman. There is no second person in the whole factory. Even the vice director has to be served. Last time, Su Feng dumped him because of the house, and the two of them definitely wouldn't strike up a conversation when they met. Jia Dongshu acted as if he hadn't seen Su Feng, grinning happily as he walked quickly into the finance room. It's true that people are happy when they're happy, and it looks like the quadrangle is going to be bustling with activity tomorrow. Su Feng said hello to Master Zhou and went to the factory entrance to wait for Brother Pillar to return to the courtyard together. Needless to think, tomorrow is probably the worst day for silly Pillar. Go back to the road, stupid column did not say a word, gloomy face. Back to the courtyard to see the door posted on the red paper, happy words, even more angry. Su Feng, have a drink with your buddy tonight. Su Feng was still thinking about going back tonight to try his cooking skills. After all, he had learned 2 hands from Brother Pillar, and his hands were itching not to exert them. Okay, then Brother Pillar, I'll go back first. I can't do it without company. or brother Pillar is afraid he'll be depressed for days. It's always a distraction, isn't it? Even though it's a good idea to raise a glass of wine to drown your sorrows. Su Feng went back to the house to redeem a box of canned pork. He couldn't keep freeloading at brother Zhu Zi's house. Come to the kitchen, brother, and I'll show you a few more tricks. Silly Column saw Su Feng take a box of canned meat over, also did not say anything. Know that this kid is rich and generous. In the evening, Silly Pillar came with a stir-fried retort, a shredded potato in vinegar, and a small plate of fried peanuts, together with the box of canned meat Su Feng had brought over. It was definitely enough for the two of them. Here, brother, I'll fill it up for you. Still familiar with the Red Star Ergwotu, tonight's Silly Column is not going to stop until he is drunk. Just as the two of them filled up, Su Damao came over as well as if he had smelled it. Silly Pillar, brother knows that you must not be pleased in your heart today, and has specially come over to accompany you. Yo, Su Feng is here too. Su Damao was still as hypocritical as ever, clearly rushing over to join in the fun with Su Feng. I don't know where this kid knows Su Feng has been in the Rolling Mill news. Also thought Su Feng what big background, which only into the factory to a month on the correct. So it was an opportunity to come over for a few more drinks and deepen the G-Life friendship. Asterisk 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 your ass. I'm in a good mood. In front of Su Damao's Silly Column definitely did not want to show his cowardice and could only choose to keep his mouth shut. Come on, you're the big man today. Su Damo just figured out Silly Pillar's little mind, so he wasn't annoyed even when he was disliked. Silly Column also did not expect Su Damao did not continue to choke with him today, and also defaulted to this kid to drink with him today. With that, he took another glass out of the kitchen and poured it full of Red Star Ergwot. Everything was in the wine. On the contrary, Su Feng saw Su Damao sitting in his old position to drink again, and couldn't help but think of that night when this kid pulled himself onto the bed and pressed Lu Xiao's body without paying attention. A familiar scene reappeared, and the awkwardness of the last time shouldn't be so coincidental as to happen again. Three people sit down with their own thoughts. Stupid Column also do not talk to stifle the head to the mouth to pour wine. Give a person a kind of want to get drunk early relief feeling. Su Damao occasionally struck up a conversation with Su Feng, saying something about how everyone is surnamed Su and was a family 500 years ago. Su Feng also just responded politely. This person was different from brother Pillar. It is not easy to have a deep relationship with a person who has a lot of heart. Drive again. When the second bottle of Red Star Ergwotu was at the bottom, Silly Column was about to open the third bottle when he was stopped by Su Feng. Brother Pillar drinks too much to hurt his body. On this state, now go back to the house to sleep comfortably. Maybe there will be something good to watch tomorrow. Drinking too much instead is prone to making jokes in advance. It's not just that Jia Dongxu married a beautiful daughter-in-law. The bigger the reaction at this point, the more people feel like breaking their defenses. Su Damo was also almost drunk and followed with a few words of advice. Silly Column thought about it and did not insist, just like Su Feng said. Maybe there really is something good to see tomorrow. Then Su Feng simply cleaned up, and each went home to sleep on the bed. The main reason why he advised brother Zhu Zi to stop drinking just now was still because Su Feng was going to make a trip to Pigeon City in the evening. The baby in Su Chang's arms was something he was curious about. Go back to the house and light a candle and continue to read about the Three Kingdoms by candlelight. I have to say that this Chow Chow is indeed a character. Ruthless and ruthless, not to mention that his heart and means are not the norm. As he watched and became sleepy, Su Feng took his watch out of the system space. It's just in time for the trip, and the sleepyheads are all scared away at once. Push the door open softly and go out. Get on your bike and go straight to Pigeon City. When he arrived at his destination, Su Feng thought that he had taken the wrong road in the dark, and he had hardly seen a single person. Turning around, his surroundings told him this was Pigeon City. Su Feng was still wondering if the watch was placed in the system space without walking, but after waiting for half an hour, about this hour the pigeon market should have opened long ago. Scratch that. A wasted trip tonight. Guess the market isn't open today. What Su Feng didn't know was that the market normally opened as usual on weekdays when the pigeons were resting, because everyone had time on their hands. So as a rule, the market is usually not open on Saturdays, which is not a wasted trip. However, it is fine. The pigeon market does not open the market. Su Chang, hands of the treasure, will not want to go out tomorrow to come back to the trip is. A gust of wind blew past, causing Su Feng to shiver. Rubbing his face to shake off the depression, he pedaled onto his bike and headed for home. Quietly, he went back inside and lay down on the bed to empty his head, falling into a deep sleep after a while. Tomorrow is another Sunday to sleep in. Unfortunately, the result was not what Su Feng wished for, and the next morning the sound of festive firecrackers rang out, waking up everyone in the courtyard. Today, Jia Dongxu is going to lead his beautiful new daughter-in-law into the house. Chapter 61. The slim-fitting dress set off the new daughter-in-law Qin Huairu's grain sack. Today is a good day to do whatever your heart desires. Although there is no loud and clear song in the courtyard, The lyrics are a reflection of Jia Dongshu's heart right now. The thought of marrying the beautiful Qin Huairu tomorrow excited Jia Dongsu for a night without a good night's sleep. I got up early in the morning before sunrise to get ready for the unprepared and to pick up what needed to be picked up. Although it is true that marrying a daughter-in-law is considered to be a major event in life, the process was actually not that complicated in those days of scarcity. Go to the department store to buy some of the cheapest fruit candies. Red paper wedding letters are usually cut at home. The next step is to buy a few strings of firecrackers and set one off at these most important points. Then riding a bicycle to her mother's house to pick up her daughter-in-law has been very dignified. For the next table, get a few meat dishes if you are in a good position to do so. The poor condition is like Jianjun's marriage. The noodles are enough and mixed with some meat foam. Jia Dongshu deliberately washed his hair in the morning, and even tartly sprayed some hairspray. After finishing the work to change the Zhongshan clothes into, see the time is almost, so you can ride the bicycle to Qingjia village. Jia Dongshu's wedding row today has a total of 3 2-8-bar bicycles, which are all borrowed from his master Yi Zhonghai. Big red flowers are tied to the head of the bicycle, and with the sound of firecrackers you can set off from the quadrangle to the Qin village. It's such a busy day. The neighbors must have gotten up early one by one. The children also know that there is a happy candy to eat today, and they climbed up early to wait for Jia Dongshu to share the happy candy. It's not much. A little kid can just carve 2 candies to sweeten his mouth, while the adults share 2 20-cent packs of cigarettes each. After all, good things come in pairs. Although the crowd muttered in their hearts that Jia Dongshu was petty, they didn't say much even though today was their big day. The silly column hasn't gotten up yet at this hour, so he's probably hiding in the house on the curtains peeking in. Sudamo flirted as he got high on melon seeds. Jia Dongshu getting married didn't matter much to him, but as long as Silly Pillar was upset he was happy. You're the one who talks too much. You know he's a stupid post and you still have to be stubborn with him. Lu Shaoyi tugged on Sudamo's sleeve. The last time the green eye sockets had only just subsided. It was really a good wound and forgot the pain. I'll just say it. The stupid column can't hear it if he's hiding in the house anyway. Sudamo has a face of indifference. So what if we can't beat him? We are just more capable than that stupid chef. As for today Jia Dongshu married, the most touching that is naturally Yu Li. I think when she got married she couldn't say how glamorous it was, but at least it was enviable. But now, the days can't be described as a mess. Why is this Jia Dongshu so stingy? Who's marrying a daughter-in-law to send out wedding cigarettes just send to Yan Xiecheng has been thinking about this package of joyful cigarettes since yesterday, thinking that all of them are in a courtyard. At least give 2 packs. Even a packet would make sense. After all, Jia Dongshu's job hasn't been turned around yet. Who would have thought that he expected 2 packs and ended up with 2 sticks? Cut the crap. It's not humiliating enough. Yuli only felt a headache. His man does not think about how to earn money. Just think about a little fly in the ointment. If such a man is capable, unless a sow can climb a tree. Daughter-in-law, I'll just say one thing. Remember when we got married? We gave that kid a whole pack of cigarettes. Now that it was his turn to get married and he had only received 2, how could his heart be balanced? Yuli is really unable to spit. Said that the scenery at that time, what is the use? Also do not look at what days now. It is true that people Jia Dongshu is a bit stingy, but maybe he is generous to his daughter-in-law. Hundreds of people, but all in all it was a pretty lively day in the quad. Sudamo was right. Silly column did hide in the house lying on the window to peep. After thinking about it for a bit of a fall, I finally pushed the door open and came out to join the crowd in the courtyard. Sudamo was about to flirt with a couple of sentences, but was immediately pulled back by Lu Shaoyi. Today people Jia Dongshu wedding. If they fight and steal the limelight, that will be a joke. Can not people Jia Dongshu married? The 2 of them in front of the heel and jump. That like what words? At this time there was another family in the courtyard whose door was still open, and it was none other than Su Feng's house. I waited until I was sleepy last night and ended up going to Pigeon City and flopping. I thought it would be a good day to sleep in and catch up on Sunday, and then I was woken up by the sound of firecrackers. To say that there is not much resentment. After all, people get married is a big day. Who do not get married to put 2 firecrackers When I got dressed and went out, the yard was really busy. Although they were each busy with their own business as usual, there were a lot more people today. Third master, you didn't go fishing today? Seeing that the expression on Brother Pillar's face wasn't too favorable, Su Feng didn't rush to touch the bad luck. Not being familiar with the rest of the people in the courtyard, he naturally said hello to the third master. No more fishing. No more fishing. Purposely not eating breakfast. Just waiting for Jia Dongshu to bring his daughter-in-law back to open the banquet. Perhaps it is because someone in the courtyard is getting married and celebrating today. The third master has even flirted with himself in a rare way. We all know that the 3 masters' stingy character. Say this sentence is not at all abrupt, not to say also very comical. It drew laughter from the courtyard, adding to the hilarity and festivity. I'll have to brush my teeth quickly then, before I miss it. The Qin family village is not far from the 49 cities, and as it was nearing noon, the sound of firecrackers once again rang out from the courtyard entrance, immediately followed by the bicycle's car bell. It looked like the new daughter-in-law had arrived at the door. Next, it was the moment that Jia Dongshu was in the limelight. Whether it was the people in the yard or the relatives and friends who came over, all of them put down the work on their hands and focused their eyes on the main character of the day. The sunlight hit the two newcomers, and they really looked like a couple. Although Jia Dongshu wasn't that tall, but in terms of face value alone, if Su Feng wasn't there, no one was out of his league. In addition, he was dressed in a formal Zhongshan suit, so he really had the appearance of a groomsman. On the contrary, comparing the unkempt silly pillar, no wonder people can marry the beautiful Qin Huairu. As for Qin Huairu, today she wore a slim-fitting, large red dress. In this era, there is nothing like a wedding dress, where a beautiful dress is considered a marriage. The cheongsam is even more unthinkable, and no one dares to wear it with the split to the base of the thigh. I don't know if I wore high heels or not, but I was almost as tall as Jia Dongshu anyway. Qin Huairu's snow-white skin in the Qin family village that are famous. This big red dress is set off. That is even more beautiful. People cannot move their eyes. What catches the eye, and has to be the slim-fitting dress, sets off the grain sacks in a very solid way. The older lads in the yard didn't dare to say they were secretly gulping, but they hadn't moved away since putting the focus on the right thing. One after another, they were thinking, Jia Dongshu, this kid really deserves to die. How can he have such a good fortune? The silly column did likewise, and the man looked frozen in place. The more beautiful Qin Huairu was at this time, the more the foolish pillar's heart ached. Even Su Feng, who had seen Qin Huairu a few times, was stunned by Qin Huairu's look today. Although her face value was still a hair short of her own daughter-in-law, Qin Huairu's diminutive figure, coupled with the fact that today was still the big day, it wasn't surprising that she was able to wow Su Feng. Chapter 62, The Night of the Wedding Candle. Seeing the reaction of the people in the courtyard, the corners of Jia Dongshu's mouth had grinned to the back of his head. It is not a saying that a wife's looks honor her husband. Although he is a temporary worker, that's so what. As usual, there is a master of the 8th grade clamping cover, but also married a beautiful as a flower pretty daughter-in-law. Jia Dongshu hurriedly unwrapped a few more packs of cigarettes and distributed them one by one to the people in the courtyard. Then let me introduce to you all. This is my daughter-in-law Qin Huairu. From now on she will live in this courtyard with you all. Jia Dongshu was incomparably proud to introduce his new daughter-in-law, and Qin Huairu didn't know whether she was shy or what, and didn't say anything on the spot. Pillar, I also said that the mat should ask for your help. In a while when the mat is open can eat more. Jia Dongshu's heart is so big, so festive days if you do not stimulate the silly column, then the grievances received in the past will not be in vain. One word and the stupid column reddened, but today is the big day. If he is fooling around, that is a real shame. Humph. Don't be complacent, you kid. Maybe who will have the last laugh? Jia Dongshu marrying and letting silly Zhu become a cook is not a slap in Silizu's face. Silly column finished glaring fiercely at Qin Huairu's grain bag, as if this can take advantage of a bit of gas or what. Then Jia Dongshu gave Su Feng 2 more cigarettes. The purpose was certainly not to mend relations with Su Feng. Naturally, it was to show off the beautiful daughter-in-law he had married in front of the nasty people. We'll be neighbors from now on, and as the saying goes, it's better to have distant relatives than close neighbors, so send out a happy cigarette to dip into the blessings. Su Feng's measure is much deeper than Jia Dongshu thought, and happily took the happy cigarettes and blessed a happy wedding. People should be happy, they should be happy, but Brother Pillar is right in that statement. It may be who has the last laugh. Ever since Su Feng's 5 senses had been drastically upgraded by the system, he was able to see many things that other people couldn't. Su Feng's taller condescendingly sized up Jia Dongshu, always feeling that there was a cloud of black gas on this kid's brain. It's reasonable to say that with this much sun plus this kid's white face, it shouldn't be right. This sign is not good. And today is someone's big day. Su Feng did not say much. Then focus on Qin Huairu. Many big boys in Suzhou village missed Qin Huairu, did not expect to end up cheap to Jia Dongsu. Qin Huairu similarly noticed Su Feng, but didn't say anything. Next is Su Damao. This kid happily climbed with Jia Dongshu, but the attention is always on Qin Huairu, who is standing next to him playfully. I don't dare to say that I have countless women, but Su Damao has made friends with many widows through the convenience of showing movies in the countryside. In vain, he also called himself a flower bush saint. No, the widows of the small daughter-in-laws add up to the flavor, but not as good as the immediate Qin Huairu 1 out of 10. That's so much for a food bag before you're even married and have kids. I can't imagine. Master, this is my daughter-in-law Qin Huairu. Huairu, you also follow me and shout master. When it was the turn of a Moncler Yi Middle C, Jia Dongshu definitely had to solemnly introduce Qin Huairu to recognize the acquaintance. The First Lord was his true breadwinner. Surely he was trying to find ways to curry favor. Master. Blind date. When Chin Huairu heard Jia Dongshu mention this master. Rolling Steel Red Star Rolling Mill 8th grade pliers. Every month's salary is almost close to $100. Chin Huairu didn't even dare to imagine what kind of concept this was. I'm afraid that he couldn't even spend it all. Well, then master wishes you an early birth. Other people don't give red envelopes. Can Yi Zhonghai not give? Can't. Take the red envelopes prepared in advance out of the pocket and stuff them into Chin Huairu's hands. Huairu, take it. It's a token of master's appreciation. Jia Dongshu knew that this red packet of the master's must not be small, and hurriedly asked his daughter-in-law to take it. Thank you, master. Chin Huairu responded playfully, making Yi Zhonghai happy with the corners of his mouth. Then Jia Dongshu led Chin Huairu to get to know her relatives and friends, and after going through all the procedures, she could open the banquet. The mat noodles were not too shabby to say the least, and anyway, you could see the meat foam on the noodles, but it's basically impossible to get a big piece of meat. With the firecrackers out of the way, the wedding came to a complete close. There was still an afternoon to go, and it wasn't quite dark yet. Naturally there would be no rush to get into the bridal chamber. Jia Dongshu drank in a daze and said that he would take Chin Huairu to the 49 cities to take a look around. Unfortunately, their own capacity for alcohol is not good. Coupled with today's happy, no matter who comes to toast, all come to refuse. And finally directly drink down. The wedding is now over and everyone is doing what they need to do. The three Moncler jackets have not forgotten their old habits. With an umbrella still go to shikahai fishing. Su Feng is not in the mood today, taking advantage of the afternoon yard quiet to make up a good night's sleep. This evening pigeons are always open. The afternoon quickly wobbled by, and the night slowly engulfed the entire city of 49. Since the Jia family house was already small, in order not to delay her son's wedding night, Jia Zhang even purposely moved out to sleep tonight. Huai Ruo. Dong Su drank a bit too much today. When it gets dark you remember to wake him up. The candles are next to the bed. Remember to light them later. Jia Zhang's hints are obvious. After all, it's the wedding night, so she can't let Jia Dongshu sleep drunk all night. Chin Huairu nodded with a red face. She also knew that her mother-in-law was explaining something. In her heart, she couldn't say whether it was nervousness or anticipation. To say that she had love for Jia Dongshu lying on the bed, that was completely nonsense. These days you'd be happy to marry someone who is well off and looks good. Where would I dare to ask for love? And don't be in a hurry to call. I'll wait until it's completely dark. Wait until then to light the candles. After all, to live our lives we can save a little is a little. Jia Zhang's instructions were no nonsense, leaving the house to the newlyweds to live in the world of two. Chin Huairu, on the other hand, sat silently on the bed, using the moonlight outside to survey the man she would be living with in the future. She had been equally busy the past few days and had dozed off without paying the slightest attention. Meanwhile, Su Feng, who had been catching up on his afternoon sleep, was directly woken up by hunger. Getting up to see that it was already dark outside, he hurriedly took out the watch in the system space. Luckily, I didn't miss the opening of the pigeon market. Stuffing something haphazardly into his mouth, he tiptoed out the door and got on his bike to ride out of the hospital. But what made Su Feng a bit strange was how there was no movement at all next door. Is that kid Jia Dongshu a silver spear and wax head? Not useful to look at? Tomorrow is the big guy. Happy to see the cut off the name of the scene. 5-star reviews. Urging more. Small gift. Brush up. Brothers. Chapter 63, The baby is in my hands. City people are so black-hearted. Whether or not it was a silver spear and wax head had nothing to do with Su Feng. The most important thing at the moment was to hurry up and get to Pigeon City. If he pounced again tonight, it would prove that the baby in Su Chang's arms had no chance with him. Su Feng looked up at the waning moon in the sky. If it wasn't for the fact that his 5 senses had been strengthened by the system, according to his speed he would have hit the wall long ago. After riding for about 10 minutes or so, Su Feng purposely found a nook or cranny to send the bike to the system space. It was already a bit cool at night, so Su Feng deliberately changed into a stricter piece of clothing to wrap his entire body. Then mask your face as long as you don't open your mouth. You basically won't be recognized by Su Chang. It is not necessary to make a mystery. Just some time ago in Sujia village, in front of the whole village of the young and old, took out $70 to pay off the debt. Coupled with the fact that he had bought another bike, if he took out a large sum of money to buy the treasure Su Chang had in his hands in a while, that kid would definitely wonder how he had so much money. These days it's better to do more than less, and who knows if this large family will be disgusting enough to report him. Auntie Lee's family is like a toad jumping on the top of a shoe, harming no one but causing pain. Although Su Feng wasn't afraid, it was definitely not wrong to keep a low profile in this day and age. Turning a corner, Su Feng swaggered into Pigeon City, having been here several times already. Not as formal as the first time. It's a night off, plus it's still payday, so there's a real crowd. No one raised their voices, and one by one, they lowered their voices to buy and sell what they wanted. Coincidentally, Su Feng also ran into the third grandmaster, who was talking to the ticket seller with the freshly issued meat tickets. If you want to talk about fine-tuning, all the people in the yard put together are not as good as the three big ones with one finger. Su Feng purposely wandered past from the side, and the third grandmaster really didn't recognize him. At 5 feet 8 inches, he was conspicuous, but he wasn't the only one in all of 49 City. After wandering around but disappointing Su Feng, he did not see Su Chang here. It shouldn't. This kid doesn't know anyone in town and has no outlet at all. You can only come to this pigeon market to try your luck, just like Widow Wang. Although pigeons are mostly traded for household goods, miscellaneous items are not absent. Su Feng took a deep breath and waited for another half hour. If you don't see anyone after half an hour, then it means that this baby has nothing to do with you. Time passed minute by minute, and just as Su Feng waited impatiently, the system map suddenly gave a prompt. The white dot, detected, was approaching itself. Sure enough, Su Feng followed the direction guided by the map towards the east, and the big lad squatting in the corner was none other than Su Chang. I don't know if he couldn't find his way or didn't have a precise time to come here at this hour. Su Chang pulled a gray cloth from his arms and laid it flat on the ground, then carefully pulled a contraption from his pocket and placed it on top. The distance was a bit far, plus it was dark, so Su Feng wasn't able to see too much. Since he had found it then, Su Feng was in no hurry to move. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Su Chang's stall really attracted a customer to stop and watch. Seeing the man bend down and crouch down, he grabbed the only item on Su Chang's stall. Holding it in my hand proved that it wasn't much bigger, then repeatedly measuring it. $20 out or not? Although he couldn't see what it was, the two men were talking. Su Feng was able to approximately feel and hear it. This master, this is a jade pendant passed down from my family's old ancestor. I dare not say it costs $100, but it's worth at least $50. Su Chang does not know how much this jade pendant in his hand is worth. Saying that it was passed down from the old ancestors is pure bull. But since the price was $20, Su Chang must have asked for a higher price. The color is pretty good. Maybe it was worth the price other times, but now it's not worth paying $50. Shengshire Antiques Chaos Gold. This thing is neither gold nor cannot eat, is not so sought after. The man finished to go. Su Chang, look anxious, immediately took the initiative to reduce the price. 40 cannot be less. Unfortunately, in the end, we did not keep people. Maybe the price in their hearts is $20. Come up to double, certainly did not negotiate. Hey, I should have known not to be so greedy. It would have been nice to sell it for $20. This jade pendant was picked up by chance by Su Chang in a small cave in the forest, and he was so excited that he immediately took it back to give his mom and dad a slap on the wrist. Rural people don't understand this either, and think that this jade pendant will turn the tide. Then he hurriedly asked Su Chang to take Su Feng's bicycle to see if he could exchange it for a large sum of money. It was not only Su Chang who was disappointed, but also Su Feng. Thought it was something good, but it turned out to be worth $20. But since it was judged to be a treasure by the system's map, spending $20 to collect it is not a bad idea by any stretch of the imagination. After waiting for a few minutes, Su Feng tightened the cloth on his face and came over. His entire body was now completely wrapped up, just revealing a pair of eyes. Coupled with the fact that today's moon wasn't very bright, it basically wouldn't allow Su Chang to recognize him. Su Feng squatted down and took Su Chang's baby in his hand, pretending to survey the jade pendant in his hand. Su Feng naturally didn't understand it either, but the system did. This jade pendant was passed down from my old ancestor's generation, and I heard my grandfather say that it was a palace contraption. I wouldn't sell it if my family wasn't in a bad way, so I'll give you $30 for it. Listening to Su Chang's nonsense, Su Feng knew that he didn't recognize himself. Then he put the jade pendant down on the rags, and without a word got up and was going to leave. Seeing that the pigeon market is about to close, if this customer leaves again, this piece of jade pendant in his hand will not be able to sell. This gentleman, that 20. Su Feng acted as if he hadn't heard and continued walking without any lingering at all. Stay back, Grandpa. $15 can't go any lower. Cutting in half in one go, the cuts made Su Chang's flesh simply ache, and it was good that this customer finally stopped. Su Feng pulled out a grand unity from his pocket, then counted 5 $1 bills and handed them to Su Chang. After seeing that he had $15 in his hand, Su Chang suddenly didn't feel as much of a physical pain. Anyway, this jade pendant was picked up, and any amount sold would be a net profit. What's more, he still hadn't taken a close look at that cave, so he'd make another trip up the mountain when he got back at dawn. Su Feng pointed at the jade pendant in his hand, then gave Su Chang a gesture that meant it was obvious where this thing came from. Master, didn't I tell you it's just what's been passed down from the ancestors? No more. That hole where the treasure was hidden Su Chang definitely wouldn't tell. Su Feng didn't ask again and turned around to hide into the darkness. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So it's a mute. Presses the price so hard. And you want to ask me where my baby came from? Why don't you just eat? City people are so damn black-hearted. Seeing the people walk away, Su Chang could not help but whisper a few curses, and then solemnly stuffed the $15 in his hand into the inside of his pants pocket. Chapter 64, Dong Wook. It hurts. Only after leaving Pigeon City did Su Feng pull off the cloth covering his face. The jade pendant has just been studied, and he doesn't understand this research, can't come up with any name, so he just casually threw it into the system space. As he was about to straddle the bike and head for home, he suddenly saw that the jade pendant, which he had thrown into the space, was oozing out a white gas. What's going on here? There's a soul locked inside this jade pendant or something? This white gas continuously emerged from inside the jade pendant and then drilled towards Su Feng's mind. After observing the body for a while without any adverse reactions, Su Feng's heartbeat slowly calmed down. That's scary too. Good thing the system shouldn't harm him. Why put the gold into the space inside? No reaction. But this is not very valuable jade pendant made such a big noise. Su Feng didn't think much about the things he couldn't understand, only knowing that it would be almost dawn if he didn't rush back to bed. Rode to the quad as fast as I could, and thankfully didn't collide with the third master. Softly, he pushed his bike into the yard, locked it, and went inside straight to put it in the bedroom. I do not know whether it is too sleepy or what. The door are still half covered, not at all related to the good man has sat on the bed. There was still no movement next door, but Su Feng's entire attention was on the jade pendant in the system space. After all this time, there is still a steady stream of white gas bubbling out. Su Feng was about to study it when this gas seemed to reach a critical mass. Su Feng's head tilted and he was directly swept away. Luckily, he fell on the bed, but Su Feng's sighs still made a lot of noise, and now it was the quietest time in the courtyard. The not-so-small commotion just woke up the dozing Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu rubbed her sleepy eyes and hurriedly got up after realizing that she had fallen asleep. The family does not have a watch and does not know the time, but this time to wake up Jia Dongshu up to cave in. There is still time. Jia Dongshu was in a state of deep sleep at the moment, and his snoring wasn't much louder. She was about to wake the man up when she suddenly felt a rush of urine. I've been so busy with the wedding all day that I haven't even been able to go to the bathroom. Qin Huairu tiptoed out of bed and put on her shoes, and softly pushed open the door of the room to go out and look for the location of the toilet. Originally there was a broken moon in the sky, all covered by clouds. Qin Huairu can only follow the memory to slowly find. Luckily nothing happened. It would have been a disaster if it had fallen down the toilet. It's hard not to be a little scared after going to the bathroom and seeing the darkness outside. After all, it's a strange place. Qin Huairu hurried back the way she came, purposely half covering the door when she came out just now. Seeing the door of the house in front of him precisely half hidden, there was no doubt at all about pushing the door directly in. When you find the bedroom, feel for the bed with your hand. She was about to wake up the man on the bed to light the candles, but she didn't realize that the man on the bed suddenly reached out and swept her directly onto the bed. Then Qin Huairu felt that her lips had been nibbled on, and Qin Huairu's head, who hadn't yet nibbled on a man's mouth, directly exploded. Dong Wook. It hurts. If there was a light in the room, Qin Huairu would definitely be able to see at first glance that this was not her man. Moreover, it could also be seen that Su Feng's current state wasn't right at all, and it wasn't at all what he looked like when he was awake. Unfortunately, there was no light in the room, and Qin Huairu was not familiar with her man. At 5 in the morning, the tearing sensation prevented Qin Huairu from sleeping well at all, and it was only after 2 hours of squinting that she was awakened again by the pain. It was numbly light outside, and already some light was scrambling to get inside. Qin Huairu was currently buried in her man's arms, and when she was conscious, she always felt that the man in her arms was one size bigger. Qin Huairu's heart suddenly had a bad premonition. After raising her head and seeing clearly who the man in her arms was, her pretty face, which was burned into a remnant of haze, turned white with fear for a moment. For just a moment, Qin Huairu's heart ached so much that she couldn't breathe. Where was she? And why was the man in her arms not Jia Dongshu? Glancing down, the plum blossoms on the sheets nearly made him faint. Qin Huairu hurriedly put on her clothes and struggled to get up, almost falling to the ground without standing still several times. Looking at the familiar and unfamiliar man lying on the bed, Qin Huairu hated to take a knife and cut him to death before she cut herself to death. But on second thought, she was the one who ran into the wrong room last night. Hey, bad karma. In an instant, Qin Huairu thought about suicide countless times. But when I think of my own death, I will be a lightweight. But what should I do with the 2 old people in my hometown? Not only do you have to suffer the pain of losing your daughter, but you also have to be poked and prodded. No one is to blame. Qin Huairu only blames herself. It was almost dawn outside, and if she didn't decide she wouldn't be able to get out. In the end, Qin Huairu gave up begging for death. Last night was a case of hiding it if you can, and if you can't play it, then you should confess to the man. Having made up her mind, Qin Huairu hurriedly tiptoed back to Jia Dongshu's house. Looking at the man lying on the bed still snoring and sleeping, Qin Huairu only felt heartbroken. As an hour passed, Qin Huairu was literally spending days like years, feeling like every second was torture. It wasn't long before the yard started to get noisy, and slowly the man of the house was woken up as well. Last night, hungover and woken up by the noise, Jia Dongshu only felt a splitting headache. My head hurts. Daughter-in-law, I'll sleep a little longer. Qin Huairu didn't dare to make a sound to disturb, nor did she want to do so. Half an hour later, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. Dong Wu Ka, hurry up and get up for work. A Moncler outlet store know that last night was his apprentice's wedding night, and it is normal to wake up late. But going to work is going to work and you can't be late. So I came over to give a special shout out. Hearing his master call out to him from outside, Jia Dongshu hurriedly climbed up. Daughter-in-law, I went to work. I'm still a trainee worker. Late influence is not good. Come back at night to give you a good meal. This job is even more important after having a daughter-in-law. So Jia Dongshu forced a headache and immediately climbed up. Also did not notice the wrong on the face of his daughter-in-law. So he changed his clothes and went to the rolling mill with a big man. Qin Huairu didn't know whether to be grateful or unfortunate, or it would be better to keep this matter under wraps. When your own man asks, tell him he was drunk last night and didn't know it, but caved anyway. There's really no way around it. Then Qin Huairu began to check for flaws and holes. Yes, there was a plum blossom missing from the white cloth. With a hardened heart, Qin Huairu bit her finger with her teeth and dripped blood onto the cloth. Thank you for the brothers who read up to Here to Raise Love. Chicken Rose book to the classification list of new books first. Chicken wrote here to thank the readers of The Old Man, and the book has better to come. Thanks to the readers of The Old Masters of the Rush. Comments, book reviews, gifts, Chicken Fillet again to thank. Chapter 65, Why are there bloodstains on the bed? Qin Huairu looked at the blossoming plum blossoms on the white cloth and couldn't return to her senses for a long time. This wasn't her fingers dripping blood. This was her heart dripping blood. Thinking that she, Qin Huairu, was at home and filial to her parents? Why did she encounter this kind of thing on the first day she married in the city? If it weren't for the presence of the two oldest members of the family and the fact that she was thinking straight, I'm afraid she would have thrown herself down the well last night. But if you can hide it for a while, how can you hide it for the rest of your life? What if her own man remembered last night's incident and questioned her how to explain? Huairu, Mom's coming in. Jia Zhang rushed back at the point where her son went to work, and her voice was not loud but scared Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu subconsciously wanted to put away the white cloth, but Jia Zhang had already pushed the door in as soon as her voice fell. When I saw Qin Huairu's pale face clutching the white cloth with plum blossoms in her hand, I knew that the matter had come true yesterday. Lie down and sleep some more. Mom will lay you 2 eggs. It wasn't that Jia Zhang was really that satisfied with Qin Huairu. She just wanted her to conceive a grandchild for herself. Qin Huairu's eyes are hollow and wooden-knotted. His heart is like ashes still, which has the mood to eat lying eggs. The sun was about to climb over his head before Su Feng awoke from his unconscious state. The strange thing is that there is not a single strange feeling in the whole body. On the contrary, it feels refreshed. I just don't know what's wrong with this back. It's like I fought all night yesterday. Thinking about last night, Su Feng hurriedly sat up and checked up and down to see if there were any missing arms or legs. It's okay. It's okay. Everything's fine. Then the system panel was opened again, and there was no change at all. The only change was that the jade pendant in the system space no longer emitted white gas outwards. With a thought, the jade pendant appeared in Su Feng's hand. There was no change other than the color being a bit darker. Forget about it. Save it for later. Taking out his watch, he saw that in a few moments it would be dinner time. At this point there is no longer any need to rush to the rolling mill to order. Just as last night went to the countryside to go hunting in the mountains, and could not rush back on the same day. Coo. Su Feng didn't know how his stomach was so hungry, and was about to get up to get something to eat when he suddenly noticed bloodstains on the bedsheets. Frightened, Su Feng hurriedly lifted up his clothes and carefully examined them again. There's no wound here. Is it possible that a man is having his period too? That's a stupid system. It's a dead end every day. Simply get something to eat to fill your stomach, then rip off the sheets and take them to the communal faucet in the yard to wash and dry them. Gee, lad, shouldn't you be at the rolling mill at this hour? The one who took the initiative to talk was an aunt, and on that day, Yi Zhanghai told an aunt that she would try to have a good relationship with Su Feng. Labor a big mother, you worry. Last night I do not know what happened, headache tight dazed, so I took the day off to rest. Shi Feng casually pulled a reason to muddle through. It was unlikely that anyone would have nothing better to do than to go to the factory to verify his lies. Is not the night greedy, cold, freeze cold? A big mom home to get you some cold medicine. An older woman was about to turn around and go back for her medication, and it really didn't look like she was being polite. "No, Auntie One. I'll be much better after a nap. I've got a trip out here." "Who said this yard was full of animals? This guy's not so bad. Also, the big boy is in good health. If you have a recurring cold, talk to a big mom. We are all in the same hospital. Don't be polite." "Thank you." After nagging, Su Feng pushed his bike and prepared to take a trip home, just in time to bump into Qin Huairu, who had gone out to sunbathe her quilt. Qin Huairu's body felt like it had been knocked apart, and she had originally wanted to lie on the bed to recover her strength. Suddenly hearing the conversation between Su Feng and an older woman, he thought that Su Feng was in a daze last night. So was it possible that he didn't remember or even know what happened last night? That was why Qin Huairu purposely found a reason to go out and test Su Feng. If even this party didn't know, as long as Qin Huairu herself didn't say anything, then what happened last night didn't happen. Wasn't there no movement last night? Why is this Qin Huairu's body like it's falling apart? And now she's walking awkwardly, glancing at Qin Huairu, who was walking in a wrong posture. Su Feng thought in his heart that this kid Jia Dongxu was quite fierce. However, Su Feng took one look and pulled his eyes back. Being capable or not had nothing to do with him. But why was there something wrong with the way this was looking at this? This Su Feng was certain of. Push the bike to the entrance of the courtyard. Put your feet on the pedals and go straight to the village of Su. And just the moment Su Feng looked at Qin Huairu, Qin Huairu's heart lifted up a huge wave. He didn't know that. And if he knew that the way he looked at himself would never be like that. Qin Huairu hastily put her hand on her heart-racing chest. God gave her a way to live. Let mom do things like tanning the quilt. Give it to me quickly, you go home and rest some more. The only shuttle bus back to Sujia village from Sijochun was in the afternoon, so Su Feng had to rush back to the village one step ahead of Su Chang. Su Feng made a trip home first, warming up with the sisters for a while before heading straight to the village chief's house. Brother Shou Shan. It was just after mealtime at this hour, and Shou Shan should be home. Su Shoshan in the house heard that it is Su Feng, immediately climbed up from the bed to open the door of the courtyard. What is it? And what good food to bring to my buddies. Let's go find Jianjun on the road and say that our brothers are probably going to make a fortune. Su Feng didn't have the time to keep an eye on Su Chang, but these few buddies of his were different, so there was money for everyone to earn together. Really? Shou Shan's eyes lit up as soon as he heard Su Feng say that he was going to make a fortune. Walk away. Shouzan was equally righteous, never wanting to get rich alone. Yesterday morning, Auntie Li said she gave me $1 to help bring Su Chang to 49th City. Su Feng hadn't even finished speaking yet. Shou Shan couldn't wait to voice his opinion. The bus is only 20 cents. There's definitely something going on here. Brother Shou Shan, hear me out. I also felt something was wrong the first time. I guess Su Chang didn't have any treasure on him to take to 49th City to exchange for money. And sure enough, I caught him last night in Pigeon City. It's a jade pendant, and the kid said it was handed down from his family's ancestors. Bull ********. Must have picked it up inside the woods. So I concluded that the kid would definitely go back up the mountain and look for it again when he got back today. Shou Shan, I have to go to work. I don't have time. Please keep an eye on that kid with Jianjun and the others. Once we find the treasure, we'll split it equally. Shou Shan said he didn't have any problem with it, and Jianjun was equally excited to find out. In recent times, I was thinking about the stress of getting married and not having the money in the family to make a good life for my daughter-in-law. I didn't expect Su Feng to bring a piece of good news here. Chapter 66. Shishue, come here and let your man hug you. Jia Dongxu's death. After staring at Su Chang's decision on this matter, there was no need for Su Feng to worry about the latter, and he only needed to wait for the good news. On the way back, a sudden gust of wind really felt cool. It looks like it's really fall, and it's just as well that I'm home with my daughter-in-law today, so we'll put some fall fats together. Finding an unoccupied nook and cranny, Su Feng exchanged the copper pot and dipping sauce required for shabu shabu from the system space. Of course, there is no shortage of mutton and coal. Daughter-in-law, I'm back. Look what I brought back. Shuriwei was napping, and Shishue heard Su Feng's voice and came out to help carry things. Feng, let's have shabu shabu tonight. How did you know that's all I wanted? Unconsciously, Shishue's name for Su Feng slowly became exactly the same as his sister. It wasn't because I dreamed about you last night, and inside the dream you told me you wanted to eat shabu shabu, so I specially bought it back today. Hearing Shishue call herself Feng as well, Su Feng was unexplainably happy. Nonsense, we're not having the same dream. Hearing Su Feng say that he had dreamt about himself last night, Shishue's pretty face couldn't help but climb a hint of redness. What, are you kidding? Come over here and let your man hug you. As soon as Su Chang got off the bus, he flew to his home. The family is waiting for his good news, which must not take the $15 as if for nothing to go home to show off. Unfortunately, he didn't have a meat ticket on him. Plus he didn't dare to stay long in Pigeon City after he finally exchanged his money, and he didn't have time to buy any meat even if he wanted to satisfy his craving. As soon as he entered the house, he shut the door behind him, afraid that the neighbors would hear the commotion. "Mom and Dad, guess how much I got for that jade pendant I picked up?" Seeing her son's excitement, Auntie Lee's heartbeat quickened. $50? Auntie Lee's family was unable to save any money because of the existence of her 3 sons. "If we do get $50 for it, that's a flip." The 2 younger brothers are envious. This is the big brother in the forest to pick up the jade pendant. If you can change so much money is estimated to be enough to marry a daughter-in-law. It's not worth that much, Mom. For $15. Su Chang also wants to change $50 but such a high price cannot be out of hand. That's okay. It's a wasted pleasure. But $15 is a lot of money. Last night a customer said $20 block to buy. I said to $50 people do not give. Finally did not negotiate. Finally another guy came along and was nice enough to sell it for $15. Hearing her eldest son say this, Aunt Lee's heart was dripping with pain. Go look at what you've done. You've lost $5 in this round trip. Plus also gave Su Fong $1. Think about it, Aunt Lee felt a meat ache. How many pounds of meat this must buy? It's okay, Mom. That hole in the forest I didn't check carefully the other day. Maybe there's more in there. I'll check it out later. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to go home to report the good news, Su Chang would have hated to go into the forest as soon as he got out of the car. Brother, I'll accompany you. There are many people to look for more carefully. Big brother, I'm going too. Normally these 2 don't bother to go up the mountain. But this time was different. If I find a few more treasures, I won't have to worry about getting a wife. Okay, you 3 brothers will go to the mountain now. Remember to cut the firewood knife at home to be careful of the mountains. Look carefully when you go into the woods. Don't let go anywhere. Aunt Lee, already fantasizing, leaned against the tumble of a cave in the woods and hastened to urge her 3 sons up the hill. No, the 3 brothers were about to leave, when Lee's father called them back. That kid Su Fong just came back on his bike, plus he paid out $1 to rub up against his car yesterday. So maybe this kid found something. Now that the 3 of you are on the mountain, it's hard not to let that kid be suspicious when he's a thief. Let's wait until he's in town for work, and then the 3 of you brothers can quietly make your way back up the mountain. Although Lee's father usually spoke little, his mind could turn faster than anyone else. As soon as the 3 brothers heard that this was the case, they hurriedly pressed down their excitement. Anyway, only Big Brother knows about the cave in the forest, so it's okay to go up the mountain a day or 2 later. The sun had already set, and Su Fong led the charcoal fire in advance. The boiling water is poured inside the copper pot and then the charcoal is added for shabu shabu. Before she could thank Widow Wang for her help in cutting the baby's clothes last time, Shuriwei took the initiative to call the mother and son over to shabu shabu together. While eating the shabu shabu, Widow Wang didn't even dare to look at Su Fong, fearing that the sisters would discover something. Su Fong felt a bit funny. He hadn't had anything with her yet. If there's a chance of a gun going off in the future, you're going to be scared to death. But this Wang widow said that night that there is an opportunity to what all according to him. This opportunity in the end when cannot play him. After eating the shabu shabu, the corners of the mouths of a large table of eaters were dripping with oil, and little Do Ding even said it was delicious. It was almost dark, so Widow Wang and Shishue cleaned up and went to their respective rooms to sleep. After Shishue went back to her room, she closed the door and didn't give Su Fong a chance to take advantage of it at all. It seemed that this sister wasn't ready yet. Su Fong happily carried his daughter-in-law back to the house. The mutton would have been a great tonic, and he definitely wanted to exchange the couple's feelings tonight. Daughter-in-law, I love you. Compared to her previous life, Shuriwa didn't know how many times better she was, no matter her mental state or skin condition. It's not just about being nourished by just spending money, it's also about love. Fong, these days you don't usually say such blunt words of love, and Shuriwa's eyes had shown a hint of winks. Get down. What Su Fong didn't know was that a particularly vicious incident had occurred at the rolling mill today. Don't you because of last night's hangover? Work head confused, which has a little bit of work should be the state. Colleagues are still teasing. This kid married a beautiful daughter-in-law. Is not too hard last night, so no spirit. It's hard not to get distracted in the afternoon, near the end of the day. Don't you was still thinking about what good food he would bring to his daughter-in-law in the evening, so as to make up for the fact that he had slept all night last night and didn't have the time to perform the rite of circumcision. There are large machines everywhere in the factory. Just because of this distraction of don't you, plus the state of not working at all, the result was predictable, and the man was lost on the spot after the accident. It had been some time since there had been such a serious safety incident at the rolling mill that it had even alarmed the plant manager. The bad news was the first to reach the courtyard, and Jia Zhang nearly fainted. Qin Huairu instantly felt like the sky had collapsed. Why was it that as soon as she married into the city, one unfortunate thing followed another? Chapter 67, The Undead as a Buff Plus. Half of Jia Dongshu's body was rolled inside the machine, and there was no need for resuscitation. This point has long passed the time of work, usually one by one to the point to leave. Today all stayed to join in the fun. One doesn't know what it means to be afraid. It should be because they have seen a lot of things in their time. Ah, my son, you've died a horrible death. You got married yesterday, and today this happened to you. My son, wake up. After getting the unfortunate news, Jia Zhang's and Qin Huairu rushed to the workshop of the rolling mill at the first opportunity. After seeing Jia Dongshu's miserable state, Jia Zhang almost cried herself to sleep. Then the whole person was paralyzed on the ground, hands patting the ground and crying loudly. It is not too much to say that it is like losing a mother. There is nothing sadder in the world than to be sent away by a gray-haired person. After Jia Zhang's death of her man, this left Jia Dongsu as the only one to rely on. You can say this old woman is treacherous and bad, but for Jia Zhang is considered a qualified mother. Jia Zhang's such a miserable cry. Those present heard it without a word of silence. Hey! Many of the onlooker workers couldn't help but sympathize with Jia Dongshu. Such a good young man just married. Looking at the day is about to have a run. Who would have thought that there is such an accident? I don't know if the new daughter-in-law was hit last night after the wedding. If not, she didn't even leave a queen. Qin Huairu stood next to Jia Zhang's, similarly crying with pearly blossoms. The speed of the tears she wiped with her hands was not as fast as the speed of her tears. About 1 point of those 10 tears was for Jia Dongshu, and the remaining 9 points were entirely for herself. After all, she and Jia Dongshu had only met a few times, even if they had the name of husband and wife, but they had not performed the reality of husband and wife. Even if it's a relationship, that has to be cultivated slowly after you've lived your life. Growing up, Qin Huairu grew up in the Qin family village that was completely full of compliments and praise. He said that this girl is really handsome and will surely be blessed in the future. It wasn't just Qin Huairu's parents who thought this way. Qin Huairu likewise felt that she was born to enjoy a blessed life. As of the day before yesterday, everything was going smoothly as if it had been scheduled from childhood. But good fortune seems to have ended yesterday, and since last night Qin Huairu's misfortune has begun. She marries the wrong man in the wrong house on her wedding night, and then her nominal husband dies in an accident on the second day. This was just the beginning. Qin Huairu didn't even dare to think about what kind of miserable day she would have to live from now on. Tears snapped to the floor like a string of pearls at the thought, and Qin Huairu's appearance made many of the workers present feel sorry for me. These rolling mill workers, big old man. I'm afraid to stay here is not just to watch the fun. I guess most of them are rushing to Qin Huairu, this new daughter-in-law. I have to say that Jia Dongshu's new daughter-in-law is really beautiful. Even the factory's factory flower Yu Haitang is a shade worse. No wonder there was an accident on the second day of the wedding. I guess I wasn't lucky enough to enjoy this blessing. Looking at Qin Huairu's pearly appearance, some people were even already thinking of taking over. Anyway, Jia Dongshu only used it once, and how is it worth it to use the money for marrying a widow to find such a beautiful daughter-in-law? It had to be said that with the buff edition of the undead, Qin Huairu's charm went up another notch. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, my son wouldn't have died so tragically. Lying on the ground, Jia Zhang cried, and suddenly pointed out the fault on a monkler Yi Zhonghai. I don't know where the strength came from. Jia Zhang got up violently, and in the blink of an eye, she jumped next to a big master. The sharp claws scraped Yi Zhonghai's face at once, instantly scraping out several blood marks. Good lord, what a fight this old woman has. Seeing this, the security section rushed to hold the crazy old woman down. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, my son wouldn't have come to work in this factory and wouldn't have died so tragically. The disillusioned Jia Zhang has already forgotten how she begged a grandpa to get her son a temporary job in the first place. After getting the job, I guess she was the happiest old woman. Now that the person is gone, they are blaming Yi Zhonghai instead. Even if you understand the grief of your dead son, we all understand. But you can't blame people like that. Yi Zhonghai just wanted to curse a few times, but thought that he couldn't get a single benefit from cursing an old woman who had just lost her son in front of so many people. Might as well be generous and still fight for a good reputation at the plant. Don't give her a hard time. It's a hard life too. Hey, Yi Zhonghai sighed deeply, and the truth in it was true for a third of the time. After all, Yi Zhonghai still expects Jia Dongshu to give him old age in the future. And now the person is no longer available to find a new object. Agu, listen to this. No wonder old Yi can become the only grade 8 clampman in the factory. This temperament is not comparable to ordinary people. Jia Zhang's, you also don't mess around. Could it be that when a grandfather to find a job for your son stored bad intentions, do not ask you to return the favor, but also cannot be envy? You see the people old easy face scraped. The sedan chair is carried by everyone. Yi Zhonghai is also in 8th grade pliers, and it's always right to draw a close relationship. Yi Zhonghai didn't say anything else, but retreated to find someone from the infirmary to bandage it up, lest the old woman go crazy again. She might say or do something outrageous again. It wasn't long before the deputy plant manager got word and rushed over. When Jia Zhang saw the leader coming over, she immediately started crying again. My son, you died a horrible death. My mother spent all the family's savings by mothering you up. How will you let your mother live in the future if you just walk away like this? The truth of the grief is true, and so is the desire to be compensated. After all, when you don't have a son or even a breadwinner, you always have to eat. Vice Plant Director Lee saw this scene, frowned. The first step, first let the people in the defense section to hilarious people throw away. Everyone, guys, don't watch the fun. Should go back to cooking. Tomorrow still have to work it. Although it was the head of the defense section who said it, it was the leader's intention, and no one dared to refute it. Before leaving, he took a glance at Qin Huairu, the new daughter-in-law who was crying with pearly blossoms, and each of them dispersed. Don't cry too, Auntie. No one wants this to happen. The important thing at the moment is to collect your son's body first. It's not a good idea to just hang around like this, is it? Lee, Vice Factory Director, is certainly not respect Jia Dongshu. In his eyes is just an accidental worker. The efficiency of the factory is the top priority. Can it hang around until it interferes with tomorrow's production? Jia Zhang desperately struggled away from the hands of the defense section before stopping in front of Jia Dongshu. If you leaders don't get it right today, you'll step over me. An old woman. Jia Zhang's words were clear. This matter would not be over if the compensation was not satisfactory. A man's death is like a lamp going out, and although Jia Zhang was sad, she had to think about the future. Chapter 68, One or Two Widows Who Want a Freshly Baked Widow. Vice Plant Director Lee was likewise a human savant. How could he not know what this old woman was thinking? Immediately with the security office to understand a little, know that this Jia Dongshu is a temporary worker, and this accident is still because of their own work distraction is caused. After learning about these situations, Deputy Director Lee had a plan in mind. Let's put it this way, ma'am. We feel deeply pained by what happened to your son. After much deliberation, it has been decided to compensate your son $500. What do you think? $500 is already a lot of money in this day and age. Not to mention that Jia Dongshu is still a temporary worker. If it were not for the fear that the leaders above would come to investigate, plus the impact on the efficiency of the factory, $500 Lee, Deputy Director of the factory, is not even willing to pay. No one expected that $500 could not satisfy Jia Zhang's appetite, and still did not let go of the intention. The situation immediately stiffened, and the face of the ignored Vice Plant Director Lee immediately collapsed. $500 is not a small amount of money. What does this old woman want? At this time, Yi Zhonghai rushed back after simply bandaging his wounds. After all, the person who died was his own disciple, and he definitely had to be there for this kind of scene. What's wrong with your face, old Ji? Grade 8 workers are like treasures in the factory, and Vice Plant Director Lee definitely knows Yi Zhonghai. Accidentally knocked. This person is my apprentice. I am also responsible for what happened, factory manager. Of course, Yi Zhonghai was speaking in a polite manner, and Vice Plant Director Lee also knew that he was speaking in a polite manner. Oldie words cannot be said. Who does not know you work in the factory has always been conscientious. I just said to pay $500 and this matter will be over. This lady does not agree. You see if you can discuss with her. There was absolutely no need for Vice Plant Director Lee to tangle with this old woman, and he directly handed this headache over to Yi Zhonghai, and the one who died was his disciple anyway. Ahem. Yi Zhonghai pretended to cough twice. That big sister, 500 yuan compensation has been quite a lot. You also know that this kind of accident cannot be completely blamed on the factory. And besides, Dongshu also did not transfer, is not the multiple choice question of pleasing Jia Zhang and pleasing Vice Plant Director Lee. Normal people knew which one to choose. You heartless one. You know how to flatter the leader when you see him. Is my son's tragic death worth only $500? Jia Zhang's scolding is very unpleasant. There are still quite a few people left in the room. A big master immediately feel disgraced. Just now, he had already tolerated her once. Who knew that this time, he would directly stomp on his nose? Angry, a grandpa face red, but ultimately did not say anything. Vice Plant Director Lee is not in the mood to spend time with this old woman. Since I don't listen to you when I talk to you properly, then you can go and sue. Don't blame me for not reminding you. When the time comes, not a penny compensation, not to mention affecting the efficiency of the factory. I see how you end up. Vice Plant Director Lee turned around after the vicious words to go. This time can really scare Jia Zhang. If that happened, the day would really collapse. Wait for the leader. Qin Huairu, you quickly go and pull the leader. Lee, Deputy Director, is not really want to go. This small matter is not necessary to make so big. Or instead of the real impact is him enrolling mill. Paying a small fortune to keep this down is the best solution. Vice Plant Director Lee turned his head back. Only then did he notice Qin Huairu, who was crying with pearly blossoms, and his eyes couldn't help but light up. And this is? Good lord! This one is more than 1 point prettier than the one in the back kitchen of the cafeteria. Lu Lan. Factory Director Li. This is my apprentice's new daughter-in-law. She only tied the knot yesterday. Who would have thought that this would happen today? Yi Zhonghai explained stiffly. He had heard some of the rumors about this vice plant director Li. He was afraid that his apprentice's new daughter-in-law would also be tainted by factory director Li. In that case it is really a human tragedy. So let's do it this way. The original compensation remains unchanged. Let this one take over Jia Doxu's job. A large family of people must have an income. Right. Li Deputy Factory Director is explicitly concerned about the families of the workers in the factory. As for the secret dirty calculations only he knows. But Jia Zhang's cannot see this point. As soon as he heard the leader said that both can keep their jobs and compensation of $500. This is no longer disturbing. Jia Dongshu's accidental and tragic death in the steel rolling mill has been rumored in the courtyard. The beasts naturally had their own thoughts on this. But to say they sympathized with not even one family. Among them to count the most happy nature is stupid Column. Brain originally a sinewy. Not even with a disguise. He also said that he was going to make 2 small dishes in the evening and call up Su Feng to celebrate. But unfortunately Su Feng wasn't in the courtyard. It really proves what Silly Pillar said on the wedding day. Who will probably have the last laugh? 2 people fight every day. Fight Can also see Jia Dongshu married so beautiful that daughter-in-law steadily prevailed? Who would have thought that the end is like this? Happily, to be honest the silly Column was also a little sympathetic. After all, grew up in a yard. Even if every day to move around is not what life and death enemies that kind of conflict. Plus the stupid Column wasn't supposed to be bad from the roots. But there were a few moments of real sympathy. Even thinking about that beautiful daughter-in-law of his to let him raise in the future. All in one yard is kind of doing something. Likewise, there were those who gloated. Like Yan Xiecheng. Jia Dongshu not only envied Jia Zhongshu in the steel rolling mill that temporary job. If turned after that is the iron rice bowl. At the same time also envied Jia Dongshu married so beautiful that daughter-in-law. Just like that too big ZA exaggerated to make people jealous. Now that the good people are gone. Naturally they can't enjoy this blessing. Hey, old man, how do you think the factory will handle this? The 3 moms don't have any bad intentions. They just think it's a shame to lose such a big boy. Jia Dongshu is also a temporary worker. So I guess I'll lose $400. What's the use of losing so much money when the person is gone? None of the 3 lords said anything about falling on their faces. But we're thinking of something else. With this one incident in the institution, when the time comes, a Moncler outlet store will definitely have to organize donations for the institution. Surprisingly, all of them reached so much compensation. So it's reasonable not to give it when the time comes, isn't it? Hearing his dad say this, Yanxia factory began to envy again. That's $400. Enough to get him a decent job if he applies it. Right, Dad? Since Jia Dongshu is out of people, do you think we can think of a way for me to top it? This is simply still thinking about eating human blood buns. I don't think that's possible. The factory would have let that new daughter-in-law Jia Dongshu marry take over on it, but a woman into the workshop. The loss of the man has nothing to do with their family. So maybe this will work out. The hyping has gotten significantly more frequent in the past few days. So thank you brothers for supporting chicken fillet. But the total data has been dropping. Dropped the chicken cutlet heartache. There is no God to give a small gift to comfort the chicken cutlet fragile heart of. Chapter 69, The Son of Qin Huairu's Abdomen. Jia Dongshu people, not only the beautiful widow Qin Huairu was missed, even the vacant workplace is also equally missed. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's cannibalism. It's human nature. The viewpoint is given to a grandpa's house. At this point Yi Zhonghai has not returned. When an older woman got the news, she was so anxious at home that she couldn't even bother to cook. Of course, 3 points were for Jia Dongshu, and the remaining 7 points were all for his own old man. Just that 3 points, or because they want to rely on Jia Dongshu in the future to give the 2 of them old age. The main concern is that after Jia Dongshu's accident in the factory, what bad influence will it have on his master, his own old man Yi Zhonghai? A big mother anxious also useless. The family only a bicycle usually a big man to work with, can only stay at home and wait for the old man to come back. In addition to Silly Zhu's thoughts about Qin Huairu, the freshly minted widow, there was of course Su Damao in this courtyard. Ever since the first time he saw this beautiful girl, Su Damao's heart couldn't stop generating some thoughts. But he's never been able to get his hands on only the kind of widows who are out of men. So he's been flirting for so many years without a single incident. Although Qin Huairu was indeed beautiful, she had a man, and she was still in a courtyard. If this is exposed, not to mention being poked by the people in the courtyard, it is possible to go to jail. Now well, who would have thought that Jia Dongshu would have such a short life? Su Dumao could even anticipate that Qin Huairu would take over her dead man's job. She was a woman, and she was bound to be bullied inside that kind of workshop full of roughnecks, plus the low pay and the possibility of even being exploited by that evil old lady. It is to be expected that this beautiful widow will be in a difficult situation. And at this time, he, Su Dumao, was like a god coming down from heaven to save this beautiful widow from the fire. It can be said that this setup means to pinch the widow's heart Su Dumao 100 times. At the end of the day, the pretty widow simply couldn't escape from him. Su Dumao. The more Su Dumao thought about it in his heart, the more beautiful it became. And he couldn't help but have a lewd smile on his face. Su Dumao, what are you laughing at? Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but frown when she saw her man smiling so lewdly. It's nothing, Eco. Just now I was thinking Moncler outlet store, this is bad luck. Yi Zhanghai is more biased in favor of Jia Dongxu in the courtyard. And it is normal for Su Dumao to have a problem with the first master. So this reason makes sense. Don't talk like that. You'll get what's coming to you for talking like that when you're dead. To summarize, Lu Xiaoyi as the capitalist's eldest daughter not only did not have princess disease, but instead her heart was much better than Su Dumao. Yes, all at my wife's request. After perfuming his daughter-in-law, Su Dumao was already preparing the hunting plan in his mind. It was almost dark before the First Lord brought back the jaws. On the way back it had been discussed that everything would be simple for Jia Dongxu's afterlife. The family was already poor, so there was no need to spend what little money they had on the dead. In addition to the compensation of 500 yuan, Jia Zhang's a handful of all clutched in the hand, as their own coffin capital. However, things were far from over. And back in the courtyard Jia Zhang's immediately made a scene. You're the one who's a spoilsport. You're the one who killed my son. How come you're not the one who died? After the money arrived, Jia Zhang started to seek justice for her son again. In front of everyone in the courtyard, he pointed at Qin Huairu's nose and scolded her. Qin Huairu, who already had bitterness in her heart, was scolded by her wicked mother-in-law, and almost thought of crashing into the wall and dying in vain. My son, you died so tragically. How will you let your mother live in the future? Such a big commotion drew everyone in the courtyard over to join in the fun. A Moncler outlet store have enough headaches. Just went back to the house, have not had time to drink a mouthful of water. Heard this movement cannot help but sigh. What does this dead old woman want? A grandpa couldn't help but curse. And a grandma rushed to the side with a couple of words of relief, not even having time to ask the old man what happened to the wound on his face. After a while, the people in the courtyard were basically gathered. With so many people present, Jia Zhang instead became more energized and reached out to hit Qin Huairu. Fortunately, Silly Pillar was extremely fast and stopped Jia Zhang in time. If this slap went down, Qin Huairu's pretty little face would probably have to swell up immediately. Jia Granny, Jia Dongxu people are gone, that's because of his own lack of seriousness in his work. What does it have to do with others? This bit of is all over the factory, and the stupid column naturally knows about it. Good, you silly pillar. My son just died and you come to miss my daughter-in-law. I'll fight for you. Jia Zhang turned on her big trick of being a nuisance and even thought of tickling the silly pillar. Enough! An older man arrived in time and gave a loud scolding. A Moncler outlet online. This is not to save the silly column, but to save Jia Zhang's. If this old woman really get the stupid column's mixed feelings up. Stupid column does not know what is to respect the old and love the young. Beat off Jia Zhang's 2 teeth are light. I have to say that silly pillar is indeed a jerk. And a clean official can break up a family affair. Let alone him. What's he doing in the middle of a fight between a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law? Do you still expect people Qin Huairu to be grateful to him? Qin Huairu even complained that he should not come up, lest the people in the courtyard gossip. Dongxu, you're in the sky, take a quick look. The yard stupid column and a grandpa bullied your mother. Tonight you'll take them both away. Jia Zhang's cursing became more and more outrageous, causing a Moncler outlet store face to look like coal. What are you trying to do? Old lady Jia, are you the only one who is sad that Dongsu is gone? The main thing now is to settle the aftermath. Not mess around like you. Yi Zhanghai would not bother with this if it were not for the name of the first master of the yard on his head. Anymore, Dongwook got married yesterday, so maybe he got hit in one night. If you beat the Jean girl to death, I'll see that you wanna break your own back yourself. A Moncler outlet store also said bluntly. Around the hilarious also all immediately reacted. Yeah, well, Jaden Wook caved in last night. If you really hit the trick, so that the girl's stomach is not just a belly legacy, pregnant with a son is not impossible. After being reminded by a grandpa, Jia Zhang reacted. If this daughter-in-law is really thrown out of the house, then their Jia family will really be extinct. Plus, this morning, he had seen with his own eyes that the white cloth on Qin Huairu's hand was stained with blood, so he might really be able to hit the mark. Alright, today's matter is here. The sky is also almost dark, everyone early to go back to rest. Tomorrow after work all stay put and have an all-hands meeting. A Moncler outlet store. This move is indeed wonderful. Can be completely said to help Qin Huairu justice? Just do not know what calculations in the heart. Chapter 70, the spied widow Wang directly curses the street. Su Feng, who was cradling his daughter-in-law in a hot bed in Sujia village, didn't know that something so big had happened in the courtyard. I was thinking last night that after Su Chang, the kid, got $15 for nothing, he wouldn't be able to wait to go to his old place and look for another one. I did not expect this kid so tolerant. Outside the sky is completely dark. Hard not to see out. The kid certainly didn't have the temperament for it. So I guess it was his talkative old man who was on the defensive. But not afraid of thieves steal for fear of thieves miss. Prevented Su Feng. It still prevented Shou Shan a few of them. As long as Su Feng went to work, this kid absolutely couldn't help but show his face. Shuriwei had been tired for an hour and was now drifting off to sleep in Su Feng's arms. Looking at his daughter-in-law's well-behaved sleeping face, Su Feng was about to go to sleep when a sudden commotion came from outside. The sound was so small that Su Feng wouldn't have been able to hear it at all if it wasn't for the fact that his five senses had been drastically enhanced by the system. It's probably Auntie Lee's second son again. He can't sleep at night without satisfying his voyeuristic desires, right? Can't see a thing. But this stuff is just disgusting. Who knew if this brat had taken advantage of Su Feng's stay in 49 City to peek at the sisters? The courtyard wall of the house is not much higher than that of Widow Wang's house. And if a tall person stands outside the courtyard, the furnishings in the courtyard can even be seen. Looks like we'll have to clean this kid up sometime. And raise the yard wall a bit in the process. Not only is it windproof, but it also enhances residential privacy. Gently pushing the window open, Su Feng tried his best not to make a commotion to flip out. Going over to take a look, the boy really pouted his buttocks lying on the courtyard wall of the Widow Wang's house. This time, Su Feng didn't stay his hand, and touched a stone from the ground and ruthlessly smashed it over towards this kid's head. Not so much as to give someone a smashing, but a bag on the head for sure. Ah! Caught off guard, Su Zhuang, also known as Aunt Lee's family's second little cutie, he screamed out in pain. It wasn't too loud, and woke up a lot of the neighbors straight away. Su Feng took the opportunity to hurry back, and only then did he notice that he had already woken up his daughter-in-law. What's wrong, Feng? Shuriwei reached out after being woken up and surprisingly didn't find her man. Then Su Feng tumbled in at this time. That kid Li Zhuan was lying on the courtyard wall peeping at Sister Wang, and I just rolled out and threw a rock after hearing the commotion. Who knows if this kid has been spying on you too while I've been living in town. So let's teach him a lesson. Su Feng wasn't going out through a window to meet a widow at night, so he didn't panic at all in the face of his daughter-in-law's skepticism. Ah, doesn't that chap look quite honest? Shuriwei didn't doubt her own man's words. She had really heard a scream just now, and that was what woke her up. Humph. The more of these honest-looking faces the more stuffy they are. Let's raise the yard wall a bit when we have time and stick shards of glass up there. As soon as Su Feng's words fell, the sound of Widow Wang's shouting and cursing suddenly rang out from outside. Which is the one who peeped at the old lady in the middle of the night? Is a man to stand out for the old lady? If you don't have a daughter-in-law at home, you can just tinker with some needlework under the covers by yourself. This kind of lewd man still wants to be looked at by the old lady. In the next life, who is the one who scolded who knows in his heart? Control his own family men. All day long lying in front of the widow's door to do inappropriate things. This time Widow Wang decided not to hold back any longer and directly stood up in her own yard and started cursing. The neighbors, one by one, could also hear it clearly, but no one answered. Widow Wang cursed for 10 minutes, and I don't know if she was tired or thirsty, so she went back to bed. Su Feng and Xie in the room looked at each other and smiled, not realizing that Widow Wang had such a tough side. The next morning, daughter-in-law, I'm off to work. Su Feng's words weren't meant for Shuriwei, but were purposely said to Su Chang. The three brothers didn't sleep well at all last night, so Widow Wang's screams and curses were heard loud and clear. Waking up in the morning and seeing the big bag on his brother's head, Su Chang and Lao San pretended not to see it to avoid embarrassment for Lao Er. Go, up the hill. This time of year is less crowded and it's the best time to go into the woods. The three brothers had just arrived at the west end of the village when they were targeted by Jianjun. As expected, just as Su Feng guessed, as soon as Su Feng went to work, these three immediately moved into the forest. The next thing to do was just to follow far behind. And anyway, as long as there were benefits, these three brothers wouldn't be able to take them all for themselves. About 2 hours had passed and it was fully light. This distance was nothing at all to Shou Shan and the few of them who often went up the mountain. But for these three brothers, it's just plain hard. If it weren't for the babe in the woods hanging on, these three brothers would have given up long ago. I'm afraid, this Su Chang, for one thing, also does not enter the mountains to hunt, and for another, will not easily go deep into the forest, and I do not know how this son found the cave to hide the treasure. Shou Shan obviously can feel the speed of the three brothers slowed down. but they are not in a hurry at all. Good things happen. Almost another bell had passed. Su Chang's head was already hurting, and he was a little impatient to walk for so long without arriving. Big brother, about how far is it? When he set out, Su Zhuang was fantasizing that if he found the treasure, he would go to the city and exchange the money and then ruthlessly smash Widow Wang's legs open. Don't you like to scream and curse at night? Then let Widow Wang scream enough. What's the hurry? Just go over this hill. After walking for so long and still not arriving, Su Chang couldn't help but lose his temper. For the sake of baby, Su Zhuang also did not dislike back. This is a matter of his sexual happiness. The sun had been slowly climbing upwards and the temperature of the forest had risen. Plus, these three brothers had been walking for so long that their clothes were soaked with sweat. The more he walks, the more Su Chang feels wrong. Clearly remembered that it is in this area. Then it was half an hour of beating around the same spot. Frozen in place. Unable to find the cave that I had come across the other day. Brother, you're not forgetting where the hole is, are you? The forest was so big and full of trees. Even experienced mountain drovers would occasionally get lost, let alone Su Chang. What's the hurry? It's just in this area, we'll find it slowly. Three brothers in this area froze to find exhausted. Hungry stomach rumbling. Hard even a cave did not see. This is to follow the show Sean, a few of them whole happy. Really stupid. Who is rich? Your family do not want to get rich. At the end of the day, the three brothers directly quarreled. If not for the oldest three persuaded, a couple of words or even fight is possible. Chapter 71, If you want to be pretty, you should be in mourning. Before rushing to work, Su Feng rushed to the office of the procurement section to order. Yesterday did not come to work thing. Master Zhou also just go through the scene of concern, asked 2 sentences. Su Feng casually perfunctory back 2 sentences on this matter in the past. Then naturally is to touch the fish. Some time ago the whole such a big piece of credit. Now not also throw his head. At noon to go to the cafeteria in the window to play the meal. The Pillar brother confided that the evening after work do not rush to go. Wait for him to return to the yard together on the road to say something. The queue was crowded, and Brother Pillar didn't say anything about it. Su Feng looked at the expression on his face and thought that it shouldn't be anything bad. As the time to get off work flew by, Su Feng rode his bicycle back to the courtyard along with Brother Pillar. Brothers, yesterday afternoon Jia Dongqiu accidentally rolled into the machine inside. People on the spot without this matter, you know? It was fine if the silly column didn't say anything, but I didn't expect it to be such a powerful piece of news. What? A big boy, and he's just gone? No wonder there was an inexplicable black gas on Jia Dongqiu's head on the day of his wedding, and his feelings were waiting here. Wouldn't that mean that Qin Huairu became a widow just one day after she married? Silly Pillar looked at Su Feng's reaction and knew that he didn't know about this. Yesterday, Su Feng stayed in the Su clan village for the entire day, so naturally, the news didn't spread that quickly. Plus, the colleagues in the office knew that Su Feng was in the same courtyard as Jia Dongqiu and thought they knew better than them, so they didn't mention it. Plus, Vice Plant Director Li had intentionally kept the workers from discussing this matter, so it was normal for Su Feng to not know. The dead are the most important. Let's pretend that what happened before didn't happen. Su Feng was talking about that little incident with the Jia family robbing his house when he first moved into the compound. Since the people are gone, there's no need to bring up the past nastiness. However, if that old woman jumped out to cause trouble again in the future, Su Feng would not fail to beat her up. Who says it isn't? Your brother and I just kind of pity that girl. It's only been married for a day, the man is gone. If Qin Huairu looks like Piggy's second aunt, do you think Silly Pillar is pitiful? What? Do you have an idea, Brother Pillar? Su Feng also did not expect the silly column so meat and vegetables. People are only married for the second day. This wants to take over. Silly Pillar hemmed and hawed. That girl is so good. She can't be a widow for the rest of her life. You're right, Brother Pillar, but right now is not the best time. After all, Jia Dongqiu's first 7 days have not yet passed, and now doing this kind of thing is sure to be poked in the backbone. Silly Pillar nodded. Although he couldn't speak, but he wasn't stupid. He certainly wouldn't do such a thing. Wandering slowly into the courtyard, there was indeed a white strip hanging on the door of the courtyard. After about half a bell, the all-house assembly was officially convened. Each family has a head of household, each carrying a bar stool or carrying a chair in a circle. The 3 lords were seated in the center, with a small table in the middle, rather like a triple courtroom. Silly Column moved a long bench and greeted Su Feng to sit next to him. The next natural step was for the main character to enter the stage, and Jia Zheng's brought Qin Huairu inside the circle. The people in the courtyard could clearly see that Jia's mother-in-law's eyes were red, and it seemed that she hadn't cried much at home. Qin Huairu did the same. Her eyelids were swollen. As for the slim dress she wore on her wedding day, it had been replaced with plain linen and a white flower was worn on her head. As the saying goes, if you want to be pretty, you have to be all dutiful. Qin Huairu, now this dress, but rather than the wedding day in a beautiful dress to be more compassionate. Perhaps this is the so-called undead buff additive. Silly Pillar couldn't take his eyes off of it after taking a look at it. Ahem. A Moncler outlet store pretended to cough twice, signaling everyone to be quiet and focus on him. Neighbors also stopped whispering, waiting for the three masters in the yard to organize what moths. I believe that all of you guys know about the Jia family's misfortune. Don't you, as my disciple? And I didn't sleep a wink last night. Everyone also knew that the Jia family had only one laborer, and if they had another child in the future, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to make it through the day. That's why we've called an all-hands meeting today, so we can all help out as much as we can. A Moncler outlet store, no nonsense. Come up first to say Jia family's misfortune, so as to arouse everyone's sympathy. Then get right to the point and let everyone help out where they can. A Moncler outlet store word fell, but no one answered. It's hard on anyone's family these days, and no one wants to take what they have and donate it to someone else's family for free. Plus, who does not know this Jia wife is a black-hearted master? Other people to help her do not think a little good, but feel that give less. No one is unaware of the truth of the rising rice. Everyone's family has difficult times, and no one can guarantee that his or her family will have smooth sailing for the rest of his or her life. So let's support each other when one side is in trouble, and help each other to get through the hard times. Don't you think so? Seeing that no one said anything, a Moncler Jackets outlet store said a few more words on the scene. Tell you what, I'll take the lead in funding $20, and we'll all look at each of our hearts. $20 is not a small amount of money anymore. It can even cover a month's salary of the workers in the yard. It is reasonable to say that when a worker has an accident in the factory, doesn't the factory have any compensation? Upon hearing that he had to pay out money for nothing, the third master was definitely not happy. Yan Laosan, you blind heart. Jia Zhang, who originally kept quiet, immediately jumped out to scold the third master when she heard that he was thinking about her coffin money. How did Granny Jia speak to third master? Apologize to the people. A Moncler outlet store is convinced. How can there be such a stupid pig teammate? Just based on Jia Zhang's current attitude, who would be willing to donate to her family? Jia Zhang snorted coldly. Where was the idea of apologizing? Being scolded by the three Moncler Jackets instead did not get much annoyed. Since you so scolded, that is not exactly no need to donate. No one has anything to say. Everyone's also a good sport, even if it means giving an egg. To set an example, a grandpa directly took out 2 large solidarity and handed it to Qin Huairu. Then Silly Pillar rushed up second and pulled out $5 and shoved it into Qin Huairu's hand. This stupid column is really stupid. This is not Sima Zharji Heart, everyone knows. Next, sporadic people gave 10 or 20 cents, while others stood and just watched with no intention of donating at all. Seeing that the donations were coming to an end, everyone focused their attention on Su Feng without fail. They all know that this kid is a big spender and is very generous, and they don't know how much they can donate this time. Chapter 72, Su Feng, is it okay for me to slap her? On the contrary, Su Feng was sitting on the bar stool in a relaxed manner, looking as if he was waiting to go home in a hurry to eat after the whole academy meeting was dispersed. Where was the intention to donate money? Su Feng also wondered why these neighbors were looking at him. Did he look like a wrong species? Yes, that day Lu Guangtian accident Su Feng did borrow $10, but that is a big matter of human life. As the saying goes, saving the poor is not saving the urgent. Your family is not going to starve to death. Why do you have to organize this? Nor is it Su Feng's malicious and blind thoughts. Did a grandpa have an affair with this old Jia widow when he was young? Or is the First Lord's sword not yet old, and is equally mindful of this freshly minted widow? Dude, you don't show it? Silly Column pushed Su Feng with his arm. Su Feng acted as if he didn't hear it. What's wrong, brother Column? Is it over? The day he first moved in, he ended up in a bad feud because of the house. And Su Feng has never had the saintly character of repaying grudges with kindness. A Moncler outlet store cannot say anything. Donations are based on voluntary, cannot be moral abduction. Not to mention the fact that this kid doesn't have a lot of morals, and when the time comes, he's going to embarrass himself instead. That's fine. Today, this all-staff meeting was kind of a failure. The second and third masters didn't even say a word, because there is no interest with both of them. If you open the mouth, instead, you will have to mean it. Naturally, as a pendulum, you thousand-dagger bastard. Why don't you donate if you're so rich? No one expected Jia Zhang to have a seizure at this time. No one in the yard dared to think how thick-skinned one would have to be to say such a thing. Master 1. If someone is leaning on his old age and cursing randomly, is it okay for me to slap him? Su Feng, who had been an asshole in his previous life, wouldn't even push much against this kind of scoundrel, and would only know what it meant to shut up if he gave her a painful beating. How do you talk? Jia Bratzi, people don't owe you anything, so why should they give you money? It's a matter of love if you give it or not. And if you keep this nonsense up, give everything back to the neighbors. Looking at Su Feng's eyes, Yi Zhonghai hurriedly scolded Jia Zhang's 2 sentences. It seemed to be accusing this dead old woman, but in fact, it helped this old woman to avoid the pain of skin and flesh. He can know this calf too well. With the stupid column like saying hands that is really hands. Meeting Su Feng's stern eyes, where did Jia Zhang dare to curse again? During this time, Qin Huaru's attention was always on Su Feng. It seems that he didn't know anything about that night, otherwise he wouldn't have acted this way. The stone that was pressed in Qin Huaru's heart suddenly dropped to piece. As long as she didn't say anything, even if she did conceive a child, it would only be the dead man's, which was the only piece of good news in an unfortunate situation. While everyone back are dispersed, it's cold, go back to rest early. A Moncler outlet store only feel tired of heart. If not for a little bit of crap with Jia Zhang when he was young, he would not want to care about the death of this dead old woman. The people in the courtyard had long not wanted to open this broken meeting. A master, a word each, mind for birds and beasts scattered. Su Feng did not bother to care about how the people in the courtyard looked at him. His stomach had already raised a big flag in protest, and filling his stomach was the big thing right now. The coal stove was primed before the meeting, and all you had to do when you got back was to heat up the pan for stir-frying. Using a cutting board, slice the pork head, then slice the scallions, ginger and garlic. After the dishes are prepared, the iron pot is set on the coal stove to burn white smoke, and at this time the cool oil is poured on. This is still what Brother Pillar taught him. Hot pots and cold greens won't stain the pan. There was a stabbing sound and the aroma of popping pork heads spread out in all directions. Su Feng deliberately added a lot of chili peppers, which smelled a little choking but definitely had enough flavor when it came out of the pot. For the main meal, you'll redeem a portion of rice from the system mall, and after you've served the dish, you'll return the rice to the pan for a bit to soak up the oil that's been smeared on the pan with the rice, and a small plate of leftover peanuts from the last time I ate them, and pouring a small glass of wine. These days have no cure. Su Feng ate well, but his neighbors suffered. After Jia Zhang noticed that the scent was coming out of Su Feng's house, her vicious eyes stared hard at Su Feng's doors and windows. Why wasn't it this bastard who died, whose family had money for meat but couldn't even spare a penny? Jia Zhang didn't dare to curse out loud. If Su Feng heard it, he could have rushed over to clean her up. Qin Huairu on the side seemed to have lost her mind, frozen in place with a crying face. What are you waiting for? Go make dinner now. With her son gone, Jia Zhang didn't pretend anymore and directly exposed her nature. These days are not like now. Divorce is simply not possible. So Jia Zhang's naturally want to find ways to pin down Qin Huairu. The voice of her mother-in-law's evil words pulled back Qin Huairu's mind. I answered and prepared to cook, but when I saw that all the rice jars in the house were filled with coarse grains, my illusions about life in the city dissolved in an instant. I said I'd come to the city to enjoy my happiness. What kind of happiness is this, Dad? I thought that kid was going to take $10 out, but he turned out to be a cheapskate too. Yan Xiecheng speak also not brain. His own family also did not contribute a penny. Is not also scolded himself. The factory has compensated Jia's family for hundreds of dollars. I'm afraid it's now the richest in our yard except for those few families. So why give him money? This is something that others do not know. How can he Yen Bugui not be clear? He even knew that Yi Zhonghai had been ambiguous with that Jia widow when he was young. Otherwise why did he make great efforts to help that dead old woman? So much money. Hearing Yen Bugui say that he would lose a few hundred, Yan Xiecheng couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Humph. What's the use of money when the person is gone? Also, by the way, Dad, I don't think I've heard anything mentioned about taking over the job. Besides, a girl's family isn't suitable for the rolling mill shop, so why don't you go and talk to a grandpa? Dad, this matter is Yan Xiecheng is most concerned about. If you take over this job, if you turn after that is the money rice bowl, day after day do not have to live so tight, not to mention, and even the factory can be divided into suites to move out to live. Yuli immediately got on board when she heard this from her own man. No matter how useless his own man is, he's still someone who will have to live his life in the future. She wouldn't be able to hold her head up so much if she did have the job. Yen Bugui turned around in place a few times, thinking about it and thinking that this is feasible. But begging can't come to the door empty-handed. Yen Bugui gritted his teeth and took $200. Boss, if the $200 does get you a new temp job, the first 2 years' pay must be paid to the family. The 3 big Moncler outlet store will not do a losing business. Even if it is a temporary worker, 2 years of salary is definitely more than $200. Yan Xiecheng thought about it. As long as you get through these 2 years you will have a job of your own, and maybe you can even be converted at that time. There was no hesitation at the thought, and he nodded his head to agree to the matter. Chapter 73. Yan Xiecheng pushed Yuli into Su Feng's house. Old Yi, have you had dinner yet? Yen Bugui yelled at the door of Yi Zhonghai, and Yi Zhonghai in the house answered and walked out directly. What's wrong, old Yen? Just finished eating. Yi Zhonghai knows that Yen Bu Gue has nothing to do. The heart calculates what can find him. Old E, won't you invite me in for a cup of tea? After all, it's at the door. Some things are not good to talk about here. Why not then? Wifey, go and get 2 cups of tea. Yi Zhonghai led Yen Bu Gue to the living room. Greeted a big woman to make 2 cups of good tea. After a big mom made tea and greeted Yen Bu Gue, she was very understanding and didn't stay in the living room. Yen Bu Gue didn't rush to speak, but looked around to see the furnishings of the first Moncler outlet store home. Not to mention the sewing machine. The radio was also available. Think about it. A grandpa a month $99 salary. The too old and not much consumption. Natural days do not have to live with the yard as other people is tight. Old Yen, we've lived in the same courtyard for so many years. What do you have to say? Seeing that Yen Bu Gue did not open his mouth, Yi Zhonghai took the initiative. Since you said so, old E, what do you think of that shitching of my family? Yen Bu Gue has not opened his mouth. Is in his mind calculating how to use the smallest price for the job. You say Xia Chang ah. The young man is indeed quite good. Yi Zhonghai did not know Yen Bu Gue mentioned their own eldest son to do what? His family did not want to go out of the cabinet of the eldest daughter. As for this Yen Xiecheng, Yi Zhonghai was looking at Yen Bu Gue's face to say good. Who does not know that this boy is idle in the whole courtyard? Except for a long mouth is nothing. The thought of idleness, Yi Zhonghai immediately reacted to Yen Bu Gue to find himself to do what came. Wouldn't the loss of that apprentice of his own mean that there was one more vacancy in the job? Oldie, you yourself said we've lived in the same courtyard for so many years. I'm not going to beat around the bush for you. Look at that job at Jia's house. Can you let Xiecheng take the top job? Yen Bu Gue said as he pulled out the 20 sheets of Duanjia in his pocket, and his heart was dripping blood as he did so. But when I think that the $200 will be back in 2 years, not to mention that it also solves the eldest son's job, it's worth the money. Yi Zhonghai looked at Yen Bu Gue, pulled out a bunch of big unity less than 200. Cannot help but secretly smacked his lips. This old Yen family, a large family, only rely on Yen Bu Gue. A person's salary can still save so much money. But also to stingy is not really useless. Old Yen, what are you doing? This matter is not as simple as you think. Old E. That day Deputy Director Li also came, naming that new daughter-in-law to take over Dongshu's shift. Even if I had to shell out $2,000 I wouldn't dare to play tricks on Deputy Director Li. Yi Zhonghai's sentence completely blocked all of Yen Bu Gue's hopes. Yes, Li, deputy director in the rolling mill that is the sky. He is a small worker where dare to oppose the sky. Yi Zhonghai didn't have to lie to him. After all, it involved the factory manager. Yen Bu Gue put the money away resentfully, and was about to say hello when he was about to leave, when he was called by Yi Zhonghai. Old Yen, why don't you try the door of that new lad in the courtyard? A yard in the head up, not to see the head down to see. Yi Zhonghai is afraid that this Yen Bu Gue did not do the job to hold a grudge against him, so it is pointing to a clear way. You mean Su Feng? He's a temporary worker. He was transferred last week. Do you remember when he moved to our yard? Do not question the 8th grade clampers in the factory network. So Su Feng turned the matter of Yi Zhonghai no as normal. It's only been a couple days. You know that the rolling mill is a state-run unit. Temporary workers do not fight in the plant for a year or two to turn to the right. Do not mention. And this kid has not even been working for a month. Right. So quickly turned can be imagined how much energy behind. No matter what. This is really a doorway. Yen Bu Gue said thank you with a heavy heart back to their own house. Yen Xiecheng was as anxious as an ant in a hot pot at home, and saw his dad coming back and rushed to welcome him. Dad, what did Master I say? Seeing his dad's sullen face, Yen Xiecheng's heart fell directly to the bottom. Hey! Yen Bu Gue shook his head with a long sigh. Yesterday afternoon Deputy Director Li was also there, naming that new daughter-in-law to take over Jia Dongshu work. Yi Zhonghai, he is also incapable of doing anything. As soon as he heard the name of Deputy Director Li, Yen Xiecheng completely despaired. Yu Li, who was standing on the side, did not have much mental fluctuation. As long as it was her own man who wanted to do something, she knew that the defeat was more or less. It's as if it's destiny that a man with no skills can't do anything. But Yi Zhonghai said you can go to find a yard newly moved to that Su Feng's doorway. Are the same age to solve into you go close to close? Although Yi Zhonghai said it looked good. That Yen Bu Gue didn't look favorably on that Su Feng. If you can't get a job with these $200, that's really a cry for help. Why don't you let Yen Xiecheng go to explore first, and then get the money if it works out? Dad, he's also a temp, can have a load of asking directions. Yi Zhonghai said that kid was transferred last week. Think about how long he's been on the job. Hearing his dad's words, Yen Xiecheng lifted his feet like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw and was about to go to Su Feng. But in the next second, he remembered that because of silly Pillar, there was a lot of bad blood between him and Su Feng. If you can do it, Yen Bu Gue would dare to cut himself off. But if you want to take a gift, This old Yan's family is the master of not seeing the rabbit and not sparing the eagle. After thinking about it, Yan Xiecheng decided to let his daughter-in-law go out. Shally, if you want to know that I'm not happy with that Su Feng, why don't you go and talk to him? They are all in the same yard. And Yan Xiecheng is not afraid of what his daughter-in-law has with Su Feng. What? Yan Xiecheng, you're really something. Asking me to go to a big boy's house when it's already dark? I want face if you don't want face. It wasn't that Yuli really didn't want to go to Su Feng's house, but this attitude had to be put out, lest this incapable man think that there was something with Su Feng, and that he would have to make Yan Xiecheng beg her nicely. Daughter-in-law, I have not you think so shameless. This is not for our future happy life. Think about it. If your man has a regular job, not only can he get a monthly salary, but if the unit gets a house, we can move out and not have to squeeze in with mom and dad. Listening to Yan Xiecheng so up, Yuli really hesitated. His face is no longer so ugly. Yan Xiecheng saw that there was a scene. 3 Persuade 2 coaxed Yuli pushed to Su Feng house. Chapter 74 Su Feng, I'll do whatever you want. Daughter-in-law, remember to speak a little sweeter in a while, but don't be like talking to me, choking people down in 3 sentences. Before he left for his journey, Yan Xiecheng also gave a special reminder. What Yan Xiecheng didn't know was that if he was capable, Yuli could still choke him. Without him having to remind him, Yuli would naturally show a gentle side to Su Feng. Okay, got it. If you're afraid of being hooded, you're with me. Knowing that this incapable man would not follow, Yuli deliberately provoked him. How can this be? Can I not believe in my daughter-in-law's love for me? Yan Xiecheng is really afraid of this. After all, that boy is handsome, not to mention money. Yuli snorted coldly, taking advantage of the fact that there were not many people walking around in the yard, and went straight to Su Feng's house with a twist of her butt. Yan Xiecheng followed behind and didn't stop until he could see the front door of Su Feng's house from the moon gate. The closer she got to Su Feng's door, Yuli's heartbeat couldn't stop speeding up. Although she knew that she was going on a business trip, it always gave her a sense of backstabbing behind her own man's back. Ever since the chance encounter in the cellar that night, Yuli didn't dare to look Su Feng straight in the eye when she ran into him in the courtyard. It could be said that Yuli was now in a mood of both anticipation and nervousness. Finally clenching his teeth, he quickened his pace and knocked on the wooden door of Su Feng's house. Knock, knock, knock. After Su Feng ate the explosive stir-fried pork head, he had nothing to do and directly lay on the bed to savor the 3 kingdoms. Lying down was not easy to digest for Su Feng was bull asterisk 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 asterisk. His life creed was never how comfortable and cool it was. Just when I saw Chow Mingda's classic words, I wonder if madam can share the same seat and pillow with me. There was a sudden knock at the door. At this late hour, the only one who could find himself was Brother Pillar. Su Feng casually put the book down and got up to open the door. Looking up, he didn't expect it to be Yuli. What's going on here? It's not even dark yet. Even stealing men doesn't come at this hour. And the woman's face wasn't right. What the hell was a little shyness in her nervousness? Just as Su Feng was imagining things, Yuli took the initiative to speak. Won't you invite sister to come in and sit down? Yuli's character was not said to be the shy type. It was only in the face of the too excellent Su Feng that she was nervous. We're here anyway, so let's just go for it. Why yes, the house is a bit humble. Make yourself at home. Sister you. Su Feng flashed his body to make room for Yuli to enter the house, and out of the corner of his eye, the idol glimpsed Yan Xiecheng leaning on the moon door, so he left it open. There's no such thing as fairy jumping in this day and age. After all, a girl's honor is more important than anything else. Yan Xiecheng watched his daughter-in-law drilling into another man's house at night, and a sense of annoyance inexplicably rose in his heart. Even though he knew that he was the one who let his daughter-in-law go, it's a good thing the door was left open. You can't do anything with a door wide open. Yuli swept a glance at the house where Su Feng lived, and although the total area was not as large as that of her father-in-law's house, it was simply more spacious for someone to live alone. You can still smell the smell of meat, which is what Yuli wants after marriage. After surveying the area, he found a bench and sat down, silently organizing his words in his mind. There was no tea on at home, so Su Feng simply brewed a cup of cream of wheat for Yuli and himself. This is still for the daughter-in-law to buy the system doubled reward scent. Su Feng himself has not drunk. I was afraid of putting in too little for a light quart of flavor, so I just spooned in several spoonfuls. As soon as the water is boiled, the rich milky flavor scrambles to the nose. With that rich, creamy flavor, this cream of wheat couldn't have tasted any worse. Sis, there's no tea in the house, you'll have to make do. Su Feng is totally in Versailles with this statement. Not everyone's house can serve guests with cream of wheat. Yuli said thank you and took the cream of wheat brew as carefully as if she was afraid of spilling it. As soon as the milky scent dissipated just now, she knew that Su Feng had brewed cream of wheat for her. The last time she drank it, Yuli couldn't remember when it was. Yuli did not feel that Su Feng was a wrongdoer, and would only feel that people were generous to others and not stingy. The boiling water was a little hot, and Yuli held the cup in her small hands and took small sips. Seeing that Yuli didn't say the purpose of coming over, Su Feng didn't bring any hurry at all, sipping cream of wheat while sizing up the young daughter-in-law sitting in front of him. If she was talking about face value alone, Yuli's looks were a shade worse than Qin Huairu's, but she was definitely considered pretty. As for the luscious and elegant figure, even if it was covered by loose clothes, it couldn't block Su Feng's poisonous eyesight. It can be said that with Yuli's figure and face value to marry Yan Xiecheng is really in vain. Su Feng did not hide his ogling eyes, putting Yuli to shame. At first, she was able to sit still, and as the ambiguous atmosphere rose, Yuli's pretty face couldn't help but climb a hint of scarlet. Seemingly angry and resentful, she blankly glanced at Su Feng, which was used to respond to his unconcerned ogling. Sister, what is the matter, you straight say? The sky is almost dark down. A moment Yan Xiecheng in the outside should wait anxiously. It's hard not to let the flirtatiousness of that glance make people daydream. But Su Feng has the stamina to be afraid that this little daughter-in-law will do something impulsive. After mentioning Yan Xiecheng, the ambiguous atmosphere in the room instantly disappeared into thin air. Yuli wasn't a little girl and knew that Su Feng was nudging her. I'm not afraid to laugh at you if I say it, so sis will just say it. My family's mouth was thinking about Jadong Su's vacancy, so I thought of going to find a Moncler outlet store big man to take over the job. Who expected a Moncler outlet store said that Vice Plant Director Li personally appointed that new daughter-in-law to take her man's job. So it didn't work out. Yuli said a sentence to understand things, but Su Feng did not understand that this has something to do with him. It is hard not to believe that Deputy Director Li is his great-uncle. Seeing that Yuli hadn't finished, Su Feng didn't interrupt. One Moncler outlet store said that you have turned your job around so quickly that you might have a way out. As you know, my man had a bad time with you in the stupid column a while back, so I was asked to lobby for it. Saying so, Su Feng understood, daring that there was this kind of misunderstanding here. Su Feng had a F***king backstage, nothing more than grabbing a small handle on section chiefly. Sis, you're going to come to the door and ask for a job and you're going to do it empty-handed? Not to mention whether Su Feng has the means. This kind of empty-handed door-to-door begging people to do such a big thing. Can BTM's success is strange. Yuli's eyes lit up when she heard this, thinking that Su Feng really had a way out. If we really accomplish this, I'll do whatever you want. Chapter 75, The Cuckold. Yan Xiecheng leaned against the moon door simply felt like days were years, and there was always an illusion that the top of his head was itching. What's taking so long to get out when one sentence will do? Anxious Yan Xiecheng pacing back and forth. There are several times want to rush in to see what the people in the house in the end, but every time I stepped out I shrunk my guts. In case I ventured in and sent the job flying, it would be too late to cry. The house is not as sordid as Yan Xiecheng thought, but more or less ambiguous atmosphere. Yuli said the wrong thing in a hurry and couldn't take it back when she realized it was inappropriate. Su Feng heard Yuli say that she wanted to do everything according to him, and with a smiling but not laughing expression on her face, she looked at the little daughter-in-law in front of her. It seems like I've heard this somewhere before. Didn't Widow Wang say something similar the other night? But Sister Wang's family is a widow to say this has no impact, and Yuli's man can be waiting outside the door. Looking at the smirking expression on Su Feng's face, it made Yuli want to flee the house in shame. Unfortunately, he underestimated Yuli's boldness. As long as I can help my sister's man to find a job, you want to do what sister will follow you. Although the phrase is repeated twice, it can convey a completely different meaning. If the one just now was a thoughtless remark, this one was a nakedly explicit one. It's a pity, sis. I'm just a worker who's just been converted. Where can I find a job for Yan Xiecheng with such a big hand? It's not that I don't want to help. I've got more than I need. Hey, then sis won't affect your rest. And the job really isn't that good. Yuli's tone was full of disappointment, and she didn't know if she was disappointed that she hadn't found a job for her man, or that the payment she wanted to give hadn't been given. Hold on, sis. I'll discuss a small matter with you. With fall on the horizon, the wind is blowing into the house and it's cool. I'm busy at work. Sis, see if you can help me take down this broken curtains, so a more tightly can block the wind on the line. Don't worry, sis. I won't let you help for nothing. This little thing wasn't a spur-of-the-moment idea. It's just that there's never been a suitable person to help. Yuli bumped right into it, and anyway, she didn't have a job to do at home. Yuli surveyed the curtains, and it was indeed just as Su Feng had said, it had been pouring wind into the house. Why not? But to make it thicker you have to stuff it with cotton, and good cotton is hard to come by, even if Su Feng does not give money. Just for that cup of cream of wheat, Yuli to help people with this small favor should be. I'll think of something. Sis, then this curtain remember to sew the stitches a little tighter, and I'll give you $1 when it's done. Su Feng didn't know the market price, but giving $1 was definitely more than enough. Well, I'm now. Not knowing whether Yuli was in a hurry to get paid $1 or to fulfill the task Su Feng had given her, she was about to pull the curtains with a twist of her butt. Sister, you now pull the curtains this evening. Non-freezing death I cannot. Besides, Yan Xiecheng is estimated to be waiting outside anxious. It was almost dark outside. If Yuli didn't go out, Yan Xiecheng would have to rush in later. Yuli knew what Su Feng meant and turned around without greeting and left the door. His own man was indeed like a wife watching stone, staring dead center at Su Feng's door. Yan Xiecheng saw that his daughter-in-law was finally out of Su Feng's clutches and immediately greeted him with quick steps. The tone was also slightly disgruntled. Just say something like that. What took you so long to come out? The words landed and directly exploded Yuli's powdered temper. Yan Xiecheng, how many times do you mean Is it not you who begged my mother to go to Su Feng to beg for a job? If you're afraid of being a cuckold, why don't you go yourself? I don't care about this. Do what you want. Yuli threw Yan Xiecheng's hand away and rushed home in a huff. It was clearly Yan Xiecheng who told her to go, and now he was blaming her for staying longer. Yuli directly did not serve. As you like. Seeing his daughter-in-law so righteous, Yan Xiecheng is not angry but relieved. If something was really wrong, then his own daughter-in-law's attitude should be one of weakness. Wrong daughter-in-law. I didn't mean that. The neighbors are sleeping. Don't be so loud to flat out make people laugh. Yan Xiecheng hurriedly went after him and hugged Yuli's arm and bowed his head to admit his mistake. I've been the joke of the yard for a long time, and I'm still afraid of that. Yuli flung Yan Xiecheng's arm away angrily, though the decibel level dropped significantly. Hey daughter-in-law, how did that go? Obviously in Yan Xiecheng's mind, cuckolding was a higher priority than work, but it also fought to change the subject. People make it very clear that it's not that big of a deal. Hearing his daughter-in-law say this, Yan Xiecheng's feelings were complicated, both lost and grateful. The loss of natural is no hope of work. Thankfully that boy is not a Moncler outlet store said so background through the sky. Well, that's what happens to men who are incapable. They can't see the good in others. By the way daughter-in-law, why do you smell like milk? So good? My own daughter-in-law was not pregnant, so how could she have a milky scent on her? I thought you said why I stayed so long. People made me a cream of wheat. It's made with boiling water. Drink it so fast you want to scald me to death. Yuli wasn't actually angry at all, or there was no longer any need for her to be angry with incompetent men. Good lord, that kid is generous. Hearing the 3 words cream of wheat, Yan Xiecheng couldn't help but gulp. I should have known that I would have followed my daughter-in-law in just now. Anyway, if you can't get things done, you can go in and rub a cup of cream of wheat with it. The two went back home one after the other. The third master and the third mother were still waiting for the letter at home. What, Dad? It looks like the first master doesn't understand it well either. That kid isn't even that good. The 3 great masters did not say anything else when they heard this. As to whether they were really incapable, or people were not willing to help was no longer important. Since this doorway won't work, we'll find another way, and the money is still firmly in our hands anyway. After that, they each went back to the house to rest. Yeah, there's one more thing about Chang. Su Feng, he asked me to sew him some curtains and said he'd give me $1 when it's done. When listening to the first few sentences, Yan Xiecheng was about to be ready to scold Su Feng. By what right did he let his daughter-in-law sew things for him? But when he heard that he was given $1, he immediately changed his face. This is a good thing, daughter-in-law. That ingrate probably does not know the market price. Even if we give 50 cents we still have a profit. Anyway, the way her man was taking advantage of a small advantage. Yuli didn't want to say anything else. After undressing to reveal her dimpled lines, she got under the covers and got ready for bed. Yan Xiecheng gas blood immediately surged downward. Kanhehe came up. Daughter-in-law, we have not exchanged feelings of husband and wife for a long time. How about off. Don't even think about touching my mom until you get a job and pop out a baby to feed. Yuli's words completely doused Yan Xiecheng's passion. Chapter 76, Using Money to Break Widow Wan's Legs. Being interrupted by Yuli. Su Feng didn't have the heart to watch the 3 kingdoms. Blowing out the candles, he tilted his head and lay down on the bed, brewing sleep. Insomnia is rare in this day and age, both because it's not as preoccupying, and because they all have jobs during the day. Only by ensuring quality sleep at night can you replenish your energy for the next day's work. Just as Su Feng was about to prepare to fall asleep, he suddenly heard the faint sound of a girl crying. There are times when having too much ear power is not a good thing, and this is not the case. The next door Qin Huairu's cry Su Feng heard clearly. This is top-notch in both looks and body, but it's a shame she got caught in this mess. What are you crying for? Hurry up and go to bed. Tomorrow you have to go to the factory to take over the job. If you lose this job, I'll see that no one will give you to eat in the future. Jia Zhang's tone was simply as vicious as it could be, and Qin Huairu helplessly stopped her crying and silently wept. The family had a difficult time, and without the crying it wouldn't affect Su Feng's sleep. The next morning, Su Feng went to the factory and ordered a straight to Su Jia village. A day and a night passed. Su Chang was absolutely sullen, having already gone up the mountain. Presumably Shou Shan and the few of them already had good news waiting for him. Su Feng made a trip home first and cozied up to the sisters for a while before going to Shou Shan. The brothers got together, and Su Feng almost didn't die of laughter when he learned the news. That idiot Su Chang couldn't find his way. It wasn't all bad news though. Wouldn't it be bad if the three brothers found the treasure first? As long as there is a general location, can we not find it if we spread out in all directions? Come on, let's go up the hill now. The last time those three brothers were wandering around in the woods, it would be hard to explain if they ran into each other. Plus, Su Feng wasn't there either, so it would be unseemly for the few of them to eat alone. Jian Jun also purposely took the mountain hunting equipment. Even if they bumped into Su Chang and the three brothers, also good to explain. Now that it was fall and the sun wasn't so hot, the group hoofed it straight to the woods. It just so happened that Aunt Li saw Su Feng in the group as well, and always felt that this kid had another purpose for going up the mountain. Thinking of the treasure if the few of them find it, Auntie Li rushed back. For the past 2 days, each of these three brothers had a nose for a nose and an eye for an eye. Looking about to find the baby, Lao Er is still thinking of exchanging the money to smash open Wang Widow's legs. Who would have thought that the boss, a dumbass, wouldn't be able to remember the location? The boss is also annoyed, just counting on this sum of money. He was counting on this fortune to marry his daughter-in-law, but in the end, it went down the drain. Chang Zi, Mom just saw Su Feng following Shou Shan and the rest of them up the mountain. It can't be for you guys not finding the treasure. Auntie Li gasped as she spoke, afraid that the treasure would let Su Feng find it first. No way, Mom. They probably just went up to the mountains to play wild. Did they bring anything with them? Su Chang didn't think so. His own family was the only ones who knew about the jade pendant he found on the mountain. Even if the brothers were stupid, there was no way they would tell such an important thing to an outsider. Auntie Li rolled her eyes and recalled, I think I brought it. Told you. No. Su Dad immediately issued a questioning voice, hunting in the mountains. When have you ever seen a mountain in the daytime? You three follow quickly. Since it's not, you'll have to look for it again. If that's true, you three go get a piece of the action. If it's a coincidence, then all is well. If the news does leak out, then you need to stop in time. The treasure on the mountain that is unowned. Whoever finds it first, that's who. Brother San also didn't dare to hesitate, packed up and rushed up the mountain. Shou Shan led Su Feng to the position Su Chang had taken 2 days ago, then scattered in all directions. It's also evil. A few of them hard to find an hour did not find. When we dispersed just now, we agreed to meet back at the same place in an hour, whether we could find it or not. Brother Shou Shan, do you think it's possible that that stupid bastard Su Chang has simply taken the wrong direction? It's really possible. With the experience of their brothers who often went up the mountain, as long as they were in the neighborhood, it was simply impossible to spend an hour and not find them. Tell you what, let's spread out a little wider as brothers and meet here in 3 hours. There's no good way to do this right now but to launch a carpet search and take your time. Su Feng was worried about this just now. If the general direction wasn't right, even if the range of using the soul search function was limited, after searching for about 2 hours, it looks like I'm going to have to count on the search function today. With a thought, the system map unfolded as if it were a wave. After 10 seconds had passed, there was indeed a white dot on the map, coincidentally right at the edge of the map search limit. Su Feng nodded and took a look, noting that the map was different from usual. The radius of the search used to be 10 kilometers, but now it is significantly more than 5 kilometers. Thinking about it, there was the only possibility that it was the attraction of the white smoke and the jade pendant that had caused the evolution of the system's functions last time. That was a surprise. Suppressing his thoughts, Su Feng headed towards the map's guidance towards the white point. The white dot only meant that there was a treasure in that location. It didn't mean that that location was the cave where Su Feng had found the jade pendant. It took half an hour, but I did find the white hole that Su Chang had said. There were a couple of tree branches covering it, and it would have been hard to notice if it weren't for the guidance of the system map. Although Su Feng found it first, he did not go in alone. One to be afraid of hiding a blind bear inside. He was 6'10" to go in as usual hysterical. Secondly, everyone had risen up the mountain, and Su Feng had no intention of keeping it all to himself. The agreed upon 3 hours passed and everyone met at the same place. Learning that they had really let Su Feng find it, the brothers couldn't even put their teeth back together with a smile. I'll say this in advance. If anyone feels that the distribution is uneven and does something about it later, don't blame me for not being polite. Money moves people's hearts, and there are some ugly words that Shou Shan must say in advance. Don't worry, brother Shou Shan, we've been together for so many years, so a little more or a little less won't make a difference. The news was still given to us by Su Feng, and the cave was also found by Su Feng first, so it's only right to give Su Feng a little more. After discussing the matter, The people together went straight to Shandong where Su Feng had just looked for, and Su Chang and his 3 brothers followed behind. In the past 2 days, the data dropped and I wanted to cry. Brothers, can you send a small gift to comfort Chicken Filet's fragile little heart? Chapter 77, Treasure Hunting in the Cave. No wonder that kid Su Chang couldn't find it. It's 100,000 miles off from the path that kid took. After using less than half an hour, Su Feng brought his brothers to the vicinity of the white dot marked on the map. There aren't a lot of holes in the woods, and that kid probably just picked up a blind cat in here. Shou Shan and the others were all rubbing their hands together in excitement, as if there was some amazing treasure waiting to be dug up inside. Brother Shou Shan, just now I haven't gone in to see. Be careful, there is a large scale inside. Great opportunities often come with equal risks. Even if there are more treasures inside, that you have to have the life to take it. The entrance to the cave was over a man high, and it looked like it was quite spacious inside. Shou Shan picked up some dead branches and green leaves and placed them at the entrance of the cave and lit them, and the thick white smoke that burned out ran madly towards the inside of the cave. If there's a large in there, it's probably going to give out in a moment's work. It burned for 10 minutes or so, and I didn't hear a single commotion from inside before Shou Shan put out the fire. Feel free to completely bury the charcoal stars left behind with dirt before they start a fire and ruin the forest. Then waited about half an hour or so until the smoke inside cleared completely so I could go in and look for the treasure. At this time, the 3 brothers who had been following along completely couldn't help themselves. If they let Shou Shan and the others go in first, the 3 of them wouldn't even be able to have soup. Jian Jun heard a movement behind him and thought it was a large initiative to find the door, and the moment he turned around, he had already drawn his bow and arrow. It's the 3 of you. Why do I say I always feel like someone is following behind me? Seeing that it was Su Chang and their 3 brothers, Jian Jun put down the bow and arrow in his hand, and the arrow was always aimed at him. Su Feng, you're not doing the right thing with this. Su Chang followed and watched as Su Feng brought Shou Shan this way, knowing that the news had been exposed. Su Chang was quite thoughtful and didn't jump out at first. The 3 of them couldn't find this cave anyway, so they might as well let Shou Shan and the others find it. Jiangzi, this sentence is wrong. The treasure in the forest are all unowned. Whoever finds it first, that's whose. Besides, if you 3 brothers can't find it, you can't make a few of us find it? The speed of this kid's change of face can be really good. The last time I drove this kid into the city was still a mouthful of peak brother. Being caught on the spot, Su Feng did not feel embarrassed. People die for money. Birds die for food. We did not steal to, did not rob to play a little means of that, so what? Shou Shan, no matter what, I was the first to find this cave, and it's always dishonorable for you to follow my brother in 3. But when this gets out, do you think you'll still have a good face as the village chief's son? If he were to put it aside normally, Su Chang would never dare to talk to Shou Shan like this. But money moves people, and everyone can be a deadbeat in the face of great profit. When Su Chang said this, the scene immediately stiffened. In the village, it's all about reason. Cannot rely on the number of people to bully the 3 brothers. After all, are a village, and Shou Shan, his dad, is still the village chief. Let's put it this way, brother Shou Shan. Even though Su Chang found this cave first, if it wasn't for me, I'm afraid that the 3 of you brothers would never have been able to find this cave. In that case, let's go into the cave and each of us will do what we can. And whoever finds the treasure will be the one who gets it. I guess the cave was quite big and had no problem accommodating 10 or so people. Distribute it to whomever you wish when you find it, and no one else will say much about it. If the map showed a golden dot, Su Feng would definitely not take a step back. Unfortunately, it's just a white dot. At best it has a couple jade pendants or something in it, and for that value it's not a flop. Shou Shan nodded. There were enough 7 people on his side. The probability of finding the treasure was definitely greater than the 3 brothers. Okay, so who goes in first? This opinion Su Feng mentioned was still favorable to the 3 of their brothers, and Su Chang had no opinion at the same time. Don't say that a few of us bullied you. Su Chang, you go in first. If there's a baby in there, the first one in has a good chance of getting the meat. But with Shou Shan such a casual attitude, Su Chang wimped out instead. Who knows how deep the hole is? Even though the fire had been burning and smoking for 10 minutes or so just now, in case the treasure is not found and the blind bear inside slaps you to death, that would be a big loss. Brother Shou Shan first or let you have it. I'll just follow behind you. Shou Shan grinned at the corner of his mouth and didn't say anything, loading the bullets and carrying the Hanyang Zhao headlong into the inside of the cave. The others quickly fishtailed in, as if they were afraid that the treasure would be picked up first by the person in front of them. From the outside, the cave was only about 1 person high, but I didn't realize that there was quite a lot of space after going inside. There wasn't a lot of light, but you could barely make out the cave. 3 minutes passed and Shou Shan came to the end of the cave. I thought it was a deep cave, but it was only 20 or 30 meters deep. Su Chang, are you sure it was the jade pendant you picked up inside this cave? 10 of them walked through this cave in 5 minutes, and the floor was nothing but rocks. Where was the treasure? Su Chang nodded, half bending down to look for the ground inch by inch. It wasn't just Cho Shan who was confused. Su Feng was equally confused. The map then marked the white dot inside this cave, and with such a dim environment, one could definitely notice the white light emanating from the treasure at a glance. Unfortunately not. According to Su Feng's experience, the system search function could only stay on the surface. Right now, there was only one possibility, and that was that the search function had been enhanced to detect underground treasures. You can't see the white light because the baby is buried in dirt. Brother Shou Shan, have we brought our hose? Su Feng's voice wasn't loud, but it was hard for others to not hear it inside this closed cave. Did Su Feng have any intention of hiding it? As long as he made a move to dig, that brother 3 would definitely be able to see it as well. Shou Shan shook his head. Going up the mountain was not farming, surely he would not bring a hoe. Hearing Su Feng say this, the people in the cave reacted to the possibility that the treasure was buried underground. It's too much of a waste of time to go back and get it now. There are always more ways than there are difficulties. Jianjun and the others went out and broke some branches. Slowly digging can always be found. The 3 brothers followed suit and also went out to break branches to plow the ground. No one knows where the treasure is buried. The number of people is 7:3. The probability that Su Feng's side will find it first far exceeds that of Su Chang and his 3 brothers. 10 people at the same time stooping with branches on the ground to dig a pit. Do not know that they thought they were inverted. How to see how to have a sense of comedy. Although the hole was only 20 to 30 meters deep, no one knew how deep the treasure was hidden. Add to that the fact that the branches weren't built to last, and after an hour or 2 had passed, there were only a few more small craters in the ground. If we keep working like this, I'm afraid we won't find it even if we work here for a day. Ka-ching! The force in Su Feng's hand was slightly too strong, directly breaking the branch of the tree. That's not the way to do it. Not with brute force alone. Su Feng opened up the system map and carefully compared the white dots labeled on the map with his own location. Chapter 78, Qin Huairu. Does Su Feng have something untold with her too? Today is the first day of Qin Huairu's work in place of Jia Dongshu, and I can't say that it went well, but I can only say that I bumped into walls everywhere. The workshop of the rolling mill is full of brown men, and the stench of sweat mixed with the smell of oil and iron filings inside the mill can literally make a person faint with stench. It wasn't that hard to accept. After all, Qin Huairu also grew up in misery. Not the city's great lady. The most unacceptable thing is that these bad old men look at Qin Huairu's eyes like a wolf seeing a big fat sheep, staring straight ahead and not knowing to restrain themselves. With all the commotion yesterday, it's only natural to know that this pretty girl is Jia Dongshu's new daughter-in-law. Some of the bold ones even exported a couple of flirtations. Since her man was gone anyway, Qin Huairu could only pretend she didn't hear it and slowly learn the workflow. But this kind of work of moving iron and steel, where is a girl's family to understand? A moment's effort had left his body dusty, not to mention his fingers had been smashed several times, as if made to look as dirty as a kitten. A few tear tracks were evident above the little face, and it was not clear whether the drops were sweat or tears. This is the kind of work that no one else can even beg for, so even if it's hard or tiring, Qin Huairu has to hold on to it. Luckily, in the end, Yi Zhanghai said a few words on Qin Huairu's behalf, and only then did these bad old men not dare to continue harassing Qin Huairu. After all, it is the 8th grade clampman in the factory, and this prestige is still there. As for why Deputy Director Li knew that the steel rolling mill workshop was so bitter and still wanted Qin Huairu to take over her dead man's job, it could be said that it was well thought out. For one thing, it is in line with the process of the rolling mill, and if you come up and arrange the beautiful Qin Huairu on your side or in a relaxed office, it is hard not to let people think too much. There are some things you can do but not talk about, and do it with as low a profile as you want. Secondly, to grind the temper of this beautiful new widow. If you come up and express your mind, not only not easy to get, not to mention, it is easy to make a commotion. On the contrary, if you let Qin Huairu experience how tough the workshop of the rolling mill is after that, and then arrange into the easy office, this will not let this widow to Li deputy director of the factory thankful. It's often this sense of contrast that holds the heart the most. Love like a battlefield. Li deputy director can sit on this position. No means that is impossible. After staying up all day, the time to get off work finally arrived. Qin Huairu's white face was already stained with a layer of gray. Fortunately, the factory provides a place to wash. Wash your face when Qin Huairu wiped ash while wiping tears. After work still have to walk back slowly. If not for the morning of a Moncler outlet store stopping by to bring her here, even where the workplace do not know. What Qin Huairu did not expect was to see a grandpa waiting for her when she arrived at the factory gate. A Moncler outlet store this year is just 40 or 50 years old. In the rolling mill workshop work, the body is not tough, that is impossible. Come on, master, take you back before you can't find your way back. Yi Zhanghai called himself a master not by accepting Qin Huairu as an apprentice, but by theorizing from his apprentice Jia Dongshu. Thank you, Master Yi. I remember the way back. I'll just walk back slowly. A woman's natural vigilance makes Qin Huairu refused a Moncler outlet store. Although the difference is this generation, but it is always inappropriate. Yi Zhonghai did not expect to be rejected so dry. So many people in front of the factory. He did not say anything more. Said hello and boarded the bike to the courtyard. Beautiful woman and no matter where will always be the focal point of existence. Around a lot of factory workers' attention are in Qin Huairu body. Qin Huairu slightly lowered her head and walked back to the quadrangle along the path of memory. The exertion of going to work combined with the hard work of walking back from work made me feel uncomfortable everywhere by the time I got to the yard. Why are you back so late from work? Don't go and wash your clothes and go cook. Qin Huairu didn't dare to talk back, just silently put the dirty clothes into the communal sink to scrub. At that moment, Silly Pillar rushed back on his bicycle with a mesh pocket on the handlebars containing an aluminum box. After work, Stupid Column originally wanted to wait for Su Feng. Waiting for half a day did not wait for people to come back on their own. The road also ran into the three Grand Masters. Silly Column, you really good in the factory to eat on the line still dare to bring home. Do you know you are embezzlement of state property? The cook even ate and took it, which is not as exaggerated as what the third master put out. But the third master's hard eyes were originally as big as a pinhole, plus not being able to take advantage of the natural hat. To be honest, it is not all the fault of the three Grand Masters. You say the Stupid Column to bring you, just bring it. Have to be flirty to get a transparent mesh pocket for lunchboxes. In these days, every family does not have enough to eat, but the Stupid Column can bring free meals from the factory, which who looks at it is not greedy. Third master, you're not full yet. Just mind your own business. What's the big deal? Silly Column did not think he did anything wrong. The cook to bring food to the house that is natural. Standing at the side, Third Auntie was afraid that this stupid pillar would be a jerk, and hurriedly pulled her own old man. Idle, nothing to do with this jerk quarrel. What? Do not know a saying, showman meets soldier, have reason to say. The third master grunted and pushed his bike into the moon gate. Silly Pillar's attention hadn't been on the third master, but on Qin Huairu, who was standing at the edge of the pool washing clothes. Silly Column has the intention to hand Qin Huairu the boxed lunch in his hand, but the key is that his mouth is stupid and does not know how to say it. Just give it to someone dry and expect an 80% chance of rejection. If only this kid Su Feng was around, he would have been able to give him a tip. After thinking about it, Silly Pillar then gave up. It is better to wait for Su Feng to come back. There is no rush for this day. The courtyard slowly came to life as people from work slowly rushed back. Yuli had the matter of sewing curtains for Su Feng on her mind all day, and about the time she went out of the moon door to find Su Feng, but only to see Su Feng's home. The door is still closed. Yuli had to Su Feng's neighbor Qin Huairu inquired, "Big sister, Su Feng, has he not returned yet? All are a daughter-in-law in the yard. Sooner or later have to deal with." Yuli is not embarrassed. Qin Huairu put down the clothes she was washing in her hands and noticed that the visitor was the daughter-in-law of the third master's family. Although she didn't know what her name was, she was more or less impressed. Didn't see anyone come back. People took the initiative to greet Qin Huairu must respond. At the same time curious why this little daughter-in-law wanted to find Su Feng? He had a daughter-in-law in Sujia village, so it's hard to believe that he had some unspeakable sordid affair with this woman. Really? Thank you all. Give chicken fillet touched. Special thanks to the Frying Heaven Gang Hongmeng Holy Lord, Situ Ziki, and all the readers for hyping and reading. Chicken Fillet would like to thank you for your help, and I'd like to say thank you to all of you. Chapter 79, The Complaining Yuli. Yuli's mind was equally penetrating, and with a glance, she could see clearly what was expressed in Qin Huairu's eyes. It is indeed easy to think too much of a little daughter-in-law by herself coming alone to the big lads in the yard. Big sister, don't get me wrong. It wasn't last night that Su Feng asked me to sew a curtain for him. He's a big old man, and he doesn't have a sewing machine at home, so how can he do this kind of work? Plus I'm also busy at work, so I was asked to stop by and do a favor. All in the same yard. You said I could not refuse. Yuli didn't say anything about the $1 pay, lest the job be taken by the pretty fresh widow in front of her. After all, she had only just married into this house, so who knew what kind of nature this woman had? Sis, I'm not that kind of crummy either, so I'll get on with the laundry then. Qin Huairu responded politely. She was neither a broken mouth nor did this matter have anything to do with her. As for the incident on the wedding night, Qin Huairu treated it as if it had never happened, and there was no way she would mention it to anyone. Since the person is not there, then I will go back. Big sister, you stop washing. Proceeding, Yuli glared at Su Feng's room door, unable to resist a hint of resentment rising in her heart. What kind of person is this? He promised, but he didn't show up. It's hard not to think that after knowing the market price, you'd feel at a loss to stand her up. Yuli thought about it should not be possible. This big old man should not be so stingy. Back home, Yan Xiecheng asked his daughter-in-law with a curious face how she came back so fast. Yan Xiecheng is still thinking of his daughter-in-law earned $1 after sharing him 50 cents. Then go to the store to buy a pack of cigarettes to put on the body or something. No one is there. The gate is always closed. Yan Xiecheng thought for a moment. That kid should have gone up to the mountains to hunt. Although the people in the courtyard of which village Su Feng was from didn't know, the identity of a hunter was still clear to a number of people. That day Lu Guanfu carried 10 pounds of meat back from the outside, which can be envied by other big boys in the yard. Once he inquired, he realized that he had actually followed Su Feng up the mountain to rub it in. Daughter-in-law, if you help that boy sew curtains and he brings back meat from the mountains, is it alright if we ask him for some? Yan Xiecheng is a good calculation. Do not know still think that sewing a curtain can be a big favor. What's more, Su Feng had also given $1 that far exceeded the market price. And surprisingly, he was still thinking of other benefits. If you think you have a big face, then go ahead and ask for it. Yuli was speechless. Was her man a child who didn't know any better? Or was he simply stupid? Inside the forest cave, since the system map has been upgraded, the positioning is significantly more accurate than before. There used to be only an approximate location. Like Widow Wan's baby, you can only pinpoint the location to Widow Wang's house. Anything more precise than that's out of the question. With the enhancement of the system map, you can now basically narrow it down to 1 square meter. Comparing this to the map Su Feng determined the location. Bending down and looking down, the soil in this place was indeed a bit newer. Is it hard to believe that this baby was just buried? This caused a doubt to rise in Su Feng's heart. Let's put this matter aside and dig up the baby first, replacing it with a thicker branch poking violently at the ground. It took about half an hour to dig a modest hole. Sure enough, a hard poke hit a hard guy. Unsure if it was a rock, Su Feng continued to plow the soil with a wooden stick. In about 10 minutes or so, a dusty altar showed a corner. That's it. Brother Shou Shan, come and look. Almost all of the 10 people in the cave were at this point digging the dirt with all their might. And whoever was the first to find it would be able to turn over. Su Feng's loud shout. Su Chang's 3 brothers' heart immediately cooled half. Shou Shan and the few of them all immediately gathered around, looking at the exposed corner of the altar, their eyes glowing with excitement. Quick, dig it out in unison. Many people are powerful. Plus this altar is not buried too deep. 10 or so minutes of work dug out. The 3 Su Chang brothers also gathered around, looking at the altar laid out on the ground, their eyes green with envy. It's already been agreed that the treasure belongs to whoever finds it first, even if they had the intention to rob it by force. The 3 of them didn't have the strength. Go, move the altar out and look around. The altar wasn't much bigger, as thick as a normal little daughter-in-law's waist. Even if there were babies in there, they probably wouldn't be able to cram much in. Shou Shan carried the altar outside, and only then did the crowd see the true nature of the treasure. This gray altar shouldn't be worth much, and it's missing a corner. The seal was a rag, already riddled with holes from rat bites, linking it to the jade pendant Su Chang had picked up. It was presumably the mouse that had carried the jade pendant to the ground. Su Feng, I opened it. Shou Shan spoke towards Su Feng while giving Jian Jun a look. Jian Jun immediately reacted. His eyes locked on Su Chang's 3 brothers. I'm afraid that after seeing the treasure in a while, these 3 brothers will rise up with greedy thoughts and do something wrong. Shou Shan ripped off all the rags sealing the mouth of the altar, then found a piece of grass to tilt the mouth of the altar and slowly poured out the contents. I don't know what's going on in there, so I can avoid injuring my hand. Clink. Immediately after that, there was a clanking sound, only to see 10 or so small silver bricks scattered on the grass, as well as a jade pendant. Almost at the same time, apart from Su Feng, the breathing of everyone left became ragged. It wasn't a large or small yellowtail, but the small piece of silver brick wasn't something any of them plebeian folk would ever see. At today's market price, a gram of silver is only about 10 cents. The silver bricks on the ground have at least 2 taels apiece. Converted into money, a piece is worth $10. That's no small amount of money for a redneck. For Su Feng, however, it was a bit of a chicken rib. It's a good thing the mind was already prepared for this. The white spots weren't supposed to be any particularly valuable treasures. However, this jade pendant, which was obviously a pair with the one Su Chang had picked up, was of no small use to Su Feng. 15 small silver bricks, and a jade pendant. Su Feng, say what's in your heart. This cave was found by Su Feng, and this altar was also found by Su Feng first, so no matter how Su Feng divided it up, the few of them couldn't have any opinions. Su Feng glanced up at Su Chang and the 3 of their brothers, and after a minute of silence he figured out how to divide them. Let's put it this way, each of our brothers will take 2 silver bricks, and as for the remaining one, you 3 brothers will split it. In fact, according to the rules set before entering the cave, even if Su Feng didn't share it with the 3 brothers, the point is, There is the fear that these three brothers will have resentment in their hearts. Su Feng is not afraid to deal with himself, but who can guarantee that when he is working in the city, the three brothers have a crooked heart to take revenge on the sisters? People die for money, birds die for food, and as long as profit is involved, anything bottomless can be done. The principle of the happy man making way. Su Feng didn't need to put the sisters in danger for this $10 a silver brick. Chapter 80. Sister Feng is worried about you. Reincarnation of a vixen. Su Chang looked at the silver bricks scattered on the ground and his eyes reddened, itching to rush up and grab and run. But Jianjun's eyes have been staring at their brother and sister in death. Even if they snatch the hand cannot run, these often drive the mountain. He then stared at Su Feng with a resentful face. If it wasn't for this bastard, all of these treasures would have belonged to the three of their brothers. In an instant, Su Chang's eyes had been blinded by hatred, and he couldn't help but have a thought bubble up inside. The three of them couldn't do anything about Su Feng. But what about the sisters? What he didn't expect was that Su Feng was willing to give the three of their brothers a piece as well, and Su Chang immediately regained his senses, recalling the terrifying thoughts that had just risen in his mind. Su Chang was a little frightened. If you really do something to the sisters, not to mention that Su Summit will not retaliate against their family, even their brother and three will have to go into squat in jail. Their parents will not be able to hold up their heads in the village in the future. Not to mention that the lives of the three brothers will be ruined. Immediately after that, Su Chang thought that if it wasn't for Su Feng and the few of them who had found the cave, they wouldn't be able to have this silver brick. Shou Shan and the few of them didn't have any problem with this division. They just didn't expect Su Feng to do things so locally. Then it's up to the three brothers. And if they don't agree, there's still a lot of nagging to do. On what grounds? The second Su Zhuang hadn't even finished speaking when Su Laosan pulled him back. The three of us brothers have no opinion. Su Laosan bent down and picked up a silver brick from the ground and pulled his two brothers down the hill. Laosan knew very well that if there was a quarrel, he was afraid that he would not be able to keep this silver brick. No amount of regret and contrition on the part of the two brothers would be of any use. Big brother and second brother should just leave it as it is. Our family can't even fight against the 7 families of others. It was also agreed just now that whoever digs up this treasure first is the one who gets it. The second Su Zhuang is still in the mouth, hard afraid of his balls. Su Chang, just gloomy face, did not say anything. Blame it on mom. Take the shuttle bus where there are so many pickpockets. Have to rub Su Chang's bike. Pick up 2 pieces each. You're welcome. One stared at the silver bricks lying on the ground with feverish eyes. Su Feng didn't give the word that they were too embarrassed to pick them up. Shou Shan and Jianjun bent down and happily picked up 2 pieces and stuffed them into their arms with a solemn face. The remaining 4 rural boys had a general relationship with Su Feng and thanked him profusely before bending down to pick it up. As for the jade pendant, everyone defaulted that it was Su Feng's. Su Feng squatted down and didn't even look at the 2 silver bricks, first picking up the jade pendant and stuffing it into his arms. But in reality, it was a cover-up to put it into the system space. As expected, just as he thought, the jade pendant placed in the system space immediately emitted white smoke. I don't know how much the system space can be upgraded. It seems that I have to pay more attention to this kind of jade pendant in the future. Then stuffing the 2 silver bricks into his arms, Su Feng put his eyes on the jar. Usually hidden treasures are hidden with large and small yellowtail, because for the same weight, that stuff can be worth a lot more. Of course, there is the other possibility that the family is not that well off, so they have to hide some silver bricks. The jar was ordinary, and there was nothing colorful to be seen. Su Feng casually touched a stone and gently cracked the jar with force. It was just as he had guessed. There was a leak hidden inside. It was something wrapped in craft paper that looked like it should be a book, because the book can be rolled and put away, and the paper stretches out when it's stuffed in. It gets stuck inside the can and can't be poured out. Ha! Hard to believe there's a baby? A few put their attention over, but Su Feng had no intention of opening it. One person divided 2 silver bricks has been benevolent. Regardless of this thing is good or bad, stuffed in the arms and then say, go back and then study, lest all that is put in it is great unity. And if it is not divided, it affects the friendship between comrades. This trip to follow the mountain and get 2 silver bricks without much effort was already an unexpected pleasure. They naturally didn't have a problem with Su Feng not opening it to look at it, but they were just a little curious. Since our brothers and sisters have gone to the mountains, we can't make a trip for nothing. See if we can catch a few people. Everyone was fine with Jianjun's proposal, and it took an hour or 2 to shoot a couple of pheasants and make it back home before it got dark. When they reached the foot of the mountain, 1 or 2 of them touched the silver bricks in their arms and couldn't help but smile happily. $10 a piece and $2 is $20. Save up a little more and you'll have enough for a wife. Brother Feng, I heard that Qin Huai Ruer man died on the 2nd day of marriage. Is that true? Good things do not go out, bad things spread thousands of miles. Jia Dongshu people did not have the news the next day has spread back to the Qin family village. There was also a rumor circulating in the village that Chin Huiru had killed her man. This woman is so pretty. She's a vixen reincarnated in this life. This kind of rumor is very hard to hear in the village. Maybe it's spread by someone who envies Chin Huiru's pretty face. When Chin's father and mother got the news, they felt like the sky had fallen in half. The Su family village was right next to the Chin family village, and it was normal for news to come through. Su Feng nodded. There was nothing to hide about this. It's a good thing we didn't look at us in the first place, or else we'd have been killed. This sentence Su Feng begs to differ. Jia Dongshu accidental death. That is entirely his own work, is not on the heart. With Chin Huiru has nothing to do. Come on. If she wants to marry a city dweller, can she look at you? If you want to marry someone in the city, you can't do it. This was what the other lad said, and Su Feng didn't say anything more. I heard it was gone on the second day of the wedding, so if you have an idea you might be able to take it over. Come on, we're too brittle for that. Daughter-in-law, I'm home. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, he could already smell the aroma of the meal, and Su Feng led the pheasants into the courtyard. Why did you come back so late? It made my sister so anxious that she had to go up the mountain to look for you. Seeing her own man return safely, Shiyue's hanging heart was completely put back into her chest, flirting with her sister in the process. Shiyue blushed and reached out to tickle her sister's crunchy nest, and the sisters were a beautiful sight to behold as they fought and jostled. Dinner will be ready in a few minutes, and I'll be home to show you both a baby. Su Feng pulled the silver brick out of his arms, giving the sisters a shock. Feng, you're not doing something bad, are you? Such happy days were hard to come by, and Shiyue was worried that her man would go back to the old days and follow a crooked path. How can that be, daughter-in-law? Let me tell you what happened in the past 2 days. Su Feng gave the sisters a careful explanation of how he discovered the baby and found it, of course concealing the matter of the system. Shiyue, the thing I gave you must be kept with you in case those 3 brothers are dogged. Even if he shared out a silver brick, but Su Feng couldn't grasp the hearts of the people. As long as the sharp weapon is in hand, there is no fear of others jumping over the wall. Shiyue nodded heavily. Even if Su Feng didn't say so, she would still carry it with her. After explaining clearly, Su Feng took out the item wrapped in craft paper in his arms and placed it on the table. A free gift for 10 cents. With almost 20,000 readers catching up every day. Let's put it this way, brothers, the gift revenue reaches 100 chicken fillet. Try to add a chapter. No ceiling, chicken fillet said to do. Chapter 81 The Japanese Notebook. Widow Wang's visit for help. Hiding this treasure is a connoisseur, and wrapping the paper in craft paper can drastically minimize the paper from being damaged. At the same time, it sidestepped the fact that what was wrapped inside the craft paper might have an extremely high value, which was also the reason why Su Feng didn't open it in the first place. Gently shaking off the ash, Su Feng carefully uncovered the craft paper to avoid damaging the things wrapped inside. After uncovering the layer upon layer of craft paper, a pure black notebook appeared, which was far from what Su Feng thought was hidden inside as a big unity or dollars. Flipping open the thick cover of the notebook were 4 rather regular words, much like kanji, but definitely not kanji. Although Su Feng was only in elementary school, he still more or less knew the characters of his own country. It's in Japanese. This notebook is Japanese. Shiyue instantly recognized the 4 characters as Japanese and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. How did the Japanese notebook hide in our forest? Shiyue, do you recognize these words? For Shiyue to recognize this as Japanese, Su Feng did not feel strange. The capitalist's eldest daughter had seen the world much more widely than he had. Shiyue shook her head. I can recognize it because I've seen this kind of character before, but I'm not sure exactly what it means. This result was also expected by Su Feng. In this era, those who could learn the language and writing of other countries were invariably talented. Flipping open the notebook, Su Feng gave it a cursory glance. Unfortunately, all of them are narrated in words, and there are no illustrations at all. So Su Feng's elementary school culture can't study what the name is. The matter was put on hold for the time being, but of course it wouldn't just be thrown away in case the book contained some hidden treasure right there. Back then, Japan did not know how many treasures plundered in our country. The war ended very suddenly. It is likely that some of the plundered treasures did not have time to ship out of the country. It is hidden in some corner. If it is ever found, one can only imagine what an astronomical amount it must be. That's why there are still spies in 49er now. All ing thinking about these babies. We must not let those Japs take a single needle or thread from our country. Feng, don't look. Let's eat. Shiyue helped her sister bring dinner from the kitchen. It would be dark if she didn't eat. There were candles in the house and no shortage of things, but it was always right to save your days. It's also autumn, so I'll bring back some cotton after a while and make the cotton jacket in advance. And those quilts we have, that rotten cotton doesn't keep us warm. Pull them out and replace them with new cotton. Su Feng had thought of this when he was talking to Yuli about sewing the curtains that night. After the fall in the north is still very cold. Keep warm, this piece must keep up. There is also coal for heating. And the sisters and the baby in their wombs must not be allowed to freeze this winter. Feng, is it cold where you live in the city? Don't worry about your man. I'll get things ready on my end and take you both out on the town sometime. After dinner it was almost dark, and the weather was cool enough for the guys to go to bed early. Seeing that his daughter-in-law's belly was getting bigger and bigger every day, Su Feng didn't toss and turn and slept veggie sleep with his daughter-in-law in his arms. In the past, if he had lived in a courtyard house, Su Feng would still be reading the Three Kingdoms at this hour, so there was no sleepiness at all, and my mind couldn't help but think of the notebook I'd picked up during the day. According to reason, even if the treasure is hidden, it won't be hidden in this kind of less place. Can't it be that the villagers in the neighborhood have hidden it? Unfortunately, Su Feng didn't understand Japanese and didn't know anyone who did, so he could only keep these things in his heart for the time being. However, Su Feng's intuition told him that this notebook was definitely not simple and must be kept safe. The daughter-in-law in his arms had a full sense of security being held by Su Feng, and in a moment's time there were soft snores. Su Feng lowered his head to sip his daughter-in-law's cute little cheeks, and was about to go to sleep when the door to the courtyard was suddenly knocked violently. Shuriwe was immediately awakened, and before she could speak Su Feng signaled not to speak. Daughter-in-law, I'm going out to see what's going on. Just stay inside and don't go anywhere. If you come knocking on the door this late, you're either here to beg or to seek revenge. It's okay if you're asking for help, but if you're asking for revenge, you can't let your daughter-in-law get hurt at all. Out of the room. Next door, Shuriwe walked out at the same time, the gun already on safety in her tightly held hand. Don't shoot until you have to. Before he was discharged from the hospital, Su Feng reminded him, lest the conflict escalate in a moment, and Shuriwe nodded her head to show that she understood. Who is it and what do you want at night? There was a sharp knock on the door, and Su Feng stood in the courtyard and answered. Su Feng, it's me. Sis, please save Do Ding. Widow Wang's voice came from outside the door, and with a sobbing voice. Hearing that it was Widow Wang's voice, Su Feng was quite relieved, and in 3 steps he hurriedly opened the courtyard door. What's wrong, Sister Wang? What happened to Do Ding? Taking advantage of the moonlight, Su Feng could see that Widow Wen's face was streaked with tears. I don't know. Duden suddenly started burning all over and I couldn't wake him up no matter how much I screamed. Sister Su Feng begs you quickly beg for Do Ding. Widow Wang said she was going to give Su Feng a knee. It seems that because of the rush the brain will not be able to turn the corner. Even if she didn't kneel, Su Feng would definitely save. It's also possible to be so emotional that you can't even stand up. Shuriwe, you go back to your room and explain the situation to Shuriwe so she doesn't have to worry. I'll go with Sister Wang to check on Do Ding. Su Feng hurriedly helped the paralyzed Wang widow up. As a man, the more this time, the more he could not panic. What Duden had shouldn't have been a contagious disease. After all, he hadn't gone out of the village and stayed at home. But no one could guarantee that it wasn't possible. So keeping the sisters away from the doujinshi was the smartest thing to do. Wang widow panicked with no energy at all in her body. Su Feng wrapped one hand around his waist and directly carried the person over. The candles were already lit in the room, and Do Ding's little face, lying on the bed, was red, not responding no matter how much he screamed. Su Feng is not a doctor, and there is no village doctor in the village, so he can only send Do Ding to the hospital in 49 City for treatment. Sis, listen to me, don't panic yet. Let's take Do Ding to the city for treatment now. Perhaps it was because Widow Wang had taken Su Feng as a dependent, and was no longer as panic-stricken as she had been a moment ago. Su Feng was worried about burning Do Ding's head on the way to 49 City, so he hurriedly pulled off a ginseng from the 100-year-old ginseng that existed in the space and stuffed it into Do Ding's mouth to renew his life. Sis, this is the ginseng beard of 100-years-old ginseng. Do Ding will be fine, trust me. Widow Wang subconsciously nodded her head. She also knew how unbelievable the efficacy of 100 years of ginseng was. After finishing all this, Su Feng ran back to explain to the sisters before boarding his bicycle and rushing to 49 City with his mother and son. Widow Wang sat back and held Do Ding in her arms, occasionally touching the temperature of her forehead. I don't know if it's the ginseng whiskers of 100 years of ginseng that worked, but it's not as hot as it was just now. This time Su Feng rode fast, taking an hour and a half to get to 49 City before handing Do Ding over to the doctor's hands in relief. Chapter 82, You've got to eat. Su Feng, thank you, really thank you. When she said this, Widow Wang was in tears. Whether it was the ginseng from 100 years of ginseng, or riding a bicycle all night to the city of 49, it moved her to tears. At this moment Wang widow was even a little jealous of Shuriwe. She looked so pretty, forget it. Why is there such a good man? It's okay sis. On the way here Doubting's condition has gotten much better. I guess the fever will be gone in a while. Su Feng didn't think anything of it. on the basis of the rhubarb fish taken from the beams of Widow Wang's house alone. Helping with this small favor was all due. Consuming 1 centennial ginseng whisker on Wang Xiuli's son will double the reward of 1 whole centennial ginseng. See, Su Feng doesn't lose any money at all. 1 loss of ginseng whiskers for a whole ginseng. Hearing Su Feng speak like this, the moved Wang Xiuli directly jumped into Su Feng's arms. If in the past the idea of defecting to this man was only to survive, now there was no doubt that feelings had arisen. Su Feng also didn't expect such a gain, and backhanded Wang Xiuli in his arms. The child is fine in the hospital bed on and 4. Both parents, you go and check it out. Call me if you need anything. Nurses subconsciously thought that the two holding the child's parents. The child's accident father hugged the mother to comfort the nurse did not feel strange. Embarrassed, Widow Wang broke away from Su Feng's embrace, a layer of redness coloring her face. Just now is also moved to love to take the initiative to put into Su Feng's arms. If you put aside the usual in this kind of public places, no matter how Wang Xiuli will not do so. Su Feng's thick skin didn't feel anything, and no one here knew him anyway. Thank you. Xiuli, you go watch the baby, I'll go pay the bill. In front of the nurses certainly cannot call Sister Wang, or else plainly provoke right and wrong. The medical bills weren't too expensive, they cost less than $10, but of course this was for Su Feng. After paying the fee, Su Feng rushed to the ward. Do Ding had already lost his fever and slept, and Sister Wang was sitting next to the bed holding Do Ding's hand. There were also no other patients in the ward, and Su Feng smoothly closed the door as he entered. It's not like future generations these days, where you can also go to a hotel or stay at home at night. Usually as soon as it gets dark, neither the restaurants nor the hotels receive any more guests, and the courtyards lock their doors. So we can only spend 1 night on this ward tonight, and the overnight fee is already included in the fee we just paid. Sis Duden is fine already. Sleep and get up in the morning and you'll be fine. It's getting late, so go lie down in that hospital bed and rest for a while. There were only 2 hospital beds in the room, so Su Feng could just make do with whatever he wanted. Why don't I squeeze in with Do Ding? And Su Feng, you go sleep in that bed. It was a bit cold at night. Plus Su Feng had helped himself so much, so how could Wang Xiuli be ashamed to sleep in a hospital bed all by herself? It's okay. In fact, just now Su Feng was thinking of squeezing a little bit with Wang Xiuli at night. After all, it was such a good opportunity tonight. Since Wang Xiuli didn't completely let go of her heart, Su Feng didn't insist. This kind of thing couldn't be forced. After laying in their respective beds, the 2 parents with their own thoughts could not sleep at all. Just now, Wang Xiuli took the initiative to pounce on her arms, and her full bosom rubbed Su Feng's heart and soul. Since the nutrition has kept up, Wang Xiuli's size has obviously increased a few more times. Wang Xiuli realized afterward that just now Su Feng had let her sleep in that bed because he wanted to, and what she was thinking was that she wanted Su Feng to sleep alone in that bed at night to be more comfortable. Wang Xiuli's intention wasn't to refuse, but she didn't even think of this layer. When she thought of this, Wang Xiuli was a little worried. If Su Feng misunderstood that she was rejecting, what could be done? Should I take the initiative to go over there myself? But taking the initiative to climb into Su Feng's bed, Wang Xiuli was really embarrassed. The hospital room was silent for 5 minutes. Just when Wang Xiuli thought Su Feng was going to fall asleep. Sis, Doubting isn't quite well yet, so it's best to let him sleep alone in a bed. So why don't you come over and squeeze in? This was the last invitation Su Feng had issued. If he refused, then forget it. And this was a step for Wang Xiuli to climb into Su Feng's bed. Wang Xiuli was also pretending to be confused, lying to herself that it was for Do Ding, then gently got up and forced her shyness to walk over to Su Feng's bedside. The meat itself was sent to his mouth. Su Feng wouldn't let her run away, reaching out his hand and wrapping it into his arms to press it under his body. Sister Xiuli, you still don't trust me? The breath that Su Feng exhaled as he spoke hit Wang Xiuli's face, and he didn't know if it was because the comforter was too hot. But Wang Xiuli's whole body was now scalded frighteningly. No, Su Feng, just want you to sleep alone on a hospital bed. It's more comfortable that way. Wang Xiuli hadn't even finished her sentence when her mouth was blocked by Su Feng. Beanpole fell into a deep sleep. An ordinary commotion was unlikely to wake him up. But Wang Xiuli didn't know this, and covered her mouth in death. Then the two began an hour-long fight. After the work, Wang Xiuli is like fishing out of the water. The depression that had existed in the psyche for so many years was completely broken through at this moment, as if the entire body was much lighter. At this moment, Wang Xiuli completely had something to rely on. The next morning Su Feng went out to buy some breakfast, and after eating with the mother and child he went to the factory to order a dosage before coming back to send the two of them back to the village. Can't often not show up in the factory. That how to say the impact is not good. Rode my bike straight to the rolling mill and jammed to the gate. Coincidentally, I actually ran into Qin Huairu. This girl was walking over from the courtyard. Why is she here? Su Feng didn't know that Qin Huairu had taken over Jia Dongshu's job, so he felt strange seeing her here. The relationship between the two is general. Qin Huairu also saw Su Feng. Because of the coincidence of that night, Qin Huairu did not want to have any involvement with Su Feng, and did not say hello to head into the factory without returning. Su Feng also felt strange. The way this looked at herself was always complicated. Unable to figure out what the situation was. For this kind of small matter, Su Feng is too lazy to waste his mind. Went to the office and rode his bicycle back to the hospital to send the mother and son back to the village of the Su family. On the way, Wang Xiuli asked Do Ding to thank Uncle Su, and Do Ding suddenly said, "If only Uncle Su were my father." What is the dead kid talking about? Don't ever say that again. It was fine for the three of them to say that, but such words should never be said in front of Shuriwei. It is not chicken fillets, do not add more, brothers. The gift proceeds have not been more than usual. There is no power, brothers. And then there's the data that just keeps dropping. So please excuse chicken filet's difficulty in accomplishing the task. Chapter 83, Sister Xiuli. Why don't you walk in the right position? Around 10 a.m., Su Feng brought the mother and son back to the village. Shuriwei heard the commotion and walked out from the courtyard. Sister Feng Xiuli, is Do Ding okay? Maybe it's because of her pregnancy, but Shiryuki is still quite fond of Duden, a cute little boy. After giving birth, if you don't understand anything, you can ask Sister Xiuli. Later on, when the baby in your arms grows up, the doujinshi will be a playmate. Thank you, Sister Shuriwei, for your concern. Not only is it just a sudden high fever last night, it's fine after the fever subsides. Su Feng, sis, thanks you. Wang Xiuli once again solemnly thanked Su Feng, which saved not Do Ding but her life. Sister Wang, what's the point of saying that politely? It just so happens that Ah Feng shot a pheasant yesterday, so I'll stew it today at lunch to give Do Ding a tonic. This was said by Shuriwei, but in fact, it was mainly for Shuriwei to replenish her body. It is absolutely essential for pregnant women to keep up with their nutrition during pregnancy because two people are absorbing the nutrients. Wang Xiuli nodded. Got it, Sister Shuriwei. Then I'll bring the dried yams that are sunning at home and stew them together. You come and go is the way to get along. Wang Xiuli is embarrassed and keeps taking advantage of others, even though Su Feng is with her. In fact, taking the potatoes dry is fake, mainly because Wang Xiuli's legs are a bit soft now, and her walking posture is also very fast. His own man had also been dead for more than 2 years, and with Su Feng's thing acting like an animal, no one could top it. Sister Xiuli, what's wrong with your leg? Shuriwei had good eyes and noticed at a glance that Wang Xiuli's walking posture was not right. Last night I was anxious, doubting. Let Su Feng ride faster, darkness accidentally fell. Sister Su Feng hasn't said sorry to you yet. This favor sister will always remember in her heart. Not to mention Wang Xiuli's eyes turned red. Women are really natural performers. This is nothing. Sister Wang, we've been neighbors for so many years. Not to mention that Duding is also the one I've watched grow up. Su Feng matched Wang Xiuli's acting skills, and only then did the sisters not think blindly in other places. Each home, Shuriwei burned a large pot full of hot water to the chicken scalded. Su Feng's side of the clean can be placed in the pot stew. Dad, are we just going to put up with this? Hearing Su Feng's movements outside, Su Shuang became furious. That's 15 silver bricks. One taken out and traded for $10. If the three of them brothers split it, they'd get $5 each. That's $50. Just take a random piece of silver brick can smash open the legs of the widow Wang, and after getting tired of playing the rest of the money to ask for a wife, but now all hit the water. Just a piece of silver brick, how enough for the three of them to share? Su Dad smoked a dry cigarette, did not say anything. This matter, no matter who put it into the family, are blocked panic. Auntie Li, on the other hand, directly cursed Su Feng, this fatherless bastard thing. The best thing about having a daughter is that she doesn't even have an asshole. It was my son who found the baby, so why should I get a piece of it? Keep your voice down. Let that asshole hear you and I'll see how you end up. That kid used to be an asshole and did everything without a care in the world. Now that he's even more powerful, Su's father really doesn't want to get into a head-on conflict with Su Feng. When I was guarding against that kid entering the city, I didn't expect to let Shou Shan and the few of them keep an eye on him. From now on, no one should mention this again. How can our family fight with the 7 families of others? Although Father Su had a bit of heart, it wasn't as bad as Su Feng's ghostly ideas. The oldest two didn't say anything else, except that the eyes were clearly tinged with resignation. Anyway, this beam was completely knotted, and in the future, if Su Feng lost his power, this large family would definitely be the first to step on it. I ate at noon and caught up on sleep in my room, not to mention that last night was a toss and turn until dawn, and he and Wang Xiuli only slept for 2 or 3 hours, almost 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon when he woke up. Su Feng will not stay at home to sleep tonight, and directly ride a bicycle to 49 City. For one thing, now that the weather is in the fall, it's really freezing to get up in the morning and ride a bike. Why not just get to town in the heat of the afternoon and make it easier to get to work the next day? Daughter-in-law, I'll bring the cotton back next time I come back. Ah, you stay home and take care of your baby. After explaining a couple of things, Su Feng went straight to the courtyard. When I rushed to 49 City, the steel rolling mill also reached the point of closing, and I happened to run into Brother Pillar halfway down the road. Today, the leadership of the factory opened a small stove. Stupid column directly hold 2 boxes of boxed lunches hanging on the handlebars of the bike. One box contained slices of fatty meat and the other half a roasted chicken. To say that people stupid bold it, the leadership of the small stove he stupid column dare to directly deduct half. Brothers, I can kind of run into you. How come you weren't in the courtyard last night? This boxed lunch is filled with goodies today, and I'm talking about giving it away. I went back to the village yesterday. What's the matter, Brother Pillar? Is this looking for me for something? Su Feng thought that the stupid column was looking for him to drink. The feeling was that he was so quick to think about people Qin Huairu. Brother, do you think this is a good thing to do? And I don't mean any harm, do you? Silly columns hammed and hawed. If this thing really came true, then Jia Dongxu in heaven probably do not want to rest in peace. Pillar brother want to do this thing is not impossible. That at least have to treat buddies a good meal it. Do not take out the watchman's skills that cannot be. Ever since he had learned a point of cooking from Brother Pillar, Su Feng was able to busy himself with a meal. If only the technique was a little more refined, I'd come home and surprise the sisters. I'll take that for what it's worth. I didn't buy any ingredients today. Some other day my buddy will make you smell so good you'll swallow your tongue. After saying this, Silly Column stared at Su Feng with a hopeful face to see what good ideas this kid could come up with. Brother Pillar, you did the right thing yesterday. If you send it directly to the other girl, Qin Huairu will definitely not take it. When you enter the courtyard in a while you change your target. You give this box of rice to that Jia Zhang. With my knowledge of that old woman I'm sure she won't refuse. Then you'll play the mantra of helping out your neighbors. And not only will the faceless people not say anything, but they'll have to say that your Brother Pillar has good emotional intelligence. With that dead wife's greediness, she definitely won't refuse a favor that comes to her door for nothing. Silly Pillar slapped his head. Ouch. Why didn't I think of this trick? Dude, you're this. The stupid column couldn't say that listening to the king was better than reading 10 years worth of books. It would just give a thumbs up. Brother Pillar has a lot of good things going for him. So don't forget what you promised your buddy. To be honest, Su Feng wasn't optimistic that Silly Pillar would be able to curry favor with Qin Huairu. Not to mention the fact that people have just died as men. But the silly column that sells the image can be a long way from Jia Dongxu. However, Su Feng also knew that Brother Zhu Zi had a one-track mind. So if he directly believed in it, he wouldn't be able to do any good at all. Why don't we do our best to help, and then we won't be blamed for not being able to get things done? Though it didn't meet expectations, I still added an extra chapter for the brothers. Seeing as chicken fillet is so sincere. Brothers, you know. Chapter 84, Daughter-in-law. You go find Su Feng. Su Feng pushed the bike into the courtyard with Zhu Zi, just as the third master came in after him. Both work at the rolling mill, and naturally the speed of the bike ride back is very different. Su Feng, let's go to third master's for a drink tonight? Last night when Yu Li went back, she repeated everything Su Feng said at home, of course automatically skipping the ambiguous atmosphere. The 3 Moncler Jackets outlet online repeated deliberations. Always feel that this kid is a doorway. Only their own family did not come up with the appropriate chips. People certainly will not help. Plus it's a real joke that your own son is married and doesn't even have a job. The third master, as the intellectual of the courtyard, face is definitely on the first place. Maybe this was an opportunity, and if Su Feng really had a doorway, it would be worth spending the $200. The 3 Grand Masters invited Su Feng by name. As for the silly pillar standing next to him, he didn't even look at him. Su Feng also does not know what this 3 Grand Masters want to organize. What moths? Has not yet had time to open the mouth of the silly column first inserted his mouth. Yo, the sun is beating out of the west today, and the third master can even invite people to dinner? Brothers, I tell you, this is the fox offering, not adultery or theft. Other idioms stupid columns do not know, but this kind of detrimental to the people as long as you hear it once and remember clearly. How do you talk? Pillar, apologize to third master. As soon as he heard this, Yen Bugue immediately exploded, and was about to pinch each other when he rushed over a Moncler outlet store to speak in time. Ever since Jia Dongxu returned to the West, the first Moncler outlet store, Moncler Jackets Outlet UK man, has been searching for a retirement partner. The big boys in the courtyard were basically all incompetent, but there was a newly moved Su Feng, whose ability and character were unquestionable. But the key is that people moved over to the offense. Plus this Su Feng, a big Moncler outlet store, didn't grasp the pinch. After picking and choosing, Yi Zhonghai puts his mind on silly pillar. To be honest, the silly column is a grandpa watched grow up. Nowadays, He has grown into this temperament entirely because of his parents' failure to educate him, but his inner nature is definitely pure goodness. Whoever is nice to him, this silly column is absolutely unambiguous. Plus, although Silly Pillar is a one-track mind, he's the only one who listens to him in the whole yard. So thinking about it, it's perfect to have Silly Pillar as a pensioner. I'm sorry, third master, I don't talk too much you know. Bye Euler. The stupid columns in the courtyard are not convinced by anyone, but a big master said he had to listen to what he said. Silly Pillar happily apologized. This casual attitude, but let the third master even more angry. The stupid column didn't bother to break it up with the third master, as the target of the offense was already in sight. This boxed lunch, even if it is a detour for Jia Zhang, but it has to be in front of Qin Huairu's face not. In case the dead old woman doesn't mention who sent it, then the 2 boxes of meat won't be for nothing. Qin Huairu slowly wandered back. So lively in the courtyard has nothing to do with her. It's exhausting enough to go to work all day and then come back and do the laundry and cook. It was her choice, and even through gritted teeth she was going to stick with it. It would be a real shame to run back to my mom's house regardless. Hey! Qin Huairu sighed deeply in her heart. Jia Zhang was also in the courtyard at this time to join in the fun, and Silly Pillar watched Qin Huairu walk over and immediately began her own performance. Auntie Jia, today the factory leaders are having a small dinner. I brought back 2 boxes of meat and vegetables you don't mind. As far as this name-calling and discourse was concerned, it was still taught by Su Feng. No matter what, don't you grew up in the same yard as me. I'll help out if I can. You don't have to be polite. Auntie Jia. With those beautiful words, Jia Zhang had no problem reaching for the boxed lunch. What a cocky guy Jia Zhang is. Silly column knows what kind of he's pulling as soon as he pouts his ass off. Who cares if he misses it or not? She's not likely to let go of this meat in her mouth anyway. Goo. Big Auntie Pillar thank you. Then Big Auntie is welcome. The name Pillar popped out of Jia Zhang's mouth, and she couldn't remember the last time. Jia Auntie can send me the lunchbox after eating, and tomorrow if the leader has a small dinner, bring back 2 more boxes. Of course, this was what Su Feng had taught him. Jia Zhang would definitely not send the lunchbox back, and would definitely have Qin Huairu send it when the time came, which would not be just one more chance to spend time together. Well, with so many young lads in the yard, it's still Pillar's heart that's good. Jia Zhang's speed of changing her face is also possible. Anyway, saying a couple of pretty words doesn't require you to shell out any money. The silly Pillar hemmed and hawed, and his attention was also on Qin Huairu's body from time to time. Unfortunately, Qin Huairu frowned and didn't say a word, and as for the silly Pillar, he didn't even look at it. The people around the hilarious people also know what the silly column played, but they didn't say anything. It has nothing to do with them. There is no need to mess with this god of war. The viewpoint returns to the 3 great masters. Su Feng, then it's a deal. Come over later and let's have a drink. The third master also did not give Su Feng the opportunity to refuse. From the name to draw close to the relationship, put down the word and pushed the bike into the moon door. Su Feng shook his head and smiled. No matter how much this vixen pandered to him, he was able to handle it with ease. It's a good way to have a place to eat tonight, just so you don't have to fire it. Back in the house, Su Feng exchanged quite a bit of cotton from the system mall. And of course, the quilt top. What's the matter, old man? Did the lad say yes? The 3 Amazons were also worrying about their son's work, and when they saw the old man come back they hurriedly asked after him. Yan Xiecheng and Yuli also focused their attention on the third master for fear of hearing bad news. A veteran in the field. Do you think there's still a time when you can miss? The words came out of the mouths of a large family laughing. Wifey, you go and cook right now, and cut up all the meat you took back from Su Feng last time. Daughter-in-law, then you go to Su Feng now to get that curtain thing. After all, it's $1, so you can't let anyone else take it. As for the third master himself, the wine he drinks in the evening may have to be watered down a bit, or it won't be enough. A large family was immediately busy, and tonight it did not succeed in turning into benevolence. Chapter 85. Yuli lying on the bed pouting. Fine time to go to the hospital to put on the ring. Su Feng had just finished working on his side when a knock sounded at the door. The door was left open, and it was polite for those who came to knock. Looking up, it was the youngest daughter-in-law of the third master's family. Sister, you came over. Sorry about yesterday. I went back to the village. The appointment was to pull the curtains last night, and Su Feng's side naturally had to apologize for missing the appointment. It's okay. It's not too late in the day. Yuli tenderly recalled, not expecting such a capable person to take the initiative to apologize to him. Unlike my own man, who is a macho man with no skills whatsoever. So much cotton. Ha! Yuli turned her eyes to see a large bag of cotton placed on the ground and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Nowadays you need not only money but also a ticket to buy cotton. I can't imagine how much this man has. It seems that yesterday said that there is no doorway is completely stalled her. This is not to blame people. Their own family what benefits do not want to pay. Want to get a job that is not just delusional. It's not cold, so stuff more cotton to warm it up. By the way sis, there's also the quilt to be spread on the bed. Can you stop by and help with that as well when the time comes? In the summer, I was able to cope with it, but now that the temperature is dropping in the fall, I'm sure I'll break my back if I keep sleeping in this kind of bed. Why not then? Go and pull down the curtains and I'll measure the bed. Yuli is also experienced in doing this kind of thing. Took off her shoes and went straight to the bed to measure the size with her hands. One look at the big puckered butt and you're bound to be a son bearer. It seems that Yan Xiecheng this kid cannot married for so long, the little daughter-in-law's stomach has not moved. Su Feng didn't keep aiming, lest he had to borrow the Five Fingers girl's help at night when no one was available to solve the problem. Su Feng didn't pull the curtains either, or else he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Tell you what sis, I'll give you the key tomorrow before I go to work and you'll use the daylight hours to get the curtains out first. As for the quilts on the bed, take your time. Yuli lying on the Kong pouting buttocks also measured the size. Climb down from the Kong face expression is obviously not right. A soft was also a response. Just now lying on the bed. Always felt that there was a gaze behind himself. Yuli's ears couldn't help but burn at the thought of what she was doing. Then sis let's go over together. I guess the meal is almost ready. Yuli nodded, not daring to look directly into Su Feng's eyes at all. After Jia Zhang received the boxed lunch, the first thing she did was to take it inside and open it. One was covered with large slices of meat, and the other was half a chicken, and Jia Zhang's eyes were close to glowing green just looking at it. Hurry up and go cook 2 bowls of bush grits. You'll have something to eat later. Qin Huairu obediently went to cook the bush grits, and after cooking, he brought the rice to the table, and the 2 boxes of meat were hard to see a little bit of meat foam, big slices of meat and chicken, all of which the dead old woman downed in just a moment's time. Looking at the boxed lunch with only a bit of sauerkraut left, Qin Huairu's tears almost didn't hold back. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. The sauerkraut is still a little oily inside. Jia Zhang took it for granted that she would finish the meat, as it was handed to her by silly Zhu anyway. Qin Huairu held back the tears that came to her eyes and lowered her head to silently drink the pod grits. As she ate, Jia Zhang suddenly remembered something like that. When you have time you go to the hospital and get a ring, so if you can't tighten your belt anymore, you can't give birth to someone else. The words Jia Zhang said were obvious, knowing that Jia Huairu wouldn't be able to keep it in the future. Such a beautiful fox charming girl, even if he did not have the heart, but also cannot resist those old men craving and pestering. In that case it would be better to take a precaution in advance, since his own daughter-in-law couldn't give birth to a child anyway, even if he said so. And when those words fell on Qin Huairu's ears, it was no different from an insult. Mom, how can you say that? Qin Huairu glared at Jia Zhang with a death glare, her eyes suddenly sprouting blood. As a person who has been here before, don't I understand better than you? There will be this day. Don't believe we wait for the future. Jia Zhang directly put the ugly words in front of her, as if she had experience when she couldn't tighten her pants when she was young. At this moment Qin Huairu completely couldn't hold it together, and tears flowed directly from the corners of her eyes. Jia Zhang's was insulting her, and even more so, trampling on her dignity. I was born a member of the Jia family and died a ghost of the Jia family. Don't worry mom. Qin Huairu suddenly thought of entering the wrong house that night. What if she really got pregnant? In case the child grew up to look like Su Feng, he was literally killing her. What are you crying for? Finish eating and send it over to Silly Pillar. Su Feng is here. There's still the last dish. Let's fill up the wine first. The third master looked up and saw that it was Yu Li who had brought Su Feng over, and hurriedly and enthusiastically led him to the hall. This is the condition of the third master's house. Don't be too shabby. Sit, sit, sit. If other people say this sentence, that is the preparation of a sumptuous seat to say polite words, but this sentence from the mouth of the 3 great masters, that can be the truth. Su Feng swept a glance at the 3 dishes set out on the table, and sporadically small pieces of meat could be seen. Su Feng couldn't help but wonder if this wouldn't be a gift of meat from himself. Good guy. Entertaining yourself with what you gave yourself. Stingy is not this stingy. Third master, you are slapping me in the face. You are the eldest, then you must sit first. This rule Su Feng still understands. Sitting in the south-facing north position, that is definitely where the head of the family sits. The third master wasn't polite either, and greeted Su Feng after sitting in the main seat next to him. Brother Xiecheng, you sit too. Su Feng was a bit younger than Yan Xiecheng, and it was quite appropriate to call him brother. Just call me on achievement. We look about the same age, and we'll all be buddies if we live in the same yard in the future. People don't care about the former suspicion, so polite. Yan Xiecheng naturally do not dare to be big. After all, also begged people to do it. That's right, you're all the same age. If you run into any trouble in the future, help each other out. Seeing Su Feng talking so politely to his own son, Lulu happily began to pour the wine. There were only 3 people drinking at a table, so they took 3 glasses and poured them full. The wine glass was placed in front of him, and the smell of wine went straight to Su Feng's nose. It always feels a little off. It doesn't smell or taste good. What's wrong with it? The 3 Amazons also brought up the last dish at this time, and it was still a big one. This big dish is a savory shredded. If you can't get 4 dishes together, you should have said so. There is no such thing as a savory dish on the table. We are not a country of sticks. However, Su Feng didn't show anything on his face and happily climbed into a conversation with the 3 great masters. Chapter 86, Yuli rubbed Su Feng's leg under the table. After 3 rounds of wine, the 3rd master deliberately steered the conversation toward Yan Xiecheng. Su Feng, I won't lie to you. Back when you first came to this courtyard, 3rd master thought that you were a capable one, good looking not to mention. I'm sure the family is well off. The sedan chair was carried by all. The 3rd master was ostensibly complimenting people, but in reality, he was probing Su Feng's bottom line. 3rd master, I'm just a rural person. Where is the condition of my family? No wonder the wine tastes so bland. I think it's been watered down. Entertaining guests with watered down wine. The 3rd master is not afraid to make a joke. Su Feng pretended not to taste it. After all, it is a white horse. Rice cannot be too rancid, is not it? The 3 Moncler outlet store like not hear the words. You have seen the countryside can come to the city to find a job, let alone a rolling mill, such state-run units. Not to mention that this kid's work time is less than a month before the transfer. If the family does not have a relative with a strong background, killing the 3 big masters he does not believe. It still seems like the chips aren't in place and people won't tell the truth. The 3 Moncler outlet store directly put in advance in the pocket of the 20 big solidarity out. Anyway, here are all family members. There is nothing that cannot be said in person. Su Feng will take it as a favor owed by the 3 great masters, and help Xiecheng get inside the steel rolling mill, even if it's a temporary job. After the 3rd master finished speaking, he pushed the money in front of Su Feng with a meaty face. The sudden change of heart was something Su Feng hadn't expected. Good lord, there aren't many families, even in the city, that can casually come up with $200. It's not for nothing that the 3 grand masters are living so stingy. This caused Su Feng a bit of a headache. He really wasn't lying. In my last life, I couldn't even get enough to eat. If I really had any background, would I have been so miserable? But on the contrary, the news that he had been turned so quickly had spread, causing this 3rd master to have misunderstandings that he shouldn't have. As soon as he thought of this, Su Feng couldn't help but raise a hint of resentment towards the 1st Moncler Jackets outlet yard. What's a big old man with such a long tongue? Su Feng didn't say anything, and the table immediately quieted down. The attention of the entire family was on Su Feng, waiting for him to make a decision. Qin Huairu finished her meal and took the boxed lunch to the communal sink to clean it. The silly column was not idle in the house, and hurriedly boiled a large pot of water. It was too late to take a shower, so I washed my face and oily hair first. The clothes on his body can no longer be worn, and he must hurry to change into a clean one to greet Qin Huairu. After all the work was done, there was a knock on the door just this side of the room. Coming. If someone else had knocked on the door, Silly Pillar wouldn't have been so polite. Quickly step forward to open the door. The doorway is standing pretty as not the fresh widow Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu didn't say anything, and directly handed the boxed lunch to Silly Pillar and left. Oy vey. Silly Column quickly called the person to stop, but Qin Huairu as if he did not hear. Footsteps do not stop at all back to their own home. There are still so many neighbors in the courtyard, and Silly Pillar is too embarrassed to pester. Setting the lunchbox casually on the table, he then immediately went to the mirror and took a look. Isn't this quite spirited? How come this girl doesn't pay much attention to people? Silly Pillar didn't understand. It seemed that he would have to ask Su Feng for advice in a while. Su Feng opened his mouth and wanted to tell the truth. After all, he really has no background, and he can't do anything for others even after taking the money. Offhand. At this time, his own pants leg seemed to be rubbed against him. According to the direction, it wasn't exactly Yuli who was sitting across the table. This is her man's house. What's she doing? Su Feng absently glanced at Yuli sitting across the table. The lowered her head and pretended that nothing had happened like this. In fact, Yuli didn't even dare to think that she was so bold. Just now, he was afraid that Su Feng would reject it in one breath, and then in a brainwave he rubbed his foot against Su Feng's calf. As expected, it had an effect, and Su Feng didn't reject it outright. Su Feng thought for a moment. Let's put it this way, Third Master. You can put the money away first. Hearing Su Feng's words, Third Master thought it was a rejection. Su Feng, just take it as, listen to me. Third Master, you know that jobs are in short supply no matter where they are now. let alone in a state-run organization like a steel rolling mill. If only the factory manager was my father, I'd help with this kind of thing. The point is not. After all, no one is too rich for their money, is they? In this case, third master, I have this matter in mind for a while. If there is a vacancy in the factory work, I will be the first to tell you. When the time comes to operate, getting a temp is not expected to be much of a problem. Su Feng spoke sincerely, but those who knew his identity knew that this kid was talking nonsense. That's fine. After it's done, the third master will definitely thank you heavily. Since it's not an outright rejection, it's a sign that there's something there, and it's the safest way to do it, so you don't have to pay out of pocket until you get a job. Definitely. Then third master, I'll go back first. The watered down wine tasted like horse urine, and it was simply hard to swallow for Su Feng, who liked to drink. Not to mention the dishes where you could see bits of meat sporadically, all of which were lost to the 3 children of the third grandmaster. It's impossible to get enough to eat, and you'll have to go back and get yourself something to eat. Things did not work out. 3 grandmasters were also retained. Let Yan Xiecheng get up to send. Yan Xiecheng sent Su Feng out of the moon gate and returned. Dad, do you think that kid is really willing to help us make a big effort? Let's just leave it to fate. At least that kid really does have access. You'll just take your time with him in the meantime. If the relationship gets better, it might cost nothing to get this done. The third master really dares to think that his son's character can become a lifelong friend of Su Feng? Who knows? Yan Xiecheng really dare to play such calculations. If you do not let Dad pay $200, then the company does not have to turn in. Don't worry, Dad. I'm definitely on board with this one. Hearing her own man say this, Yuli secretly skimmed her lips. If he hadn't played a little trick on himself just now, he would have refused. Just that little bit of meat fried 3 plates of food, and all the meat was let go to the family's house. And that wine Yuli do not even want to say. Just witnessed his father-in-law to water into it. With this kind of sincerity, do you still want them to get things done? Still 3 shifts, brothers. You know, the more gifts we get, the more we add. Chapter 87, Yuli screamed out in pain. Just now when I returned to the third master's house, I took a few bites of cabbage and drank a glass of watered down white wine. If he didn't prepare some more food at home, he would have to wake Su Feng up hungry at night. Immediately the sky is also almost dark. Now the fire cooking dinner time is estimated to have to light candles, or casually in the system mall to exchange something to pat it. Dude, I'm coming in. Su Feng had just entered the house with his front foot and was considering what to eat for dinner when Brother Zhuzi's voice rang out from outside. What's up, Brother Pillar? What do you want to see me about? Needless to think, it must be that Raider Qin Huiru didn't go well just now and wanted to ask himself to give him another tip. Busy with what, bro? The stupid column didn't say it outright. After all, the Jia family lives next door. Houses of this age are fine for shelter from the wind and rain. As far as soundproofing goes, it's pretty much non-existent. Don't mention it. Just now when I went to the third master's house to eat, I just ate 2 bites of cabbage in my mouth, and I'm still thinking about what to eat to fill my stomach in a while. This time Su Feng could grow a memory. No matter how much the third master said in the future, it was impossible to call him over for dinner. Ha ha ha, that Yen Lago is like that. Go brother, go to my place. Brother give you the whole 2 small dishes. Very soon. Silly Pillar didn't give Su Feng a chance to refuse, pulling the man towards his house. Su Feng also knew that Brother Pillar was being sincere, so he didn't refuse. Wait a minute, Brother Pillar. I'll go get a good thing. Su Feng walked into the inner room and came out with 2 more sausages in his hands. The fragrant snow sausage redeemed from the system mall, and going to the inner room to get it was mainly to hide it from the public. Ho! Fragrant snow sausage, this is good stuff. Silly column at a glance to see what you think hand holding a good thing. This thing in the food store that belongs to the high-grade products. What? Do you recognize this thing, Brother Pillar? Su Feng just casually exchanged in the system mall. This thing is convenient to eat. To say that recognizes Su Feng really do not know. Forget what a buddy does. A chef would be living in vain if he didn't recognize this stuff. I'll tell you why it's called Shangshue sausage. It's because it's made with Shaoxing Shangshue wine, which makes the finished product reddish in color and mellow in aroma, plus the addition of white fatty diced meat in it. The texture is soft and tender, not to mention red and white when sliced. If this were before, the people wouldn't have seen this kind of good stuff. The silly column spoke eloquently and seemed to know the stuff really well. No wonder the price given by the system is not low. The feelings of this thing production process is so troublesome, not to mention that there are fat dices. In these days of lack of grease, there's no bargain in anything laced with fat dinks. Su Feng followed Brother Zhu to his house, and Silly Zhu told him to sit down for a while he went to fix some dishes. Just hear the kitchen knife cutting vegetable pear sound strong and even. A moment's effort to serve 2 dishes out. One was steamed spiced snow sausage, seasoned with a garlic sauce for dipping, and a shredded potato in vinegar. For a staple, there's nothing else, just tortillas. Dude already ate. Drink or I'll get it? It would be a waste to eat such a good chorizo sausage dry, and it should definitely be paired with a small glass of wine smack. Brother Pillar, let's both have a cup each. Not greedy. I have to go to work tomorrow. It's not a good idea to get drunk every night. The stupid column was fine with that. He was just 2 or 3 cups worth. Half a glass of wine down and only a small portion of the 2 small dishes on the table remained. It was mainly eaten by Su Feng, and silly Pillar was just a taste for the wine. Dude, how come that didn't give a about me when I went through the process exactly like you said? Seeing Su Feng's speed of chucking food slow down, only then did silly Pillar bring the conversation to the point. Su Feng also knew the purpose of silly Pillar calling him over, and didn't find it strange to ask about it. Brother Pillar, that's your problem. People just died a man. Can't it be that Jia Dongxu's first 7 days have not yet passed and he's scratching his head at another man? Dude, don't sell me short. I know it's me. Silly column anxious scratching his ears. Thought the girl did not see him. Do you think, Brother Pillar, that you two know each other? The stupid column shook his head. Brother Pillar, I'll be honest with you. That Qin Huairu and I are from the next village over, and we've even met a few times. Now that I live in a home, people don't even talk to me when they see me, let alone you. After all, people have just lost their men, and it takes a while to get rid of that scar. You'll have to wait at least 6 months, a year or something in the meantime. After the wine and dinner, it was completely dark outside. Su Feng thought that it would be a good idea to go to the restroom now, so that he wouldn't have to climb down from the bed when he returned to the house later. Just around the corner, Yuli crashed head-on. I don't know if it was the dark or Yuli's intentional, but she directly crashed into Su Feng's arms. Ouch! Yuli ate the pain and screamed out, looking up to see that it was not someone else who hit. It's okay sis, I didn't notice the turn. Compared to Yuli bumping into a hard guy, Su Feng just felt a ball of soft flesh hit him. As expected, just as he thought, this little daughter-in-law's loose clothes hit a dimpled figure. It's fine. It's fine. It's dark and I didn't. Yuli spoke a little incoherently, having just rubbed someone's calf under the table. She didn't expect to bump into them again here. Sis, then I'll leave the door unlocked tomorrow. It's cold, you go back early. Yuli answered and flustered into the moon door. By the time I got to the house I could put my hand on my ear and sure enough it had started to burn. A few deep breaths were taken before entering the house. The daughter-in-law's comforter has been warmed. Lie down in it. There was no light in the house, and Yan Xiecheng couldn't see the strange expression on his daughter-in-law's face. Yuli took off the clothes on her body and lifted the quilt to get under the covers. In the past, if her own man had said this, Yuli would have felt that her man was really considerate. But now that I think about it, this kind of thoughtfulness costs almost nothing for any man. What's the use of having this kind of costless thoughtfulness when it comes to men who can't be relied on for big things? Every year in the winter, the family was stingy in burning coal. There is also this quilt stuffed inside the cotton. Yuli do not want to say. Said exaggerated. Not as much as people Su Feng curtains stuffed with cotton. Yan Xiecheng habitually put his hand on his daughter-in-law, but he was slapped away by Yuli with her hand. Don't touch the old lady, is bored to death day after day. Not even a job after being married for so long. It's almost New Year's Eve, and you can't even eat meat, let alone get new clothes. When I think of this, Yuli is angry. Miss sister children every day in front of their own show off. Those little sisters invited her to go out to play. She was embarrassed to go. Yan Xiecheng sensed his daughter-in-law's little temper and hastened to comfort her. Chapter 88. Who wouldn't crave this big girl? Daughter-in-law, don't be annoyed. Didn't our father already ask Su Feng to keep an eye on it? After having the letter, your man won't have a job. After we get our paychecks, let's not say we eat meat every day. Let's go to the department store every month and pick out some nice clothes. Yan Xiecheng knows how to draw a cake, and he has been drawing it from the time he got married until now. As a result, it's crammed into this small room every day, and it's not cool in the summer or warm in the winter, like buying new clothes, and not even eating a big piece of meat after being married for so long. Get some sleep. What else do you do but talk pretty? Yuli is too lazy to listen to her own man to draw a cake. If not for her, people Su Feng will directly refuse. Might as well go to bed early and wake up tomorrow to help people with curtains and quilts, which is real invisible money. Su Feng finished going to the restroom and touched the darkness to go back to his room to rest. There should not be a single light on in any of the homes, and if it wasn't for the fact that Su Feng's 5 senses had been strengthened by the system, there was a real possibility that he might have gone the wrong way at such a late hour. What's more, Su Feng couldn't help but fantasize whether a daughter-in-law would come out to go to the bathroom at night, and because of the darkness touch the wrong house and go to the wrong bed. Maybe in the future, Qin Huairu might go the wrong way. After all, living so close to each other. Thinking about it, Su Feng heatedly smiled. It is no wonder that Brother Pillar is so sad. This big girl who looks at it is not greedy. Going back to the house and lighting the candles, Su Feng held up the 3 kingdoms again and continued to read. As I read, an idea popped into my mind. The previous system search function could only find superficial treasures. If it's buried deep underground or hidden in a basement or something like that, the search function won't be useful. Since putting the jade pendant into the system space, the search function had been drastically strengthened. And that wasn't all. After the second jade pendant was put in, Su Feng was a bit curious about how perverse the search function was now. With a thought, the system map bloomed into ripples as if it were water. After about 5 seconds had passed, the map lit up with dozens of different colored lights. Holy! Looking at the densely packed bright spots on the map, Su Feng couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This time even more exaggerated than the last. The search function not only has an increased range, but it can also detect underground. So it's normal that there are so many more bright spots on the map. Far from it. Maybe it's a treasure in someone's house or hidden in the basement. The quadrangle alone lit up with another gold spot in addition to the treasures of the Su Kan and Jia families. And this golden spot was even far brighter than the one in the widow Wang's house by a few points. Thinking of a certain possibility, Su Feng's heart thumped. The search function was only enhanced this time to light up this gold dot. So it meant that the treasure was most likely buried underground. Zooming in on the map, Su Feng determined the location. And this gold spot was right next door to the third master's house. If Su Feng remembered correctly, there were a total of 3 people living in this household. And there was a big lad of the same age in the family who was about the same age as Su Feng. The oldest of the family is a steel rolling mill worker. And the youngest has no job. Su Feng also ran into. Look at the dress family should be quite limited. Think that is buried in the ground baby is not their family. Or you could say that this large family doesn't even know. If it was said to be something that had a master, Su Feng wouldn't have had any idea. After all, raking in the gold had to be done with a conscience. However, if something like this was unowned, then don't blame Su Feng for being impolite. But this baby was buried under someone's house, and it was almost impossible to get it out without alarming anyone. It seems that this matter must also be put aside for the time being, waiting for the time to slowly find the time later. Saturday morning. A good day starts with a noisy yard. Dude, go! Silly Column called out to Su Feng, and the two of them pushed their bicycles together out of the courtyard. The third Moncler outlet store is wiping his bicycle with a rag in front of the courtyard, and purposely got up early because he wanted to have a word with Su Feng. Man, that matter of the third master is in your hands. Ah, labor you more attention. The third master happily said a polite word. That old face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. It is close to making people feel physically uncomfortable. You're welcome. Let's go first, third master. Su Feng answered, and with a throw of his leg pedaled his bike towards the factory. On the way, Silly Zhu couldn't help but ask curiously, Brother, what did Zhen Laogo ask you to do? Said he'd let me introduce him to a job and said he'd give a $200 when it was done. Which I don't have. Su Feng didn't hide it. After all, this was something he hadn't wanted to accomplish. Get a job at our steel mill? Su Feng nodded. Wah! This yen old gouge is playing a good calculation. Brother, our factory that is a state-run unit. Even a temporary worker must be this number. The stupid Column held the handlebars in one hand and the other hand was fully open with 5 fingers extended. 500? Market price. Su Feng really does not understand. Dare to say that his job is so valuable. What do you think, brother? Even take 500 may not be able to do things. This yen old man heart really black. Ah, good lord. It looks like the third master really didn't try to get his son a job. Su Feng is also too lazy to think about this matter, and will find a random excuse to go to the ball after a while. Dude, what do you say I take her to and from work on my bike tomorrow morning? This her, needless to say, was naturally Qin Huairu. What do you think, brother Pillar? Su Feng had a look of looking at an idiot. Embarrassing Silly Column. After going to the factory to order, Su Feng went straight to Sujia village. Cotton and backs were ready, as well as fabric for making cotton coats, all strapped to the wagon frame. When I arrived home, I gave my things to the sisters and then called Wang next door, doubting. You haven't had any discomfort in the past 2 days, have you? Little Duden is indeed quite cute, and in the future, he will also be considered as half of his own son, so it is normal for Su Feng to care about him. It's okay, Uncle Su. My mom told me that when I grow up in the future, I want to repay Uncle Su. Then your Uncle Su can remember it. After rubbing his stomach staring at his little head, and explaining to his daughter-in-law, Su Feng went to find Shoshan and a few of them. The original plan was to raise the yard wall a bit and stick in glass bottle shards or something. Take advantage of the fact that tomorrow is a day off and put this on the agenda for the next 2 days. Su Feng didn't know how to do these jobs either, but there were skilled craftsmen in the village. I'll go to town again this afternoon to get some whole glass shards to haul back, and then I'll stick a loop in the raised yard wall. 2 days of work and it's almost done. It's a little rough, but it's absolutely fine against those petty thieves. And of course, there was Widow Wang's house. Lest Aunt Lee's second son from his family come over to climb the courtyard wall every night. Thanks. Come over to help people. Su Feng is not petty at all. Gave 2 days of wages not to mention. One person also scratched a piece of meat. Brothers, these 2 days is really a little busy. When the vacation home to add more. Chicken filet's data has dropped by half in a few days. Chicken filet is blue and thin. Chapter 89, Sultry Bitch. In the evening, Shou Shan treats us to a gathering of the brothers who play well together. That's the way it is when you play together. Today you're treating me and the day after that I'm treating you. It turns out that Su Feng wanted to be the host of this, but let his brothers reject it. He couldn't let Su Feng treat him every time. It wasn't that. Shou Shan insisted that Su Feng did not tear ba. Then tonight he will taste his sister-in-law's handiwork. Daughter-in-law. I'm going to Shou Shan's house for dinner tonight. So if I'm back late you guys go to bed first. Greeting the sisters, Su Feng walked to the village chief's house on 2 legs. Ever since the day had risen, Su Feng had never gone to the village chief's house without setting out to do so. It could be said that Su Feng had a good life today without the help of the village chief. Finding an unoccupied corner, he redeemed a bottle of cream of wheat and 2 large boxes of calcium milk biscuits from the system mall. And the fragrant snow sausage I ate with Brother Pillar yesterday. I didn't get enough of it at once and cashed in 5 more. The old mayor's teeth aren't as good as they used to be, so he can eat the calcium milk cookies just as well as he can soften them in cream of wheat in boiling water. The evening is a simple potluck. Jianjun and a few of them will not take anything. Avoiding embarrassment for a few of them, Su Feng deliberately went over early. Brother Shou Shan, quickly walking to the village chief's house, Su Feng shouted loudly from the doorway. I guess the gate was closing for fear of the wind pouring into the yard at night. After waiting a short while the gate opened to reveal a tigerish watermelon head. This is Brother Shou Shan's son, nicknamed Tai Dan. Grandpa. It's Uncle Su Feng. This kid is just a year younger than Dudding, but his body is much more solid than Dudding's. The last time Su Feng came over to visit the village chief, Su Feng not only took 2 pounds of brown sugar, but also carried a large roast duck and a large watermelon. That night can put the iron egg small belly to support the round, but also eat the mouth full of oil. Other people Tai Dan may not be able to remember, but take so many delicious Su Feng Tai Dan can remember for a lifetime. So Tai Dan opened the door and saw that it was the most wanted Su Feng, not to mention how happy he was. Here iron egg, take the cookie in your arms. As soon as he opened the door, Tai Dan put his eyes on what Su Feng was holding in his hand, and when he heard Uncle Su open his mouth, he immediately and happily reached out and took it. Grandpa, Uncle Su brought me good food again. Iron Egg ran back to the house clutching his calcium milk cookies and cream of wheat, intending to eat them with Grandpa. Shou Shan squatted in the courtyard plucking chicken feathers, the hand of the small pheasant plus the mountain-picked mushrooms a stew. That is tonight's a big dish. Go sit in the house. Buddy's busy. After being here for so long and not for the first time, Su Feng came here as if it were his own home. It's spiced snow sausage. Remember to steam it on later and mix up a little spice sauce. Just now, Tai Dan carried a big bag of things into the house, and Shou Shan's daughter-in-law hurriedly followed him in. Lest this loser little brat, in a moment's time, build it all. After the explanation, Su Feng put the fragrant snow sausage in the kitchen and followed into the house. Mom, I'm begging you. I want it. As soon as he entered the house, he heard Iron Egg's mouth watering. This is what your uncle Su Feng bought for your grandpa. We're going to eat in a while, so stop. Shou Shan's daughter-in-law is not unwilling to give up. The key is to eat the cookies for a while. This kid will not eat properly. Tai Dan is not afraid of anyone at home, but is afraid of his own mom. Seeing Uncle Su Feng walk in, he immediately looked at him pitifully. My sister-in-law brought it over just for the kids, and it doesn't hurt to have a cookie. That jar contains cream of wheat. Use boiling water to make a cup for Uncle Su and Tai Dan. When Tai Dan heard this, the corners of his mouth grinned to the back of his head. Mom, Uncle Su Feng said it all. Shou Shan's daughter-in-law, pestered by Tai Dan, had no choice but to unwrap the calcium cracker bag and take one for Tai Dan, then took down the little bamboo basket that was hanging and put all the remaining cookies in it and rehung it. If you put it in a place where Iron Egg can reach it, you're sure to have the kid stealing it in 2 or 3 days. Iron Egg took the cookie and carefully held it in the palm of his hand and nibbled on it, afraid of dropping some crumbs on the floor. Shou Shan's daughter-in-law turned to the kitchen and got a bowl, 2 spoonfuls in one of them and one in the other. Smaller bowl. Lifting the warmth and pouring a 9-minute full, the big bowl was brought to Uncle Su who was sitting on the kong. Uncle Su, how's your health these days? Su Feng followed suit and sat on the bed, chattering with Uncle Su. Little Feng, don't bring this good stuff over here later. Take it to your daughter-in-law. Ever since Aunt Ho-Hot's accident, Uncle Su had aged as if he had pressed the accelerator button. Don't worry Uncle Su, it's not that hot anymore, you taste it. After an hour of work, the dishes for the evening meal were almost ready. I can't say it's exquisite, but it's just a lot of food. Ever since the last time one person shared 2 silver bricks, 1 or 2 of the smiles at the corners of their mouths hadn't come down. Ego I this what intestines I show Shan brother. This little flavor how so fragrant. Jianjun clamped a piece of fragrant snow sausage, dipped in garlic water almost fragrant heel. This is what Su Feng took. Ask him. Shou Shan hastily clamped a piece and put it in his mouth to taste the flavor. Jianjun said without exaggeration. Brother Peek you tell me how to fill this sausage. I'll have my daughter-in-law straighten it out someday. The other big boys at the table tasted it and thought the same thing. Those without daughters-in-law could pour it themselves. Su Feng cleared his throat. What he had just learned from Brother Pillar yesterday came in handy today. The sausages are called fragrant snow sausages, and they're actually quite simple to make. It's just the Shaoxing Shangshua wine and diced fat meat added to the ingredients. Otherwise it's done like any other sausage. As soon as Su Feng's words left his mouth, Jianjun asked Su Feng with a puzzled expression. What Xing? Good lord. Su Feng was different when he went to the city. Words they hadn't heard before popping out of his mouth from time to time. As soon as he heard that there was going to be blah 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 wine and fatty diced meat added, the Kenyan stopped dwelling on the subject. That's all Su Feng understood, and he'd have to show his face if he said more. Brother Su Feng, why did you raise the courtyard wall and insert shards of glass for a good reason? Su Feng also did not hide that Su Zhuang is also Su Chang brother. One night saw that boy in the middle of the night do not sleep lying on the wall of the widow Wang. There are times when I live in the city and you know it, so maybe that kid is on the wall of my yard. The big lads at the table had a strange look on their faces when they heard that. Su Zhuang this kid looks honest. Feelings are a stuffy. Brother Su Feng, catch a chance to clean up that kid for a beating and he'll be honest. Su Feng nodded, and he thought the same thing. Really too busy for a while on a chapter. See how the situation make up back brothers. Chapter 90, it seems Lan Giro has been tortured by Chief Li. Let's go. Brother Shou Shan, we'll go up the mountain again some other day when we have time. Tomorrow, Monday, to go to work in the factory. Su Feng did not stay long. Although Su Feng had mostly been mucking around after the transition, this official job still had to be taken slightly more seriously. Tonight, I drank the village chief's own wine, and when I went out and the wind blew, I was really a bit drunk. As for giving Su Feng a drunken stupor, that wasn't so bad, just a little unsteady walking on the way back. The moon overhead was hidden by the clouds, and if it wasn't for Su Feng's good eyes he really couldn't see the road. Meow. Only with a whoosh, a wildcat leapt past Su Feng's feet. Wild cats and dogs in the village are already abundant, and it's normal to come across them at night, so they might have been chasing rats just now. Su Feng lifted his feet to hurry towards his home, when another wild dog suddenly scurried over behind him. The size of the wild dog was not small, and coupled with its surprisingly fast speed, it almost knocked Su Feng off his feet. Damn! All the way smooth for so long, almost planted these 2 heads. Look at this, look, is a dog shooing a cat. Su Feng followed and took 2 steps. Sure enough, I saw these 2 pinched together. What's going on here is that the cat and the dog are still fighting. Meow. Woof. The wild dog attacked frantically, relying on its slightly larger size, while the wild cat pulled wildly, relying on its athletic body and night vision. In a short period of time, these 2 heads can't really be divided into winners and losers. Su Feng watched the hustle and bustle and felt bored and was about to go back when the 2 heads suddenly erupted into a flood of power and tangled together. You bite my head. I scratch your neck with my claws. Only 2 miserable screams rang out, and the 2 heads fell to the ground. Good guy, what time, what grievances are this is? Have to spell out your death. By the looks of it, these 2 feral cats and dogs are afraid they won't survive the night. The twisting place is not far from Su Feng's house. If he died here in a few days there would have to be a body odor. His daughter-in-law is pregnant, so she must die far away. Su Feng casually put the 2 fallen on the ground into the system space, and when there is time to find a faraway place to bury in the soil, it is also considered a merit. Clapped his hands and went straight to the house. So late and still not home, daughter-in-law is estimated to be waiting for himself. What Su Feng did not notice is that the moment the wild dog and wild cat were thrown into the system space, the white smoke that attracted the jade pendant in the past was scattered, and it was crazy to drill inside these 2 bodies. Walking to the courtyard entrance, Su Feng deliberately took a look at the courtyard wall of Sister Wang's house. In the past, when it was this dark, there would definitely be a demented man lying on the courtyard wall of Sister Wang's house. It was now stuck full of shards of glass, completely curing the boy Su Zhuang of his voyeurism. Feng is cold on his bike in the morning, so he doesn't have to come back so often in the future. Early in the morning Su Feng tossed and climbed out of bed, and the shallow sleeping Shuriwei woke up when she heard the commotion. Worried about her man's hard work and cold, Shuriwei took pains to admonish him. Why is this my home and still won't let me come back? You 2 stole a man behind my back? Su Feng tucked in his daughter-in-law's quilt corner as he dressed, and listened to his daughter-in-law deliberately flirt with the idea of not letting herself come back. What are you talking about? Dog bites Lu Dongbin and doesn't know what's good for him. Sure, Yue hummed arrogantly. Obviously she was about to give birth to a child but still as youthful as a young girl. Joking daughter-in-law. Come on, let your man have a kiss. After kissing Shi Yue's little face red, Su Feng pedaled his bike towards 49 City. Should I say no? It was indeed cold in the morning and the wind was whistling into my arms. When the day gets a little colder, I'll exchange a leather jacket or military coat from the System Mall. That thing is definitely windproof. Rushed to the rolling mill. Su Feng pointed out also did not run around with the old-timers like staying in the office to touch the fish. Now it's cold. Go to the countryside to suffer, not to say that you cannot receive any good things. It is better to stay in the factory. Master Zhou, I'll add a cup of tea for you. Master Zhou is also getting older and will soon reach retirement age. After leading Su Feng onto the path, he was just 3 days of fishing and 2 kings of sunshine for his work. Probably just waiting to retire so that his son can take over his job. I'm an old guy who touches the fish even if it's not enough. You kids are young and don't want to climb up the ladder a bit? Ever since Su Feng had helped Section Chief Li solve an immediate problem, Zhou Weiguai had thought that the kid was a driven one. Who would have guessed that after this kid's conversion, he would not be seen every day after he ordered a dime? We don't have any skills. We don't have any background. So we're thankful to have an official job. So we don't dare to have so many ideas. This was really Su Feng's true thought. He was a lazy person in his last life. And the biggest change in this life is that he knows how to love his daughter-in-law. As for work, does that matter? Ha ha ha, your kid's mind is put at ease. There was an hour of talking and laughing about touching the fish, and it was only at this time that Lan Giju walked into the office with her buttocks twisted. Su Feng, although a few of them touch fish but at least ready to rush to the factory point. On the contrary, this little young woman want to come when to come, want to go when to go. With the hard relationship with the Li section chief is good on the not to pursue the next not to report. This small life is nourishing. Su Feng swept a glance at the amplitude of Lan Giru's buttock twisting, which was obviously more unnatural than before. Looks like yesterday's day off wasn't tossed around by Chief Li. After a while, Chief Li came over to do his rounds of work with his hands behind his back. After exchanging a few glances with Lan Giru first, he then cleared his throat to draw the attention of everyone in the office. In light of our office's excellent performance during this time, especially comrades Su Feng and Lan Giru, with the approval of the factory leadership, let's get together at the old Four Sheep Shabu Shabu restaurant tonight and have a good meal for him. I didn't expect such good news on my first day of work on Monday. It's the perfect time to eat shabu shabu for fall fats now that the weather has started to fall. In that case, Section Chiefly, I'll bring my son along for the guys to get to know. Zhou Weiguai is not letting his son to rub the shabu shabu. The main thing is that his son immediately take over the class. In advance, and the future colleagues to recognize and make a deal is no harm. Sure thing. Everyone can bring a family member, and whoever's late at 6 p.m. will first punish themselves with 3 drinks. Chiefly also understands the intention of Master Zhou, happily responded. After saying that, he didn't linger any longer, gave Lan Giru a look, and walked out of the office with his hands behind his back. Yesterday morning from Kunming, spent a day to rush back home. The younger brother is not feeling well, has been accompanied to the hospital, busy on and off. Brothers, forgive me, these days for the time being one more. Busy after must add more to make up for it. Just one more chapter in the past 2 days, so I won't be so cheeky as to ask for gifts from my brothers. Chapter 91, letting your daughter-in-law go out to eat with others. The shift ended just after 5 p.m. And Chief Li walked into the office right on time. Then everyone go home. Let's meet at 6 o'clock at the old Four Shabu Shabu restaurant on time. It's cold, let's eat early and go home early. Chief Li's intention is naturally to let everyone go home and bring a family member over to rub a good meal, which is also considered a hidden benefit of the factory. Su Feng's family members were all in Sujia village, and there was still some time before the gathering, so he simply went back to the quadrangle to take a look around. I bumped into Brother Pillar at the gate with an aluminum box inside the mesh pocket on his bike. Brother Pillar, are you planning to fight a protracted war? That's a must, with dude's conditioned sooner or later to impress her. A smug expression appeared on the stupid column's face. It seemed that the boxed lunch was filled with goodies. To say that this Qin Huairu evolved from a widow to a blood-sucking white lotus flower, the silly column accounted for at least 30% of the reason in it. Returning to the courtyard together, Silly Pillar repeated the same trick and waited for Qin Huairu to return to the courtyard before handing it to Jia Zhang in front of her. Jia Zhang's natural joy to receive the hand, the old face wrinkled into a chrysanthemum, patting the silly column's ass. And then this down. The courtyard do not know the truth. Still think stupid column to this old widow have any idea it. After delivering the boxed lunch, Silly Pillar wanted to take the opportunity to chat with Qin Huairu. But Chin Huairu acted as if he didn't exist and went straight into the house with a twist of her butt. This makes the silly column a bit dumbfounded. How can he deliver the boxed lunch cannot be delivered wrong? Quite a few in the courtyard look to try to be funny, but too many are looking at the silly column for a joke, just not to their faces. The three great masters are in this category, but this time they have learned their lesson not to directly dislike the stupid column. Seeing Su Feng enter the house, he immediately turned around and walked into the moon door to speak to his daughter-in-law. This had nothing to do with Su Feng pushing open the door and entering the house. The bed was still the same, but the lodging curtains had disappeared. By all accounts, sewing 2 curtains in a day should be a breeze. It is assumed that Yuli waited for him to come back to bring it over. Maybe the wages were settled on the same day. No, what comes to mind is not Yuli's footsteps outside the door. Back ah Su Feng, look at this curtain sewing okay? When she said this, Yuli's tone was a bit weak. Su Feng put a big bag of cotton in the house at her disposal, and when Yuli took it back to sew the curtains, her own man had a crooked idea. He said something about not being able to use up all the cotton, and that the extra would be good for him to get a pair of cotton pants or something, so that he could have a new pair of pants to wear in the winter. It is reasonable to say that people Su Feng gave $1 of wages. Cotton if you cannot use up certainly have to return with people, but the old Yin family practiced is another section of the standard. As long as the cotton into the house, that is their own things. Yuli couldn't argue with a large family and could only listen. Su Feng took the lodging curtain and squeezed the feel of it, and it was really quite thicker than the original. When winter comes with a fireplace burning in the house, it will be absolutely awesome to keep warm with this. Thanks sis, here's the hard-earned money I'll give you up front. Su Feng took $2 from the pocket directly into the hands of Yuli. The said not to say, this small daughter-in-law just married over the small hand is soft. When the curtains were first sewn, they agreed on $1, and now that there is an additional quilt, Su Feng simply gave $2 together. Feeling her hand being held by a large hand, Yuli's ears burned a little. Looking at the hand of $2 Yuli did not feel joy, but instead rose a deep sense of guilt. People are so sincere and generous, but their big family is thinking that they think people are stupid to take advantage of them. It's too much Su Feng, why don't you take back $1? $2 could buy 3 pounds of meat, and Yuli didn't think she had helped much. Take it sis, look how tightly stitched the curtains are. It's $2 well spent. Su Feng didn't give Yuli a chance to refuse. Sister, you help me hang up the curtains by the way. I still have something to go out for a while. Oh, good. Since Su Feng said so, Yuli did not excuse herself while hanging the curtains and asked in passing, how can you go out and be busy so late? It's not busy, it's just that the unit is treating the whole office to shabu shabu. It says you can bring a family member, and it's inconvenient for my family to be in the village, so I'll just come back and slip in before I go over. Su Feng casually explained, but he wasn't inviting Yuli. This is someone's daughter-in-law. What's it like for him to bring it up to a dinner party? In that case, you can eat more later then. When she heard the word shabu shabu, the corners of Yuli's mouth began to secrete saliva. Hearing Su Feng say that he could bring a family member, Yuli was thinking that it would be nice if she was Su Feng's daughter-in-law. Not only do you get free shabu shabu to eat, but you also have such a spacious house to stay in. It didn't take much work to get both curtains all hung. Sis, you sit there and rest for a while. I'll make you a cream of wheat. Su Feng didn't have any other ideas. He couldn't be petty if people did him a favor. And the supplies spent on Yuri can also double the reward. Not. The mosquito is still meat. No, you're not going to get together later. Sis won't bother you. I'll go back first. Yuli, we're still good. Put $2 in the pocket and went out of the house. Su Feng didn't insist and sent the person away with a few polite words. Went back to the house and made myself a cup of cream of wheat to warm up, and drank it almost ready to go. Yuli went through the moon door and put $1 in her inside pocket when no one was looking. He was afraid his stingy father-in-law would find out she got $2 and ask her to take $1 away. If it's only $1, it's always embarrassing to ask for it to go away. What's up, daughter-in-law? Did that kid pay you for your work? Yan Xiecheng was waiting in the house, and when he saw that his daughter-in-law had an extra $1 in her hand, he knew that he had money for tomorrow's cigarettes. Yan Bugui looked at the $1 in his daughter-in-law's hand. His eyes flickered a few times, and in the end he still didn't have the heart to open his mouth. That kid is generous, giving money so readily. Yan Xiecheng has already calculated the sweet words in his heart. If he can ask for all, this $1 will be beautiful. What's this? People will be treated to shabu shabu by their unit later, and they can bring a family member. Looking at her man's incapable appearance, Yuli didn't even bother to spit. Once he heard that Su Feng could eat shabu shabu for free, Yan Xiecheng became envious again. The third master looked like he had caught the point. That kid's family isn't even in 49 City, so wouldn't this spot be a waste? Yuli, you didn't sew this and that for him. Go and talk and see if you can take it on for you too. The third master is simply not taking enough advantage of the situation, letting his daughter-in-law go out to eat with other big boys. One more chapter, guys. Tomorrow afternoon. My brother is much better, and is now home. I'm going to start popping from tomorrow, and I'm asking for a small gift to add some motivation. Chapter 92, setting off the daza in the chest even more loftily. Ah, Dad, that's not good. Yan Xiecheng must be the first to be reluctant. This kind of gathering is with family members. Let Su Feng bring his daughter-in-law there, like what words? Those who didn't know thought Su Li was Su Feng's daughter-in-law. What's wrong with that? Since it's okay if you don't let Xiaoli go. You get the money and take Xiaoli to eat shabu-shabu. If it wasn't for the fear of losing face, the three great masters would have wanted to dabble in a meal of shabu-shabu with Su Feng. I don't remember the last time I ate shabu-shabu was who treated me, and that flavor Yen Bugui recalled for a week. Look, Dad, where do I get the money? After saying that Yan Xiecheng looked at his daughter-in-law and other men out to eat, his daughter-in-law should not be happy. Dad, this isn't too good. People, Su Feng didn't even mention this. When Yuli spoke, Yan Xiecheng felt that the sky had collapsed, and it was not obvious that he wanted to follow to eat shabu-shabu. This kind of thing people Su Feng certainly will not take the initiative to mention. Look at you to help that kid sew curtains on the sake of our own initiative to mention he certainly will not refuse. Anyway, and does not cost him money. Afraid of not being able to keep up, Yen Bugui hurriedly urged his daughter-in-law to find Su Feng. Okay, then I'll change my clothes. After all, it was a restaurant, and the beauty-loving Yuli definitely couldn't dress as shabby as she usually did. In a trice, Yuli went back to the house and changed into what she thought was her best outfit. A jacket was worn over the top of a leotard, which set off the already unimpressive grain sacks even more majestically. Dad, then I'll take a ride on that bike of yours. It's always embarrassing to hobble someone's bike again after all the hobbling. Yuli still knows the difference. If she really sat on the back of Su Feng's bike to rub it in, then she wouldn't really become someone else's daughter-in-law. Xiaoli, it's not that Dad won't lend it to you, but you know that our bicycle won't last for years, so we must use it sparingly. That boy Su Feng wouldn't be that cheap. His Phoenix bike was sturdy, not to mention he had a soft cushion sewn on the back seat. Go on. Maybe the people are out of the hospital by now. Yen Bugui looks like he is thinking about his daughter-in-law, but isn't he essentially stingy? Yuli was too lazy to spit, and with a twist of her butt, she went out of the house to find Su Feng to go out for some shabu-shabu. According to the Yen family, this no meat and fish days past. Days long Yuli are afraid of their own proud grain bag to starve. Only Yan Xiecheng was left frozen in place. His daughter-in-law just changed into beautiful clothes, watery, and went out to eat with other men? Yuli does not care what her incompetent man thinks. If he dares to have an opinion, he will lose his temper and go back to his mother's home. Quickly stepping out of the moon door, he noticed Qin Huairu standing next to the sink washing clothes at a glance. I don't know how this pretty new daughter-in-law has so many dirty clothes in her house, washing them every night at this hour. It's just a matter of washing clothes, but the charm emanating from her body is almost as strong as that of the kneading pan Jinlian. Those who know are doing laundry. Those who don't think they're seducing men around this pool. Sister Huairu, have you seen Su Feng? Yuli didn't care if she was seducing men. The door to Su Feng's house was already closed, and he hurried to ask her about it. If I had known just now, I wouldn't have talked so much nonsense with my own eunuch, and went back to the house to change my clothes and hurry out. Just pushed my bike out and it was just back and forth. Qin Huairu also really do not understand this little daughter-in-law how to find people every day. Su Feng it. Is her family masters do not care? And he's dressed up. What's he doing out? But it's nothing to do with her. She'll answer whatever people ask her. Okay, thanks big sister. As soon as Yuli heard that she could still catch up, she didn't say any more nonsense and hurried out of the hospital. Sure enough, he saw Su Feng holding his bike at the entrance of the courtyard, and his long legs were preparing to get on the bike to be going. Su Feng. In the heat of the moment, Yuli hurriedly shouted. Hearing someone behind him called him, Su Feng turned back. Behind him stood a beautiful daughter-in-law. Is not Yuli. What's the matter, sis? Is something wrong with you? If he delayed the gathering for a while longer, he would be late for the dinner. So Su Feng did not talk nonsense. Seeing Su Feng twist his head to look at himself, Yuli reacted embarrassed to speak. Those thoughts just now were all taken too much for granted by herself and her father-in-law. In case people, Su Feng was not willing to take her. Where are you going? Take sis with you. What Yuli wants is to get on the back of the bike first and then talk about it. And then talk about it on the way. Anyway, the car was on in a while, so Su Feng couldn't just not take her. That's fine then sis, you get in. It's a bit of a rush. It caused Su Feng to be confused. This does not even know where he is going to rub the bike, but also talent. Know this, you sister changed a beautiful set of clothes, really eye-pleasing. Especially the pair of big ZA in front of the chest. Yuli sat sideways on the back seat. which was softly patted and didn't pinch her but at all. Hold on tight sis. I'm in a bit of a hurry. Ride faster. At the entrance to the courtyard, Yuli was too embarrassed to put her arm around Su Feng's waist, and Su Feng made a point of reminding him. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the bike took off. At first Yuli didn't put her arm around Su Feng's waist even if she was worried about falling down, and after she was some distance away from the quadrangle, no one knew them anyway, so they tightened their arms around Su Feng's waist as if he were their own man. Side embrace. Yuli also in the side of self-hypnosis. He is worried about falling down. Fall up but peer before embracing. It should be said or not that the man had a really strong waist, and was definitely quite a bit better in the kangaroo than his own deadbeat counterpart. Realizing that she was thinking off the mark, Yuli's ears started to burn. After a while, he didn't know if the road was too bad, or if Su Feng was specifically riding towards those potholes. Anyway, the bike picks up speed for a while and then brakes suddenly. Yuli sat in the back of the line of sight, was blocked by Su Feng, not ready in time to jump on Su Feng's back several times. It's a good thing I have a pair of big zaps as a cushion, but it's not like my chest hurts a few times like this. Yuli also reacted to the fact that this kid was doing it on purpose, gritting her teeth and pinching Su Feng's waist with her hand. Sis, I'm taking you with me. Why are you pinching my waist? Su Feng was also thick-skinned enough to not even bring himself to admit that he did it on purpose. You know it in your own heart. Yuli took the cheeky Su Feng no matter what, and ranted. In the end, there was no way to do it, so she honestly stuck to the man and wrapped her arms tightly around his waist. Right sis, where are you going? Hello, name a place and I'll drop you off. I don't know if it's on the way or not, but if it's not, I'm probably going to be late for the potluck later. If you want that sis, we'll go there. What? No? Perhaps because she had been taken advantage of a bit by Su Feng, Yuli's tone of voice hardened. Su Feng then reacted, feeling that this sister wanted to go rubbing shabu-shabu with him, but was just too embarrassed to say so explicitly. That must work sis. Let's go eat shabu-shabu together. Chapter 93, Does this kid have a cuckold fetish? At first, when Su Feng saw that Yuli had changed into a pretty dress, he thought that this little daughter-in-law was going back to her mother's house. Hearing that she would go wherever he went, Su Feng was even more confused. Sister, I mean something else. Yan Xiecheng, he can let you come out to dinner with me? After all, Su Feng had only just moved to this courtyard and was still a strong young man. While shabu-shabu is indeed good, there are things that can be more important than shabu-shabu. Does this kid have a cuckold fetish? Try him if he dares to say more. It was my father-in-law who said I should come to you. Hearing Yuli say this, Su Feng didn't find it strange, and it wasn't the first time that the stingy three masters had done this kind of anticlimactic thing. As for Yan Xiecheng, a man with no ability is like a dog, and has no say at all, either at home or in the relationship between husband and wife. After figuring it out, Su Feng didn't say any more nonsense and went straight to Old Four Shabu Shabu restaurant. When we arrived at the place and asked the waiter, it was in a private room on the second floor. Although this Shabu Shabu restaurant is not as famous as Don Lai Shun, the quality is not far behind. The most important thing is that it is affordable. After all, it is a factory benefit. The waiter pointed to the location, and Su Feng led Yuli up to the second floor. The door was open. Section Chief Li was chatting with Master Zhou, and Lan Gira was sitting next to Section Chief Li, interjecting a few words from time to time. The atmosphere was quite lively, and it was just a matter of Su Feng coming over and the people arriving. I'm sorry, Chief Li. Live a little far, rushed over a little slow. A moment I self-punished 3 plates of meat. The last time he had run into Section Chief Li's good deed with Lan Giru, it had instead brought Su Feng and Section Chief Li a lot closer. Ha ha ha, you kid. Since you call me Li on the outside, this is a younger sibling, right? As soon as Yuli came in, Chief Li's attention was on Yuli's pair of big zaps. Look at this, scale degree is not inferior to Lan Guiru. This kid is good fortune. Yuli knew it would be so misunderstood, but a trace of unnaturalness still flashed across her pretty face. Brother Li, you've got it wrong. This is my sister from the same yard as me. She has nothing to do, so she brought me here to rub a meal of shabu shabu in our factory. This can be explained clearly. If later made a misunderstanding, give him a lifestyle immoderate, that would be bad luck. Oh so, sit down. Sit down. Chief Li gave a look that a man would understand and didn't say anything more. Su Feng acted as if he didn't understand the meaning of Section Chief Li's smile. Having already mentioned it, he didn't explain too much. Sitting down next to Master Zhou, Yuli naturally sat next to herself. Chief Li didn't bring his family over. After all, with the way he was treated, he didn't need to take advantage of this small advantage. Lan Giru brought over a 4 or 5-year-old boy, with the Li section chief very familiar look. Unknowingly thought it was a large family. Master Zhou brought his own son over. His facial features were a bit similar to Master Zhou's, and he looked about the same age as Su Feng. But this kid is not right. I do not know if it is Su Feng's illusion. this kid's eyes from time to time on Lan Giru. As for the one who stole the chicken but lost the rice, Li Jiafeng brought his aged yellow face. He didn't say anything and waited quietly for the shabu shabu to be served later. Master Zhou introduces it. Not to say that we should get to know each other in advance. Although Section Chief Li spoke beautifully, his attention was focused on Yu Li. It is true that Lan Giru is beautiful, and her body is also really dimpled. But always eating one dish always gets boring, doesn't it? At this particular time, Su Feng brought over a pretty little daughter-in-law. If you're living a normal life, how can you come out to a party like this with another man? It is also presumed to be a dislike of the poor, but her family's condition is still average. And this kind of Li section chief to deal with it is simply a granny blowing her nose, the hand to take the pinch. Brat, this is Chief Li. Say hello to Chief Li. Look at people Su Feng how to get close to the chief of Li set. Their own family this with a dumb turtle. Half a day cannot hold out a fart. Master Zhou's son stood up in response and faced Section Chief Li to introduce himself. Lan Giru, who was sitting next to Section Chief Li, couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh out softly when she saw how nervous this kid was. The beauty of a smile that is naturally stirring. Almost to this little solo look froze, only to hear Master Zhou cough twice. The boy looked back and scratched his head awkwardly. Then the people at the table focused their attention on Su Feng, seeing as how the crowd meant that they wanted Su Feng to properly introduce the pretty little daughter-in-law sitting next to him. This is my sister Yu. Living in a courtyard usually helps me a lot. The family is in the countryside, so I thought I'd bring sister Yu over for a shabu shabu dinner. Su Feng skipped over it in 2 sentences, and didn't say that it was Yu Li who had to follow him up. That was something only a stupid person would do. Obviously, Section Chief Li wasn't very satisfied with this introduction of Su Feng, but he couldn't say anything more. Skipping Li Jiafeng, Lan Giru introduced her son. Only now did Su Feng realize that this Lan Giru was also a nominal widow. Her man was imprisoned for committing a crime, and according to Lan Giru's statement, he is expected to squat inside for a few years, which is not a widowhood. It's not easy being an orphan or a widow, so naturally you think about finding a man you can rely on. So tragic that it would be a tear in the hearer's eye and a silence in the hearer's ear. It was as if Master Zhou's son was infected. His eyes were red. Well, let bygones be bygones. I have to live my own life out there, people, don't I? Chief Li came to a conclusion, and the waiter's side began to serve the food. There were so many people that 2 copper stoves were served, one on each side, to ensure that everyone at the table could get their hands on the meat. As soon as the meat was cooked, no one was talking nonsense. They all stuck their chopsticks into the copper oven. After eating for about an hour, the coals in the copper fireplace drew up the temperature of the room. Su Feng took the lead and took off his jacket, and the others took off their jackets and hung them on the chairs as if they were causing a chain reaction. Sitting opposite Lan Giru wore a close-fitting thin sweater. Luscious upper body to the Li section chief fascinated do not want to do not make no sense. Su Feng just glanced at it and didn't look at it much. To really talk about proportions, it wasn't as good as Yu Li who was sitting next to him, coupled with the fact that sister Yu, although married but did not conceive a child, not only is the person's 7 rhyme not lost to her, the skin condition is obviously better than Lan Giru on a level. But Master Zhou's son seems to like Lan Giru's model. His eyes hard not to leave the pair of big tie of others. Chief Li was the same, but the segment was much more advanced than the boys, and his eyes swept over Tali's grain bag from time to time. Although it was very subtle, it was hard for Su Feng to not notice when he was sitting right next to Yu Li. Su Feng kicked Yu Li under the table. But the woman didn't know if she didn't understand or was too hot, and had no intention of putting her jacket on. Chapter 94, Do you want me to throw myself at you? Since this was the case, there was no need for Su Feng to care. On the one hand, it is not his own daughter-in-law, and on the other hand, it will not lose a piece of meat if he lets Chief Li look at him more. That, everyone eat and drink well. You're not allowed to go home if you don't have enough to eat. If it was not for the fact that Chief Li was sitting across from Yu Li's arm and couldn't reach it, I guess I would have taken the initiative to give Yu Li some food. After almost another half hour of eating, the rate of chucking gradually slowed down. After eating, they were polite to each other, and it was almost dark outside, so they didn't say any more nonsense and went home. Let's go, sis. If I go back any later, Yan Xiecheng will probably have to find me with a knife. Su Feng had one foot propped up on the ground and the other had been placed on the pedal. Yuri put her coat on and sat sideways on the back of the bike, still in front of the shabu shabu restaurant. Yuli didn't have the heart to put her arm around Su Feng's sturdy waist. He dares. He's too much of a wimp to get horizontal at home, let alone outside. Yuli's tone did not hide her contempt for her man, and generally speaking, such a husband and wife relationship was not destined to last. Su Feng did not respond. He never said bad things behind people's backs, and if he wanted to say it, he would say it to their faces. Let's go, sister Yu. Hold on tight. It was already dark. so Su Feng tried to ride as fast as he could to go home and rest early. At this point in time, there were not many passers-by, and Yuli boldly wrapped her arms around Su Feng's waist, and her entire upper body was plastered all the way up. Su Feng, sis, thanks you. After just a moment of silence, Yuli suddenly said something inexplicable. Thank you for what, sister? Is the factory out of the money can have nothing to do with me? With family members of this quota do not use is also a waste. Feeling the gentleness of the tightly pressed behind him, Su Feng was thinking that the third Grand Master was really strange as well. Even if you don't want it, people take the initiative to send it to the door. Where can you justify it? Yuri didn't pick up on that. What she wanted to say wasn't thank you for this. The little daughter-in-law behind him didn't pay any attention to herself, so Su Feng once again took the initiative to pick his words. Sis, that section chiefly. You mean the bald one? It feels like he's not getting along with the widow. It was as if women were born experts in this area, and could tell from the smallest detail that the two had an unusual relationship. Sis, I'm not talking about that. It's something we all know by heart. What I'm saying is that since you know it, you keep your chest open? Su Feng asked very bluntly. Really cannot figure out what this woman has been holding up the grain bag. Is it possible that this young daughter-in-law has something in her heart because of Chief Li's power and influence? It was reasonably inappropriate for Su Feng's status to come and ask this question, but the current atmosphere was clearly dabbling with a bit of ambiguity, and this little daughter-in-law is sticking to herself. Su Feng asked to this counts for nothing. Who knew that Yuli's reply almost shocked Su Feng's jaw. Sis knows. Look at him. Doesn't his old lady have these two things? It's too brown. Despite the words, there are times when the is pretty tough. Ahem. Su Feng coughed dryly twice, obviously thunderstruck by this reply. Ha ha ha. What? Are you jealous? Who knew that the more this talked, the bolder she got? What am I jealous of, sis? Brother Xiechang is not jealous. It's not like he's his own daughter-in-law. Whoever likes to look at it. He doesn't look at it too much anyway. Sis, to tell you the truth, there are only two women in the room, and we definitely can't let that widow beat us. Of course, the women Yuli was talking about were the beautiful ones, and Li Jiefang's wife was obviously not one of them. In that case, wouldn't you have finished her off? Sis, as expected, Su Feng couldn't understand the mind of a woman. Hearing Su Feng praise her like this, Yuli smiled and was truly flushed. Unfortunately, happy times were ultimately short-lived, and with Su Feng's speed on a bicycle, he rode to the neighborhood of the quadrangle in a while. Yuli lightly opened Su Feng's waist ahead of time and straightened up, straightening her clothes in the process. Just as she thought, Yan Xiecheng was really uneasy about hanging around the door. Also, his daughter-in-law went out to eat with the other guys in the yard. A man is afraid to wear a hat. Back, daughter-in-law. Hearing the sound of a bicycle, Yan Xiecheng quickly greeted him, hastily looking up and down. The two sat regular on their bikes, not making any physical contact. Finished? Then brother Xiecheng, I'll go back first. Su Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense, and gave an explanation and directly pushed his bike into the courtyard. When Su Feng walked away, Yan Xiecheng couldn't help but complain about Yuli. It's not just a shabu-shabu dinner. Why are you back so late? If he didn't smell the scent of mutton on his daughter-in-law, Yan Xiecheng suspected that Yuli was out to cuckold herself. Just how many sessions out? If you go for shabu-shabu, I'm afraid you won't get out of the mutton restaurant for 3 hours. Yuli is too lazy to explain to him. Anyway, did not do anything to apologize to him. As for sitting on the bike and wrapping his arms around Su Feng's male dog waist just now, it was a last resort for fear of falling off. The worse Yuli's attitude is, the more assured Yan Xiecheng is. If you've really done something wrong to him, you should have a weak heart. Daughter-in-law, you cannot think too much. This is not worried about you. After all, outside so cold is not. Trying out the results, Yan Xiecheng hurriedly coaxed with kind words. How can you be cold after eating so much lamb? Go back to bed early. Your stomach is a bit full. The two went back to the house. Yan Xiecheng waited for Yuli to take off her coat and lie on the bed. Daughter-in-law, you smell so good. Yan Xiecheng smelled Yuli's body and found that there was no odor before he was really relieved. When he finished, his hand rested on his small stomach and tried to swim away. But Yuli backhandedly slapped down. I've told you that I just ate a bit too much, so be honest with your hands. Yan Xiecheng smiled awkwardly and didn't dare to put his hand on it again. Right, daughter-in-law. Just now you followed Su Feng to eat shabu-shabu and didn't run into any big leaders? Since Su Feng's path didn't work, he naturally thought of another way. There is, and it's a section chief. Chief? Upon hearing that it was a leader, Yan Xiexi immediately became excited. Did your daughter-in-law strike up a conversation or something? If she did, your man's job wouldn't be a worry. In the eyes of Yan Xiecheng, the section chief is already a big official. Humph. Do I think I would say anything to people? Or Yan Xiecheng, do you want me to throw myself at them? Yuli couldn't help but roll her eyes. She knew the eyes of that section chief better than anyone. If she had taken the initiative, she might have actually gotten her man a job. The point is that the man is ugly, not to mention reflective on the top of his head. If she grew like Su Feng, maybe Yuli would consider it? Yan Xiecheng smiled awkwardly. Yes, his own daughter-in-law by what can talk to others big leaders. If he really asked his daughter-in-law to throw herself at him and give him a new job, he wouldn't be happy about it. There are some bottom lines. After all, that can't be touched. Chapter 95, The Return of the Beauty. His stomach was a bit full, and even if Su Feng wanted to sleep for the time being, he couldn't. As the ancients used to say, eating 7 minutes full is the best for human health. But in this day and age, I'm afraid not many families can eat lamb with an open heart. With Su Feng's current fortune, although he wasn't bad at this, he always couldn't help but take 2 more bites of something delicious. Propped up and unable to sleep, I simply picked up The Three Kingdoms and continued to read. To be honest, a cursory reading will only give you a general idea of the story, and if you really want to get it, you'll have to read it at least a couple more times over and over again. Su Feng's mind was roaming around the Three Kingdoms battlefield when suddenly catcalls rang in his ears. It was normal for there to be wild cats near the courtyard, but the purring just now honestly gave Su Feng a big scare. It wasn't very loud, but it always felt as if the wildcat was purring right in my ear. Su Feng immediately put down his book and listened to the movements around him. It's quiet in the yard, and you can't hear the feral cat's footsteps on the roof, either. Damn, what a hell. Su Feng then remembered something, having picked up a dead cat and dead dog in Sujia village last night, thinking of throwing it in the back of the mountain and burying it sometime. Just don't have the time, so it's still been sitting in the system space. You've been kind enough to give it a good death and you're still pestering yourself? Su Feng wasn't afraid. If something unclean really came over, Su Feng would let it know what evil people were afraid of, even ghosts. The candle Su Feng also did not blow out, and he just lay down on the bed with another dog barking in his ears. Wicked. Su Feng withdrew his mind and placed his thoughts inside the system space. The cat and the dog are both still there, but the two how to live and are at each other's throats. What the? With a thought, the pair of enemies appeared in the room. Then after seeing Su Feng, it was like seeing his own father, directly jumping onto the bed, one rubbing his head and one licking his face. Su Feng could also feel that he had a nebulous connection with these two things. Go down! Su Feng attempted to give an order, and these two things really jumped off the bed at the first opportunity. Shut up! It's a big night, and it's not easy to explain these two things if you're disturbing the neighbors. As soon as Su Feng opened his mouth, these two immediately obediently shut their mouths. At the same time, living next door to Qin Huairu in the face of a long night simply do not have the heart to sleep, followed by very clearly hear the barking of cats and dogs. Mom, did you hear the commotion? We don't have people with cats and dogs in our yard? Qin Huairu was remembering the rumors she heard when she was a child, so she was a little scared to hear the sound of cats and dogs in the middle of the night. What's the point of shouting blindly? What's there to say about a wildcat purring twice? Hurry up and go to bed and go to work tomorrow. Jia Zhangzhe ate the boxed lunch sent over by Silly Pillar beautifully and slept soundly with oil and water in her stomach, so she was naturally too lazy to take care of Qin Huairu. Qin Huairu knew that this old woman could not be relied upon, so she had to bury her head under the covers. Stretching his ears outward, he didn't hear any movement again, and was relieved to fall asleep. Su Feng likewise heard what Qin Huairu said before shutting these two guys up. Picking up the candle on the table, Su Feng was able to see these two guys. The wounds on his body were as if they hadn't been there, and his fur was much smoother than he had seen it that night. On top of that, these two things are more than a size bigger. It also says that the feral cat is almost as big as the feral dog that was there before the change. If the current wildcat ran into the wild dog from last night, the wild dog would never be a match for it. Su Feng went up and bent down to weigh it, and it definitely weighed more than 20 pounds. Nice guy. One catches up to the weight of 2 normal feral cats. Su Feng even purposely held the cat cord and looked at it, and the nails were frighteningly sharp. As for the wild dog, his head was almost enough to reach Su Feng's waist when he sat down. Knowing that Su Feng was 1.8 meters, one could imagine how big this dog was. The two guys looked at him with bated breath, and Su Feng could clearly understand what the two of them were trying to express. Wait, give you something to eat? There wasn't much to eat at home, so Su Feng directly exchanged a large piece of meat and a large fish from the system mall, as well as 2 pots of goat's milk. Su Feng had a premonition that these two family rituals would definitely be able to help him a great deal in the future. The big meat and fish soaked in goat's milk didn't hurt at all with the size of these two guys eating raw meat. Eat, and keep it down. These two guys, eyes glistening, jumped right into the tub of goat's milk that belonged to them, and avoided making as much noise as possible while eating. If the onlookers saw Su Feng feeding cats and dogs with large meat and fish, they would probably have to spray him to death. Su Feng didn't care what other people thought. It wasn't like his own family didn't have this condition. Looking at the two guys eating happily, Su Feng was thinking about how to arrange the two of them. It wouldn't be impossible to bring it around and keep it. After all, it could fit into the system space. But that wouldn't put either of them to any use. After thinking about it for a while, Su Feng decided to keep the big dog at home and the cat with him. For one thing, the dog is just too big to carry around and is really flashy. Secondly, this big dog in the house will not only give the sisters relief, but also protect them. If there were really those who didn't want to die, I guess it wouldn't be a problem for this big dog to bite someone to waste. As for the cat being very spiritual, Su Feng planned to bring it with him. Halfway through, Su Feng refilled these two guys with goat's milk before they were fed. After eating his fill, he began to rub against Su Feng's leg again, expressing his fondness for him. What should I name you two? Black Dog and White Cat might as well be White Cloud and Black Earth. White Cloud is the name given to the cat, and Black Earth is naturally the dog. White Cloud, turn around. Su Feng pointed at the cat when he gave the order, and the guy immediately understood that the call was for himself, and then circled around himself. Black Earth, jump. Black Earth's reaction was going to be a beat slower, but he was able to figure it out. Good dog. I'll set you up with a nice place tomorrow. The two guys were already full, so Su Feng directly put them into the system space. I hadn't realized before that the system space could charge living things, and these two were bouncing around in it. After explaining that he was not allowed to choke, Su Feng withdrew his mind, busy after the day is already late. While there is a little sleepy Su Feng lying on the bed for a moment of effort to sleep, habitually awakened by the neighbors' commotion the next day, Su Feng took a look at the state of the two guys before pushing open the door and going out to wash up. Brother Pillar, don't forget the authentic Tan family food. Su Feng and brother Zhuzi rode their bicycles side by side to the rolling mill, chatting on the way. Small matter, buddy can still rely on you for a meal. Pie, bro, if you can get Qin Huairu on board as well, dude will treat you 3 more times individually. Silly Pillar had no other idea, just wanted to show off his cooking skills in front of Qin Huairu. If the pretense is successful, you may be able to hold a beautiful woman. The idea of the silly column that is the lice on the head of the bald man, a clear-eyed person can see. Alright brother Pillar, then it's this rest day night, but I'll call more people. It's impossible to get people to eat with you alone. As soon as Su Feng's mind turned, he thought of a brilliant plan. Chapter 96, remember to bring your sister Yu with you. As long as we can call Qin Huairu to our house for a meal, everything else is trivial. What's so scary about a few more people? He's not blowing $37.50 a month. Well look column brother, Sunday night you see how we call people over to you. Su Feng wasn't bragging, he was at least 70% sure. After parting ways with Zhu Zi at the factory gate, Su Feng went straight to the procurement division. The office was the same as usual, and the strange thing was that Lan Giju was uncharacteristically the first to rush over. Morning, Lan. This sister compared to yesterday's face moisturized quite a lot. Obviously Li section chief ate mutton last night did not less moisturize her. Maybe they slept together last night and that's why they're here so early today. Oh early ah Xiao Su. Come quite early well. Lan Giro smiled as she responded to Su Feng's greeting. Her face as natural as if Su Feng didn't know about her good deeds. The place where I live is not far from the factory. Sister Lan then I went down to the countryside to make purchases Su Feng didn't nag Lan Giro much, lest the section chief come over later and think he was thinking of his mistress. But it is afraid of what comes to what. Li section chief walked into the office with his hands behind his back. Su Feng is this a shopping trip to the countryside? The expression on Chief Li's face was similarly grinning and more than a little tainted with lewdness. Yeah chief, it's not like there's much to do in the office. Su Feng was too lazy to nag him, but section chief Li had no intention of letting him go. Work is good, but also pay attention to the combination of work and rest. Do you have time this weekend? Let's go to Shikahai for a couple of shots. Su Feng talked about fishing when he was in the unit, and perhaps it was by chance that he let Chief Li listen to it. But Chief Li is such a big busy man. How idle nothing to ask him to go fishing together. Okay section chief. I was planning a trip to Shikahai this weekend. I've been a little busy the last 2 days and my hands have been itching for a long time. If he had asked for something else, Su Feng would definitely have pushed it away. But it was to go fishing, which was just what he had in mind. Let's make a date then. Remember to call your sister Yu from that courtyard of yours up then. It's a lively crowd isn't it? Chief Li's casual remark instead revealed the true purpose. Su Feng pretended to be in a difficult position. Section chief my sister Yu is a family man, and it was a coincidence that we came out to eat shabu shabu together last night. Tell you what, I'll try. This old bald ass, he's practically acting out. Hey, that's what a good comrade does. Wait for your good news on your day off. Section chief Li patted Su Feng's shoulder, revealing a pleased expression. Good, go and get busy. After supporting Su Feng away, Section chief Li walked straight towards Lan Giru. even in the office. Section Chief Lee had no qualms about putting his hand on Lan Giru's shoulder. Virtue? Thinking of someone else's young daughter-in-law again? Lan Giru also looks at the face of the Lee section chief to eat. Naturally cannot control people. Don't worry, there's always a place for your horse-forked bug stuff whenever and wherever you are. Chief Lee joyfully reached out and patted Lan Giru's jerky body, and prepared to go out with his hands behind his back. Just at this time, Master Joe walked in, and immediately lowered his head and pretended that he didn't see anything. Good morning, Master Chow. You're due to retire next week, aren't you? Chief Lee does not bring the slightest panic, but instead cheerfully took the initiative to greet. Yes. When the time comes for my uncontested son to take over my shift, I still hope that the section chief will give me more support. Well. Pushing his bike out of the factory, remembering what had just happened, Su Feng couldn't help but spit on the ground. Damn this old colorful bastard, treating me like a pimp this is. Yuli how to say is a person Yan Xiecheng's daughter-in-law. How can Su Feng bring to Shikahai to go fishing? When the time came to find a random reason to muddle through, if this bald ass dared to put small shoes on himself, Su Feng would dare to find a way to cure him. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his heart, he quickly pedaled his bicycle to rush back to Su Jia village. When he was almost at the village, Su Feng released Black Soil. The guy was fast and could easily keep up with him on his bike. When he arrived at the door of the house and shouted outside, Lin Shishue heard him and immediately came out to greet him. As soon as she opened the door, she saw the black soil that was flush with Su Feng's waist, startling Lin Shishue. Feng, where did you get such a big wolf? It won't bite, right? The black earth was far larger than a field dog, and Lin Shishue thought it was a wolf if she didn't know. Shishue, this is not a wolf. This is a dog. As for whether it will bite or not, you watch. Su Feng pivoted the bike's pedals down and shoved his hand directly into Black Earth's mouth. Afraid that his teeth would hurt his master, Black Earth hastened to open his mouth wide. God, he's so good. Shishue looked at Black Earth with a look of amazement. It was the most spiritual big dog she had ever seen. Black Earth? This will be your mistress from now on, you know. Protect her no matter what. Kuratsuchi's eyes widened after a moment before he realized. Then he ran to Shishue's side, scaring her into an immediate defensive stance. Don't be afraid, Shishue. Black Earth is remembering your flavor. Sure enough, Kuratsuchi huffed and circled around Shishue. After remembering the flavor, he rubbed his head affectionately against Shishue's leg. OMG. This guy is so smart. Feeling the intimacy expressed by Black Earth, Shishue jerked her hand over Black Earth's head. The feel of the fur was wonderful. By the way, Shishue, where is your sister? It was logical that the two of them were chatting at the door, and Shishue would surely come out when she heard the commotion. My sister has gone to play with Sister Shioli, so I'll bring Black Earth over to tease her. Su Feng didn't refuse, and Black Earth was absolutely loyal to him during the day. After a while, Shiryuki led Black Earth back, and it looked like the guy had gotten acquainted with the big guy. Ah, Feng, you don't know. Sister scared me when she brought Black Earth here. I didn't expect Black Earth to be so well behaved. Shiyuki's hand didn't even leave the Black Earth. Enough to see how much she liked the guy. Uncle Su, where did you get such a big dog? I want one too. This made Do Ding envious. If he also had a Black Earth, it would be awesome in the village. Lower Black Earth has a cub. Uncle Su will share one with you. Black Earth, come here. Seeing how big Black Earth is, I don't know if the little ES in the village can handle it. Hearing Su Feng's order, Black Soil bumbled over. Remember, Black Earth? This house is full of people who need your protection. If anyone's in danger, go up and bite them. You hear me? At this time, the widow Wang can also be in the house. Do not know that he also thought he had something to do with Su Feng. The speaker doesn't have a heart, but the listener does. Widow Wang hurriedly swept the expression on her sister's face and didn't find any abnormality before she was relieved. Chapter 97. Something happened to Qin Jingru's family. Having just eaten lunch at home, it was cold and Su Feng didn't think to make up a nap. I was thinking of going to find Shou Shan and a few of them to go up the mountain together, but I didn't expect Jian Jun to find them first. Peek, are you home? Jian Jun stood outside the courtyard and pulled his voice, and the courtyard door was closed without knowing whether Su Feng had returned. As if remembering the first day when this kid was brought over by the mountain guard to find Su Feng to join him on the mountain, his tone was quite disdainful and despising. After the passage of a short month, Su Feng's changes almost didn't shock his jaw. Until now, Jian Jun and the few of them had taken advantage of other people's Su Feng. So with this cry of brother Feng, Jian Jun shouted with conviction, "Coming!" Su Feng answered from inside the house. If there was nothing going on, Jian Jun wouldn't have come over to find him, and then quickly stepped out of the courtyard. What's the matter, Jian Jun? You're going to ask me to borrow a bicycle again to marry another young daughter-in-law? Of course, Su Feng was joking. Bull *******. Dude just heard a letter that a family raising sheep in Chinjia village was attacked by wolves. Are you interested in going to Chinjia village with your buddies to hunt wolves? When the time comes we'll get a wolfskin mattress or something, and sleep comfortably in the winter. This was still last night, and it had spread to Sujia village in the morning. Su Feng had just returned from 49 City, so it was only natural that he didn't know. Holy, we still have wolves in this forest? Su Feng didn't really know, as he hadn't even heard of anyone hitting it. Why no? There are even blind bears in the woods, not to mention wolves. Only this is very cunning. Encountering a little wind and grass slipped faster than anyone. I guess it is cold. These also want to eat some mutton to put some fat for winter. Prey in the woods is becoming scarce now, so these mines are on the farmer's sheep. Lose a sheep that loss will be big to go. I heard that the Chinjia village that family raised the sheep was bitten by wolves killed 5. 3 were dragged away. The remaining 2 directly by the wolf not out of shape. Did you call Brother Shozan yet? That's no joke against wolves. You can get killed if you're not careful. Just about to go. Let's go to Chinjia village together when it gets dark. My dad said that those ate the mutton last night, and it is likely that they will come over again today. This time there would be no need to go into the mountains. Just keep watch for wolves in the Chin family village. Okay, then meet at the west end of the village at 6 o'clock in the evening. It just so happened that he had nothing to do at night, and regardless of whether or not the wolf would come back tonight, Su Feng planned to go and make this happen. That's fine. I'll go find Brother Shoshan now. As long as you take Shoshan's Hanyangzu, the safety is definitely greatly improved. It had been on Su Feng's mind since the afternoon, and he had yet to hit a wolf. I've heard that wolf's hide will be warm enough to sleep in today when it's spread on the bed. My daughter-in-law is pregnant. This winter Su Feng cannot bear to let his daughter-in-law freezing. Then tonight this wolfskin Su Feng is bound to get. Daughter-in-law, wait at home for your man's good news. Su Feng told the sisters about the night's events and told them not to worry. As long as you don't go into the woods, there's basically no great danger. Take Black Earth with you. This guy's claws are sharper than a wolf. It would be impossible for the sisters not to worry about that, and simply let Black Earth protect their family man instead. Yeah, keep up with Black Earth? I'll let you taste some wolf meat tonight. Su Feng didn't ride his bike either, and brought the woodchopper that cut the wild boar with him, pinning it to his waist through his clothes. Wolves are smaller and don't initiate attacks, so if we're going to hit the wolf tonight, we're going to have to do the sneak attack thing. When they arrived at the west end of the village, Shoshan and a few of them had been waiting for a long time. Where's the wolf? Ken Jun saw the Black Earth and was so scared that he hitched up his bow and arrow, sensing the danger. Black Earth immediately tensed his body and bared his teeth towards Jian Jun. The low growl that came from his throat was nothing compared to a wild dog. Black Earth? Good boy. Su Feng didn't need to bend down to jack Black Earth's head. Hearing the order, Black Earth then retracted his teeth. Jian Jun put the arrow away. This is the dog I have. Although the big guys could see it, they still felt surprised to hear Su Feng say that. Who has a dog of that size? It's a match for a full-grown male wolf. Good lord. Peek, you're telling me this is a dog? Jian Jun spun around to scrutinize Black Earth, and the more he looked, the more his eyes filled with envy. A good hunter is often paired with a good hunting dog. Su Feng, the dog, simply beat all the hunting dogs in the village. Su Feng, when Black Earth has laid a cub you can share one with me. Shoshan didn't know what it meant to be polite and asked for it. Even with his vision, he thought the hound was terribly strong. Look at that bone structure. Those claws, it feels like it would be easy to single out a full-grown male wolf. Peek, me too. Jian Jun immediately followed suit, and Black Earth's pups grew up to be absolutely amazing in combat as well. A few other relationships were average with Su Feng and were too embarrassed to mention it. Why not then? But only if you can find a little that can handle the black dirt. As soon as Su Feng's words fell, Shoshan and the few of them immediately laughed obscenely, all knowing what Su Feng meant by that. It stands to reason that the bigger the dog the bigger the principal, and the average little can't really handle it. Brothers are not poor. Let's go to Chinjia village early in ambush. Shoshan gave the word, and a group of people rushed towards the home village in great numbers. If you really counted Shoshan and the few of them, this was still considered helping the people of Chinjia village. There is strength in numbers, and if those wolves still come down to steal sheep at night, they will give them a painful beating today. After injuring their vitality, the wolves did not dare to think about the sheep in Chinjia village anymore. The distance between the two villages is not far. Crossing a stone bridge and walking 2 steps is almost there. The family that raises sheep lives at the east end of the village, which is closer to the forest, so it is convenient to drive the sheep to the forest to graze. There are advantages along with natural disadvantages, and naturally it is convenient for wolves to come down and steal sheep. After arriving in the Chin village, he more or less understood what happened last night. I heard that the family lost a lot of money, not to mention a lot of family money. It's looking like winter. and that's a lot for people to live with. Shou Shan handed over to the village secretary of Qingjia village and directly led Su Feng and the others to the east end of the village. Find a location 1 or 2 kilometers from that sheep farmer's house and ambush it. If the wolves dare to come down the mountain tonight, this place is the way to go. Brothers, don't make any noise. Wolves are cunning. The others responded, each looking for a place to hide. Su Feng took Blackhead and found a haystack to lie down directly, and deliberately wore thick clothes when he went out, just for fear of being cold at night. Coincidentally, the sheep breeder is a relative of Qin Huairu's family. That's right, it's none other than Qin Jingru's house. After that incident last night, Qin Jingru's family felt like they were covered by dark clouds, and it felt like none of them had any hope of surviving. The only fortunate thing is that everyone in the family is fine and okay. For this reason Qin's mother cried all night, all the time crying about not being able to live or something like that. The matter was brought to the village secretary. The villagers had suffered such serious economic losses. This matter he definitely had to manage. That's why there was that scene just now with the mountain guards, to avoid the wolves coming down to Uana the sheep again, further causing more damage. In addition, Qin Huairu's family and Qin Jingru are also real relatives. The family suffered such a great difficulty, they certainly want to reach out to help a hand. The family really can't come up with any money, so they have to rely on Qin Huairu, who is married to a city dweller. Even though a man just died, at least there's a pension, isn't there? It's okay to take out a small portion first to help the Qin Jingru family get through the hard times, and then give it back when they get over it. What the family doesn't know is how difficult Qin Huairu's situation is in the city. Not wanting to make her family worry, Qin Huairu definitely wouldn't mention these things. Chapter 98, Qin Huairu, Su Feng is her real man. In the afternoon, after getting the news of her sister's family's disaster, Qin Huairu's frown deepened a few more points. She didn't understand why one misfortune after another gripped her. The family also wanted her to send a little money back, and Qin Huairu didn't even know how to refuse. It wasn't that she didn't take it, but she was hard up for a penny on her. In addition to the necessary meal money and meal tickets for going to work in the factory every day, Jia Zhang did not bring a penny more. Not a penny of her own man's pension had gone to her. Plus she'd only been on the job a few days, so naturally she hadn't been paid. For this reason, it made Qin Huairu's head hurt from all the tangling. Her family married her in the city, not only hoping to make her life better, but also to help out the family. Now that the family was in trouble, it was natural to think of letting her help out. After thinking about it, Qin Huairu could only think of one unreliable method, which was to ask Jia Zhang for it. But after a few days, Qin Huairu deeply understood how stingy this old woman was. Simply selfish and outrageous. I guess the hope of getting the money is simply slim. Finally busy until the end of the day, Qin Huairu walked quickly to her home. Jia Zhang didn't stay in the house either, but wandered blindly around the yard, chattering to her neighbors. She knew that once Qin Huairu came back, she would have an extra boxed lunch on hand. Auntie Jia, this is today's boxed lunch. Pork stewed vermicelli. Can put a lot of soy sauce that flavorful. Seeing an opportunity, Silly Zhu hurriedly handed Jia Zhang's boxed lunch to her in front of Qin Huairu. Thank you, Zhuzi. Of all the big boys in the courtyard, Big Mother thinks highly of you, and someday Big Mother will introduce you to a beautiful daughter-in-law. I don't know if Jia Zhang's words were truthful or not, but it was really soothing to hear anyway. Silly column itself is also a smooth donkey. If coaxed and praised basically will not have any conflict. Hey, then I thank you in advance, Auntie Jia, but not for a while. I'm still on the upswing of my career. Maybe I'll get a workshop director or something in a while. If the director is really sure, I'll mention this to you then. People rushed to kiss the ass. Stupid column naturally followed the cheeky bragging. Moreover, it is still in front of Qin Huairu's face. Silly column, this cowhide naturally want to blow very in place. I never thought that Qin Huairu didn't even have the idea of looking at him, and she usually didn't bother to take care of him. Not to mention that she had an urgent matter today. Mom, you come inside, can I discuss something with you? Qin Huairu's tone even carried a hint of pleading. Not only did Jia Zhang's hear it, but Silly Zhu also heard it. Jia Zhang's eyes rolled around, fearing that Qin Huairu would reveal the family's scandals. She turned around and went into the house. Qin Huairu immediately followed her in, closing the door behind her in passing. Silly column, this goods-licking dog attribute broke out. Just waiting outside the door does not go. If Qin Huairu had a hard time, Jia Zhang didn't help. Then it was naturally his turn to perform. Inside the Jia house, Qin Huairu looked at her mother-in-law with red eyes, then flung herself down on her knees. She really had no choice but to use this tactic to force Jia Zhang to give her money. Mom, I beg you to lend me $20. My relatives at home have suffered a disaster and I can't survive this winter without the $20. Qin Huairu didn't even dare to ask for more, thinking that with $20 he could barely make it through the winter. Upon hearing that it was for money, Jia Zhang's face immediately changed. There's money for a penny. Or you can take this life of mine. To her kneeling daughter-in-law, Jia Zhang had no softness at all. Is that her daughter-in-law asking for money? That's like plucking out her flesh. Anyway, it's her coffin money and no one should miss it. Mom, I'm begging you. Isn't Dong Wook's pension $500? Just be kind and take out $20. When she said this, Qin Huairu had burst into tears. She knew her mother-in-law was cruel, but she didn't expect to be this cruel. You also know that's Dong Wook's pension. Was it easy for me to raise my son like this? I can't do it now that I'm old. That's my future security. Even if it means talking about the money that can't be touched. Besides, that's a relative of your family. What's it got to do with me? Jia Zhang snorted coldly, then sat down at the dining table and opened the boxed lunch, completely ignoring her daughter-in-law's kneeling plea for mercy. Mom, count on my daughter-in-law to beg you to pay you back first thing when the paycheck comes in. It was fine not to mention this, but once this matter was mentioned, Jia Zhang directly exploded. What? You think that paycheck comes down to you? That's my son's job just for you to take over, know what I mean? You've got a job and you want a paycheck. Why should all the good things come to you? When you get your paycheck, you pay it all. You hear me? If you miss a penny, I'll fix you. This was Jia Zhang's robber baron logic, completely ignoring Qin Huairu's hard work in the factory. Hearing these words, Qin Huairu all cried uncontrollably, almost choking without slowing down her breath. Then with a jerk, he got up and rushed out, wiping tears from his eyes with one hand. The door slammed right open, startling the silly column waiting outside. That Qin Huairu, if there's anything you tell me, brother will definitely solve it for you. Followed by Qin Huairu's crying pearly appearance, but the silly column heartbroken. At the same time isn't this an opportunity? Qin Huairu didn't even look at the stupid pillar, wiping her tears while finding a quiet place to cry. Sister, you talk to brother. What is the difficulty? Brother must help you. Silly columns are still unforgiving. Qin Huairu has no choice but to hide in the toilet and cry, no matter what silly pillar said outside. Qin Huairu hid inside and just didn't care. Finally there was nothing else to do, so he hung his head and went back inside. To say that stupid column is really a brain. People are now so sad. Ask so many why. The most correct thing to do at this time was to take the money out and shove it directly into Qin Huairu's hand. Who cares if she takes it or not? Turn your head and walk away. Qin Huairu now lacks this money. Even if she doesn't want to accept it, she has to show off her stupid column. It's a shame that silly columns don't have the gumption or the means to do so. Inside the toilet hiding crying Qin Huairu, similarly stupid, just now directly take the child in the stomach to threaten Jia Zhang. Even if 50 yuan she had to pay out. What's 20 bucks compared to what happened to the Jia family when they broke their back? One or two of them didn't take the societal beatings, or were too honest for their own good. If Su Feng were here, he could make 4 moves in 3 minutes. After crying, Qin Huairu ended up honestly returning home. Where could she go now? Couldn't she go back to her mother's house? The family didn't know that they thought they were here to give away money, and they didn't know how disappointed they would be when they found out. Like a ghost, Qin Huairu thought of Su Feng. To be really practical, Su Feng was her real man, and there was nothing wrong with asking her real man for money. Was there? Qin Huairu hardened her heart and tried to go to Su Feng, but it so happened that Su Feng wasn't at home at this time of the day, and the door to his room was always closed. As for the silly pillar that wanted to lend her money, Qin Huairu didn't even consider it. All he had to do was open his mouth, and that dirty man was bound to wind himself up. Qin Huairu didn't like him and even hated him. Su Feng, who was on Qin Huairu's mind, was now lying on a haystack waiting for the wolves to come over. Wolves are very cunning and would never come down the mountain at the same time as last night, so it's likely to come earlier or later, but never in broad daylight. No one knows this exact point, so that it would have to be guarded all night. If it doesn't come tonight, continue tomorrow is, then patience. 2 chapters with 500 extra words. Please ask for a small gift. Chapter 99, Qin Jingru's Bad Things. Peek, do you want to nibble on the bao flour biscuits? It was completely dark, and the temperature of the forest was still low at night. Jianjun pulled some dry leaves around his body to keep warm, and in the meantime, he took out the bracked flour cakes that he had prepared in advance and gave Su Feng a piece. Su Feng didn't refuse. The ambush was in a different location, and Jianjun threw over a piece in his hand. Coincidentally, it just happened to be thrown into Black Earth's mouth. Already dipped in this one, simply give it straight to the Black Earth. Su Feng wasn't hungry for a while, and he was warm around the haystack. The first half of the night was pretty easy to get through. The second half was harder. It is afraid that these specifically wait until people are asleep, and come down to the forest in the latter part of the night to steal sheep. Keep your voice down, Black Earth. Su Feng jerked Black Soil's big head, signaling the guy to lower his voice as he gnawed on the cake. After waiting for about an hour or two, there was hardly any movement in the woods. Instead, Qin's father came over for a visit. That is, Qin Jingru's father. It was impossible for the Qin family, who were the victims, not to know about the big lads from Sujia village coming over to fight the wolves. Qin's father carried 2 thermos bottles of hot water, took a few porcelain bowls and poured a bowl for Shoshan and a few of their big boys. Although Shoshan came over to fight wolves, he did help the Qin family. Qin Jingru followed behind. It was dark, but Su Feng could clearly see that this girl's eyes were red. In favor of this time, there was a commotion in the forest. The view from the Jianjun's ambush position was the best. The first to notice the wolves coming, Jianjun immediately whispered a reminder, and everyone's minds instantly tightened. Qin's father was still busy pouring boiling water for Shoshan at this time, and Shoshan hurriedly pulled the man down. Qin Jingru, on the other hand, was the closest to Su Feng, and Su Feng smoothly pulled the person onto the haystack. This girl didn't react for a moment and didn't stand still, directly falling into Su Feng's arms. Realize what happened. Qin Jingru did not dare to scream. Red face from Su Feng's body climbed up, adjusted the position on the side of Su Feng. Karatsuchi likewise craned his neck at the first opportunity, his eyes glaring deathly at Lindsay. Here we go. The more this time, the more it can't move lightly. If this group hears the movement, I am afraid that I will turn my head and run into the forest. Jianjun had drawn the bow and arrows in his hand to full strength, and Shozan had even raised his cold muzzle. Hold your breath. Never let these find out the end. The wind rustled through the forest, and the lead wolf sniffed with his nose as he walked, not too fast or slow down the hill. The wolf behind him followed close behind, his eyes glowing with an oozing green light. There were still 200 meters from the effective range, and the nearest Jianjun didn't dare to take a big breath. All of them lie down on the ground and keep a close eye on the forest, secretly cooperating with each other to assign targets. Su Feng's eyesight was excellent, and he counted at least more than 10 adult wolves. These are really cunning. Even if they got it last time, they didn't let their guard down this time. With 100 meters left in effective range, you can basically make out the black guys in the woods, rushing down the hill towards the woods. Su Feng slowly drew out the firewood knife in his waist. At such a close distance, Su Feng was certain that he would be able to land a hit. Looking at those oozing green lights, Qin Jingru, who had never seen this kind of battle, panicked a little. A gentle twist relieved the sore, tensed neck, and then the girl and Black Earth locked eyes. Ah! In the next second, Qin Jingru's shouts resounded in the forest. It was dark, and this girl didn't even notice such a big dog lying next to Su Feng. At a sharp glance just now, he thought it was a wolf lying on Su Feng's side. For a moment there was no mental preparation, and the shock went straight out of his mouth. Everyone's heart sank, already expecting another wasted night's work. Sure enough, the wolves immediately stopped when they heard such a big commotion, and without hesitation, they turned their heads and drilled into the forest. Almost at the same time, Shoshan immediately climbed to his feet. Fight for me! There was a bang of a gunshot, and thrown out at the same time was Su Feng's firewood knife, as well as Jin Jun's bow and arrow, and the Black Earth was even faster. As if it knew that Qin Jingru's screams would be bad, it rushed out violently, almost on cue. 2 or 3 screams rang out from the forest. Within half a minute, the wolf was no longer visible. It was a good thing that this evening hadn't been in vain. Shoshan's shot hadn't fallen short, and then there was the firewood knife that Su Feng had thrown out. To everyone's surprise, Karatsuchi tangles with a wolf, and Shozan sees this and rushes to add a shot. Damn girl, what are you screaming for? Originally, he was able to beat that wolf pack to death tonight, but it was Qin Jingru's shout that completely spoiled things. Dad, I just saw a wolf lying next to him. Oh-hoo! After reacting, Qin Jingru knew that she had broken things and couldn't help but cry out in aggravation. Hey, what can I say about you? Father Qin grumbled in chagrin, knowing that he should not have brought this girl up the mountain just now. Hearing her father say this, Qin Jingru cried out in aggravation, tears swishing down her face. Shoshan didn't have time to pay attention to the sheep farmer complaining about his daughter and rushed up to check out the loot. The wounds of the 3 male wolves lying on the ground were bleeding out, and Jian Jun's quick eyes and hands hurriedly took care of them. Peak. Black Earth is really fierce. Just now, all his arrows fell short, but he didn't expect Black Earth to violently scramble up and directly bite the neck of a wolf. Su Feng also didn't expect this guy to have as much guts as its size. Seeing the wolves didn't wimp out in the slightest and rushed up to do it. Good dog. I'll get you wolf meat in a minute. Don't chew the hide. Su Feng took a look at the 3 wolves lying on the ground. The firewood knife he had thrown out was hanging on the neck of one of the wolves, and it did not affect the integrity of the wolf's skin. Bring it back and then deal with it. That group is very cunning. Today ate such a big loss. I am afraid that in a short period of time is not going to go down to the forest. It wasn't a wasted trip tonight, but it's always a shame. If it wasn't for that girl screaming just now and Shoshan taking a cold shot, He could have shot down at least 2 wolves. There's no point in talking about it. Whatever you do is full of variables. Thank you Shozan. Shin's father went forward and shook Shoshan's hand with a grateful face. No matter what, at least 3 male wolves were killed tonight. Uncle Chin, you're still being polite to me. Just now that wolf pack was filled with only 6 or 7 adult males. This is a direct loss of 3 heads, so I think they shouldn't be coming down the mountain anytime soon, so you can spend the new year in peace. They're all from neighboring villages, so they must know each other. Hearing Shoshan say this, Shin's father was quite relieved. You shouldn't complain about Sister Jingru either. That dog was raised by Su Feng. I thought it was a wolf at first glance as well. Qin Huairu is now married to the city, and Qin Jingru naturally substitutes as the village flower of Qinjia village. Even if Shoshan is married, he still wants to brush up his presence. Chapter 100, this pair of Dotsa can be proud of themselves wherever they go. Father Qin took a look at the black soil, and it was just as Shoshan had said, not much different from a wolf at a fierce glance. If you take a closer look, you'll see that it's just a whole lot bigger than the wild dogs out there. But nothing else is really the same as a wild dog. Hey, as long as those wolves don't come down the mountain anymore to ooh-and-ah your uncle's sheep. Jingru, quickly take a bowl and pour hot water for these brothers of yours to drink and warm up their bodies. This is no one refused. A bowl of hot water down the body is not so cold. Kuro red-faced pouring a bowl of hot water for each of these big lads. That this unmarried big lad, excited little face red. 1 or 2 of them were afraid of spilling a little, holding the bowl to give a clean drink. Those who know are drinking plain water. Those who don't think they're drinking agarwood. It must be said that the Qinjia village pair of sisters are not without reason to be stunning for 100 kilometers around. Small face white not like the countryside, not to mention that the family cannot eat enough. But the sisters have a concave and convex body is not the same. If this is to replenish the nutrition, I'm afraid that this pair of Daza will be able to stand proudly wherever they go. As she poured Su Feng some tea, Qin Jingru even took a special glance at Black Earth. It was this guy who had startled her just now, and that was why she was so aggravated. Recuperating well, Qin father pulled Shoshan not let go. Said anything have to stay to eat a bowl of hot rice again? No, Uncle Qin, my family is still waiting. If I go back late, I'll be worried for nothing. I'll definitely stay next time. So we'll go back first, Uncle Qin. This time the family suffered a big disaster. How can Shoshan be ashamed to stay for dinner? It's a shame I don't have any money on me, or I would have left $2 or $5 for good measure. Qin's father didn't force himself to do so, and let Jingru give him a ride while he went to check on the sheep. 2 of the 3 wolves were Su Feng's, and 1 was Shoshan's. Janjun didn't get discouraged with his empty hands and helped Su Feng lift one. Does Su Feng have any money in his pocket? Lend me $5. The moment Shoshan opened his mouth, Su Feng knew what he was thinking. Brother Shoshan, this is a piece of my heart. Wouldn't it be a slap in my face to say borrow? Su Feng pulled out a large sum of money from his pocket and handed it directly to Shoshan. $10 was nothing to him. Just the 2 wolf skins alone are much more than $10. Shoshan knew that Su Feng wasn't lacking in this, so he didn't refuse. Sister Jingru, you don't need to send it off in the dark. Hurry back. Shoshan smoothly stuffed $10 into Qin Jingru's outer pocket of her clothes, not giving her a chance to refuse. Get back in there. Shoshan finished his speech and headed towards Sujia village without looking back. Su Feng and the few of them followed closely behind. Qin Jingru stopped to look at their departing backs, having just seen very clearly that the money was taken out of Su Feng's pocket. It wasn't until after he couldn't even see his back that he took the money out of his pocket and took advantage of the moonlight to see the denomination on it. Holy, $10. To be honest, it was the first time Qin Jingru had seen such a large denomination of money. I remember when my sister said that Su Feng wasn't a good person, but now that I look at it, it's clear that he's the best person. Not only did he help his family get rid of the wolves, he also gave them $10. Qin Jingru was afraid of losing the money, and clutched it tightly in her hand and hurried home. Dad, look what's in my hand. Qin Jingru handed $10 to Qin's father as if he were offering a treasure. And with these $10, the winter wouldn't have to be so hard. Who gave it to you? Looking at the $10 in his daughter's hand, Qin's father froze for a moment. Usually with their own family to deal with those relatives, their own family in trouble surprisingly did not see a help. Instead, these boys from a neighboring village took $10. Dad, it's that Su Feng. Su Shoshan asked him to say if he had $5 in his pocket and he just pulled out $10. Qin Jingru had followed Shoshan just now, so she naturally saw it clearly. Hey! Hearing that it was someone else, Su Feng, who had shelled out the money, Qin's father let out another long sigh. Su Feng he also recognizes. The last time Qin Jinghua made such a big commotion, he hit the doorstep of other people. At the end of the day, once it was clear, Qin Jinghua's father lost face in the village. I've heard that people used to be assholes, but now they're slowly getting better. Not to mention that they're straightened out. Jingru remember people's goodness. This is what we owe them. Shin's father is also an honest man who remembers the kindness of anyone who treats him well. Shin Jingru hastily nodded, looking at the $10 in her hand in deep thought. If my sister had sent some more money back from the city, this winter wouldn't have been so hard, and mom wouldn't have had to be so sad. Shin's father looked at his well-behaved and beautiful daughter, and an idea rose in his heart. My daughter is not bad compared to her sister Chin Huiru. When the time comes to see if you can also find a city family. Then he shook his head again. The family condition of the family is not so good to find. Take a step to see a step. Su Feng, I'll take $5 for you sometime, so you can get one out of an unlike. Just now, in front of Qin Jingru, Shou Shan was too embarrassed to say this. Shou Shan responded casually, not caring about this small matter. Brother Shou Shan, I don't know how to handle this wolf skin either, so watch and help get it. Don't think that skinning is simply a matter of peeling the skin off. Poor technique can compromise the integrity of the wolf's skin. Small matter, do you want more wolf meat? Shou Shan had never fought a wolf before, but one way was the same as the other. Keep one for the Black Earth. The family is not short of meat to eat. Wolf meat is as bad as dog meat. Simply feed it to the black soil. Okay. One of the lads in the group spoke up just as Shozan's words left his lips. Brother Shou Shan, why don't I give $5 too? Su Feng and Shou Shan paid $5 each, and that was because of the wolf they had hit, plus their good hearts. As for this young man who opened his mouth, it is estimated that he is thinking of other people's Qin Jingru. Your kid's vision is quite good. When people poured water for you just now, they didn't even dare to utter a fart. Shou Shan teased, and Jian Jun led the way with a laugh. Ha 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 ha. Brother Shou Shan, see if I have a chance. Thinking about Qin Jingru, that kid was embarrassed and scratched his head, thinking about letting brother Shou Shan make a move. I don't know about that. If you want a daughter-in-law, you have to go after her. But if you kid looked like Su Feng, that girl would probably have to fall over herself. Shazan felt hungover, but didn't discourage the big lad. Indeed, not as handsome as Peak. Peak, see if you can think of a trick? The topic circled around and around to Su Feng. It's not that simple. Fix the mother-in-law first. That girl has to say yes even if she doesn't. Su Feng spoke a great deal of truth, amusing this group of older lads. Chapter 101, The Husband's Present. Dealing with a wolf skin isn't that simple. There's washing and drying and all that. Su Feng wasn't in a hurry. Shou Shan would naturally send it over when he was done. After returning home to speak to the sisters, Su Feng hugged Shishui and went back to the house. Daughter-in-law, seeing as the weather will soon be cooler, remember to make the cotton jacket earlier. Afraid that his daughter-in-law would freeze, Su Feng exhorted. Don't worry, Feng. You rest early. You have to get up early tomorrow to go to work. Sure, Yue's stomach was now getting bigger and bigger, and Su Feng didn't think of tossing it. There would be plenty of time and opportunity when he had the baby. As for Shue, Su Feng always felt that he was missing an opportunity. The main thing is that the sisters stay together every day. You can't have Shue in front of your daughter-in-law. I guess the sisters can't wipe their faces. As for Widow Wang next door, she didn't stand a chance. For one thing, you can never let your daughter-in-law know, and for another, Doubting stays around every day. Both had the chance to get Do Ding out of the way, or to get Widow Wang into town. We'll have to get a house by then, and it's not a good idea to always go to a hotel. When you think about it that way, there's a lot to do before the year is out. Not only do you have to keep up with the warmth of the houses you live in Sue's village, but also the houses in the quadrangle. Now that I have more and more money on me, it would be a joke if I had to live the same miserable life as before. Go to sleep, daughter-in-law. Sleeping at home is peace of mind. And after a moment's effort of cuddling his daughter-in-law, he fell asleep. In a blur, Su Feng seemed to dream of Yuli, dreaming of the time when this was wearing tights. That pair of big holes was being bullied by Su Feng, and Yan Xiqing was watching from the side. After waking up, Su Feng recalled, feel ridiculous. Is it the Three Kingdoms read too much? Prime Minister Chao gave himself a dream? Let's go. Daughter-in-law. Su Feng tightened the clothes on his body and rode his bicycle towards the factory. When he was leaving, his daughter-in-law made a point of reminding him that he didn't have to run back too often, and that all was well at home. It's getting colder now, so I don't have to ride my bike early in the morning to get to work in the city. Su Feng naturally agreed wholeheartedly, but he would still come back when he wanted his daughter-in-law to come back. Su Feng's side had just left on the front foot, and on the back foot, Su Chang stuck out ahead from the house. That kid's gone. Let's hurry up the mountain. Ever since that day when the three of them had split a silver brick, it hadn't been smooth sailing until now. Retaliation against people didn't have that ability, but could only think of going back to that cave to find out if there were any treasures. After all, poking with a stick, they'd only be able to poke a shallow hole. If you switch to digging with a pouting head, You can dig up your baby even if it's buried 3 feet underground. What if there's a treasure inside? The oldest Su Chang still wants to rely on this wave of horizontal wealth to marry a daughter-in-law, while the second Su Juan wants to use this money to smash open the legs of the widow Wang. Since the courtyard wall of widow Wang's house had been raised and covered with shards of glass, he had never had the chance to peek. I was so anxious every night that all I could do was fiddle with some needlework under the covers. Originally, he wanted to peek at the sisters of Su Feng's family, but before he had the chance to do so, the walls of other people's courtyards added means. Hey, it's just impossible to live this life. So Su Zhuang is anxious to want a large sum of money to completely smash the widow Wang's legs open, in order to fulfill the long-cherished wish of so many years. As for why he had to pick today, he deliberately waited until the wind had passed, so that he wouldn't be tailed by Shou Shan and the few of them again. Go, 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 watch your ass in a minute. Don't let those scumbags follow you again. Su Feng of course didn't know about this, and if he did, he would definitely burst out laughing. That area was searched by the system function. Even if we dug through that cave, we wouldn't be able to pick up a single copper plate. Halfway through the ride, a catcall rang out in Su Feng's head. Su Feng had almost forgotten that he had been keeping Bai Yun inside the system space for the past few days, so he hurriedly took it out to get some air. Get yourself down on the back seat. Don't drop it. This guy weighs 20 to 30 pounds plus his fur is long, so he doesn't have to worry about getting cold from the wind. Meow. Bai Yun grunted twice in dissatisfaction, clearly complaining about Su Feng's differential treatment. Su Feng rubbed Bai Yun's head. You guy, you're still not happy that I brought you around. When Su Feng went out just now, He Tu directly rushed over and hugged his leg, clearly not giving up on his master. Luckily, Black Earth was well behaved and knew that he was on a mission to protect his mistress. After comforting Bai Yun, Su Feng sped up and rushed to the factory. When I got out of the car and looked back, there was no sign of the white cloud anywhere behind the car seat. This guy, he can't change his wildness even with all the changes. Su Feng didn't have to worry about Bai Yun's safety. With the bastard's weight it wasn't a problem to directly dominate the Miao realm. Into the office for a nod and a boring, dull and repetitive day begins. But this weekend is expected to be a bit more lively. When he went to the cafeteria to eat at noon, Silly Pillar deliberately explained that he would let Su Feng wait for him to go back with him when he got off work, presumably because he had something to say. Su Feng's side of the first off work, push the bike to the factory door and wait for a while. Stupid column pushing the handlebars sat a box of lunch bike pushed over. Come on brother, let's talk on the way. After all, there were people everywhere in front of the factory, and it was never good to discuss how to take the widow here. As soon as he mentioned this, Su Feng knew what Silly Column was trying to say. Sure enough, when there were fewer people on the road, Silly Pillar repeated the events of last night, then combining it with what happened last night. Su Feng guessed the whole thing with a big 9. It's just that Qin Jingru's family is in trouble, and he's thinking of asking Qin Huairu's family to support him a little. The family has no money, so naturally they want Qin Huairu, who married in the city, to think of a way to see if they can get some together. I'm sure Jia Dongshu's pension ended up on that old woman, and Qin Huairu didn't have a salary on her, so she naturally had to beg her own mother-in-law. Seeing the way she cried, coupled with Su Feng's knowledge of that old woman, it didn't work out. As for why Brother Pillar took the initiative to ask for help but was instead rejected, Su Feng more or less guessed. Pillar brother late if I were you, last night directly take $20 into her hands. You say she can refuse? Hearing Su Feng say that, Silly Pillar regretted wanting to punch himself in the mouth. Yes, what was the point of talking to myself last night? I could have just shoved the money over there and been done with it. By the way bro, what do you mean late? Su Feng said to Silly Column about beating the wolf for money last night, and after listening to it, Silly Column drooped his face and couldn't raise his spirits. It's okay Brother Pillar, there's still a chance. This weekend you'll just have to show your hand. Su Feng had already thought about going fishing on Sunday morning and rushing back at noon. Then in the evening get the young boys from the yard together and go to Brother Pillar's to dine together. By the way, he called Qin Huairu up, thinking that he shouldn't refuse. Brother, then my happy life depends on you. The gift givers are all old acquaintances. Thank you, brothers. Chicken fillet has nothing else, so I'll kowtow to all of you. Chapter 102, Yuli's grain bag was exactly what Su Feng had eyed. Don't worry Brother Pillar, when the time comes, you just have to show your craft. Chatting away as he hurried toward the quadrangle, he reached the entrance to the courtyard in a moment's time, just in time to bump into Lu Guangtian rushed out in a hurry. The same kid who was smashed in the head by the second master last time. Peek, Brother Peek Pillar, I'm going out. As soon as Lu Guangtian looked up and saw that it was Su Feng, he stammered a greeting. Look at this kid as if he's doing something wrong. Hunched over his shoulders with his back not even daring to straighten up, Su Feng nodded and didn't say much. Whether the kid got beat up by his dad at home or did something against his conscience, it's got nothing to do with him. You kid stole someone else's cow. You can't even talk right. The stupid pillar cursed, not paying attention just now and almost crashing into him. Lu Guangtian ignored the stupid column, bent over as if he had something hidden in his arms, and ran out in a hurry. Hey, this kid. The last time this kid got a big hole in his head, Pillar shelled out $5 not to mention helping to drag the guy to the hospital. I didn't hear a word of thanks afterward, and I ignored the people I greeted just now. This is still a benefactor. If it is an enemy, then it must not be cursed just now. It's all right, brother Pillar. We're helping people for the sake of peace of mind, not to ask people to return the favor. So relax. Having just arrived, Su Feng didn't know what kind of character these two brothers had. Now look at it. It really sucks. Ever since that time when they kowtowed to him, those two boys were just as good as before when they didn't know each other, meeting and greeting each other at the most. No wonder the second grandpa's family TNR looks like a father's son. Feelings from the root of all the problems. That's true, and I don't expect these two boys to return any favors to us. Skipping that tidbit, the two pushed their bikes into the courtyard. Silly column is looking for the time to prepare to deliver the boxed lunch. Su Feng parked the bike, and went home to see what the Kong has picked up. I have to say, people's little daughters-in-law are just as good at their jobs. Not only was the bed swept, but the house was carefully scrubbed up and down. That's $2 well spent. The bedding isn't there. I guess it's stuffed and refurbished with cotton and will be delivered in a few minutes. Saying what she said, Yuli knew that Su Feng had pushed his bicycle back to the courtyard and immediately carried the quilts and sent them over. See what's wrong? As if inviting credit, Yuli carried the chubby quilt to Su Feng, but there was more than a little apprehension in the back of my mind. People Su Feng gave her a big bag of cotton to make quilts and bed curtains, and his own man directly deducted 1/3. I don't know if Su Feng can see it. If he can really see it, then she won't be able to behave in front of others in the future. Sister you can slow down. If you fall down just to do me a favor. Brother Xiechang can't me. Just stand still, sis, while I carry the quilt back to the bed. Yuli's height was just a little over 1.6 meters, a little shorter than Qin Huairu. The futon was a bit big, and Yuli completely blocked the view if she hugged it. Walking around the yard with the quilt in my arms was not a problem. After all, I could always see the way with a sideways glance from side to side. It's not the same in the room. There's not a single light, not to mention it's a small space. It's not a big deal if you accidentally fall and get your quilt dirty. It's not worth it if you break someone. That's fine. You carry it to the bed, sister help you lay it. Yuli didn't refuse and stood still to let Su Feng take the quilt. Su Feng took 2 steps forward, his hand plunging directly into Yuli's arms to cradle the quilt into his bosom. The back of his hand inevitably touched Yuli's grain bag, and it was just as Su Feng had visually estimated. The portion was large and soft. Su Feng was thick-skinned enough to pretend that nothing had happened. And anyway, the advantage had already been taken. However, when he received the quilt, Su Feng felt that something was wrong. Cotton is their own to give out. How heavy Su Feng's heart certainly door and clear. Just the amount of cotton in the bedding in his arms, plus the 2 curtains, was clearly not enough to count. Su Feng took the opportunity to glance at Yuli, whose eyes were a bit averted, and immediately reacted. The third master's family is really good at being smart with their money. Even this is a deduction. I'm going to leave it at that for now, but I'll have to knock it out of the park in a few minutes. Not knocking Yuli, of course, but the man behind her. People Yuli surely cannot pretend that nothing happened. Their own pair of grain bags in addition to their own men, has not let anyone else touch it. Looking at Su Feng as if nothing had happened, Yuli became furious. Why was this person like this? It wasn't as tingly as the book said it would be when touched by another man, but the ears were burning, that was true. Sis, then I'll put it here or I'll lay it myself. Su Feng clearly saw Yuli's ears reddened a little. It seems that this is not as bold as she thought. He couldn't blame himself for this. Su Feng really didn't do it on purpose. You big old men don't do things carefully. Sis will help you lay it. Yuli took off her shoes and went straight to the bed, pouting her big buttocks to help Su Feng make the bed. Should I not say that other people's daughters-in-law are just virtuous? Making a bed is so pleasing to the eye. Su Feng just stood cheekily by the side and admired it, not knowing the slightest thing about what it meant to avoid and be a gentleman. We are not gentlemen, and if we don't enjoy such a beautiful scenery, it would not be uninteresting. Noticing a gaze behind her, she shamed Yuli. If just a moment ago it was just the ears that were burning, it had now spread to the neck. Yuli pouted her big buttocks and hurriedly made the bed, and did not dare to continue lying on the bed. Hey, hey, hey! Su Feng stood next to him and laughed out shamelessly, causing Yuli to fling him a flirtatious blank stare. Don't go yet, sis. Take this back. When he made the bed just now, Su Feng purposely exchanged 2 fragrant snow sausages from the system space. People do use their heart to give themselves a hand. You can tell by looking at the stitches on the bedding and curtains. And the bed was just made. And the edges were taken care of carefully. No, no, no. Su Feng, you've already given sis $2. How can sis be so kind as to take something from you again? Looking at the sausage in Su Feng's hand, Yuli honestly felt bashful on her face. For this small amount of work, people pay $2 for labor. And their own family has to deduct cotton. Not to mention the fact that they take something when they're done. Compare that to your own man. Look how he is doing. No wonder life is so good. You're welcome, sis. You've done me a huge favor. What's more, we'll be living in the same hospital from now on. So we'll have to deal with each other in the future. Be generous this time. And you won't be embarrassed the next time I ask you for a favor. After saying that, Su Feng directly shoved the fragrant snow sausage into Yuli's hand. This little daughter-in-law's palm was a little hot. Obviously embarrassed. Chapter 103, If you're cold in winter, I'll warm the bed for you. People have said so. Yuli also cheekily accepted the sausage. She'd actually seen this stuff at the sub-store. It was a high-end product and she'd never even smelled it. I didn't think I'd have the pleasure of sewing a futon for someone else. Sis, this stuff you go back and steam it, and when you do get a garlic sauce with fat diced meat in it, it tastes great. Afraid that he wouldn't eat and spoil such a good thing, Su Feng even made a special explanation. Consuming supplies for Yuli, doubling the reward of 20 sausages. Alright, Su Feng, then sister will go back first. When I came out before, the old man explained. After delivering the bedding, hurry back. Don't be nagging people in their big lads' houses for nothing and letting them gossip. When all is said and done, it's not because he's afraid that his daughter-in-law will cuckold him. There's no rush, sis. Let me tell you something. As he said this, the smile on Su Feng's face had already tightened. Yuli's first reaction, a heart sank directly. The most feared thing still happened. Su Feng, you speak. Sis, I'll listen. The smile on Yuli's face also retracted and she couldn't help but show a hint of bitterness. Looking at Yuli's expression, Su Feng knew that this matter had nothing to do with her. There was silence for a few minutes as he stared into the eyes of his young daughter-in-law, silently organizing his words in his mind. And these minutes are also the most difficult minutes for Yuli. One is really humiliating to feel ashamed, and the second is afraid of affecting their own impression in Su Feng's heart. For some reason, Yuli began to care about Su Feng's opinion of her. So every time I come over, I simply freshen up. Sis, you also know that I'm not a petty person. The point is that this time the thing is not done in the right way. Su Feng didn't bull **** and directly opened the door. Now Yuli heart can no longer hold any fluke. This word out to know that people have found that the number of cotton is not right. Su Feng is sis, sorry you. My man said he did not have a winter cotton pants or something. So the bedding inside the less stuffed with cotton. Stay to make a cotton pants for themselves. Sis will go back now and unpack that cotton pants and bring them to you later. Yuli's eyes were red when she said this. Not for anything else but aggravation and heartache. Obviously he didn't fall a little good. But instead he had to come over and suffer so much to make people misunderstand. After saying that, Yuli turned around and was about to go out, but was pulled back by Su Feng. Sis, hear me out. I didn't mean anything else. That little bit of cotton is nothing to me. Since I've already made cotton pants, let Yan Xiecheng wear them. The more Su Feng disregarded it. Yuli instead felt more bashful on her face. Su Feng deliberately did not let go of Yuli's small hand. And Yuli's red face did not struggle to let go. Let's forget about it this time. Sis, you go back and tell Yan Xiecheng that if it's still like this in the future, I'll find someone else to help me with something like this. $2 to sew a futon and bed curtains. If the news was out there, they'd probably all rush to do it. This Yan Xiecheng is not satisfied, but also deducted some cotton to get themselves a cotton pants. It wasn't that Su Feng was cheap, but there were things that weren't given voluntarily, and you couldn't reach out and take them yourself. Otherwise, in the long run, Su Feng would be treated as an ingrate. So this kind of thing has to be eliminated at the root. After all, this cotton himself did not even give Sister Wang. Why let the boy scratch a small half to get a cotton pants? Sis knows, and sis gives you her word there will never be a next time. With her small hand being held by Su Feng, Yuli lowered her head so low that she didn't even dare to look directly into his eyes. Sister, then will I be cold in winter with this cotton stuffed less? When that time comes you can come over and warm the blanket for me. Seeing that the scarlet on Yuli's neck was already creeping up her little face, Su Feng couldn't help but tease, squeezing the little hand in his hand in the process. If you get really cold in the winter, doll will come and warm your bed. I don't know if Yuli was guilty or really bold, but she really answered. Fearing that it would continue to go too far, Su Feng then let his little daughter-in-law go back. After leaving the door and being blown by the cold wind outside, Yuli's little heart that was about to jump into her throat was slowly put back. The scarlet on his face also slowly receded, and his ears were no longer so hot. Then with a complicated look on his face, he walked through the moon door. so he could complain about his man when he got home. Yuli's side had just entered the moon gate with her front foot, and Qin Huairu had just walked back from the factory at this point. Silly Zhu had been waiting for a long time and handed Jia Zhang's boxed lunch to her with an attentive face. Qin Huairu acted as if she hadn't seen it, resting her gaze on Su Feng's door. Luckily, this time it was on. Mom, I'm going to make a trip to Su Feng. Qin Huairu didn't explain. She knew that her mother-in-law knew what she went to see Su Feng for. This can give the stupid column confused. He took the initiative to provide help she does not want, but instead took the initiative to go to Su Feng is what is going on. Jia Zhang's didn't say anything. Who cares who she goes to borrow money from? Just don't look for yourself anyway. Su Feng's side had just sent the young daughter-in-law of the third master's family away, but he didn't expect another young daughter-in-law to come into his house on the back foot. Yuli huffed back to the house after passing through the moon door with a complicated look on her face. Yan Xiecheng had long been waiting at the door with curses on his lips. When Yuli went out just now, she made a point of explaining that she would hurry back after delivering the quilt, but she didn't expect to be delayed for so long. I finally saw my daughter-in-law go through the moon door and was about to complain twice. Seeing his daughter-in-law lightly rushing over, the words of complaint were hurriedly swallowed into his stomach. Daughter-in-law, what's wrong? It doesn't make sense. Your own daughter-in-law coming back with something in her hand. It also looks like sausage, so I'll have to eat it again tonight. Humph. Yuli snorted coldly and slammed the door into the house in anger. Yan Xiecheng saw that the situation was not right and hurried into the house to coax. The third oldest mom was standing right next to her, looking at her old man with a puzzled expression. What's going on here? Where did she piss her off again? What else? Hurry up and go make your dinner. The third grandpa was too embarrassed to say why his daughter-in-law came back in such a huff. He must have been caught stealing someone else's Su Feng's cotton and then been told to his face. Face saving, naturally, is just that. This also has the share of the three grandmasters. When he was the proposal to let Yan Xiecheng deduct some cotton. I don't know if my daughter-in-law has confessed to others yet, so that he won't be embarrassed when he runs into Su Feng in the courtyard later. Guess not. Why are you so angry? Tell your man. What good things are in your hand? Quickly let your man see. Yan Xiecheng coaxed and changed the topic, but the craving for sausage was real. What do you think? People know about Su Feng. Where do you want your daughter-in-law's face to go? Yuli couldn't help but raise the decibels. For once the anger really wasn't fake. Yan Xiecheng hurriedly launched the work of lips, 1,000 coaxing, Yuli's face expression to look better. Yan Xiecheng thought that he had coaxed it, but in fact it was Yuli who looked away on her own. Chapter 104, the pretty widow comes to the door to borrow money. No way, daughter-in-law. Did that kid say anything about letting us return the cotton? I don't know whether Yan Xiecheng is really stupid or not, but he is still thinking about cotton pants at this time. People pay so much for work and still withhold things, and they don't know to be ashamed. Yuli took a complicated look at her own man. How did she see this good-for-nothing Yan Xiecheng in the first place? As expected, Yan Xiecheng did not disappoint her the most, but only disappointed her more. Finally, as if it took all his strength, he returned a no. That's good, that's good. I told you, that kid is so generous. He shouldn't care about this cotton. Receiving an affirmative answer from his daughter-in-law, Yan Xiecheng was finally relieved. It was hard to get a brand new pair of cotton pants without spending a dime, but if they're gone, I'll have to wear the old, torn cotton pants again this winter. Is this the same thing, Yan Xiecheng? How can you let me say hello? Do you know what Su Feng said just now in someone else's house? Where do you let your daughter-in-law's face go? Looking at Yan Xiecheng's expression of celebration, Yuli was furious. Realizing that his daughter-in-law was really angry this time, Yan Xiecheng hurriedly came over, wanting to put his arm around his daughter-in-law's waist and coax her, but Yuli pushed it away. Cut the crap. Steam these 2 sausages and make a garlic sauce and bring it to the house. Not for anything else. If this fragrant snow sausage is brought to the dinner table, she can clip 2 or 3 pieces is good. It's the fruit of your own labor, so why should you let a large family share it? Might as well just leave it unchopped and eat it whole with garlic dip. Row. Yan Xiecheng must have agreed in 1,000 ways that it would be better, and he would be able to take advantage of the situation and eat a whole stick. Su Feng was still thinking about what to eat for dinner when footsteps sounded again at the door. Looking up, it was Qin Huairu, the former village flower of Sujia village and the most beautiful widow of Nanluo Guxiang. What Su Feng didn't expect was that this would come over to him to borrow money. Qin Huairu walked to the door with a surge of courage and hesitated when she wanted to knock. It's not like people knew about the other night, in case the loan was refused. All the way to the door. Come in for a cup of tea. Su Feng and Qin Huairu are of similar age, and do not know how to address simply let people come in directly. To be honest, when Su Feng was in Sujia village in the past, he hadn't said a few words to this. Even if he occasionally took a look at her, he didn't even nod his head in greeting. so it's just a matter of knowing that each other has this person. This mode of getting along. I didn't expect to get entangled when I got to town. Chin Huiru secretly clenched her teeth and took a big step inside, whether he knew it or not. There was no running away from the fact that his real man was him, so it was only right that she came to borrow the money. Sit down first, I'll get you a glass of water. I'm thirsty too. Just now with you leave that little daughter-in-law nagging half a day, coupled with a little surge of chi and blood, throat is not dry, that is impossible. I'll pour it for you. After all, she was here to ask for help, and she still had that kind of eyesight. That's fine. There's a bucket of cream of wheat sitting next to the cupboard. Brew a couple of cups. Scoop up a little more or you won't get enough flavor. Su Feng didn't refuse and sat on the chair like a grandpa. The chair is a bit but chinchingly uncomfortable, though, so it looks like I'll have to go to the trust store sometime to get some furniture. As for trust stores, they are the kind of department stores that don't want tickets. Most of the stuff in there is second-hand, so it's up to your eyeballs to get a good deal. Hearing Su Feng mention it, Chin Huiru then noticed a bucket of cream of wheat sitting on the cupboard. I've heard people talk about it in the village before, but this is the first time I've seen it with my own eyes. When she opened the lid, a sweet smell went straight to her nose, better than anything she'd ever smelled. Open the lid, there is a small spoon. Chin Huiru to 2 cups each scooped 2 spoons. The moment the boiling water was poured in, a more concentrated milky flavor filled the room. Chin Huiru placed the boiling water with cream of wheat on the table and looked at Su Feng, who didn't know what to say. Su Feng sat in his chair in the old gods, and drank water along the side to moisturize his throat. At this time, Brother Pillar was probably waiting outside, and he would probably have to come back for him again in a while. Thinking of this, he simply didn't play the game of silence with Chin Huiru. You've come over to borrow money, haven't you? And I knew about your cousin Qin Jingru last night, Su Feng said as he took a look at the pretty widow. And the Chin Huiru, who was once the one who was so spirited in the Chin family village and tilted her high neck, was no longer there. One unfortunate thing happened during this time that completely crushed her pride. Chin Huiru nodded, not feeling surprised that Su Feng knew about this. Jingru begged to my dad, who had no money, and found me. Dong. Jia Dongshu's pension was all taken by his mom, and I've only worked a few days without pay. His mom also said that I won't get a penny of that paycheck. At the end of her words, Chin Huiru's eyes immediately turned red and she almost cried out. This look of pity, but then you leave that little daughter-in-law flavorful, I do not know how much. Don't worry, I gave $10 on my way out. Chin Huiru didn't find it surprising that this miserable state of Chin Huiru was the same as Su Feng's guess. $10? Chin Huiru thought that she had misheard, and her dumbfounded expression was quite cute. Su Feng briefly recapitulated what happened last night, and Chin Huiru felt less panicked after hearing it. The water isn't that hot anymore. Just pour and drink. Su Feng didn't take credit for the $5 he paid for nothing. Chin Huiru nodded. The biggest stone in her heart landed on the ground. She also wanted to taste the milky flavor of cream of wheat. Carefully, he lifted the glass of water for fear of spilling a tiny bit of cream of wheat in the glass. Yummy! The first thing she didn't say was that these 2 words were the truest reflection of her heart, and it was the best sweet-smelling thing she had ever drank. Finishing the cream of wheat, Chin Huiru put down the cup and tried to leave the room. Thank you so much. I have nothing to do before I leave. When the primary conflict is resolved, the secondary conflict naturally floats to the surface. What was the secondary conflict? Naturally, was the ridiculous thing she did on her wedding night? If it wasn't for this mess, Chin Huiru really didn't want to have anything to do with Su Feng. Chin Huiru turned around and was about to walk out of the house when Su Feng suddenly said, "Are you sure you don't want to borrow money?" Chin Huiru was walking on her tiptoes because of her weakness, and she almost fell down from the shock of Su Feng's voice. Then he turned his head and looked at Su Feng with a puzzled expression, as if to say, the problem of his cousin's family had not been solved, so why did he still need to borrow money? Chapter 105, Chin Huiru's opinion of Su Feng changed. Are you wondering why I even called you back? Chin Huiru didn't say anything, but the puzzled expression on her face had already answered Su Feng. That $10 was given by Brother Shoshan and I. It has nothing to do with you. The family has begged you. If you can't get the money, how should you go back and deliver? It had to be said that at this time, Chin Huiru was still very simple and would show whatever was on her mind on her face. As for why she ended up being a white lotus, she wasn't forced by life one step at a time. Yeah. Hearing Su Feng's reminder, Chin Huiru realized that the task given to her by her father had not been completed at all, and it was estimated that her family was still waiting for her to get the money now. If she couldn't get this money, wouldn't the 2 old men at home have to worry about her again? Chin Huiru was momentarily speechless, and just now walked in with a cruel heart. However, when she really faced Su Feng, she was really embarrassed to open this mouth. She is not in a hurry. Su Feng is even less in a hurry. Begging should take out the attitude of begging. He is not the licking dog of Brother Pillar. Can you lend me $20? I'll be sure to pay you back when I've saved enough. Since he had just called her back, there was still room for discussion on the matter. Only Qin Huairu's voice was like the size of a mosquito, so if it wasn't for Su Feng's good hearing, he really couldn't hear it clearly. Qin Huairu also dare not say that the paycheck is paid back, because the paycheck is paid she cannot take in hand. Take it. There's no rush. You can pay it back slowly when you have the money. Of course, Su Feng hadn't borrowed this money for nothing, but only wanted to have one more tool person to brush up on rewards. Su Feng had all observed the system's pissiness, and by consuming supplies for his pretty little daughter-in-law he was able to double his rewards. Whether it's your daughter-in-law or not, the point is to look good and have a good body. Qin Huairu received the money with a complicated mood. Su Feng, who she had despised a little in her heart at first, now not only did she help her, but she had $20 handy. You know, Qin Huairu was in the countryside and had never seen so much money in her life. I'll pay you back. For sure. Focusing his gaze on Su Feng once again, the man in front of him seemed different from before. Su Feng was still the same Su Feng, only Qin Huairu's mentality had changed. There's no rush. And by the way, since I'm doing you a favor, you're doing me one too. It was not easy for this pretty widow to come to his door to borrow money, so Su Feng definitely grasped this opportunity to utilize all the utilization value. Qin Huairu solemnly put the money in his clothes pocket and waited for Su Feng to open his mouth to make his request. She also knew that the money wasn't for nothing. Do you have time this Sunday? It's not anything else. It's just time to get rid of what was promised to Brother Pillar. I'd like to send the money back on my day off, and I guess I'll take the shuttle back to work the next morning. Qin's family certainly didn't have bicycles, and it was impractical to run to the city of 4 nines on foot. Shuttle buses leave from the village early in the morning, and you can take a shuttle bus to get to the city without delaying the next day's work. Tell you what, I guess I'll have to make a trip back to the village in a few days, so I'll send the money back for you. Sunday night, you and I will go to Brother Pillar's house for a supper. Instead, there is another method. On the afternoon of the day off, Su Feng went to the Qin family village to pick her up and return. Only this is slightly unrealistic. After all, it's not appropriate for someone to sit on the back of his bike, a widow whose man has just died. Dinner? Qin Huairu thought Su Feng was going to make things difficult for her, but she didn't realize that she was just going to have dinner with him. As for why it was to go to the silly pillar house, Qin Huairu could more or less understand. You don't have to feel embarrassed about that one. You'll get all the young people from the yard then, and it'll be a simple dinner. Afraid that Qin Huairu would suspect him of plotting against him, Su Feng even made a point of explaining. Qin Huairu nodded after thinking about it, and then returned the $20 in his pocket back to Su Feng, but also did not say the specific location of their own home. When the time came to the Qin family village, randomly find someone to inquire can know. After sending Qin Huairu away, Su Feng was still wondering why the system's beep hadn't sounded. I remembered that after I handed Julie the big white rabbit last time, it didn't take long for the system to develop a new feature. It was too late to think about it in detail, and Brother Pillar came in a hurry. Dude, why is she coming over to you? This her, needless to say, must be referring to Qin Huairu, who had just gone out. Just now, that moment. Stupid column in the outside waiting anxiously, afraid that these two people in the inside of what sparks out. Only after Qin Huairu went out did he hurry in to ask for clarification. What's the hurry? Brother Pillar, as you guessed, it's coming over to ask me to borrow money. Su Feng filled his cup with water, having just wasted another mouthful of words. No, dude, so forthcoming, why don't you come to me for a loan? Fortunately, Su Feng knew that this buddy of his was married, otherwise he really didn't stand a chance against Su Feng. Maybe I know her. Brother Zhu Zi didn't tell you before. Our village is just a river's distance away from theirs. Plus last night, Su Feng talked about what happened last night again, and after silly Zhu understood, he immediately pulled out $20. Why don't we do this, brother? This $20 as I borrowed, then let him slowly pay me back. Do you think so? When it is really hard to change the nature of the river and mountain, people, Qin Huairu has not yet taken the initiative to lean on it. Stupid column this side will begin to lick the dog. Brother Pillar, do you think borrowing money is a honorable thing to do? Su Feng didn't reject silly Pillar at first, lest he get stubborn and mistakenly think that he had thoughts about Qin Huairu. Silly column didn't know what Su Feng wanted to express, and after thinking about it, borrowing money really wasn't something honorable, so he nodded his head. We're from neighboring villages, plus we know each other, so people come over to borrow money. But you, this time the attack so fierce. Tomorrow is not stupid, sure, heart clear. Do you think a good girl would borrow money from her suitor? Not to mention the fact that they've just lost their man, so how could they possibly generate contact with a big lad like you? As for Su Feng himself, a married woman certainly wouldn't change back to these. Then he must be a good girl, silly Pillar said without thinking. Then the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Su Feng was right. Don't worry brother Pillar. I just made a point of mentioning that Sunday thing. And they agreed. Get ready while there's still time before Sunday. The corner of his mouth immediately curled up as soon as Silly Pillar heard this. Brothers still have to be you. Remembering buddies all the time. Let's go. Let's go. There's 2 dishes that are a waste of effort. After sending Silly Pillar away, Su Feng's house could be considered quiet. Rub. Where's the system beep? After eating, Su Feng fiercely remembered that the system beep had been delayed. Is it hard to have to consume supplies in order to successfully bind? So the money was borrowed for nothing? Su Feng thought about the previous 2 success stories, and it was really like that. It seems there's still a chance to send the saucy widow some supplies by a reasonable means. Chapter 106. Since giving it to Su Feng, Widow Wang hadn't dared to be in the sisters. A few days passed by in a flash, and on Saturday morning Su Feng went to the factory to order. He definitely couldn't stay in Sujia village on this rest day, so he was going to go home and stay there tonight. And in the meantime, he was going to do the things he promised Qin Huairu. On top of that, there was a not-so-small incident this morning. Master Zhou announced that today was his last shift, and that his son would be taking his place next Monday. Time was too rushed, and Su Feng didn't have time to prepare a gift. After all, he came over to work as Master Zhou brought. It seems that you can only wait until the opportunity later. After nagging for a while, Su Feng didn't stay in the factory for much longer and went straight to Qinjia village. Get this done straight away so you don't have to go out when you get back to the house. The road to Qinjia village Su Feng door clear. Arrived at the time almost to the meal time. After all, it takes time on the road and there was a delay at the factory today. Bicycles are a rarity in the village, and many people stopped to watch along the way. There were also quite a few people who knew Su Feng, and their eyes were filled with envy. I've heard that people have bought bicycles, not to mention getting a regular job in the city. This is something that is unthinkable for people in the countryside. But how did this kid come to our Qin village? Uncle Labor asked for directions. Which direction does Qin Huairu's family live? Su Feng didn't ask in vain, pulling out an unopened pack of Deqian men from his arms, unwrapping it and handing one over. Su Feng also smoked this stuff in his previous life, and since he was born again, he hasn't touched this stuff, so he really doesn't have much of an addiction. But there are a few packs on hand in the system space at all times, in addition to the large front door, and a couple of Wawas. Wazi is too high profile, and this is the perfect time to pull out a pack of Dakianmen. You go straight ahead and turn right, and when you get to the head, the second room from the bottom is her house. Even a cigarette would be a good thing in the countryside. And the old man took it and pointed it out clearly. He knows Su Feng. Last time Qin Jingguai, his father, called a large group of people to go to the Su family village to ask for a statement. He also followed the side to watch the fun. Since the end of that battle, there weren't many in Qinjia village who didn't recognize Su Feng instead. Su Feng gave a thank you and rode his bike to the door of Qin Huairu's house. I could see smoke rising from a distance, so it was the perfect time to come over. Is there anyone in the house? Su Feng shouted at the top of his voice, sending the money out early and going home for dinner early. Qin mother was cooking. Qin father put away the sweaty cigarettes in his hand and answered the door by walking out of the yard. I didn't expect to open the door, but it was Su Feng. To be honest, the first time he saw Su Feng, Qin's father was a bit flustered. After all, this kid's reputation wasn't very good, and he had sent the village Qin Jinghua in some time ago. While that kid wasn't anything to write home about, this kid was half-assed. Uncle Qin, your daughter didn't have time to come back on her day off and asked me to help deliver $20. The two villages are close to each other, so if you marry your girl here and I marry my girl there, we are more or less related by blood. Otherwise, why did Shoshan call out to Qin Jingru's father as Uncle Qin that day? So it made sense for Su Feng to call out to Uncle Qin. Qin's father accepted the $20 with a confused look on his face, wondering in his heart how his daughter got involved with him. Looking at the expression on Qin's father's face, Su Feng was able to guess about 8 or 9 times. After all, his previous reputation was really not very good. Now that this has been done, it's a beautiful job for someone, and it doesn't take much to explain it off the cuff. Don't think too much. Uncle Qin, your daughter and I both work in the same factory, and our assigned houses are both in the same courtyard. You know your daughter doesn't know anyone in town, so she had to ask me to send the money. Hearing Su Feng's explanation, Qin's father could be considered quite relieved, then immediately revealed a look of shame. Thank you so much. Quickly enter the house, uncle, to give you a cup of tea. He had just stopped the door, but now his attitude had taken a direct 180-degree turn. Su Feng didn't have the heart to stay here and drink tea. No, I still have things to do. Uncle Qin, then I'll go back first. It's a real pain in the ass, so slow down on your way. The family had nothing to thank people for, and nothing to show them, so Qin's father could only say a few pretty words. No need to see me off. Let's go. Now hurry up and ride home and still make it in time for a hot meal. After sending Su Feng away, Chin mother finished her meal and came out of the kitchen. Old man. Who came over just now? You'll never guess this person. It's Su Feng from our next village. Chin Ma recalled and her face immediately changed drastically after remembering this figure. Why did he come to our house? We don't have any dealings with him. The countryside is full of honest people who naturally don't want to get involved with such a bogeyman. Wifey, you're thinking wrong. People are sending us money. Chin's father carefully repeated what had just happened, and Chin's mother was then quite relieved. Then he couldn't help complaining. People come over. Why don't you inquire about how our daughter is doing in the city? Since learning that something had happened to Dongshu, Chin's mother had spent every night in tears. Wouldn't want to bother my daughter in the city if it weren't for this whole family thing. Isn't it true that people are in a hurry to get home? I'm not going to get into it with you, wifey. I'll send the money over first. Skipping this little episode. When Su Feng arrived at home, he could smell the aroma of the meal from a long way away. Pushing open the door, Sister Wang was serving food to Shuriwei, who was having trouble moving. Feng, you're back. Distance produces beauty is really not a joke. A few days without seeing his own man to Shuriwei want to not be able to, especially still this kind of pregnancy. You just sit there. Did you know I was coming back and eat such a sumptuous lunch today? When Do Ding saw that it was Uncle Su returning, he immediately put down the rice in his hand and went to help Su Feng get the dishes. Ouch, Sister Wang. How come you haven't seen you for a few days? How did this skin become so good? Ever since that day when she gave her body to Su Feng, Wang Shuli didn't quite dare to talk to Su Feng in front of the sisters. But there are times when the more you do that, the more skeptical you become. That was why Su Feng pretended that nothing had happened and greeted her with a big smile. That's thanks to Sister Shuriwei. The face rubbing oil also gave me a share. Su Feng, you won't mind, right? After all, Widow Wan was able to hide things in her heart and didn't reveal any cracks. Su Feng waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing at all. I had just sat down when I heard my daughter-in-law say something not so trivial. Feng, Aunt Li's second son was bitten off a leg by a bear blind on the mountain. I took pity on him and borrowed $10. Chapter 107. Feng, why don't you take Sister Wan too? Hearing his own daughter-in-law say this, Su Feng roughly understood the context of the matter. Coincidentally, I was riding my bike to work in the city that day, and the three sons of Aunt Li's family were drilling into the forest on the back foot. Su Feng can also guess why. It is not afraid to cut off the three of them. This brother three shoulder carrying a hoe into the forest in a hurry. The three brothers always have one recognize the way. Found the last dug out the treasure of the cave. I don't know whether I was blinded by money or whether I thought there was nothing in this for the first 2 days. And there certainly won't be anytime soon. So this time, Not Gao-san had no defense at all and directly drilled into the cave. The second Su Zhuan was the most anxious one and naturally rushed in the fastest. After all, it was a 20 to 30 meter cave, and the light got weaker the further in you went. In a dark corner unknown to these three brothers lies a blind bear. Tragedy struck naturally, as the big blind bear hid in the shadows and pounced directly towards Su Zhuang. Luckily, Lao-san reacted quickly at the critical moment and reached out to give his second brother a hand. Although his life was saved, one of his legs was directly bitten off by a blind bear. At the moment of danger, the three brothers did not put on a show of brutalizing their brothers. Anyway, the boss and the oldest three desperately racked the oldest two to hurry up and run. I do not know if the blind bear does not want to count, and finally really save his life. The oldest two were bitten off a leg in the raw, and in the end it was a blessing in disguise that they were able to save their lives. The $15 I got in exchange for my last boss's jade pendant and the silver bricks from that moment don't add up to enough money for medicine. Not only did he lose it all, but he also went into debt. When word got out, the neighborhood more or less expressed itself. Shiuki was kind-hearted and took $10 straight out. I'll return the money when I'm better off, but if I'm still poor, forget it. Good is rewarded with good, and Shuriwei is considered a blessing to the child in her belly. Su Feng didn't say much. This kid deserved to be in this situation now. It's just a case of doing too many wrong things and now it's backfiring. After lunch, Widow Wang took Do Ding back to her house. On her way out, she left no trace of mentioning that the relative who introduced her to her last time said she was coming over to see her today. I haven't seen anyone all morning, so I guess I'll have to come over in the afternoon. So eat and go back early so you don't have to find someone when you come over later. When mentioning this matter, Widow Wang intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Su Feng, and the meaning that she wanted to express in it couldn't be more obvious. Sis, you're so pretty. It would be nice if you could really find someone who would treat you with sincerity. What do you think, sis? Shuriwei naturally hoped that Sister Wang's days would get better and better, and she meant what she said. I don't have any idea. I heard that the family I was introduced to had 2 sons in the family already. It's not a good time for anyone's family these days, and I'm afraid I'd be treating Do Ding poorly if I married there. This was something that Widow Wang had said to Su Feng, and this set of words was brought out again. Also because she was afraid that the sisters would think too much after she rejected that relative. Hey, too. Shuriwei expressed her understanding, but did not think otherwise. It was purely because Widow Wang was a thief. Even if that wasn't the reason, sis doesn't want to leave her fate in someone else's hands, and besides, sis can't afford to leave you two sisters as good neighbors. If Widow Wang remarried, then she certainly wouldn't live in this place. Once the distance has been drawn, feelings naturally fade. Sister Wang, I can't let go of you as a neighbor either. The sisters didn't usually have someone to talk to and amuse them, so the sincere Widow Wang naturally filled this important role. On the side, Do Ding listened to his own mother chatting with Auntie Shuriwei, and he gradually understood a bit of what was going on. Mom, I just want to live in this place. Shuriwei, two aunts and uncles are so nice to me. Or let Uncle Su be my father. As soon as Do Ding said this, the room instantly fell silent. Connecting the expression on Widow Wang's face became unusually wonderful. What nonsense are you talking? You dead child. Widow Wang held Do Ding in her arms with one hand and gave him two hard spanks towards the pouting ass. Children don't know how to talk nonsense. Shuriwei sister, I'll go back first. Widow Wang smacked Dudin's little ass as she walked, mumbling something nonsense all the time. The sisters understood Widow Wang's fierce reaction. After all, Su Feng was standing right next to her. When the mother and son left, Shuriwei looked at her man with a strange expression. It seems to be saying, Feng, what do you think of Do Ding's proposal? Shizuki, why are you looking at me like that? This time absolutely cannot panic. The sisters are one of the smartest. If you see a little bit of a break, that would be the end of the game. Feng, do you think Sister Wang is pretty too? Anyway, you've already parted your sister. It's not so bad to have a Sister Wang, is it? Good lord, that's something even the bold Shuriwei wouldn't dare to say. As soon as these words came out, Shuriwei, who was standing next to her, had a small blush on her face. What nonsense are you talking about? You dead girl. Then he glared at Su Feng with a threatening expression and said at night, if you dare to agree, you will die. What are you talking about, daughter-in-law? It's not like Sister Wang's situation is the same as Shuriwei's. Besides, I already have you too, so how can I have so many messed up thoughts in my mind? Besides, people's Sister Wang will definitely not agree to this kind of thing. This was obviously a hole dug by his daughter-in-law, and Su Feng definitely wouldn't be foolish enough to jump into it. The first two sentences Shuriwei heard were satisfactory, and when she heard the last sentence, her little mouth immediately pouted. Humph, then if Sister Wang agrees, you'll agree to it. Shuriwei was the one who knew how to seize the key points. Su Feng hurriedly weaseled his way out of it. No, it was hurrying to explain. Su Feng explained to his sisters that he had something to do in the city on his day off tomorrow. Shuriwei suggested that he should ride his bike back in the afternoon while it was warm, so that he wouldn't have to get up the next morning and sleep badly, not to mention catching a cold. Su Feng thought about this reasoning, but there was no rush for a while, so he would wait for dinner before setting off. Daughter-in-law, I'm going to make a trip to Brother Shoshan's place to see if the two wolfskins are done. There's no point in continuing to nap now that it's cold, so it's just as well to take advantage of the fact that I have some time in the afternoon to go out for a walk. Walking out of the yard and closing the door behind him, he could have given Black Earth a word of warning to keep an eye on the house. When he entered the yard just now, this guy saw his master's tail wagging like a helicopter. Just 2 steps away, an unfamiliar older woman walked up to me, followed by a middle-aged man on crutches. Su Feng swept a glance, and the man's right leg was obviously limping. Guessing the intentions of these two, Su Feng's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Hitting on your own woman. Chapter 108, Sister You, when are you going to warm the bed for me? Sure enough, the older woman with a mole at the corner of her mouth led the cripple to knock on Sister Wang's door. Surely you open the door. Come out and see who your aunt has brought here today. Wang Hongmei is so devoted to this matter to make efforts. Naturally there are benefits to take. Despite Wang Xiuli's clear refusal last time, in order to get the monthly maiden's money, Wang Hongmei directly brought people here this time. Anyway, this Wang Xiuli has become a widow and doesn't have a man to rely on. If you don't agree this time, you'll have to use some dishonorable means. It's good for her anyway, and she'll forgive someday afterward. Wang Xiuli heard Wang Hongmei's voice in the house and instinctively developed a feeling of disgust. Walking to the courtyard and not opening the door. Auntie Wang, I really don't need it. You quickly take the person back. I've already paid you for what you took last time, so you don't have to bring this up again. Wang Xiuli directly didn't even open the door, obviously not wanting to give Aunt Wang the slightest bit of hope. When Widow Wang said this, Wang Hongmei, who was standing outside the door, was embarrassed. The cripple but gave her 2 gifts. One was the red money and the other was for Wang Xiuli. She squinted down both portions without pitting or umming, which was clearly unorthodox. If this matter is accomplished today, it would be good to say, If not, this money must be returned to the cripple. Already to her Wang Hongmei pocket money. If she let her pull out, that is simply cutting her meat. That's why we have to get this done today even if it doesn't work. Xioli, listen to me. Why don't you open the door first? Otherwise your Auntie Wang will not leave your house today. Obviously, Wang Hongmei was planning to give full play to her shameless essence. Auntie Wang, even if I beg you. A melon twisted by force is not sweet, is it? I really don't have that in mind. Go find someone else. Wang Xioli hid in the house is not open the door. As for the people outside to play rogue, she simply does not bring fear. Because there are men will solve for her. It was a stalemate for a few minutes, and Wang Hongmei waited anxiously and even kicked the door. Just as Wang Hongmei was about to let out some harsh words, a dog the size of a wolf suddenly scurried over and showed its teeth towards the two of them. This startled Widow Wang and the cripple, and one ran faster than the other. Widow Wang was in the house when she heard the movement of the black soil and realized what was going on. Sure enough, the man she had found had a way to cure her. Wang Xioli, this can think wrong. Is really not Su Feng thought of this way? If Su Feng had stepped in, he would have directly ruled that asshole Auntie Wang into submission once, lest he not die and come back next time. Just now that Wang Hongmei screamed so loudly that the sisters who stayed in the house heard very clearly, worried that his own man had gotten into a confrontation with people from outside the village. Sure, she was simply thought of a way to get Black Earth to whisk the two away. It does work too, but it treats the symptoms rather than the cause. However, if these two people still dared to pester Wang Xioli, Su Feng had plenty of ways to cure them. Skipping this little episode, Su Feng went to Shou Shan's house to retrieve the two wolf skins, one for each of the sisters, one without bias and one without direction. Wandering around, it was dinner time, and Shue even made a special effort to make Su Feng a meal of dumplings. They say it's cold and you won't freeze your ears off eating dumplings. After eating while it was still not completely dark, Su Feng rode his bicycle towards 49 City. Ever since there was Da Hei in the house, Su Feng was much more at ease. By the time they arrived at the quadrangle, the neighbors had basically finished their meals and were ready to go back to their rooms to rest. Su Feng also smelled a particular scent, presumably radiating from Brother Zhu Zi's house. There are some big dishes that need to be prepared in advance, so it seems that Brother Pillar is very serious about tomorrow night's potluck. Yo, the third grandpa is maintaining his bike. The communal pool was in the front yard, and the third oldest would park next to it when he had time and polish his bike with a rag. Why are you coming back so late, man? Haven't eaten yet? Or let your three big moms cook you a bowl of noodles. 3 Moncler Outlet Online. Although the last request was not done, but this kid is generous. Good relations can always take advantage of a little more. Thank you, Lou. I just ate you busy. Su Feng definitely wouldn't take it seriously if people were polite, but he would be happy if he agreed to it. The third master smiled cheerfully, and he was only being polite. Qin Huairu in the house heard the commotion and immediately walked out to meet Su Feng's eyes. Needless to ask, I'm sure I'm worried about where that $20 is going. Don't worry, the money has been sent to your father. Su Feng didn't beat around the bush, and after getting a grateful look from Qin Huairu, he parked his bike and went back inside. Before he could sit down and take a sip of water, there was a knock on the door. The door was left open, and Su Feng twisted his head to see that it was Yu Li. The money and the goods are clear. What does this little girl want with him? Sister Yu, why are you here? Sit down first. I'll make you a cup of cream of wheat. It is not that Su Feng whey cream or burning panic. The key is to give this little daughter-in-law consume supplies can burst reward. Don't bother. Sis came over just to ask if you need any help. No labor. The main thing is that the last time the family man did not do the right thing, Yuli always feel uncomfortable in her heart, so she thought to come over to see what Su Feng needs help. Su Feng reacted quickly and immediately understood what kind of mindset this little daughter-in-law had come over with. Sis, what happened last time is already in the past. You don't need to have any psychological burden. But there's really a small favor I'd like to ask you, and I don't know if you have time tomorrow. Sis, hearing that Su Feng really needed her, Yuli was instead happy from the bottom of her heart. She was afraid that because of the last incident, it would affect the image in each other's mind. You tell me. Sis doesn't have anything to do all day tomorrow. Actually, it's just a small matter. Tomorrow night Brother Pillar invited the young people in the courtyard to have a meal together. Sis, you can bring Yan Xiqing along then, lest there be just 3 people at the dinner table. How embarrassing that would be. As for that matter that section chief Li had asked Su Feng to help with, it had long been forgotten to the skies. What was he? Still wanting Su Feng to pimp him out. Besides, Yuli was someone else's daughter-in-law, so how could Su Feng possibly do such an unethical thing? Yuli thought it would be a big favor, but she didn't expect it to be a good one. Tonight, who did not smell the aroma of the pillar house? One greedy, did not expect to have such a big surprise in the evening. Yuli nodded. Then I won't go anywhere tomorrow night. I'll just stay in the courtyard. Yulina didn't ask too many questions. which was a good thing anyway. Then line go back ah. As soon as Yuli twisted her buttocks and prepared to go out, Sufong couldn't help but flirt with this little daughter-in-law that had been delivered to his door. Sister you, when are you going to warm up the nest for me? It's hard to catch a cold. Is there a small gift to comfort the chicken fillet? Chapter 109, Not Worthy of Prime Minister Chow. Yuli was about to cross the threshold doorway and walk out, when she heard Su Feng's words. Her 2 feet immediately began to fight, and she almost fell out without standing still. Turning her head around, she glared at Su Feng in a flavorful manner. As long as you're not afraid of my family's mouth, sis will come over tonight to warm up your nest. After saying that, he did not stay any longer and twisted his big buttocks and walked out, leaving Su Feng with an infinitely beautiful back that made people unable to resist reverie. The sun has already set outside. Yan Xiecheng is not assured to stand at the moon gate and wait. After all, nothing happens in broad daylight. If it gets dark, anything nasty has to come out. Luckily this time his daughter-in-law didn't let him down and went in for a while and then came out. The moon door was a distance away from the house where Su Feng lived, and even if the door was being opened, Yan Xiecheng couldn't hear what the people inside were saying. Daughter-in-law out so quickly. Yan Xiecheng instead not happy. Just now he is his own initiative to let his daughter-in-law to find Su Feng. It's not that Yan Xiecheng has a cuckold fetish. It's really that this time his daughter-in-law took advantage of Su Feng's help. Not only did he get $2 for his work and 2 sausages, but he also got himself a pair of cotton pants for the winter ahead of time. Especially the 2 fragrant snow sausages brought back by his own daughter-in-law last night, dipped in garlic sauce, almost gave him a good aroma. So he thought to let his daughter-in-law come over to see what else Su Feng needed help with and take advantage of another wave. Seeing that his daughter-in-law came out so quickly, Yan Xiecheng knew that this time, the calculations fell through. Didn't I tell you I'd be back in a few words? What are you waiting here for? Seeing her own man standing next to the moon door, Yuli wasn't surprised, only that she couldn't help but spit in her heart. It was clearly him who had told himself to go to Su Feng, and now he was afraid of cuckolding him. What a? It's not dark. I'm afraid that you, daughter-in-law, won't be able to see the road and fall. Yan Xiecheng shyly lied. If his daughter-in-law knows what he thinks, must be with him. Yuli snorted coldly. Isn't it just that you are afraid that my mother will put a green hat on you? If you don't trust me, then why did you let me come over to someone else? Yuli purposely chilled her tone down and turned around with a twist of her buttocks and took a big stride to go first. Why yes, daughter-in-law. I swear I never thought of that. I was just worried about you. Yan Xiecheng hurriedly caught up to coax the little ancestor, lest the next time Su Feng had a job to find them help, his daughter-in-law would not be happy to do it. What's the use of swearing? Next time it's time to do it or not. Anyway, don't come to me with anything like that in the future, making it look like I'm there to steal a man. Hearing his daughter-in-law's voice with such a high decibel, Yan Xiecheng's face quickly showed a pleasing expression. No, my little ancestor. The neighbors are still asleep, so let's keep it down and talk about what's going on at home. After returning to the house, Yan Xiecheng hastened to promise that he would never have to follow in the future, and that he would trust his daughter-in-law no matter what the situation was. It took a good deal of persuasion to coax Yuli into doing so. Seeing his daughter-in-law's attitude change, Yan Xiecheng only then mentioned the main thing. Daughter-in-law, that kid, how to say? There is no what favor to ask us to help? You tell me. You're not just watching by the moon door. I've only been in there a few minutes total. Yuli knew that her man didn't have enough to take advantage of a bargain, and the purpose of her trip just now wasn't to take advantage of a bargain, but to eliminate the gap between her and Su Feng. Gee, it's a shame. The $2 my daughter-in-law earned. She said she was saving to buy herself a new dress. Yan Xiecheng did not dare to dwell on the matter of the new clothes, lest he have another big fight with him back to his mother's home. Xiecheng, tomorrow is a day off, let's go to Shikahai with Dad. It's boring to stay home every day. Yuli wasn't thinking out of the blue. She expected Su Feng to follow her tomorrow, and she wanted to go along for the ride. Maybe Su Feng would give her a share or two after he caught a big fish. Okay, daughter-in-law, the key is to borrow a bicycle tomorrow. If we run there, we'll have to run our legs thin. These 2 years did not give the daughter-in-law to buy 1 or 2 new clothes. Yan Xiecheng's heart quite upset. Since such a small request was made and it didn't cost any money, Yan Xiecheng must have agreed to it with his mouth full. Daughter-in-law, why don't we go borrow Su Feng's bike? You did him such a big favor, he shouldn't refuse. Besides, that bike of his is not only sturdy but also beautiful, so it's not bad for us to ride it out. Yan Xiecheng can really dare to think. This is in the end how big a favor. The favor is not finished or what? I'm sure they'll be with our dad in the morning. Why don't we go borrow a grandpa's? There were only a few bicycles in the courtyard, and the 2 of them didn't have a big enough face to find someone to borrow a bicycle for a while. That's true. We'll see in the morning. It's not all about going to Shikahai. Your man will take you there. Lying in bed, Shunfeng felt bored and reached for the bedside Three Kingdoms to flip through it from the beginning. The saying that the meaning of a book emerges from reading it 100 times really isn't true. For example, Su Feng now had a deeper understanding of Cao Cao as a person. In ancient times, girls were married off at the age of cardamom, and based on age projections, Cao Cao's favorite person 7 was instead only in her 20s. It is at this age that girls are really developing and maturing, both physically and mentally, so Cao Cao's preferences, instead, are hundreds or thousands of years in advance across the length of history, which is truly prescient, worthy of being Prime Minister Cao. His vision is just so unique. After reading for a while and feeling slightly sleepy, Su Feng suddenly heard a knock on the door outside. It wasn't loud, but it was audible on such a quiet night. No, Yuli, this little daughter-in-law really came to warm his bed? Other than this, Su Feng really couldn't think of anyone who would come knocking on his door so late at night. Putting down the Three Kingdoms in his hand and getting up, Su Feng gently pushed the door open. Where was the slightest sign of a human being outside the door? Except for the darkened yard. Hell yeah! Su Feng cursed, closing the door behind him and retracing his steps back to the bedroom, where there was suddenly an extra guy on the bed. And you know you're back. You've been out on the prowl for days. No other than the white clouds that are making waves out there. Meow. Bai Yun expressed his hunger towards Su Feng, living like a child who was hungry from playing outside and went home to let his mom and dad cook. Su Feng cried and laughed a little. He had raised an ancestor. Taking a can of canned meat from the system space, he unwrapped it and placed it on the ground. Deal with a couple bites first, and tomorrow you'll take you fishing. I released a lot of the small fish I caught last time in Shikahai, so I won't have to use them tomorrow to feed this guy all at once. Meow. Bai Yun obediently rubbed against Su Feng's leg and lowered his head for a moment to finish building the box of canned meat. Chapter 110, Let Julie call her father. The morning of the day off is not as noisy as it used to be. They have been working in the factory for 6 days. No matter who they are, they will sleep a little more this morning. Su Feng was sleeping soundly on his side when he suddenly felt like he was being choked and couldn't breathe. 2 or 3 breaths later, it directly woke Su Feng up from his sleep. Ah! White clouds. As soon as he opened his eyes, Su Feng figured out what was going on. This guy was sleeping right next to the head of his bed and then his tail was unconsciously covering his face. The hairs on Bai Yun's tail were long and dense, covering Su Feng's face like a blanket. It would be strange to be able to breathe over. Su Feng cupped Bai Yun's head with both hands and rubbed it vigorously, affecting our ability to sleep. Why don't we all just stop sleeping? Meow. Bai Yun woke up from his sleep and meowed in dissatisfaction towards Su Feng. You still dare to make power with me? Do you still want to eat fish or not? One word, and it keeps the guy honest. A beautiful dream has been awakened, and it's impossible to stay asleep. Why don't you just get up, wash up, and simply get a breakfast to eat? Breakfast is not much to eat. Simply boil 2 eggs under a handful of noodles. Sprinkle some green onions, put some lard, but also has a few points of the feeling of Yangchun noodles. Grunt 2 mouthfuls to finish the noodles. Full is full, just lazy to wash the dishes. If only it had been at home. Sure, Shue would have taken care of this kind of thing with aplomb. Living alone in the city like a bachelor. Wash it. Almost finished. One after another people in the courtyard got up to make breakfast. After all, in this day and age, most people sleep a little more and don't sleep on their asses until 12 a.m. Like in the latter days, most families didn't have such a hearty breakfast as Su Feng, and most of them just cooked some random bush porridge to muddle through. Half an hour had passed, and it was as if the courtyard had come back to life, with a steady stream of parental voices. Su Feng, go off fishing. The 3 Moncler Outlet UK adults woke up and casually dealt with a bowl of porridge, and then hurriedly took the fishing equipment and pushed the bicycle out of the moon gate. Last time I called up Su Feng to join me, I was struck by the other people's fish catch, and the 3 big Moncler Outlet store Moncler Outlet Online wondered if it was a problem with the location that was chosen. After returning, I made a special trip on another day and squatted at the same spot where Su Feng was last time and dumped 2 shots. 2 hours of wobbling went by and the harvest didn't change a bit. Still 2 or 3 small fish that weren't as big as the palm of your hand. Oddly enough, it's hard to tell if it's a matter of luck. After so many years of fishing, the 3 greats are dead set on not thinking it's their skills. So when I went fishing this morning, I thought I'd call Su Feng up. His own record was so solid, so if he called Su Feng up, he might even be able to whore out a big fish or 2 for nothing. Su Feng was waiting in the house while watching the 3 Kingdoms, and immediately answered when he heard the 3rd Grand Master's shout. 3rd Master, walking? When he came out, Su Feng already had his fishing rod in his hand. Of course, the other guy things certainly couldn't be forgotten. Hey, feelings are waiting, so let's go. The 3rd Master was still worried that Su Feng had something to be busy with today, and seeing that this situation was just as addictive as his own, an old face immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum. Bai Yun followed behind, and Su Feng didn't even shout to take the initiative to jump on the back of his bike. Ho! Such a big cat. Su Feng, did you raise this? No matter who it was. I'm afraid that the first time they saw a white cloud, they would feel surprised. Su Feng casually fooled around with a few perfunctory sentences, and the third master did not ask more questions when he saw that Feng did not want to say more. Cats this big are not rare, but they are not out of the realm of normal. Su Feng's side was pushing his bike and was about to leave the hospital when he suddenly heard Yuli behind him calling out for Dad. It certainly wasn't a shout out to him, but the future might tell. The third master twisted his head to see that not only Yuli, but his own untalented eldest son had also followed him. What? Nothing urgent, just wait until I get back. It's the one day off in the week, and the 3 Moncler jackets are just waiting for it, not wanting to let anything else keep them from fishing. Dad, why don't you take me and Shaoli with you? There's nothing to do on your day off anyway. It's not a good idea to stay in the yard every day. This was said by Yan Xiecheng, so he thought that his dad should not refuse. So why not? But you guys figure out how to get there yourselves. The location is in Shikahai. Su Feng and I will go first. The 3 Moncler outlet store thought it was something. Casually perfunctory 2 sentences and pushed the bike ready to go. Lest you go late without good fishing spots. Dad, why don't you take Yuli with you? Su Feng, can you take me with you? It's not a lively crowd. Yan Xiecheng's skin is all pretty thick, just by the fact that he wants Peak to take him there with a single mouthful. What? He's good looking? Su Feng didn't say anything, and he knew that the third Grand Master would definitely not agree with his son's proposal. In normal times the third grandpa's bike was precious, and there was no one on the back of the bike. Even if you lend it out, you have to charge 20 or 30 cents. Even though Yan Xiecheng is his son and wants to sit in the back seat, that won't work. Xiecheng, you know, it's not that Dad doesn't want to take you with him, but we've been riding this bicycle for years. If we crush it, our family won't have the cash to buy a new bike. The words are just one sentence. If you want to go, you can find your own way. As for riding on the back of his bike, don't even think about it. Su Feng, let's go first, lest there aren't any good spots left in a while. Without giving his son a chance to plead for mercy, the third master pushed his bicycle and tried to leave the hospital. Su Feng naturally didn't say anything nonsense and pushed his bike to catch up with the pace of the 3 Grand Masters. At this time, Yuli's little temper came up. You can't even do the small thing. You say I want you to be a man, what's the use? A lot of people in the yard watched it, and all of a sudden Yan Xiecheng was in a hurry. I stumbled upon Su Feng's bicycle cushion and in a hurry. Why don't you go alone, daughter-in-law, and I'll wait at home for your good news. The 3 Moncler outlet store love to fish. Yan Xiecheng cannot cold. To sit there a chilled a little meaningless. Might as well let his daughter-in-law go alone, so as not to quarrel with him every day at home. Anyway, his own dad was tagging along, so nothing disturbing could ever happen. Daughter-in-law, keep up, they've been discharged. Yuli also left the quadrangle with such a half-hearted push, and hurriedly caught up with Su Feng with a quick step. Dad, then let Lori follow you guys around. I'm not going. The third master ignored his son, and did whatever he wanted without riding his bike anyway. As for his daughter-in-law rubbing Su Feng's bike, 3 Grandpa didn't think anything of it. After all, he was right next to it. Su Feng then, please, small matter third master. Hurry up and get going before we really run out of good fishing spots later. Su Feng waved his hand to interrupt the words of the third master. It was annoying to hear too many polite words. At this time Su Feng suddenly remembered what Section Chiefly had explained, and he hadn't even put it on his mind. But he didn't think that this little daughter-in-law had really come together by mistake. Chapter 111. The burden of the grain sacks was already heavy. Yu Hai Tang. Meow. Yuli was going to sit in Su Feng's back seat, so Bai Yun naturally ran out of room. Yuli had long noticed this big cat on the back of Su Feng's bicycle. In this day and age when families couldn't even get enough to eat, no one had the leisure to keep pets or have extra food. Yuri wanted to take Bai Yun in her arms, otherwise there wouldn't be enough room to sit. This white cloud guy was already arrogant, so naturally he didn't want to let strangers touch it. Although Yuli's arms were warm and comforting, Bai Yun didn't feel it at all. After his body was touched, Bai Yun grinned and hissed at Yuli directly, his low voice causing Yuli's small hand to jerk in fear. Be good, Bai Yun. I'll get you some fish later. Su Feng immediately rubbed Bai Yun's little head, coaxing it and signaling Yuli that she could hold it. Su Feng, you're a good cat. Seeing Bai Yun retract his fangs, Yuli then dared to reach out and carry it in her arms to sit on Su Feng's bike. Su Feng clearly saw that the air-filled tires on the back seat were obviously deflated a bit. According to reason it shouldn't be. Yuli's height is just ordinary. Standing together with Qin Huairu is obviously a cut-off, but the flat tires were real, showing that this little daughter-in-law definitely had plenty of weight under her baggy clothes. Ho! Sister, you can eat less. Don't press my tires so hard that they don't care. They say that the third master's family is stingy, and they don't see much oil and water all year round. so I really don't know how this little daughter-in-law developed. If you keep up with your nutrition, there's a real chance you'll blow out the tires on this car. Yuli knew that Su Feng was saying that she was fat, but she didn't dare to flirt with Su Feng when her father-in-law was next to her. It's not even this cat of yours, at least 20 or 30 pounds. It's not common to see a cat that big. On the other side that the three great masters couldn't see, Yuli freed a hand to twist Su Feng's backside. If you didn't know better, you'd think the two of them on the bike were a couple. Su Feng was smiling on his face, thinking that this little daughter-in-law was quite bold, and his father-in-law could be right next to him. As for the third master on the sidelines, he was glad that he didn't bring his daughter-in-law. Su Feng's so sturdy new bike was crushed like that. He is afraid that this old antique will not be directly loose driving. Okay, it's going to be dark if we pull any more crap. The three great masters walked in the lead, and Su Feng followed behind with someone else's daughter-in-law on his pack. The three Moncler Outlet Online are in a hurry to grab a good fishing spot and want to speed up, followed by Su Feng dead on that speed, not in a hurry to follow behind the ass. Su Feng, why don't you three grandfathers go first and take up a good fishing spot for you on the way? I don't know if it was because the third master's addiction had gotten the better of him and couldn't stand the slow speed of Su Feng. As for his own daughter-in-law sitting on the back of another big guy's bike in the yard, there was nothing to worry about. After all, it was broad daylight and nothing nasty could happen. That's fine. Carrying Sister Yu in the back seat is really not fast enough. Then, third master, you go over first, and Sister Yu and I will arrive afterward. Su Feng was not in a hurry. With the bait produced by the system on his body, he could catch a big fish in any location. The third master answered. 2 feet accelerated the speed of pedaling wheels. A moment's work is not seen. Ho! Who said that the readers are physically weak? This riding a bicycle to speed is also fast. The three Moncler outlet store also said that their bikes are not strong, so fast and have not seen any problems, but also is not stingy. White Cloud, jump down and follow yourself. If I didn't take Yuli I could still bring this guy with me. Now the car is obviously a bit burdened with an extra person. It wasn't that Su Feng couldn't carry it. The key was that the guy nestled comfortably in Yuli's arms and instead pedaled the bike hard in front of him. Meow. The White Cloud in Yuli's arms meowed in dissatisfaction, and in the end was directly thrown out by Yuli. This guy is really heavy. Yuli holds so while arm is a little sore. It was already a bit of a burden on the grain bag, let alone holding this big guy again. Sister Yu, then you can sit firmly. Let's also speed up a bit. Early to Shikahai. After all, the courtyard from the Shikahai has a distance. Slowly swing to all noon, without the need for Su Feng to remind her. Yuli had already taken the initiative to wrap her arms around Su Feng's male dog waist. There wasn't much around to recognize him anyway, and then put his head on his back so no one would know who was sitting on the back of the bike. Sister Yu, if brother Xiecheng sees this, he won't be able to spare me. Feeling the softness clinging to his back, Su Feng couldn't help but tease. You purposely let Bai Yun follow behind. Sis still doesn't know what little mind you're hiding. Yuli was also really bold, and this statement was already testing on the edge of danger. Now you also want to accomplish. A moment to go to the Shikahai caught a big fish. Not for sister share two sister will not let you. After saying this sentence Yuli's ear and nose a little hot. Not because of the tone of this speech is like pampering with their own men. Ho! What does this mean that my mind is made up? Su Feng pretended to be confused, riding his bike as if he couldn't see the road, deliberately riding towards the potholes. Luckily, with the cushioning device, Yuli didn't feel any discomfort in her chest and big butt. Humph. You know yourself if your heart is not in the right place. Yuli hummed arrogantly, her eyes suddenly glancing to see a familiar figure, and she hurriedly buried her little head into Su Feng's back, noticing the abnormality behind him. Su Feng followed Yuli's gaze just now and swept over, and sure enough, he saw a silhouette. Since the distance wasn't very far, Su Feng could see very clearly. Carefully look at the pretty girl's features and Yuli has 7 points, like, taller than Yuli to be a little taller, but the body is a little inferior to a few points. Appears to be more slim. This would be a relative of the family, maybe a close sister too, though slightly less dimpled. The girl's face is above the little daughter-in-law behind her. Looking at the way the girl is standing, she should not be married yet, but overall, the sisters are each beautiful in their own way. Yuli noticed at a glance that it was her cousin Yu Haitang, which was why she hurriedly covered her small face. Seeing Yu Haitang, Yuli's little heart slammed, which if recognized, the future do not want to live in peace. It was too late to loosen his embrace, so he could only pray that his cousin hadn't noticed him. Yu Haitang also noticed the oncoming Phoenix bicycle. After all, this thing is also a rarity in the city of 49. Although I could see Su Feng, but I really didn't see who was sitting in the back. After all, Su Feng's shoulders were a bit wider, basically hiding Yuli who was sitting in the back. So handsome. Yu Haitang was a face controller just like Qin Huairu, and she couldn't help but let out a dark sigh when she saw the oncoming Su Feng. But that's all. The one holding his waist behind him is obviously someone's daughter-in-law, right? Hey, how come all the good men in the world have their masters, and none of them can take her turn? Only what made Yu Haitang strange was that the figure of the woman in the back looked familiar, but unfortunately she just couldn't see the face. Yu Haitang didn't hastily call the person to a halt. If he recognized the wrong person, then how embarrassing. It wasn't surprising that Yu Haitang couldn't recognize her sister. After all, she had already been married for some days. If you stayed together every day like before, you'd recognize them even without looking at their faces. A girl who marries out is just like water that is thrown out, and it's inevitable that she will get angry. Chapter 112, next time, speed up on the bed. Yuli buried her little head for a good 5 or 6 minutes and didn't look up until she was a little out of breath. What's the matter, sister? You? That pretty girl just now should be someone of yours, right? After all, the resemblance, coupled with Yuli's reaction, almost confirms a connection. That one is my sister. What to do? Yuli said not to panic. That is false. This if the family knows. A lifetime head do not want to lift up. After all, there are some things you can do in secret, but you can't talk about them or let them be known. What about what? The real sister? Su Feng didn't panic. He didn't have anything with the little daughter-in-law behind him. Nothing more than a little secret flirtation, with or without a substantial relationship. Yeah, I don't know if I recognized me just now. It's your fault. Yuli half pouted, half complained about Su Feng, reaching out and twisting Su Feng's hindquarters again. Sister, we are not innocent neighbors. Not to mention that your man let you ride my bike. I was looking at the girl just now. Did she have a strange look on her face? Besides, that's your own sister. Even if she recognized you, she wouldn't say anything to harm you, don't you think? After such a calm analysis by Su Feng, Yuli was finally quite relieved. Yeah, that's my own sister. How can I harm myself? Even if she knew what she had done was wrong, she would definitely help hide it for herself and advise to stay away from Su Feng. After thinking it through, Yuli's thumping little heart could be considered to have slowed down. It's not all your fault. If you don't give me a few more fish later, don't think you'll let sis ride on the back of your bike later. That does come out a bit brash, but it also depends on who says it. Su Feng smiled and didn't say anything. Just accelerating. This time it's accelerating on top of the bike. Next time maybe we'll switch to the bed. No one can take advantage of him anyway, and sooner or later it will all be doubled back. By the time Su Feng arrived, the third master had already flung several shots. The record is just that. Solid as an old dog. Su Feng did not go far, pushing his bike and choosing a location not far from the 3 grandmasters. When he came over, Su Feng even paid special attention and didn't notice Section Chief Li's figure. It was better if he didn't come, lest the thing still think he was actually willing to pimp him out. The 3 masters also noticed Su Feng, who came over, counting the time and estimating that he was not delayed on the road. Uneasily, he swept another glance at his daughter-in-law and didn't notice anything unusual before returning his eyes to the fish float. It's Sunday and the fishing is really good. Su Feng chose a good location and put a small horse zipper. Get the bait and start fishing. It took a moment for the white cloud to follow. This distance is nothing to this guy, and it's only coming at this hour because this guy is playful. Be good. You'll be on the fish in a minute. Worried that Bai Yun wouldn't be patient, Su Feng even made a point of urging him. Sure enough, it didn't take long to land 2 fish at a time, one large and one small. The big one was about 4 or 5 pounds, and the smaller one was just a little bigger than a palm. After pulling for a while, when the big fish didn't have much strength left, Su Feng threw the 2 fish directly over with a push. Yuli, who was standing by the side watching Su Feng fishing, had her eyes lit up. It had only been a short time since she had arrived and she had caught such a large fish. Even that small one was bigger than any of the ones caught by his own father-in-law. The larger one Su Feng threw into the fish guard, and the smaller one was taken off the bait and thrown directly to Bai Yun. This guy is the one who moves fast, his legs powering right up into the air, taking the fish into his mouth in the air. In 3 swallows, he swallowed the entire small fish whole, then looked at Su Feng with an expectant face. Cats already love fish, let alone fresh ones like this. The fish that Su Feng had fed just now wasn't small anymore, but to Bai Yun's size, it was completely a pre-dinner appetizer. There's no rush. We're not leaving until you've gotten your belly full today. The small fish are so full, it's only natural to save the big ones to take back with you. The third master also noticed the movement on Su Feng's side and couldn't help but curse the loser in his heart when he saw such a large fish being fed to the cat. If he catches such a big fish, if he doesn't want to take it back to the meat, even if he takes it to the cafeteria of the rolling mill, he can still exchange it for $2. It's almost as if people are more than people. It's normal for people to be able to catch so many big fish that they don't care about that little fish. Su Feng didn't know that the third master had called him a loser, and hung up the bait to continue fishing. It's as if a man's bones are born with the instinct to hunt, whether it's up in the mountains to fish or down in the river. Naturally, I love this stuff, so the time just flies by. Almost 2 to 3 hours had passed. Su Feng's fish guard was loaded with a large portion of fish, and all of them were big fish over 5 pounds. As for the small fish, all of them went into the white clouds. Slowly the speed of the white clouds eating fish slowed down. Su Feng caught a small fish, also did not feed it to rethrow back to the shikahai. After all, a small fish can grow into a big fish without wasting the future generations of children and grandchildren who will still have fish to catch. Yuli just stood around and watched for 2 hours without getting bored at all. It's really just that this harvest is one after the other, and it's just too much to look at. Su Feng, you're really good. In a while you won't be able to tell the difference between the two sisters. Yuli wasn't nagging, much less worried that Su Feng wouldn't give her fish. Rather, it was in front of her father-in-law so that Su Feng would have a reasonable excuse to give her fish later. Then why not us, sister? You help me a lot of favor. It's okay if others don't give it to me, but if I don't give it to you, that's really uncharacteristic. Su Feng was equally theatrical. Even he wanted to give more swipe rewards. The third master on the side heard this in his ears and couldn't help but be happy in his heart. Today, his eldest son can be considered to have done a decent job. Su Feng fishing so many fish, at least must give his daughter-in-law a share of 4 or 5. Su Feng had already had the intention of calling it quits when he saw that this Bayan fellow had had his fill. Plus the harvest was almost enough. It's not good to catch too much and get it back. It's just right now. Third master, I think it's about time. If I go back later I won't make it to lunch. Generally out of the fishing are addicted to go, and no one with a boxed lunch or something must be fishing all day. After all, the second day still have to work. That's fine. This sun is warm but just a little harsh on the eyes. The third master didn't insist. If he didn't go with the others, it would be strange if Su Feng could give him a share of the fish. Thank you for the quick hands of Mei Yuan Gue. The big man broke the bank, and the other readers of the Lords of the Reward, without an extra shift. I'm embarrassed to ask the readers for a gift. Can I give a 5-star review or something? Chapter 113, The Enviable Yuli. Sister, I'll go find a rope. You pick a few favorite fish. I'll help you string them up later to carry them conveniently. Su Feng grabbed the side of the fish guard and violently exerted a force to lift the fish. No matter what the quality of the product in this era are bar, but also do not have to worry about ripping the fish guard rotten. If it wasn't for Su Feng's strong strength, he almost didn't lift the fish guard. Knowing that Su Feng's physique had been strengthened quite a bit by the system, it was easy to imagine how many big fish had been loaded inside this fish guard. Yuli is also not polite. Walked up to hold the fish guard to pick and choose. At a glance, the smallest fish in there was longer than her little arm. The third master stood on the side of the happy mouth, and quickly gave his daughter-in-law a wink. The meaning is obvious. Not picking the right ones and specializing in the expensive ones in terms of value. Su Feng wouldn't care about these 3 melons and 2 dates since he let Yuli pick. Bent down and found some branches, wrapped it around to get 2 strings of grass. Yuli had already picked out the fish after getting it done, and she really didn't talk to Su Feng politely, picking out 4 fish that were good looking and big in size. This little is really good. This is treating Su Feng as one of her own. 4 is an unlucky number. Sis, I'll put an extra 1 on you. Su Feng took a piece of grass rope and threaded it in through the fish's mouth and then out through the fish's gills, and after putting on the 4 fish picked by Yuli, Su Feng hitched up another one. Although it's convenient to take the fish back together, but when you get to the yard the neighbors are watching. It's not a matter of who to share it with or not to share it with. At that point, there won't be enough fish to share, so it's better to split up right here at the lake, and when we get to the yard, we'll each take a fish and go home. Braiding 2 grass ropes had a purpose. The other one, Su Feng strung 2 fish and handed them to the 3 big fish. This can make the third master feel flattered. Originally he thought that Su Feng has already given Yuli so many fish, naturally will not be another to give him. I didn't expect people to do things so innocuously, and pick 2 big fish to put on for him without being petty. This. Su Feng, how can you let the third master have the good sense to do this? Can't take advantage of you every time, can you? Readers seem to like to engage in the hypocrisy of this set. The third master's mouth is polite, but the movement of the hand is not slow at all. Third master, you don't have to be polite. In a while I still need to trouble you to help me pack the fish back. I don't have room in this back seat. While the fish guard did have a number of large fish inside, the weight certainly didn't compare to Yuli. But this stuff is fishy and the smell is also punchy. Su Feng does not want to dirty the back of his new bike. As it should be. The third master doesn't care about this. These fish are no heavier than his own daughter-in-law. It's okay to get the flavor on it. Just go back and wash it twice more. Then let's go. This time, when he returned to the courtyard, the third master couldn't pick up his speed, and he wandered back to Nanlua Guxiang with Su Feng. The smell of fish was already wafting in before the people even entered the courtyard. Today is a day off and the busiest day inside the courtyard. And when you smell the fish, you know it's the third master coming back. Ho! Yuli, where did you go to get such a big fish? An older woman at the entrance to the courtyard was sharp-eyed and noticed at first glance the large fish Yuli was carrying in her two hands. The words landed on the ground, and many of the older men and women in the courtyard shot their eyes over. Ho! It's still true. Yuli carried the fish Su Feng had given herself in her left hand and the fish Su Feng had given her father-in-law in her right hand. It's heavy, but it's a time for long faces. I don't know what's going on today, but my dad went overboard and caught such a big fish. Don't you think it's strange? Yuli's face was beaming with pride. Being able to make these neighbors envious was what she wanted to see the most. As for why she didn't say that Su Feng had given it to her. No at all. Xiecheng, come out and help me with the fish. Yuli stood to the courtyard door and shouted at the top of her voice, ostensibly letting her man come over to help with the stuff, really letting the courtyard neighbors come out to see and envy her. Yuli, this trick really works. Hiding to the house to hear this. The heart is still thinking how many fish but also need to come to the person to take. Step out of the house and look. Ho! So many fish. Sister Yuli, these are some beautiful big fish you have. Maisie Yuli, I'll give you some fine grain for a fish, to satisfy my child's craving. This compliment made Yuli happy. Her aunt, if you want to exchange fish with Su Feng, he caught a lot of big fish today. If they were replaced with fine grains, their own eunuchs would be thinking of handing them over to the family. Yuli was still thinking of taking a few fish to bring back to her mother's home, so naturally she was not happy to exchange them. Yan Xiecheng heard his daughter-in-law call him and hurried out of the moon door in 3 steps. Seeing his daughter-in-law carrying such a large number of fish in her hand almost didn't make his jaw drop. He knew the strength of his own old man better than anyone else, and he was afraid that he would never be able to catch these big fish in his life. Fortunately, this kid is a bit deep, and did not ask more questions in front of so many neighbors. Ho! That's heavy. Although the same Yan Xiecheng happy corners of the mouth cannot close. This is not another blessing of the mouth. Afraid of the neighbors, I read. Yan Xiecheng carrying a big fish rushed into the moon door. The back foot Su Feng pushed the bicycle and the 3 grandmasters came in together. Holy crap! Third master, that bag on that back seat of yours is full of fish. The bag was opaque, but that fish was alive and well inside the bag, and anyone could tell. It's been a good day. Those fish are biting like they've never eaten before. After getting the third master's affirmation, this could make the neighbors envious. These fish can be sold on the black market for a lot of money. Not to mention the gluttony. No one was cheeky enough to ask for it, so they missed the episode and went about their business. When the neighbors were not paying attention, Su Feng went back to the house with the bag. From inside the bag, he picked 2 mandarin fish and took them out, and all the rest were loaded into the system space. Su Feng had heard of a dish called braised mandarin fish from the Tan family cuisine, so it was a good time to take it to brother Zhu Zi to show off his cooking skills. Consuming supplies for Yuli, doubling the reward of 20 big fish. He was about to go out the door to go up to Brother Pillar's house across the street when the system beep sounded just in time. Plus you catch your own fish. So much to eat. Unfortunately, the system mall only sells things and doesn't accept them. So it seems that I'll have to make a trip to Pigeon City sometime. A small amount of money is also money. Put it into the system space cannot be eaten. Chapter 114, the little daughter-in-law's door begs Su Feng. Brother Pillar, look what I've brought you. Just as he walked to the doorway, a strong scent went straight to Su Feng's nose. The evening was the appointed time, and silly Pillar got up early and worked until noon. Hey, brother, where did you get these 2 big mandarin fish? I even went to the market there a while back and looked twice just to buy this fish, didn't get it. Really think what comes what? Want to buy things, did not buy, but instead brother to give direct delivery. Caught it this morning in Shikahai. It's fresh. I've heard that the Tan family cuisine has a dish called braised mandarin fish, so I brought it over for you to show off your handiwork. Brother Pillar. Silly Zhu received the 2 mandarin fish handed by Su Feng and was practically in awe. You're a good eater, brother, and tonight you'll definitely smell so good you'll swallow your tongue. Then again hala 2 sentences. Su Feng did not linger. Lunch has not eaten it. The stomach has long beaten the drum of retreat. The column didn't stay either. He was still busy on his side. The stove fire at home is definitely not as good as in the factory. So making some big dishes is not only time consuming but also laborious. The viewpoint is given to the third master's house. Xiecheng, where did you get so many big fish? The 3 Amazons were amazed to see their sons carrying back so many big fish. Mom, I'm still confused. This is what Yuli brought back. Obviously. Yan Xiecheng was also curious about where his daughter-in-law had gotten so many big fish. Mom, solvent, do I tell you too? Outside the hospital that Su Feng people fishing technology is really powerful. I just watched for 2 hours as that big fish came in one by one, and my eyes almost gave out on me. Yuli told the morning's events with a raised eyebrow. feeling all amazed even now. Third auntie looked back. Shaoli, are you saying that these big fish were given to you by Su Feng? Otherwise, not only did they give me fish, they also gave our father 2 fish. Xiecheng, if you follow up is also good. Maybe you will also give you 2. Hearing his daughter-in-law say this, he almost didn't regret Yan Xiecheng's intestines. Even if you don't eat them, you can buy several packs of Dakianmen by exchanging them for money. At this time, the third grandpa came in with his bicycle. That Shaoli, give the fish to your mom so she can marinate it. With 7 fish this big, eating them until the new year won't be a problem. The third Amma joyfully reached out to pick up the fish, but Julie only handed the third Amma the same fish that Su Feng had given to the third Amma. Mom and Dad, it's been a few days since I've been back to my mom's house, and I thought I'd go back this afternoon, so I can't go back empty-handed. On the one hand, Yuli really didn't want the Yen family to take such a big advantage of her, and on the other hand, she went back to confirm with her sister that she recognized her in the morning or not. As soon as Yuli's words were spoken, the faces of the 3 grandmasters and grandmothers immediately stiffened. The third oldest opened his mouth to say something, but the third oldest mom stopped him in time and gave the third oldest a wink. Indeed, there's no need for another family feud over these fish. By then, if there is another fight, the daughter-in-law is clamoring to go back to her mother's house, making people laugh for no reason. The third master thought about it, and took a deep breath. His face slowed down. Little Li, so you're going to take all 5 of these fish back? If one of them doesn't stay, the third master won't be able to her. After all, you are now the daughter-in-law of my old Yin family, so you can't just take all the good things back to your mother's family, and then you won't be able to live with it in the future. Yuli took a look at her husband's husband and thought about taking 3 of them back to her mother's house. The 3 great masters were not happy about it, but they were barely within their reach. Dad, so this afternoon, perhaps the third master knew what his daughter-in-law wanted to say and immediately interrupted with a voice. Wifey, I have to go out for something this afternoon. In a while you can help me polish my bike. The back seat smells like fish. Whether it's something real or not is anyone's guess. But anyway, the third grandpa didn't want to lend his bike to his daughter-in-law. Yuli opened her mouth and didn't say anything. Having spent so many days together, she also knew her father-in-law's temperament long ago. It's not like this is the only bike in the yard. Go borrow it from Su Feng yourself. His bike is still beautiful. After lunch, Yuli explained to Yan Xiecheng to find Su Feng to borrow a bicycle. She also didn't intend to call her man up to go back to her mother's house, and it just so happened that Yan Xiecheng was too lazy to go. One is disgusted with his man's lack of ability, and the other is naturally ashamed that he has nothing to show for his return to his mother-in-law's house. Su Feng had just finished his lunch, and since learning a couple hands from Brother Pillar, his cooking skills had grown by leaps and bounds. So every time I cook, I make an appointment and basically eat clean and don't waste anything. But I purposely made a little less for lunch today, waiting to go to Brother Pillar's place for a big meal in the evening. There wasn't much going on in the afternoon, and after being affected by the white clouds this morning, Su Feng wanted to lie down for a while to catch up on his sleep. This had only just been laid down when there was a knock at the door. Su Feng, sis came to beg you for something. The number of times Yuli had come over to Su Feng wasn't small, so she didn't politely enter the house directly. Jia's side of the family just finished eating. Qin Huairu carried the bowl out of the house, just in time to see Yuli walk into Su Feng's house. A trace of dissimilarity could not help but rise in his heart. Why did the daughter-in-law of this third master's family keep running to Su Feng's house? Doesn't her man have any ideas? But it's none of her business, and after the last time the family had a hard time and resolved it, there's basically nothing to worry about. Work is slowly getting into the right track. Slowly boil the $20 to pay back. Su Feng's side got up. Yuli had already entered the main house. This little daughter-in-law really doesn't take herself as an outsider. What's wrong, sister? You? Su Feng did not pack a ticket. Who knows what this little daughter-in-law came over to find in the request. Sis wants to go back to her mom's house this afternoon. I wonder if your bike is handy. To be honest, Yuli herself felt that she was a bit cheeky. How much she had taken advantage of others. You don't worry, sis. Also, don't borrow your bike for nothing. If you usually have any dirty clothes at work don't have time to wash, you just tell sis on the line. Yuli was quite good at what she did, and didn't feel that people weren't justified in being generous to her. Why not then, sis? Feel free to take it. Su Feng didn't ask why the third master's family had a bicycle and had to come to pick up their own. Surely that Yen Lago wasn't willing to lend it to his daughter-in-law. As for Yuli's comment about helping him wash his dirty clothes, Su Feng didn't care, not to mention how many rewards this toolman had swiped for him. The value that came from helping Su Feng awaken the functions of the system arcade alone was endless. Chapter 115, even if this man asks her to. Added for Mr. Ili de Liao. Yuli herself didn't expect Su Feng to agree so dryly, and all sorts of complicated thoughts immediately surfaced in her heart. Look at people. and then look at your own eunuch. Su Feng. Sis, thanks you. After saying this, Yuli's eyes were a little moist, and she hurriedly lowered her head and looked around to hide it. Just noticed the dirty clothes thrown on the bench and stepped forward to scoop them up into his arms. Su Feng, take off the clothes you're wearing as well. It's sunny this afternoon. Wash your clothes for you before Sis goes back to her mother's house. Yuli didn't give Su Feng a chance to refuse. Putting down the clothes in her hand, she came up and stripped Su Feng of his dirty clothes. If Yan Xiecheng was watching from outside the door at this time, he would have to misunderstand. Whoever came in would probably think this was two people in the house. Since this little daughter-in-law was deeply in love, Su Feng didn't refuse, and usually his least favorite thing was washing clothes. Sis, then wait. I'll get you something. Sincerity for sincerity. Su Feng had never been petty either. Turning around, he went to the inner room to get 2 pounds of brown sugar, which was actually taken out of the system space undercover. It is estimated that Sister Yu suddenly thought of going back to her mother's home today. She should want to send herself to the big fish to carry it back to honor her 2 elders. It's too light a gift with just a few walleye, plus 2 pounds of brown sugar is just right. Sis, you take this. It's a face to go back to, isn't it? Su Feng handed out the brown sugar wrapped inside the paper, and Yuli subconsciously received it in her hand. It was only when I fixed my eyes on it that I realized what I was holding in my hand. No, 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 no. Sister Su Feng, you already owe you a lot. This thing is just too precious, sister can't have it. It's brown sugar, and it looks like it weighs at least 2 pounds. It's not a matter of whether this stuff is worth anything or not, but it's a good thing that normal people just don't see. It can be said that if you don't have access to it, you can't buy it with any amount of money. Yuli saw the note attached to it with the word brown sugar written on it, which is why she subconsciously tried to reject it and hurriedly stuffed the brown sugar into Su Feng's hand. This went on, and the 2 hands became entwined. Su Feng gently and forcefully pinched the small hand in the palm of his hand, but Yuli didn't pull her hand out. Only a touch of shyness flashed across her pretty face. Sis, why are you being polite to me? I'm not giving this to you. It's for the 2 oldest members of the family. Hearing Su Feng say this, Yuli knew that he was sincere in his desire to give. Looking down at the brown sugar in her hand, Yuli's tears could no longer be held back and directly came out of her eyes. She didn't understand why people treated themselves even better than their families did. Was she some kind of very bad person that made the Yin family do this to her? At this moment, Yuli's regret of marrying Yan Xiecheng reached its peak. Why was he not the Su Feng he had met in advance? Yuli could not even dare to imagine how happy he would be if that was really the case. Why are you crying, sis? If you don't know, you'll think I bullied you. The door wasn't closed when Yuli came in, or else Su Feng wouldn't have a problem comforting this little daughter-in-law in his arms right now. Yuli took a moment to slow down before her emotions slowly leveled out. Looking at the perfect man in front of her, just now Yuli was even thinking, even if this man asked for it, she didn't know if she would refuse. One could only imagine how much of an emotional shock what Su Feng had done had hit her. Sis went back then. Ah, I'll bring it to you after washing it later, Yuli said as she untied her clothes, then tucked the brown sugar in her hand into her arms. Carry another pile of clothes in your arms and you'll be largely invisible to others. Such a good thing to know on their own on the line. If the family to see do not know what will think not to mention, I guess they also have to ask her for a pound. Back at home, Yan Xiecheng watched with a puzzled expression as his daughter-in-law returned with a pile of clothes in her arms. Where did you get so many dirty clothes, daughter-in-law? Yan Xiecheng took a look at all the men's clothes and couldn't help but think more in his mind. How much of a bargain does our family take advantage of other people's Su Feng? You say I'm good enough to borrow other people's bicycles for nothing. This time, people generously borrowed it. But what about next time? I'm too embarrassed to borrow it if people don't mention it. Yuli had a point, and it was a good one. Although Yan Xiecheng heart taste, after all, this is their own daughter-in-law by virtue of what to other men to wash clothes. However, he didn't say much, and indeed earned a lot of real bargains from Su Feng. Unfortunately, the outfit was washed for nothing, and no money was paid for the work. Yuli took advantage of her man's inattention and hurriedly stuffed the brown sugar into her bag, then handily helped Su Feng wash his clothes. There was no other place to wash clothes in the yard but the communal sink in the front yard. Coincidentally, Qin Huairu was also washing clothes at the sink at this time. The two greeted each other and each did their own laundry. Qin Huairu casually glanced over and noticed that the clothes Yuli was washing were actually worn by Su Feng. This doesn't even come with a cover-up? After Su Feng's side sent his little daughter-in-law off, the system prompted a reward of 10 pounds of brown sugar, which was simply rewarding. The bike had been loaned out, and I didn't have a means of transportation if I wanted to go out this afternoon, so I simply stayed home to catch up on my sleep. Yuli washed the clothes with nimble hands and dried them on the clothesline by hand. After everything was done, it was only then that she carried the fish satchel and rode Su Feng's bicycle to her mother's house. When Su Feng was leaving just now, He made a special explanation that he must hurry back early in the evening, and he also had to go to brother Juzi's house to rub a meal. That's why Yuli set off in a hurry and tried to make it back before it got dark. When she went to the house just now to carry her satchel, Yuli had purposely changed into a beautiful set of clothes. I had just met up with my sister in that awkward scene in the morning, and if I still wore that outfit I would have to recognize her. After about half an hour's ride, Yuli hurried to her mother's house. Mom, I'm home. Thank you for the big reward of a big man. A big man. Big man broke the bank. Or that's the word. Brothers, a free small gift of 10 cents. Gift proceeds more than 100 plus one more chapter. Chapter 116, Su Feng is really her man. Yuli is back. Ah, Egu, takes so many big fish. Taking the initiative to talk to Yuli's neighbor. The residents of this yard with the Manhwa Guxiang side is almost the same. Basically live in the steel rolling mill workers. Take for example, Yu's father and Yu Haitang. The latter was not only the announcer of the factory not to mention, but also the famous factory flower of the factory. But I heard that this sister crop is not very good. So long as the marriage has not seen over to see the old man. Just like this time, we only see our daughter and not our son-in-law. Yes, Auntie Wang hasn't been back for some days. Take a few fish and 2 pounds of brown sugar to do your filial duty. In Nanluo Guxiang Yuli didn't want people to know that she had brown sugar on hand, but when she arrived at her mother's house, she hated to let the whole house know that she had taken 2 pounds of brown sugar back. Ho! This is good stuff. Can you tell your aunt where you bought it? If it wasn't for Yuli's reminder, Auntie Wang really didn't notice that she was carrying brown sugar in her other hand. Auntie Wang, it's not that I didn't tell you. I don't know where my family got that from. He's also busy every day, so he asked me to come back alone to do a bit of filial piety for him. Yuli said this in a natural tone as if Su Feng was really her man. After being perfunctory, Auntie Wang smiled resentfully, and couldn't help but have a strange thought rise in her heart. I've heard that Yuli's man is not capable of doing anything and is still unemployed. And after the rumor spread in the courtyard, people in the courtyard didn't laugh at their family. It's a waste of time to be so pretty and end up marrying a man with no talent. How long has it been? Is it hard to get rich? And that brand new bike Yuli rode, I think it's a Phoenix. It's not cheap. It seems that in the future, he should be more careful when talking to the Yu family, lest he offended them if he wasn't paying attention. Then Shaoli, you're busy. Have time to sit in Auntie's house. In the past, when Yuli went back to her mother's house, Auntie Wang wouldn't say such polite words. Sure enough, both relatives and neighbors are too poor to be rich. Yuli took another look at the 2 pounds of brown sugar in her hand, and her gratitude to Su Feng deepened. Mother, you heard the commotion in the house and thought that Yu Haitang, who was playing outside, had returned. The sisters already sounded a bit alike. Plus Yu's mother didn't expect her married daughter to suddenly come back. Push open the door, subconsciously cursed, you a dead girl or outside to play crazy. Noon meal, do not know to come back to eat. I didn't realize that when I pushed the door, it was my own oldest daughter standing outside. Egu, old man, come out and see who's back. The moment she saw Yuli, the happy smile on Mother Yu's face wasn't even concealed. Although there are 2 daughters in the family, Yu's mother prefers the oldest a bit more. Compared to Yu Haitang's mischievousness, her elder sister was much more understanding than her younger sister. In addition to the fact that her sister now has a formal job, her sister has no job. Not to mention the fact that she married poorly, Yu's mother is even more distressed about this eldest daughter. What's the matter, Mom? I'm not welcome. Seeing Yu's mother's overflowing smile, Su Li's eyes suddenly became a little moist. It's not that Yu Li loves to cry, but she doesn't know how many grievances inside Yan's family, and she can't hold back once she sees her loving parents. What are you talking about, you silly girl? Mom misses you so much. Come inside. Mother, you pulled Yuli into the house, and Father, you also came out from the inner room at this time, similarly surveying his eldest daughter with a kind face. Mom and Dad, look what goodies your daughter brought you. Yuli carried up the things in her 2 hands as if she was offering them as a treasure. And Father, you and Mother, you really showed a look of surprise. I've heard that your father-in-law likes to fish. Is it possible that he caught all these fish? You father said this sentence are holding a skeptical attitude. Since we know that Yen Bugui likes to fish, naturally know that he Yen old stingy nickname. Have you changed your mind? What the heck, Dad? Just that father-in-law of mine, I'm telling you. I have to ask for 20 cents for the bike I ride. Hearing her own daughter say this, Mother Yu felt both distressed and amused. The heartache is naturally the heartache of their own daughter. Funny, naturally. I have never heard of a family to use a bicycle with money. Daughter, then where did you get this fish in your hand and that bike you parked outside the house? There were quite a few neighbors in the courtyard just now, so Yu's mother didn't ask too many questions. Now that the family is talking in the house, it's important to ask questions so that your daughter doesn't go astray. Mom and Dad, this is from a neighbor in my yard and the bike belongs to someone else. Let me tell you too. Yuli told her parents all about the interaction Su Feng had with her after he moved into the yard. Of course, consciously omitting the ambiguous part. Despite this, the quick-witted mother Yu still detected a hint of something wrong. Good daughter. Anyone who treats you well is doing it with a reckoning. No matter what, you must remember that you are the Yin family's daughter-in-law. None of the people in the room were idiots. Yuli naturally knew what Yuma was expressing. Ouch mom, what are you thinking? How can someone with a daughter-in-law have anything with me? I'll tell you what. One time a young man in the yard got a bloody head, and the man just shelled out $10 without saying a word. Yuli did not think that he deliberately cover up the mother or found something wrong. Hurry to pull the right and left. Anyway, did not really happen anything? Explaining the natural bottom of the air on the foot. That's good. Ever since I was a kid that's how I knew you were a know-it-all. Just don't aggravate yourself no matter what. When your mother said these thoughtful words, Yuli couldn't hold it in any longer, and tears flowed down directly from the corners of her eyes. Egu my good daughter. Heartbroken mom. Watching her eldest daughter in tears, the distressed mother of Yu rushed to hold her daughter in her arms. Yu's father stood beside him with a gloomy face, watching the two mothers hugging and crying together, and sighed deeply in his heart. At first, I felt that the boy was unreliable. If only his attitude had been stronger at that time, my own daughter would not have suffered so much. Hey, there's no use talking about it now. Mom and Dad, I'm home. A large family was saddened when a soulful voice rang out of the door. It was no one else but Yu Haitang, who had gone out to play. Ha, whose bike is this? Why haven't I seen it in the yard? Yu Haitang is not blind. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he noticed this brand new Phoenix brand bicycle. Alright, don't cry eldest daughter. In the future, if there's anything you want to come back and tell mom will make decisions for you. Hearing that her youngest daughter had returned, Yu's mother hurriedly wiped the tears from her own and her eldest daughter's eyes. Sis, why are you back? Yu Haitang pushed open the door and noticed with a glance that her big sister had returned. Yuli wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. I came back to see mom and dad. Haitang, you take it and go brew a cup of brown sugar water for mom and dad. Chapter 117. Yu Haitang sensed something wrong. Brown sugar? Where did you get it? Sis, I've never even heard of anyone getting it at the plant. Yu Haitang received the brown sugar handed over by her sister with a surprised face and opened it to see that it was still true. This is also a coincidence to get 2 pounds. So I thought to take it back to honor our parents. Quickly take it to the punch. Yuli made a couple of perfunctory remarks, and Yu Haitang didn't ask any more questions. Although she herself had many suitors in the factory, none of them had ever given her such a good thing. Father Yu and Mother Yu looked at each other and felt strange. It would be normal if people gave away a few fish. After all, it's something they didn't spend money on to catch in the lake. But brown sugar, a good thing that can't be bought with money, would people give it to their own daughters for no reason? It seems that in a while, he still needs to have a good talk with his own eldest daughter. Some paths must not go astray. Yu Haitang took 4 bowls from the kitchen and put a little brown sugar in each bowl. This thing was too precious. Even a loser like Yu Haitang couldn't afford to put more. Sister, why don't you see your brother-in-law coming over? Yu Haitang took a small sip of brown sugar water and casually found a topic. He's got something to do. Mom and Dad, I'll bring him along next time to see you guys. When it came to this topic, not only Yu father and mother, even Yu Haitang noticed the unnaturalness on her sister's face. Yu Haitang wasn't stupid and didn't dwell on the issue. That Haitang see if there are any temporary labor positions in your factory. If so, give your sister and your brother-in-law a lookout. Yu's mother is heartbroken about her eldest daughter. She has no access to anything. She can only count on her youngest daughter. Mom, you think I'm the factory manager? Even our section chief wouldn't dare to pack his bags. However, there was something Yu Haitang didn't say. Deputy Director Lee hinted at her several times in the factory, both intentionally and unintentionally. Just be good with him and ask for whatever you want. Yu Haitang, a formal worker, and there is no idea of promotion and wealth. Coupled with his inner pride, he therefore directly and explicitly refused Vice Plant Director Lee's offer to be his lover. In addition to this, there is another reason. Yu Haitang is also a face control like Qin Huairu, and simply can't look at that Deputy Factory Director Lee who only has power. Hey, too. Mother Yu sighed long and hard. Her own daughter didn't talk nonsense. She knew better than anyone that a job was too precious now. Yuli wasn't disappointed. She hadn't counted on this sister in the first place. Begonia, I heard from Mom that you didn't come back for lunch and you're out talking to someone? Yuli's first purpose of filial piety to her parents was achieved. Naturally, she could not forget the second purpose of going home. Don't be ridiculous, sis. I'm not seeing anyone. Yu Haitang, she really didn't lie. Only today at noon there was a suitor nonetheless pestering her to invite her to dinner. She didn't refuse it. Then I watched you this morning holding hands with a big young man in the road. Wasn't that man you? Of course, This was Yuli scamming her sister. Sis, you've mistaken me for someone else. Where am I holding hands with someone on the road? Don't you dare lie to our parents. I didn't run into you this morning. Yuli had been observing the expression on her sister's face and didn't notice anything different before she was truly relieved. Thankfully, that was a false alarm in the morning. No is good. Mom, I was just lying to my sister. It looks like there really is no one. Hearing her sister say that, Yu Haitang pouted in dissatisfaction. She knew that her sister had just swindled her. Haitang, our sister is also doing this for your own good. When looking for a marriage partner, you must not be casual. Not with mother. You subconsciously wanted to use her sister as an example, but for fear of hurting her eldest daughter's heart she hastened to shut up. The family chatted together for a while longer before Mother Yu found an excuse to call her eldest daughter into the house. Noticing the strangeness in her parents' eyes as they met, Yuli immediately reacted to what was going on, and then silently organized her words in her mind. Tell Mom. Good girl. What's with the brown sugar? After closing the door behind her, Mother Yu didn't have any nonsense to directly open the door. This is not a small matter, and it's too late to regret it if your daughter really goes down the wrong path. Mom, what are you talking about? Isn't this what I brought back to honor you too? Is there anything wrong with that? Yuli pretended not to understand the appearance to fool you. Mother, Leah, you know what Mom is talking about. Mom, this is do not want to see you go on a detour. Mom, are you misunderstanding something? I was educated by you. You still don't believe in my character. No matter what, Mom, don't worry. My daughter will never do anything to insult the door. Hearing the champion so assured, Yu's mother was quite relieved. Then he pulled $10 out of his pocket and shoved it into his oldest daughter's hand. Mom, I can't have this. Realizing what she had on her hands, Yuli hastily refused. One comes home because one wants to honor one's parents. Definitely not because one wants to ask your parents for money. Good daughter, Mom knows you're bitter. Last time you came back you wore this outfit too. Listen to Mom and put it in your pocket. And go get a nice outfit when you have time. It's impossible to say that sisters don't love beauty when one is as beautiful as the other. Yu's mother can't stand the fact that her youngest daughter is wearing beautiful clothes every day and her eldest daughter is still wearing her old clothes. Yuli couldn't argue with Yu mother and finally put the money into her pocket with mixed feelings. The time wobbled and the afternoon wobbled by. Yu mother also said that the evening for her daughter to make good food to make up for a good. By the way, fry a fish for the little daughter also to relieve the craving. Then I won't eat at home. I have things to do back there. Don't worry. I'll be able to eat something delicious when I go back too. Yuli didn't forget what she promised Su Feng. If she went back after eating at home then she wouldn't be able to catch up. After pulling at it for a while, Mother Yu didn't force her daughter to stay when she saw that she was really anxious to go back. The family doesn't live far away, so remember to come back sometime. The whole family went out of the house and kept sending Yuli to the door of the courtyard. Yu Haitang looked at her sister's back as she rode away on her bicycle, and now there was a hint of something wrong. This bicycle is not he has seen somewhere, and such a woman who cannot see the face. How is it a bit similar to the back of the sister? It wasn't right. That man she could see clearly, not her own brother-in-law. Yu's mother noticed the difference in her youngest daughter's face and quickly asked what was wrong. It's okay, Mom. I was wondering whose bike my sister was riding. It's so pretty. Yu's mother explained. Lily said that she had to ask for money to borrow her father-in-law's bicycle, saying that she borrowed it from someone in their yard. Fish Hai Tang was astonished after hearing this. Asking the eunuch to borrow a bicycle and asking for money? What kind of person is this? After Mother Yu's interruption, Yu Haitang also forgot about the strange thoughts that had just risen in her mind. Chapter 118, The Bag of Grain Hanging Down and Trembling. During the time that Julie went back to her mother's house, there was another incident in the yard, and there was never a day of peace anyway. The people in the yard had almost finished their lunch, and there wasn't much entertainment in these days. Young and old were either sunbathing in the yard or washing a week's worth of dirty laundry that had accumulated in the communal sink in the front yard. Since the front yard is a little better lit, most of them gather in the front yard. This side was chattering away when the backyard suddenly broke into a scuffle. Li Wei Bing, you dare to trap me? I'll kill you. Only to see Lu Guangtian roar loudly. The inner courtyard resounded with banging sounds. Subsequently, Li Wei Bing was like fleeing for his life and hurriedly ran out of the moon door. Saw so many people in the front yard froze, and did not dare to delay to pull his leg and run out of the yard. The people in the courtyard clearly saw that the boy was obviously carrying several wounds on his face. Then Lu Guangtian immediately chased out, holding a kitchen knife in his hand in a fierce manner, looking really scary. They don't understand how such a big conflict as moving knives can be caused when they all grew up in the same yard. Guang Tian put the knife away. If you really hurt someone, your own life will be ruined, you know. It just so happens that a Moncler Jackets Outlet online man is sunbathing in the front yard, and as the yard stewardship Moncler Jackets Outlet store. This kind of thing must be stopped in time when it happens. Li Weibing's parents and the second oldest man heard the commotion and hurriedly followed to see what was going on. Li Shengqiang, also known as Lu Weibing, his dad, saw Lu Guangtian holding a kitchen knife in his hand and immediately became angry. Second master, this is the good son you taught, chasing after my son with a kitchen knife. Li Shengqiang just saw his son run out of the hospital with his own eyes, so he was not worried about his son's safety, and the next natural thing is to ask for a statement. Although Li's mother is a reasonable one, I'm afraid that as a mother facing this kind of situation, none of them will calm down. A big master, you can comment on reason. My son, in the end what has done to hurt God and reason. Let this kid hand carrying a kitchen knife to cut my son, Li mother said while crying out. A few parts true and a few parts false for the time being. Second Grand Master Lu Haizhong's face immediately sank. He naturally would not defend his own son. Instead he was afraid that this unfilial son would affect his second Grand Master's position. At that moment, he questioned in a deep voice, "This sinful son, what are you mad about? And don't quickly drop the kitchen knife in your hand. Parents do not understand." And the neighbor's strange eyes. But let Lu Guangtian more tightly grasp the hand of the kitchen knife. There was no place to tell the huge grievances in his heart, and his eyes were red with anxiety. A Moncler outlet online. See, the situation is not right. This, if there is really an accident, he as a Moncler outlet online definitely cannot get good. Old Lu, speak properly. The child must have been aggrieved by something, only to lose his mind and pull out the knife. Who in the courtyard does not know that Guangtian is a good boy? Guangtian, you listen to a big master. First put down the kitchen knife in your hand. Have any grievances you speak out in front of so many neighbors? A big master to give you a decision. A grandpa is still a grandpa, and can really top things when it counts. The old Yin family also heard the commotion, came over. Hard only as a spectator watching. Anyway, with him no conflict of interest. These words to Lu Guangtian's heart. This kid can be considered to restore some sanity. The hand of the kitchen knife bam thrown on the ground. A grandpa hurriedly gave the pillar a look, and the pillar bent down and hurriedly picked up the kitchen knife. As long as there are no injuries or deaths, this kind of thing can usually be resolved in the yard. Instead it would have to alert the police station or even the security section of the steel plant, and that wouldn't be good news for all the residents of the yard. Su Feng was lying on his bed at this time, holding the Three Kingdoms pinnacle to slowly consume his food, waiting for the evening to go to brother Zhu Zi's place to rub a meal. Hearing the noise outside, he couldn't help but come out to join in the fun. He sort of realized that this home was full of some extremely good people, and when they got together, they couldn't have a peaceful day. As soon as the door opened, he saw Lu Guangtian standing in the middle of the courtyard with the kitchen knife he was holding. I have to say that Yi Zhonghai can become the first master of the yard is not without reason. Just now this matter is handled beautifully. Su Feng stood next to brother Pillar with a hilarious mindset, and after the dude picked up the chopper, his eyes were all over Qin Huairu, who was washing clothes. The sun at noon is also hot fire. Qin Huairu did not wear a jacket, just a close-fitting thin sweater. Qin Huairu bent over and rubbed her hands on her clothes, the grain bag hanging down trembling. This scene, not to mention brother Pillar, Su Feng had to look twice. What are you looking at, brother Pillar? Your eyes are falling out. Su Feng gently tapped the silly column, startling the older bachelor, then immediately bent down to cover up the embarrassment. Didn't see anything? What do you think this kid is mad about? Why did he take a machete to cut that Li Weibing? Silly columns are always dark-faced, so even if they blush easily, they can't be seen. Su Feng also did not poke and prod, laughed. Men's true colors, who do not love to see? Who is Li Guardian? Su Feng lived in the front yard, plus he had just moved to this yard not long ago, so he didn't really recognize all the people in the backyard. I'm generally related to this kid, the one who lives next to the three Grand Masters. Hearing silly Pillar say this, Su Feng's heart stirred. The gold point explored by the system search function last time was not exactly living next door to the third master's house. Is it hard to believe that this is an opportunity? So, let's hear what the First Lord has to say. Su Feng suppressed the complicated thoughts in his heart and perked up his ears to hear the nastiness inside clearly. Son, what happened, you say, in front of the whole neighborhood? Who is right and who is wrong? Let's open the window and talk about it. Just get the situation under control and the rest will follow. Hearing a Moncler outlet store, so, Li Shixiang's face instead became ugly. There is no such thing as love without a cause, and naturally there is no such thing as hate without a cause. This kid is not a psychotic nature, will not pull out a knife and cut people for no reason. Coupled with Li Shengqiang's understanding of his own son, I'm afraid that this time is really going to be a bad thing. It had come to this, and it was no longer something he could stop. The people in the courtyard also felt that what the first university said made sense, and they all put their eyes on Lu Guangtian. So many people staring at themselves. Lu Guangtian instead puffed and puffed half a day to say a word. Looks like his ass isn't clean after this incident. You trash talk, ah. Take a knife to cut people, dare. Put the truth of the matter, do not dare. Looking at his son's unhelpful appearance, Lu Haijong couldn't help but curse. Old Lu, don't talk about the child like that. Let the child think about where to start. Chapter 119. Lu Guangtian beats up people. Lu Guangtian's eyes dodged a glance at his father. Then with a clench of his teeth, he told the nasty things that had happened in the past 2 days. Li Weibing, the kid is out of work. Plus he came out of school without finishing elementary school, either squatting in the house or fooling around with people outside every day. No, 2 days ago. I don't know where I met a so-and-so master. He said that his family couldn't afford it and he wanted to give the treasure left behind by his ancestors a cheap shot. The man claimed that those bottles and jars are passed down from the ancestors' absolute fidelity, just cannot find a good buyer for the time being, so the idea was to get it out cheap, and whoever bought it would have absolutely no problem making $5 on the resale. It sounds reasonable, but it doesn't make sense everywhere, whose family's rice bowl is not a sky, and it's not as if the family has a big emergency with money. How could it just happen that such a big pie hit him in the face? Li Weibing, this kid, although he did not graduate from elementary school, but he is not stupid at all. Parents at home also nagged every day. In the outside with people fooling around all the time to keep an eye out. Do not think of pie in the sky. Plus the fact that the kid didn't have that much money on him to buy any treasure jars, so that what's his name, the Taoist master, didn't pit it against him. Li Weibing originally thought that this matter is so past. I did not expect that in 2 days the Taoist master found him again. This time it's not about selling him a baby, but trying to get him to introduce someone. As long as a baby is sold, Lu Weibing will get $2 out of it. Hearing Master Dao say this, Li Weibing was even more certain that these treasures were fake, but didn't reject it outright. It's not like he's the one who's pitted anyway, and he's still getting $2 flat in favor of himself. Usually at home want to smoke a cigarette. Mom and dad stingy search at most for 2 or 3 cents to buy a pack of the cheapest. To really open up sales, they also have an income as not. Anyway, dead Taoist friends do not die of poverty. I did not expect Lu Guangtian did not know where to know this matter, pestering Lu Weibing to ask for money-making methods. It stands to reason that you can't pit anyone against a yard, and it's easy for people to poke their backsides after the incident. But this kind of opportunity that came to his door, Lu Weibing really didn't want to refuse. Anyway, he's the one who offered it to me, not the one who upstaged the scam. Lu Guangtian, this kid also do not know is beaten by his father's head has a problem or what is wrong, but also really believe that the Taoist master's rhetoric, taking out all the money he had on him, that is, the extra medical expenses given by Su Feng and Silly Pillar the last time his head was smashed, and that time Lu Guangfu brought back 10 pounds of meat for money. It added up to $15 for a not-so-small jar. This kid didn't read much, and he doesn't know about the antique industry. Anyway, looking at what looks like an old thing makes you think the thing is real. Listening to people say casually takeout can be sold for $20. This silly thing really take the baby jar to the Jingbazohai. It was the day Su Feng came back with Zhu Zi and saw the kid cooing and hiding something in his arms. Take it to the Jingbazohai fellow to see. People casually hit the eye, concluded that this thing is a fake, cannot be fake. After learning the results, Lu Guangtian felt that the sky had collapsed. I don't have a job, and I don't know how long it will take to save that $15, so I'd say it's pretty much a lifeline. Then Lu Guangtian held the jar to go to the Taoist master. People bite the bullet to give is the real thing, and there is another rule in the antique house. Hit the eye no matter how much money you have to admit to yourself. Lu Guangtian tried to mess around after realizing that he had been cheated, and was thrown out directly by the other person's thugs. He couldn't afford to mess with Master Dao, so he had to find trouble with Li Weibing. Li Weibing certainly did not admit that he would have known the fake goods and there are benefits to take, but also said that you find me, but not I took the initiative to introduce you to this money-making doorway. Li Weibing this sentence as soon as the export of Lu Guangtian anxious eyes. The thought of this $15 cannot get back after the manipulation of the knife rushed to Lu Weibing, so there was that scene just now. Of course, standing in Lu Guangtian's perspective, of course he didn't know the full context of the matter, but the people in the courtyard had a rough guess in their minds after hearing it. The second master heard that it was not his son's fault, plus Li Weibing, this kid tricked his son, immediately began to question Li Xingqiang. Li Xingqiang, you have given birth to a good son, joining hands with the unsavory people outside to cheat my son. If you don't give my son a statement today, I won't let you. Lu Haizhong said this sentence ruthless to really sit down. The Li family's spine is afraid of not to be poked and prodded by the people in the yard. You can't say that. Second master, why did I hear just now that it was your son who took the initiative to look for my guards? You don't have any skills and still want to make this kind of money. You can't even see such an obvious scam. You deserve to be scammed. Anyway, no matter what, my own son wasn't actively looking for someone to cheat. What's more, this is only Lu Guangtian's side of the story. One sentence choked the second master's face. In front of so many people he, the second master, was disliked, and immediately felt that his face was disgraceful. This is absolutely intolerable for a second master who wants to be a leader. Li Xingqiang, you fart, it's your son who collaborated with people outside to cheat my son's money. Don't you dare to say that your son didn't fall in favor in this matter. The second master is not stupid. No one will do this kind of laborious thing. Surely they can get benefits in it. Second master, I call you a second master, that is to respect you. Do not agree that you are the second master. You in my eyes is a dog. It's your son who's stupid enough to think of a good thing falling from the sky without reading a book. In the face of the neighbors pointed at the nose, Li Xingqiang if not dislike back, that is not a man. However, he scolded hard this time, directly scolding the Lu family's father and son as trash. Lu Guangtian had just regained his senses, and was angered again by Li Xingqiang's words. Then regardless, he rushed up and threw a punch towards Li Xingqiang's head. Seeing that it is about to tear fight, a Moncler outlet online rushed to let the silly column to pull people away. Despite pulling away just in time, Li Xingqiang also got a green eye socket on his eye socket. This is great. The people in the conflict escalation yard are in for a treat. Chapter 120, unabashedly staring at her grain sacks. Added for this is the default nickname Big Brother. Su Feng had thought it was a small fight at first, but he hadn't expected this melon to be so enjoyable. If it weren't for the fear of gossip, I'd be tempted to move a chair and get high while watching. It wasn't just him, but the local neighbors watching from the yard had their heads down as they exchanged views. One of the happiest is the third master. Can't wait for the two families to fight a defeat. And he is subordinate to the second master. This kid can hit really hard. Ah, a punch to the old Li, a green eye socket out. How come I didn't see this kid so tough when his dad used to beat him up? After pulling the fight, Silly Pillar re-stood next to Su Feng. Not for any other reason. This position is the closest to Qin Huairu and also has the clearest view. The quarrels in the courtyard were none of the young daughter-in-law's business, and she washed her own clothes quietly. She also noticed that the stupid column had been staring at her, and couldn't help the disgust rising once inside her. Though she had put her tail between her legs after marrying into the city, her inner pride hadn't diminished at all. Just this kind of man who stared at her grain bag without any concealment. Qin Huairu couldn't see it from her heart. Ahem. The sight of Jia Zhang saw the situation, coughed twice. After all, this is their own family daughter-in-law. You have been staring at what meaning? If Jia Zhang's didn't say much, she was still counting on Silly Zhu to bring her a boxed lunch. Although Silly Pillar was thick-skinned, he was embarrassed to continue staring in this situation. Su Feng, who was standing next to him, saw all of this clearly, and in his heart, he was just thinking that there really wasn't a single oil-saving lamp in this courtyard. The big show continues. Li Xingqiang was beaten up by a junior. If he didn't resolve this matter perfectly, he was afraid that he wouldn't want to straighten his back up in the courtyard in the future. Lu Haizhong, this is the good son you taught. Your own stupidity was cheated of money, but also annoyed to hit the elders. I'm going to get a statement today even if I have to take this to the defense office. This time the three great masters also stopped screaming. If not still remaining sensible, directly shouting dog things are possible. The second master also did not expect this eldest son of his to be so fierce, and then he glared viciously at Lu Guangtian, as if he was looking at his enemy. But this wasn't the best time to hit your own son. A big Moncler outlet store man heard Li Xingqiang say so, completely unable to sit down. Old Li, you first calm down. Today this matter is absolutely for you to solve, understand? Yard fuss, as long as it does not speak out, that will be fine. If the stabbing to the security office, the entire courtyard will be disgraced. Lu Guangtian, how can you lay hands on your elders? Quickly apologize to your uncle Li. As long as we get this sorted out, the $15 we were cheated out of is no big deal at all. Lu Guangtian felt aggrieved, and at this time he was definitely dead stubborn and would not apologize. The second master realized the seriousness of the matter. If this matter is not handled well today, at least it will fall into the name of a poorly taught son. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to someone? It's against you. Lu Haizhong's bushy palm gave a direct blow towards Lu Guangtian's head. Nowadays, in this era, the younger generation beat up the elder generation. That can make people poke their spine. It affects the family's reputation. Not to mention, don't want to get a daughter-in-law after the word gets out. Even though the second eldest master was 1,000 times unwilling to bow to Li Xingqiang, he had to endure it. Lu Guangtian is not afraid of anyone, but he is afraid of this father of his own. And in the end, he obediently gave an apology. Then a Moncler outlet store and then even lobby a few words. Li Xingqiang also know that his son is not what the problem is not, and did not die gripping this point. Finally, after some deliberation, the matter was turned over. Lu Guangtian deserved the money he was cheated of, and the Li family didn't have to pay half the compensation for beating the man up. Whether one is convinced or not, no one is allowed to talk about this in the future. As for how to retaliate later, That's up to the two families themselves. Okay everyone, don't join in the fun. And get busy with what you're doing. Wifey, go to the house and bring out that stumbling medicine for Oldly. The crowd was also satisfied with this result, as it did not hurt them. Now one of these two families has taken a beating and the other has lost money, but both deserve it. But the third master was more or less disappointed. If he really made a fuss in a big way, it would be in his best interest instead. A Moncler outlet online also scattered each home and then slowly exchanged melon eating experience. Li Xingqiang entered the moon door with a sullen face, while Li's mother rushed out to look for that brat. Lu Haizhong tugged his son to pull to the house. Looked for a while, this kid is not exempt from a meal of flesh and blood. But Lu Guangtian is also smart and will certainly not honestly stay home to be beaten. With all his might, he broke away from the second master's hand and ran desperately outside the courtyard. Grow up you. Don't come back for the rest of your life if you can. Starve to death you little bastard. If you call your son a bastard, what are you? It can be seen that this time, the second master was so angry that he even cursed himself. Silly Column does not mind the matter joyfully. Usually he looks at the second master is not happy. There is no official life but he puts on an official air every day. Silly Columns hate this kind. Brother, it's getting late. Bring the people here early. Eating melons is eating melons. But Silly Column didn't forget the most important thing. Su Feng returned a reassuring look before explaining to Qin Huairu, who was about to finish washing her clothes. Don't make your own dinner at night. You'll see me out later and you'll just follow. Su Feng didn't say much, but that old widow was staring right next to him. Qin Huairu nodded silently. She would not go back on her word if she promised something. Besides, it's just to go for a meal. Big deal. Just ignore the bystanders when the time comes. Not long after, Yuli rode her bicycle back to the courtyard, and the first thing she did was naturally look for Su Feng to return the bicycle. Su Feng, thanks if there's anything you need help with, don't be polite to sister. Just squeak. Su Feng was lying on the bed reading a book. Yuli locked the bike and was not polite. Directly sent the key into the house. Not that I need any help. Sis is just missing a comforter warmer. Seeing Su Feng take this matter up again, Yuli glared at him petulantly and went out of the house with a twist of her big butt. Neither said no, nor said yes. Sis, don't forget we'll go to Brother Pillar's house for dinner later. Thankfully this is the default nickname for Biggie. Biggie broke it and on. Still, brothers, one person can give 3 free gifts, and 340 people can do the extra work. Chapter 121, 2 more widows with a lot of grace. Daughter-in-law, you finally came back. You don't know, there is a big event in our courtyard today. Yan Xiechun counted the time daughter-in-law is estimated to come back. The time of departure on purpose to explain that the evening will be rushed back early. He was about to go out the door to pick it up when he saw Yuli walking through the moon door, heading this way. What happened? Seeing her own man's expression of eating melon, Yuli could almost guess that something nasty had probably happened in the courtyard again. Yan Xiechun vaguely glanced at the neighbor, which was Li Shenxiang's house, and pulled Yuli's arm to the house. Have a good talk. Don't pull and tug. Originally there are not many clothes. This again let you tear bad. I will go out and run naked later. I don't know why, but Yuli is getting more and more annoyed with herself as a man touching her. Not to mention normal conjugal communication at night. Even sleeping at night Yuli wanted to sleep under separate covers with him. Yan Xiechun smiled awkwardly, but did not continue to pull Yuli's arm. He knows that this daughter-in-law of his has a poor temper, and he can go along with it. After all, it is difficult to get a daughter-in-law these days. Back in the house, Yan Xiechun gave Yuli a minute-by-minute recap of what happened this afternoon. Just like Yuli thought, nasty things happen because of the interests involved. Yan Xiechun, this is also to give you a wake-up call. Our family cannot bottom. If you are cheated so much money, I immediately went back to my mother's home to live. It's not that Yuli is worrying about nothing. His own man is not the same as that Lu Guangtian. No serious work but also like to take advantage of people. How can this be a daughter-in-law? Your man is so smart and still lets someone cheat away. That Lu Guangtian is also trying to be blind. With this kind of good thing of earning a lot of money can still be his turn? You can't really say that stingy people are not easy to fool. This is because they will always feel most at ease with the money in their pockets and will never be able to take out all the family money from their pockets. There is another sentence Yan Xiechun did not say. People Lu Guangtian, although stupid, but people have $15 in their pockets and him, not a dime. Don't be poor. Come with me to Pillar's house for dinner tonight. It's all in the same courtyard, so don't look so ugly elsewhere in the future. It wasn't for any other reason either, because Su Feng had befriended the Pillar. If the relationship between the man of the house and the Pillar is not good, naturally, it will bring Su Feng. Yuli does not want to be caught in the middle of both sides of the difficult. Really? Why daughter-in-law? Hearing Yuli say this, Yan Xiechung's first reaction was excitement. In the past few days, the fragrance wafting in the courtyard. The residents of the courtyard who do not know from the silly column home escape. The people in the courtyard couldn't help but wonder, what important guest was Silly Pillar going to entertain with such elaborate preparations? I didn't expect to turn my head and get a taste of my own medicine. Then naturally, he was puzzled. Last time he had a lot of conflict with Silly Column. Why can they invite the couple regardless of former suspicion? In fact, the person Juzi wants to invite is not that pretty widow in the front yard. Fearing that the number of people is small and embarrassing, so he called us up to make up the number. Hearing his daughter-in-law say this, Yan Xieji immediately reacted. After half a day is to lick the dog this play, but this column can really good dare to think and dare to do, not to mention other people. That Qin Huairu looked like he was drooling. Unfortunately, he will not have the opportunity to do so. If there is really something, the home of this tigress still do not want him to die. This silly column can be really good, looking scruffy and thinking pretty. Isn't this what I told you about a while ago? Piggyback pestering the Chang'e fairy. After saying this, Yan Xiecheng hemmed and hawed, not feeling hopeful about the silly column at all. Eating people's mouth is short. In a while to go and then a mouthful of silly columns to see if I do not clean you up. And we can't go empty-handed, can we? Yuli is a good at what she does, knowing that tonight's seat is not ordinary. Empty-handed to go ugly not to mention. Next time there is such a good thing do not want to have them. We don't have anything in our pockets. And besides, we're going to a hot spot. That's giving a hand and taking what else? Yan Xiecheng inherited the stinginess of the third master, and said that he really cannot take anything. Everything in the house belongs to Dad. He can't come up with anything without Dad's permission. Okay, it's about time. Let's go over there. Su Feng took a look at the sun outside which was basically about to set and dropped the three kingdoms in his hand to fetch a bottle of wine out from the system space. Mutai was too flashy, so I took a bottle of Fin wine of the right vintage, which is a good thing to have, and you can definitely get it as a hand-me-down gift when you go to rub it in. Another bottle of Juicy Dew was exchanged from the system space. After all, there were at least 2 little daughters-in-law present tonight, so they couldn't let people drink white wine with a few of the big old men with them. As soon as this side went out, Qin Huairu heard the commotion and followed her out as well. Just now when she was cooking for Jia Zhang's family, she said that she would go to Silly Pillar's house to have a dinner in a while. Basically everyone her age in the institution will be there, so call her up as well. Jia Zhang's understood how it was as soon as she heard it. It's not like she didn't know Silly Pillar's little mind. Come back as soon as you've finished eating, and don't fool around in people's houses. Why not be happy if you can save a ration? Jia Zhang still counting on Silly Zhu to bring him a boxed lunch. Without taking 2 steps, he bumped into Su Damo pushing his bicycle into the courtyard. These days can give Su Damo busy ass every day in each commune around the film, but the rewards were sufficient, and 2 more charming widows were befriended. No, I went out fine and came back with a little black eye on my eye. Even now it feels like sore and achy in the lower back. Brother De Mao, is this going down to the countryside to show a movie? Su Feng originally intended to Su Damo also called on, but hard did not run into people. Cannot just call people daughter-in-law Lu Xiaoyi on it, but that's good, so we don't have to fight again tonight. But what Su Feng didn't expect was that he didn't expect to run into Su Damo at this juncture. The factory accounted for the task cannot be completed not as easy as your procurement section. What's this going to be with such a nice thing in your hand? Su Damo naturally also noticed Qin Huairu following behind, or else he would have long ago casually harangued and gone back to the house to eat and rest. It's not that Brother Pillar invited a few brothers from the courtyard to have a meal. Brother De Mao originally wanted to call you, but he didn't run into you people. I'm sure I'll mention it since I bumped into it. It's a lively crowd, isn't it? Then why not brother? Then I'll go back first and talk to my daughter-in-law. Su Damo wasn't stupid, and his head casually turned to think of Silly Pillar's intentions. This stupid column can really be without saying anything and not he wants to raid Qin Huairu, and he must be stirred up for him tonight. Why don't you just don't trouble your sister-in-law either, and call them over for a meal together? Pillar brother tonight that is fully prepared. A large table of authentic Tan family dishes. Chapter 122, then I'll ask my sister-in-law to help me with an enema. Su Damo thought it was right. Calling Easy Eye up was just a matter of adding more chopsticks. Moreover, he heard Su Feng say that Silly Pillar had prepared a large table of authentic Tan family dishes this time, which was not possible to eat normally. That's fine. I'll go back and get your sister-in-law now. There was no need to consider whether or not the silly column would agree. And anyway, it wasn't like the couple would be coming over empty-handed in a while. Well, Damao brother, last time you served over the sausage can remember to take 2 over eaten a time cannot forget. Su Feng really did not say nonsense. The last time we gathered together for dinner, Su Debao took over the sausage fat and thin suitable. Bite of fragrant oil. Brother, you're a good eater. Your sister-in-law's cooking skills are average, but this enema is top-notch. It's time to prepare the waxy goods in a while. Brother, you prepare some good pork and I'll have your sister-in-law give you an enema. Su Damo was not a stingy person, and hearing Su Feng praise his daughter-in-law's craftsmanship, his heart was naturally happy. Then it's a deal, brother Daimao. When the time comes, be sure to ask your sister-in-law for help with the enema. The two men spoke in a decent manner, and neither of them thought in a crooked way. After Su Damo pushed his bicycle into the moon gate, Su Feng handed Qin Huairu the juicy dew in his hand. You should be a year or two older than me. I'll call you Sister Qin from now on. Just call me Su Feng. Sister Qin, you take this juice lotion. It's not that fun to go empty-handed. Su Feng wasn't really thinking about Qin Huairu, but was testing whether the system could bind this little daughter-in-law as well. Qin Huairu looked at the juice dew in front of him and froze for a moment. He knew what this man wanted to say. He just couldn't figure out why he was thinking so much for her. Upon real contact, the man seemed different from what she had heard. Take it. What are you waiting for? Oh, Qin Huairu didn't even have a chance to refuse, as Su Feng had already shoved the juice lotion into his hand. Brother Pillar, are you done yet? When he entered the house, Su Feng didn't even know what it meant to be polite and went straight into the kitchen. It's the last course. People call. Silly Column heard the sound of a turnaround, and saw standing in the hall standing with the fruit juice to Qin Huairu. You're here, ah? Feel free to sit down, don't ever be polite. What are you bringing over? It's just a simple dinner tonight. I can't pour you any water even if I'm busy over here, so help me make a cup for someone. Brother, silly columns know how to be courteous. Su Feng did not refuse, went out of the kitchen and poured a glass of water for Qin Huairu and himself to moisten his throat. Before she could drink, Yuli brought Yan Xiecheng in as well. Yuli noticed the fen wine and juicy dew sitting on the table at a glance. It was obvious that the two people had brought them here. It's hard not to feel a little embarrassed when you look at yourself empty-handed again. After a couple of awkward pleasantries, the couple found themselves a bench and sat down. Brothers come in and help serve the food. The last dish we must eat while it's hot. When the relationship with other people in general, naturally, can only be called Su Feng, it was good that Yuli was an eagle-eyed person, not waiting for Su Feng to get up to take the initiative to drill into the kitchen. Naturally, he didn't sit around dryly and followed him in. In a moment's time the table was filled. No more, no less, with 8 whole dishes. Just in time, Su Damo walked in with Lu Xiao as well. Silly Pillar, it's okay if I bring Ija over to rub your nose in a meal. Lu Xiao held 2 boxes of canned meat in one hand and carried 2 salami in the other. Not you, kid. No problem with siblings staying for dinner. Silly Column is not a petty. Anyone can hear that this is a joke. And besides, people still take so many things over. Why are you two at each other's throats the moment you meet? Pillar, if you were a woman, there would be nothing for me to do. Lu Xiaoyi dropped a joke that amused the room. It's true. They're like a happy couple. If he were a woman, we wouldn't want him even if he were a woman. Su Damo skimmed his mouth and made a revolting expression. You think I'm attracted to you? With that shoehorn face of yours, I really don't know how the younger siblings saw you in the first place. Silly Columns never lost in disliking people, especially disliking Su Damo. Alright, if we keep arguing for a while the food will get cold. Pillar, you steam this sausage and cut up this canned meat. As soon as Lu Xiaoyi saw that these two enemies had a tendency to quarrel, she hurriedly stepped forward to change the topic. Silly Zhu also reacted that the purpose of this evening was not to quarrel with Su Damo, so he didn't continue to dislike him. Su Damo gave his daughter-in-law a pull and caved in. Su Feng sat next to him drinking water and watching the fun. Should not say Lu Xiao as a capitalist's daughter is really not blowing, treating people with generosity, still have a feeling of a big girl. The appearance is not to say that the skin is white and scary, so the stupid column just now that sentence is really not wrong, except for the bad composition. It's really a good daughter-in-law that you can't find in a lantern. The only awkwardness present is only people Yan Xiecheng and Yu Li. People over the hand are taking a lot of good things. Even Qin Huairu took a bottle of fruit juice too. Instead, the two of them came over empty-handed and ate for nothing. Silly Column took the sausage and canned meat from Lu Xiaoyi's hand, went into the kitchen to steam them and then hurried out. We don't have to be polite if we all live in the same courtyard. We can sit wherever we want depending on our mood. The words are so. The Silly Column is still not cheeky to sit next to Qin Huairu. Su Feng didn't think it mattered and ended up sitting next to Yu Li. Brother, this wine is fine. Silly Zhu was the host and unwrapped the fen wine that Su Feng had brought over and poured a glass for each of the great lords present. Su Feng helped to open the juice dew. These days no matter what, things are real. This stuff is not blended with some water if imported snorting sweet. After beating the wine, Silly Pillar began to pretend. Of course, mainly to Qin Huairu. Crazy gave Su Feng a wink, which was agreed upon in advance. Brother Pillar, I'm not as good at this wine and food as you are at craftsmanship. This table is simply full of color and flavor. You introduce it to the brothers. Su Feng acted like a comic cudgel, giving Brother Pillar a chance to act like a pussy. Su Damo heard on the understanding of what is going on, but did not open. After all, eat people's mouths short well. This big dish in the very center is called cassoulet shark's fin, and I'm afraid to scare you all by telling you how much trouble this dish is. The precious Luzon yellow shark's fin is simmered in chicken, duck, dried scallop and ham broth for 6 hours on the fire, which makes the shark's fin soft, thick, golden and bright. Speaking of this, stupid column that said a heated, but really do not have half a bragging meaning. After Silly Pillar's introduction, the ones in the audience rushed to clip a piece of head to taste it. I can't understand the food, but it's tasty for real. Chapter 123 News of the Lee family's treasure. Although Silly Pillar didn't explicitly say so either, everyone could basically understand where the precious shark fins came from. It's nothing more or less grubby down the line when you're cooking for a human leader. Calling people stupid columns stupid. Thus it seems that people are not stupid at all. Su Feng had 2 chopsticks of other dishes, and the flavors were all first-rate and lucrative. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Yan Xiecheng brought up the big event that happened in the courtyard this afternoon as a topic of conversation, and the atmosphere in the room went up another notch. Ho! This Lu Guangtian line. Su Damo had just rushed back from the commune and naturally didn't know what happened in the courtyard in the afternoon. Once he heard that Lu Guangtian was so fierce, he couldn't help but marvel out. Who says it's not? I'm telling you guys that old Li's family is not as simple as it appears, and afterward it has to take revenge on that Lu Guangtian kid. Hearing Brother Pillar speak in such a mysterious manner, Su Feng's chopsticks that were holding the food froze for a moment. It wasn't just him. The others at the table had gazed at the stupid column with curious eyes. This also achieved what Silly Pillar wanted, and before opening his mouth, he purposely shot a glance at Qin Huairu, and realized that the other party's attention was indeed on him. I actually heard about this from my dad, so if it's true or not you guys just have fun listening to it. Just moved to this courtyard may not know. Stupid column his father but this courtyard old man, so know a little other people do not know things is also very normal. Unfortunately, this old he family has a common problem. That is, they like to be licking dogs for widows. When the silly column his father seems to be with a widow surnamed White Good, even directly abandoned the children to find the widow to go to the people live in the place to live. It was good that his father didn't completely lose his conscience. At least he taught Silly Pillar a skill to live when he was leaving. This matter is also a thorn in the silly pig's heart, not realizing that he has now become such a person again. Silly Pillar, if you keep selling out you'll punish yourself with 3 cups. Su Damao's impatient nature is not used to see silly column pinching his voice like this. Words just finished was sitting next to Lu Shaoyi tugged a little. Cannot understand their own men every day dislike this grumpy do. Su Feng put down the chopsticks in his hand. What Silly Pillar said next was most likely related to the treasure in the Li family's basement. However, he is a deep. Know that stupid column want to take this matter to brag a moment will certainly say, but also not in a hurry this moment. The salami should be steamed. You guys wait a bit. Originally, Silly Pillar didn't want to sell the story, but since Su Damao said so, he had to be angry with him. Hey! Su Damao's leg was twisted by Lu Shaoyi, and the latter words were not said. The rhythmic sound of choppers slicing through cutting boards rang out as soon as Silly Pillar entered the kitchen, and in a moment's time he was bringing out canned meat and steamed sausages. There was ready-made garlic water on the table, so there was no need to recreate it. Knowing that Su Feng was good at this, Silly Pillar even purposely placed the salami in front of Su Feng, and the plate of lunch meat was naturally placed in front of Qin Huairu. Canned meat is a good thing these days, where the common man can't afford to buy it. Su Damo didn't say anything about it. This is nothing to their family. Su Feng chucked a large chopstick head of oily sausage dipped in some garlic sauce and put it in his mouth, so fragrant that he almost swallowed his tongue. This cured salami is so much more flavorful than fresh pork. It smells so good. Sister-in-law, Brother Damao can promise me that when he is free some other day he can definitely find you for an enema. Lu Shaoyi just listened to her own man mention a mouth, and then happily promised down. The others saw Su Feng eating so flavorfully and followed suit by adding 2 pieces to taste, and the taste was indeed mellow and rich. Pillar also stopped selling the story and began to narrate what he knew about the Li family. Said that the Li family is not actually the old 49 city people, as if from Shanxi or Honan where to escape. It is not accurate to say that it is fleeing for his life. Listening to silly columns his father said, that the old Li family just came to this yard, all up and down the faction full, like a landlord. At that time, every family was poorer than now, but the old Li family that moved here was able to eat meat all the time. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long, and these days of light were pretty much gone by the time Li Xingxiang arrived. If not finally mixed a steel mill worker's identity, maybe this old Li family is the poorest in this yard are possible. As the saying goes, A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. And the old Lee family has been rich in their ancestry. So maybe the family has some old money or connections or something. Harm. I take it for what it is. If that old Lee's family has any connections, why doesn't that Lee Wei Bing have an official job by now? Su Damo listened to it without thinking. The old 4-9 city people ancestor rich over the people, but also not delayed in the slightest now poor. Yan Xiecheng also very much agree with Su Damo this point of view, that the old Lee family, if there is really a family background, then Lee Weibing still to go to cheat Yan Xiecheng's money? However, Su Feng wouldn't think so. There were quite a few treasures placed underneath that Lee family house. The uncertainty now is whether the Lee family really doesn't know about the treasure hidden in the ground, or Li Xingxiang knows his son's virtue deliberately did not say, lest it cause trouble. That's all I know. My dad just mentioned it off the top of his head. Who knows if it's true or not? The topic mentioned his deadbeat dad, and Silly Pillar's mood inevitably dropped. Then I took 2 bottles of Red Star 2 potato from the cupboard. Seeing that tonight was meant to be a good night to drink a few more rounds. In addition to Su Feng, the other 3 big old man face red like a girl. The little daughter-in-law's side of the fruit juice do has already seen the bottom. Stupid column encouraged to pour them some white wine to taste. Let's drink. I'll show you what it means to be a woman who can hold up half the sky. Yuli was a boozy one and took the bottle and poured herself half a glass. Qin Huairu and Lu Shaoyi originally did not want to drink, but people Yuli are drinking. They are embarrassed to refuse. A mouthful of it choked the 3 little daughters-in-law and their faces immediately turned red. Their own daughter-in-law's own heartache. Su Damo and Yan Xiecheng helped their daughter-in-law to drink the rest of the wine in one gulp. As for the rest of Qin Huairu's white wine, Silly Column would like to help, provided that people have to agree. A few more rounds of awesome blowing ensued, and once again 2 bottles of freshly opened Red Star Erdwotu were at the bottom of the bottle. Silly Column in a bad mood still want to go get it. Su Feng saw this and hurriedly gave a stop. Brother Pillar is here today. You can't see that Yan Xiecheng Chang is already lying on the table. Yan Xiecheng really vegetables chicken, favoring vegetables and love to drink. I don't usually get to drink such good stuff as fun wine, so I got greedy and drank 1 more glass. Coupled with the fact that Silly Pillar brought 2 more bottles of Erdwotu, he drank directly to the point of being confused. On the contrary, people Su Damao, Lu Shaoyi has been stopping also did not drink too much. At least the consciousness is still awake. The stupid column didn't insist, and he also felt the house had begun to spin. Chapter 124, a picture of 3 beauties competing for beauty. Okay then, big guy, clean up the table and save yourself some cleanup. After Silly Pillar finished saying this evening's gathering came to an end. The purpose of the silly column is more or less reached, although not with Qin Huairu hooked up, but at least let people know that his craft is not. As they ate, the white wine that the 3 young daughters-in-law had just drunk slowly began to go to their heads. Originally, each one of them was not a bad face, and their somewhat drunken state made them look even more bright and colorful. The brightest among them was naturally Qin Huairu. This pretty widow's white skin was not as exaggerated as Lu Shaoyi's, but it didn't look like she grew up in the countryside in any way. Because of the alcohol, it made the little face even more white and red. Silly Pillar just sat aside. His afterglow sneaked a glance at Qin Huairu's pink neck. His mouth couldn't help but start secreting saliva. Su Damao, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, did the same, and seeing Qin Huairu in such a bright and colorful state, he couldn't help but have all sorts of thoughts rising up in his heart. Compared to this pretty widow, the one he knew on the commune was as indistinguishable from Piggy's second aunt. As for Lu Shaoyi and Yu Li, although they were a shade worse than Qin Huairu, they also had their own bright colors. Lu Shaoyi that white like frost and snowskin stained red halo general, coupled with the temperament of the great lady, giving a person a kind of can only be seen from afar cannot be blasphemous feeling. As for the plump Yu Li, although the skin is not so snow white, but the person 7 lime directly pull full. What a great picture of 3 beauties vying for attention. Hiss! Su Damo suddenly screamed out in pain. No need to think. It must be Lu Shaoyi noticed her man's eyes and reached under the table to wring his soft flesh. Those still sober at the table understood, but everyone had a heart-to-heart. With a displeased expression on his face, Silly Pillar thought about it and didn't say anything. After all, the eyes grow on people's bodies, and besides, the person Qin Huairu has no relationship with him. If he can peek, surely others can too. Su Feng's side was busy enjoying the 3 beauties vying for attention while sweeping the table for the remaining dishes. He was half full at noon, so he naturally had to eat more in the evening. Suddenly there was an extra hand on his waist and then the soft flesh began to rotate 360 degrees. Sitting next to him was Yu Li, whose hand could it be if not hers? But what does this little daughter-in-law want to do? Already drunk Yan Xiecheng is his man. Wringing his meat for what? Come what may. Su Feng put his empty hand under the table and smoothly rested his hand on Yu Li's plump leg. The people at the table each finished their leftovers with their own thoughts. and silly Pillar saw that it was completely dark outside, so he didn't keep you all any longer. Brother, you help send them both back. I have to clean up the house on my end. The silly Column said that he wanted to clean up the house, but in fact, he still didn't want to send Qin Huairu back. Lu Xiaoyi heard and quickly refused. Su Feng, you help Yan Xiecheng back on the line. Your brother Demao did not drink too much drunk. Not for anything else. Lu Xiaoyi is afraid of a repeat of what happened last time. She hadn't slept well for several nights since that incident happened that night, and sometimes even when she fell asleep, she dreamed about it. It was so hard to get past it. She didn't want to have to do it again. After all, it wasn't a good idea to dream about another man every night. At this time Yuli's little face was red and scary, but the people present didn't think much about it. It should be because of the white wine on the face. Su Feng roughly guessed what this little daughter-in-law was thinking in her heart, and didn't say anything more. After a while, Yan Xiecheng helped him back, and went back to bed earlier. Silly Columns, get up and open the closed door. Who knows that Qin Huairu does not follow the rules, greeting directly the first to go out. She remembered what her mother-in-law had explained when she came out, that she should hurry back after dinner and not linger in the men's house. Looking at the Qin Huairu who was walking away, the stupid Column was directly dumbfounded, and just now he was still thinking of taking the opportunity to play a couple of words. Let's go, Su Feng Juzi. The sky is also almost dark. You guys are busy to go back to rest earlier. Lu Xiaoyi followed and answered, helping Su Damao through the moon door. Su Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. Then Brother Pillar, I'll help Yan Xiecheng go back. You clean up your room and go to bed early. Sister, you help give a hand. Soon the only one left in the room was silly Pillar, who didn't know whether to cry or laugh at the table mess. Su Feng's side had basically put the big head on himself, and with Yuli alone, it was impossible to get a drunken and dead Yan Xiecheng back. Sister, you, are the two old men at home in good health? Going to the backyard was still a bit of a distance away, and Su Feng had some small talk, as if what had just happened under the table hadn't happened. It's quite good, Sister Su Feng. Before the word thank you came out of Yuli's mouth, Yan Xiecheng suddenly let out a wow sound and vomited out everything he had just eaten. Fortunately, Su Feng reacted quickly and hurriedly dodged away, but he was still smoked by the smell. The kid was completely drunk as a dead pig after vomiting, and his body froze with no strength at all, limp like a noodle on Su Feng. Brother Xiecheng is a real character, drinking without any compromise. Su Feng couldn't help but flirt, but Yuli felt a bit humiliated. For big boys at the table, just their own man stupidly drunk over. If you didn't know, you'd think you'd never had this kind of good wine in 8 lifetimes. It's a shame for him. That's just the way he is, afraid to drink less as if he's losing out. Yuli did not hide the fact that she looked down on her man, and her eyebrows were even more furrowed when she saw the dirt that had been thrown up all over the place. Let's sweep tomorrow. Sis, I'll help you help Brother Xiecheng back first. Of course, he let Yan Xiecheng sweep it himself tomorrow, and Su Feng helped Yan Xiecheng through the moon gate. When I arrived at the door of the third master's house, the house froze with no light at all, presumably already asleep. Yuli touched the dark and opened the door. Su Feng followed and helped Yan Xiecheng into the bedroom. Su Feng, slow down your feet. The house is small, be careful not to trip. In the darkness of the night Yuli was so embarrassed that she blushed. Living in such a small bedroom was really a flat-out joke. This was the first time Su Feng had entered this room, and although the light was dim but it didn't affect him at all. Sweeping through basically the entire room, the small size is really intimidating. A bed basically takes up the vast majority of the space, with the empty space filled with clutter. Honestly, a room this size feels small and cramped for one person. Su Feng didn't even dare to think that the two of them probably didn't even roll over when they slept here at night, because there wasn't even any room to roll over. The room is small, but it's warmer in the winter. Sis, help put Brother Xiecheng on the bed. After all, it's not appropriate to stay in someone's young daughter-in-law's house at this late hour. Su Feng flattened Yan Xiecheng onto the bed and greeted him as he was about to leave. I don't know if I tripped over something under my feet or what, but my body suddenly lost its balance. It's such a big little room, there's not even a place to wrestle. Chapter 125, hands reaching through the collar of a shirt. But a small room has its advantages, and Yuli was right next to her, using her as a cushion. By the way, there were miscellaneous items piled up everywhere, but it was possible to fall somewhere else and knock Su Feng's handsome face off. It's not expected to eat, but having it and not having it can be completely different. With just a series of clanking sounds, Yuli stacked up with Su Feng, positioned right next to Yan Xiecheng. Sis, can you believe me when I say it was an accident? Completely different from the last time he was stacked with Lu Xiaoyi at Su Damao's house. This room was really small and messy. In addition, there is no light at night, and if you are not careful, you may step on something and fall down. Fortunately, Yuli is not pregnant. As long as it is pregnant, still crowded in this small house, depressing not to mention that. If one did not pay attention at night to get up and fall, miscarriages possible. The tips of their noses were now separated by less than a centimeter. And the breath Su Feng exhaled as he spoke naturally hit Yuli's face. Just now on the way back by the cold wind blowing outside. Yuli's face flushed has long faded quite a lot. This time again haloed on the face. The next reaction was naturally panic. Her own man was lying right next to her. Yuli hastily turned her head to take a look. Fortunately, Yan Xiecheng at this time slept like a dead pig snoring. Su Feng, get up. Yuli stretched out her hands and tried to push Su Feng away, not even daring to speak up. Her in-laws could be living and sleeping on the other side. However, Yuli's refusal with Lu Xiaoyi can be completely different, always with Su Feng a feeling of refusal. It was just as well that the upper half of his body was pushed away from continuing to press against the grain sack, and his hands were just able to find support to hold his body up. Soldier, you let mother how to say you good. Go back to your father to apologize properly, no not? If you're going to be stubborn again, your father's going to have to clean you up. Li mother went out to look for a big circle, but she could find Li Weibing back. I was so busy until dark that I didn't even have time to eat dinner. Mom, that son of a really hit my dad. I want his mother ******** ing life. On the way back, Li's mother had already told Li Weibing about what happened in the afternoon. Egu, my son, listen to mom. If you really want to take his life, if something happens to you, how can mom live? Li mother cried and wiped her tears. She was afraid that her son knew what happened in the afternoon and went to retaliate against Lu Guangtian. If that Lu Guangtian really has any failures, how can Li Weibing still be left in the lurch? Seeing Li mother in tears, Li Weibing was also unable to bear it, and hastened to comfort a couple of sentences. Mom, don't worry, for that me to squat in jail again is not worth it. I'm still waiting for you to find me a daughter-in-law. Having said that, the hostility in the corner of Li Weibing's eyes didn't diminish at all. Hearing her son say this, Li's mother could be considered quite relieved. This is the only baby son in the family. Since childhood, Li Xingqiang and Li mother is simply as a baby pampered. Take Li Weibing did not work on this matter. Li Xingqiang more anxious than anyone else, but has been suffering from no doorway. So Lu Guangtian beat up Li Xingqiang. This breath Li Weibing could not swallow no matter what. Back to the yard. Open the door and enter the house. Li mother and Li Xingqiang almost smoked enough by the smoke in the house. Son did not find back Li Xingqiang how to sleep. Gloomy face sitting on the living room smoking the cheapest cigarettes. Seeing that his wife brought his son back, Li Xingqiang's corner of his eye twitched, and he continued to smoke without saying a word. The hall was lit with a kerosene lamp, and Li Weibing could clearly see the green eye sockets on his father's eyes. Dad, Li Weibing this time is really feel incomparable guilt and heartache. Their own dad in the courtyard was beaten by a young man like this. In the future, how to mix in this courtyard? At this moment, Lu Weibing had the heart to tear Lu Guangtian alive. Hearing his son call out this dad, Li Shengqiang's whole body's resentment instead all disappeared without a trace. Then he sighed helplessly. AI, it's dad's uselessness. If I could find you a formal job, I wouldn't have to fool around outside and get into this kind of trouble. Hearing his father say this, Li Weibing felt even more guilty inside. Dad, this matter really can't be blamed on my head. It was that Lu Guangtian who took the initiative to find me. At the time, I was promised a good deal and that it was none of my business whether I could make any money or not. That son of a... Li Xingqiang waved his hand after hearing this. His own son does not understand the hearts of the people, and the people who have lost their money are as unreliable as the words said by the gambling dogs. Don't mention this matter again. In the future, if your old man me hears about you fooling around with people outside, see if I don't break your legs. This incident also gave Li Xingqiang a wake-up call. If again allowed his son to fool around outside, sooner or later to him to invite a bigger trouble. The family had good things left behind by his old father, but there was no doorway to change his son's job if he wanted to. Hey! Su Feng was quite obedient and did get up, but not completely. At this moment, Yuli's face was so red that it could practically drip blood. This pair of grain bags of her own hadn't been touched by anyone else except Yan Xiecheng. Let's say that in recent times, Yan Xiecheng did not even have the opportunity to see, not to mention touching. Without realizing it, the buttons of Yuli's jacket had been unbuttoned. When Su Feng's cold hand reached in through the collar, Yuli's tingling head regained a trace of sanity. Su Feng, no! Yuli said these 4 words without a hint of refusal, and simultaneously covered the collar opening with her hand to death. She was disappointed in her family's man, but not to the point of complete death. Coupled with the education she had received since childhood and the assurance she had given to her mother, she could not do anything to apologize to Yan Xiecheng. In the past, it was all about some minor ambiguities. Yuli thought nothing of it, but for this big hand to reach in from the collar, it would be completely different. Being rejected, Su Feng is not annoyed. Even he himself did not expect so own boldness. When the feeling really comes up, The hands simply don't listen to the brain. Sis, I'm sorry. After apologizing, Su Feng's side climbed up. It was indeed unseemly to bully people in this room. It's okay. It's getting dark out there too, you should hurry back. If it was anyone else the first time Yuli had given a kick off, it was only because Su Feng had touched her bottom line that she had refused without hesitation. After saying this, Yuli's mood was complicated, and she didn't know if she was right or wrong to reject Su Feng. Yuli said so. Su Feng did not linger and softly pushed the door open to exit the lair. The moment she opened the door, there was a gust of wind inside the room, and instantly Yuli felt how her pants were a bit cold. After reacting, she was so shy that she immediately covered her small face with both hands. He shouldn't know, right? Ouch. After slowing down, Yuli twisted her head to look at the man who was beating the hell out of him and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. If her man hadn't been so unproductive now and hadn't disappointed her so much, she would have been a competent daughter-in-law. Chapter 126. Gradually the two thighs began to. The yard was largely asleep at this hour and there wasn't much light in the house. In addition to one family, 3 Moncler outlet store next door to the Li family kerosene lamp is still lit. Su Feng even made a point of twisting his head to glance at the third Grand Master's house after he came out of it. If the Li family knew about the treasure in the basement, those gold would have nothing to do with Su Feng. Let's take one step at a time. There's still a long way to go. Through the moon door back to the house. The door opens and the inside of the house is chilly. Although the curtains were stuffed with good cotton, there was no warmth in the house itself, and the best warming tools were useless. Looks like it's time to get this house remodeling thing on the agenda, so it doesn't come to a point where the weather cools down hard and catches him off guard. Lying in bed, I didn't sleep. My mind was all about Yuli's green bag. Almost the same as the visual inspection. Even heavier than the visual inspection. Yan Xiecheng, although not much ability but really good fortune. Thinking left and right, he fell asleep in a daze. There are quite a few people who have trouble sleeping tonight. Just like Su Damao's family, Lu Xiaoa is really a considerate and good daughter-in-law. The first time she went home, she cooked a pot of sober soup for Su Damao, and drank a little bit herself by the way. The hot sobering soup goes down, sobering up, not to mention warding off the cold. After drinking and lying on the bed, Su Damao put his arm around his daughter-in-law and said something in whispers. Daughter-in-law, do you think that silly pillar is funny? Just by his scruffy appearance, he still dares to think about that Qin Huai Ru in the front yard. Su Damao, this also belongs to remember to eat, not remember to fight. Lu Xiaoa obviously do not like their own men in advance of the courtyard, that pretty widow, but he also keep mentioning. Why do you have an idea? If you think she's pretty, we'll divorce and you'll go live with her. If you want to have a good life with me, don't think about these things every day. Lu Xiaoyi didn't feel that she couldn't live if she left Su Damao, so her tone was particularly earnest and serious when she said these two words. Oh daughter-in-law, what are you thinking? I'm not looking for something to say. Don't mention it again. Mention it again. Your man hit himself in the mouth. Although Lu Kre sometimes has a bad temper, but to Su Damao really cannot be said. And the skin is not only white but also so beautiful. Really, if you lose it and find the same again, it is simply difficult to heaven. Therefore, Su Damao's promiscuity is at most in the factory and the countryside. These two places and his daughter-in-law will not have any intersection at all. Su Damao's mouth is also sweet. A moment of effort to Lu Xiaoa coaxed giggles. With his daughter-in-law's bright smile coupled with the excitement from tonight's drinks, Su Damao's hands began to be unruly. At first Lu Xiaoyi was still reaching out to peel away her man's hand. Gradually the two thighs also began to unconsciously rubbing. A moment later, the bed and floor were littered with clothes. But when it comes to the critical time, Su Ermao is hard to flinch. Ichan, you also know that I'm a bit busy with work these days. So let's exchange feelings next time. This is not even on the battlefield yet. But he lost his armor. Embarrassing Su Damao. The ammunition was given to the widow of the commune, and it was not unusual for this to occur. Leave me alone. Not on and off of any who feel uncomfortable. Lu Xiaoyi pushed away Su Damao, twisted his head to cover the quilt to sleep on his own. The next morning, which was Monday, the yard resumed its usual food market-like clamor. Yuli got up early in the morning and started to wash her clothes. Not only her own pants, but also Yan Xiecheng's clothes that he messed up and spit and soiled himself last night. Yan Xiecheng was also woken up by the commotion in the courtyard. Did not see his daughter-in-law is also fine with the need to get up and get dressed to find his daughter-in-law. Daughter-in-law, why are you up so early to do the laundry? Yuli is also embarrassed to wash his pants in the public faucet in the whole yard. Simply call some water back in front of the door of the house to wash. You tell me. You never know how much you're drinking when you have a drink and you throw up everywhere and anything. And you get your ass over to the moon door and clean up what you threw up before someone says something about you. Women are simply born performers. Obviously they have done something wrong, but put all the fault on Yan Xiecheng. Hearing his daughter-in-law say so, Yan Xiecheng did not have the slightest doubt. His own drunkenness is easy to vomit the problem. His heart is also clear. Turning around, he went into the house to get the broom on. If he didn't take care of it, the young and old ladies in the yard wouldn't know what to make of him. Last night, Bai Yun had been out for a night of waves, and Su Feng had left the door open knowing that it would be back in the evening. This guy was good, and when he was hungry, he jumped onto the bed and swept Su Feng's face with his tail. White Cloud, I'm cleaning you up. It was a little cold in the morning. Su Feng still wanted to stay in bed for a while, but now he also had to get up and get dressed. After fixing the guy some food, Su Feng simply washed up and pushed his bike out of the yard, dealing with breakfast on the way. Silly Pillar had been waiting at the door for a long time, and together they rode their bicycles to the factory to work. Brother, you said I made this move too. How come I didn't feel any effect? Silly Column still thought that after he demonstrated his cooking skills, he did not dare to say that he would take Qin Huairu down, but at least he could establish a connection to strike up a conversation. Brother Pillar, who can say about such things as feelings? If it's really easy to take so easily, then do you think it can be a good girl? Hearing Su Feng say that, Silly Pillar thought about it and it was indeed like that. Dude, then what do you say? Dude really doesn't have any other tricks up his sleeve. Silly Column is really heartbroken about that Qin Huairu. Otherwise he wouldn't have gone through so much effort. Su Feng thought, in fact, feelings of this kind of thing, the more anxious you are the more useless. Because this is the matter of two people. The light you make efforts at this end is useless. Haven't you heard the saying, Brother Pillar? Ego brother buddy, this is dying of anxiety. Don't sell out with buddy. Seeing Brother Pillar's anxious appearance, Su Feng unkindly grinned. Even though he had sold out last night, there is a light in oneself that others appreciate. The meaning of this statement is obvious. Women are not chaste. They are attracted. Although it's true that Pillar Boy doesn't sell very well, but who cares about that in this day and age when you can't even get enough food to eat? In terms of the Pillar Boy alone, a salary of $37.50 a month plus no need for a pension is unbeatable in this day and age. If I had worked harder, I would have gotten a job in the back kitchen. You don't even have to hurry yourself with this kind of thing. Someone will naturally introduce a pretty girl to him. Good things come in small packages. Brother Pillar, don't be anxious. Jia Dongxiu has only been gone for a few days now. Brother Pillar, when you take down that Jia Zhang, will Qin Huairu still have a run? Hearing Su Feng say this, Silly Column could be considered quite relieved. Jia Zhang can't handle people and basically has a poor relationship with everyone in the courtyard. So as far as the present alone was concerned, Silly Pillar had the best relationship with her instead. Chapter 127, Newly Bound Object. Qin Huairu. Su Feng parked his bike and entered the office only to realize that he was the first to arrive instead. Not a moment later, came in a young guy straight to the workstation of Master Zhou. With a twist of his head, he noticed Su Feng, Brother Su, coming so early. Su Feng's brain hadn't reacted early in the morning. Plus there had been a lot of things going on in the past 2 days. As soon as he heard this kid's voice, Su Feng remembered. This is not that gathering to eat shabu shabu. Master Zhou brought his son over to everyone to recognize in advance. Is this kid? Su Feng remembers very clearly that this kid kept staring at Lan Giro during the meal without blinking his eyes. For a while, Su Feng hadn't really adapted to the fact that Master Zhou had retired. Su Feng pulled in a couple of responses, and this kid wasn't as shy as he was last time. Guess you can't talk when you're dealing with women, especially pretty ones. Xiao Zhou. I entered the procurement section as Master Zhou as your father led into the door. Work or life if you encountered trouble. Despite the open mouth, do not be polite. As an old man in the purchasing section, Master Zhou was not only responsible for his work, but also good to Su Feng. Throwing in the towel. It was only right for Su Feng to take care of Master Zhou's son. Good Lu Zhou. My father at home also specially explained me. There is time to definitely take you home to sit down. At home, Master Zhou has specially explained to his son. To go to work in the procurement section can be good relations with Su Feng. Master Zhou knows that Su Feng, this kid is a capable. Plus this incense love on their own. The relationship is always good. There is no harm. Then the two of them exchanged a few words of politeness, and Li Jiefang and Lan Giro came in one after another. Li Jiefang had a perpetually constipated look on his face, making it seem like everyone owed him money. Li Jiefang of course noticed that there was a newcomer in the office, and it was obvious that he didn't have the idea to greet Li. Lan Giro is as bright and beautiful as ever, but unfortunately the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes reveal her true age. As soon as Lan Giro came in, Zhou Guodong's eyes lit up for a few moments, and the focus of his eyes almost just moved with Lan Giro. Yo, Zhou's here. How do you feel about your first day on the job? Lan Giro is a shrewd woman. I'm afraid that Su Feng has long been unaware of this kid's thoughts about himself. However, this woman did not have the intention of alienating Li Guodong, but instead, she greeted him with a delicate voice and took the initiative to greet him. Sis, I feel fine. Lan Giru took the initiative to greet him, making this kid so excited that he couldn't even speak. Sis, you're out of hot water in that thermos, aren't you? I'll go get it for you. A youngster is still a youngster, and a woman is happy to find out when she hooks her finger. After Zhou Guodong called back the hot water, Section Chief Li also wandered into the office. It didn't say much, just let Li Jiefog take Zhou Guodong. Su Feng had only been at work for a short while, and being a master was not enough to qualify now. As for Lan Giru, it was even more unlikely that Section Chief Li would let his lover take this youngster. Zhou Guodong answered a more or less emotional loss. Just now he was thinking, if you let Sister Lan take him, how good. Skipping this interlude, Su Feng began his groping routine. After 2 cups of tea poured by Cho, it was the point of lunch without a moment's notice. Su Feng was about to go get his boxed lunch to go to the cafeteria when the long-lost system beep finally came to mind. Qin Huairu becomes a bonded object and awakens the sage of traditional Chinese medicine. Introductory. Last night, he handed Qin Huairu a bottle of juicy dew, and was delayed in sounding the system beep. Before he went to bed last night, Su Feng was wondering if the system couldn't bind this pretty widow. According to reason, it should not be Qin Huairu face value and body, and now this identity. Perfectly in line with the system's XP. Feelings are holding back a big one, awakening such a counterintuitive function. This was an attempt to get Su Feng, a small purchaser, to switch to old Chinese medicine. It's only at the entry level, but it's prefixed with a Chinese medicine sage. Fusion. Su Feng silently recited a sentence of fusion in his heart, and the system immediately dispersed a massive amount of knowledge fragments that rushed into Su Feng's mind. It didn't hurt. It just felt like the inside of my brain was itchy and I wanted to scratch it but didn't know how to do it. Good thing it didn't last long. When Su Feng's mind cleared up, there were countless more knowledge about Chinese medicine in it out of nowhere. Su Feng swept through it roughly and was almost shocked by the amount of knowledge. You're telling me this is called a primer? Simple treatment of a headache and fever? Complicated craniotomy and bloodletting? What is the difference between this and the living Hua Tuo? Su Feng didn't even dare to imagine how heaven-defying it would be if this function evolved a bit more. For the sake of experimentation, Su Feng also purposely put his right hand on the pulse of his left hand. It took only a few moments of work to gain a deeper understanding of his body, healthy and free of any disease, and both kidneys function better than normal by a large margin. Brother Su, Zhou Guodong shouted to pull Su Feng back to reality. Just now Su Feng specifically explained that they would go to the cafeteria together at mealtime. Let's go. Today at noon brother will take you to eat braised meat. Suppressing his inner ecstasy, Su Feng smiled and took Zhou Guodong to the cafeteria. After lunch, Su Feng did not intend to remain in the city of 49 and made a special trip back to the Su family village to check on the sister's physical condition. Sister Lin Shishua had been at home for so long that the vegetable color on her face had long since disappeared. The melon face, which used to be slightly slim, is slowly gaining a bit of flesh. Not only does it not affect the face value, but it is a few years younger because of this touch of baby fat. As for his sister, Lin Xie, not only his own physical state but also that of the child in his belly was healthy as hell. How can a daughter-in-law raised with love not be happy? The most pleasant surprise for Su Feng was that the gender of the child in his belly was nowhere to be seen once he put his hands on his daughter-in-law's pulse. It was a girl, just like Su Feng thought. As you can imagine, this little girl was definitely raised in a loving environment from birth to adulthood. Add to that the fact that both parents are one-of-a-kind faces, and I'm afraid this little girl is going to grow up to be beautiful. Feng, you still have it in you. Shuriwei couldn't figure out how her man could just go to the city for a shift and come back knowing how to take a pulse. I've done a couple of hands with an old Chinese medicine practitioner in the courtyard. Daughter-in-law, do you think it's a boy or a girl in your belly? Shuriwei thought about it without saying anything and asked Su Feng in return. Feng, so do you like boys or girls? Before Su Feng could reply, Do Ding immediately interjected. Uncle Su, I want Auntie Shuriwei to give birth to a girl so that when she grows up, she'll be as beautiful as Auntie Shuriwei and then give me a daughter-in-law. Du Ding's words made the people in the courtyard laugh, and at a young age he was still thinking about getting a daughter-in-law. Feng, then take a pulse with Sister Xiuli. These days it always feels like Sister Xiuli is absent-minded. Without the need for his daughter-in-law to remind him, Su Feng had long since seen that Wang Xiuli had something on her mind. Chapter 128, The Widow Wang's Matter of the Heart. The Handled Forest. Sister Wang, pull up your sleeves. There are times when a heart disease can crush a person instead, and when that time comes it's too late to cure it. Wang Xiuli hesitated for a moment, and although she was a bit embarrassed, she still pulled up her sleeve and handed it to Su Feng. Although Wang Xiuli's exposed skin was wheat-colored, the small arms underneath the clothes were a few degrees whiter instead. Although Su Feng had experienced it once, he really hadn't appreciated it in sufficient light, and it seemed that Sister Wang was also a special creature worth digging deeper into. Su Feng put 2 fingers on it, and in a moment's time, he knew the general idea. First of all, There is nothing much wrong with the body, but there is depression inside, and there should be a heavy burden on the heart. It doesn't make sense that it shouldn't be. Sister Wang's man has been dead for how long, so I guess he put it down a long time ago. Even if he didn't put it down, Su Feng had already put it in to take the place of Sister Wang's dead man. Other than this matter, Su Feng couldn't figure out what burden was on Sister Wang's mind. Sis, is there something on your mind? As soon as Su Feng's words fell, the sisters began to observe Wang Xiuli's reaction, and their man had really learned the ropes. It's really nothing. Sure, you two don't have to worry about me. Wang Xiuli didn't want to say, so the sisters didn't ask any more questions. After all, everyone has their own troubles, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Sister Wang, if you run into any trouble you must say something. My sister and I and Ah Feng will do our best to help you. Wang Xiuli nodded and didn't say anything more. Su Feng stood next to him with his attention constantly on Wang Xiuli. It seemed that he would have to find a time to chat with Sister Wang in private. After having dinner together in the evening, Su Feng planned to stay at home with his daughter-in-law at night and rush to the factory to work the next morning. In the following days, the days were rarely peaceful, and nothing nasty happened in the courtyard. There was also the fact that Su Feng had been struggling to find good construction workers, and he had finally gotten around to it. Coincidentally, Su Feng brought up this matter in casual conversation in the office, and Zhou Guodong said that his dad knew such a person. Just in time, carry a gift to visit Master Zhou in the evening. Skipping this episode, Master Zhou let Zhou Guodong lead Su Feng to the construction worker that night. The distance was not too far and not too close, and it took the two of them about 10 minutes on their bicycles to get to their destination. Su Feng wasn't familiar with 49 City and didn't know where it was. Zhou Guodong hit the front and entered the courtyard door. In front of the house there were a number of aunts and young daughters-in-law using the stove to cook dinner. Housing is tight in the city and each family is limited in the amount of square footage they can share. Some families simply don't have the budget for a kitchen if they have a large population and simply cook on a stove in front of the room. It's not only like that in this courtyard. It's all over Nanluo Guxiang. Old man, Leader Zhou's son is here, you come out. A 40 to 50-year-old woman on Su Feng's right-hand side was sharp-eyed, and once she looked up, she noticed that Zhou Guodong had brought over a young man she didn't recognize. Although she didn't know Su Feng, she knew Master Zhou's son, Zhou Guodong. As for why call Master Zhou leadership, should be Master Zhou formal workers in this capacity, lift shout a leadership. Auntie Qian, where my father is what leader ah, this is my brother Su, looking for Uncle Lin to discuss something. Auntie Qian reacted as soon as she heard it. This young man was probably looking for his old man to help renovate the house or something like that. Are you a dead old man deaf? Why have you dawdled for half a day and still not come out? Auntie Qian had to be anxious. The family is almost broke. If there is no income, can only drink the northwest wind. With that the decibel level was increased, and after a few seconds a lean man came out of the inner room. Not tall and even a little thinning of hair. The cellar looks even worse than an ordinary person. However, Su Feng knew better than anyone else that people couldn't look at each other, and seawater couldn't be measured. Where's the leader of the week for what? Why don't I remember? As soon as the man's words fell, Auntie Qian hurriedly tugged at her man. Saying such words wouldn't be a flat-out offense. After being reminded by his daughter-in-law, Lin had looked at Zhou Guodong and remembered Master Zhou. It's Xiao Zhou coming over ah. Your Uncle Lin's memory isn't too good in his old age. Don't be offended. Although Master Zhou is not a leader, but Lin has always practiced the principle that more friends more road, more enemies more blockage. No, this Master Zhou didn't introduce him to a job today. Then after exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhou Guodong told Lin Yu the purpose of Su Feng bringing him here. Upon hearing that a patron had come to the door, Lin had thought of inviting the two youngsters into the house. Lin he knows countless people. This Su Feng's temperament gives him a very unusual feeling, cannot be slowed down by the mistake of their own wealth. Then Uncle Lin, so I'll return first. If there's anything you guys can discuss amongst yourselves. Picked up the head naturally nothing. Zhou Guodong said hello and left on their own. Lin Yu invited Su Feng into the house, and Auntie Qian poured a cup of tea for the two and went out to continue cooking. Su Feng didn't rush to open his mouth, entering the house to take a few glances at this house that Lin had lived in. Whether there's any real skill or not, you can tell from this house. The size of this house was about the same as the 2 stories that Su Feng lived in, maybe a little smaller, but not by much. Once inside, there was a lot of wooden handmade furniture piled up inside, along with some wood that had been planed. The room next door was a mess, too. That's not right. With all this mess in both rooms, where do we sleep at night? Su Feng inadvertently looked up before noticing that there was a small attic inside the house. It's not huge, but there's definitely enough room for a bed. Great design. Simply coincides with many of Su Feng's ideas for remodeling the house. Su Feng knew that he had found the right person. No wonder Master Zhou asked me to come over to you. It's such an eye-catching design. Hello Master Lin, just call me Su Feng. Lin have know this is the patron C on their own craft, then I will trust big call Su old brother. The Jianghu are called me handle style Lin. Su old brother you call me handle style Lin or old Lin can be. This was the patron in front of him, and Lin had definitely treated him politely. Su Feng didn't know much about the jungle that was 49 City, as long as he was capable. Then old Lin I'll say what I think. The most inconvenient thing about living in a courtyard house is the bathroom. And in the summer the communal bathroom smells heavy not to mention maggots all over the floor. It smells less in the winter, but it's cold, and you can freeze your ass off in the effort of taking a. So Su Feng had an idea to get a bathroom in the house. But the kitchen Su Feng did not want to give up. But the area would not be enough. And this genius design of old Lin's was perfect to help Su Feng solve this dilemma. Raise the bedrooms. 40 square feet of space in addition to the living room. Get a separate bathroom and kitchen is also enough. The bathroom is certainly not just for the toilet. If you can get a hot shower, it will be comfortable to live in the future. The happiness index directly pull full. Chapter 129, Provincial Leader? Su Feng told Handle Lin about his idea, and immediately received an astonished expression from the other party. What? Not enough space? Seeing this expression on the other party's face, Su Feng thought that his idea was whimsical. No, 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 no. You're simply thinking exactly like a lot of what I envisioned in the first place. It's a pity that I have so many foodstuffs to eat that they're piled up all over the house. It's good enough to be able to eat, where I dare to enjoy these and those. Just as Su Feng had just entered the house and seen, once inside the house was either some plain wood or half-finished wooden furniture. This is a pleasant surprise, since the other party has already envisioned it. Wouldn't it save time and program design again? Su Feng has always practiced the principle of keeping a low profile, and no matter how comfortable the home is decorated, it's a family matter. But if it takes too long to start construction, it's hard not to invite criticism from the yard. Then let's go and look at the house specifically now, and come up with a charter as soon as possible. The sooner we start construction the better. Ever since moving to this 49 city, Su Feng had truly realized that the good life of the city dwellers was a complete fantasy of the countryside. Let's not talk about the food. It's not much better than a commune. Most families also ate roughage every day, and only occasionally could they get a little erhi noodles or dip into the meat. As for living, it is far less spacious than the countryside. Not to mention that even a bathroom is communal. Su Feng remembers the first time he spent the night at Brother Pillar's house, when he went to the public restroom to give him a smoked ah. So once he was financially well off, Su Feng thought of quite a few ways he could make life comfortable. I've heard that those capitalists are even more extravagant, with electric fans, refrigerators and televisions in their homes. Su Feng does not want to engage in so high profile, but in the home to get a separate bathroom to take a hot shower is not a problem. Right. Love cleanliness and hygiene. Who can not pick out the reason? Put style Lin did not expect this patron is more anxious than him. The heart of the self cannot be. I can't help it. My family can't make ends meet. So if I start work early, I can get the money earlier. Just now Auntie Qian poured 2 cups of tea. The two of them hadn't had time to drink it yet, nor did they have time to drink it at all. That old lady. I'm going out and I'll be right back. Just keep my bowl of rice warm. As soon as Shifu Lin spoke, Auntie Qian realized that the matter was settled. At that moment, he cheerfully made relations with Su Feng. It's already time for dinner. If that young man doesn't deal with a bite here, there's no rush to go over there later. People are busy. You eat your own first. In terms of their own living conditions, people have nothing better to do than deal with a bite here. Su Feng also knew that the wife was being polite, and after exchanging pleasantries, he led the Handle Lin out of the courtyard. Ho! What a beautiful car you have. Handlebarring makes a living from his craft, and it's almost impossible to own a bicycle. Let's not even talk about the money. You can't get a bike ticket without some kind of access. The sedan chair is carried by all. The Handle Lin is not all in flattery. Su Feng, this Phoenix brand bicycle is really bright. It's just a means of transportation. It's not too late. Let's go early and come back early. I'm not familiar with this side of the road. I'd like you to show me the way. Then the two of them didn't say anything and got on their bikes and headed for Nanluoguxiang, putting Sherlin in the back to show the way. Su Feng communicated with Putalin about the specific statutes as he rode his bike, trying to take a hot shower in the winter. But it's not that hard. When Pudding Style Forest said this, Su Feng's side happened to turn a corner. There's basically no one outside at this hour, but there's a sneaky young man standing in the corner. As soon as Su Feng turned this way, the young man immediately put his hands on his back. Upon seeing the visitor clearly, the hand immediately dropped again. The sun hadn't completely set at this time, and coupled with Su Feng's excellent eyesight, he clearly saw that the youngster had a machete pinned to his back, stuck in this blind spot in the field of vision. He was probably squatting, only the target object was not Su Feng. Is this 49 city so messed up that you can't move without a knife? However, it has nothing to do with Su Feng. Pretending not to see anything to continue to rush home, and on the way to continue to discuss with the handle Lin when the fastest can be completed. Did not go far? I do not know if it is the integration of the Chinese medicine saves this function. Did not have no reason to rise one's compassion. Since ancient times, Chinese medicine practitioners have practiced the duty of saving lives and helping people, and it is not known if this has secretly influenced Su Feng's subconscious mind. Looking at the young man's stance just now, if he really let him succeed in his sneak attack, he would be seriously injured or killed. Ha! Where are the keys in my pocket? It's not far from Nanluo Guxiang. Why don't you walk over there and I'll hurry back and look for them. If we can't find it, we'll go back and break the lock. Su Feng casually found a reason to put Style Forest aside. After all, he was going to move the knife in a while, so as not to involve others. It's okay. Whether it was true or not, the Handle Forest was very knowledgeable and did not say much. Maybe the person was going to do some personal business and it was inconvenient to bring him. After sidetracking the Puts Forest, Su Feng flew back the same way. I just arrived at that alley, and from a long distance, I saw that young man with a wood knife held high in his hand, chasing after a man to cut. Good lord, it's still true. Su Feng hurriedly pedaled his bike as hard as he could, instantly chasing after him, and then ruthlessly crashed towards the young man chasing after the firewood knife. With that, he rolled over and got off the bike, holding his hands in a vice-like death grip, and in the process threw the nearby wood chipper as far as it would go. Man, it's okay. After subduing the man, Su Feng then had the time to care about the man who had been cut. Twisting his head, he was still an acquaintance. It's you? The man who was chopped was no other than the old man who had lent Su Feng a pair of fish guards the last time he had fished in Shikahai. Of course the title of old man was just a tease, and he was estimated to be in his 50s or 60s. Last time Su Feng also said that this old man cleaned up the board squarely and sharply. Did not think that this meeting made such a mess? Don't be on you. Your arm is still bleeding. It was only after Su Feng reminded him that the old man reacted to the fact that he had been injured. Just now life was almost gone, adrenaline rush. Naturally no effort to pay attention to this wound. I'll call someone right away. The old man picked up his bike on the ground and rode in the opposite direction from where he came. Not a moment later, Su Feng was surprised to hear the sound of a four-wheeled vehicle. Good lord. To be honest, Su Feng was a bit flustered. Not just anyone could ride in a four-wheeler in this day and age, and only those with at least provincial treatment were eligible to be equipped with one. Either this old man or this young man he was holding down had a status against all odds. The lights of the four-wheeler illuminated the alley brightly, and the old man who had just been saved by Su Feng got down from the back seat of the four-wheeler. A few police officers immediately scurried out behind him, taking over from Su Feng and putting the youngster under control. Chapter 130, A Great Opportunity. Su Feng was truly flustered. Since awakening the system, it was the first time he had encountered such an uncontrollable thing. Only after having a formal job did Su Feng gradually realize that the power of power was supreme. He's relying on the system to make some money. What the hell? He's a small fish in front of the real power. Take it easy, young man. I still like the candor with which you just called me a man. It's obviously the same person. So why do I feel like my temperament immediately changed after I got off the back of the four-wheeler? As the old man's words landed on the ground, the people following behind him as well as the police officers next to him, all of them looked at Su Feng with strange expressions. This kid can be really good, even use the man this address in front of this big brother. Just now in the bureau that kind of scene can never be seen in a lifetime. The police department, a hand in front of this person, nodded and bowed. Do not dare to imagine what the identity of this big brother. Then naturally rise to this kid's infinite envy. For this big brother, for this is equivalent to life-saving grace. This kid from now on is afraid not to use the leveling of the clouds to describe it is not too much. Su Feng smiled awkwardly. The one who didn't know was not guilty. Now that he knew, he still dared to scream his ass off. Young man, today out of such an accident, really thank you. Please leave an address and contact information. The implication was naturally that he wanted to repay the favor he had done tonight, and that saving his life was greater than heaven. That leader? I'm not saving people here for the sake of repayment. I'm a man. I'll definitely step forward when I'm in this kind of situation. Besides, you even lent me a fish guard last time. I'll go back first if there's nothing else. To be honest, it was also the first time Su Feng had encountered this kind of thing, and he subconsciously said what was in his heart. It's not like he went back to save people in the first place to get help or anything. It's entirely a function of the system at work. I just didn't realize that the identity of the person I saved was so anticlimactic. Not bad, young man. Then you leave your name. We can always make a date to go fishing together someday. Even the old man did not expect to be rejected that day. I really do not know that this kid is stupid, or this kid is young and uninformed. This is fine. Leader, you can just call me Su Feng. On the way back to the quadrangle, Su Feng's head was in a daze. I didn't expect to have such a chance for myself by mistake. Speaking of which, thanks to the influence of the compassionate heart of the Chinese medicine saint on himself, if he were to put aside in the past other people's affairs, Su Feng would never intervene. When he returned to the quadrangle, he saw from a distance that the handler Lin was standing in the doorway. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's go inside. What had just happened was so amazing that there was naturally no need to tell anyone about it. Su Feng pushed his bicycle into the quadrangle, and taking style Lin followed behind. There was a stranger in the courtyard, and many neighbors turned their heads to look over, but no one asked too many questions when they saw that they were following Su Feng. The foolish pillar on the side couldn't hide the words in his heart. Brother, what are you doing? That house of mine isn't a bit old, so I'm looking for someone to renovate it. After all, we're going to be living in the courtyard for a long time to come, and it's comforting to refurbish it and live in it. Hearing Su Feng's explanation, the young and old in the courtyard also understood. The courtyard is really like an old raggedy house, and it's normal to renovate it. But this is going to cost a lot of money. It seems that Su Feng in this front yard still has power. After dealing with these neighbors, Su Feng led the handle Lin into the house. Rao you give to see if the idea I just mentioned can be realized. Puttywood nodded and wandered around the house a few times, taking in all of the 2 rooms. Okay, but it's a big job, and I have to hire big and small workers. So, putting style Forest didn't explicitly say so. Su Feng also understood. Money isn't a problem, so how long do you think it will take to finish? It's just remodeling a house. It's not more than $1,000. So this amount of money is nothing to Su Feng. With the package, I'd estimate at least 20 days. Hearing this figure, Su Feng's brows furrowed slightly. It is estimated that other people in the yard basically will not remodel their houses for more than 2 weeks, and it is hard not to cause these neighbors to criticize if the construction of his house starts for more than 20 days. Within 15 days, you hire more workers. Work overtime every day, and I'll give you 20 days worth of labor. Heavy rewards are good, and as long as the money is in place anything goes. Putting style Forest knew that Su Feng wasn't simple, and he didn't expect it to be so amazing right out of the gate. Okay, promise to finish in half a month. Put style Lin in the heart of the calculation. Overtime work is not impossible to finish early. Only this half a month to some hard work. We can't even eat at home. So a little hard work is nothing. It's a $300 deposit. More or less refundable when it's finished. But I'll say this up front. If you think I'm young and thus perfunctory and withholding pay, then we'll take our time. It's better for everyone to get the ugly word out before half a month passes and the house is remodeled beyond recognition. Wasting money is nothing. It's a waste of time. Don't worry about this. If you're not satisfied with the results in half a month, I don't want a penny of my share of the labor. The handle Forest didn't dare to make a big deal out of it, but this attitude was enough. That's fine. I'll give you the keys to start construction from tomorrow. Su Feng handed the 30 duanjia in his hand, as well as the key, and knew where his house was, so he didn't have to worry about taking the money and running away. Thank you for your trust. It's just still a thing. Putting style Forest paused for a moment after finishing his sentence. Su Feng nodded his head to signal him to continue. According to the old rules, the main house has to take care of the workers' noon meal. How do you see this being organized? Receiving the 30 sheets of dumplings, the Pootseling gulped. If this order is done right, New Year's Eve won't be so hard this year. I'll set this up later. After docking the matter, Put style Lin out of the hospital and went to organize the big and small workers. The patron is in a hurry to meet the deadline, so naturally the faster the better. Su Feng thought about it and exchanged a basket of eggs from inside the system space and took it out of the house. Sister Chin, please do me a favor and get 2 eggs for each family. Fellow neighbors, tomorrow I will start the renovation of this house. It is inevitable that a little noisy neighbors. Please you more bear with me. Take 2 eggs to each family for no other reason than to gag them. Naturally. Ho, brother, you're doing a great job. Silly Zhu gave a thumbs up, and Jia Zhang hurriedly gave Qin Huairu a look to go and receive the eggs. That's a lot of eggs in that basket, and there might be a few more left over after each family divides too. Qin Huairu took the egg and glanced at Su Feng. This man's way of dealing with people simply amazed her every time. Chapter 131, The grain sack is still aching. Just as Jia Zhangshu thought, after each family in the front yard distributed 2 eggs, there were still 4 eggs left in the basket. There's no need to divide the backyard. It's separated by a moon gate, so even if you're renovating a house you can't get much sound through. Jia Zhang's also not polite. All smiled. An old face smiled like a chrysanthemum, and the eyes were also smiling and synthesized into a slit. And those who didn't know thought that they had taken advantage of a great advantage. If he didn't know that Su Feng wasn't easy to bully, he was afraid that he wouldn't want to return this basket. After distributing the eggs, All the families were praising Su Feng for his good manners. Others said that they are all living in the same hospital. Why are they so polite? And even took 2 eggs. Each one of them said so on their lips, but if they really didn't give these 2 eggs, they might be making up stories about Su Feng in their hearts. In a moment's time, the news from the front yard spread to the backyard as if it were a tornado. The 3 Moncler jackets cannot even eat dinner. Hurriedly turned his back and crossed the moon gate to the front yard. The nature of the third master, that is usually go out to pick up money, that is the main loss of money. As soon as he heard the front yard every family has received eggs immediately ran over. Unfortunately, it was still too late and the event was long over. Since I'm here it can't be for nothing. Let's see if there are any bargains to be taken. Su Feng, third master heard that you're renovating your house. Feel free to squeak in if you need any help, but don't be polite. The third grandpa can hear his own daughter-in-law say, the last time to help Su Feng sew a curtain and quilt. Enough to pay 2 yuan wages. Renovating a house is a big job, and if you stick your nose in it, you might be able to make a lot of money. You don't say, third master, but I do have a favor to ask you. Su Feng had just been thinking of candidates to cook for the workers, and the moment he saw the third grandpa, he had a thought. Yuli is not unemployed, coupled with the 3 amas usually do not have much to do at home. The 2 of them to busy 1 or 2 dozen workers' lunch should not be a big problem. Listen to me, don't look for this Yen Lago to help you. He's always thinking of taking advantage of you. I shouldn't say that the pillar's mouth, simply has no gate. People Yen Bu Gue at least is also the courtyard of the third master. Let a junior almost pointing to the nose scolding. How to tell this reasoning is not right. Silly column, how do you talk? What do you mean? So many neighbors can be here. Angry 3 grandpa blowing his beard and eyes. Third master, let's go to your house for a cup of tea. Brother pillar, for your concern. Su Feng didn't want to waste his time on the 2 arguing, so he simply interjected directly to interrupt the third grandmaster. Yen Bugue also knew that there was no point in arguing with the stupid column, so he simply used the slope to take Su Feng back to the house. This kind of taking advantage of things must be left at home to talk about. Never let these neighbors take advantage of it. Wifey, go and pour 2 cups of tea. Before he even entered the house, the third master yelled, no need third grandmaster, let's make it short and sweet. It's just as well that third grandmother and sister you are also called up to have a chat together. Hearing Su Feng say this, the third master's small, advantage-loving brain immediately reacted. Third aunt, you sister, is this thing. The family is not to renovate the house. I heard people say that according to the rules to provide a lunch, I don't have time to work on my side, so I've been working with sister you to help make a lunch for the workers. As for the daily wages being the same as a small laborer, what do you think, third master? Su Feng 2 or 3 sentences to understand. The more you talk about the 3 Moncler outlet store heart the more joyful. Sure enough, it was just as he thought. Cooking here can take advantage of a lot of cheap. Not only can receive 2 wages per day, but also can save 2 rations per day. Look at what you say. We are all in the same courtyard of the third master, how can I charge you wages? As long as the management of your third aunt and Shaolia lunch will be. The 3 grandmasters pretended to be polite, so of course Su Feng had to say a couple of shoulds back. After the courtesy, the third master suddenly remembered his oldest son who had no job. Su Feng, third master seems to be in quite a hurry on your side as well. Why don't we let Xiechan go and give you a hand as well? Just manage a meal as well. The third master also knows that his son doesn't have that kind of skill, but there's nothing wrong with trying, just in case it works. Su Feng thought for a moment. That's fine. Then we'll receive the wages of a small laborer just like third aunt and sister you. Lin, the market handle, had already told Su Feng that the big workers were paid from $1.5 to $2 a day, while the small workers were paid from 80 cents to $1.2 a day. Su Feng is not stingy, all according to the highest standard to pay wages. That is, the big workers $2 a day, small workers a day $1.2. After settling, the third master enthusiastically pulled Su Feng to stay home for dinner. He was politely refused by Su Feng, excusing himself and saying that he would have to go back in a while and clean up the room. That's fine. Third aunt, you sister, I'll go back to get the money now. There are coarse and fine grains in the house. Please go to the food market tomorrow to buy some vegetables. The lunch provided is naturally a home-cooked meal, though the amount of grease naturally depends on how generous the patron's family is. That's Shaoli. Since Su Feng is busy, then you go and run. Your mom still has to cook, no time. I don't know what my oldest son is doing out on the waves, and he's not back at this hour. So the third oldest was able to get his daughter-in-law to run an errand. That's fine. Then I'll trouble sister you. Su Feng deliberately took a look at Yuli. This little daughter-in-law is really able to pretend. That happened last night. The face of Su Feng's face also did not have a trace of unnatural. Yuli answered and followed Su Feng out of the moon door. Su Feng, what kind of house do you want to remodel? Yuli into the Su Feng house is not in a hurry to go back. At least drink a cup of cream of wheat before saying, "Ho, sis, you're treating this place like your own home." Su Feng, I have not yet opened my mouth. This little daughter-in-law herself went to the cupboard in front of the cupboard, and gave herself a drink of cream of wheat. So what? Sis is not happy to drink some of your cream of wheat? Yuli hummed arrogantly, feeling that she deserved it. This guy last night hand also did not have a light weight, although through the clothes to now her pair of grain bags are still hidden painted. Drink him a cup of cream of wheat, how? Gladly, gladly. Su Feng knew that he was in the wrong, so he didn't dwell on the matter. Sis, I'll tell you what I'm thinking. Get a second-story loft in this place. Sleep comfortably, not to mention privacy. Keep this living room and get a separate kitchen and bathroom on either side of the living room. And sis, I'm telling you, get something in the bathroom that can boil water, so you can take a hot bath at home even in the middle of winter. Listening to Su Feng, Yuli even fantasized about how comfortable she would be if she moved into such a house. It was simply her dream love house. That Su Feng, wait for you to finish decorating the house. Sis want to come over to take a bath that you cannot refuse. Chapter 132, Rootless Water. That's for sure, you sister. But took a hot bath not only consumes water and coal. Sister let you pay a water bill no problem. Su Feng raised his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. Yuli did not react for a moment. How much water can be used to take a bath? This kid is so generous. Not so much with this water or counting. After reacting, Yuli's small face immediately swooned with a touch of scarlet. Where does that say anything about tap water? It's clearly rootless water. Then go talk to the guy at my house. If he agrees, sis will pay your water bill every day. Yuli also knew that Su Feng was flirting, and although the two of them were verbally flamboyant for a couple of sentences, they were far from being in this relationship. Su Feng didn't continue to tease this little daughter-in-law, and handed Yuli the food and various tickets that the family had prepared in advance. Of course, without a piece of pork. After all, if you give your workers good food, you will work harder for Su Feng. Sis, then I'll be ugly. I trusted you to put these in your hands. If there is a repeat of what happened last time, then our relationship is over and there is no need for us to see each other in the future. A family of 3 eats in it, and if he were to withhold food and pork, it would undoubtedly be a slap in his face. If the workers do not eat well, they may even complain that the patron is cheap, which will not make Su Feng a man inside and outside. The expression on Su Feng's face was serious, and even his tone had a hint of ice-coldness, or else he wouldn't be able to suppress this little daughter-in-law. Su Feng, don't worry. If something like this happens again, you don't have to pay out a single penny for those 3 jobs at sister's house. No need for Su Feng to remind Yuli no things. People trust her, she's still engaged in this way. In the future there is no need to deal with. After the explanation, Su Feng and Yuli together sent the things back to the third master's house. When I got back, I loaded what I had to pack right into the system space so that it would be easier to get the style-in moving in the morning. This side has just finished the work and has not yet eaten a bite of hot rice. The door came to another footsteps. It's no one else. It's none other than Lu Guangtian of the second Grand Master's family. After the last time this kid beat the old Li Tu in the backyard with a green eye nest, he was like a street rat in the yard, and everyone looked at him with different eyes. It's been a few days, but what's he doing here? Su, Lu Guangtian stood at the door and shouted, but did not come in directly. It's Kutten. I'm a little busy over here, so just tell me what you have to do. Su Feng also didn't call the person in. This kid has a backbone behind his head. There is no need for a place. As for the last time I borrowed $10, consider it a blessing. Lu Guangtian did not expect such a response, and awkwardly came in or left. After freezing for a moment, he finally held back his red face and said what was on his mind. Brother Su, didn't I hear that you're going to renovate your house, and you did me such a big favor last time, so I thought I'd come over and see if there's anything I need help with. Brother Su, you don't have to pay me for my labor either. Just manage a meal for me. I don't know where this kid heard the news. I guess it's because just now Su Feng discussed with the third master's family outside the house and let this kid hear it. As the saying goes, listen to the words and listen to the voice. If Lu Guangtian really did not want the money for labor, he did not have to say the latter sentence at all. It is hard not to help Su Feng renovate the house, but also do not care about his rice, not to where there is no such thing. So when this kid heard the other third master say that he would manage a meal, he followed suit and came over to be polite to Su Feng. The second master is a will not do people. Do not have a leadership status, but also every day to put a set of official posture. This kid is not this bad habit, probably because of the lack of bottom. The person two big masters well said is also a 7th grade forging. But again, it won't do the job. If this kid really holds the idea of repaying the favor by putting out a lot of strength, Su Feng will definitely not be so petty as to not pay for the work. Even though the kid still owes $10, that's a different story. But the kid wasn't. and came over with the idea of making money. One thought often ends up with two results. Okay, Huang Tian, then I'll accept this token of your appreciation. Tomorrow morning you can just come over directly, and you can just join them for lunch. Su Feng will be tricked into keeping his mouth shut about the wages. This time it is Lu Guangtian's turn to be dumbfounded. How to him with the three great masters is completely different. Brother Su, that I suddenly remembered that my dad asked me to do a job tomorrow, so I'll definitely come over and help out some other day when I have the time. This kid can't find a reason to flip out even when he's stumped. He's worse than a villain. Su Feng didn't bother with him anymore and tidied up his house on his own. Lu Guangtian ate a defeat, and all the gratitude he used to feel towards Su Feng was exhausted at this moment. Actually, there wasn't much emotional love in the first place. After cleaning up, Su Feng simply dealt with two mouths. There is no entertainment program at night, while jerking the cat and reading The Three Kingdoms. Meanwhile, the smell of scrambled eggs wafted out of more than one house in the front yard. After Yan Xiecheng came back from fooling around outside, he was confused when he smelled such a strong aroma of scrambled eggs, so it was hard to go to the wrong yard. A look around the wrong or the days are over? Through the moon door, the sound comes before the person arrives. Dad, what's going on in the front yard? Why are all the families scrambling eggs? Mom, I've got a craving too. Why don't you scramble one for me too? The three oldest mothers acted as if they hadn't heard it. Not even their own oldest son could think of it without their own old man giving the word. Every day just know to fool around outside. Tomorrow Su Feng's family renovation house. You go to give people a hand, understand? As soon as Yan Xiecheng heard the three Amazons say so, he immediately asked the most concerned question. Dad, is there any money for the work then? What do you think? Why give that kid a hand without a paycheck? Yan Xiecheng was so happy to hear it that he couldn't close his mouth, and he was worried that he didn't have money to buy cigarettes. Dad got you this job, and Su Feng said he'd pay $1.20 a day. I don't care if I didn't have a salary to live on before. I don't have a problem handing over half of a day's work. For that matter, it's still there also for the sake of the daughter-in-law, or $1 could be turned in. Why, Dad, why should I pay half of what I've worked so hard for? Hearing that the daily wages of 1 yuan 2 Yan Xiecheng is more than happy, are able to buy a pack of high-end cigarettes. Now they have to pay half of it to the family, so naturally they are a million times more reluctant to do so. What do you say, on what grounds? Does the money for the family's meals and supper come out of thin air? Do I, as the old man, deserve to support you? There is no room for negotiation on this matter. Third master, half of the wages must be handed over. Yan Xiecheng wanted to say something else, but Yuli gave him a little bit of her sleeve. Pay half, pay half. She's still getting paid for her share of the work anyway. Yan Xiecheng also knows that arguing with his father is not good. Can only eat this loss in a muffled voice. Chapter 133. Daughter-in-law, who sent our family so much grain, and such a big piece of meat. Yan Xiecheng's throat was so dry that it was about to smoke after a day of waving outside, plus a couple of arguments with his own father. He entered the house and was about to pour a glass of water to drink when he was surprised by the supplies piled up in the corner. Every meal is coarse food. Eat. Yan Xiecheng face yellow and thin. So when he saw the fine grains and pork piled up in the corner, he couldn't help but have green eyes. All day long Nat thinking about beautiful things. This is the person Su Feng asked me and Mom to help people hire construction workers to make lunch. Yuli could not help but skim his mouth. His own family has no such atmospheric friends and relatives. Yan Xiecheng, you have no force number in your heart. Daughter-in-law, you and our mom can get paid for your work too. After receiving Yuli's affirmative answer, the corners of Yan Xiecheng's mouth almost grinned to the back of his head. Such a big piece of meat. Daughter-in-law, why don't we cut a small piece to taste first? He doesn't care about this anyway. Su Feng. After Yan Xiecheng said what was in his heart, the third master also entered the house. The father and son of this idea is consistent. No, the family did not expect to be met with Yuli's stern refusal. Yan Xiecheng, you want to eat meat, you get it yourself. Hit this piece of meat idea. Don't even think about it. Yuli knew that her man would think this way, and had already organized her words in her mind. Shaoli, it's okay to cut such a big piece of meat and taste it. It's hard for that kid in the front yard to come to our house every day to inspect it. The three oldest mothers were heartbroken for the children of the family, and the two children of the family hadn't taken their eyes off the meat since it was brought back, just waiting for Yan Xiecheng to come back. Cut a small piece for the family children to relieve their hunger. Mom, it's not that my heart goes out to outsiders. Do you know what Su Feng said when I just went to someone's house to help get something? If we withhold food and pork this time, there will be no need to deal with it in the future. Think about it yourselves. Whether it's important to eat these 1 or 2 bites of meat, or whether it's important to have a good relationship with other people. Su Feng. Yuli didn't have much else, but she knew the difference. Although a small piece of meat, people Su Feng really do not know, but the desire half opened a small mouth. That cannot be collected. Dare to cut a small piece of meat today and scoop a bowl of fine grain tomorrow. In order to take advantage of this small advantage, it would be a big loss to make a complete break with other people. Su Feng. It's really okay, daughter-in-law. I promise you just this once. No. An opposing voice once again appeared in the room. But this time it was Yen Bu Gue who opened his mouth. Often the ones who are stingy and like to take advantage of the situation. Those are the ones who have long-term plans. What his daughter-in-law said was very right. If he were to cross Su Feng for this bit of cheapness, that would really be a big loss. The third master in the family say one thing. As long as the opening of the mouth family anyone objected to useless. Third auntie couldn't say anything more. She knew her old man's temper. Why don't we do it this way, Xiecheng? Tomorrow at noon after getting the meal. Mom will give you more meat, not just. The third oldest mom still had her heart set on her oldest son and came up with this law. Yuli thought about this as nothing. When playing the meal 2 pieces more, 2 pieces less, no one will say anything. The next day, which was Saturday morning, Su Feng's side hadn't even gotten up yet. When the Handle Lin rushed to the courtyard entrance with about 10 workers, the man in charge of opening and closing the gate to the courtyard opened it, and after greeting the man, Shujirin led the workers into the courtyard. The courtyard also began to make a lot of noise. Su Feng pushed open the door and was about to brush his teeth. Just to see the put-style Lin took the dinner things came over. Come so early, Lin master. Eat breakfast, you Lu. Did not eat, I now go to the street to buy some buns. Handle Lin, that is the title of the Jianghu. So many people in the courtyard shouted Master Lin is the most appropriate. Su Feng wasn't pretending to be polite. After all, today was the first day of work. Showing off the generosity of the patron, the workers naturally work harder. You're welcome. It's all here after breakfast. Su Feng nodded his head and did not have too many sets. Nimbly washed up and changed his clothes, whisking Bai Yun out in the process. The house is going to be renovated, and this guy is going to go stay in a hostel with him in the meantime, or just wave around outside. By the way, Master Lin, there is a Yen Xiecheng in our courtyard who is also coming to help out. Just look at arranging a little work for him. After delivering his instructions, Su Feng pushed his bicycle and rushed to the factory with Brother Pillar. When I entered the office, I didn't expect Zhou Guodong to come quite early. Brother Su, how did you talk to Uncle Lin? I heard my dad say that Uncle Lin's ancestor built palaces for emperors. Zhou Guodong felt unbelievable even after hearing this. Mainly because in the feudal era, where could the common people enjoy the craftsmanship of such people? You really don't say. That Master Lin does have ideas. Guodong thanked your dad for me. Let's go for a drink some other day. Ancestors are not for the emperor to repair the palace. Su Feng does not care, as long as this craft is true. Got it. Brother. Zhou Guodong smiled and answered. He can know that this brother Su can be very generous. Take last night to his home to visit his dad. Hand carrying gifts. His dad a month's salary cannot come down. When people are so sincere and generous, it is natural to think of asking for good favors. After wandering around for a while, Lan Giju walked into the office ringing her butt. Xiaozhou came so early. Really is Master Zhou's son. Treating the work as down to earth and serious. Lan Giru acted as if she hadn't seen Su Feng and Li Jiefeng, singling out only Zhou Guodong for a greeting. Hey, it's not as good as you say. Sister Lan, when I came out to work my dad explained to me that I was just doing what I was supposed to do. After being complimented by Lan Giru, a woman with a lot of flavor, Zhou Guodong was embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. By the way, Sister Lan, I just saw that you don't have any hot water in the water heater, so I've already given you a good fight. Thank you, Xiaozhou. Someday there is time for Sis to invite you to dinner. The chat between the two was indeed on the surface a polite conversation between ordinary co-workers, but Su Feng always felt that something was wrong. It wasn't that Su Feng was mentally unbalanced. After all, he wasn't interested in being a fellow traveler with Section chiefly, just the identity of the two people. Zhou Guodong only just came. How could he be on such good terms with this Lan Giru? What's more, Lan Giru is the lover of Li Qijuan in private. Can Li Qijuan accept his lover to be so close to other big boys? It is estimated that Lan Giru did not hide anything good in her heart, and she might dig a hole for Zhou Guodong at any time. It is still too early to draw any conclusions and we will wait to see how things develop later. Time wobbled by quickly, and before you knew it, it was time to get off work. Although Su Feng went to the cafeteria with Zhou Guodong at noon, the cafeteria was crowded and it was easy for other people to hear what was said. We can only wait for those who have the opportunity, or directly talk to Master Zhou, so that Master Zhou can properly talk to his son. Chapter 134, Can I live if people see me? After work Su Feng did not go to the hostel the first time. Today is the first day of the renovation of the house. It is natural to go back to the yard to take a look. By the way, explain to the Handle Forest that tomorrow's day of rest. You don't need to come so early as this morning, so as not to disturb the neighbor's sleep. rushing to the yard on his bicycle. The Putsalin was still busy with his workers. Su Feng wasn't in a hurry to enter the house to see the progress, so he waited in the front yard. Su Feng, you've made quite a commotion, hiring 10 or so workers at once. The third master also rushed back at this point, and did not return to the backyard first. Usually families renovate a house at most 5 or 6 workers. Su Feng's side directly doubled. You can imagine how big this is. Third master, you also know. This house for a long time no one lives. Also no one gas child to raise, a lot of things are broken. It's always going to be refurbished, simply get it done all at once, so that you don't have to go back and forth later for more trouble. That was a great deal of truth. And the third master nodded approvingly. By the way, third master, if there's not enough food or money, just tell me directly. You mustn't beat a dead horse about the workers' meals. With the food sent over yesterday, it was completely insufficient for half a month's rations for a dozen or so people. So Su Feng made a point of explaining this. Don't worry, Su Feng, I'll usually have your third aunt and Shally keep an eye on the progress for you as well. The third master sold a good deal, and Su Feng was happy to accept it. I'll let you worry about it. Third master, what's this about? Any interest in flinging a couple shots tomorrow on your day off? There is no way that Yen Bugue can't catch fish by himself, so he can only ask Su Feng to join him and still be able to share too. Alright, third master. Then I'll go back to the courtyard in the morning and we'll be together. Su Feng had originally planned to go to the trust store tomorrow morning to see if he could find a bit of good used furniture. Used ones don't sound good, but they beat convenience and save money. It is not that Su Feng deliberately, in order to save energy, 3 melons and 2 jujubes to go to the second hand. The key is that this time the commotion is already big enough. If another set of brand new furniture, the yard may not be how to arrange it, so might as well go the whole hog and get some used, ready-made, not to mention maybe some furniture made of good materials. Since the 3 grand masters are about to go fishing, it's okay to come back at noon and go in the afternoon. After the appointment, the 3 Moncler jackets for sale happily pushed their bikes through the moon door. Not knowing when this side was busy, Su Feng went to brother Zhuzi's house to have a drink. Dude, just make do with a bite at my place tonight. Egg noodles okay? Pillar really had no words for someone who was nice to him, and Su Feng didn't push his luck. Okay, brother Pillar, but this time it doesn't count as what you promised me last time. The last time he helped brother Pillar invite Qin Huairu. Pillar promised to show him his cooking skills. Bro remembered. See when you have time. After nagging the silly column, also no nonsense, hands and feet in the kitchen to get 2 bowls of egg noodles. I didn't prepare any food, so I just finished it in 3 bites. The work of the decorators over here was also coming to an end, and Puttywood went to the public faucet to wash his hands first. Master Lin, it's really hard on you today. As it should be, as it should be. After a few words of politeness, the handle Lin led Su Feng into the house and took a look around. The house was basically demolished as much as it could be, even smashing a wall, except for the original framework that supported the house, which still remains. Su Feng nodded, indicating that he was satisfied with the progress. Is Master Lin still getting enough for lunch today? If not, I'll add more tomorrow. Su Feng is afraid that the third master's family is stingy. No matter what they do, they have to save. I'm sorry to trouble you, but you're too kind to serve several slices of that fatty meat in each bowl. In the past, when I took this kind of job, the most I could do was roughage mixed with some cabbage leaves. I can't say that there is no oil, but only dings can be seen inside the cabbages. Whereas this patron is so generous. Each bowl holds several big fat slices of meat, and the wages paid are still the highest in the industry. So doing work here is simply enjoyable. Even if it's a little hard work, it's nothing. On top of that, the little daughter-in-law who fed them was beautifully tight. Several of the workers were looking straight ahead. Don't you think a meal cooked by such a pretty little daughter-in-law would smell a little better? Hearing Handle Lin say this, Su Feng's heart was in the right place. It seemed that last night's warning to Li was still useful. By the way, Master Lin, there's one more thing. Tomorrow is a day off, there's no need to come so early like today. As for how Yen Xiecheng's work was done, Su Feng didn't care, and was supposed to give you Li a face. I'll save that one. Then, it's done. We'll go back first. It's getting late, and it's going to be dark if we go back any later. I'll give you a ride. Su Feng sent the workers out of the yard together, then unwrapped a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and distributed them. After sending the man away, he went back into the yard and back to the house to wander around by himself. Not for anything else. About the size so you can buy the right furniture when the time comes. Just as he was thinking, Yuli, the little daughter-in-law, came looking for him. Ouch, master. You're back in the courtyard supervising. Isn't Su Feng their master now, with a whole family working for him? Pop. Knowing that this little daughter-in-law was flirting with himself, Su Feng casually flung a slap over towards Jiao Qiao, who knew that the elasticity was so great that it rang out with a crisp thud. Yuli's first reaction was not anger, but a panicked rush to turn her head to look outside. Luckily, you can't see anyone outside from the doorway. You're going to die. Let people see if sis is still alive. Yuli's words were somewhat meaningful, not because she felt that Su Feng's action was abrupt, but because she was afraid of letting people see it. That's fine sis. I'll smoke it next time when no one is around. Su Feng hemmed and hawed, earning Yuli a few flirtatious blank stares. That eunuch of mine said that if there wasn't enough stuff, he'd come over and ask you for it, and you don't even live in the courtyard now. So what if I can't find you when the time comes? Yuli even glared at Su Feng as she spoke. This heartless man didn't know how to show mercy, and his hands weren't light or heavy. It was smoked as if it wasn't a random build like your own daughter-in-law, and it feels numb to this day. Don't worry Sister Su. Every 2 days I'll go back to the yard to take a look at the progress. Tomorrow the third master asked me to go fishing. Sis, are you going to play? To the lake dry fishing is no fun. Just call someone else's little daughter-in-law together to accompany. Don't we have to cook for the workers tomorrow? How will sis go? Just be back by noon tomorrow. After the appointment Yuli went out of the house with a twist of her butt, afraid that her other half would be smoked as well. Chapter 135, I'm going to start speeding up with my arm around you. Sunday, a long-lost day off. Now that it has entered the fall morning a little cool, Su Feng is not in a hurry to get up. Although the third master was not a small addict, he would definitely be waiting for Su Feng in the courtyard for the sake of the 2 fish he had given him. After dawdling for a while, when there was no more drowsiness, Su Feng climbed out of bed to put on his clothes. Bai Yun also did not know where to go. This guy was already wild. Let it stay at home peacefully as a pet. Rather it was impossible. Casually washing his face, he rode his bike to the quad, stopped by on the way to pick up a couple of buns. After all, there was a morning of fishing to be done. Coincidentally, when he arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, he just collided with the handle Lin. Good morning, masters. Su Feng took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket after greeting and dispersed with the workers, and after a few words of politeness, the workers began their busy day. When they entered the courtyard, the third Grand Master's family, in addition to the third grandmother, were all waiting for Su Feng in front. Man, you're finally here. Let's get an early start on the fishing. On a normal day, the 3 oldest would have gone out and grabbed a good fishing spot. Unfortunately, he had an appointment with Su Feng last night, so he could only wait here dryly. I'm sorry, third master, the place where I live is a bit far from here, so let's walk. Su Feng also no nonsense. Today go to Shikahai fishing some big fish to the workers to add a meal. The third master was waiting for these words. Let's go, Dad. Why don't Su Feng bring me along too? I want to go out for a spin too. In fact, the third master had wanted to call his own daughter-in-law up, so that Su Feng would give his family a few more fish when he caught them. But it's not a good idea to always let your daughter-in-law sit on the back of the big guy's bike in the yard, so the third grandpa didn't take the initiative to mention it. Who would have thought that his own daughter-in-law would take the initiative instead? Daughter-in-law, you go around what at noon still have to cook. Our mom alone at home, how to busy over. Yan Xiecheng was standing right next to him, and when he heard that his daughter-in-law wanted to go out to play, his heart was naturally 10,000 times more reluctant. If you are busy here and your daughter-in-law goes out to play with other men, no one's heart will be unbalanced. Although I knew that nothing would happen with my dad, I always felt bad about it in my heart. I'll just be back in time before I cook, and your 2 brothers can help out with the dishes. Nothing to do all morning. Might as well go out for a spin and get a few fish for nothing. Okay, Shaoli, you keep up too. It's going to be dark if you keep nagging. The third master doesn't care what this eldest son thinks, as long as there is a bargain to be had. Then daughter-in-law, you wear more clothes. It's cold on the back of the bike. Seeing that his father was starting to get impatient, Yan Xiecheng was too embarrassed to say anything else, and could only urge to wear more clothes. The 3 grandmasters took the lead, with Su Feng and Yuli following behind. Man, please take Shaoli with you. You 3 big masters go first. Any more dilly-dallying like Su Feng to get there? There really isn't any good fishing. It's not a good catch every time, but maybe this time it'll be an exception. While free fish are great, what's more comforting than catching your own? Okay, 3 masters, you can slow down on the road. Su Feng answered. These 3 great masters were really relieved of themselves, after watching the 3 grandmasters drift away until their backs were out of sight. Yuli took the initiative to stick to Su Feng's back, lest he act up again later and ride exclusively towards potholes in the road. Sis, what are you doing? If brother Xiecheng sees this, will he spare me? Knowing that this little daughter-in-law understands things, but not expecting to understand things so well, Su Feng couldn't help but flirt a bit. I still don't know the dirty mind of you gentlemen. Last time I rode towards those potholes, you think my chest doesn't hurt when I turn it upside down? Su Feng was wearing a jacket, and Yuli made a point of putting her hand in to wring his waist. Sister, don't scratch. It's not that I'm afraid of the pain or the itch. After all, I'm riding a bike with someone. Just know that you're scared. You think sis is so easy to bully. Yuli grunted arrogantly, and instead of reaching out with her hand inside her jacket, she went around to the front. The man was exactly what he thought he was. All tendon. 1, 2, 6. With a full 6-pack abs. I can't imagine how strong the kung fu is in the kangaroo. Hey, sis, I'm not your man. Wanna touch abs, you go touch yin xiechings go. This little daughter-in-law is really not treating her daughter-in-law as an outsider. Whose good daughter-in-law put her hand inside another man's clothes? He's got ass abs, all flabby, on the bed. Yuli subconsciously said what was in her heart. The last sentence thought about the inappropriateness or did not say it. Hey, sis, snuggle up tight. Your man is going to speed up. It was indeed getting late. Staring at a quick and early destination, Yuli skimmed her lips after hearing this. You're not my man. In her heart, though, she was thinking how nice it would be if the man cradled in her arms was her own man. When I arrived at Shikahai, the three masters had already found a preferred location to start fishing. It is estimated that it is only 1 or 20 minutes ahead of schedule. Even if it is given to the three great masters an hour or two ahead of schedule, the harvest is still this harvest. Su Feng found a random fishing spot. As long as there was a systematic bait in place, anywhere was a good fishing spot. No, it wasn't even 10 minutes, I guess, and by the way, it started flopping around, and you didn't have to look just to hear the sound to know it was a big fish. Boy, what a big one! After the fish was pulled by Su Feng without strength, Yuli opened her mouth wide in shock after pulling it out of the water. Yuli's cry drew the attention of a number of fishing guys nearby. Ho! It's still true. Often come to this side of the fishing. There are a lot of them, no Su Feng. Every time as the young man fishing big fish are greedy. Su Feng picked up where he left off and took 2 hours to half fill the fish guard. Watching about time. Still have to bring Yuli back to cook for the workers. Third master, if we go back any later I don't think we'll be able to cook for the workers in time. Why don't we call it a day? There were still things to do in the afternoon, and Su Feng didn't want to continue staying here once he got over it. The three Moncler jackets had only been fishing for a while and had landed a palm-sized fish, which really didn't go over the top. Plus it's still late in the day and I really don't want to go back at this point. How about this third master? I'll take sister you back first, and labor to help me bring the fish with me when you go back. Labor for your help, and pick 2 fish in there yourself. Third master. Seeing that the third master didn't want to leave either, Su Feng thought of a way to get the best of both worlds. What's the trouble? Then you 3 grandmasters will fish a little longer. For this arrangement of peak, the 3 great masters were naturally 1,000 times more willing. Chapter 136, Push and Massage. Try it then. Su Feng. After arranging it, Su Feng searched for some grass vines on the ground and braided them into grass ropes to string a few large fish. We'll eat with the workers at lunch today and take a couple of fish as an extra meal. Let's go, 3 grandmasters. Su Feng yelled and drove Yuli towards his home. When he came over, Su Feng also purposely looked at the riverside twice, but he didn't see that dignified old man. Think also, so big a leader every day is estimated to be very busy. How can every day have the leisure to come over to fishing? Sit tight, sister you. Let's rush back early to put the fish stew on. Su Feng reminded him, and Yuli wrapped one arm around his waist and carried the fish with the other hand to sit firmly on the back seat of the bike. After only about 10 minutes or so of riding, we reached a field of reeds. This section of the road was the worst part of the entire journey, and Su Feng had deliberately slowed down a bit. After all, this sister food bag is not a small portion. Too bumpy also hurt. After all, not only was Yin Xiecheng heartbroken, Su Feng was also heartbroken. Su, it hurts. Riding along, Yuli's arm around Su Feng suddenly loosened. Her voice muffled as she cried out in pain. Su Feng was startled when he heard it, and hurriedly stopped his bike and turned his head to see what happened to his little daughter-in-law in the back seat. Sis, what's wrong with you? Su Feng thought that this little daughter-in-law was joking with herself, and turned his head to see that his face was pale and uncharacteristic, not to mention that there was a layer of thin sweat on his head. It hurts, Su Feng. Yuli covered her stomach and spoke with a breathless feeling. Sis, hold on for a while. I'll take you to the hospital now. The words exit Su Feng want to give himself a slap. He is a Chinese medicine saint, still go to what hospital? Yuli shook her head. No, put sis on the ground to rest. Even if Su Feng hadn't awakened this function, would Yuli still be able to sit comfortably on the back seat of her bicycle in her current condition? Su Feng hurriedly supported Yuli, one hand around her waist and one hand on her leg, picking her up and laying her flat on the ground. Sis, I'll show you. Taking one of Yuli's arms and putting her hand on her pulse, it took a moment to determine what was wrong. It wasn't a serious illness. It was just menstruation. Only Yuli was particularly severe. That's why she was sweating profusely from the pain. It's okay, okay? Nothing major, just menstrual cramps. Yuli was relieved a lot by lying flat on the ground, and she couldn't help but be surprised in her heart when she heard Su Feng hit the nail on the head. Su Feng, how did you know that sis had this problem? How much of what this man was capable of was unknown to her, and how he gave her exquisite joy every time she touched him. I've learned a couple of things from an old herbalist in our village, and I know just a little bit about it superficially. Are you okay, sis? People with a fuller figure usually have a larger amount, so it's normal to be a little bit sore, but this is just a little bit exaggerated for Yuli. The pain is scary. It's still vaguely painful. Let's go back early. We won't be able to cook for the workers in a while. Yuli said this when she said, still covering her stomach, can sit steady, bike my ass. What's the hurry in making a meal? What's the point of eating earlier or later? Sister, I have a method to help you relieve yourself. Also learned from an old Chinese doctor. Su Feng casually searched his mind's knowledge and found several methods. There's nothing in the middle of nowhere right now, and there are about 1 or 2 methods that can be used. What law? Su Feng didn't feel that Su Feng was bragging either. That hand of pulse taking just now had already demonstrated strength. Sis, then you don't think I'm being a hooligan when I say that it's just pushing on the belly that can effectively relieve menstrual cramps. Su Feng really didn't make it up. Using special techniques to push and massage the belly could effectively relieve the pain. It's just a bit of an awkward position. I'd rather not. Sis is better after lying down for a while. At the thought of another man putting his hand on her belly, Yuli couldn't help but start to blush. If it was a little further in, wouldn't it be? Sis, I'm kind of half a doctor, and there are no men or women before doctors. Besides, you're having abnormal menstrual cramps. Normal people don't get them this bad, so I'm afraid there's some underlying disease. Su Feng really wasn't taking advantage of people's danger. Diseases were no small matter, and not paying attention to them would lead to great trouble in the future. Su Feng, that sis asked you, that massage you said only works this time, or will you be able to get relief from menstrual cramps in the future? If it only works this once, then so be it. Are you going to ask for help every time you have your period? Let's not start by saying we're sorry for bothering people every time. We're sorry ourselves first. Definitely cure it from the root, sis. Hold on to it a few more times. It won't completely eliminate this pain though, but it's definitely not going to be like this again, where the pain is all over your face and you don't have any blood on your face. Hearing Su Feng say this, Yuli had already begun to move. Every time you have your period is when you have the biggest headache. The pain is excruciating, not to mention the anxiety every day for the first few days of your period. If there was a way to get to the root of the problem, Yuli wouldn't want to suffer anymore. Besides, it was still Su Feng who helped her push and massage, and Yuli did not reject this man from the bottom of her heart. If you try it with another man, Yuli would rather be in pain than let another man touch her body. Then Su Feng, you try. Yuli's voice was like a mosquito fly saying this sentence. Her face was no longer as white as it was just now, but floated up a few layers of blood color. Sis, there are still people to pass on this road back and forth. Let's go behind that patch of reeds, lest anyone see it and have a hard time explaining it. Those who know are healing. Those who don't think they're fooling around in the wilderness. If the third master were to run into it again, I'm afraid it would be mud in my pants. Not. Yuri nodded. It was never good to be seen. Su Feng helped Yuli, who was lying on the ground, up, and patted the ash that was sticking behind him. This little daughter-in-law didn't flatten her bike tires by blowing them out. A light tap made them quiver. Yuli couldn't help but give Su Feng a blank stare. What a time to make a scene. Picking a spot with an excellent sheltered view. Sister, you can lie on top of these reeds so as not to get your clothes dirty. Yuli blushed and nodded her head. Although she knew that this was laying down for healing, she always felt that there was a hint of something wrong yet. Yuli hesitated for a while and never laid down either. Su Feng is not in a hurry. If you don't want to be cured, just ride your bike back. It's a big deal. After hesitating for a while, perhaps thinking about how painful it was when she had her period, Yuli finally made up her mind and slowly laid down. Anyway, they had already agreed, and if they backed out at this time, they wouldn't have this store if they missed this village. After lying down flat, Yuli very knowingly undid the jacket she was wearing. This little daughter-in-law is really good, even lying flat on her back. The grain bag is like Mount Everest. At the thought of what was going to happen in a moment, Yuli nervously closed her eyes dead shut, intending to have a blind eye. Chapter 137, Don't blame me for pulling your hair. Ha, why haven't we seen anyone back at this hour? Yan Xiecheng's hands were busy giving the workers a hand, but his mind was all outside the house. It was almost time to cook, but I didn't hear any bicycles in the yard. His own daughter-in-law is not a playful, should not know the time to play outside blindly. Ah, look out, put style, Lin suddenly shouted. Yan Xiecheng reacted subconsciously want to dodge, but still a step too late. Bam! A crisp sound rang out, and a piece of tile slid down from the roof and hit Yan Xiecheng squarely in the head. Hiss, who the hell smashed something into my head? Luckily it was a modest piece of debris and it came down flat. It's not dangerous to smash a bag at most. You kid, keep your mouth shut and get out of here if you don't want to do your job. Although that tile just now was not the one that brought down the stylobate. The problem clearly appeared in Yan Xiecheng. Renovating a house is supposed to drop all sorts of debris that can essentially be dodged in time with mindful work. And the kid, with his eyes looking out, who's not going to smash him? Plus the kid can't do anything but reach out and help in a small way. The handle Lin cannot be spoiled him. If he is delayed again because of him, how can he tell his customers? Yan Xiecheng's hands were up, but he finally turtled down. Yan Xiecheng also knew that this man was a foreman and did not fear him at all. If the conflict further intensifies and delays the progress of Su Feng's house renovation, he will definitely be finished as a temporary worker. After all, renovating a house is fine without him, but really not without others. If you want to do a good job, be honest. There are pretty girls out there. Keep squinting and looking out. Put style Lin. This sentence is also considered to give Yan Xiecheng a step down. After all, this kid and the patron is living in a courtyard, and by the looks of it, the pretty little bride who was beating the food was this kid's wife. This man is not much of a man, but he is really blessed. I'm sorry, master. I've just been looking outside to see if my daughter-in-law is back yet. I'm afraid I'll come back late and delay the master's dinner for a while. Yan Xiecheng was not a cutie either. He was not a little cute, so he immediately sold out because people were giving him a step down for Su Feng's sake. Don't worry about that. As long as we work hard, the patron will still be able to feed us. So much for turning the tables on the conflict just now. The viewpoint is given to the reeds. Sis, pull your blouse up a little. With the clothes on, even the most heavenly massage techniques can't be utilized. Yuli closed her eyes tightly. Su Feng's words were like magic. Even if she made any excessive requests, Yuli would comply like a puppet on strings. Yuli blushed and tugged her blouse, her frosty skin on display. Su Feng also thoughtfully rubbed his hands together to warm them up, lest he aggravate Yuli's pain. Sis, I'm going to start. Su Feng's hand seemed to have a muscular response as if it had a muscular response. Applying massage techniques without any obstruction after attaching it. So hot. After Su Feng's big hand was attached to it. This was Yuli's first reaction. This man's hand was so warm. The ears then began to burn as Su Feng's hand was just a slap away. If the man had something bad in mind, Yuli wouldn't be able to react at all. It was good that Yuli had taken the heart of a small woman for the heart of a gentleman. And Su Feng's hand was very honest when he pushed the massage, hovering in a fixed position. The man may be a womanizer, but he has a bottom line in what he does and doesn't make people rise up with uncomfortable feelings. I don't know if it's a mental illusion, but after only 2 or 3 minutes of pushing, the abdomen seems to be less painful. The pallor of his face had long since faded, having been all but replaced with a colorful haze. As for Su Feng, he had absolutely no intention of studying his little daughter-in-law's reaction, his attention all on his own hands. Once you start pushing, a hot white light seems to radiate from the palm of your hand. It was because it was broad daylight, but Su Feng could just see this white light. Su Feng immediately reacted. Wasn't this the white light that he had absorbed inside the jade pendant? I already knew that this stuff had a healing effect, but I didn't expect it to be able to be externally released. Sis, does your stomach still hurt? It really doesn't hurt anymore, Su Feng. The massage techniques you learned are really amazing. As soon as Su Feng froze, the pain in Yuli's abdomen subsided. If it was an illusion just now, it was the exact feeling now. After receiving a definite answer from his little daughter-in-law, Su Feng became even more certain of his thoughts. Sis, then don't worry. I'll go through this one process so that it can be effectively addressed from the root. If you were healing with all your heart just now, then you should always collect some interest now. Yuli was likewise in no hurry because Su Feng's big hand was so warm. If you usually have menstrual cramps yourself, your own man can't do anything but say something comforting. Hey! It should be said that the little daughter-in-law's skin was quite delicate and soft. The belly is also a little flabby. Not only does not affect the beauty but more a trace of people's 7 flavor. Further down. Can't go any further. After so many years of painful menstruation, this was the most relief Yuli had ever felt. Not only was there no pain, not to mention, the inside of his stomach was still hot and he felt light all over. Come on, sis. It's not too late to rush back and cook. 15 minutes went by in the blink of an eye, but it didn't take long. Su Feng, sis doesn't even know how to thank you. In the future, Yuli originally wanted to make a joke about being a bed-warming maid can. Think about this joke out of her mouth is not appropriate, lest people feel immodest. You're welcome, sis, is just a waste of energy. Sis, you do not blame me just now, pressed to your hair on the line. Su Feng hemmed and hawed at the last sentence, where there was a sense of embarrassment. Die you. Yuli pouted and patted Su Feng on the back. This kind of thing the two people do not declare on the line. Say it out so that people die of shame. Hold on tight sis. Your man is going to speed up. Again. It was flirting. And this time Yuli surprisingly did not retort, but instead directly wrapped her arms around Su Feng's waist. It wasn't the first time Yuli had wrapped her arms around this man's waist, but it gave Yuli a completely different feeling. Couldn't help but feel a strange feeling rise in my heart. Hey sis. It's almost to the yard and still sticking to me. After a moment's effort to ride to Nanluoguxiang, Su Feng felt Yuli still leaning on him and hurriedly reminded him. Now wimp out. Man with heart but no guts. I don't know what's wrong with it, but sticking to this man's back is like finding something to lean on. Yuli was on the verge of forgetting that she was Yan Xiecheng's daughter-in-law, so she was unwilling to let go of Su Feng's waist even after she had gone home. Chapter 138, Yuli is no longer a little girl. Ho, why are you two back from the outside together? Su Feng pushed his bike into the courtyard, and Yuli followed on his ass carrying the fish. Silly Zhu had nothing to do, looking at the pretty widow Qin Huiru washing clothes in front of the courtyard, and seeing Su Feng and the two of them come in, he flirted verbally. You can't say that about brother Pillar. Third master and sister you went fishing together. Isn't it almost dinner time? Hurry up and bring sister you back to cook. The third master hasn't had enough fun and hasn't come back yet. This needs to be explained before something bad comes out of the courtyard. Silly Column also realized that he said the wrong thing. People a married big young man, and a married woman, so say is not embarrassing. You see brother this mouth buddy here to you to make amends. Brother Yuli you do not care If it wasn't for Su Feng's timely statement, Yuli would have disliked Silly Pillar. How could anyone make up people like this? After all, there are some things you can do, but not say. It's not good enough for Pillar to just apologize with his mouth. You help sis stew these 3 big fish. This is Su Feng's catch, and it's an extra meal for the master workers he hired for today. I'm already late getting back, and if I add in the fish stew, I'm guessing it'll be late to get the meal in my mouth later. So much for letting this stupid column that can't talk do us a favor. As it should be. Silly Column did not refuse. Just a fish stew at most cost a little seasoning. Just in time for lunch. Yuli handed the fish in her hand to Silly Pillar, said hello to Su Feng and entered the moon door. Yan Xiecheng was relieved to hear his daughter-in-law's voice in the house. Almost daylight was high. Yuli and the 3 Amazons had finished their lunch, and Silly Pillar had stewed the big fish to taste. Su Feng shouted, and the workers put down what they were holding and washed their hands to start eating. Tough job Master Lin. I caught a few big fish today. Let's give all the masters a taste. When the workers heard that such a large meal was added at noon, they praised the patron for his generosity. After lunch, Su Feng briefly chatted with Handel Lin. The conflict with Yan Xiecheng in the morning was also told to Su Feng. Not to sue, but to let the patron know that there was this matter. Master Lin here everything you make the call is fine, as long as you feel who is not satisfied directly with me. Su Feng knew that the Handel forest would do the trick, and gave a direct handover. That's fine. I know in my heart with you saying that. Then the two of them chatted briefly about 2 more details, and the workers' side was almost rested and ready to start. That's sister you. I'm going out this afternoon, so if the third master gets the fish back put it at your place first. If I come back late, remember to get 2 fish for Master Lin to take away. After explaining the situation, Su Feng pushed his bicycle out of the hospital. There's nothing to do in the afternoon, so go to the trust shop early. What kind of fish? Daughter-in-law? The fish stewed by Silly Pillar was very fragrant, and Yan Xiecheng simply ate the rice into his throat. What kind of fish can there be? People Su Feng every time you go to catch a bunch of big, cannot come back to ask our father to bring it back. Yuli moved a small chair to eat fish soup with rice. It should be said not to say that although the stupid column has a foul mouth, but this cooking skill is absolutely awesome. By the way daughter-in-law, counting the days you should have your menstruation, buy you some brown sugar when your man is paid for his work. Yuli couldn't help but skim his lips after hearing this. What's the use of just talking about it every day? Did the menstruation only come this month? She also bought brown sugar for her when she was paid, and by that time she had already bought cigarettes. Why are you still nagging me? Can't you see that people are already getting busy? You should hurry up too. It's okay for you to draw big pictures when you're young, but Yuli is no longer a little girl. There are still a lot of trust stores in the old Suzhou city, and there is a Bike Sinkyo trust store closest to Nanluoguxiang. The location is just southeast of the Bike Sinkyo intersection, and I hadn't even taken 2 steps to board my bike before I saw the sign, parked his bike at the door and went inside. Su Feng asked the dozing salesman with a mouthful of questions. It's the position of having big lads in their 20s, dozing off and being disturbed, followed by very impatient origami-used furniture. It couldn't be helped that there might be any sense of service in this era. So Su Feng didn't care. Walking in the direction the salesman pointed, there was indeed a pile of used furniture. Unfortunately, after scanning around, there wasn't a single one in good condition. You can't have a trust store that big with all these defective products. Can I ask you something? Is that where all the used furniture from our store is stacked? Su Feng pulled out a huazi for the salesman, and the kid immediately changed his face when he saw it was a huazi. Dude, you're looking for some used furniture. This store has all the unappealing stuff. Check out the one near the department store. It wasn't as if anyone could just pull out a wazoo out and disperse cigarettes in this day and age. And the salesman sold it. Su Feng said thanks and exited the store toward the department store. The saying of honoring the luo before honoring the person is really true. That Jidwazi is not Su Feng's luo. Su Feng had been to the department store several times, and there was indeed a Dongdan Trust store nearby. After finding the location, Su Feng went in and learned his lesson this time, directly giving the salesman loose huazi. Hey, man, do we have any used furniture in the store? This Dongdan Trust store is more than double the size of the one just now, so there must be a lot of things. You're welcome, man, you've come to the right place. I'll take you over there to take a look. The salesman didn't even bother to raise his eyes after seeing the person who came in. Upon seeing the waza handed to him, he immediately kissed it. This gentleman looks just bored, not to mention out of the way is huazi. This kind of customer must be on the point of view. Su Feng nodded. If this salesperson was a woman or a young daughter-in-law, this face of his could be better than huazi's. Su Feng followed the salesman, turning left and right surprisingly to the backyard. Sure enough, it's not for nothing that this trust store has a large footprint. And just this backyard is loaded with half a yard of used furniture. Master, you take your time to pick. Pick the right one, please. Aboard, master, to pull back just. Su Feng answered and went up to scrutinize the second-hand furniture that went to half the yard. The second-hand furniture was indeed much better than the trust store that had just been there, but it always felt almost interesting. After all, you've already bought used, so you have to pick something that looks right. After wandering around for half a day, I was surprised to see only a pair of round benches that still looked good. Man! All the used furniture in the store? As soon as Su Feng opened his mouth, the salesman knew that this was not looking at these goods. That's a lot to ask, but the store does have some good stuff. Su Feng was still planning to simply make do if he waited for a positive answer from the salesman. I didn't realize that trying to ask more questions would be a good idea. Chapter 139, Sister. It's not good to massage through clothes, but I can't make a decision about this stuff. Hearing this reversal, Su Feng wanted to slap him. Cannot do the Lord pull this thing for what? How is it, brother? Please say it once and for all. Su Feng took out all of the half a pack of huazi in his pocket and stuffed them all into the young man in front of him. The salesman reached out and pinched. There are at least half a packet. Immediately and happily into the pocket. Dude, look up there. The receiving clerk pointed his finger upstairs, and Su Feng then noticed that this trust store had 2 floors. Is it possible that all the good stuff is on the second floor? It's not that my brother won't take you up. The point is that I can't make the call. And upstairs is full of great stuff that you don't have to worry about getting out of the way. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, and it's really hard to buy good stuff without some channels. The System Mall does have furniture for sale. The key is not to sell secondhand, and all of them are also fine. Exchange a living supplies is nothing. Eat into the belly to throw the bag. No one knows, but if the furniture thing is redeemed, it's going to be a real eyesore in the house. In this day and age of high profile, I'm afraid I'll die without knowing how. Man. Then please call someone who can do that. Since I received half a packet of wazoo, I'm not guilty of making this small request. I could have called them long ago, but this steward has a bad temper, and he used to be a juggler. Brother, take my advice. Why don't you just take your pick in the backyard? Or maybe you can come back another day? For the sake of half a packet of wazoo, the salesman also said more. That's fine. Come around some other time. Since the steward wasn't in today, plus Su Feng wasn't willing to settle for anything else, he could only come back another day. Good things come in small packages, and the house is just starting to be renovated, so it won't take more than a day or two. Out of the trust store, the afternoon is not much to do. Simply go back to the hostel inside to sleep for a while, and so on. Tomorrow's back to the village of Sujia. When I woke up, the sun was almost setting outside the window. After a few bites, I rode my bike to Nanluoguxiang. After all, there's still half a pocket of fish at the third master's place, so it's a good idea to go back tomorrow and bring it with you. When I arrived at the yard, the masters had already finished their work. Su Feng entered the house and wandered around. Having gotten the general framework and layout right today, the next nothing to pay attention to is about to go to the inner courtyard to find the third master. It did not expect Yuli carrying fish initiative to find over. As for why the word carry was used, it was because Yuli had 3 big fish on her hands. No, Where's half the fish in the basket? Man? I know that the third master's family likes to take advantage of people, but not in such a way. Sis, where are my fish? Why are these the only ones left? Although it is fishing did not spend money, but this is Su Feng's own things. Not after the permission of your other people directly take away unethical it. Ha, didn't you say you'd bring 2 fish back for master? There weren't that many 2 per person, so I gave 2 to Master Lin and 1 to each of the remaining workers. Seeing Yuli's expression really doesn't look like an act. I have to blame myself for not explaining clearly. Yuli also reacted to the fact that she had made a mistake and had given away someone else's Su Feng's fish for nothing. Su Feng sorry sis did not hear clearly, or sis that part of the wages even. That's a dozen big fish Yuli dry to the end of the knot wages are not necessarily enough to lose. Let's forget about the wages. But a loss of this magnitude can't be turned over so easily, can it? Su Feng didn't care about the dozen or so fish. This one was his own toolman, but he couldn't let the little daughter-in-law off lightly. Messed up Yuli also do not know what to do. Do not want to pay for the work which she can take to compensate. Sis, have you been feeling a tightness in your chest lately? A feeling that you can't breathe? Su Feng glanced up and down at Yuli, who had a guilty look on her face, and finally focused on the grain bag. Since we're giving away our fish for nothing, we have to charge something back for the cost. No. Yuli subconsciously wanted to say no she in addition to stomach pain body and no problems, naturally will not feel chest tightness, but this little daughter-in-law's reaction was quick, immediately reacting to Su Feng's true meaning. Well, I do feel tightness in my chest lately. If you don't allow Peek to help me. At the thought of what would happen in a while, Yuli blushed as she spoke blindly. Come on sis, who made me like to be helpful? Su Feng gave Yuli a wink, and this little daughter-in-law twisted her head to look outside the house, purposely looking for a prospective blind spot. Although not many people in the courtyard had noticed her coming over to Su Feng, it was hard to guarantee that Yan Xiecheng wouldn't follow her over, so she couldn't close the door. Su Feng moved a step forward, instantly closing the distance from Yuli to only a fist's distance. And don't be nervous sis, there are no men or women in front of the doctor. Su Feng made a serious nonsense, then raised his hand to unbutton Yuli. Yuli could not help but give Su Feng a flirtatious blank stare, and thought Su Feng was not a catalog. The feelings of men are all such goods. Su Feng reached out and weighed his hand. This time the Yin family did not lessen Su Feng here to fish for oil and water. Yuli's oil and water to make up for it. Obviously a few more points of erection. Sis, nudging through clothes doesn't work well. Sis, next time your chest is still going to feel stuffy, call me. After a full half hour of tugging and pulling, Yuli didn't end up half pushing and half allowing Su Feng to reach in through his collar. The men of the world are one and the same. Sis will go back and tell my man to go. Yuli straightened the collar of her dress in her hand. Her mouth said threatening words without any threatening power. Su Feng subconsciously rubbed the tip of his nose, but Yuli misunderstood it as a flashback. You're going to die. Sis went back. Yuli was afraid that if she continued to stay any longer, she was going to be happy with an older son. On the inexplicable curse Su Feng also confused. He just a little itchy nose rub a little how. After reacting, having the presence of mind to explain that it wasn't in retrospect the person was gone. Yuli went out from Su Feng's house and didn't dare to go back the first time, and went to the toilet to calm down her excitement. I felt my face not so hot before I went back through the moon door and went to bed. In fact, it wasn't that she had misheard her today at all, but rather that she had relayed Su Feng's words to Yen Bugui. Yen Bugui also do not know whether it is old age hearing wrong, or deliberately. Anyway, 3 people in his own family worked for Su Feng and ended up sharing 3 fish. It had to make Yuli suspect that that father-in-law of hers was doing it on purpose. When Yuli found out it was too late, the fish had already been distributed, and the workers all went back home with the fish. In the end, you can only take the fault on yourself. But luckily, she had nothing to lose if Su Feng didn't find a problem. As for whether or not Yan Xiecheng had suffered any losses, it was none of her business. Who let this family always like to do picking up the pieces and losing the watermelon? Chapter 140, Su Feng. If you don't want to lose your reputation, didn't your daughter-in-law ask you to come back with an explanation? Why is your face so red? My daughter-in-law every night to go to the yard of the big boy. Although I know nothing, but put in anyone's heart are diaphragmatic he would have liked to follow but didn't dare, only blaming himself for promising to trust his daughter-in-law last time. If he dared to follow him again, he would have to mess with him even in the middle of the night. Today's work was already tiring. Yan Xiecheng where there was still extra strength in coaxing her. Why don't you just do more than that and stay home and wait for the person to come back? Yan Xiecheng, you still have the nerve to say that. Look at what our father has done. How can so many fish be given out for nothing? When I just said I'd credit my labor to the people. Yuli directly opened a backward rake. But this incident was originally blamed on his father who loved to take advantage of the situation. Aggie daughter-in-law, Didn't our father explain? He's too old to hear clearly. By the way, daughter-in-law, did Su Feng really offset your wages against those fish? As soon as money was involved, Yan Xiecheng's attention was instantly diverted, but in his heart, he still wondered why his daughter-in-law's face was so red. Didn't you ask me why my face is so red? He treats us with such sincerity. So do you think I'm ashamed to open my eyes and talk nonsense? Yuli thought that her face wasn't so red when it wasn't hot anymore. But luckily she had quick reflexes and immediately found a suitable excuse. And it's okay to backpedal. Daughter-in-law, you can't let that boy see that, can you? Hearing his daughter-in-law say so, Yan Xiecheng no longer doubt, because put him on the body is also panic. He knew better than anyone whether his own dad was doing it on purpose or not, but he still wanted to give the family 3 more fish. His own family did take advantage of a little, but people Su Feng can eat a big understanding. What Yan Xiecheng didn't know was that he was the one who suffered the biggest loss. What do you think? Luckily people didn't pursue it either, and they didn't ask for it when I said I'd offset the labor. After saying that, Yuli also did not bother to talk nonsense on this matter, took off her clothes and burrowed into her own quilt. The two were now crammed into the same bed, but had been sleeping under separate covers for quite some time. That's good. My share of the money was taken half by our father. If you lose your share, we'll be working for nothing. Yan Xiecheng looked at his daughter-in-law wearing a close-fitting pajamas to outline the body of the beautiful curves, although there are ideas in his heart but did not dare to say it. For one thing, he was really tired after a busy day. And for another, even if he said it, I guess Yuli would be too lazy to talk to him. No longer want to think of these messy things to sleep with their heads covered. Tomorrow at dawn also want to give people Su Feng renovation of the house it. After Su Feng finished his book, he didn't intend to continue staying in the courtyard. Returning to the hostel earlier to lie in bed earlier. Cannot sleep to read a book is fine, so as not to go back to the trouble in the dark. After all, the people hostel people have to get off work is not it. I was about to close the door, but I didn't realize that Lu Guangtian, the kid, was looking for him again. Brother Su, you're going to live in a hostel. Su Feng was too lazy to talk more nonsense with him. Guangtian, what do you have to say straight? If I go over there late and the hostel closes, I won't have a place to stay at night. This is not an offspring. The hostel is open 24 hours a day and attendants are on call. Brother Su, can I discuss something with you? Or you can let me help you renovate your house. Every day you see to it that you pay for this labor. Or if not, you don't have to take care of the food. This kid originally did not even intend to have the cheek to come back to Shufeng. But I heard that Yan Xiecheng can get one. 2 yuan a day of work, not to mention that the lunch provided also has a big slice of meat. And the meal provided today is even more eye-opening to the people in the courtyard. The fish stewed by the silly inspector is eaten until it is full, not to mention that at the end of the day, each person can also share a fish. That big fish can be seen clearly in the courtyard. Even if you don't eat it and keep it to exchange for money, you can also get a lot. Lu Guangtian is determined to earn money without any method, so he can only come to Su Feng again with a thick skin. Moreover, he had discovered a shocking secret. When he came over just now, he happened to see Yuli coming out of Su Feng's house with a red face, a married woman, running into someone's lad's house at night and coming out red-faced, but he didn't really see anything substantial. After all, Yuli had already come out of Su Feng's house when he passed through the moon gate to the front yard. He was also resourceful and rushed to hide. After seeing Yuli go to the public restroom and go through the moon gate, he immediately came over to Su Feng. If Su Feng agreed today, it would be fine. If he didn't, don't blame him for threatening him with this matter. I'm sorry, Kutten. The recruitment of workers is already full. Why don't you go somewhere else and see if there are any temporary workers or something? Su Feng was too lazy to get too entangled with this white-eyed wolf. He really didn't know what he was thinking, and he still had the cheek to come to him. After Su Feng refused, a fierce light suddenly appeared in the boy's eyes. Su Feng, you have to agree today even if you do, and you have to agree even if you don't. In the face of Lu Guangtian's sudden vicious words, Su Feng was confused. Where did this kid get the courage? What? Want to play hardball with the man? Su Feng used to that was a mixer. Never only play with others. Did not expect to play to his body today. Su Feng, if you don't want to lose your reputation, you'd better agree to my demands. Lu Guangtian quickly released. Su Feng's eyes immediately narrowed. It's hard not to believe that this kid just saw himself in Yuli treatment of chest gas. It shouldn't be. Su Feng's eyes could have been fixed on the door during the side treatment. Pop. Without warning, Su Feng raised his hand and slapped the kid hard. What the hell, dare to threaten him? First TND, give a hard one to make him remember. Lu Guangtian, if you think you've seen something, feel free to say it, and you'll see if the people in the courtyard believe you or me. Last time this kid beat up old Li, and now he's like a street rat in the yard. Even if they were to climb and bite indiscriminately now, the people in the yard would just think it was a mad dog. On the other hand, Su Feng was generous to people. not to mention polite to everyone. Just now I saw Yuli come out of your house with a red face with my own eyes. I don't believe you two are fine. Su Feng's slap almost knocked Lu Guangtian's eyes out, not realizing that this kid would not die and still dare to threaten. Pop. Another slap. Even though Ryukin was prepared, he still couldn't dodge it. Get out. I thought I saw something. What does Yuli's red face mean when she goes out of her house? Does Yan Xiecheng still not know that his daughter-in-law came over to look for him? 2 slaps relieved. Su Feng is also lazy to take care of this crazy dog. Early to go to the hostel is the serious thing. 2 slaps down. Lu Guangtian completely confused. He did not seize the handle of his life. How also received 2 slaps? After Su Feng found out, shouldn't he have begged him not to tell anyone? How is it that the plot is going completely differently than what he thought it would? Chapter 141, maybe that Yuli is fooling around in the house. Brother, what's wrong with your face? Lu Guangtian saw Yuli come out of Su Feng's house with a red face, and thought that this time he could hold him steady. However, he had his heroic dreams shattered by Su Feng's 2 big slaps in the face, and was still a bit dazed to this day. It takes a beating to stand upright, so Lu Guangji didn't dare to loudly proclaim what he had just seen. If there is another misunderstanding, not to mention whether that father of his own family can tolerate him, this courtyard is afraid that he will not be able to tolerate him completely. Hanging his head back home, the oldest 3 Lu Guangfu noticed at a glance that both sides of this stupid second brother's face were slapped and swollen. None of your business. Lu Guangtian returned without a good breath, always feeling that things were not going well these days. It so happened that at this time Lu Haizhong came out from outside the house and also saw the wretchedness of this unlucky son. Immediately, he shouted, "You rebellious son! Where have you gotten into trouble again? The last time this sinful animal beat up old Li too." Lu Haizhong was not less poked by the people in the courtyard. As the saying goes, if you don't raise a child, it can be a disgrace to him. I didn't realize that only a few days had passed and this rebellious son had gone out to cause trouble again. Hearing his father's scolding voice, scared Lu Guangtian to the point where his body was shaking like chaff, and subconsciously wanted to run outside. Lu Haizhong this time is even smarter, knowing that this rebellious son wants to run when he commits something. Immediately after the reprimand, he reached out to grab Lu Guangtian and directly grabbed the back of the neck and dragged him to the house. Kofu closed the door. I will teach this rebellious son a lesson today. New grudges and old scores added up. If we don't give this rebellious son a good cleaning up today, I'm afraid that he'll cause great trouble for him in the future. Where did Guang Bok dare to resist this domestic violence father? After closing the door behind him, he smoothly drew a wooden stick that was leaning on the wall. Guangfu also grew a heart. If Lu Haizhong came by himself, he was afraid that he would not directly pull out the door tip. The tip of the door that can be purely an iron bar. 2 sticks down. Lu Guangtian not dead also have to be disabled. I told you to run. Run. Why don't you run? Lu Haizhong is a 7th grade forger in the factory, and the strength in his hands is simply not something that Lu Guangtian can resist. Immediately after that, naturally, Lu Guangtian's pig-killing screams resounded. Although Lu Haizhong will not live to kill his own son, but the hand can be a little confiscatory force. Say, what kind of trouble did you get into this time? And who did this to your face? 2 days ago the incident. Lu Haizhong held a breath. Every time I appeared in the front yard, always feel that there are different eyes staring at themselves. Only a few days passed. This rebellious son is mixed into this kind of handicap back. Directly Lu Haizhong's violent temper to ignite. Second auntie and Lu Guangfu stood next to each other and felt alarmed. But Frozen didn't dare to open their mouths to plead for mercy. Tell me, Ergo, what happened? Lu Guangfu was all afraid that this second brother would be beaten to death alive by his own father, and hastened to remind him. Lu Guangfu endured the pain in his body and choked out what had just happened. Lu Haizhong didn't expect his rebellious son to run into such a thing, and really diverted his attention. Lu Haizhong certainly had no grudge against Su Feng, but this matter involved Yen Fuguei. I'm afraid that this Yen Lago wants to step on his own to get to the top at all times, so I'm afraid that this old ghost is the most pleased with himself for the last time there was such a big scandal. This time your daughter-in-law ran out of another man's house with a red face. Let's see how you, the third eldest master, still have the courage to be the next. Don't even think about stepping on my Lu Haizhong. Lu Guangtian in a while to attract all the people in a while, to say all the things you just saw here? As for how to attract over, Lu Haizhong didn't say. Dad, how do I feel that this matter is not right? The front yard that Su Feng justifiably beat the second brother. How do I look at it? Does not look like a weak heart. Hearing Lu Guangtian finish, Lu Guangfu himself was cursing this second brother in his heart. Last time he got his head smashed in by Dad. Who cares about him in the yard? In the end, it is still not related to Su Feng gave $10. The column gave $5 also help people pull to the hospital. It's only been a few days, and you want to threaten people even if you're not thankful? This second brother of his own was considered completely wasted. The last time people were kind enough to take him to the mountains and share 10 pounds of meat for nothing. Lu Guangfu understands better than anyone who is good and who is bad for him, which is why he is vaguely helping Su Feng with his words. If this really got out, Su Feng really wouldn't be able to make a good deal out of it. Maybe that kid knows that our Guangtian family has a bad reputation now. Even if he says it, no one will believe him. I think this matter is not far from the truth. That's what the second oldest mom said. What do you call a Yen family's daughter-in-law who sits on the back of other big boys' bicycles and goes out fishing every day? Plus, with the light of day today, maybe the Chu Li was fooling around in Su Feng's house. Lu Haizhong's brows immediately furrowed when he heard the wife's words. The youngest son has a point, and his own wife has a point. After deep thought, Lu Haizhong decided to take this matter off the table for now. Guang Tian Guangfu, from today onwards give me a dead eye on the Chu Li and Su Feng. If you run into substantial evidence, immediately shout to draw everyone in the yard over. Red-faced from the house really couldn't say much, and if anything, the third master's family would have started to make a fuss. So wait until there is a substantial piece of evidence to completely press the three grandmasters' family to death, and nail that Yanbu Gue to the pillar of shame once and for all. Lu Guangtian Lu Guangfu hurriedly nodded his head and said yes. If Lu Guangfu, however, was thinking in his mind whether to secretly ventilate to Su Feng, no one in the courtyard was kind to him, and if he forced Su Feng away again, who could he count on in the future? Lu Guangtian, on the other hand, is thinking that today this matter is finally over, and beating two sticks seems to be nothing. Pop, who knows that Lu Haizhong is not pitiless and not and is again a hard whip, then simply do not stop. As if today must be Lu Guangtian killed. This time Lu Haizhong didn't withdraw his hand. Frozen hit where it hurts to whip hard. The pain was so severe that Ryukaten shouted his heart out, even startling the entire courtyard. The nearby neighbors are basically used to the fact that this second grandfather is either beating his son or on his way to do so. Those two unlucky sons probably shouted twice, and in a while they probably didn't move. But this time it was completely different. A full 5 or 6 minutes had passed, and that unlucky Lu Guangtian was still screaming his heart out. This can't go on. Won't it take a little while longer to kill someone alive? In a short while of work, a lot of neighbors gathered in front of the door of the second grandpa. The second master can't fight anymore. If it continues like this it will break the man. There are many kind-hearted old aunts in the courtyard have to discourage. Listening to Lu Guangtian screaming all feel heartbreaking. Chapter 142 Shi Shui. Be my real woman tonight. Lu Haizhong looked outside and didn't see anyone he wanted to see, so his hands didn't even retract. I'll beat him to death. This rebellious son, causing trouble for me outside every day. Sons don't teach their fathers. I'm going to put up a good family style today. That was the main purpose of Lu Haizhong. Borrow Lu Guangtian's screams to attract everyone in the courtyard, so that people in the courtyard know that his second great master's family is a strict family discipline, lest the people in the yard keep poking his family's backbone and looking at him differently. It wasn't long before an older man finally arrived. Agu old Lua, hurry up to stop. And so on must beat the child bad. Is Moncler outlet store he deaf? Why is he late when some people can't do the job? Yi Zhenghai said that it didn't work, and Lu Guangtian continued to beat his son without listening. Old Lua, who in the courtyard doesn't know that your family has the strictest of tutelage? Last time it was also a child who made a small mistake in ignorance. Young people who have not had an impulsive time, just discipline them well in the future, but don't break the kids. The first master was as clear as a mirror in his heart, and knew that the second master was forcing him to give him a self-certification of his innocence, so that he could establish his reputation in the courtyard. As expected, after Yi Zhenghai released these words, Lu Haizhong immediately closed his hand. This time it's you a grandpa to plead for you. If there's a next time, I'll beat you to death. After getting the desired result, the second grandpa made a few pleasantries with the neighbors, and the crowd dispersed. A Moncler Jackets outlet store mom to hurry up to send the drop wine over. Do a full set of drama. The Li family. Hearing Lu Guangtian's heart-rending screams, Li Weibing was in a soothing mood, and in his heart he couldn't wait for Lu Haizhong to kill him alive. This made the Lu family a complete joke in the courtyard. Only Li Shengxiang's face was gloomy as he sat on a chair smoking, occasionally twisting his head to look in the direction of Yi Zhenghai's house. In the end, Yi Zhenghai went to Lu Haizhong's house. Dad, that Lu Haizhong almost beat that scumbag to death. Why are you still moping? Li Weibing was still young and couldn't quite see the twists and turns in it. What do you know? That Lu Haizhong is using the bitter meat trick respectively. As a result of his father's reminder, Li Weibing instantly reacted. Damn, that Lu Haizhong isn't any good either. Li mother hurriedly stopped her son to continue to say, if people hear it, their own family is not the same as that Lu Guangtian. When Su Feng arrived at the hostel, he naturally didn't know that the yard had come out of this again. The white clouds were running off somewhere. so he simply lay down under the covers early and went to sleep. Three Kingdoms landed at home, and Su Feng exchanged a book with beautiful illustrations of the Golden Lotus in the system arcade. Boredom still has to watch this stuff. It's much better than Three Kingdoms or whatever. Looking on, Su Feng couldn't help but think of Yu Li, his little daughter-in-law. We're on high ground now. Is it too late for a bayonet charge? Should I say no? This high ground is really high ground. Su Feng almost didn't grasp it with one hand. In a daze, the golden vase slipped through Su Feng's fingers. In his sleep, Su Feng dreamed of many people. First it was the sisters in the house, and then it was associated with the widow Wang. Then came Qin Huairu from Qinjia village, and of course, her cousin Qin Jingru. Then the first one in the yard was Yu Li, and then floated back to the last time Yu Haitang was on the side of the road. In addition to this there are Lu Shaoi, He Yu Shuai, Zhu Shan, Lan Giru. The dreams Su Feng had tonight were truly wonderful, and one of them didn't bring down the house. The next morning, Su Feng went to the factory and headed directly to Su Jia village after ordering. It's worth mentioning that Lan Giru is now further closer to Zhouguodong. From Chief Li, this is a complete disaster, not a blessing. But looking at that kid's uptightness, it was pointless for Su Feng to go and persuade him now, but only from Master Zhou. There was no time for that right now, and their relationship couldn't develop that fast, so let's wait for an opportunity. When he returned home, remembering the dream he had last night, Su Feng missed them both. Come here and give your man a hug. Shuriwei had nothing to be shy about now. Directly burying her little head into Su Feng's arms, Shuriwei waited on the side with her little red face, and when Shuriwei finished her hug she leaned over of her own accord. Miss your man yet? Looking down at Shuriwei's rosy little face, it was so cute that it wanted to be nibbled on. Shuriwei nodded in response, not too loudly. It was only at this moment that Su Feng reacted to the fact that he had already captured Shuriwei's heart. One hand wrapped Shuriwei directly into his arms, and the other tentatively collared in. As expected, Shuriwei had no intention of refusing at all except for her little face burning. Don't be ridiculous, Yuki is still here. It sounded like a refusal, but how did it give Su Feng a feeling of refusal? I didn't see anything. You guys go on. Shuriwei is really dumb. This is not open-eye talking nonsense. Shuriwei, why don't we just be together for real tonight? After all this time together, isn't this the perfect time? Shuriwei nodded with a small red face, knowing what Su Feng wanted to say. Seeing Shuriwei nodding her head, she ended up so happy that she could even fly. But my one came. No it's okay, your husband can just cuddle you at night. There is no rush. From today onwards, Shuriwei will truly be his wife. Su Feng. After cozying up with the sisters for a day, Su Feng went to find Widow Wang in the afternoon. Last time I saw that she had something on her mind, so it was a good time to take advantage of this return to ask her about it in private. When I left the courtyard gate, I looked up and saw the second son of Aunt Li's family sitting in front of the door to bask in the sun. His pants were empty underneath, and his face wore an even grimmer expression. He couldn't even get a wife when he was able-bodied before, but now that he's completely crippled, I'm afraid there's no hope for him in this life. To say who Li Zhuang hated the most, it was of course Su Feng. Obviously this kid used to be an asshole. What makes him get rich and hold a beautiful wife? If it wasn't for this asshole taking away the treasure that belonged to the three brothers, he wouldn't have gone back to that cave, and he himself wouldn't have ended up in this wasted state. Li Zhuang he hated Obviously there is an opportunity to ruthlessly punish that Wang widow, but now even a peek is a luxury. Getting a tan, buddy? Su Feng took the initiative to greet him, but did not receive a response from Li Zhuang. Some people's bodies are crippled, and naturally their souls are crippled with them. Su Feng didn't care. What was the use of this invalid hating him in his heart? The current him could crush him with a single finger. Too lazy to bother with this waste, he twisted his head and went into Widow Wang's house. This action of Su Feng's, even more so, caused Li Zhuang to gnash his teeth in jealousy. What's he doing here sunbathing for? He doesn't want to look at Widow Wang for a few moments. But just such a simple little idea was not accomplished. But the man Su Feng was able to enter the Widow Wang's house in a big way. Maybe not just into the house. Chapter 143, Shi Shui, husband. Mom, it's Uncle Su coming over. Do Ding was playing in the courtyard when he noticed the movement at the door, and when he looked up it was Su Feng. Wang Xiuli in the kitchen heard the commotion and immediately came out, looking at Su Feng with a smiling face. What's wrong, Su Feng? Come over to find sister something. Do Ding, quickly go to your Uncle Su to pour a cup of water to go. Because of being a thief, this man really rarely came to her house. So Wang Xiuli's first reaction was to think that Su Feng had come over to find her for something. Dudin answered and went bumbling into the house to pour water. Su Feng stepped forward and approached Wang Xiuli, lowering his voice to say something that Do Ding couldn't hear. Sis, I can't come to you if it's okay. I miss you, okay? After keeping up with nutrition, not only is Do Ding's little face round and moist, but Wang Xiuli's already concave and convex figure is raised to be more plump. Wang Xiuli blushed. Be careful of letting the child hear. Sis also. Wang Xiuli originally wanted to say sister also wants you, but the words to the mouth how can not say. It seems that the last time in the hospital, it still didn't completely open Wang Xiuli's heart completely. It's okay to hear. Isn't Do Ding always calling me daddy? Isn't this fulfilling Do Ding's wish? As Su Feng flirted with the blushing pretty widow in front of him, his other hand went straight to her waist and slid down smoothly. Ahem. Frightened, Wang Xiuli hurriedly coughed twice, reminding Su Feng to hurry up and put his hands away. Duden had already poured the water and came out of the house with it. Su Feng's left hand movements were blocked by his body, and Do Ding's perspective couldn't see anything, so he unhurriedly retracted and took the water that Do Ding poured. Uncle Su, you drink water. Ouch. What a good little beaner. Su Feng rubbed Do Ding's little head, his eyes as if he was looking at his own son. Then Dojin, you play in the yard while I give your mom a little chat. Good. Beanpole nodded good-naturedly and played with himself in the yard. Wang Xiuli gently bit her lip and turned around to go to the kitchen to continue washing dishes, with Su Feng following closely behind. As soon as he entered the house, Su Feng put his hand on it, and Wang Xiuli wrung her but to show that she was shy, but she did not refuse. Sis, remember when I came back last time and asked you if you had something on your mind? Seeing as your face doesn't look right, is there something you're hiding from me? It always feels like something is missing through the clothes. There's really nothing wrong. Su Feng. Wang Xiuli's brows suddenly furrowed. Under Su Feng's offense, he could finally figure out what Wang Xiuli was worried about. Thought it was something. Turns out it was the last time because of that limp. He is a cripple from an outside village, and still wants to show off in the Su family village. Su Feng does not beg your scraping to whip him. Sister, in a couple days you find an excuse to go into the city. I'm renovating the house. I'm living in the city in recent times, so you can just go directly to the Red Star Inn and look for me. Feelings only in-death exchanges can be more and more intimate. This time will completely open Wang Xiuli's heart. Su Feng's words didn't make sense, but Wang Xiuli's heart was clear. Taking her hand out, Wang Xiuli was as if her bones had been extracted, and she directly went limp in Su Feng's arms. It took a while for the flush to fade from his face. Do Ding, your Uncle Su has gone back. Honey, it's time to rest. After dinner, Su Feng followed Shishue back to the house to rest. Shishue's eyelashes fluttered gently. Su Feng's cry of wife had touched her greatly. Feng, why don't you stay with Shirue at night? You haven't come back for a few days either. Although the two sisters have very different personalities, they don't fight and miss each other. That bed was already small, and it's only comfortable for me to sleep alone with my belly. Sister, you guys have an early night. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Shirue was more understanding, and after dropping her words, she hurried back to her room to rest. Still called Feng, wife. Sui Feng wrapped Shishue in his arms with one hand and lowered his head with a bad smile as he looked at the delicate young girl in his arms. The title of teenage girl was suitable. Shishue was also just a 20-year-old girl. Plus she looked pretty, not to mention that she was already looking young. That's why Su Feng often exclaimed that he had a good life, and that he must have been a great benefactor in his previous life. Honey, Shishue raised her head to meet Su Feng's eyes, her red lips kissing as if she wasn't shouting a title, but rather entrusting her whole life to the man in front of her. Hey! Su Feng wrapped one hand around his waist and the other around his legs, carrying Shishue back to his room like a princess hug, though he couldn't consummate tonight. In this moment Shishue was his wife. Shishue, you smell so good. Let's go. Daughter-in-law. The weather was getting colder as Shirue's belly grew bigger. After climbing up in the morning, Shirue let him put on the cotton jacket as well, which was still sewn by Sister Wang with her help. Su Feng was also being cold outside, so he didn't even want the sisters to get up to see him off in the morning. He used to be a good boy, but today he is as stubborn as a bull, and insists on getting up to see him off, even if Shishue was fine. Shirue, pregnant with her big belly, also climbed up. You two also hurry back inside and continue to sleep for a while. Don't catch a cold. Taking medicine during pregnancy is not good for the child. So Su Feng hurriedly asked both of them to go back. Take care on the road. We'll be waiting for you back at home. Suddenly, the sisters uttered the words in unison. Did Su Feng feel anything strange? Urging the sisters to hurry back to the house, the two sisters took a reluctant glance at Su Feng until the courtyard door closed, never to be seen by each other again. Su Feng didn't dare to linger too long, and rushed to the city early to order a dawn. The road from Zujiakan back to the factory and the road from Nanluoguxiang to the factory overlapped for a while, not far or just about 1 kilometer. When it was almost time to go to work, I was surprised to run into an acquaintance from the hospital on the way. Qin Huai Ruxing also knew that he was going to be late, twisting his buttocks and quickly walking towards the factory. She would have liked to run, but the upright grain sack simply wouldn't allow her to do the strenuous exercise. This era cannot have the latter-day civilian clothes. Most of the women are still wearing a bib. If he really ran, the chest pain from the crash, not to mention the strange looks he would attract from passers-by. So even though Chin Huairu knew that she was going to be late soon, she could only control her figure and walk quickly. Su Feng rode his bike out of the corner and almost bumped into Chin Huairu, who was walking fast, head on. Fortunately, many react fast, hurriedly braking to stabilize the body. Two long legs want to fall down is simply impossible. Unfortunately, the bitter Chin Huairu, in order to avoid the bike in time, an unsteady center of gravity, directly fell a butt pier. How come it's always a deja vu drama? Last time it was Yu Li, this time it's Chin Huairu. Good New Year to you all. Chicken Fillet is here to ask for a small gift from all the readers. He. Chapter 144, Chin Huairu's first time taken by Su Feng. Although Chin Huairu fell a butt pier, but the big butt on the meat did not fall much pain. She thought that she had bumped into a passerby, and what would she do if they pestered her for money? As he was worried, he looked up to see that it was actually Su Feng, and his hanging heart was immediately put into his stomach. Although her relationship with Su Feng was average, Chin Huairu just didn't have to worry. Sister Chin, I'll help you up. Didn't fall anywhere, did you? Su Feng looked at Chin Huairu, who had fallen to the ground, and thought that she was stupid, and made a polite remark. No. Chin Huairu then remembered that he still had to rush to work, and hurriedly got up from the ground, patting the ash on his pants. I don't think he fell anywhere, judging by the vigor. It's almost time for work. Why are you still here? Su Feng was just thinking that there should be no one on the road at this hour. Plus it was almost time to go to work, so he rode fast. Who would have thought that love would be met around the corner? And a little inattention almost knocked Chin Huairu off. Nothing, got up late today. Chin Huairu made a perfunctory remark, not wanting Su Feng to know how lousy she was living. Not only do I work hard every day, but I also have to get up in the morning to cook for my mother-in-law. Yesterday was all about working too hard, so I squinted a little more this morning. Woke up and rushed to make dinner. Seeing that she was about to be late, Chin Huairu didn't even have time to eat breakfast and hurriedly rushed out of the courtyard in a hurry. Hurry up and get up here. I'll give you a lift. Seeing that Chin Huairu didn't want to say more, Su Feng didn't ask much, regardless of whose cause it was. It didn't take long to bump someone off and delay them anyway. If I walk to the factory now, I'll be late. Plus, Chin Huairu was originally a tool person who swiped rewards on her own, so a little help wouldn't hurt. Chin Huairu had the intention to refuse, but the situation at hand did not allow for a refusal, and in the end, she gently nodded her head. Sit tight, there's not much time left, I'll ride faster. Sitting in the back seat, Chin Huairu looked at the back in front of her and sat sideways on the back seat to grab the man's cotton jacket. It was the first time she had ever sat on the back of a man's bike, and another one of her firsts had been taken from her by this man. A kilometer away. In the blink of an eye, Su Feng brought Chin Huairu to the factory entrance. It's a little while before you get to work, so don't be in a hurry to walk slowly, Su Feng reminded, lest the pretty widow fall again in her haste. Luckily, he was the one who ran into her on the road. If she had run into someone else, she would have been blackmailed. If you don't have the money, what will the pretty widow pay for it? Thanks. Chin Huairu whispered her thanks, glanced at Su Feng, and with a twist of her but went over towards her place of work. Gee, it's a shame. Looking at Chin Huairu's departing back, Su Feng sighed. How proud this pair of sisters were when they were in the Chin family village. Big boys from several nearby villages spend all day around the sisters just to get a glimpse of them. As for those who offer bride price, they can simply break the threshold. But Chin Huairu doesn't even like them, and she wants to marry a city dweller. Now she's getting what she wants, but life in the city isn't as good as she thought it would be. None of this has anything to do with Su Feng. The path was chosen by himself, but it's a tool person who swipes his own rewards anyways, so take care of it. Shaking off the distractions in his mind, Su Feng parked his bike and headed straight to the procurement section office. Before I even entered the door, I heard Lan Giru and Zhou Guodong's pleasant chatter. I don't know what kind of paragraph Zhou Guodong said, which made Lan Giru flutter. Good morning, brother Su. Seeing that it was Su Feng who came in, Zhou took the initiative to greet him. Su Feng smiled and answered, but he didn't interrupt the topic of the two. A moment later, Chief Li waddled in with his hands behind his back. Lan Giru immediately put away the smile on her face, and Zhou Guodong also had the eyesight to immediately shut up. That ran. Come into my office and I'll tell you something. When Section Chief Li said this, he intentionally glanced at Zhou Guodong. Hearing Section Chief Li call her, Lan Giru's heart instantly sank to the bottom. Answered stood up and followed Section Chief Li walk out of the office. Passing by Zhou Guodong also deliberately gave him a reassuring look. Su Feng's attention had been on Zhou Guodong and Lan Giru, so of course he noticed the eye contact between the two. The situation was more complicated than Su Feng thought, and the relationship between the two developed faster than Su Feng expected. If this kid wasn't Master Zhou's son, Su Feng wouldn't bother with all this crap, and it wouldn't have anything to do with him. But who let him just be? I don't know if that Li Jiafang is on vacation today or what, but he hasn't come at this hour. Su Feng got up and went out to wander around for a while, and after not seeing anyone turned around and came back to stand in front of Zhou Guodong. Zhou Guodong was still looking out of the window with a worried expression on his face, and looked up to meet Su Feng's eyes after his vision was blocked. Brother Su, you're looking for me for something. Is it about that handle forest? Usually Zhou Guodong and Su Feng did not have much of a crossroads, so subconsciously thought that it was this matter that had gone wrong. Guodong, go close the door. Su Feng said this sentence with a little bit of seriousness. Zhou Guodong is not stupid, has realized what Su will say next. Getting up, he closed the office door behind him and poured Su Feng another glass of water on his way back. Master Zhou is very good to me, so let's just say whatever we have to say as brothers. Do you know your sister Lan's private relationship with our section chiefly? When he said this, Su Feng even purposely lowered his voice so as not to have ears through the walls. Hearing Su Feng utter these words, a hint of pain appeared on Zhou Guodong's face. I know. I had dinner at Lan's house yesterday Sunday and Lan told me everything. Lan said that it was all because Chief Li forced her to, and that she actually treated me. Su Feng didn't even expect that this kid would run straight to Lan Giru's house for dinner on his day off. As for Lan Giju's bull ******, only this kid believes it. What do you mean Chief Li forced her? She is a regular employee. As long as she does not want to give in, who can force her? Chief Li, he's just a section chief too. He's not the factory manager. It's nothing more than having gotten everything you wanted. And now you don't want to pay the price and then have this stupid kid put a gun to someone's head. Guodong, since you call me Brother Su, then Brother Su has a sincere word with you. Stay away from that Lan. You can't hold her. You say you a state-owned enterprise, big factory official employee plus city account. What kind of girl you cannot find? You have to find her. With that out of the way, it was useless for Su Feng to say anymore. Zhou Guodong heard Su Feng finish the sentence and stifled his head, looking as if he did not want to turn back until he crashed through the southern wall. Hey, it seems that I have to make a trip to find Master Zhou some other day, and any more than that will have nothing to do with Su Feng. Respect the destiny of others and enjoy your life. Chapter 145, I've put it in, but you haven't put it down yet? Not a moment later, Lan Giru appeared at the office door. He didn't look at anyone when he came in and walked silently into his workstation with his head down. Li Feng and Zhou Guodong saw clearly that Lan Giru's eyes were red, so I guess she hadn't been taught a lesson on her trip out just now. I don't know what tactics Chief Li used to cure this woman. Lan, Zhou Guodong anxiously wanted to call out to Sister Lan, and Section Chief Li walked in right after him, scaring him into shutting up immediately. Chief Li came in and didn't speak, which rather gave more oppression. Of course, this oppressive force was directed at Zhou Guodong and Lan Giru. I don't know where Chief Li knew that Lan Giru was close to Zhou Guodong, so he put pressure on the two. Section Chief Li wandered around the office without saying anything, and his eyes repeatedly looked at Lan Giru Zhou Guodong several times before going out. Then there is a morning of fishing work. Now the day is too cold, no one wants to go down to the countryside, even if the countryside cannot harvest what good things. During this period, Zhou Guodong wanted to try to comfort Lan Giru several times. Lan Giru, as if she did not hear, or want to completely cut off relations with him, simply do not take care of Zhou Guodong. This morning almost drove Zhou Guodong crazy. If not still have a trace of sanity, I'm afraid that it is not a copy of the chair to go directly to the office to dryly section chief. Finally survived to the point of lunch. Lan Giru was in a hurry to go out as if she was afraid of being pestered by Zhou Guodong. Undeterred, the kid immediately got up and tried to go after him. Gordon, are you sure you want to go out after them? Su Feng hurriedly shouted, afraid that this kid would go and do something stupid. If nothing else, Section Chief Li was waiting for Lan Giru to pass by at this hour of lunch. If he was on a roll, he might have taught Lan Giju a hard lesson in his office. If this kid followed up and saw this kind of picture, he wouldn't be able to fight with Chief Li. Su Feng roared loudly, scaring Zhou Guodong into moving a beat slower. Gritting his teeth, he continued to get up and go out. But where was Lan Giru's figure outside the door? And in the end, he could only return to the office with a downcast look on his face. Guodong, if your sister Lan really wants to break it off for you, that's fine. It's just a date. I'll introduce you to the right one. Even if you prefer an older one, brother will find one for you. Su Feng didn't give this kid a detour, directly poking at the bottom of this kid's mind. What kind of a young, big boy likes the Ranjiro model? Hearing the last sentence shamed Zhou Guodong. No need, Brother Su. Sister Lan feels differently about me than any other woman. This is the first time I've ever felt moved. Gotta. Let's pretend Su Feng didn't say those words. I guess at this point Chief Lee has put it in, and the kid hasn't put it down yet. Since Lan Giru doesn't want you to follow her over there, you're only going to annoy people more with this stalking. It's useless to think of anything else at the moment. Let's go to lunch first. In Su Feng's opinion, this kid was just having too smooth a path in life, plus eating too much. For example, the big boys in their own institution are so preoccupied with getting a formal job or earning money that they don't have time to think about this nonsense. Zhou Guodong lowered his head and answered, as if he couldn't raise much appetite for dinner. When he arrived at the cafeteria, the boy casually pulled 2 mouthfuls and left. It seems that he is still thinking about Lan Giru. Su Feng is also too lazy to say anything more. Sincere body words have been spoken. Good words are difficult to persuade the damn ghost. Instead, in the cafeteria again ran into Qin Huairu. But with the body shape of this pretty widow as this point can eat enough? With a little thought, Su Feng understood the joint. That Jia Zhang's in the courtyard that is also known as vicious. I am afraid that Qin Huairu's days are not good at all. I guess being late this morning had nothing to do with that Jia Zhang's. The cafeteria was crowded at this point, and Su Feng didn't go up to talk or anything, and wait for the off-duty ones, and swipe some rewards on the pretty widow on the way. After eating and returning to the office, Zhou Guodong, the boy sat on the table with a stuffy head and did not speak. This situation is instead the best outcome. If he really went to Section Chief Lee's office and bumped into a good thing with Lan Giru, I'm afraid that he would not make a mess. After a while, Lan Giju walked into the office with a frown. Su Feng and Zhou Guodong could see clearly that the brand new set of clothes Lan Giru had worn in the morning was obviously more wrinkled, and her hair was slightly disheveled. Most noticeably, the blush on Lan Giru's face hadn't completely faded, just as Su Feng thought. Just now during the meal, Section Chief Lee did not lessen the office is still very tossed Lan Giru. Zhou Guodong is not stupid. Seeing Lan Giru in this state, eyes immediately red. Chief Lee was no longer punching him in the face, but stabbing him hard in the heart. The kid got up as if he was pushing it, slammed the table, copied the bench under his ass and tried to rush outside. Gordon, what do you want? Su Feng immediately shouted out a rebuke. If this kid rushed out regardless, the one who would suffer in the end would still be himself. If Lan Giru were a big girl and in love with Zhou Guodong, that Zhou Guodong copied the chair to go out to do nothing wrong. Su Feng, if you stop, that is not a man. But the point is not. The two of them were already in such a relationship in private. You and I are willing to do this kind of thing is normal. Really, this kid is the third party. And an innocent third party. Guodong, think clearly before doing anything. Master Zhou let you take over the work you are so take over? If you lose your job because of a woman like Lan Giru, then it's really not worth it. As for Lan Giru, Su Feng couldn't say much. Brother Su, I know you're doing me a favor. I can't swallow this. Hearing this, Su Feng laughed contemptuously. Certainly not at Zhou Guodong. There are only 3 people in the office, and it is naturally self-evident who is not rushing at Zhou Guodong. To put it mildly, people have swallowed their nutritional supplements, and you kids still can't swallow it. Your brother Su doesn't have many books, so don't mind if he talks hard. Guodong, do you think a woman who has been through at least 2 men can still be a big innocent girl? If she claims to be good to you, why does she give it to someone else and not to you? Not a big girl? Su Feng spoke very bluntly, almost pointing at Lan Giru's nose. As the words landed, Zhou Guodong stared at Su Feng with wide eyes before resting his eyes on Lan Giru. The office was as silent as death, and there was not a sound. To say that it also has to come to a hard line, Zhou Guodong can count on not being so stupid. It was estimated that Lan Giru was on the verge of hating Su Feng to death, practically ripping away her shaming cloth mercilessly. Chapter 146, What if I get it myself? You go first, brother Pillar, I have something else on my side. Silly Column originally wanted to wait to go back with Su Feng. Heard Su Feng say so, also did not ask more questions. Self-centered, riding a bicycle first back to the courtyard. Su Feng waited for a while at the factory entrance, almost until the workers were basically off duty, before Qin Huairu arrived late. She's an apprentice and the work is coming on slowly. Work slower than others and naturally stay a little longer than others. What Qin Huairu didn't expect was that Su Feng was waiting for her at the door at this hour. Of course, whether or not to wait for her Qin Huairu was not sure. As if he had not seen Su Feng, he hurried to his home on his own. No, Sister Qin, you can't see a living person like me waiting at the door? This saucy widow is indeed proud. Why are you waiting for me here? What do you want with me? Qin Huairu's tone was filled with a strong sense of politeness and detachment. Get in the car. We'll talk on the way. Qin Huairu hesitated and didn't get on the back of Su Feng's bike. Even though I had just sat in one this morning, it was a last resort. Don't worry, I'm not pestering you. You think I have time to wait here every day to take you back? You're not afraid of being gossiped about. I'm afraid of being gossiped about. There are times when the agitation method is quite effective. Qin Huairu secretly skimmed his mouth, and in his heart, he did think, who said that I am not afraid of being gossiped about? But this time, she didn't refuse. Maybe Su Feng really had something important to tell her. On the way back, Su Feng didn't use the same trick he used to deal with Yuli to deal with Qin Huairu, and rode his bike towards the courtyard in a calm manner. When I went to your house to drop off the money the other day, your father asked me to take care of you. I saw how little you ate at lunch today. Is that mother-in-law of yours giving you very little money in food stamps? Of course this was Su Feng talking nonsense. Everything was just to swipe the rewards. The words Su Feng said. How did Qin Huairu feel so fake? It wasn't like his father didn't know Su Feng, the bastard from the Su village. So how could he possibly ask him to take care of him? What's more, there's no friendship, so why should they take care of themselves? Seeing that Qin Huairu didn't say anything, Su Feng slammed on the brakes and pulled his bike to the side of the road. Qin Huairu was thinking about things in her mind, and she didn't pay attention to the fact that her entire body was directly lying on Su Feng's body. Good lord, that's quite a bit more impactful than Yuri. Su Feng thought that Yuli Grain's grain bag portion was already not bad, and he felt that this one was even more exaggerated. If this gave this pair of Daza starvation and thinness, even if it didn't belong to Su Feng's heart would still hurt. Take that. Su Feng directly pulled $20 out of his pocket, along with various coarse and fine grain tickets. Originally, Su Feng had planned to give only half of it, but he had temporarily changed his mind. But he could never starve this pair of Daza thin. What if it falls into your hands? Qin Huairu had originally wondered if Su Feng had intentionally braked just to take advantage of her. However, after seeing Su Feng hand over a large amount of money in food stamps, Qin Huairu was silent. Why was this man so kind to her? Had her father really asked him to take care of her? Even if that's true, there's no such thing as care. Is there? What are you waiting for? You think this is what I give you? You have to pay back in the future, you know. As the old saying goes, lice don't tickle. And anyway, I already owe $20, so it's okay to owe more. When you turn around later, you can slowly pay it back. Hearing these few words of consideration for her, Qin Huairu looked at the man sitting in front with complicated eyes. Who the hell is spreading the word that this man is an asshole? So if he's an asshole, what are other men? Qin Huairu gritted her teeth and finally took it. Thank you, I'll be sure to pay you back. Consumption of supplies for Qin Huairu, doubling the award of 200 yuan and various food stamps. A bicycle ticket. Cool. The new bound objects are just great. Coming up with a straight 10x bonus. There is no hurry in this matter. Sit tight, I have business back at the compound. Without the need for Su Feng to remind him, Qin Huairu sat firmly in the back, and it had been guarding against Su Feng suddenly breaking and having another situation like the one he had just had. But soon after arriving at the quadrangle, Qin Huairu realized that she was only measuring the heart of a gentleman with a small man's heart. It was really just an accident just now, and this man was nothing like the rumors. It was only on the road that Su Feng clearly felt the weight of this pretty widow's, which was more laborious than bringing Yu Li. I even took a look at the tires on the way, and man, it looks like I'll need some air when I go back at night. When they arrived at the courtyard, Qin Huairu entered the courtyard in front of her, and Su Feng pushed his bicycle in behind her. Silly Column can be in the front waiting for Qin Huairu back to send boxed lunches. This look is not right. These two people how to come back together. Didn't even send the boxed lunch in the first place. And hurriedly pulled Su Feng to ask a couple of questions. No brother, what's wrong with you? Why are you two back together? Silly Zhu didn't mean anything else, and he also knew that Su Feng had a daughter-in-law. But the key is that this pretty widow is really pretty. Who wouldn't miss it? But don't mention it, brother Pillar. Just now I went out to do something. That's why I came back so late. Then on the way almost bumped into this Qin Huairu. Accidentally made her fall. Good thing none of them suffered any injuries. This is not by the way to bring people back. Then you can ride your bike slower from now on. It's not good if you hit someone. The stupid pig's eyes rolled back in his head as he thought of another damaging move. Couldn't he also imitate this Su Feng routine? And then he could find an excuse to bring Qin Huairu along. After this, the back seat of his bicycle had become Qin Huairu's exclusive seat. The more Silly Pillar thought about it, the more he felt that this move would work, and he couldn't help but smile lewdly. Su Feng wasn't the roundworm in Brother Pillar's stomach, so he naturally didn't know what he was thinking. Didn't continue with the lickspittle and rushed back to check on the progress. 3 or 4 days had passed and the renovated house had taken a rough shape. According to this progress, about 7 or 8 days of work should be completed, even a little earlier than the expected schedule. The handle inside was almost ready to wrap up as well, and when he saw his patron coming over he immediately welcomed him. The expected schedule may even be a little earlier. Or do you think we should pay a few days less on our side? A day's work for a day's pay is a rule passed down from our ancestors. The handle Lin is also a real person. and will not intentionally delay the work schedule in order to get a few more days of wages. Su Feng waved his hand. How much it should be is how much it should be. All of you have worked hard. Go back and rest early. People work to make strength. Do not deliberately delay the work schedule in order to get more wages. Su Feng certainly will not be bad. Put style Lin said a thank you. No, this patron business bureau gas. Did not expect so bureau gas. Su Feng signaled that there was no need to be polite, and smoothly pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his bag and dispersed them. Chapter 147. The workers were escorted out of the yard just as the third master entered the yard pushing his bicycle. I don't know what happened at school that delayed me from coming back at this hour, or perhaps the third Grand Master had deliberately tried to avoid Su Feng a bit, not realizing that he had still bumped into him head-on. The third Moncler outlet store heart is more or less a little embarrassed. In order to give their own family 3 more fish to share all the dozen of people's fish, doing so is a bit unethical. And besides, the third master is a self-proclaimed man of letters. If this matter were to be exposed, then his reputation would be directly swept away. Fortunately, the third master is a thick-skinned one. Although embarrassed in his heart, he will not show a trace of it on his face. Come to the yard again to see the progress, Su Feng. Your third master did not say to help you keep an eye on it. Do not have to come over often. The 3 Moncler jackets would certainly not have been stupid enough to say this in front of the workers, who had just been sent out of the hospital. Third master, then I thank you. Stop by sometime. The family doesn't have a lot of grain stored, so we can't shortchange the workers' food in chewing. Last night Yuli came over to him and said he had heard the fish all wrong and gave them away. Su Feng, how to think how wrong. His own speech is not a stutter. Spitting words certainly clear. Plus Yuli is young and not deaf. How could she listen so far away? After collecting the interest last night, Su Feng didn't think much about it. It wasn't a loss anyway. Now that he had run into the third Grandmaster, Su Feng could sort of associate himself with it. I guess the words I said went over the top again and ended up in the hands of the third master. As for whether these 3 great masters really misheard or deliberately misheard, that is debatable. Also, then I'll go back and have your third oldest mom count how much roughage is left, and have Shaoli give you a heads up later. After saying this, the third master was not polite, and pushed the bicycle into the moon gate. Su Feng couldn't help but skim his lips as he looked at the departing backs of the 3 great masters. It's really true that the saying, righteousness is more often than not a dog slaughterer, and the negative heart is more often than not a scholar. This kind of damage to others and self-interest is something that Yen Lao Buckle can do, but it's okay. What he lost on his side, that's bound to be recovered from Yuri. Silly column, this side has just finished delivering boxed lunches, although there is no progress, but still deliver every day happy. I'm really worried that if I continue to send it, I won't have moved Qin Huiru's Fong Fong to melt, but will instead take down that old widow Jia Zhang's. Jia Dongxu was in his early 20s when he died, and Jia Zhang was a little over 40 at this time. If that's true, it'll be fun to watch. Su Feng thought maliciously, and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth when he saw Brother Pillar coming over. What are you laughing at, buddy? What did you just talk to that Yen Laogo again? Su Feng coped with the situation and went home to wait for Yuli to come over to collect another wave of interest. Lane Yard. After the third Grand Master's side explained, the third Grand Mom finished counting the remaining grain and asked Yuli to go to the front yard to talk to Su Feng. Yuli's ears couldn't help but burn a bit, where she didn't understand Su Feng's small mind. This foe. But Yuli didn't feel a trace of disgust deep inside her heart, and after answering the question, she went through the moon gate to find Su Feng. Lu Guangtian and Lu Guangfu, these 2 boys were catting around, and when they saw Yuli go through the moon gate, the 2 brothers immediately glanced at each other. Brother, I'll go over and keep an eye on it. You have a bad reputation in the courtyard now. If you go wandering around in the front yard, everyone is watching you. Last night, second master had asked these 2 unlucky sons to keep an eye on Su Feng and Yuli, not realizing that the opportunity would come so soon. However, Lu Guangfu did not want Su Feng to fall, and in a moment, even if he went over and saw something, he would just pretend that he did not see anything. Lu Guangtian thought about it also. The 2 people also have a big target. There is no need to go over and keep an eye on them both. The outer house. Yuli took advantage of the fact that the neighbors in the front yard were not paying attention, and mixed directly into Su Feng's house in a puff of smoke. Sister Yu, I explained to you last night. You shouldn't have misheard me. Is it possible that the third master wanted 3 fish for his own family and simply made the decision to give away all my fish? As soon as Yuli came in, Su Feng's words were like a blow to the head. Yuli's pupils couldn't help but dilate in frozen place at an awkward loss for words. I thought I told that lie yesterday so perfectly, but I didn't expect to be directly raked over the coals. Su Feng, this really isn't what sis meant. Sis is sorry. The reason Yuli helped the 3 big masters to hide it is not to take advantage of this, but to worry that in the future people Su Feng no longer trust her. Last time, Su Feng had clearly warned her that if she did this kind of thing again, There would be no need to deal with her in the future. Sis is sorry for failing you. Looking at Yuli in front of him with a self-condemning expression, Su Feng knew that this little daughter-in-law could be dealt with. Sis, I'm not blaming you. The third master is the third master, you are you. And the fish was given out anyway. Su Feng stepped forward and took Yuli's hand, smoothly pulling the person into the blind spot of his vision. Yuli didn't have the slightest intention to resist, looking at the man in front of her with a resigned face. Sis, do you know what I'm angry about? It's the fact that you've joined forces with the three great masters to lie to me, when I trusted you so much. The more Su Feng said, the more Yuli felt guilty, so his mind wondered if there was a way to restore trust. Initially Yuli gritted her teeth and took the initiative to pull Su Feng's hand on her grain rations. Yuli, red-faced, looked at Su Feng, who had come together on his grain bag, and he was considered to be happy to be a mother without being pregnant. Just now, I don't know if my head was jerked, but I even agreed to such an excessive request from him. Sister Su Feng should go back, lest the people in the house think too much. Will you do it again if you have time? Su Feng let go and straightened his back. Rather than keep pestering, today is also a big breakthrough. Sis, then take this grain back with you and remember to tell me when you run out. Yuli nodded and waited for the blush on her face to fully subside before leading the grain out of the house. No one in the courtyard felt anything strange when they saw it, and they all knew that this little daughter-in-law was helping the workers Su Feng had hired to cook. I heard that I could receive a small laborer's wage for cooking one meal a day, which was the envy of other aunts and daughters-in-law in the courtyard at that time. Lu Guangfu had just been wandering around the front yard, his eyes staring at Su Feng's entrance from time to time. About 1 to 20 minutes passed before Yuli came out from inside. Does it take so long to get food? Although he couldn't see what was going on inside, Lu Guangfu was sure that there was something going on between Yuli and Su Feng. Should not say that Lu Guangfu is also really envious. He has not even held a girl's hand until now. Once that Yuli wore a tight sweater in front of him, and that upright grain sack made him salivate. I wonder if Su Feng got it. Then after hanging around outside for a while, Lu Guangfu made his way to Su Feng's door. Chapter 148, Silly Pillar's bad intentions hit Qin Huairu. Su Feng smacked his lips, wanting to pour a mouthful of water to drink. The family didn't even have a water bottle, and all of them were collected into the system space. On this side there is nothing more. Is ready to go out to see Lu Guangfu. This kid came over. These two brothers are good. They are taking turns to pester themselves. Brother Su, someone is trying to harm you. Let's go inside and talk. Yesterday, his own second brother Lu Guangtian offended Su Feng very much. Lu Guangfu was afraid of creating misunderstandings, also did not dare to beat around the bush. Came up and went straight to the point. Speech also do not dare to loud. If let people hear pass to their own father's ears, then he Lu Guangfu is considered a complete waste. Su Feng frowned, thinking that this kid was here to look for a fight, but he didn't realize that he had come over to ventilate the situation. Su Feng dodged out of the way, and this kid immediately shook out all of his dad's bit as soon as he entered the room. Su Feng pressed his brows after hearing this, and his eyes even revealed a fierce light. Brother Pillar said that all the people living in this one courtyard are. Su Feng still did not believe it, and now it seems to be true. Quang Bok, so do you think there's something between me and sister you? Su Feng patted Lu Guangfu's shoulder with his hand, not realizing that this kid also had a backbone behind his head, betraying even his own father. But this kind of person can't be treated, but they can be used. Sister, you came over just now, and this kid probably also saw it, and stayed for 20 minutes. I can't believe I didn't see anything, but as long as there is a suspicion by someone with a mind to do something about it for sure, it must be nothing. It's a complete misunderstanding. Lu Guangfu immediately expressed his loyalty. Su Feng's hand on Lu Guangfu's shoulder fiercely exerted force, hardening his grip on the brat. This terrifying brute force almost scared Lu Guangfu to death. Kofu, you're a know-it-all. Do you think brother is good to you? And to your brother? Loosening his hand to put Lu Guangfu down, the boy could not care about the pain in his shoulder and head, and immediately opened the lick. Brother Su, you really can't say enough about our brothers. Last time, you saved my second brother's life and my second brother treated you like that. You're just not a thing. Don't worry, Brother Su. I'm a know-it-all. The pain coming from his shoulder could simply scare Lu Guangfu to death. This was simply not a strength that one could have. If he really talked too much and said something later, and in the end the fish died, he definitely couldn't get any better. So Lu Guangfu secretly resolved that what happened just now could not be told even if it was brought to the coffin. Though it's true that you San and I don't have anything, and I can't see much by letting you two brothers casually spy on us, but you this heart brother received. Guangfu, this you take. Have time to buy their own packet of good cigarettes to smoke. Su Feng drew 2 dumplings from his pocket and handed them to Lu Guangfu in front of him. You can't deal with this kind of person with just a big stick. You also need to add big dates. Brother Su, this I can't have. You've been so good to me. Seeing Su Feng handing over 2 large sums of money, Lu Guangfu's eyes widened, never having encountered so much money in his life. Be polite to me. Take it. Knowing that this brat was being falsely polite, Su Feng directly shoved the grand unity into this brat's hand. Hurry back before your father sees you come into my house and talk to me for so long. Lu Guangfu also knows that this is the truth. Put the money in his pocket and then took advantage of the neighbors not to pay attention, and hurriedly slipped out. On the way back, it felt surreal to feel the two big ties in my pocket. He had indeed chosen the right path. Not only could he not get into trouble, but he could also get money. After going back, Lu Guangtian hurriedly came over. That just came back. Did you see anything? Lu Guangtian had now treated Su Feng as his mortal enemy, completely forgetting how people had helped him when he broke his head. What brother? That Julie just went to the front yard to go to the toilet. She did go to Su Feng's house, but she stayed there for less than a minute before coming out with the grain. So what do you think could have happened so quickly? On the way back, Lu Guangfu had pulled a good reason. Lu Guangtian sighed after hearing this, thinking that it should not be it seems that we can only find another opportunity. The matter in the courtyard could be considered to be dealt with cleanly. Su Feng pushed his bicycle to rush over to the Red Star Inn. Yesterday, I explained to Wang Sholi to find a reason to come to the city to look for him, and I don't know if I came today. When I got to the door of the Red Star Inn, I didn't see anyone I wanted to see. Su Feng also made it a point to ask the front desk, and no one was looking for him. Come to think of it, he had only made a trip back to Sujia village on the front foot, and Sister Wang had gone to the city for a night out on the back foot. It's probably impossible for the sisters not to think about it more. And wait, since Sister Wang has promised him, she will definitely come up to him in the next 2 days. Returning to his room and lying on the bed, Su Feng thought of Yuli again. This little daughter-in-law was sure that run. The next morning, the quad starts the day beautifully with a lot of noise. Ever since Su Feng moved to the Red Star Hostel, Silly Column has rushed to the factory early by himself on his bicycle. This morning I was obviously up and out of bed, but I hid in the window with the door close to aim outside. It's easy to guess who's stealing glances, but it's not just waiting for Qin Huairu. With yesterday's lesson, Qin Huairu can be considered not daring to sleep. Crawl out of bed early to make dinner for your mother-in-law and stop by for a bowl for yourself to go to work. Packed up and out of the hospital. Without a bike, had to walk to the rolling mill. Silly Column can be followed right behind it, looking for an opportunity to immediately accelerate the movement of the feet. Didn't dare push too hard though, just rubbed it lightly. Hey, 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 watch out, watch out. With his mouth shouting be careful, the front end of the bike slammed towards Qin Huairu. But what he didn't expect was that Qin Huairu was as if she had eyes in the back, and she stayed far away from him in the first place. Silly Pillar tried to hit someone and missed, but ended up losing his balance and falling down instead. It wasn't really that Qin Huairu had an eye behind her. Just now when Silly Pillar was following her, she noticed it by her afterglow. Knowing that this bastard is thinking about himself without good intentions, Qin Huairu can be on the defensive. It was probably just trying to use Su Feng's routine, accidentally rubbing himself in it so that he could have an excuse to take himself to the factory. Qin Huairu was smart. Where would she let him get away with it? Silly Column with an unlucky face climbed up from the ground. Sorry, a handlebar suddenly crooked. Are you okay? Where would Qin Huairu pay attention to him, and continued to go to work on her own? If Silly Pillar tried to follow her back with this trick again, then don't blame her for outright cursing. Looking at Qin Huairu's good-looking back, Silly Pillar sighed deeply. It's obviously the same routine. How come it doesn't work in your case? Su Feng, who lives in the hostel, still doesn't know that the Silly Column has made such a joke, and rides his bicycle from the Red Star Hostel to the factory. Coincidentally, I just happened to run into Qin Huairu at the factory gate. Good morning, Sister Qin. How to say it's also a tool man who brushes himself with rewards. There's nothing wrong with meeting and saying hello, right? Qin Huairu heard the commotion and turned her head to see that it was Su Feng. Not only did she ignore him, but she even glared at him. Chapter 149, we can't starve those pairs of grain bags thin. Qin Huairu subconsciously thought that the stupid column deliberately bumped into her just now was the trick Su Feng gave. Last time this man didn't just set himself up to go to the stupid Pillar's house for dinner. This time it was probably another bashful idea he came up with. This had confused Su Feng a bit. When had he provoked this pretty widow? Su Feng has not yet had time to ask this pretty widow why she stared at him. Qin Huairu twisted his butt and entered the steel rolling mill without looking back. It baffled Su Feng, so he had to stop, parked the bike to go to the office. Zhou Guodong the boy was again the first to rush over. It was nothing more than the thought that there was a possibility that Lan Guiju would come earlier and he would be earlier, so wouldn't there be room for two? Unfortunately, he was disappointed and waited left and right for Su Feng. Morning, Su. This kid was also breathless when he said hello. Su Feng swept a glance and clearly saw the faint dark circles under his eyes on Zhou Guodong's face. Probably couldn't sleep all night thinking about what happened yesterday at noon. To be honest, Su Feng wants to get this kid a detrimental trick. Take him to find a half-covered door to see the world. Should not be so obsessed with Lan Ru. I was thinking about whether this method is reliable or not. Zhou Guodong daydreaming. Lan Giro came late. The woman even wore a light makeup today and her outfit was a little more colorful than the one she wore yesterday. If nothing else, this would be an assignment from Section Chief Li. Sister Lan, you're dressed so beautifully today. It is not Zhou Guodong lover's eyes. Lan Giro was not bad looking. Dress up really young years. Coupled with the strong human 7 rhyme. No wonder it can charm the boy Zhou Guodong in a fivefold way. Lan Giro acted as if she hadn't heard Zhou Guodong praising her and returned to her own workstation. It seems that the handle in the hands of Chief Li is not simple. Simply rule Lan Giro obediently. Seeing Sister Lan, who used to talk and laugh with him, ignoring him, Zhou Guodong was practically dripping with heartache. Naturally, the hatred for Chief Li deepened a few more points. Not a moment later, Li Jiefan came in on the front foot, and Section Chief Li entered the office on the back foot. Still not saying a word, he wandered around the office a few times with his hands behind his back. That ran. Yesterday's work is not yet finished. You come with me to the office again. It was as if Section Chief Li was doing this on purpose, letting this kid Zhou Guodong know what he was and what his status was. Lan Giro hummed and didn't resist at all, following Section Chief Li out. Watching Lan Giro's beautiful figure disappear from sight, Zhou Guodong got red in the eyes immediately. Pop! Slamming the table, he startled the unprepared Li Jiefang. You kids want to flip out. What's the point of getting mad when there's nothing going on? Li Jiefang did not know the love-hate relationship between these three people, and chided, just enough to press down Zhou Guodong's fire. Well, it didn't take long for Lan Giju to return to the office fully clothed. Su Feng, who was sitting in the doorway, could see very clearly that Lan Giro's walking posture was very wrong. It shouldn't reasonably be over so quickly, and it's still business hours. Even if Chief Li was hungry, he wouldn't fool around. Then there is only one possibility. Just now Lan Giro went to the office did not less pouting buttocks beaten. Su Feng could see it, and Zhou Guodong was naturally not blind. This kid's heart is now completely tied to Lan Giro's body. A little different can be the first time to see out. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. And if you can't tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Just as Zhou Guodong was about to explode, Lan Giro gave him a ICU look. Lan Giro gently shook her head, signaling that she was fine and telling Zhou Guodong not to be impulsive. Su Feng was worried that this kid would do something stupid, and he was relieved to see that he was suppressed by Lan Giro. It seems that tonight we must find some time to go to find Master Zhou to talk about it. Lest something really go wrong, how can we afford to take care of Master Zhou? It was this negligence on Su Feng's part that caused a vicious scandal in the factory at noon. Near the time of the meal, Zhou Guodong suddenly grimaced at the corners of his mouth. Hiss, Brother Su, do you have a handkerchief there? I don't know what's wrong with my stomach hurts. Zhou Guodong covered his stomach and bent over, talking in a hurry, as if he was going to pull it into his pants pocket the next second. Hurry up, then I won't wait for you to go to dinner with me. The fart arrived before the person arrived, and Su Feng frowned as he handed over the handkerchief. Okay, I guess it'll be a while. Zhou Guodong took the handkerchief and rushed out in a puff of smoke, and it didn't take a while to reach the mealtime. There are still Li Jiefan and Lan Giro in the office, and the two of them have a general relationship with him, so they naturally went to the cafeteria to get their own food. By coincidence, I ran into Qin Huairu again on the way. Eat more at lunch? You don't have to save that money you were given. Su Feng wasn't worried about whether Qin Huairu had enough to eat. The key was not to starve that pair of grain sacks thin. Hearing the kind admonition, Qin Huairu looked at Su Feng, but didn't bother, because Qin Huairu really couldn't figure out how this man could be very nice to her some of the time and make her hate him some of the time. Su Feng didn't even realize that his hot face had been stuck on a cold ass again, but he didn't care much about it. After all, she was a tool person who swiped her own rewards, so what was the harm in letting her go? When we arrived at the cafeteria, there was a long line at the 5 food windows. Su Feng was on good terms with Brother Pillar, so he naturally lined up in the line at Brother Pillar's window, as if he could avoid Brother Pillar. Qin Huairu was in the next queue row. Obviously the food at the window is the same, but the line at the window next door is obviously just a little bit longer. Not for anything else. This window to call for food is a woman who is quite a human 7 feminine. I think her name is Lu Lan, and rumor has it that she's having an affair with Vice Plant Director Li. Most of the workers also know that, although they dare not provoke the deputy director of Li's mistress. But look at 2 eyes is not a crime. Right, if you take a look at the pair of dazes before you eat, your meal will smell good. However, when Qin Huairu stepped into this cafeteria, it was like a focal point attracting the eyes of the surroundings. Most of the steel rolling mills are mostly young and old men, Plus Chin Huiru is not only pretty but also has many buffs, which is simply a visualization of the nastiness of the men's innermost being. And the focus of those eyes coincidentally rested on the pair of upright grain sacks. If sight had energy, the wisps of clothing that held the grain sack would have been burned to ashes long ago. As if she was used to being the center of attention of the crowd, she just silently held her chest without meeting anyone's eyes. Unfortunately, the talent is really too extraordinary. Containing the chest cannot hide the waves of broad and great. I heard that there was another factory flower named Yu Haitang, a broadcaster in the propaganda section. It's basically rare to see her during the week, but her radio accent is so beautiful to listen to. If we really want to talk about face value and figure, I'm afraid that this pretty widow is the real factory flower. But Yu Haitang had already made a name for himself by virtue of his prior entry into the rolling mill and his status as a broadcaster. This factory flower's name, I guess don't want to easily take it away from Yu Haitang's head. It was assumed that Chin Huiru herself didn't care about this matter. No woman likes to have big old men discussing themselves, not to mention that in this day and age, the lower the profile, the less wrong it is. After lining up for a while, it was finally Su Feng's turn. Ha, why do you have a hemostatic patch on your head, brother pillar? Su Feng did not mean anything else. The two have a good relationship. Need us to care about greetings. Silly column with a face of bad luck. Do not want to mention more on this matter, which if let Su Feng know that it is estimated that he will have to laugh at him to death. After casually perfunctory sentences, Su Feng didn't ask any more questions. When I was leaving, I purposely took a look at Li Lan, who was dismissed from the next window, and was able to get involved with the deputy director of the factory Li, who really has real material. Seeing this woman ripe, Su Feng couldn't help but sigh. It's a crazy world where young guys don't love the girl but miss the girl's mother. Chapter 150, chiefly hanging out with Lan Giru in the office. Time back to 5 minutes before mealtime. Zhou Guodong's stomach ache was not entirely faked. Otherwise he would not have let out such a stinky fart. But the kid wasn't even out to take a dump. He wanted to follow Lan Guiru for a while to see where she went. The kid hid in a corner of the aisle and watched Su and Li Jiefan from the office come out to the cafeteria. After waiting for a while, Lan Guiju walked out. When he came out, he didn't go the same way to the cafeteria as Su did, but went straight to the separate office where Section Chief Li was. Zhou Guodong carefully followed behind, his heart hurting as if it was clenched with every step. Finally arrived at the destination, Lan Gero looked around at the surrounding no one, directly pushed open the door to enter. Seeing this scene, Zhou Guodong leaned against the wall with immense heartache. With just this one wall separating them, Zhou Guodong could even clearly hear Section Chief Li's voice talking inside. Door unlocked. Come over here and collapse your back on the office by yourself. There's no hint of coercion. There's just orders. Lan Giru didn't even have the slightest bit of resistance, and the sound of clothes being rubbed together was heard immediately afterward. At this moment, Zhou Guodong completely died. He wanted to rush in and question why Lan Guiru was doing this to him. Was the previous one all a game? Why did you call yourself to her house for dinner, when she wouldn't agree to it no matter how much you hinted at it? Zhou Guodong suddenly remembered what Su had said. She wasn't a big girl. Why could she give it to others but not to him? Just when Zhou Guodong was disheartened and ready to leave, Section Chief Li, who was busy in the house, opened his mouth to admonish him. Speak for yourself. Why did you deliberately approach that stupid boy? If you don't tell the truth today, come and see how I whip you to death. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chief Li raised his hand and slapped it hard. Chief, I was wrong. I wanted that stupid kid to deal with you to get rid of your hold on me. I won't dare to do it again. Lan Giru, as if she had some kind of lethal handle in the hands of Chief Li, did not bring any hesitation at all to say what was in her heart. Humph, count yourself honest. It was just as Chief Li had guessed, but the right hand was up high again. Zhou Guodong, who was hiding outside the door, heard it clearly, and only then did he finally come to his senses. This woman was simply playing games with him in order to use him. Zhou Guodong, who had been disheartened just a moment ago, was directly destroyed by anger. Adrenaline surged and a fierce kick froze the unlocked door. This kick almost scared Section Chief Li, who was busy in the office, into a eunuch, and Lan Gira looked back at the same time. Just in the moment when the two froze, Zhou Guodong, the kid, was in a hurry. An arrow rushed over and through the clothes the two men had piled into the office to wear right through the window. It was already too late for Section Chief Li and Lan Giru to realize that it was bad, and Zhou Guodong yelled loudly. Chief Li is hanging out with Lan Guiju in his office. Chief Li is hanging out with Lan Guiju in his office. Come and get this pair of dogs. Zhou Guodong seemed to use his life's strength to shout out these 3 words, hardening the sky. At this point in time, some workers have already eaten their meals and are heading to the office, while others simply bring their meals from the cafeteria to the office to eat. Upon hearing the 3 shouts, the eaters immediately flooded upstairs. Li Section Chief and Lan Giru want to run cannot run. Hide in the office is even more play. Finally, he found a cardboard box to cover up and tried to run away. But the workers had already blocked the door of the office. Ouch up. How do I say upstairs how good to float clothes? Even if the floating man's clothes are okay, the key is that the bibs and little pants are there too. Have the heart of the first time to put away. I did not expect it to be Longiru, the pretty widows, which has to be put away. The doorway was crowded with big men, and when they saw Longiru blocking her body with a torn paper shell, each of their eyes glared. My goodness, don't look at this section chiefly as a bald head. Play inverted flower ah. Who says it is not? This kid why I have not seen. Why do you have to offend the people Lee section chief? This is still afraid of the egg. With today's scandal, Healy section chief still want to sit in that section chief position? The voices talking at the door could have brought down the whole building. Vice plant director Lee froze and couldn't squeeze in after hearing the commotion. These great lords live to block the doorway. Just for a block of Longiru's concave and convex body strip, Su Feng wandered over after eating, and was directly confused when he saw that the downstairs was surrounded by people. The first reaction was secretly bad, and when I asked, it was exactly what I thought it would be. 1,000 plans. Alas, this kid is usually so dumb that he can't tell when people are obviously playing games with him. A little bit of smarts when it counts, and damn it all goes to your own people. In the end, it was only when the entire defense section arrived that the entire building was cleared. Vice Plant Director Lee also finally stepped through the door of the office. The clothes that floated downstairs just now. Chief Lee's is still there. Longiru's has long been unknown who took advantage of the chaos to pick up. Vice Plant Director Lee ordered to give the two men a whole set of clothes, and after changing, he directly escorted these two men away. Generally there is this kind of scandal. Surely it is the first time to suppress the factory itself to solve and digest it on the line. As for Zhou Guodong, this silly boy, reporting a prize that is impossible, but should not be subject to any disciplinary action, estimated that the two people Li Keiji and Longiru to resign the leadership and worker status. This deadly feud is not knotted well. Su Feng took a look at the lowly Zhou Guodong and didn't criticize anything. It's a blessing that can't be avoided. There's something to be said for that. It was just a bit embarrassing to face Master Zhou in the future. But Su Feng also had a clear conscience. It's all self-inflicted. By the end of the day, although the factory manager explicitly prohibited the workers from discussing and spreading this matter in private to avoid affecting the reputation of the factory, but a factory knows it all by heart. And again, there is nothing wrong with people discussing their ideas with each other. It's all known anyway, and it's not like we're going to tell anyone outside the plant anything. Su Feng pushed his bicycle to the factory entrance, originally thinking that he would not return to the courtyard today and go directly to the hostel to rest. But Zhu Zi was waiting at the door early, pulling Su Feng and insisting on going back to have a drink together in the evening. Brother Pillar wasn't being falsely polite, so Su Feng didn't refuse. After all, if you deal with a random bite yourself, where can you compare to Brother Pillar's handiwork? On the way there was a natural conversation about today's midday scandal. Brother, I heard that this matter is still in your procurement section. You know a lot of inside information, I guess? The factory is rumored to be crazy, but most of them just know only a few words. So silly columns want to discuss a little inside information here in Su Feng. This matter is involved in Zhou Guodong. Su Feng does not want to say more. I know a hammer. I also came over after dinner to see the downstairs surrounded by all the people. In the end, I didn't see anything, so I was whisked away by the defense section. Man, that's a shame for you then. I heard that kid threw all the clothes of two people downstairs. The group of people crowded at the door had a great time, and I heard that Longueiru's grain bag portion can be full. At the mention of this topic, Silly Pillar smiled a particularly lewd smile. Su Feng felt that this discussion was particularly in bad taste, so he perfunctorily said a few words. After the silly column felt no energy, the unlucky thing this morning with Su Feng said again, after all, is their own dog headmaster of war? Hearing Brother Pillar finish speaking, Su Feng was dumbfounded, looking at Brother Pillar next to him with an astonished expression. Silly Pillar, that's not a bad name to call it. Why do I say that he has a hemostatic patch on his head? No wonder that today the cold face is on the hot ass, and Shin Huiru has that attitude toward himself. Feelings have this misunderstanding. Chapter 151, Catching an Adulterer and a Couple. Brother Pillar, UTND a real talent. Not afraid of bad people racking their brains, but afraid of stupid people with a bright idea, which is not true to Pit Su Feng. Being called a stupid column was not annoying, just more or less embarrassing. Brothers, you say. Obviously it's the same method. How come I don't succeed? Just for this matter. Stupid column in the cafeteria for a whole day to think about it, and even put an extra spoonful of salt when frying vegetables, did not notice. No wonder Su Feng felt how today's meal was a bit saltier than usual. The root of his feelings was here. Brother Pillar, that was deliberate on your part, not like the one I had. Repeat the same trick twice in a short time. Cootie. Can all see there's something wrong? Su Feng was really powerless to spit out the world of people with one brain. Other people just couldn't figure it out. There is another most important reason Su Feng did not say. If the silly column looks like Su Feng's so bored, plus its own conditions, it was expected that Qin Huairu wouldn't avoid it, but would actively rub up against it, when it's really the same routine, with a different person. It's two completely different results. Ha ha ha. Chu ha. Listening to Su Feng's analysis, Silly Pillar realized how stupid his aura had been. Scratching the back of his head awkwardly, he didn't dwell on the subject. When I arrived at the door of the quadrangle, the workers were still busy from their early return today. Pillar promised to get Su Feng a good table tonight, and after greeting him, he went back to the house to get busy. When he saw his patron coming, he put down the work he was doing and came over to say a few words. Then there was another hour of clanking and clanking before the workers packed up and left for work. Hard work. Hard work. Shou Shilin took Su Feng into the house for a quick look around, and didn't stay long after finalizing the small details. Dude, it's just one more dish to go, so don't hustle. Silly Column shouted loudly at the door. Su Feng exchanged a bottle of wine from the system space and took it out, and went over to drink it in a while. The public faucet is right in the middle of the front yard, so there's no way to avoid it if you want to go to Brother Pillar's house. The Jia family had also finished their meal by this time, and Qin Huairu was washing dishes in the sink. Washing dishes yet Sister Qin. Su Feng greeted him out of habit, but the pretty widow didn't even lift her head. Su Feng also understands how it is. This pretty widow is estimated to misunderstand the silly column called him to dinner, and again to discuss what to strategy her bad ideas. Sister Qin, I also heard about what happened this morning, but it has nothing to do with me. That was Brother Pillar's own idea of a detrimental trick. This had to be explained, or else the pretty widow wouldn't help him swipe rewards in the future. Hearing these words, Qin Huairu, who was busy washing dishes, finally raised her head. Then again, her pretty fox eyes looked at Su Feng, as if to say, you didn't lie to me? Sister Qin, why would I lie to you? It is something we did. We are a big man, will definitely admit it, but we didn't do it, so we can't just on it. Looking at Qin Huairu's foxy eyes, Su Feng was in a trance for a moment. Even if this woman stood there without doing anything, she could emit a kind of foxy strength all over her body, and that's just a 20-year-old girl. I can't imagine how fascinating it will be in a few years when her body gets more and more voluptuous. No wonder Brother Pillar was mesmerized by her and thought of some stupid tricks every day. This pretty widow, who looks at her, is not confused. Oh, Qin Huairu answered and lowered her head to continue washing the dishes, not knowing whether she believed Su Feng's words or not. Su Feng didn't pursue the matter any further. He had said his own words to this point, believe it or not. When we arrived at Brother Pillar's house, just for a moment, it was impossible to think of a whole full banquet, but the 3 dishes on the table weren't too shabby. 2 meat and 1 vegetarian, perfectly adequate for 2 people. Plus, Brother Pillar's handiwork wasn't bad in the first place, and a small bottle of wine was enough to make 2 people beautiful. Brother, why do you think that Qin Huairu can't see me? As long as he was drinking with Su Feng, Silly Column couldn't get around this topic. Pillar's face was black and red after 2 glasses of white wine. To be honest, if Su Feng were a girl himself, he really couldn't get off his mouth. Who can kiss this? Brother Pillar, I've told you a million times. You said that in terms of economic conditions alone. How does that Jia don't you compare to you? Borrowing the strength of the wine. Su Feng simply pointed out Brother Zhuzi's biggest fault. After the change, even if Qin Huairu still has no chance, it shouldn't be a big problem to get a daughter-in-law. Pop. Silly Column slammed the table. Dude tops his 10. Just his temp. Right. Then why did Qin Huairu choose him over you? Brother Pillar, in the first place? What else? That's what his mom got him. People know each other first. The stupid column is still talking tough. Brother Pillar, listen to me. Do you think Jia don't you kid picks himself up clean and bored every day? Su Feng did not finish his sentence, but the stupid column immediately interjected. A big man so love clean what? Like a pussy. Brother Pillar, that's a wrong idea. Women are visual creatures, and who doesn't like a good-looking board? There's nothing we can do about our natural looks, but we can clean ourselves up a bit. It's not like putting powder on your face, but it's okay to take a shower and brush your teeth. With that said, Su Feng didn't say much more. Anyway, sincere words have been said. Listen to it or not to see the silly column himself. He didn't drink much tonight, and Su Feng felt that this state was just right. So I didn't linger in the courtyard after dinner and pushed my bike straight to the hostel. On Yu Li's side, she heard that Su Feng had come back again this evening, and even made a special excuse to come over and look for him. This ingrate. Su Feng didn't lock the door either, so it was half covered and left open there. Yu Li thought Su Feng was waiting for her inside, and pushed the door in to see where there was someone in the house. When Yuli went through the moon gate just now, Lu Guangtian was staring at the side. After seeing Yuli enter Su Feng's house, a heartbeat indisputably fast. As the saying goes, catch a thief catching a thief. Catching an adulterer mentioning a double. It's just gone in. I'm sure it's not done. Wait a while. But what Lu Guangtian was dumbfounded by was that Yuli hadn't even gone in for less than a minute before she walked out of Su Feng's house. What's going on? Is it really possible that you were wrong in your suspicions? There was no adultery between the two at all? One chapter for now. I'll try to make it up tomorrow. And I wish you readers all the best for the new year. Chapter 152, Master, I got it right. Yuli came out of Su Feng's house and naturally noticed Lu Guangtian, who was sneaking around the doorway. Yuli has no good impression of these two sons of the second grandpa's family. Or rather the whole courtyard now, has no good impression of the kid Lu Guangtian. What are you standing in the doorway looking at? Yuli's brows furrowed as she wondered in her heart if this kid was up to something bad. When I run into Su Feng next time, I'll have to mention it to him. Nothing. This kind of 20-something unmarried guy, if he goes out and gets into a fight, he sure as hell doesn't bring any fear. But when you run into someone of a different age, especially a good-looking one, you inevitably get nervous. On a normal day, these two brothers will sneak a peek at the yard's young daughter-in-law, and naturally do not dare to take the initiative to talk to each other. Humph. Noticing Lu Guangtian's line of sight on his grain bag, Yuli snorted coldly and went back to the inner courtyard with a twist of her butt. Lu Guangtian in turn felt that this cold snort was so melodious, and looking at Yuli's wonderful back, his throat couldn't help but roll a little. At this time Lu Guangtian instead began to celebrate. Fortunately that Su Feng has nothing to do with Yuli, otherwise he must not envy death. Looking at Yuli's big buttocks slowly disappeared from his sight, Lu Guangtian thought when he could also marry such a beautiful daughter-in-law. Su Feng, who was on his way to the hostel, didn't know that Lu Guangtian, the kid, had come over to seek death again. It seems that the last two slaps are still not hard enough. Really beaten not enough right. Arrived at the hostel is also almost to the time when people close. The waitress is an older woman. Into the room always feel that the older woman look at their eyes are not right. Confusing Su Feng. His own face value was good for both young and old though. But you've stopped menstruating, haven't you? This older woman? What? Did you play with flowers when you were young? With doubt Su Feng went back to his house. A push opened the door scared him. The comforter placed on the bed was bulging, and there was obviously a person lying inside. What's going on here? Does the hostel think they're not coming back and letting someone else stay here? He had paid for half a month in a row, so he couldn't be so ungrateful in business. Su Feng walked over and lifted the quilt, immediately reacting to why that older woman had just looked at him with that kind of look. Sister Wang? The bed is not just lying Wang Sholi. This pretty widow did not say anything. Not to give him such a big surprise. It just so happens that in the past 2 days, Yuli, that little daughter-in-law, has caused anger, and is worried that there is no place to relieve the pressure. Su Feng, you're back. Wang Shili was woken up in a daze, and because she slept under the covers, her little face was all red and moist. Riding a bicycle over to put Su Feng's hands cold, so he put his hand on the grain bag to warm up. Your hands are cold. Come on in. The older ones sure know how to hurt. Sis, I'm coming in then. Outside the window, the sun slowly set the mountain, and I do not know exactly how many hours have passed. Anyway, Wang Shili felt that all the bones in her body completely fall apart. A thin sweat broke out on her forehead, and her pretty face was even more flushed than when she woke up earlier, obviously several years older than Su Feng. At this moment, he was snuggling in Su Feng's arms like a little daughter-in-law. Su Feng would not have smoked during the week, but now he was in a good mood to have a cigarette. Su Feng smoked a cigarette with one hand while playing with the grain bag with the other. Sis, do you feel it yourself? You are now in a significantly better physical state than before? Wang Sholi grain bag was already sufficient. Plus this era cannot have the civilian clothes. Inevitably, there was a slight drop because of gravity. But with the feel of the hand now, it's obvious that it feels a bit rejuvenated. This was definitely not Su Feng's illusion. Then it could only be the absorption of white smoke from inside the jade pendant that had such a counterintuitive effect. The time of the in-depth exchange just now was most likely the time to transition over. It seems like, what's going on with Su Feng? Wang Shili was more aware of her own physical state, and just for a while, she always felt that her skin was a little smoother and more refined. Pop! Su Feng casually slapped his hand over. Still calling me Su Feng? That name calling must be changed today, and if it doesn't work once then clean it up 2 or 3 times. Wang Shili knew what Su Feng meant by this. It wasn't a mere change of a title. Wang Shili reddened and shouted off Feng, following the sister's call to shout Su Feng. Nope, if you don't get it right this time, Sister Wang, you'll be in for a real treat tonight. Su Feng slapped over again. A phone, that was the usual term of endearment, but now it was on the bed. Master. Wang Xiuli shouted out this name face or hot cannot. This is to put themselves as a bed-warming big maid. Su Feng thought that Sister Wang would call her husband or baby daddy, but he didn't expect this name. Straight up. Or the old society is corrupt. The dainty big girl little girl shouted a master. Who can withstand this? Master slave didn't shout right. Why still? The next morning, Su Feng told Wang Xiuli to lie on her own for a little while longer while he went to work. I tossed and turned last night, so I'm guessing I'll be slowing down at least all morning. Just in time to catch the afternoon shuttle back. Today's office was exceptionally cold, with only Su Feng and Li Jiafeng. I heard that section chief Li and Lan Giro have been dealt with, because the scandal is so big that even the factory director has been alarmed. Avoid affecting the reputation of the factory, and deal with it directly and quickly from a strict point of view. But why isn't the kid Zhou Guodong here? He was the one who reported the incident, and although the leaders would complain in their hearts, they could not punish him. After wandering around for a while, the kid finally made it over. The dark circles on his face heavier than yesterday. Yesterday was indeed a relief. But in the end it wasn't myself who got hurt. How to say Lan Giru is also regarded as his first love. Not yet blossomed, it completely died. Wodong, look on the bright side. Work hard in the future. What kind of daughter-in-law can't be found? Su Feng consoled a couple of words. In general this matter would do more good than harm to this kid. The factory has nothing to lose. It's just one more thing to talk about. And after a while it'll be replaced by something else awesome. And then it'll all slowly fade away. A flash of morning time passed, and Su Feng didn't go to the cafeteria to eat, intending to go to the hostel to have a little bit of food with Wang Xiuli. I didn't see anyone when I entered the house, so I guess I've already gone back. Su Feng casually dealt with a bite outside, and after eating, returned to the factory to squint for a while. Today will not return to the Su family village. Wait for tomorrow morning to point a Dao directly home. In the home to spend some time with the sisters, counting the days. Shue's menstruation was almost gone. Everything is moving in a good direction. In the afternoon when he was about to get off work, Guodong said he was in a bad mood and wanted to call Su Feng's together to drink a little. Su Feng had long had this intention, but had never had the chance. Just take advantage of today's. This kid true nature to people are also sincere. Coupled with Master Zhou that a fragrance love is a worthy of hand. Then let's go. Guodong, you pick the place and talk to Brother Su today. Zhou Guodong nodded and took Su Feng to a small restaurant. The setting is average, and there's definitely something to be said for this part of the country. Chapter 153, Sister. I'll review it for you. Su Feng ordered a 2 meat and 1 veggie, which was completely enough for the 2 big lads to eat. We have to work tomorrow, so drink less. We're out here mainly to talk. Looking at the depressed big lad in front of him, Su Feng really couldn't empathize with him. In both lives combined, he had only 1 relationship experience, plus Shue at the most. As for the widow Wang and Yuli, this can only say that each take what they need. As for whether there is no feelings, but also have to be often in-depth exchanges in the future to slowly cultivate. But all in all, Su Feng hasn't encountered any setbacks in this aspect of his relationship, and some of them are just his own assholes. Brother, I know. Zhou Guodong words or so. 2 cups filled with a mouthful of wine to draw down the belly. To the boy choked not. This kid is in a blessed state and doesn't know it. In this day and age, only people who are well fed are trapped by love. Because people only think about other messy things when they are full. Brother Su, do you think Sister Lan really doesn't mean anything to me at all? Is this just simply using me? Zhou Guodong looked like he was asking Su Feng, and he looked like he was asking himself. You tell me, that Lan Giru isn't a little girl. This really isn't a good person. And if I give it to you once, we won't lose out if we get used ourselves, right? Su Feng didn't intend to be euphemistic and directly told Zhou Guodong the harshest reality. Zhou Guodong blushed when he heard the latter sentence. Brother Su, I like Sister Lan not for this. That's a nice thing to say. Can he not take Lan Guiru? Su Feng was about to say something else. Coincidentally, said whoever came. Lan Giru didn't notice the 2 acquaintances sitting in the house and walked straight in. Boss, fry a fish-flavored shredded pork to take away. This is living in style. She's out of a job and still in the mood for a restaurant. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Guodong looked back in disbelief. With that, he threw them directly in place, not even noticing that the chopsticks in his hand had fallen. Lan. Zhou Guodong originally wanted to call out to Sister Lan, but he couldn't. Now the 2 are no longer the time when they first started to flirt. They are already life and death enemies. Guodong Su Feng, so coincidentally this store does taste good. Su Feng had thought that the scene would be awkward. Or perhaps Lan Giru would point at Zhou Guodong and curse him after seeing him. Who would have thought that Lan Giju would react this way? As if yesterday's events hadn't happened. Lan, you look like you live in the neighborhood, right? There aren't that many coincidences in the world. It's just that people are thinking about it. Lan Giru nodded, then said a few sincere words towards Jo Guodong. Guodong is indeed sis is sorry for you. I'm quite good now. Although I have nothing but I'm also free. Regardless of Lan Giru, these words, a few sincere a few false, but always did not hold a grudge. Or the past is written off. Sister Lan, it was my impulse. Jo Guodong still wanted to say a few more words. The fry master packed a box of shredded pork with fish and brought it out. Sister Lan, your fish and pork fillet. I haven't seen you over for days. These days are busy with work. That's fine. Sister Su Feng Guodong will leave first. Lan Giru left in style, not taking a cloud with her. People, indeed, are complex individuals. As you can see, Gordon, it's for the best, isn't it? One is free and the other doesn't have to suffer every day. Jo Guodong lowered his head and didn't say anything, and suddenly violently grabbed the bottle and tilted his head back to pour. Su Feng thought that this kid was going to raise a glass to drown his sorrows. Who would have thought that he was borrowing alcohol to strengthen his courage? After slamming 2 gulps, it clicked and rushed out. Good lord, that's all it takes to take over? The road was chosen by himself, and Su Feng would not interrupt one more word on this matter in the future. After finishing the 2 meat dishes on the table, Su Feng settled the bill and left. With a glance at the sky outside, it was not too late to go back to the courtyard for a turn. Otherwise back to the hostel early. Also cannot sleep. Tonight cannot have Wang's sister accompanied. A 10-minute ride to the entrance of the quadrangle, and by this time it was past mealtime. Coupled with the cold weather, the courtyard neighbors have gone back to the house early to rest after dinner, but also did not nag in the courtyard. Except for the third oldest, who maintains his old antique bike whenever he can. Why are the men back at this hour? The workers have just left before them. Su Feng politely said a couple of words, so he didn't bother with nonsense to go into the house and take a look around. My own house is literally getting better by the day, with the little loft up and the wooden ladder next to it. Next up is the bathroom and kitchen, which is expected to be finished within a week. It looks like I'll have to make a trip to the trust store this break, and if I can't get any good furniture, I'll just make do with a set. Anyway, you can live comfortably on your own, and you're not comparing yourself to others. After making his plans, Su Feng was about to head over to the hostel when Yuli walked in on the back foot. Su Feng immediately took a look outside, directly pulling Yuli to the dead center of his vision, his hand smoothly placed through his collar. Sis, your father-in-law can be right outside, and you just waltzed over to me? Su Feng thought that this little daughter-in-law was feeling stuffy in her chest again, which was why he reached out to help. Don't rip your sister's clothes, he just went back a while ago. I still know you're back from him. Yuli finished biting her lip, this time presumably aggravated again. Sis, you're looking for me for something? Su Feng didn't think that this little daughter-in-law was addicted to being cured by herself. After all, she had a man of her own to use. Be careful with that Lu Guangtian. Last night you left the door open. I thought you were in the house, so I came over to look for you. I came out when I didn't see you there, and then I saw that Lu Guangtian standing at the door sneaking around. Yuli used that excuse when she came over just now. After hearing this, Yan Xiecheng hurriedly asked his daughter-in-law to go to the front yard to look for Su Feng. If he could exchange a favor, it would be a big profit. Got it. Sis, are you looking at me to be so attached to me? Su Feng of course knew what was going on. This Lu Guangtian wasn't as resourceful as his brother. It seemed that he had to give him a hard time when he had the chance. Sis has a man of her own. Why should she look at you? Yuli was obviously being tough. If she didn't have a crush on Su Feng, could she let him bite and nibble on her? Anyway, thanks for the reminder, sis. The root of the last menstrual cramps has not been completely cured. Sis, I'll review it again for you. Su Feng spoke with a hefty smile, earning Yuli a flirtatious blank stare, but he didn't refuse. Well. Who? Su Feng, that sister, went back. Yuli didn't dare to stay any longer. She had to suffocate in a while. On the way back, Yuli stopped by to find an excuse to explain her slightly red and swollen lips. Returning to his room, Yan Xiecheng really noticed it at first glance. Daughter-in-law, why did it take so long to do something that could have been done in 2 words? And why is your mouth swollen? For the sake of chicken fillet's steady updates on New Year's Eve, can I have a small gift? Also, it's the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year, so I wish all the LSBs to make a lot of money. Chapter 154, The Sister's Accident. Su Feng went to the pillar to get a few twists, and I had a craving to taste one. The kid had a bad smile on his face, and he didn't tell me that there was chili, so give me the hot one. Spicy tummy and stomach. A trip to the public restroom in the front yard. Is my mouth swollen? How do I say it's still numb to this day? Yuli, this reason that find is sufficient. She originally cannot eat spicy, and also acted perfectly. Mouth is still hissing now. What can I say? Daughter-in-law, you don't want to have a craving next time. The last time I went to Silly Pillar's house to dilly-dally, there were several dishes that were very spicy, Su Feng is really too. And he doesn't know to give a word of warning. Yan Xiecheng also knows that his daughter-in-law can't eat spicy food, and it's normal for her lips to be swollen. Daughter-in-law, I'll get you a glass of water then. Although Yan Xiecheng does not have any great skills, he does have a way of coaxing Yu Li. Unfortunately, these no-cost considerations and tenderness of his could no longer move Yu Li's disappointed heart towards him. Yu Li nodded, took Yan Xiecheng, poured the water a mouthful of drink. Acting well. Right, daughter-in-law. Just now that thing you finished for Su Feng, what did Su Feng say? This is the most important thing. If you can fall in love with someone, you can exchange a lot of benefits again. What do you think? Your daughter-in-law still fails when she steps in? Awesome daughter-in-law. Yan Xiecheng took advantage of his daughter-in-law's happy energy to go over and hug her, but Yu Li pushed her away directly. I told you, don't touch me until you get a real job. Can you afford to raise a kid if one pops out? Yu Li put away the smile at the corner of her mouth, really giving him a sunshine. Yan Xiecheng sighed. The courtyard of her peers are envious of her to find a beautiful and well-built daughter-in-law. But who can understand the pain? You can see it but you can't touch it, and you have to provide for it like an ancestor and coax it, or else you'll go back to your mother's house when there's a conflict. What can Yan Xiecheng do? Miss this later cannot find a better, can only go along with everything? Last time, he accidentally pulled his hair, but this time Su Feng had experience. I've heard that women with exuberant and silky hair need to be in sufficient demand. As far as Yan Xiecheng's small body is concerned, he is probably also a bit of a master who is disliked by Yu Li. I guess there will be a good time for a while, and this little daughter-in-law is afraid that she will return to her heart completely, always thinking about messy things in his head. Su Feng looked up and saw that Sister Wang was actually standing at the door of the hostel. Su Feng thought that Wang Xiuli wanted to pester him again tonight, and it is true that a woman is like a wolf in her 30s and a tiger in her 40s. Close to take a look, only to see the anxious look on Wang Xiuli's face. Looking left and right, obviously waiting for him. Something's wrong. Su Feng rose to this thought for a split second, followed by a strong sense of bad foreboding. What happened? Sister Wang? Su Feng hated to stomp the white walking car to scrap. Almost instantly, Su Feng, Shi Shue and Shi Yue. They, hearing Sister Wang mention the sisters' names, Su Feng's head exploded. The most feared thing still happened. Su Feng immediately forced himself to calm down. What happened to the two of them? Wang Xiuli looked at the man in front of him to choose people to eat, hurried to organize the words, do not dare to say the most critical news nonsense again. The sisters were taken away. Doubting said it was someone in a four-wheeled vehicle who said he was taking the sisters to Shangjiang. After listening to Sister Wang's description, Su Feng almost fell off his bike without standing still. Sister Wang knew that this incident had hit Su Feng hard and hurried over to support him. In his previous life, Su Feng didn't know the sisters' real background, only that they were rich and powerful. I didn't realize it was from the Shangjiang side. Su Feng slowed down for a while before accepting this fact. Sister Wang, get on the bike. Anyway, let's take a trip home first. This time Su Feng rode fast, not communicating in any way with Wang Xiuli in the backseat the entire time. Wang Xiuli was also very understanding, tightly wrapping her arms around Su Feng's waist, and now only needed to quietly accompany this man. When they arrived at Su's village, Do Ding was waiting at home. Seeing Mom and Su Feng come back directly cried out. That group of people in the afternoon really scared Do Ding a lot. Wang Xiuli hurriedly went to coax Do Ding. Sister Wang, you take Do Ding back to rest, right? I want to be alone. Wang Xiuli said, nothing, willing to go. To stay here with Su Feng. Why are you worrying about me when I'm a big old man? I know where the sisters are. No matter what, I will bring the sisters back. Wasn't it just Xianjiang? Su Feng would definitely go and make a break for it. Sending Wang Xiuli back, Su Feng scanned the house. Nothing was lost except for the sisters. By the way, where's Black Earth? Damn, this cheap husband-in-law took his black soil too? The next morning, Su Feng appeared in the office on time. Zhou Guodong, who suffered such a big blow 2 days ago, came over this morning with a full face, and the smile at the corner of his mouth never came down. On the contrary, Su Feng, who had always been happy and cheerful, had a frighteningly gloomy face. Zhou Guodong cautiously cared for a couple of words, but he was stabbed by Su Feng. For several days in a row, Su Feng could be considered to have slowed down. In any case, this life should not be much better than the last one. As long as the feelings are deep, there will be a day when they meet at the end of the world. Brother Guodong is a little bit not in a good mood these days. I'm sorry. Zhou Guodong hurriedly said that it was fine. Su Feng was so good to him. What could he count on if he stabbed him twice? Brother, see, you're so happy these days. You're getting along with your sister Lan? Su Feng really couldn't think of any other reason that would make this silly boy happy these days. Not yet, but it's just about the last step. Ha ha ha. Listening to the silly boy's silly laugh, Su Feng could not help but roll his eyes, and thought that he had to eat it. The feelings are pulling again. Su Feng was too lazy to say anything more on this matter. It was better if he became a success, and he was considered to have learned from his mistakes. So let's see if that Lan Guiru has a conscience. In the blink of an eye to the end of the day, Zhou Guodong cheerfully said hello to Su Feng, in a hurry to go downstairs to push the bike. By the looks of it, I guess I'm going to go to Lan Guiru in a while. Tomorrow is a day off, so maybe this kid can sleep at Lan Guiru's house tonight. So he was not in a good mood for Su Feng and did not return to the yard to see the progress of the project. It's the perfect time to go and look around tonight and talk to the Handle Woods about what furniture would be appropriate to buy tomorrow. I'll take another trip to the trust store tomorrow and try my luck. Man, why haven't I seen any of you in the last few days? At the door, I met the two of the Pillar brother to go back together. Stupid Pillar casually asked. Something's come up in the past few days, Brother Pillar. Let's have a drink tonight? The last few days Su Feng always feel empty in the heart. Drink a little or fall asleep at night. Chapter 155, you can't see your toes even if you look down. Brother Pillar, you go back to the courtyard first. I'll go to the market to see if there are any fish for sale. I want to shout for some fish soup at night. There were 3 fish left over from the last catch, and Su Feng threw them into the system space in preparation for wanting to take them home to supplement the sister's nutrition. I can't give them away anymore, so I'll just eat them tonight so I don't have to think about these fish when I see them. Okay, buddy, first go back to prepare. No tofu at home, you see the market sells it. Fish stew is naturally accompanied by tofu and vermicelli. The tofu must be old tofu, and the vermicelli must be authentic handmade sweet potato vermicelli. I have sweet potato vermicelli at home, but I have to buy tofu at the market. Su Feng answered, saying that he was going around the food market, but in actuality, he was just finding a reason to cover up the system mall. Su Feng wandered around blindly for a while and found a place where no one was looking to take out the big fish that had been placed in the space by picking a big one. He bought 2 more pounds of old tofu in the system mall and exchanged it for 2 fragrant snow sausages. Su Feng and Silly Pillar don't have small meals, and having these is enough. Hanging his stuff on the handlebars of his bike, he hurried unhurriedly toward the yard. Just in front of the courtyard and the 3 Grand Masters met. This yen old key to see Su Feng's handlebars hanging a lot of good things, eyes immediately bright. Man, is this a drink tonight? Su Feng's home in the renovation that is impossible to cook. It is estimated to take to the stupid column that. It's strange, the stupid column that stinks of mouth with the yard all the people do not deal with, but with this boy to get along well. It's not looking at tomorrow's rest day, so I'll have a drink with Brother Pillar tonight to relax and unwind, and then take a nap tomorrow to relieve my fatigue, Su Feng said as he pushed his bike into the courtyard, as if he hadn't understood what 3rd Grand Master was saying. Man, I take it you're not going fishing tomorrow? The 3 Moncler outlet online just wanted to say this. Su Feng said tomorrow to sleep lazy is not to go fishing. The house is being refurbished soon, so I'm going to the trust store tomorrow to see if there's any good second-hand furniture. Wait for the next 3rd Master, and I'll accompany you then. Su Feng now which still have that mood to go fishing, the first few times to originally not to fishing. Now that Yuri pretty much got it, there's no reason to troll. The 3rd Master was greatly disappointed to hear that since he went out fishing with Su Feng, every day off he waited for Su Feng to give a few big fish to the family to improve the food. With the 3 big masters, the lord of going out and not picking up money even if it fell, it felt like losing several big fish. Then why don't you 3rd Grand Master just not go tomorrow either? I'll go home now and get some good wine, and we'll have a little drink at night. The 2 of us? The 3rd Master seems to have spent his life in calculations. Just now he was thinking about Su Feng giving him fish, and now he is thinking about the things on Su Feng's handlebars. Forget it, 3rd Master. You'd better keep that good wine for yourself. Besides, Brother Pillar doesn't get along with you, so we'll get into another fight over drinks later. Against this kind of person Su Feng didn't need to be euphemistic at all and rejected it directly, but also gave the 3rd Master a few thin face, and did not bluntly say that his wine was watered down. The last time I took a sip it was worse than horse urine. Drinking this stuff is not pure suffering. The 3rd Master smiled awkwardly. We are all smart people. People did not say it explicitly is to give him face. It's not a good idea to dwell on it too much, so it's better to go home and eat the broth honestly. Back in the courtyard Su Feng first sent the stuff on the handlebars to Brother Zhu, and it was estimated that he would be able to eat in half an hour. The work on the workers' side was also basically nearing its end, and after packing up the garbage, they greeted Su Feng and left. Master Lin was called by Su Feng into the house to discuss what furniture to buy appropriate and comfortable to live. After finalizing the matter, Su Feng sent Shifu Lin to the entrance of the courtyard. I'm exhausted, daughter-in-law. Get me a glass of water. Yan Xiecheng thought that his daughter-in-law would feel sorry for him, but he got a sentence that he poured himself. He wasn't the only one in the family who worked. And cooking for a dozen people in that small pot at home wasn't easy. Being rejected, Yan Xiecheng also did not dare to show dissatisfaction, so he had to climb up and pour water to drink. Yan Bugui pushed his bicycle back with a sullen face, obviously not feeling well after being rejected. What's up, old man? Something bothering you at school? During this period of time, Sun Dama was happy every day. He was not, because he only needed to cook one meal at noon every day to receive a small laborer's wages. When the older aunts and daughters-in-law in the courtyard found out about it, they didn't say that they envied her. It's okay. The third master must be too embarrassed to say that he wanted to dine and was rejected. How humiliating that would be. Right, Shaoli? Su Feng went back to the courtyard just now. You go tell him that the money for groceries is running out, and you ask him to see what arrangements he can make. The three big Moncler outlet store Moncler jacket sale didn't do anything with this money. It was really running out. Yuli nodded and got up to go out of the moon door to find Su Feng before the person left in a while. Su Feng, on his side, had just sent the handle Lin away when he turned his head to see Yuli walking towards him. Su Feng's money for groceries is running out, so I came over to tell you. Seeing this little daughter-in-law's red lips lightly opening, Su Feng's mood inexplicably improved. Take some money and tickets out of your pocket and hand them to Yuli. There are quite a lot of people in the courtyard now. It's really inappropriate to bring Yuli into the house. Yuli thought Su Feng would find a reason to enter the house, but she didn't expect to directly hand the money to her. It's only been a few days. Has this man changed his temper? Or are you just unattractive? Yuli subconsciously looked down and still couldn't see her toes. Right, sister you. Just now I got a fish and 2 pounds of tofu for brother Zhuzi to stew on. It's been hard on you and brother Uncheng these past few days. Let's drink a little together later. And stupid columns drink every day to flip. Is that a few topics? Simply Yuli, this little daughter-in-law, also called on. Look, also eye-catching is not. Goo. Then sis is welcome. Well, they are waiting here. It's true that men can't change their nature just like dogs. The conversation between the two could make the older aunts and younger daughters-in-law in the front yard envious. Who made them have a good relationship with Su Feng? Jia Zhang's glanced at her own daughter-in-law, Qin Huairu, and hated to make her split in half. Half of them went to work in the factory to get a paycheck, and the other half cooked for the workers Su Feng hired and got another paycheck. The thing that makes Jia Zhang's tongue most annoyed is that Silly Zhu has not been active in delivering boxed lunches in the past few days. Has he been severely rejected by his own daughter-in-law? Jia Zhang's also embarrassed to tell her daughter-in-law explicitly. Let her hang, silly column. Cannot be alienated nor close. It's always your own daughter-in-law. Yuli went back to say a word. To Yan Xiecheng happy, the night can again solve the craving. On the contrary, the third master's face was naturally as black as coal. Chapter 156, responding to Su Feng while observing her man with her afterglow. Brother Pillar, I've called Yan Xiecheng and Yuli over tonight as well. Do you mind? Although Su Feng was on good terms with Brother Pillar, he still had to mention something. After all, he was the host. You took the vegetables and meat. Buddy, mind a hammer. The fish is going to be stewed for a while longer, so help brother pick up the table. Silly column of course does not mind. Meat dishes are all taken over by Su Feng. He only needs to vinegar a cabbage and fry a peanut rice on the line. 2 more people. That's just 2 more pairs of chopsticks. Silly columns usually don't even bother to clean up their personal hygiene, and the table is naturally piled up in a mess. If it was just the 2 of them, they wouldn't have to do this. But the key is that Yan Xiecheng and Yuli will be coming over later. Su Feng gathered the unwanted things on the table and then found a rag to wipe it down. Brother Pillar, it seems that we do need to find you a hard-working daughter-in-law. On a salary of 37.50 a month, the house is a mess. Not to mention the fact that there are no big valuable items. Brown men are really brown men. If you marry a virtuous daughter-in-law, not only can you clean up the house, not to mention, but also for silly columns to control the money not to spend. With the conditions and craftsmanship of the Pillar brother, there will be room for upward development in the future, and it is difficult for this day not to be red hot. You think I don't want to? The key man is not cool with me. Come on. When Su Feng didn't say it, the Pillar was planning to hang himself completely from the tree of Qin Huairu. After this side was cleaned up, Bamboo brother had already put the fish and tofu into flavor. Just in time, Yan Xiecheng walked in with Yuli. This one was a marked improvement over the last, with a plate of peanuts in his hand. It's not worth much, but it's an idea. A few words of courtesy were exchanged, and they sat down around the table. An aluminum tub in the middle holds a large pot full of tofu stewed with grass carp, garnished with vermicelli and scallions on the side. Now that it's cold too, you can clearly see the white heat rising from the top of the pot, and it just smells nice and warm. 3 small dishes were surrounded by 3 small dishes, a plate of vinegared cabbage and a plate of fragrant snow sausage, as well as a pot of fried peanut rice that Yan Xiecheng had brought over. Silly Pillar had just fried a small plate of it as well, and didn't serve it again since he had it. Su Feng passed the wine to Sis. Sis will pour it for you. If the three men at the table were to talk about their abilities, naturally, their own man would be the least capable. But if we were talking about age, Su Feng was the youngest again. It was impossible to have Su Feng pour them a drink, and it was embarrassing to have his own man do it. Simply Yuli took the initiative to take over the bottle of wine and serve these three big old men. Yuli poured a glass for her host, Silly Pillar, followed by Su Feng, and then her own man. Eventually he didn't fall off himself and poured a full glass. Sis, this wine has a high degree of alcohol, you should drink less. After all, this is white wine, is not a drink. A cup of belly many big men cannot stand. Not to mention Yuli, this small daughter-in-law. What? Look down on your sister's drinking. It looked like Yuli was quite happy tonight, but it did infect Su Feng as well. Su Feng cheerfully apologized. Sister, you see, it's my dog's head and golden eyes that look down on people. One glass of wine down, and the atmosphere was buzzing. Yuli was stopped by Yan Xiecheng when she tried to serve herself a second cup. Daughter-in-law, just listen to Su Feng and drink less. Didn't you say at home that Brother Zhu Zi's fish stew was delicious, so you can eat more tonight? Yan Xiecheng's heart aches for his daughter-in-law, and Yuli didn't refute her man in front of outsiders. What follows is a battle between three grand old men. Without a doubt, Yan Xiecheng was the first to lose the battle. His eyes were disoriented for a while and he directly fell unconscious on the table. Brother Pillar held out for one more cup, and then couldn't hold out any longer and ran out, presumably to a public restroom to throw up. Su Feng was also a bit on top of his head, but he was still conscious. So I just stopped drinking and went back to the hostel to sleep after I was full. Yuli had just moved her chair towards Su Feng in order to facilitate pouring wine for Su Feng and Silly Pillar. Su Feng's eyes glanced up. His left hand lowered down from the table and smoothly rested on Yuli's plump leg. This startled Yuli, and she hurriedly turned her head to look at her man's state. Fortunately, Yan Xiecheng was already as drunk as a dead dog. Are you going to die? Can you live if people see you? Yuli didn't make a sound. And Su Feng, who used his mouth to tell? Su Feng didn't say a word, just exploring the ocean of knowledge, scaring Yuli so much that she hurriedly put her legs together. Luckily, not a moment's effort later, Silly Pillar presumably vomited up the wine from the stomach food and came back significantly sober. Su Feng didn't move to take his hand back and smoothly put it back on the table. As for Yuli, this little daughter-in-law's small face why flushed. That is entirely the reason of alcohol. With Su Feng a little relationship did not have. Man, you're a good drinker. Why don't we open another bottle? Su Feng can drink nothing less than him. He puked into what kind? People have nothing at all. Forget it, Brother Pillar. It's just right in this state. Let's clean up the rest of the food and go home and rest. After a while Yan Xiecheng sent back to his own bike to go to the hostel side. Drink too much on the road is not safe. Okay, eat it and save me from reheating it the next day. The pillar had already vomited cleanly. Plus Su Feng's meal was not small in the first place. Except for the peanuts and rice, the rest of the dish was built clean. Especially this tofu stewed fish. Brother Zhu Zi is really spare oil. And fragrant soup and delicious. After serving 2 bowls of milky white fish soup down his throat, Su Feng's drunkenness was immediately relieved. That's enough for today. Brother, you send the boy back and I'll clean up the house. That's how it was arranged last time. But this time it came out of Brother Pillar's mouth. Sis, you hold the other side. Brother Xiecheng drank a lot tonight. I guess he fell asleep. Su Feng greeted Brother Pillar and helped Yan Xiecheng to hurry towards the inner courtyard. Sister, you, slow down. If it weren't for the moonlight, the road would be a little hard to see. Sis, go open the door. Trouble you, Su Feng. Yuli deliberately politely, but did not hear any task response in the house. Presumably in-laws have fallen asleep. Su Feng did not move to help Yan Xiecheng into the house and casually kicked the door shut. The sound of the door hitting the doorframe startled Yuli's heart. Guessing what was going to happen next, Yuli's pretty face rolled up once again, collapsing Yan Xiecheng onto the bed. Yuli puckered her big butt and pulled the bed covers over her man. Not long after, snoring sounds came out of Yan Xiecheng's mouth. Su Feng smoothly pressed up, and Yuli blushed as she peeled Su Feng's hand away, but it was only a refusal. Unfortunately, there wasn't a bright light in the room, so I couldn't see very well. Yuli wanted to say something else, but her red lips were already blocked. Frightened, Yuli responded to Su Feng while observing her own man with her afterimage. It didn't take long for Yuli to feel a little out of breath. Chapter 157, Daughter-in-law. Did you wet the bed? This won't do. Su Feng counts on Sis to beg you. Just 100 feet away. Yuli deadpanned. His own man was lying right next to him, and doing so was simply more unacceptable than killing him. It was clear that Yuli hadn't completely lost her mind. Su Feng also knew that the timing wasn't right, and just now, he had only attempted to break through the progress. If you can do it, you can do it. If you can't, you can wait for another chance. Su Feng didn't say anything, climbed up from the bed and pushed the door open to leave, leaving Yuli alone and suffering. Is this ingrate angry with himself? He. Su Feng was deliberately letting this little daughter-in-law think about it, and then hang her out to dry for a few days, so maybe next time this will work out. Before passing through the moon gate, Su Feng even took a special glance at the second Grand Master's house. Who knows if Lu Guangtian, that kid with the backbone in the back of his head, will keep staring at him? Did not see anyone. Su Feng did not linger outside a little cold, or hurry back to the hostel to rest. Just as Su Feng passed by his door, a figure suddenly flashed through the cellar next to him. What's going on here? Last time I saw Yuli hiding in the cellar and crying, but this time there won't be a new daughter-in-law crying in there. Will there? And looking at that concave and convex figure, it looks very much like Qin Huairu. What's this pretty widow doing in the cellar at night? Has she fallen in love with a young man in the courtyard? If Brother Pillar knew about this, he'd cry his eyes out. Su Feng also thought that it should not be there is no outstanding young man in the yard. Proud as Qin Huairu should not be taken down so quickly. Urged on by his curiosity, Su Feng supported his bike and followed. Sure enough, it was the saucy widow who opened the kiln door and drilled in. You can't tell. The weight on this pretty widow is not light, and her movements are quite nimble. It is just that Su Feng is curious about what this pretty widow is doing in the cellar in the middle of the night when she is not sleeping. And the kiln door was just closed. So that means it's not on a date. Could it be stealing from the cellar? Su Feng didn't go in immediately, and waited for a while to bend his waist down and slip in. Despite Su Feng's light footsteps, there was no sound at all in the middle of the night, and the slightest movement could be heard clearly. What's more, Qin Huairu was still in a state of high tension, and the slightest movement would immediately magnify infinitely. Qin Huairu was now like a frightened bunny, immediately twisting her head to take a look, facing the moonlight and seeing that it was Su Feng. The little heart that was about to jump into his throat was only then put back. No, Sister Qin, you're not sleeping at night to dig out a kiln here. Do you think the kiln in our courtyard is too small? Looking at this pretty widow's panicked appearance, Su Feng couldn't help but flirt. Following the moonlight, Su Feng could barely make out what Qin Huairu was doing in the kiln. Not sleeping at night, feelings are digging holes, and I do not know what they are hiding. Nothing. Qin Huairu smiled awkwardly and continued to busy herself, so it didn't matter if Su Feng saw it. Sister Qin, why did you bury the money and food stamps inside the kiln? Su Feng came closer to see, only to see that Qin Huairu was hiding money and food stamps. Good reason to hide the money here. What to do? Hey, that mother-in-law of mine. Listening to Qin Huairu, Jia Zhang saw that she had a few cents in her pocket and directly took away her meal money. Fortunately, Qin Huairu did not let Jia Zhang see Su Feng gave her $20. If she saw the fear of a point not to stay all to go. Sister, you bury the money here is not a thing. Not to mention the hemp is not trouble. Every night is estimated to be thinking of sleep is not good. And as soon as the earth moves it's obvious. And then someone sees it all for you to take away. Hearing Su Feng say this, Qin Huairu's movements of burying the money immediately stopped. Yes, I'm sure I don't feel comfortable burying so much money here. What if I lose it? But there's no place to hide it in the house. And if my mother-in-law finds it, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep any of the money for myself. Seeing Qin Huairu's difficult appearance, Su Feng thought of a solution for her. Sister Qin, want to do it this way. You sew a small bag on your bib. Close to the body is not afraid of losing. This was mostly true in this day and age. But it was always embarrassing for the pretty widow to mention the word belay in front of her. If we really listened to Su Feng's method, wouldn't the $20 just sit there and increase in value? I guess he'd be happy to let Brother Pillar trade a month's salary for it. Qin Huairu couldn't help but roll her eyes at Su Feng, a trace of imperceptible scarlet creeping up on her pretty face. I was thinking a while ago that this man was nothing like the rumors. Now that I've been exposed to it, the rumors really weren't wrong. The one in the inner courtyard. Yuli, how can any decent daughter-in-law find other young men to play every day? And also every day to other people's houses? According to Qin Huairu, both of them are not serious people. And this blank stare without any emotional coloring is simply several times more flirtatious than Yuli's. I have to say, this woman is simply a natural beauty. No wonder that boy Jia Dongxu was not blessed to enjoy it. Even Su Feng, who had a pair of sisters at home, was a bit stunned, let alone the others. Now that she is alone, Qin Huairu was a little afraid of him playing tricks, and she doesn't dare to stay too long. I'm going back. Leaving behind a sentence, Qin Huairu left the cellar without looking back, as if Su Feng was some kind of flooding beast. After going back and thinking that Su Feng had a point, while Jia Zhan was sleeping, he took off his belly band and sewed a small pocket. Then shove all $20 in food stamps in a stream and hold it close to your chest. It was dark outside, and Su Feng had a lot of trouble going back this time, tossing and turning for a while before lying back in bed again. As soon as I remembered that blank stare of Qin Huairu just now, all the sleepiness in my body dissipated. So I picked up the Jin Ping Mei with illustrations and continued to read. The next morning, the yard was surprisingly quiet this morning, literally no noise at all, and everyone slept well. Yan Xiecheng rubbed his sleepy eyes and struggled to get up by propping up the bed with his hands. A wet sensation came to his fingertips and he twisted his head to see how the sheets were wet with water. You shouldn't be wetting the bed now that you're so old. Or is it because you're drunk? Daughter-in-law, get up. A little while before sleeping cold. The bed is wet, how can you sleep well? Yan Xiecheng hurriedly called Yuli up. Yuli took a look in the direction Yan Xiecheng pointed, and the sleepiness that filled her head was instantly scared away. What's going on here? Yuli is clearer than anyone. How? Last night they did not drink less. Confused and fell asleep, also forgot to deal with. I don't know. Daughter-in-law, you're not wetting the bed, are you? Bull asterisk. I drank 1 glass last night. You drank yourself without even a little bit of consciousness. Don't you have any idea in your heart? And you have the nerve to tell me to drink less. So why don't you go change the sheets? Yuli is the one who knows how to hit a rake backwards. Yan Xiecheng's head still hurts now. Naturally, there will not be any doubt. Chapter 158. Hiss. It was a day of rest, and Su Feng had been sleeping until he woke up naturally. Getting up from the bed. How did it feel like the head of the shoulder hurt so much? Tugging on the shoulder straight out in pain. Lifting his shirt and reaching for it. Why were there more scratches on his shoulders? It's not right. Yuli is not a big girl. Su Feng also did not communicate with her in depth. This little daughter-in-law grabbed his shoulder for what? I guess it was the environment plus alcohol last night. So I didn't feel any pain. Looks like next time I'll have Yuri cut her nails in advance so she doesn't scratch him a back scratch again. Su Feng tried to repair the scratches with the white smoke absorbed from the jade pendant, and after half a day of trying froze with no effect at all. There's no way this thing can just save people and not save itself, so it's only possible that it's being consumed for all it's worth. This thing is a good thing. It seems that we have to haul some jade pendant similar treasures and put them in the space to reserve. After briefly washing up, Su Feng rode his bicycle towards the Dongdan Trust store. If we don't run into the guy in charge this time, we'll just have to pick out some furniture in the backyard and deal with it. When he arrived at the place, Su Feng parked his bike and went inside to look for the last time the man in the first place. The boy stood behind the counter in a disciplined manner, no longer as lazy as last time. Look at the state of this kid at work. Su Feng's heart was happy. It seems that today is the right time to come. Man, have you eaten yet you? It was useless to be polite with just words. Su Feng handed one of the huazi in his hand out. This kid had a deep impression of Su Feng and immediately reacted to Su Feng's intentions. Smoothly, he took it and didn't just light it like last time, but quickly pinned it to his ear. Man, it's about the last time again, isn't it? Su Feng nodded, not feeling surprised that this waitress recognized him. Master, you're kind of in a hurry today. Our steward is really here, and I can go up with you to let you know. But we have poor tempers in our stewardship, so it's up to you, brother, to make it happen. After all, the last person left half a packet of wazoo, so a simple errand run would be in order. Su Feng thanked him, and the waitress came around the counter and up the stairs. It was down in a moment, and I didn't see anyone following behind me. Master, our steward told you to go up. The first room on the right is. Enter the door and you call him Masterly. As soon as he heard that this appellation was that of a Jianghu mixer, Su Feng really raised a bit of interest in this steward. He hadn't been around 49 City much in the past, but it was all small time and completely unseemly. And the kind of person who can be addressed as a master. That's a really old man. This dude was also quite particular. Su Feng dispersed another huazi before turning around to go upstairs. Turning right to the first room, the door was not closed. Su Feng directly walked in. It's not like he's here for a lesson or a gift. There's absolutely no need to knock on this door. If you can buy used furniture, you can do it. If you can't, we'll figure it out. I scanned the house when I was in the doorway, and the furnishings had a bit of an antique feel to them. There were a number of beautiful vases on the wooden shelves, and I don't know if they were real or not. In the center was a tie-shirt chair, on which a slightly thin old man sat sipping tea. To be honest, Su Feng wasn't a big fan of this kind of person. What the kind of time is it now to be a feudal lord? Really, if the wind is blowing the wrong way from above, the first person to hit is this kind of person. Master Li, I've come to buy some used furniture. Su Feng didn't talk nonsense with this old man. This kind of person gave him a good face, really treating himself as a master. I called him Master Li purely because he is older, so we call ourselves educated. Li Si frowned when he heard Su Feng's words. If in the past, if he dared a junior to speak to him like this, he would have long ago slapped him on the face. But times have changed, and he is now just a warehouseman. But even then, it was still possible to hold the youngster. Li Si didn't say anything, as if he hadn't heard what Su Feng had said. This old man twisted his head to look at himself as soon as Su Feng's words left his mouth. So he ruled out the possibility of this deaf man. Even if he really is deaf, his buddies downstairs should have warned him. So it's obvious that it's pinching and prodding itself. Su Feng looked this masterly up and down. The corners of his mouth twitched, then he let out a cold snort as he turned around and went straight out. What kind of temperament does Su Feng have that he can be spoiled? When the counterboy saw Su Feng go up and come down in less than 2 minutes, he knew that the deal hadn't worked out. He didn't think it was a surprise. The old man had a bad temper to begin with and liked to pinch his tongue. Nowadays, the young people of the new era were like this. One look at Su Feng is not the kind of man who can easily bow his head. Don't mind if you do. Master Li has that temper. There's also a lot of good furniture in the backyard, so let's go pick it out now. The waiter boy gave a word of relief, and Su Feng didn't pick up on the topic. Rao, you ask a question. That Master Li is not constantly having trouble breathing. There are times when going to sleep wakes you up suddenly because you are holding your breath, and is accompanied by coughing, coughing up sputum, and coughing up blood, which tends to worsen at night or after activity. Su Feng was not looking at it for nothing when he was leaving just now, and he could tell from that old man's appearance characteristics that it was clearly a symptom of left heart failure. The only reason to ask more questions now is to get validation, and by the way, to keep another hand in the game. When Su Feng's words landed, the counterboy's mouth opened wide in shock. Man, you still have that in you? Chu Goen naturally no Li masters physical problems. Often performance heard upstairs coughing. This is not even a secret. But in front of Su Feng is the first time to see Master Li. Look at two eyes to know so much. This is obviously the body to carry a real skill. Su Feng smiled and didn't say anything. Now it was his turn to pinch his tongue. Master Li can't run inside the compound often enough, but at most, he can only alleviate 1 or 2. He can't cure it from the root at all. Masters listen to you. Is there a law? Chu Goen is certainly not worried about Master Li's health. Even if he is now gone, it has nothing to do with him. The point was that if the young man in front of him really had this ability, then he had to befriend him. No one is guaranteed to live their entire life without having a problem or something in their body. Please take a message and say I'll be back some other time. Don't you like to pinch your tongue? Su Feng still has to air out this Master Li, unless he doesn't want to live. Alright, I'll bring the word. Chu Goen wasn't stupid. It was obvious that Su Feng had just suffered a defeat up there, and now he wanted to get back at it. When Su Feng went out, Chu Guoguan didn't dare to go upstairs after a while to pass on the message, and hurriedly brought it up to take himself out, lest Master Li blames him again. People with real skills can hang out for a while. They really can't afford to mess with Master Li now. Chapter 159, The Waist Swaying Like No Bones at All. What? Did that kid give you any favors and make you come all the way up here to beg for a favor? Su Feng just went down and Chu Goen immediately came up. So Li Si thought he was coming up to plead for mercy. Li Si didn't take this Chu Goen seriously at all and immediately snorted coldly. He remembered that kid's attitude clearly just now, and it's no good for anyone to beg for mercy today, let alone him. Chu Goen. Master Li, you're mistaken. I don't even know that person, why would I plead for him? On his way out just now, he asked me to give you a message. Chu Goen words just finished. Li Si pupils violently widened as if a viper stared at him, going out and twisting his head left and right. Where was Su Feng's figure? Chu Goen knows that this Master Li used to be a Jianghu, but I did not expect that now at a certain age with a disease in his body. His movements are still so flexible. It seems that when you are young, you have a martial art in your body, and you still have 1 or 2 points left to this day. Chu Goen is now incredibly glad that he will always keep a low profile in front of Master Li. Can't afford to mess with it, just can't afford to mess with it. Hey, Li Si sighed regretfully. Just now he was practically cutting off his own lifespan. After going back, Li Si asked Chu Goen to repeat everything Su Feng had just said, carefully and word for word. Did you tell that kid what's wrong with me? Or are you two trying to join forces to swindle me? Li Si's eyes narrowed slightly, and every crease on his face looked like it carried ferocity. The thing that made people most afraid to look at him directly was his eyes, as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake. Chu Goen was so scared that his body trembled. He had heard of Master Li's glorious history. In the past, that was a master who cut people without blinking. Chu Goen realized his own wimpy appearance, awkwardly smiled. Look at Master Li, you say this. I lied to no one, would not dare to lie to you. I'm not related to that kid. Why am I talking about this more? Li Si also just casually asked, and did not feel that this kid dared to lie to himself. And it's such a cheap lie that it's easy to poke holes in. Could it be that that kid really has this kind of ability? Kokana. The kid himself said to come back in a few days? Li Si slowed down his tone. If he happened to be away when that kid came over, he would have to count on him to send him a message. Kagoen nodded. He did say that, and this is the second time he's come over. Li Si is quite relieved to hear that. In terms of second-hand furniture, Dongdan Trust Store says that it is second. And none of the other trust stores in 49 City dares to claim first. As long as that kid doesn't accomplish his goal, he'll definitely make another trip. Goin'. Ah. Master Li asked you for something. Ahem. Perhaps it was related to this problem in himself. Li Si was a little emotional, coughing. Master Li, you say. Stay at the store and don't run around for a few days. And if that kid comes over again and I don't happen to be there, you stabilize him first and then come find me right away. Don't worry. Master Li won't let you run errands for nothing. No need for Li Si to say that Chugoan knew that it was this matter, and immediately agreed to it. It doesn't cost anything to run an errand, and you get to do a favor. And one more thing, not a single piece of used furniture upstairs is to go out without my permission. People came here for this, so they had to get Li Si on board. I'll save that. Don't worry, Master Li. Chugoan greeted with respect on his lips, but in his heart, he may not know how to make up this Li Si. You're just being a pussy. Now you're being honest. The viewpoint is given to Su Feng, just now out of the Dongdan Trust Store, and did not rush to the hostel or the courtyard, but went straight to Lulikang East Street. Su Feng had inquired about all of them, and there was a store there called Yuya Tang, the only store that had been specially licensed by the state to sell ancient art and cultural relics that were more than 60 years old in Qianlong. With more than 50 years of business history, we deal with ancient ceramics, bronzes and jades of all ages, and Su Feng out of this trip purpose in addition to furniture. Is these cultural relics jade? When he arrived at the front of the store, Su Feng parked his bike. The store was quite a bit smaller than Su Feng thought, but when you walk in, the antique paintings and calligraphy displayed are quite like the elegant taste of an antique store. What do you want? This customer? The one who took the initiative to talk to Su Feng was a girl in her mid-20s wearing a bragi, or dress. The looks might be a shade worse than Yu Li's, but the body line had been modified by the dress and was not at all inferior. I'd like to see some jade. I think we have it in the store. Su Feng retracted his gaze after a quick glance. The purpose of his trip was not to feast his eyes. Su Feng didn't measure her, but Lin Xiuying measured Su Feng instead. Lin Xiuying swore that the Su Feng in front of her was the most bored man she had ever seen, and wondered if she was married. Yes, please follow me. Lin Xiuying turned around and led Su Feng to the place where he put the jade, which made Su Feng have to sigh. There are still stores with good service attitude in the city of 49. I don't know if this girl has practiced. Walking in a dress reminds Su Feng of the word step by step. That waist swayed like there were no bones. The two of them came to a display case. Under the glass were placed all kinds of jade artifacts, big and small. Su Feng didn't know much about the material of these jades, only knowing that green color was the most famous jadeite. Can you show me that little emerald pendant? Sweeping around, Su Feng felt that this jadeite pendant was the most translucent, and he thought that it must contain the most white light. Lin Xiuying went around to the front of the counter and used the key to open the safe, taking out the small jadeite pendant that Su Feng had pointed out. This is a small pendant of glutinous seed with floating green color. The price is about $100. Lin Xiuying kindly reminded. After all, this price was not something that anyone could accept. But Su Feng did not seem to be scared by the price of $100 as if he was not a big dog. Lin Xiuying put the emerald pendant on the glass. This thing cannot be overhand. If broken, easy to pull the skin. Su Feng took this emerald pendant to his hand and looked at it. But unfortunately, the only way to absorb the white smoke inside was to put it in the system space. I'll just have to buy it and take my time experimenting with it when I get back. Okay, wrap this up for me. That white jade is quite pretty. Can you introduce me to it? With a cabinet of jades, Su Feng fell in love with these two most beautiful ones. Lin Xiuying's heart slightly shocked. This man is really rich. Fancy either jadeite or sheep's white jade. This one is a fine quality sheepskin white jade pendant and could cost over 500. Upon hearing that it was so expensive, Su Feng mentally backed off. It's not so much that you can't afford it as it is that you're worried about buying this kind of stuff back and not using it. And shelling out big hundreds of dollars for 2 pieces of jade at once is just too much. Forget it then. Put that little emerald pendant from earlier on up for me. A whole $100 and 10 big ties for this little emerald pendant. Chapter 160. The best thing about being chubby is that you're the best. After exiting the Yutya Hall, the first thing Su Feng did was to hang up the jadeite and throw it inside the system space. As expected, the better the quality of the jade, the more white smoke emanated from it. Don't look at the small jadeite pendant. The white smoke emanating from it was even several times denser than the last jade pendant. And it looks like it's going to last even longer. So that's $100 well spent. Wait for the next one and pick up a wave. After the errand, it was almost time for dinner. I spent $100 today, although it's not exactly a hemorrhage. But it's better to save a little when you can. Simply do not go down to the restaurant. Back to the courtyard with the workers to deal with a mouthful. And in the meantime, check whether the 3 Grand Masters family has not deducted the food of the workers. Su Feng flew back on his bike. Not too early and not too late, just in time. Sister, you should have more than enough to cook, so give me a bowl as well. Today, by coincidence, third auntie and Yuli made a big pot of fried noodles. There wasn't a lot of meat froth, but there was enough cucumber noodles to make the meal not so bad. Every time I make it there is a surplus. I'm afraid the workers won't have enough to eat. Sis will give you a bowl. Yuli didn't feel that Su Feng was coming over for a surprise inspection. There was no need for that given their relationship. It's just that the third grandpa is embarrassed because he's also dabbling in fried noodles. Usually when he worked, he naturally ate at the factory at noon. And now that the three Amazons were busy cooking for the workers on their days off, he stopped by to rub a bowl as well. It was all within reason. And Su Feng wouldn't care about this bowl of noodles. Third auntie, sister, I see that you've all been a bit busy and thin these past 2 days. It's really troublesome these past few days. Of course, Su Feng said this politely. With the meals provided for the workers, the two cooks must have followed suit. What kind of life do you usually have in the third master's house? It's just plain water and no meat. On the contrary, what about now? You can eat meat at every meal, not to mention that you are full every time. Not to mention that the three Amazons were now quite white and fat, but Yuli's figure had obviously plumped up a few more points. I didn't see those few masters squatting next to them eating with their eyes looking at the busy Yuli all the time. Not too busy. Not too busy. Su Feng, you're too polite. Third auntie still has to thank you. The three Amazons had all calculated that when the renovation of the house was over, their own large family could earn $54 at Su Feng's place. It's not a small amount of money. It's almost New Year's Eve, and you can cut 2 extra pounds of meat with that money. Su Feng, aren't you talking nonsense with your eyes open? Where did sis lose weight? Yuli even puffed out her chest when she finished speaking to Su Feng with an incomparably natural tone, as if there was only pure friendship between the two of them. Yuli, this action drove the grain bag trembled, gathered around the side of the workers to eat another wave of eyeballs. Ha ha ha, daughter-in-law, you can eat less. Otherwise, when I tailor new clothes for you in a few days, I guess I'll have to spend another 2 feet of fabric. Yan Xiecheng was joking. Of course, and Yuli gave him a blank stare. Many workers envy and hate this kid in their hearts, and they don't know that being slightly fat is the best thing. And what a great value for the 2 feet of fabric spent. Many girls couldn't even beg for it. The workers quickly finished spitting out their fried noodles, simply eliminated their food and went straight to work. Although the schedule was tight, none of the workers complained of suffering. Nothing else, the paychecks are paid in place. Anyway, half a month's wages are fixed, and you get half a month's wages for 10 days' work. The workers naturally stepped up their efforts to take on another job before the new year. Earn more money for the family, daughter-in-law and mom to cut some good cloth, to buy some snacks for the children, and also to play a couple of small wine to relieve their own cravings. Ouch, cannot think. The more you think of this day, the more nourishing, the more hopeful. It's estimated that it will be finished by next Wednesday, and if you feel there's anything you're not satisfied with in the next 2 days, just tell me. Su Feng nodded his head to express his satisfaction with this speed. Before and after adding up to only 10 days of work, it seemed to be really on the ball. These days have worked hard for Master Lin. These 2 days, by the way, the workers' wages are also counted, as well as the procurement of various supplies and so on Wednesday and settled. The most important thing you want to hear is this sentence. Once you finish the work, you can see the money, and all the fatigue of your body can disappear. Thank you for the mouthful. This thank you is a must when faced with such an atmospheric patron. You're welcome. It's all about what you can do for a living, nothing to thank you for. By the way, there's one more thing. Is there any better way to keep warm? The city of 49 belongs to the north, and in winter the snow is so heavy that it is scary, and when it melts it is even colder. Don't get the hot shower facilities done and the house is so cold you can't wash at all, and when you do, you catch a cold. Shou Shirlin thought for a moment. Most of our common people use coal stoves, but the heat of this thing is limited. As for heating, we certainly don't have it in a courtyard house like ours. If you really want to warm up the whole house, you can get a fireplace. But this thing wastes coal or firewood, not to mention that the exhaust and smoke from burning it is not easy to deal with. Su Feng thought this fireplace was good. Burning more coal was nothing to him, as long as he lived comfortably in winter. As for the exhaust gas and smoke produced during combustion, Su Feng believed that the Handle Forest had a solution. Then I'll go around the next couple of days to see where there's a fireplace, and I'll leave the chimney problem to you. When you go to buy furniture in a couple of days, ask if the trust store has it, and if it doesn't, redeem it directly from the System Mall. The Putzlin nodded. Just adding a chimney wasn't much of a problem. Instead, the real thing to think about is how to maximize the effectiveness of the fireplace to warm the entire house. After explaining things, Su Feng suddenly felt as if he hadn't been busy lately, and the whole person seemed to have suddenly become idle. But there were quite a few things on his mind, such as when he would be able to go to Shangjiang to look for the sisters. when he would be able to really take down Yuli, and when he would be able to take out the baby from the basement away from home. None of these things are useful in a hurry, only slowly. There was nothing to do in the afternoon, so I simply went back to the hostel to lie down. As he was about to push his bicycle out of the hospital, Qin Huairu ran in from outside in a panic. Su Feng, I'm begging you for one thing, okay? Take me back to the Qin family village. The corners of her eyes were streaked with tears when she said this, and her demeanor was even more incomparably anxious. Get in the car. Qin Huairu's tone was all tinged with begging, and in all reason Su Feng would not refuse. Immediately, he rolled out his bicycle and took Qin Huairu with him and rushed towards Qinjia village. On the way back, Su Feng realized that since Qin Huairu had married into the city after this happened, Qin mother had been worried every day and every night. Eventually, his body could not take it anymore, and he heard from the messenger that he was about to die already. Chapter 161, Qin Huairu to be stomped. No wonder Qin Huairu was already crying into tears when she entered the courtyard just now. If this is really because of worrying about her things people left, probably Qin Huairu will have to feel guilty for the rest of his life. It was useless to say any comforting words at this time. Su Feng just lowered his head and sped up. Sit tight, Sister Qin, and I'll try to ride as fast as I can. Nothing else? Su Feng this time is really under the force. Froze the chain pedal smoke. The speed was raised violently, and the frightened Qin Huairu hurriedly wrapped her arms around Su Feng's waist. Even a passerby on the side of the road couldn't care less at this point, not to mention that no one knew him or her. But things happened to be so coincidental. Lu Guangtian, this kid has nothing to do on his day off, just happened to be outside the wave. Then I watched Su Feng riding his Phoenix bicycle from a long way away, and when I saw that he had a pretty little daughter-in-law behind him, I hurriedly found a corner to hide in. Although the speed is very fast, but Lu Guangtian see clearly. The back sitting is the pretty widow Qin Huairu. Although it was only a side face, Lu Guangtian made 10,000 guarantees that he didn't recognize it wrongly. The truth is that this pretty widow looks not only beautiful body and good. Lu Guangtian did not steal a few glances at her, and even at night in the quilt-pounding needlework material are Qin Huairu. And most importantly, this pretty widow was actually straddling Su Feng's waist in broad daylight. Su Feng, I'll let you die clearly this time. Lu Guangtian's eyes stared sinisterly at the distant backs of Su Feng and Qin Huairu, intending to completely make the two of them lose their names this time. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Feng was riding his bike too fast, he would have even wanted to chase after him to catch him in the act. At the same time, Lu Guangtian was so envious and jealous in his heart. Qin Huairu, that was her dream girl, and she was probably going to let that Su Feng kid stomp on her in a while. No wonder the bike pedaled so fast. I think he was in a hurry to do something good. Su Feng's attention was in front of him, so naturally, he didn't see Lu Guangtian, who was hiding next to him. Qin Huairu was preoccupied with worrying about Qin mother at home, and definitely wouldn't pay attention to such small details of the passers-by. Su Feng rode very fast, and because it was cold, the wind felt even a little raw on his face. Qin Huairu could feel it even as she sat in the back seat, and an infinite gratitude towards Su Feng immediately rose in her heart. But she couldn't say anything about letting Su Feng ride a little slower and not be in a hurry, because her mother at home was still waiting for her to return. The usual 2-hour bike ride was directly compressed by Su Feng to 1 hour and 10 minutes this time, saving almost half of the time in a frozen manner. When she arrived at the entrance of Qinjia village, Qin Huairu's tears were completely strained. She was afraid that she would get bad news at home. Hearing the pretty widow sitting in the backseat choking and sobbing, Su Feng gave a couple of words of relief. Sister Qin, you don't have to worry too much. Maybe the person who handed you the news exaggerated a bit. I remember the last time I came over to deliver money for you, Auntie was in pretty good shape and even said she wanted to keep me for dinner. Having been to Qin Huairu's house once, Su Feng still remembered the way and brought the person directly to the doorstep. Qin Huairu thought about what Su Feng said and it made sense. If she went back crying, maybe her mother would worry again. Hurriedly, he got his emotions in order and was almost at the doorstep of the house after his tears were dried. Qin Huairu's greatest fear is that white streamers have already been hung in front of the house. But fortunately, the eyes are familiar with the appearance. Get in there, Sister Qin. Su Feng supported his bike and followed Qin Huairu into the inner room. Qin Jingru's family was also there, not expecting Su Feng to show up here. But right now was not the time to ask about this. Girl, you're finally back. Tell your mom to tell her not to worry. You're all right in town. The one who spoke was Qin Huairu's second aunt, also known as Qin Jingru's mom. Looking at her mother, who was lying on the bed with a pale face, Qin Huairu flung herself down and knelt directly to the bedside. Mom, my daughter is back. My daughter is all well in the city and the people in the yard are taking good care of me. Mom, you be good too. Qin Huairu grasped her mother's dry hand, while saying that tears could not be controlled. Although not to the point that people cannot bear to say, But look at the state of lying in bed Chin mother. Anyone who comes to feel that time is running out. Hey, good daughter is back. Ahem. Chin's mother was still conscious, but when she spoke, she clearly felt that her bottom was lacking. Mom, don't say anything. You must be good. A depressing atmosphere enveloped the entire room, and although Chin's father on the side didn't say anything, the old tears in his eyes couldn't hang on anymore. His heart aches for his wife and son, and even more so for his well-behaved daughter. Not one of you cry what auntie, nothing at all. Just a little weak body only. Su Feng's loud and clear words directly dispersed all the gloom in the room. Just thought Chin mother got what big disease it. Feelings is because of malnutrition, coupled with the cumulative labor body cannot top collapse. This is not a disease, as long as you slowly adjust the natural And Su Feng's words brought hope to everyone in the room, especially Chin Huairu, whose eyes full of anticipation stared at Su Feng dead in the face. This time there is no such thing as the face-punching famous scenes of urban novels. What with saying that Su Feng would only boast about something. We are all simple people and naturally wish all people well. Sister Chin, get up first. I'll take auntie's pulse. Chinese medicine emphasized on looking and sniffing, and to make sure that he hadn't made a mistake, Su Feng planned to take a pulse. No one would talk too much at this time to ask Su Feng if he still had this skill. Chin Huairu hurriedly climbed up to make room for Su Feng. After taking the pulse, Su Feng is more certain that the aunt will not have any major problems, just a little weak. Of course, this was from Su Feng's perspective. For the Chin family, such a physical ailment is enough to crush a family. The family didn't have a penny, so how could they afford to hire someone to treat them? If you have a minor illness, you can only slowly drag your feet to heal yourself, and if you have a major illness, you can only listen to God and see if God accepts you. Take this and make a bowl of medicinal soup for your aunt. I guess you'll see the effect in a while. I'm just afraid I'll get into an accident or something during the week, and this thing is in my pocket every day. Su Feng pulled out a 100-year-old ginseng leg from his arms. There was really nothing else on his body, so this thing worked fast. And this was still Chin Huairu's mother, so maybe she could pop the reward again. A roomful of people naturally recognized what Su Feng was holding, and their hearts rose with infinite gratitude. Chin Huairu froze for a moment, and before anyone could react, the girl directly knelt down towards Su Feng. This gave Su Feng a fright, and he hurriedly dodged away. It would have been fine if we had played a game of marriage on the bed, but Su Feng couldn't afford to pay such a solemn obeisance. Chapter 162, Chin mother wants to entrust Chin Huairu to Su Feng. Hurry up and help Sister Chin up. Sister, you're a year or two older than me. You're not breaking my life. Su Feng didn't mean to complain either, and this was Chin Huairu's most sincere gratitude. Chin Jingru hurriedly helped her cousin up, and no one in the house said anything. This kneeling should be. Sister Chin, you hurry to take to simmer the soup medicine. Early and body conditioning. You also early rest assured is not. Chin Huairu took the ginseng foot and nodded heavily. The great kindness does not say thank you. Remembered in the heart to repay properly in the future on the line. In a moment's time, the soup was ready. After letting it cool, Chin Huairu fed it into Chin mother's mouth one bite at a time. Should not say that it is still 100 years of ginseng The effect is really fast. Basically, it was a back and forth effort. Lying on the bed of Chin mother's pale face has long faded, replaced by a slightly rosy face. Good woman. Quickly thank him for this old woman. I didn't even thank him properly the last time I helped send money back. Listen to the tone of voice before and after this. Clearly two states. Chin mother, who was lying on the bed, also slowly sat up against herself, apparently almost as good as her body. Chin Huairu placed the soup bowl on the small cabinet next to the bed, and without saying a word, she wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Su Feng again. Hurry to pull Sister Chin to stop. You say our two villages live so close. More or less all have relatives. To be fair, it's all part of our job. Isn't it, uncle? It was a beautifully true statement that brought applause from the room. That's fine, Sister Chin. Since I'm back, I'll go home and have a look around as well. I guess I'll be back in town later. My hands are freezing from riding my bike in the morning cold. Do you think you should go back with me later, Sister Chin, or take the shuttle tomorrow morning? If there were two sisters at home, Su Feng would definitely not have brought them back to the city tonight. Hey, Chin Huairu thought about it and said that he would trouble Su Feng to come over in a while and bring her along on the way. Since my mother is fine, it's better to go to the city early. I have to work tomorrow, so I can save another money on the shuttle bus. Then auntie, I'll go back first. I'll come back to see you later. A large group of people thanked Su Feng profusely and sent him out the door, then watched as Su Feng rode his bicycle in the direction of the Su clan village. Ha, brother, this person isn't that Su Feng from Su Jia village, right? The one who spoke was Chin Fuguwei, the very father of Chin Jingru. Su Feng's reputation in the two villages could be described as a thunderclap, and it was really hard to find someone who didn't recognize Su Feng. Because of this, Shin Fugue, he couldn't believe that the person just now was Su Feng. That act just now. Where is the rumor that an asshole should be? Dad, you know that's all old news? People Su Feng since he bought the bike. Not only are people not assholes anymore, not to mention, they have an establishment job in the city. Shin Jingru's eyes hadn't left Su Feng for a moment just now. Not only was this man good looking and handsome, but he also had skills. The only downside is being married. But the downside of this, the sisters had been received by men in four-wheeled vehicles in Xianjiang some time ago, and the word had spread in both villages. No wonder those sisters are so pretty. They are the daughters of capitalists. What is that place in Hong Kong? It's a place where once you're gone, and no one thinks you can get people back. Wouldn't that mean that Su Feng was now similar to a bachelor? As soon as she thought of this, countless little thoughts rose in Qin Jingru's head. Tall, handsome, strong, capable, rich, has a bike, has a regular job in the city. This is simply more than a perfect lover, even if already married. Qin Jingru does not feel anything. My goodness, people are really different. This is life. By the way, a while ago Sujia village. You heard of the incident. His two daughters-in-law are the capitalist's daughter. I heard that they were lost. Some time ago, he even found our side and drove a four-wheeled vehicle to bring people to the Xianjiang side. What kind of place is that? I guess if you go there, you won't be able to come back. Qin Fugue also just sighed a couple of sentences. A big family did not explore too much on this topic. It's not right to talk about this, and that just after they've left when they've done such a great favor. Qin Huairu heard the second aunt's words, eyes moved slightly. No wonder Su Feng died some time ago. He should be very difficult in his heart. Qin Jingru's parents didn't linger when they saw that Qin's mother didn't have anything else to do. Qin Jingru was in no hurry to go back. She still had words she wanted to talk to one cousin. Returning home to take a look, Qin mother had already dressed herself and climbed out of bed. Obviously already much better. Mom, you hurry back to bed to lie a little longer. In the future you cannot worry. Daughter, in the city everything is fine. Seeing her mother walking around the room, Qin Huairu's hanging heart was completely put back, and her heart's gratitude towards Su Feng rose to another level. Old man Curie, you two go out first. I'll have a word with Ru. The first thing he had to say was that he didn't know what he had to say, and he had to avoid his father and his cousin. But Qin's parents had already said so Qin's father and Qin Jingru retreated to close the door behind them. Good girl, come sit next to mommy. Qin mother looked at Qin Huairu with a kind face, and after pulling her daughter's hand and feeling the calluses on her palm, her heart ached. It's okay, Mom. Your daughter has a regular job now. What's a few calluses on her hands? Her mother's rough hands had been stroking her calluses, and Qin Huairu immediately relieved her twice. Good daughter, Mom isn't talking about this. You've heard about Su Feng. Qin Huairu nodded, a little confused as to why her mother was bringing this up. This is a good man, and since his daughter-in-law is no longer coming back, you, my daughter, should consider yourself. The mother didn't put words in her mouth, knowing that doing so would cause people to poke her in the back, but the day is her own, and Qin's mother wants her daughter to live happily ever after, and Qin Feng is undoubtedly a man worth relying on. If it was usual, the odds were that Qin mother wouldn't have said such a thing, but this time, from death to life, Qin's mother thought a lot. What are you talking about, Mom? He has his own daughter-in-law. Even if she thought about it, she didn't expect her mother to give her this, which in turn reminded Qin Huairu of the night of her wedding night. But Qin Huairu never thought about it in this way. Su Feng is so capable. Maybe he can go to Xianjiang and bring your sisters back later. If she really became with Su Feng, then how should she live with herself at that time? Qin mother also just point a sentence. This kind of thing on the one hand make efforts useless, but also depends on whether there is fate. Good daughter, just take Mom's words to heart. Can't you see that Jingru girl's eyes never left Su Feng? Happiness is earned. Mom just wants you to have something to fall back on so you don't have to live so tired in the future. Qin Huairu nodded, and then pressed the words spoken in her mother's heart deeply into her heart. Chapter 163. Consuming supplies for the bound object Qin Huairu. Triggering a bonus of a storm. Rewarding 3 random skills to choose one. Su Feng, who was riding his bicycle towards Sujia village, finally waited for the long-lost system beep. Only why is it so different this time? What does rewarding random skills with 3 choices mean? Oi oi oi. Ride without distraction. Distraction without cycling. When he was interrupted by the system beep, Su Feng almost fell headfirst into the river, turning left and right to adjust the direction. This cold day, if you fall into the river, it will be a disaster. I was lucky to get back in time to not fall into the river, but I did fall. Knowledge of a foreign language of your choice. Shared vision of bound animals. Requires mental energy to be used with caution for extended periods of time. Carpenter's craft. After falling down and having dirt stuck all over his body, Su Feng couldn't care less about the mess on his body, and his attention was fully focused on these 3 rewards. You can only choose one out of 3. Su Feng passed on that carpenter craft first in the first place. It was true that craftsmen were in demand, but Su Feng didn't need this to make a living. As for this foreign language, Su Feng remembered the tile jar he had picked up in the forest some time ago. Inside wasn't exactly a Japanese notebook that could very well be involved with a large treasure trove. If he chose this skill, Su Feng might get rich overnight. But by sharing the skill-bound animal vision, wouldn't it be possible to see the sisters from Black Earth's point of view? One is the uncertainty of great wealth and the other is the uncertainty of whether there is a distance limit. Su Feng decisively chose to share the bound animal vision, and no amount of money was more important than the sisters. Even if there is a distance limitation, maybe the skill can be enhanced again in the future. Option 2. Su Feng murmured in his heart, and then there were 2 more animal silhouettes in his mind, but they were the white clouds and the black soil. The silhouettes of the white clouds shimmered with light, while those of the black earth were slightly duller. Shared white cloud vision. Su Feng closed his eyes after silently reciting a sentence, and after opening them again, his eyes were pitch black and he couldn't see anything. It wasn't that Bai Yun's eyes were poked out, but the guy was sleeping in broad daylight. Su Feng could even feel Bai Yun's emotions as the guy slept comfortably in the hostel. Cutting off the shared vision, Su Feng did not notice any discomfort in his mind, probably because the time shared was too short. The next one was Black Earth's, and Su Feng's heart beat indisputably fast. Shared Black Earth vision. After closing his eyes and meditating, the image in his eyes when he opened them was still at the river. Oops, the worst fears have come true. This thing has a distance limit. Gathering himself together, Su Feng then had the time to climb up and give the sticky dirt on his body a pat. Su Feng believed that there would always be a day to meet in the future. Returning to the Su clan village, Su Feng stood in front of the courtyard for several minutes. In the past, as soon as he rode his bike to the front door of the house, the sisters would immediately welcome him out at the sound of the bell. It's better to come back less often in the future for nothing, so as not to see things. Noticing that someone was looking at him, Su Feng twisted his head to see that it was Su Zhuang. This kid can't do anything but sit in a chair and wait to die since he's wasted. The only thing to do was to sit at the door and sunbathe. Of course the main purpose was not to sunbathe, but just to see Wang Xiuli one more time. Su Feng knew better than anyone how much this kid missed the widow Wang. The distance between the two was not far, and Su Feng could clearly see the gloating smile on Su Shua's face. This kid was wasted. There was no more unacceptable consequence than this, which was why he recklessly mocked Su Feng, whom he couldn't afford to mess with. Su Feng laughed. Only a waste of space would have his defenses broken by such a gloating smile. It's still not certain who will break defense in a moment. Ignoring him, Su Feng directly walked into Widow Wang's house. Do Ding was so happy to see Su Feng that he directly pounced on him and called out to his father. How do you get so dirty on you when you're such an adult? Wang Xiuli, on the other hand, noticed the dirt sticking to Su Feng's clothes and took a towel to help Su Feng wipe it off. The natural demeanor was like a wife complaining about her own unkempt man. Wang Xiuli kept her mouth shut about the sisters, lest she make Su Feng sad. That, plus the fact that Dudin called out for his dad, made it look like a big family to anyone who looked at it. And this scene was staged right in front of Wang Xiuli's house. Su Shua sat in that position just to be able to see it clearly. Of course, that wasn't what made Su Zhuang's defense the most broken. Do Ding, when your uncle Su came back he made a trip to the village chief's house, and Tai Dan told me why don't you go and play with him? Tai Danner is naturally Shou Shan's son. And this sentence is of course Su Feng's bull asterisk. Just a small means of temporarily sidetracking Do Ding. Really mom, then I'm going out to play. Do Ding's front foot happily bounced out the door to go find Tai Dan to play. And the back foot Wang Xiuli was in Su Feng's arms, and still in front of Li Zhuang. This can be Wang Xiuli shocked. The two of them have never made out in public. Wang Xiuli's pretty face immediately stained a layer of redness. Wang Xiuli hurriedly turned her head to see if there was anyone outside, and naturally met Su Zhuang's eyes. Feng, go back to the house. Will you? It's fine. What can a punk like him turn up? Su Feng smoothly closed the door and directly pressed Wang Xiuli to the door to nibble. Let's put it this way. Su Zhuang's current hatred was enough to turn 10 evil sword immortals into invincible existences. His hands were clenched in death and his teeth were bleeding from biting. But these were just the raging anger of the incompetent. Slowly Wang Xiuli also realized that it was probably that trash outside the door who had just taunted Su Feng. This man's character of having revenge on the spot. Wang Xiuli understood it better than anyone else. Wang Xiuli also understands the bitterness in this man's heart. Let him fool around this time. The Qin family. Sis, does that Su Feng really have an official job in the city? How much does he get paid a month, do you know? Seeing Qin Huairu come out of the house, Qin Jingru didn't care what the mother and daughter whispered in the house. Her mind was on Su Feng. You dead girl. It's not like you don't know that he has a daughter-in-law. Why are you asking? Qin Huairu did not have the good sense to point a finger at this stupid sister. Really not a little deep. What words in the heart are directly to the outside? Everyone knows that his daughter-in-law can't come back, but life goes on. I don't want to miss out on such a good man. Although Qin Jingru was stupid, there were things she could see through more than Qin Huairu. What's wrong with being told off? She doesn't want to spend the rest of her life digging in the ground. With such a good-looking body, she had to find a good man like Su Feng, then go to him and see if they'll look at you. As she said this, Qin Huairu's eyes rested on her cousin's grain bag. Men should all like this one. But with Su Feng's current job, could he look up to his cousin? A rural girl? Chapter 164, Su Feng, you dare to say Qin Huairu didn't hug your waist? Qin Jingru was challenged by her cousin, and immediately puffed out her chest proudly. Sister, with my pair of grain sacks and my looks, what kind of man can't take them? Not only are the sisters' facial features 7 times similar, but their body lines are 9 times more similar in terms of concavity and convexity. That's why Qin Jingru has this confidence and pride. Big girls don't know how to be shy. In a moment Su Feng is going to come over. You have the ability to say such things in front of him. Of course Qin Huairu understood her cousin. The two were close so she could just say whatever she had to say. If Su Feng were here, it would be strange for Qin Jingru to be so spirited. I dare you. Qin Jingru was still talking tough, but her bottom line was obviously not as strong as it was just now. The sun was setting and it was about 4 or 5 p.m. While it's still a bit warm, it won't be too cold to ride your bike to town at this time of year. Let's go, Sister Wang. If anything happens at home promptly tell me. After the explanation, Su Feng rode his bicycle towards the Qin family village. When he went out, he didn't even take a look at Su Zhuang. He was just a lost dog. On the way over, Su Feng exchanged 2 pounds of brown sugar from the system mall. It also had to be Qin Huairu, the bound object. The triggered blitz rewards were simply amazing. That skill of mastering a foreign language Su Feng was equally coveted, and it seemed that he had to make good use of this tool. Man, Auntie, I came to see you. When he arrived at Qin Huairu's door, Su Feng shouted to support his bicycle, and everyone in the house welcomed him out. This was a serious lifesaver, and it couldn't be taken too seriously. Auntie, this is a small token of my appreciation. You mustn't be polite. Su Feng handed the brown sugar in his hand to Qin Mother, and the eyes of the whole family were drawn to the brown sugar. How can you make Auntie feel good about taking it? Hurry up and put it away. Even if you don't mention the kindness of saving Su Feng's life just now, and Su Feng is not a relative, how can Qin Mother be ashamed to accept these 2 pounds of brown sugar? This stuff is not seen at all in the countryside, and can literally be used as money, or even more valuable than money in some cases. Auntie, the most important thing for you now is to get well. This token of my appreciation is nothing. Sister Qin, hurry up and take it, and give Auntie a good tonic. Su Feng didn't give Qin Huairu a chance to refuse, and directly shoved it into her hand. For Qin Huairu this tool people exploded rewards. This 2 pounds of brown sugar counts for what and in a moment also have to double the reward to return. A large group of people looked at Su Feng with complicated gazes. This was simply like a living Buddha. Qin Huairu even wondered if Su Feng, who was so nice to himself, already knew what happened that night on his wedding night. Qin Jingru, who was on the side, was completely sizing up Su Feng with the gaze of a dream lover. Rich and generous. Definitely a man who loves his daughter-in-law. Daughter, quickly go and cook Su Feng a bowl of brown sugar egg tea. You guys can eat it before you go into the city. Normally at home, Qin Mother herself doesn't even bother to eat eggs. Su Feng had the presence of mind to refuse, but Qin Huairu had already turned around and entered the house carrying brown sugar. When the brown sugar egg tea was about to be cooked, Su Feng gave Qin Huairu a wink. Sister Qin, let's both go first. This bowl of brown sugar egg tea will be reserved for Auntie. In the city we can eat everything. The most important thing now is to give Auntie a good body tonic. Qin Huairu had the intention to refuse, but her heart ached for her mother. Forget it, I'll repay this man later when I have the chance. Qin Huairu gently nodded, and the two of them quietly slipped out. Uncle and Auntie, I've brought Sister Qin into the city. Su Feng yanked at the door and sped off on his bike. After Qin's father and mother heard the sound and chased out, they couldn't even see their backs. Old man, this is a great benefactor for our family. We must repay it properly in the future. Qin Mother has already made up her mind. Her daughter has grown so beautiful, she can make a good match between the two. Looking at the back of the two men leaving, this can put Qin Jingru regret. Just now, there were clearly so many opportunities, but she froze and didn't dare to strike up a conversation with Su Feng. No, we have to go to the city too. Sister Qin, I'll ride a little faster. Delayed for a while more, I guess it's dark. Su Feng was still thinking about going back to the city early in the afternoon and wandering around to see where they sold fireplaces. It was all because of that Su Zhuang. forcing Su Feng to toss and turn at Wang Xiuli's house for 2 to 3 hours, coupled with the fact that there was another delay just now. If it was a little later, it would have been dark by the time we arrived at 49 City. Qin Huaru answered as she sat in the back seat, but this time instead of wrapping her arms around Su Feng's waist, she tightly gripped the car seat. That was a special case in the afternoon. No time to worry about this and that. Su Feng didn't feel strange about Qin Huaru not wrapping his arms around him. If this pretty widow was really that easy to be rifled down, Brother Zhu Zi would have gotten his hands on her long ago. An hour and a half later, the two appeared in front of the quadrangle. Sister Qin, you go and I won't go back. It's almost dark. I'll go back to the hostel side to rest. There's nothing to worry about in the yard, so I'd better go home early and rest. It's been a busy day. Su Feng. Qin Huairu had wanted to say a few words of thanks when a bunch of people suddenly rushed out of the courtyard. Su Feng, I'm afraid you won't be able to go back so easily tonight. The one who spoke was Lu Guangtian, and following him out were the second oldest, Lu Haizhong, the first oldest, Yi Zhonghai, Jia Zhang, and Sili Zhu. After Lu Guangtian returned to the hospital in the afternoon, the first time he told everyone in the hospital what he saw in the afternoon, and also made a promise that these two would definitely come back together in the evening. So Lu Guangtian was staring at the courtyard door, and immediately rushed out after hearing the commotion and shouting towards the courtyard. Qin Huairu, I'll beat you to death, you shameless. My son just died and you went to hook up with a man in the courtyard. Jia Zhang, of course, did not dare to play the fool with Su Feng, and could only spread the anger in her heart on Qin Huairu's body. Old woman, you came up here to frame someone without asking clearly. This is your family's daughter-in-law. Is it not your Jia family's that is disgraced by making such an ugly scene? Su Feng slightly lowered his eyes, his face collapsing to simply be as fierce as possible. Seeing that Su Feng did not show any sign of weakness, but instead dared to show his face, Jia Zhang's belly of fire was instantly doused. This young man is different from the others. No matter how old or young or weak you are, he will fight anyone who comes. Jia Zhang's thought about it. Anyway, this matter has already been stabbed through the sky. People in the courtyard all know. Why should she be the head of this? Lu Guangtian saw that Su Feng had suppressed Jia Zhang in a sentence or two, and immediately released another piece of heavy news. Su Feng, you dare to say that you didn't take Qin Huairu out in the afternoon? You dare to say that Qin Huairu didn't put her arm around your waist? Chapter 165, Where's the courage to hook up with a widow? As soon as Lu Guangtian said this, the eyes of the people in the courtyard immediately changed when they looked at Su Feng. A pretty widow, a married woman, let people see hugging together. Then this adultery is not the nail in the coffin. Even Silly Pillar's eyes were no longer so friendly when he looked at Su Feng, and he was still giving him tips every day even though he had clearly gotten it himself. Silly Columns were wondering if Su Feng was deliberately playing with him, teasing him. If that's true, it's a complete vendetta. Su Feng, what else do you have to say? Lu Guangtian was very satisfied with the reaction of his neighbors after he threw out this heavy news. Su Feng glanced at this jumped-up clown and ignored him. First master, this matter, whether true or false, why don't we go back to the courtyard to talk about it? We can't let the people in the other courtyards look at us as a joke. In this day and age, it's terrible for a woman to be rumored. Some things in their own homes know clearly on the line, just afraid of accidentally let the other homes heard, even if it is not true, also give you a real rumor. This was also for Qin Huairu's consideration. There were times when rumors could really drive people to their death. This woman has already suffered all sorts of misfortunes and is really afraid that if she does it again, she might not even have the courage to survive. You know how to have a face. Where's the courage you had when you were hooking up with widows? Lu Guangtian seized this opportunity, simply wanting to step on Su Feng ruthlessly to the bottom of his feet, ruthlessly stomped to death without giving any room to turn over. Pop! This kid was practically pointing at Su Feng's nose and cursing, standing naturally close to Su Feng. The courtyard did not expect Su Feng to dare to hit someone at this time, and he directly smacked Lu Guangtian to the ground. With this, Su Feng still closed his hand. The system-modified flesh did not dare to say that he would shatter his skull, but it was not a problem to whip him into a mild concussion. Lu Guangtian's eyes were starry-eyed from this slap, and blood was seeping directly from the corner of his mouth. It felt like there was a foreign object in my mouth, and I spat and popped out 2 big yellow teeth straight away. If you dare to talk like a in front of me again, I'll kill you. Su Feng's eyes stared fiercely at Lu Guangtian, who was lying on the ground, and there was an air of Lu Guangtian daring to talk cheaply again to take his life. The second oldest master Lu Haizhong saw his son was beaten so badly, frozen, did not dare to say a word. What kind of counterintuitive force is it to whip a grown man straight up with a slap? Listen to Su Feng. No matter if this is true or false, our own courtyard people know on the line, so as not to let other courtyard people hear to laugh. A Moncler Jackets for Men, seeing Su Feng so righteous look, has guessed that there is probably a misunderstanding. coupled with Lu Guangtian's previous experience some time ago, you can't just trust his side of the story. Since everyone knows about today's incident, why don't we just call a general meeting of the whole hospital? Lu Guangtian was helped into the courtyard by his brother, and his eyes froze, still unconvinced. A little while later the people arrived, and it was a big melon. In these days of lack of entertainment, the neighborhood could wait for this one. Guangtian, are you sure you saw Qin Huairu sitting on the back of Su Feng's bicycle this afternoon, and with her arms around his waist? The people in the courtyard basically already know about this matter. A Moncler outlet online repeating it is no big deal. Only Yuli's eyes were slightly complicated when she looked at Su Feng. She knew the man's virtues better than anyone else. Yuli thought that this man simply liked her. That's why he was nice to her. The sentiment was that the pretty ones liked it all, and she simply wasn't that exception. This pretty widow's face value and body, which are not inferior to their own, hooked up is also sooner or later. I just didn't expect to let Lu Guangtian catch him on the spot. I swear I'm telling the truth. If there's a single false word my whole family will die. Lu Guangtian directly made a poisonous oath, fearing that the people in the courtyard would be compelled by Su Feng's 2 or 3 words. The second master took a look at his unlucky son in bad luck, and swore to bring a big family on what to do. Su Feng, then can you explain what the misunderstanding is? A Moncler outlet store know that Su Feng is a capable one. It is impossible to catch Lu Guangtian in the act so easily. If there really was something between the two, then it would definitely be a secret private affair, and there was no way they would be cuddling in public. Why should I have to explain myself to the street rat that everyone calls out? If that's true, then can he slander me as much as he wants in the future, and I'll do nothing to explain it to the big guys every day? In the future, I will inevitably interact with the tool people. It is difficult to let people bump into once have to explain once. It's just the right time to take this opportunity to completely press Lu Guangtian to death, and on the way, set up another incarnation of justice for himself. You're being sophomoric. If you're capable you'll take the same poisonous oath as me in front of the big guys. Lu Guangtian's eyes stared deathly at Su Feng. That slap just now had completely shattered the last of his face. If he can't get it back today, then he's pretty much wasted for the rest of his life. You say I'm having an affair with Qin Huairu. Then show me proof. One should never fall into the trap of self-incrimination if one is slandered. Is it hard for you to say that if I ate 2 bowls of flour, I have to cut open my stomach to show you? Show me the evidence. Show me convincing evidence. Su Feng's sentence made Lu Guangtian speechless. He can get out of the bull ***** evidence. It is difficult not to gouge out the eyes. The argument here. Lu Guangtian suddenly panicked a little bit. Even if he saw the 2 people hugging each other with his own eyes, he actually took Su Feng no way at all. Master 1. I think it's this mad dog that's biting people. Why don't we call over the people from our factory's security office and let this kid spend the new year in jail? The one who spoke was no one else but Lu Weibing, who had a grudge against Lu Guangtian. Just now, Su Feng slapped Lu Guangtian to the ground, but it gave him a good time. Isn't now the best chance to fall on his sword and bring this kid to heel once and for all? As soon as Li Weibing's words fell, Li Xingqiang immediately pulled his son. This matter has nothing to do with their family. There is no need to get involved. And Li Weibing's words completely woke up Lu Guangtian. Yeah, get the guys from the plant's defense section over here. I don't believe I'm the only one who saw 2 people sitting on a bike cuddling this afternoon. As soon as Lu Guangtian said this, Li Xingqiang knew that his son was broken. If he really thought that he had offended Su Feng with those words just now, it would truly be an unmitigated disaster. First master, then why don't we just listen to Lu Guangtian and call over the factory's defense section people? I just don't know how long I can be locked up inside for the charge of falsely accusing a regular factory worker. Su Feng had just kept his mouth shut and hadn't denied whether or not Qin Huairu was hugging him. Coupled with Lu Guangtian's poisonous oath, it had to make the people in the courtyard suspect that there really was such a thing. I thought Su Feng would be weak when he heard that he had called the defense department, but I didn't expect him to be directly tough. A Moncler outlet store for his own good and for the good of the whole institution. Of course, he could not rashly call the defense office over. It would be a disgrace to his face if a scandal were to spread. Wei Bing, brother, please go to the factory and tell them, since this crazy dog doesn't want to stay home for New Year's Eve, we'll send him to the prison. If you want to make a big deal out of it, let's do it. Better to proclaim what you did this afternoon and just mold yourself into a moral gold body. Chapter 166, Shaping the Golden Body of Morality. Brother Su, I was waiting for you to say that. Li Weibing climbed up the pole and shouted Brother Su, and took Su Feng's bicycle key and was about to go and call the people from the security office. A Moncler outlet online hurry to stop this kid. Now the situation is almost clear. There is no need to call the defense office over. Su Feng, a Moncler outlet store from beginning to end believe that you were misunderstood. Of course, could be mistaken. So why don't we explain what happened this afternoon? If it's true that Light Sky was wrong, I'll make him apologize to you. If there is no bottom in the heart, definitely not so just. It seems that this unlucky Lu Guangtian has to plant a heel again. Lu Guangnian wanted to argue something else, but was directly kicked hard by Lu Haizhong. Now anyone can see that Su Feng is wrongly accused. If still jumping feet may be how to make a fool of himself, the second master was not worried about his waste of a son making a fool of himself. The key was to be afraid of implicating himself. Alright then, I'll give the big guy a good talking to about this afternoon now. Unfortunately, if you let the whole factory know that you do the touching deeds, in the future, even if people really bumped into what he did something bad, he can also rely on this aura of big things to trivialize the small things. But now that enough momentum has been created, there is no small use in molding a moral golden body in the courtyard first. In the afternoon, Sister Qin got a letter from home, saying that the old mother at home, because of worrying about her labor-intensive disease, the body collapsed. Not to mention that people only have a breath left in the hanging. It just so happened that I was going out to run an errand at that time, and I bumped into Sister Qin head-on. Qin cried and begged me to take her back on my bicycle, something I'm afraid no one would refuse. Along the way Qin was anxiously worried about her old mother at home, so I rode as fast as I could. Qin guessed that she was afraid of falling off the bike and delaying things further, so she put her arm around my waist. If anyone doesn't believe it, go to the Qin village and ask. No one would joke about their mother's life and health. Lu Guangtian felt like the sky had collapsed after hearing Su Feng's retelling. No wonder people's hearts are not weak at all. Dare this is to go to do good people good things. I can only say that Lu Guangtian was unlucky. Only to see two people sitting on a bicycle hugging each other. That disciple daughter-in-law out of such a big thing, why not tell me? Home mother okay? As Jia Dongshu's master, a Moncler outlet online, this concern for care is appropriate, and at the same time, it is also asking for confirmation from Qin Huairu. Thank you for your concern, Moncler outlet. Su Feng took a ginseng leg for my mom to boil the soup and medicine, and she's much better after drinking it. I even took 2 pounds of brown sugar on the way out, so I don't know how to repay him well. When Qin Huairu said this, everyone in the courtyard looked at Su Feng in surprise. This is not even a human being. This is like a living Buddha in the world. Then compare that to Lu Guangtian, a man who is simply bad to the bone. Lu Guangtian, listen to yourself. The last time you broke your head, who was the one who paid you $10 on the spot for medical expenses? This is how you repay your savior. Silly Column knew that he misunderstood his good brother, and hurried to be righteous for a few moments. After the pillar reminded the yard of this file. Yeah, the last time this kid's head was broken by his dad, it was Su Feng who gave him $10 for his medical bills. At that time people Su Feng but just moved into this yard, the two non-relative people to pay $10. Is that how this kid repays his savior? If he was Lu Guangtian, even if he saw his savior pulling and tugging with the widow, he would probably pretend that he didn't see anything. What's more, people have a reason for this. This is no longer a white wolf. This is a white wolf's father. The people in the courtyard all looked at Lu Guangtian with strange eyes, piggybacking on Lu Haizhong. As the saying goes, if you don't raise a child, you don't teach him. So I guess this whole family isn't a good person. How can you be a second in command with that? Lu Haizhong took a look at the wind direction is not right. The people in the courtyard is obviously have a view on him. Guangfu, keep an eye on him for me, and then we'll deal with this sinful animal ruthlessly later. Su Feng, this matter is indeed something that Lightning Sky did wrong. That ginseng leg and the money for the 2 pounds of brown sugar the second master paid for you, don't you ever mind in your heart. In front of so many people in the yard face, Lu Haizhong also dare not pull out a 10-20 yuan perfunctory people. This doesn't redeem the reputation, but rather adds to the backstabbing. So he could only endure the flesh pain and took 5 sheets of duanjie out and shoved them into Su Feng's hands after a few excuses. But the $50 had an effect, and the neighbors in the courtyard didn't look at him the way they had earlier. A Moncler outlet online see this as a good opportunity to make a name for themselves, and hurriedly also pulled out 5 big solidarity out. A Moncler outlet store. Long ago I knew that you were misunderstood. Qin Huairu, how to say, is also my disciple daughter-in-law. How can this money let you pay? You can't refuse a grandpa. Hurry up and take it. Yi Zhonghai was a real chicken thief, and he didn't lose out on the $50 he spent all the same. I have to say, the first and second grandparents in the yard are really rich. As for the third grandmaster, it's fine not to mention that Yen Lago. Anyway, sit tight and don't say a word about smothering. Just like this, Su Feng inexplicably had an extra $100 in his hand, and he had made a reputation that was too good to be true. It's not even a 1-2 punch anymore. It's a multi-2 punch. Everyone in the courtyard looked at Su Feng with envious eyes, but this was what people deserved. Alright then, that's the end of today's business. Everyone go back to rest early as well. After the first grandpa finished speaking, Su Feng followed and interjected. Master 1. I'd like to say something else. Yi Zhenghai immediately nodded, and none of the neighbors showed impatience. What is he now? Su Feng is a living Buddha incarnate. Who dares to be impatient with him? This matter is over from now on, and anyone who brings it up again in the future, don't blame me for being rude. No matter what, it was a fact that Qin Huairu had her arm around his waist. Don't let it be a while before someone singles this out. The people in the courtyard naturally agreed one by one. And now Su Feng has a moment of immense popularity, so who dares to refute him? A big scene ends there, and each goes home to say a few words behind closed doors, which is nobody's business. Anyway, he had already been delayed for a while, so Su Feng wasn't in a hurry to go back to the hostel side, and it was expected that someone would be looking for him after a while as well. And it wasn't just one person. He could see clearly the reactions of everyone in the courtyard just now. Chapter 167, This injustice will not let her go tonight. The view is given to the Li family, the one with the treasure in the basement. Guards, today's incident is also a lesson for you. Do not interfere in matters that do not concern us. Luckily, Su Feng hadn't done anything wrong, and even if he had called over the people from the defense department, they weren't the least bit vain. What if, at first, Su Feng had been looking around, not responding positively at all to Lu Guangtian's comment about Qin Huairu hugging him around the waist, in case these two people really had something nasty in private. Lu Guangtian remembered the people in the defense office after his own son's reminder. If he really caught any evidence, wouldn't Su Feng hold a grudge against his own son? Li Xingxiang is now feeling a bit scared. This kid has a fierce face. It is not something their family can afford to mess with. There was also just now at the entrance of the courtyard, a slap that knocked out several of Lu Guangtian's teeth. The second master hard even gas did not dare to utter a bit, watching his son break an enclosure of teeth to the stomach. I know, Dad. Do you think Su Feng and that Qin Huairu really have nothing going on? Li Weibing was also a moment of fear just now. He mentioned the defense department on the front foot, and on the back foot. Lu Guangtian had an example of trying to call people in. If he really found evidence, Su Feng would definitely hold a grudge against him along with him. Mother Li hurriedly pulled her son a bit, not wanting to talk too much about Qin Huairu and Su Feng in the house. It's okay, Mom. We'll talk about it at home ourselves. It's not like we're going out and spreading rumors. You say a person can't be so impartial. It's not like the sage Confucius. Anyway, Li Weibing didn't believe that Su Feng was really that nice. And anyway, he hadn't met him since he grew up. It's good that you know. Let's just say that all the people in our institution, none of them are good men and women. That Qin Huairu is so pretty. Why do you think he's so nice to her? Even if it's really nothing now, can you guarantee it will be nothing later? Li Xinxiang's so many years of experience in dealing with people. If even this thing cannot see through, then do not live. True, but the kid didn't lose out, and a grandpa and two grandpas even gave him $50 each. This can make Li Weibing envious. This $100 if he can do something good. That kid is also really a tactful one. As long as there is no interest involved with our family, try to make a good relationship to make a good relationship. Usually you take the initiative to go over there and get in touch, so you might be able to pull your weight in the future. In any case, having a nasty affair with a widow is just a man's nature. And as long as it's not put on the table, it's not really a big deal. But this kind of person will be good to you if you are good to him. So being a friend will only be beneficial. Dad, I know. That kid is really generous with his friends. The three grandparents' house. Old man. Should I say or not that Su Feng, that lad is really nice? No wonder people are so capable. Apparently, the three Amazons had watched the yard assembly just now as a hilarious event and had not seen anything deeper. Just now, not a single one of them was talking crap, each with a small mind. The third master nodded, but did not refute what the wife said. That kid does have a knack for figuring out people's hearts at a young age. If our family Xiecheng was half as capable as he is, we wouldn't even have a job. What's all that previous crap for? It's to pull at emotions. Then clamor to call the security office over is for what? But also today's events thoroughly publicized the entire plant, to brush his own reputation. At that point, this kid will really show his face. And why Su Feng himself did not mention the ginseng leg and 2 pounds of brown sugar. But it was not from Qin Huairu's mouth, which is even more worthy of admiration. The three big masters do not think this is a coincidence. Can only say that this kid is really chicken thief. You can't afford to mess with it. You can't afford to offend it. Oh Dad, why are you mentioning me for a good reason? I haven't been so busy in the past 2 days that I just fell asleep. Honestly, it would have to be the three masters family to say the real white wolves. Just now, at the height of the commotion, not a single person in the entire courtyard stood out to speak in favor of Su Feng. Even silly Pillar, who had the best relationship with Su Feng, frozen waited until the whole thing became clear before coming forward to say a few words of justice on Su Feng's behalf. even if the other people in the courtyard were to be forgotten. Since Su Feng moved to this courtyard, how many advantages had the third master's family taken advantage of Su Feng, both explicitly and implicitly? The other people in the courtyard. Even so, just now a large family froze. No one stood out to say something for Su Feng. This is not a white-eyed wolf is what? Dad. Just now our whole family didn't say a single good word for Su Feng. Do you think we'll be able to think of us if something good happens in the future? Yuli was worried about this. And just now, she even wanted to cut ties with Su Feng in the future. Now that the truth is out, people might complain about their family and not get along with them in the future. Yuli can think of relying on Su Feng to get out of the sea of misery. Can never be broken. And the third master was equally worried about this, and couldn't help but sigh that his daughter-in-law was quite a bit smarter than his stupid son. Shaoli, why don't you take a trip to Su Feng later and find a way to clear up this misunderstanding? In the eyes of the three great masters, Su Feng that is the best to take advantage of the sharp weapon. Never break the relationship. Yuri nodded. That's what she thought. After receiving the eunuch's approval, he would go to Su Feng in a while to clear up the misunderstanding. His daughter-in-law went to Su Feng in the middle of the night. Yan Xiecheng's heart must be uncomfortable, but his own dad had spoken, so he naturally didn't dare to refute it. He was also thinking about the wages he earned at Su Feng's place, or he had to do good favors. Daughter-in-law, then you can go early and come back early. It's also cold outside at night. Use your words. Do you think I'm going over there to make small talk with people? I'm sure I'll be back when I'm done. With that on her lips, Yuli was thinking in her mind that she would probably have to give up another big step tonight. This ingrate will certainly not spare her tonight. Party Jia. Su Feng didn't dare to play powerful in Jia Zhang's, but pinning down Qin Huairu wasn't a problem. Qin Huairu, tell your wife the truth. Is there anything going on between you and that kid or not? Remembering Jia Zhang's words at first, she told Qin Huairu to go to the hospital sometime to put the ring on. Even if Qin Huairu herself does not have any flowery feelings, but such a beautiful face coupled with such a voluptuous figure, it is difficult not to attract men to think and entangle. No, it's such a big deal today over this. Even though it was a misunderstanding, who's to say there's nothing fishy in it? What are you talking about, Granny? My mom almost died today. Do you think I have the heart to think about nonsense? Qin Huairu didn't feel guilty at all when she said this, because nothing had happened with Su Feng at all. Unless you kneel before my son's spirit tablet and swear, I'll beat you to death. You vixen. Chapter 168, Husband and Wife Worship. Jia Zhang's is not humiliating Qin Huairu. It's just a means of pinning her down. Qin Huairu's temper also came up and she stared at Jia Zhang with the same stubbornness. Mom, why don't you beat me to death? People are watching. After you beat me to death, when I get down there, I will have to talk to Jia Dongxu about how you treated me. I'd like to see if Jia Dongxu will take you too. Jia Dongxu was also just a stranger who had met her twice. So why should Qin Huairu kneel in front of his spirit tablet, even if there is the name of husband and wife? But the person dies and the debt goes away. All of that will turn to ashes. Not to mention not being married. Jia Zhang's already knew that today was indeed a misunderstanding when she saw how stubborn Qin Huairu was and how she dared to sing against her. I a daughter-in-law. You also understand my suffering as a mother. You said Dongwook has only been gone for a few days and something like today happened. Wouldn't that make Dongwook's life all uneasy down there? And even I wouldn't be able to sleep well at night. Jia Zhang's knew how to judge the situation better than anyone else and immediately softened her tone. Qin Huairu did not because of Jia Zhang's these two sentences of complaint to her soft. Since marrying over is also considered to be a period of time, the heart of this mother-in-law's person to understand clearly. Oh daughter-in-law, just now the first and second grandparents in the courtyard both gave that boy $50. Who do you think that's for? It's not for Dongwook's sake and your mother's illness. Tell me yourself, does our family have a share of this money? Why don't you go ask around and see if you can give our family a half or something? Just now that $100 can give Jia Zhang's eyes greedy. Jia Dongxu's compensation is only $500. Coupled with the fact that Yi Zhanghai had just mentioned Jia Dongxu, Jia Zhang thought that half of this money should belong to their family. Qin Huairu thought about it and finally nodded. Of course she wasn't going to ask for the $100, but she wanted to thank Su Feng properly so that this would prevent this old woman from annoying her all the time. Whether it was the cure for her mother and the 2 pounds of brown sugar in the afternoon, and the defense of her in the words just now, Qin Huairu all understand in their hearts that this is all a favor that cannot be repaid in a lifetime. Even if she came back empty-handed later, would Jia Zhang still dare to ask Su Feng for it? The viewpoint was given to Su Feng. There were a lot of guests who were expected to board over this evening, and what Su Feng didn't expect was that the first one was Silly Pillar. Bro, you're almost done with this house. I haven't been busy coming over to take a look these past few days. It's so beautiful. Who said stupid? Call him stupid. Once in the house this beautiful words do not say quite good. This person is just stubborn plus hobnailed meat. said a couple of words and then choked with people. There are times when you don't know what to say and what not to say, and how to offend people anyway. I'm guessing 2 or 3 more days. Just want a comfortable stay. Su Feng could remember clearly the way the foolish pillar looked at him just now. However, Su Feng also understood that silly pillar had been thinking about Qin Huairu for not more than a day or two. But understanding is understanding, and from today on, it's time to set things right between the two. There's nothing wrong with being a friend, but if it comes down to the bottom line, a flip-flop is possible at any time. Su Feng, he was not afraid of him, the god of war of the quadrangle, and he would arm wrestle properly at that time. The immediate thing to do, naturally, is to continue the superficial relationship and friendship. Brother, I'm sorry for what happened today. Ah, brother was also fooled by that crazy dog in the eyes. Your character brother also knows, no matter what, it's brother's fault for not trusting you. Silly pillar apologized so sincerely. Naturally he wanted to continue with Su Feng. Don't say that, brother pillar, put yourself in your shoes. If I were you, I'm afraid I'd flip out on the spot. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, we'll do as we please. Last time, I promised my brother to show off my skills as a watchman, and it's been a few days, so you can't forget about it. Brother pillar, people took the initiative to show their goodwill, and Su Feng definitely couldn't drop that on the ground. This back and forth made the nastiness of earlier completely disappear. That's fine. Brother went back. You also go over there early to rest. The polite 2 silly columns did not linger, and this is over today. Foolish column just arrived at the house in the front foot, and Qin Huairu slipped in directly in the back foot. Since binding the system, Su Feng's 5 senses had drastically improved, plus the fact that they originally lived next door to each other. So the conversation between Jia Zhang's and Qin Huairu's just now was clearly heard by Su Feng. Su Feng wanted to see if this pretty widow really wanted to come over and ask for money. Sister Qin, why you came over? To thank you properly. Thank cannot play again kneeling that set. We're about the same age, so I'll have to kowtow to you if I don't want to lose my life. If people in the courtyard saw that, they wouldn't know and think we were playing husband and wife. If they were in the past with their relationship, Su Feng would have never been able to make such a joke. Qin Huairu's small face was a little hot, and at the mention of the husband and wife's worship, she thought of what had happened on her wedding night again. There's no name between the two, but there's a reality. I remember that at that time, after Qin Huairu saw clearly that there was a man lying on the bed, she regretted so much that she even wanted to jump into a well to kill herself. Looking back on it now, it doesn't seem so hard to swallow. When the time is right, the time is right. Su Feng, no matter what, sis truly thanks you and will definitely repay your favor. Qin Huairu wanted to continue saying something about repaying kindness or something like that, but was directly interrupted by Su Feng. Sister, I see it this way. You also know that my daughter-in-law has gone to Shangjiang now. Usually there's nothing going on. I don't think I'll go to Sujia village again. In the future, when you do the laundry, stop by and give my dirty clothes a couple scrubs as well. I'm too busy to do that every day. Su Feng was afraid that he would cause Qin Huairu, a tool person, a great deal of stress in order to swipe the rewards. Why don't you just make a small request for a favor, so she can relax and swipe the rewards for herself? Qin Huairu nodded and immediately responded. Even if the people in the courtyard knew that she washed Su Feng's clothes, I'm afraid no one would say anything. This was her repaying someone's favor. I'll go back then. You have an early night. After things were said and done, Qin Huairu felt more or less awkward staying here. It's a dark night, plus a lone man and woman alone in a room. Sister Qin, how did I hear that old woman tell you to come over and ask for money? How can you explain going back empty-handed? Just like Su Feng thought, this pretty widow really didn't mention a word about it. This could make Qin Huairu embarrassed. What her mother-in-law said was simply incomprehensible. How can I still want your money? She wouldn't dare do anything to me. Getting the upper hand from the argument just now, Qin Huairu sort of understood. The weaker you are, the more likely you are to be bullied. From now on, then. However, Su Feng really wanted to give this $100 to Qin Huairu, not for any other reason than to pop the reward. Chapter 169, The Right Meat in the Right Place, thanks to Saturday's Big Brother. I can't take this money. Qin Huairu left these words and went out without looking back. First of all, not to mention the $20 and all kinds of tickets. Just this afternoon's favor Qin Huairu has already been unable to pay back. How do you still have the nerve to ask for Su Feng's money? Before Su Feng could say a complete sentence, Qin Huairu ran out of sight. Looking at the 10 sheets of Grand Unity in his hand, Su Feng's mind was honestly a little confused. No, can't you even give money these days? Su Feng really wants to give it. This pretty widow really doesn't want it. Su Feng shook his head helplessly and received the money into the system space in passing. There's a long day ahead. Take your time and look for opportunities to pop rewards on this toolman. Look at the color of the sky outside. Time is not early. and then later past the door of the hostel cannot enter. Think tonight should not be looking for their own. Su Feng was about to go out when a slither of familiar footsteps sounded outside the door. It's so late. Why is Yu Li's daughter-in-law looking for him? Just now when he was breaking bread with Lu Guangtian, Su Feng had not thought about what attitude he would have towards him in the courtyard when he encountered difficulties. Obviously, the heart cannot be tested, not to mention the other people in the courtyard, because there is no interest involved. Standing on the sidelines to watch the fun is normal. Su Damao, every day shouting good buddy. Both surnamed Su or this family should be more frequent. What time to let his daughter-in-law Lu Xiao help Su Feng dunking sausage? When it counts. It's not standing around watching the fun. Actually, this was nothing. Su Feng's relationship with Su Damo was already average. Just a couple of drinks at the stupid Column's house. The usual meet and greet relationship. On the contrary, he was a bit involved with his beautiful daughter-in-law, and Su Feng still remembers the embarrassing things that happened that night. However, there was a family's attitude towards themselves after the accident, which made Su Feng a little bit of a bad taste in his heart. Since moving to this courtyard, how many advantages have the third master's family taken advantage of him, both explicitly and implicitly? Not to mention the fish given or Yuli here to take advantage of him. Alone their large family to help Su Feng renovation of the house. Half a month to receive a full $40-50 in wages. What a great favor in this day and age. What? The other aunts and daughters-in-law in the courtyard don't know how to cook? Or is Yen Xiecheng's carpentry skill up to par with that of the handled forests? People put their hearts in the right place. Even if it was to stand up and put in a good word for Su Feng. Even though Su Feng didn't need it at all. But there's obviously a big gap between what's said and what's not said. Su Feng estimated that Yuli had come here for this matter in the middle of the night, and should be worried that she would not be able to take advantage of him in the future, and presumably had gotten the go-ahead from the third master. It seems that in the future, one has to delineate the relationship between oneself and Yuli. Qin Huaru came out of Su Feng's house empty-handed and didn't go home to rest the first time, but went to the public restroom to take a turn. After coming back, I took off my jacket and climbed into the bed to rest. I have to work tomorrow. Daughter-in-law, did you get the money? The Jia family's house was already small, and there was no room for two Kangs, which is why Jia Zhang thought about Su Feng's house next door. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. And no, on the night of Jia Doqiu's wedding, Jia Zhang had to move out. This also caused the new daughter-in-law to run to the wrong house on the wedding night, and no one in the family froze. Qin Huaru knew that her mother-in-law was not sleeping and was waiting for her letter. Across a curtain Qin Huairu look are not lazy to look at this mother-in-law. Discourse just went to the toilet when it has been organized, the past to the people mentioned. Do you know what people with what eyes look at me? It's like looking at a white wolf, and I don't even know how I'm going to face people when I run into them in the yard later. Qin Huairu even deliberately raised the decibel, and her tone was tinged with resentment. That little bastard is so black-hearted. Doesn't he want to give us even a penny of that $100? Jia Zhang never felt that this kid is a good person. Even if he is good to Qin Huairu her mother, so what? It has nothing to do with her. Besides, why this kid is so good to Qin Huairu's mom for no reason? It's not that he's thinking about his beautiful daughter-in-law. Jia Zhang's head turned. In the future, she would have to keep an eye on this little scumbag, lest she put a hat on her son. Then ask for it yourself. After Qin Huairu flung out a sentence with resentment, she buried her head under the blanket, not wanting to bother with this mother-in-law anymore. Jia Zhang's had the intention to dislike this daughter-in-law of hers twice, but after thinking about it, she swallowed her words back into her stomach. She did have anger in her stomach today, and coming on hard at this time would only be a bad idea. As for letting Jia Zhang ask for it on her own, she dared a hammer, and it would be strange if Su Feng didn't ruthlessly slap her. She was also standing next to Su Feng when he shook Lu Guangtian's slap in the afternoon, and seeing the teeth Lu Guangtian spat out almost didn't scare her to death. If this slap on her head, this shall not go to reunite with her son Jia Dongshu on the spot. Jia Zhang's raised herself white and fat, but can be more afraid of death than anyone. Daughter-in-law, Mom knows you have anger in your stomach, but there is a bottom line that you can't step over no matter what. Why is that kid treating you for no reason? He's not harboring bad thoughts in his heart. From now on you stay away from him. Jia Zhang's words were very clear, and Qin Huairu did not follow up with an impatient him. The viewpoint is given to Officer Su's family. After the couple had finished eating, they lay down on the bed and chatted from time to time about what had happened this afternoon. To be honest, the first time Su Damao heard this piece of news, he was ruthlessly envious of this kid Su Feng. Ever since this great beauty married into this courtyard, Su Damao had already been calculating in his mind whether he could find an opportunity to hook up. I did not expect the second day Jia Dongshu did not have the blessing to enjoy this particular thing again, which can be Su Damao happy. Deal with the widow themselves in the line. I didn't expect that he hadn't even made a move yet, and he had already been won over by this kid Su Feng. It's okay. It's just a misunderstanding. But after learning the full story, it made Su Damao a little chagrined. Why wasn't it himself that Qin Huairu ran into at noon today? It seems that you have any ideas have to be implemented early, even if the two are not much now. But since this intersection, maybe later how dry wood meets fire. Daughter-in-law, do you think there's really nothing between those two? And what makes Su Feng so nice to that widow? Words rushed to this point, and as soon as the words left Su Damao's mouth, he regretted it. Humph. You mean you have thoughts about that pretty widow too? It's just as well she has a dead man, so why don't you go and live with her? Why are you still lying there? Lu Shaoyi kicked Su Damao's foot while she was talking, and she didn't kick Su Damao to the bottom of the bed. Daughter-in-law, I was wrong. It's not just a conversation that's been going on here. Su Damao would dare to be angry, knowing that his daughter-in-law does not like to mention other women from his mouth. Just now still off the mouth said it, so the kick really deserved it. But I have to say, his own daughter-in-law, this strength is really not small. Really afford the body to grow the right place of meat. Chapter 170. Su Feng felt his conscience and said, Sister, are you jealous? Lu Shaoyi did not have the good sense to blankly glance at her man Su Damao. How did she look at this kind of goods in the first place? He's not manly at all, and when he smiles, he's full of creases, and with that shoehorn face, it's a turn off. It's been so long since we've been married, and we're still not seeing eye to eye. This feeling was especially strong since Su Feng had moved into this courtyard. Of course, it's not that Lu Shaoyi has any idea about Su Feng, it's just that love of beauty is a woman's nature. Self-excellent Lu Shaoyi surely also want to find an equally excellent man, but unfortunately such a beautiful flower in a pile of cow dung. I really do not know what the father was thinking at that time. Even if they really have something to do with you, tell me honestly, are you thinking about that pretty widow? Just now, when she was watching the opera in the courtyard, she could notice that her man's eyes were fixed on Qin Huairu. However, he himself did not look at Su Feng, plus so many people in the courtyard outside. Lu Shaoyi did not say anything, but I didn't expect that after returning to the house, Su Damao would still be hanging on to that pretty widow. Lu Shaoyi can ensure that she and that Su Feng will not happen but cannot guarantee that Su Damao will not get involved with that strong widow. That's why I thought to take advantage of the excuse just now to give him a good warning. Agu daughter-in-law, why are you mentioning this again? How can I not cherish such a good daughter-in-law as you? It really was your man's fault just now, so why don't you kick me twice more? Should not say. Su Damao can find Lu Shaoyi as a daughter-in-law. Stupid column, but not even hold the hand of a girl. With this mouth has a lot to do with. Don't bother. You still change your mind later anyway. I'll just pack up and go back to my mom's house. Lu Shaoyi is not joking, but letting Su Damao know in advance the consequences of messing around outside. Daughter-in-law, you can't accuse your man of wrongdoing. Every time we have a bit of strength, it's all in your body. You know our level. Su Damao deliberately tells some dirty jokes, and then the whole sweet talk to divert Lu Shaoyi's attention. In a moment's time, Lu Shaoyi coaxed Lu Shaoyi's ears to burn. Su Damao looked at his daughter-in-law with such a delicate and lovely appearance, and remembered Qin Huairu in the afternoon, and immediately had an idea in his heart. Daughter-in-law, it's only just getting dark. Why don't we exchange a few words about our relationship? Su Damao pounced on him with a lewd smile on his face, but he was kicked away by Lu Shaoyi. Settle down. Move your hands again and go out to bed yourself. This is Lu Shaoyi's family status, favoring Su Damao, who still does not dare to say anything. What can Su Damao do? He can't afford to mess with the daughter of a big capitalist. The viewpoint was redirected to Su Feng. Su Feng had heard correctly. It was Yu Li who had come over to look for him. Sis, what brings you over? When he bumped into Yu Li face to face, Su Feng feigned a look of surprise before resuming a bland expression. Yu Li looked at the man in front of her, no longer facing herself, with a smile on her face, and a touch of sourness immediately rose in her heart. Teeth inadvertently bit her lip. Sister, Su Feng came over and wanted to say a few words to you. Why don't we go inside and talk? Afraid that these two words would be heard by the neighbors, Yu Li also deliberately lowered her voice. Forget it, sis. I have to hurry to the hostel at this point. Let's talk about it some other time. By the way, sis, take the door for me by the way. Su Feng pretended to be busy and lifted his leg to go out. Yu Li naturally heard the detachment in Su Feng's tone, and the sourness that flooded out of her heart increased. Su Feng, it's sis who's sorry for how good you've been to me. Let's go inside, shall we? Sis wants to say a few words to you. In the past, when he came to Su Feng at this point in his life, this ingrate couldn't wait to immediately pull up and down the blind spot of his vision. But it was just an afternoon's work that Su Feng's attitude towards her had changed drastically. Yu Li's tone even carried an aggrieved tone. She also thought at the time that Su Feng wanted to lean on a pretty woman when he saw one, so she had a grudge in her heart. As for the rest of the third master's family, They were pure white wolves. Sis, it's not good to be alone in the house at night. Let's talk about it some other time, okay? Su Feng's tone remained unforgiving, as if he really wanted to completely sever his relationship with Yu Li. As soon as these words came out, Yu Li's eyes immediately moistened. Su Feng, count on sis to beg you, okay? Yu Li directly took a step forward and held Su Feng's arm in her own, the meaning of which she wanted to express was naturally self-evident. Sis, what are you doing? Pulling and tugging at me in the middle of the night? If anyone sees you again, it's going to happen again tonight. Su Feng was doing this on purpose, just to make this toolman have a good long memory. But Yu Li didn't know. Hearing this almost broke her defenses, and then pulled Su Feng into the house regardless. There was no one outside either, so he closed the door behind him. Yu Li didn't say anything when she entered the house, and directly pulled Su Feng's hand into her collar. Everyone knew that Su Feng had always been a contrary and unrefusive person, so he naturally went along with Yu Li's wishes. Sis, you really broke my heart this time. Su Feng said so with a clear conscience. Yu Li, a pretty face in the darkness of the night is still so bright. People are not remember you're good, but also not because you are involved with that woman. People. How could Yu Li be embarrassed to say the word jealousy? Sis, even you don't believe me. I don't have to do with her. Su Feng of course knows that Yu Li is not a white-eyed wolf. Just now all kinds of is just to pinch her. This time it is estimated that you have to let Yu Li take the initiative to make a big step. Sis believes in you. Then you can't treat sis with the attitude you just had in the future. At this time, I'm afraid that Yu Li would believe whatever Su Feng said. Tell me yourself. Sister, how have I treated you all as a family? But how have you treated me? That's not what breaks my heart the most. It's the way you treat me that breaks my heart the most. Sis. Upon hearing these words, Yu Li immediately reached out her hand to cover Su Feng's mouth. Su Feng, stop it. It's sis who's sorry. Sis, why don't sis promise you a request to repay your kindness to sis all of a sudden? Yu Li's face was finished burning when she said this. However, this woman was also a little bit of a chicken thief, because Su Feng had to rush over to the hostel to rest, and he himself had to go back in a while, so it can't even make that request. However, Su Feng had ways to punish this big family of white-eyed wolves, and in the meantime, find his due reward in this little daughter-in-law. Tell me the truth, sis. Are you jealous? Thanks to the readers who have read this far for their support of Chicken Filet. Chicken Filet once again to all readers to count out to 1. As always, we'll add a new one if we get more than 100 gifts. Chapter 171, Yu Li's shame reaches its peak. Why hasn't my daughter-in-law come back at this hour? Is it possible that he really doesn't intend to have sex with us from now on? Yan Xiecheng was lying on the bed and had been listening to the movement at the door. There is no watch or anything, can only approximate the time. Waiting for half a day, did not hear the daughter-in-law back to the movement. The mind can't help but think 7 thoughts. No, I have to get up and go over there. Yan Xiecheng always felt that the top of his head was a little heavy, straightened up and immediately stood upright. But when he was about to put on his shoes, he remembered what his daughter-in-law had said. Sighed, then lay back down again. Forget about it. It's better to do more than less. Besides, with such a piece of Philistine gossip coming out on the boy this afternoon, surely he would not continue to commit crimes in this wind. In good conscience, that Qin Huai Ru in the front yard is quite a bit prettier than his own daughter-in-law. I can't tell you how many people were amazed by that one dress I wore on my wedding day. Since Su Feng didn't even have anything to do with that saucy widow, it's even more unlikely that he would have anything to do with his own daughter-in-law. Besides, that's still a widow. My own daughter-in-law is a man with a man. Only when he thought of this did Yan Xiecheng feel that his head was not so heavy. At the same time, Yan Xiecheng is not the only one waiting for Yu Li to come back. The 3 grandmasters and 3 grandmothers in the next house are also waiting for their daughter-in-law to come back. Old man, why aren't you in bed at this hour? You have class tomorrow? The 3 Amazons had been fast asleep, lying next to Yan Bugue for a while, flipping around, so that she could not sleep. Lori's been over there for a while now. Why aren't you back by this point? The 3rd master is certainly not worried about his daughter-in-law having anything unseemly to do with Su Feng, but he is worried about not being able to take advantage of Su Feng in the future. Maybe if people are a little more ruthless, they'll just replace the cook tomorrow and then dismiss Yan Xiecheng. The thought of the potential for so much damage, the 3rd master could not sleep. Xiaoli must have gone to put in a good word. Old man, do you think Su Shen will cook for someone else tomorrow? Just by helping Su Feng cook for the workers during this period of time, the 3 Amazons looked significantly better. Not only do you get fuel for your meals, but you also get a paycheck. It is strange to look bad when you are in a happy mood every day. Even though the deadline for remodeling the house is also coming up, losing a day, that's a pain in the ass. That's what I'm worried about. Why do you think we didn't say a fair word for Su Feng just now? The more the 3rd master thought about it, the more he regretted that if he had just listened to Su Feng say a few biased words, he would probably be able to take more advantage of Su Feng in the future. Old man words can't be said like that. You are the third master in the courtyard. That is to do the role of example. We can't be unable to distinguish between black and white just because we're on good terms with Su Feng. So you're right to keep quiet. Listening to the three Amazons so comforting, Yen Bugui's mood can be counted on to clear up quite a bit. Don't worry, old man. This daughter-in-law of ours has a smart little mouth. I'm sure I can coax that Su Feng to be happy and not care about what happened this afternoon. What the three Amazons said was reasonable. But Yen Bugui's worries didn't diminish at all. It's no use worrying. You can only wait for your daughter-in-law to bring back good news. The viewpoint was given to Su Feng. Su Feng said the word jealous out loud, directly sending Yuli's head down in shame. Sis, is it or isn't it? Su Feng's hand hadn't left his conscience at this point. So naturally, he could feel Yuli's heartbeat accelerating once more. In the face of Su Feng's follow-up question, how could Yuli have the good sense to answer? She had a man. How could she be jealous of Su Feng? If you don't answer that question for me, sis, that means you're just as much of a blank slate as the third master. Yuli jerked her head up when she heard the three words white-eyed wolf, then met Su Feng's eyes, and finally nodded gently with a red face. At this moment, Yuli felt her shame reach its peak. Sis is not your man. So in what position are you jealous of this? Although Su Feng knew it in his heart, the feeling of getting an affirmative answer from Yuli's mouth was completely different. It seems that after all this time together, this little daughter-in-law already has herself in her heart. Otherwise, why would she be jealous? Yuli didn't say anything, just kept her head down, not daring to look directly into Su Feng's eyes again. The ambiguous atmosphere had been created, and Su Feng knew that it was time to mention the small request that he had just thought of. Don't you like to take advantage of your third master's family? Then we'll let you take advantage of them completely. Sis, does that still count for what you just promised me? Yuli trembled in fear when she heard this. She was afraid that Su Feng would make excessive demands. It wasn't that Yuli didn't want to give it to Su Feng, but now simply wasn't the best time. But if they mention it, wouldn't they be breaking their promise again if they rejected it? Su Feng, sis reckons she'll have to go back in a while, or else Yen Xiecheng is going to look for them. Sis isn't breaking her word. That. Su Feng knew what Yuli was trying to say, and he didn't have that intention at all. As long as once an opening is made, that's a toss-up for 2 or 3 hours. Cootie. Both knew something was wrong, so today wasn't the best time. Sis, my request is. Su Feng bent a bit to press his mouth to Yuli's ear, whispering to tell Yuli the request that had just come to mind. After Su Feng straightened up to meet Yuli's eyes again, the little daughter-in-law was clearly staring in shock. How can this be? You just catch a chance to bully your sister. Yuli had never even heard of it. Wouldn't that be just like a half-covered door? Sis, that's what you said yourself. Promise me a little something. If you don't want to honor your promise, that's fine. Then go back to rest early, sis. I'm going over to the hostel as well. Su Feng didn't even give Yuli a chance to hesitate or refuse, lifting his leg and heading outside. Chapter 172, the lips are almost worn out. This ingrate. How could Yuli not know that Su Feng was putting on a show? But she still had to pull Su Feng from leaving. She was the one who said she could make a request just now. And if she couldn't fulfill her promise, then not only was this evening a waste of time, but the relationship would drop right down to freezing point. You're just bullying sis because she's that. Hearing these words, Su Feng knew that this game was a success for him. Meeting Yuli's eyes, this little daughter-in-law didn't even dare to meet his eyes now. Su Feng raised his hand and gently pressed on Yuli's shoulder head, the meaning of which was naturally self-evident. Not knowing what came to her mind, Yuli threw Su Feng a flirtatious blank stare before finally obeying and shortening her body. Sis, I'll go over there first then. The watch was placed in the system space and about 20 to 30 minutes passed. Outside the sky is completely dark. A moment to go to the hostel side of the estimated wall again. The waitresses this late in the day had long since gone home from work, but that was fine. Yuli aggrievedly glared at Su Feng. Her chin sore simply did not want to say anything more to him, and even wanted to drink a mouthful of water here. Quickly walking through the moon door, Yuli pushed open the door and was about to pour a cup of water to drink, when Yen Xiecheng's voice came from the house. Daughter-in-law, why are you so late? Yen Xiecheng waited with anxiety, and in his heart, he kept thinking that his daughter-in-law had something to do with that Su Feng. You still have the nerve to say that. Do you know what Su Feng just told me? They've been so nice to him and we've been so nice to him. And tomorrow we're going to have to cook for someone else. Do you know what people say about you? That Master Lin said that you refuse to put in the effort at work and that you'll be fired tomorrow. Yuli is a human being and knows what her large family is most worried about. So he used this topic to divert attention, making sure that Yen Xiecheng didn't have time to dwell on how she stayed at Su Feng's house for so long. This startled Yen Xiecheng in the house, and he hurriedly climbed out of bed and walked out. Yuli also poured a glass of water at this time and gulped it down, cleaning up the last traces in the process. Daughter-in-law, did Su Feng really say that? It's still a few days away from completion, and one less day of work is a huge loss. You think I'd lie to you? Yuli couldn't help but give her man a blank stare, but in her heart she was thinking that her man was really useless. The only thing you can look at is the wages. Then what did Su Feng say in the end? He wouldn't really quit our whole family, would he? Yan Xiecheng asked to the key point. The three masters in the house hated to put up their ears to listen. What do you think? Do you think I ever lose my footing out of a horse? Can't you see I'm wearing my mouth out and drinking water all the time? Hearing these words, Yan Xiecheng's heart, which had almost jumped into his throat, could be considered to be put back. Daughter-in-law is still you. Why do I say go so long? I'll pour you water. Yan Xiejiat, immediately attentive to Yuli, got a cup of water, and said a few good words, the couple before going back to the house to rest. I told you, old man, that daughter-in-law of ours has a smart mouth, and there's nothing she can't do. It's a good thing that's what we got tonight, or we wouldn't have been able to sleep well tonight. Go to sleep. Next time we encounter this kind of thing, we have to pay attention and never let Su Feng have a gap with our family. The third master finished a long breath of relief, can be able to lie down on the pillow at ease, but after a while, it was the third oldest mom's turn to fall asleep again. What's the matter, wife? Haven't we gotten accurate information? Why can't you sleep again? Not bad for a couple. You toss me and I toss you in the middle of the night. Old man, you say. Shali went to Su Feng's house in the middle of the night and stayed there for so long. Do you think there will be something going on inside? The three Amazons are no longer wives and are naturally somewhat sensitive to this aspect. Ouch. What are you thinking about? Wifey, our daughter-in-law is indeed good-looking, but do you think she's comparable to Qin Huairu in the front yard? They're not related. How can they be related to our daughter-in-law? Besides, you don't know our own daughter-in-law, although she is sometimes a bit short-tempered, but she is a good person. Besides, it just happened this afternoon. Do you think Su Xin will do it again in the heat of the moment? It's a no-show. You can't say anything about it. Wifey, the main reason was that they bumped into each other outside, and the two of them got along with an unbelievably natural attitude, so the third master didn't even think about it. This I know. Our daughter-in-law does have a bad temper, and she shouldn't be that kind of person. The three Amazons thought it made sense when they heard the three grandmasters analyze it like that, so they didn't dwell on it anymore. Besides, we feel that time passes slowly, and that's because we've been anxiously waiting for a letter. I guess it wasn't that long ago, so wifey, hurry up and get some sleep. The three Amazons figured out the crux of the matter and immediately fell asleep as soon as they relaxed. The next morning, the yard was back to its usual bustle. That thing last night ended up being a high lift and a gentle fall at the end. Over time, it will fade away from the yard. I just don't know when the next big news will come out, and the yard will be waiting for it. In the hostel, it was cold outside. Su Feng lay in bed for a while. It's only going to be cold for a few more days, so we'll buy a fireplace and put it in when the yard house is finished. Stuff a little extra wood and charcoal into the fireplace at night and the whole house is warm at night so that getting up in the morning is less of an ordeal. Should I say no? It's cooling down really fast in this 49er. In a little while, I guess it's time to buy winter vegetables. Putting on his clothes and simply washing up, Su Feng rode his bicycle towards the factory. Yesterday's day sounds like a lot happened, but really it was just the past 24 hours. Chapter 173, You're the Master. Morning, Su. Zhou Guodong, this kid is always come early. See Su Feng into the office, happy to say hello. Yo, Guodong is in a good mood. I guess he didn't rest at home last night, right? Su Feng gave Zhou Guodong an ambiguous look, but he didn't mention Lan Gira's name. But this kid will definitely be able to understand. Zhou Guodong was embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. It's still far away. Brother Su, I see that you are in a good mood. What good things to share with me? Hearing Zhou Guodong say this, Su Feng was reminded of discussing his learning and experience with Yuli in the house last night. Su Feng played a sloppy game and perfunctorily said nothing more. After nodding off, Su Feng didn't linger in the office, pushed his bicycle out of the factory and went straight to the Dongdan Trust store. I originally wanted to hang that masterly out to dry for a few days, but there weren't many days left in the work schedule on the house side. Plus there's a fireplace to buy, so why not just get this used furniture today? Getting up late in the morning. On the way over, Su Feng stopped by to buy a breakfast pad bar bite. After eating his fill, he rushed to the entrance of the Dongdan Trust store, and once inside, Chu Goen's eyes lit up as he stood behind the counter. Brother, you're here? It's cold. Why don't you sit down for a while and I'll get you a glass of water? 3 times he came. Chu Goen treated Su Feng differently all 3 times. Su Feng hadn't even dispersed Huazi yet, and this had already begun to offer his attentions. Master Li isn't here? If his lordship had been there, the boy would have gone upstairs first thing, instead of pouring him tea here. Brother, you guessed it. Why don't I go and call Master Li over now and labor you to watch the store for me? Su Feng nodded his head and answered. presumably because Li Si had greeted this kid that day, and as soon as he saw himself coming over, he hurried to call him. Then why don't you take my bike over there? It'll be quicker to get there and back. Su Feng handed the car keys to Chu Goen, and the kid bent over to receive the hand with 1,000 thanks. Brother, the kettle is at your feet, and I'll be back in half an hour absolutely. After giving an explanation, Chu Goen quickly went out and rode his bicycle to find Li Si. It's a pity that this trust store doesn't sell jade, or else it would fall that big a favor in a while, and buying jade would have to be discounted, no matter what. About 20 or 30 minutes had passed when the bell of a bicycle rang outside the door. Li Si didn't even have time to set up his bike, so he got off and went straight inside the store. Seeing Su Feng sitting there drinking tea and waiting for him, his heartbeat could be considered to have slowed down quite a bit. Little brother has come to visit. It is really a loss to welcome you. A loss to welcome you. Li Si hastily extended his hand and took the initiative to shake Su Feng's hand. This face of pleasing vigor was not even disguised. Chu Goen, who followed behind, couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw this amazing scene, and had never seen Master Li in this state. In his heart, he couldn't help but think, this old man was so ruthless when he was young, but he was afraid of death in his old age. Su Feng smiled in response. As the saying goes, a hand out is not a hand up. He wasn't the kind of person who liked to pinch his tongue either, or he wouldn't be the kind of person he hated the most. Master Li, why don't we go upstairs and talk? There might be guests downstairs in a while, and this environment is definitely not suitable for healing. You are the master. After you. Li Si slightly bent over and stretched out his left hand to make an inviting gesture, and Su Feng didn't politely take the first step up the stairs. Then Li Si turned back to Chu Goen and explained, without my approval, no one is allowed to come upstairs and disturb me. Chu Goen hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, Master Li. I'll make sure that no one is allowed to disturb you too. Watching the backs of the two going up the stairs, Chu Goen secretly skimmed his lips. There is an old saying that is really right. This Jianghua is a bunch of monkeys climbing trees. When you look up, it's all ass. When you look down, it's all smiles. Alas, I really didn't think that he, Li Si, would have a day to look upwards like this. Re-entering this ancient room, Li Si's attitude towards Su Feng simply changed drastically. Sit down, little brother. I'll serve you a nice cup of tea. Su Feng waved his hand after hearing this. I've just been drinking tea for half an hour down there, and you know that I didn't come over to drink tea. Master Li, let's just say what we have to say to each other as men. Su Feng was fastidious and didn't want to climb too much with this old geezer. You're quick to speak, so I'll cut the crap. Little brother, do you see any possibility of curing this disease of mine? Being polite first was the custom of mixing with the Jianghu, and there was certainly no reluctance for Su Feng to say this to Li Si. After all, he was also anxious to get an answer as to whether or not this disease of his could be completely cured. Commitment is not strong enough. Why don't you lie down on this bar, and you can see the effect when I finish a set of stitches. While waiting just now, Su Feng had exchanged a set of silver needles from the system mall. Hearing Su Feng say this, it was obviously a sure thing, and after reacting, Li Si simply couldn't suppress his inner elation. Instantly, he quickly lifted his shirt and lay down on the bar. A little cold, but that was nothing. Su Feng didn't say too much more, pulling out silver needles from his arms and spreading them out. Then, based on the knowledge memorized in his mind, he zapped the upper half of Li Si's body directly into a hedgehog. Then it was supplemented with white light sucked from inside the jade, and within half an hour there were remarkable results. And the consumption of white light in this half hour had consumed 1/3 of Su Feng's storage. He was not helping for nothing, and when he made his offer later, he would have to earn it back twice as much. After removing the needles and eliminating the poison, Su Feng put the silver needles back into his arms after storing them away. Master Li, how do you feel? Li Si, who was lying on the bar, slowly got up and looked at Su Feng with his eyes a little moist, and eventually he couldn't help but shed a tear. I'll remember this favor. If I hesitate for a second, I'm not a man, even if I have to go to the bottom of a mountain of daggers. With an agitated face, he grabbed Su Feng's hand and frantically expressed his gratitude. He had to be thrilled, and felt more comfortable than ever in his entire body after the needles were inserted. If this wasn't a cure, what was it? Then wasn't Su Feng in front of him his own savior? Brothers are too strong. We'll add more when the gift revenue exceeds 100. Thanks again to Zhao Shilang of Akamoto Pavilion, Cola Chicken Wings of Evil Muscle Weakness, and Female Big from the Sky for their support. Chapter 174, Foreign Goods. Su Feng waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for Li Si to engage in such falsehoods. The back is estimated to have to be lanced twice more to achieve a complete cure. As for the consultation fee, you see to it. One healing consumed 1/3 of the white smoke Su Feng had absorbed from that emerald pendant, and if he were to do it twice more, wouldn't it be consumed to the bone? You should know that this jade pendant, but Su Feng spent 100 ocean to buy, plus the silver needle. That was also something Su Feng had spent money to exchange from the system mall. Li Si nodded his thanks, then turned around and opened a cabinet behind him. When he turned his head, he had a small yellowtail in his hand, a small token of appreciation. You mustn't mind. Li Si cupped the small yellow fish into his palm and offered it to Su Feng with both hands. Over the years, Li Si has come to realize that times have changed and no one is keeping the rules of their business. What bull Junghu face? Which is more important than his own life? That's too much. Su Feng thought of 3 times to collect a 200 yuan clinic fee on the line. I did not expect this Li Si do things quite a bureaugas. Came up to take out a small yellow fish. At today's market price, one would be worth 500 bucks. Should be. Even 1,000 gold is worth it for you to come out with these wonderful hands. Su Feng could see that Li Si wasn't being falsely polite, so he reluctantly accepted this little yellow fish. For Su Feng the cost was just over $100, so he thought he would charge $200 and take the rest as hard work. But for Li Si, it was a life-saving favor. What was a small yellowtail? Little brother, then I'll take you to see the furniture now, and you can just pull away whichever piece you fancy. Of course, the trust store certainly wasn't owned by Li Si, and letting Su Feng pull it away was just a way for him to settle this money himself. No, a cure is a cure, a purchase is a purchase. You can't mix them up. It's still as much as it's worth. Since Su Feng said so, Li Si didn't insist anymore. And in any case, a set of second-hand furniture isn't worth much money. Coming out of the house, Li Si greeted Chu Goen and told him to go and call a few board masters over. A panelist is a rickshaw or flatbed truck driver who peddles a rickshaw, mostly soliciting work near furniture stores or trust stores. It is naturally impossible to move so much used furniture back one piece at a time, so these board masters are called upon to help. There was a small warehouse on the second floor. Li Si took the key and opened the door to guide Su Feng inside. This small storage unit is significantly smaller than the backyard on the first floor, and the furniture isn't stacked as much as it is in the backyard, but without exception, every piece in here is a masterpiece. The first thing Su Feng saw when he went in was a large, beautifully modeled bed, with exquisite carvings carved into the bedposts in frieze. The color is dull and overall purplish. It is? Li Si followed Su Feng's eyes and immediately introduced Su Feng to this as a rosewood bed. Boy! Su Feng couldn't help but be secretly staggered when he heard that the bed was made of rosewood. He was a countryman, but he knew what a good thing rosewood was. If this were to be put aside in the past, that is only the landlord can enjoy. Maybe this bed is which landlord trips, even though it says it's used. This is the real deal. Then this is the bed, and I'll pick out the rest. Su Feng didn't ask about the price and settled the bill together after picking. Then a large mahogany closet was picked out, with a counter-opening design and doors with brass hinges and pulls. After picking the bedroom furniture, Su Feng picked the living room furniture. Su Feng immediately fell in love with the 0.08 of an inch table. The tabletop is flat and smooth with 4 sturdy legs. Listening to Li Si, the whole of this 8 imperial table is made of wanwali. The living room naturally can't be without chairs, and Su Feng fell in love with 4 more rosewood Taiwanese chairs. In addition to these, listening to Li Si's advice, he picked out 3 or 4 more miscellaneous pieces. With all this furniture filling the house, it doesn't look empty. Finally settling on a price, Li Si quoted $200 whole. So many pieces of rare second-hand furniture cannot be so cheap. It is estimated that Li Si Xiao reported a lot. Su Feng said thank you and didn't be polite, and pulled out 20 duanjie from his pocket. Li Si shouted, and the board master waiting downstairs immediately ran up. It wasn't enough for just 4 people to come, and one of the board masters rushed off to call 4 more over. Please send it to the Nanluoguxiang courtyard. One of the rooms inside is under renovation. Just send it there directly. Su Feng asked for the price and paid the labor in advance. Master Li asked you something. Where is a fireplace for sale in the neighborhood? Su Feng didn't have any channels in this regard, so he tentatively asked Li Si. It's in the store. It's in the backyard. Come on, let's go check it out now. I can't believe I got everything done in one morning. Sure enough, there was a large fireplace stacked in the corner of the backyard. It looks a little dirty, but it doesn't bother me at all when I wash it. The last time I was here, I was so focused on the furniture that I didn't notice such a large object stacked in the corner. Coincidentally, this fireplace is still an import. If you buy it brand new at the original price, you can't get it down without $500. Those who can afford to use this kind of stuff, as you know, little brother, they certainly won't use this kind of used ones. As for the common man, he wouldn't buy a used fireplace with his entire body, so this good piece has been sitting around. It looks dirty, but it doesn't affect the use at all. It was indeed cheap for Su Feng, and in the end, he only charged $200 to mean it. Chugoan went to call a few more boardmasters and sent them to Namluaguxiang along with the fireplace and furniture. Li Si silently memorized the location and would definitely pay a visit when he had time. When I arrived at the quadrangle, it was almost mealtime, and many of the ants in the courtyard were cooking in front of the door with coal stoves. Seeing a piece of furniture being moved from the outside often into the yard was an immediate reaction to how it was done. Su Feng buying so much furniture off, that's going to cost a lot of money, isn't it? The one who took the initiative to talk to is an older woman who lives next door to Brother Zhu Zi's house, and there is no malice in it. It's just a courtesy between neighbors. Auntie, it's all second hand, not worth much, so you cook. I'll continue to be busy on my side. Su Feng had of course deliberately revealed the news that the furniture was second-hand. Renovating the house again and buying so much furniture would surely invite criticism from the people in the yard, but replace it with a used one, and that's a lot more restrained and understated. What's second-hand or not? We can use it comfortably. Auntie knows at a glance that you know how to live, so you continue to be busy. The older woman said something pretty, and Su Feng smiled in response. The workers are waiting for the meal to start, watching a piece of furniture to move to the house, and those who have the eyesight have already gone out to help move things. Yan Xiecheng was the first to rush out. Yesterday his own daughter-in-law can say, people Lin Master said that he did not work hard. Then today, Su Feng was also there, and he definitely wanted to be active. Chapter 175 Teach Yuli to practice her verbal skills. The renovation of the house is at an end and it's not a big deal to put furniture in the house. I'll leave the fireplace to you, Master Lin. You see to the installation. Such a large fireplace full of 4 people to carry in, and not the first time to carry into the house. First put into the yard to clean it again. Pudding style Lin see this fireplace, both eyes are glowing. Cannot help but turn in a circle to measure. Holy, this foreign stuff is good stuff. Pudding style Lin very eyesight did not ask the price, because this kind of good things would not be cheap. Just a taste of appreciation and admiration. Master Lin, you are a knowledgeable man. Su Feng knew that he had gotten a good deal here when he saw that the handle Lin had been marveling at it. Finished moving the furniture just as third auntie and Yuli came over carrying the finished meal. Yuli didn't expect Su Summit to be in the courtyard at this point, and remembering what happened last night, her ears couldn't help but start to burn. After adjusting her emotions, Yuli very naturally took the initiative to strike up a conversation with Su Feng. Yo, the landlord is here to supervise the work? Yuli's remark was naturally a joke, but in this day and age such a joke could not be taken lightly. Don't undermine me, sis. It's not about finding some second-hand furniture at the trust store and bringing it back on your lunch break. This little daughter-in-law was quite capable of acting, and with Su Feng's acting skills, she naturally picked it up. But this joke can't be made casually. When there's time, we'll teach this little daughter-in-law a lesson, and practice our verbal skills. Then I have to go inside and take a look. Xiecheng, you help me to beat the meal. Yuli didn't even know what it meant to be polite. Went into the house and turned around, and when she came out, she repeatedly praised Su Feng for the beautiful furniture he bought. The workers looked at this agile and enthusiastic little daughter-in-law, and each of them was really greedy. I don't know if it's the workers' illusion. How do I feel that this little daughter-in-law is a few points prettier than she was 2 days ago? Then look at that Yan Xiecheng. This kid does not have much ability but also really have a few blessings. Probably didn't plow through the night. Did you? Yan Xiecheng was looking at the side and saw his daughter-in-law getting along so naturally with Su Feng. Not like she was having an affair at all. The last of the heart's worries slowly dissipated. The eyes of those workers sizing up their daughters-in-law. Yan Xiecheng could also see it. But you can't control the sky and the earth, and you can't control where people's eyes look. However, when the envious eyes fell on himself, Yan Xiecheng was still secretly happy in his heart. And then look at his daughter-in-law. Simply more and more beautiful. The skin is much more delicate and firm than before. Yan Xiecheng didn't think much about it, probably because he helped Su Feng cook in the past few days and dipped into a lot of oil and water in the process, and his complexion naturally became better. But there is one thing that makes Yan Xiecheng quite distressed. He has such a beautiful daughter-in-law, but with these workers like to see but cannot eat. Not at all the workers want to be like that night and day. Hey, when will I get a regular job? The workers ate a simple meal and went back to their work, seeing that it will soon be completed. The heart is naturally holding their breath to do, and strive to finish earlier to get paid earlier. Yuli and the 3 Amazons were over here cleaning up the mess, and Su Feng took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him, and slapped the little daughter-in-law's jiggly bits in passing. Sis, who taught you to joke like that? If you label me as a capitalist, sis, you can get me killed, you know. Su Feng, why renovation of the house specially instructed Master Lin. The house, no matter how to do anything, the outside of the house must maintain the original dilapidated look. And why do you have to buy a piece of furniture second-hand? It's still not about keeping a low profile. The lower the profile, the more peaceful the life in this era. Su Feng simply knows it too well. Yuli was scared half to death directly after being sneak attacked, and her eyes immediately looked around to see if anyone was staring this way. Luckily, my mother-in-law was busy cleaning up, and Yan Xicheng had already gone into the house to start working. If this is seen by one of them, I'm afraid I won't be able to live. How could sis think that much, knowing that she certainly won't in the future? In favor of Yuli, she could only tolerate it, and she also realized that the joke just now really couldn't be made casually. Let's go sister you. Third auntie, I still have to work over at the factory. Su Feng also knew that Yuli wouldn't harbor ill intentions towards him, but there were some things that he should be reminded of. After pulling up the volume to say hello, he was about to push his bike to get to the factory to touch the fish, when the handlebar forest came up to him face to face. There's something else my lord forgot to tell you. Let's go talk outside the courtyard. Hearing the handle Lin say that, Su Feng knew that the next words would be known between the two of them. Nodding silently, Su Feng pushed his bicycle out of the courtyard, with Togglewood following behind. Su Feng pushed his bike to a corner outside the courtyard and stopped. This place can be the first place to look as long as people come over, avoiding the possibility of letting people eavesdrop. Is there something wrong with the house renovation? It stands to reason that a refurbished house would have no secrets to keep, and naturally nothing that people couldn't listen to. Pudding Stylewood rubbed his hands together. He silently organized his words in his mind. Man, do you know what a gold brick is? Pudding Stylewood asked this with a purposefully lowered voice. What a coincidence. Su Feng had actually heard of this thing. Gold bricks certainly can't be bricks made of pure gold. Even the ancient emperor's penis couldn't afford to give it up. Put Style Lin said the gold brick is also called the Imperial Kiln Gold Brick, although it is not gold to build, but the prefix hangs on the Imperial Kiln 2 words, that is only in the palace can enjoy the good stuff. This thing has fine grains, dense and hard texture, smooth surface like a mirror, and under one touch, it has a feel similar to that of a coated Hutian jade. When struck, it will emit a pleasant crunching sound like a chime or not a chime, like the sound of metal clashing. But where else would you burn gold bricks nowadays? This stuff has been passed down and it's a cultural relic. Imperial Kiln Gold Bricks? This stuff is a cultural relic. Master Lin, you're not trying to find a gimmick to fool the budget, are you? Su Feng looked at the Master Lin in front of him with a smile. With a few days can basically clear each other's character. It should not be a master of fooling the patron. When Master Lin heard the 4 words Imperial Kiln Gold Brick popping out of Su Feng's mouth, he knew that he was a knowledgeable person. Man, how could we possibly do such a thing? A brother of mine found me yesterday and said he wanted to sell a batch of gold bricks and asked me if I had the ability to take them. I'm not afraid to tell you that you are not afraid to laugh. I'm now living in the days of the ding-dong, counting on you to take this job for the new year, which have no spare money to buy his gold bricks. I saw that you have a pretty high budget for renovating your house. Man, so I thought I'd mention it to you, and I'll eat a pair of sewing money. The Handle Forest was honest in every sense of the word and didn't hide anything at all. Chapter 176, The Golden Brick. Su Feng could hear the truth in every word of the Handle Lin, even telling himself about earning a pair of sewing money. Su Feng frowned as he thought about it. He knew that this imperial gold brick was a good thing, but whether it was too ostentatious to pave it on the ground was a question. Since you've opened this up, Master Lin, let's bring 1 or 2 bricks over to take a look first. I can't just slap on a hasty decision without even seeing the finished product. After much hesitation, Su Feng finally decided to take a look at the gold brick first. I think this stuff has been passed down from at least the Qianlong period and should be preserved in less than glorious condition. So paved to the ground. The uneducated will only think it is just ordinary mud brick. That's for sure. So man, you set a time. Hearing Su Feng's loose lips, Put Style Lin Hart also relieved. Owns the gold bricks of the family. With him is also a relationship. The gold brick one in the family was handed down from the ancestors, thinking that the longer it is preserved, the higher the value will be. Unfortunately, the family is in dire straits, so they can only sell some of it to fill their bellies first. Put Style Lin family also have no spare food. People begged the door, naturally thinking to help him open up sales. If the gold bricks cannot be sold, for the sake of ancestral generations of friendship, in 2 days to get the wages we'll have to borrow part of it out. Although I can get through it by gritting my teeth. My own wife is sure to talk too much. Let's make it tonight. And when you're done here you'll take the man straight to the Red Star Inn. The construction period is looking to be over and we can't afford to procrastinate for this nugget. If this gold brick is suitable, talk about it tonight and ideally start laying it tomorrow. Put Shiren nodded. Thank you for the honor. Then I'll go and get busy. Su Feng waved his hand and got on his bike to hurry towards the office. Since the procurement section is without Chief Li and Lan Giru, each one of them is doing their job peacefully. The afternoon passed in the blink of an eye, and after work Su Feng didn't go over to the courtyard. After a casual bite at the next restaurant, I rode my bike over to the hostel. The Handle Forest should still be busy at this point, so I guess it'll be a while before they bring the people here. With nothing else to do, Su Feng held Bai Yun in his arms while jerking off the cat and reading the Golden Lotus. Live in the hostel is inconvenient. If you live in the yard is estimated to be able to jack you Li that little daughter-in-law, but it's only a matter of days before the house is largely refurbished. In this era, there is no formaldehyde-containing furniture and decorative materials and so on, and you can move in directly after renovation. About time. Su Feng casually threw the book into the system space and went downstairs to wait. Coincidentally, just as he came downstairs, he saw the Putzalin riding over on his bicycle, with a middle-aged man slightly taller than him on the back seat. Pulling his bike up to Su Feng's feet, Shifu Lin saw that the man was carrying a small bag on his back. The platform should contain the so-called imperial gold brick, which should be a broken piece by the shape. Brother Su, this is the native relative I told you about. Aigua. And this is my patron Su Feng I told you about. Putting Stylewood as the middleman, he briefly introduced the two men. Hello Leader Su, you can just call me Old Six. This Lin Aigua should have learned about Su Feng's identity as an official worker of the steel rolling mill from the mouth of the handle Lin. So he shouted Leader Su. Of course, Su Feng wasn't a leader, but everyone loves this title. How am I any kind of leader? Then let's cut the crap and go upstairs to talk more. Although this person is superficially enthusiastic, his eyes are slightly small coupled with his slim body, which tends to give people the impression that he is unreliable and pro-treacherous. Su Feng naturally knew that people couldn't look at each other, but it was always right to keep an eye out. The two followed Su Feng up the stairs, and the waiter didn't say anything when he saw it. Since they were all big old men, I guess they were going inside to talk about something. There isn't a tea in the house, so don't mind if you do. Let's get right down to business. Su Feng had always disliked politeness, and had things to say directly. Lin Aigua naturally agreed 100 times, and he didn't come over to drink tea and water. There was just a bench and a small table in the room, and the three older men simply all stood. Lin Aigua gently placed the bag he was carrying on his back on the table and pulled out the gold bricks inside and placed them in front of Su Feng. Leader Su, you enjoy your eyes. This piece of gold brick on the table should be preserved negligence broken. Get the hands of hard and delicate texture. The surface has a natural luster. The color is a little more of a greenish gray, perhaps due to the age of preservation. Su Feng took a towel dipped in water and wiped the surface of the gold brick. The surface is slightly reflective and gives a feeling of low-key simplicity. Not bad. If the quality is all as good and intact as this piece, we can talk about the price. As soon as Su Feng's words fell, Lin Aigua's expression immediately revealed an elation that was visible to the naked eye. Su Leader, you don't worry. This is our family ancestry on the gold brick guarantee block fine. Besides, you're still my brother's patron. So even if I screwed anyone I wouldn't dare screw you. Lin Aigua finished put style. Lin also followed the assurance. Lin Aigua homed this batch of gold bricks. He also knows the origin. When Ming Emperor Zhu Di moved the capital to Beijing to build a large construction, using the Suzhou Lumu's fine square bricks, and the Lin family ancestor will be in the palace as an official. All the construction materials need to be in front of his ancestors over the eyes. If you come across a defective item, then you have to beat it back, because what the emperor used should never carry the slightest defect. But what constitutes a defective product is naturally up to the person. So people's ancestors pointed to the deer as a horse, and disposed of some gold bricks of complete quality as defective items as well. As to how it is to be handled, naturally, it is self-evident. Then Su Feng discussed with Handle Lin, who estimated that his piece of the house would require 50 to 60 gold bricks. The next natural step is to talk about the price. Lin Aigua gave a price of $10 a gold brick. To use 50 pieces that would be $500. Hearing this price, Su Feng frowned. Although you have a high budget for renovating your own house, it's about living comfortably, not acting as some kind of ingrate. Not at all if it costs $500 just to tile a floor. If it were any other time, you really couldn't buy this gold brick for $10 a piece. But not now. $3 a piece, and I'll pave the floor with these gold bricks if you agree. Or buy and sell. Thanks to Curtain Drip I hum 2 Big Brothers Big Reward. Gift proceeds of every more than 100 plus a chapter. This activity is effective for a long time. Oh, look at an advertisement to send a free gift can also be. Chicken fillet here again to thank. Chapter 177, Formal Completion. Upon hearing Su Feng's offer, Lin Aigua and Handlebar Lin exchanged glances. The young man seemed quite nice to work with. Who would have thought to cut the price so hard? A direct cut of 70% in one fell swoop. Who can stand that? Lin Aigua also cannot refute. Now this market. His gold brick top day is only $5 a piece. It's still a case of being able to make a move. If you can't meet a buyer, $3 a piece seems barely acceptable. In the end, Lin Aigua ruthlessly clenched his teeth, remembering the wailing children at home, and could only endure the pain of being slaughtered by Su Feng. On the side of the handle, Lin is also feeling a bit of meat pain. If it really sells to $10 a piece, he can more or less eat some money on the sewing. But now being squeezed by Su Feng to $3 a piece, coupled with the current economic conditions of Lin Igwa's family, where would the handle Lin still have the heart to open this mouth? But it's not all bad news. Refurbishing the house with 50 or 60 gold bricks, Lin Igwa can get more than 100. He will not have to help him live. Once finalized, the final payment is settled with the decorator and forwarded by the handle forest when the time comes. Lin Igwa is not worried about Su Feng running away. As the saying goes, he can run away from the temple. The house is there. No settlement, just strip the gold bricks when the time comes. Sending the two away, Su Feng gradually felt a bit sleepy even after reading for a while. Eyes open again. It's Tuesday. Instead of being busy on days off, weekdays are quite a bit more laid back. In the blink of an eye 2 days passed and came Thursday. It was expected to be finished by Wednesday, but the gold tiles delayed the work by a day, which wasn't too much of an inconvenience. Later that evening, the Pootseling led Peek on a tour of the renovated house. As soon as you open the door, the first thing that strikes you is the smooth and clean floor. It's so clean it's reflective. And you're even worried about getting dirty when you put your foot down. Brother Su, that electricity problem you mentioned, I can't do anything about it. You'll have to go to your street office for that one. In this day and age, not every home had access to electricity. Su Feng had only mentioned it, not expecting it to be so troublesome. Su Feng nodded. The problem of electricity was not urgent. One step at a time, a foot stepped in, and sure enough, it made a dirty footprint in the gold brick. Go to the department store on your day off and buy some cotton slippers and mop the floor properly then. The first thing Su Feng visited was the bedroom, which was the same as the one in Master Lin's house. Although the bedroom is slightly smaller, it's easy to put a full-size bed in it, and it's especially private. Next is a visit to the bathroom. Once you open the door, the floor is covered with clean white tiles. A look gives a clean and tidy feeling. Instead, a spigot was hung on the wall, and the source of the hot water was heated by the heat emanating from the fireplace. Then connect the cold water hose and use the valve to regulate the temperature of the bath water. I have to say that handle forests are really talented when it comes to decorating. Su Feng just put forward a thought, and the handle Lin perfectly solved and came up with a feasible and effective program. Next was the kitchen, which was not much to visit or improve upon, still cooking on a coal stove. Next in line was the fireplace in the living room, where the handle forest was extended with several pipes and iron, leading to the hanging bedroom and bathroom. This heats up the fireplace and the heat is dispersed throughout the room with these pipes and the whole house is warm. Obviously, the amount of coal Su Feng uses in a winter may be twice as much as the average user. It's been hard on Master Lin these past few days. The workers' wages are all accounted for, right? The house renovated to this extent had far exceeded Su Feng's expectations. Shoota. After a few words of politeness, Master Lin gave Su Feng an accurate figure of the price of the materials consumed in the past few days, as well as the wages due to the workers. Plus 45 gold bricks were used, so $3 a piece is $135. After deducting the $300 deposit paid in advance, Su Feng had to pay another $685. Sure enough, you just have to burn money to use the good stuff. Overall, it cost a full $1,000 to refurbish the house. And that's not counting the expense of providing lunch for the workers. Su Feng pulled 70 dawanji, or $700, out of his pocket and handed it to Handlebar Lin. The extra $15 is considered a tip from the patron if the final product turns out well. Master Lin, you count. Put style Lin also did not polite. Money this thing first, small man after the gentleman. After counting clearly on the spot, for you and I are good. At the end of the count, after realizing that there was an extra $15 to be returned to Su Feng, Master Lin, I still have to thank you. This set of house renovation after the effect of the more than my expectations. The extra money is the workers' hard work money. Please buy some cigarettes and spread out with the workers. These workers can't be faulted for their work. If they hadn't worked so hard, it would have been impossible to finish the project in 10 days. Su Feng landed on these words, and put Style Forest in a deep bow. Customers are their bread and butter, and it's hard to find many customers who are so generous and considerate of them. Hurry up and get up. If the house has any quality problems in the future, I'll have to find you. I have to say that people in this era are really sincere. Put Style Lin straight up waist padding chest guarantee said, this house in the future, if there is really any quality problems, you can find me. As long as I'm alive, I'll help you get it for free until you're satisfied. It's a Handle Lin's confidence in his craft. After a few polite words, Su Feng didn't leave the Handle Lin. After all, the workers were still waiting to receive money from him. On the way out, the Handle Lin left the money for the work of the third master's family. These three lived in the same courtyard as Su Feng, so of course it was more appropriate for Su Feng to take them over. Figuring that the third master's family was still waiting, Su Feng took the money and walked through the moon gate into the inner courtyard. Xiao Su, first auntie can hear that your house is renovated. This is to deliver the labor money to your third auntie, isn't it? A Moncler outlet store can always think of easing relations with Su Feng. So a big mom saw Su Feng come over and took the initiative to say hello to get close. I'm so glad you said that. A big mom. Yi Zhonghai in the house heard the commotion and put down the tea in his hand and walked out. It's been refurbished so quickly. I guess it's not easy to cook on your side now. Why don't you deal with a bite at your first master's place tonight? And let first mother fry you up a couple of nice dishes. This really isn't polite words. Moncler outlet online. But Su Feng doesn't have the heart for it. This Yi Zhonghai appeared to be highly respected on the surface in the courtyard. But in fact, he was also a moralistic fellow. This was Su Feng's intuition. Thank you, a big master. I this side after delivering the money still have to go back to clean up the house. Otherwise tonight even have no place to sleep. But there is no place to sleep. The Red Star hostel side also retired. This side of the bed has not yet made the quilt. After Su Feng politely refused, a Moncler outlet online store did not insist on it. Chapter 178, Capturing the Pretty Widow's Heart. Yan Xiecheng is an unproductive one, and after finishing the work today, he has been waiting for the payment of labor, had been hovering in the doorway, his eyes fixed now and then on the moon door. What are you worried about? Are you still afraid that Su Feng won't pay you for your labor? Keeping swaying around annoyed Julie and couldn't help but spit a word at her own man. Hey, daughter-in-law, I'm not trying to get my labor money early to buy you some brown sugar to drink so that it won't hurt as much when your period comes. Yan Xiecheng's skill in saying sweet words is naturally first class, and his words come out at will. Humph. Hell no. Yuli didn't even bother to spit. Where to buy brown sugar with his little labor money? Even if you could buy it, what did you do when you had the money in the past? Yan Xiecheng was about to say a few more good words when he saw Su Feng appear at the moon door. I thought it was Master Lin who came over to deliver the money for the work, but I didn't expect to wait for Su Feng. As he watched Su Feng walk towards his house, he was stopped by a grandfather. Gu, what's this one grandpa going to make a mess of? I've been waiting for half a day for the money, and I'm about to get it in my hand and then I have to delay it for a while. Well, after just a couple of chats, Su Feng walked towards his house. The three Amazons were sharp-eyed, and they had also seen Su Feng just now. Old man Xiao Su is coming over. Come out. The three big mothers hurriedly shouted out. And in a while this work money still has to be taken over by the three big masters. Yan Bugui was waiting for this sentence in the house, and the first time he came out, he let Xiecheng go to the house to pour Su Feng a cup of water. Even if Yan Xiecheng was reluctant, he had to listen to his father. Hey, I don't know how much of this labor money I'd be able to give myself if it came to my own dad. Come on man. Stay at your third master's house for dinner tonight. I'll have third auntie cook you a couple of dishes, and we'll have a nice drink. Wifey, get ready. Anyone could hear that the third grandmaster really wasn't being falsely polite this time. What else could it be for? It was the day Su Feng had an accident, and their whole family hadn't helped put in a good word. There's no need to get busy third auntie. That's what first master said just now. I'll have to go back early to clean up the house later, or I won't even have a place to sleep at night. After saying this, Su Feng took the labor money out of his pocket. The 15-day work period was compressed into 11 days, so brother Xiecheng received 15 days of wages for minor labor. As for sister Yu, the three eldest mothers, each receives 11 days' wages, which you keep. Third master. After all, cooking is not the same as workers, who have to work overtime every day, and that's why the schedule was moved up. As for sister Yu and the three Amazons, it was enough to cook one meal a day, so naturally, they received 1 day's pay for one meal. In the area of money, the third master would not be polite with anyone and reached out to take it. Count it, third master, and let's settle it face to face. Although the three great masters had the intention to count, it would inevitably affect their own relationship with Su Feng. Look at what you're saying. It's hard for the third master not to believe you. It was also true that how much money had been spent on renovating the house by the human Su Feng. So how could he possibly fiddle with this little bit of labor money? That's fine. I'll go back. Third master. The three grand masters again polite 2 sentences said to stay Su Feng dinner. See Su Feng really do not have the intention to stay. Before sending people out of the moon door. Just a moment after Su Feng passed through the moon gate, the three Moncler outlet store Moncler outlet online immediately took out the money he had put into his pocket and counted it. Daughter-in-law, this is your share. Son, this is yours. Yuli's share of the wages. The three masters naturally do not dare to deduct a penny. Luckily, the third master is a man of his word, saying that if the buckle is undone in half, he will only take half. Daughter-in-law, is his house next door to ours? Su Feng, renovated? Jia Zhang's mother dog eye stripped around and immediately thought of a way to earn money. Qin Huairu nodded. There was such a big commotion in the courtyard just now. Those workers left before the hour. So I guess the renovation of the house is done. Daughter-in-law, listen to me. Those used pieces of furniture of his can be cold to sit on in the winter. Hearing her mother-in-law say this, Chin Huai-ru more or less didn't understand. Doesn't Granny hate Su Feng the most? Why does she still care if he's cold? He's sure to get some cushions and soft pillows and stuff. And you said he's a big old man who can't sew those. Daughter-in-law, you go and take this job. The boy is generous. You might make a few dollars. The third master prides himself on being an able person to take advantage of people, but in front of Jia Zhang's face, it is still not enough to look at. Chin Huai-ru thought for a moment, then nodded. It wasn't that she wanted to earn Su Feng's money. It was just that this method would more or less pay back someone's favor. Just as this side finished speaking, he heard movement in the next house, presumably Su Feng returning from delivering the completion money. Jia Zhang gave Chin Huai-ru a look, telling her to hurry up and not be preempted by others. So Su Feng's side had just entered the house on the front foot, and Chin Huai-ru followed him in on the back foot. Su Feng turned around when he heard the commotion, not realizing that it was this pretty widow who had come over to look for herself. Sister Chin, you're looking for me for something? Su Feng didn't think that he could capture this pretty widow's heart just by helping her once 2 days ago. Those furniture can be cold to sit on in the winter. Do you have any cotton and bedding at home? I'll sew some cushions for you. Chin Huai-ru naturally did not mention the matter of wages, only that she seemed to be courteous. This man, will he think too much? Sis, you're very attentive. Then surely I can't let you help for nothing. I'll get some cotton and a good quilt top tomorrow. It's true that it's still someone else's daughter-in-law, that's good. This is really considerate and attentive to the extreme. And Su Feng hasn't even noticed this yet when he lives on his own. After the explanation, Chin Huai-ru didn't linger, and walked out with a twist of the butt. Back at home, Jia Zhang immediately asked after him, how was it? Did that kid promise? Chin Huai-ru nodded. He said he wouldn't let me help for nothing. The first thing she wanted to do was to say that she didn't want to pay for the handwork, but sewing the cushions required the use of the family's sewing machine. When the time comes, ask Su Feng for a little less, and don't give more to yourself. As soon as she heard the answer, Jia Zhang's old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. The viewpoint was given to the side of the three great masters. As they were eating, the third master's thoughts collided with Jia Zhang's. No wonder they say they're all savvy enough to think of this. Xiaoli, Su Feng, those furniture can be cold to sit on in the winter. He probably had to hire someone to sew some cushions. Why don't you go ask around after dinner later and maybe earn a few more dollars for your labor? After saying this, the three Moncler outlet store adults admire their own brains. It is almost as if they were born to earn money. Yuli nodded. Then I'll go around the front yard after dinner later. It just so happened that this time was also a test, and if Su Feng really refused, it put a gap between them. This kind of thing Yan Xiecheng naturally have no opinion. Sewing cushions, this kind of work in their own home, sewing on the line. Daughter-in-law can also earn a few dollars. Chapter 179, Yuli, I know, Master. Sending Chin Huai-ru away, Su Feng casually dealt with a couple of bites. The system mall has everything, just can't eat a hot one. Coal hasn't been purchased yet, plus it's not really the right weather for a fireplace yet. After eating, Su Feng was about to pick up the house when a familiar set of footsteps sounded at the door. It's almost dark outside at this hour. Yuli just comes over to look for herself every night, not afraid that the people in the courtyard and her family will think too much about it. Sister, you're just in time. By the way, help me pick up the house. With this little daughter-in-law, Su Feng simply have no psychological pressure at all, so not even a little polite. Ho, got it, Master. Of course they couldn't joke about it in public, but now it was just the two of them in private. On the contrary, Yuli was happy to see Su Feng not being polite to her. If Su Feng was really polite to her, it would mean that the relationship between the two was distant. Just about to take a step across the threshold, seeing the smooth and neat floor under her feet, Yuli immediately withdrew her feet. What is it? Su Feng didn't understand this strange action of Yuli's. It wasn't like he had planted a landmine at his own door. Sis, these shoes are dirty. I'm afraid I'll dirty this floor of yours. 2 days ago Yuli also went into the house around, but at that time there was no gold tiles. Thinking that it is still the same as before, just now subconsciously about to walk in, Yuli saw the gold bricks laid on the ground, subconsciously retracted her feet. She hadn't even seen the floor so clean and tidy, and even felt out of place in the room. Knowing that Su Feng spent a lot of money renovating the house, he didn't expect it to be renovated so beautifully. Standing outside the door, Yuli scanned the house and couldn't help the envy rising in her heart. Yuli was even fantasizing how good it would be if this was her own house. I can't imagine how sexually pleasurable it would be to live in this house. Sis, you're not mocking me. Let's just mop it up if it's dirty. For Yuli to react this way, it was within Su Feng's expectations. Even Su Feng came back this afternoon and was surprised by the overall renovation effect of his house. That's why the extra $15 to round up that play. Only after hearing Su Feng say this did Yuli dare to walk in with confidence. My lord, what a beautiful house you have. Yuli came in where she still cared about picking up the house for Su Feng, and the first time she took the whole house for a spin. Everywhere I went I felt hot-eyed, really everywhere I felt beautiful and satisfied. The only thing that upsets her, naturally, is that the house doesn't belong to her. By the way, why don't we see the bedroom? Yuli nodded to signal her to look upwards, and when Yuli looked up, she was stunned to see the raised bedroom. Immediately thumped up the stairs, and after coming down, everyone looked at Su Feng with a shocked face. Sis, don't look at it yet, slowly give you enough to enjoy later. Help me pick up the house first. After all, get the house cleaned up early. There's business to be done. There wasn't really much tidying up to do, just putting everything back where it belonged and making the bed. As she cleaned up, Yuli gave a mention of the main purpose of this trip over. Sorry sis, Su Feng began with these words, and Yuli's pouting buttocks froze for a second as she made the bed on the Luohan bed, and her heart was suddenly cold. What is this if not a rejection? Is it hard to believe that the relationship has really become distant because of what happened the other night? Obviously he was squatting down the other night. Just now, when you hadn't come over. Shin Huiru, who lives next door, took the initiative to come over and said she'd help me sew some cushions or something. Said it was to thank me for helping her the other day, so I didn't say no. Hearing this, Yuli's hanging heart could be put back. It turned out that someone had gotten the jump on her, and it wasn't Su Feng who wanted to break it off with her. After Yuli finished making the bed, Su Feng followed him up the stairs. Sis, you come over every day at night. Aren't you afraid that brother Xiecheng will think too much? Su Feng stepped forward and directly wrapped Yuli in his arms, his other hand smoothly climbing onto the grain bag. Yuli's reaction wasn't as strong as before, only her ears were slightly hot. Obviously she had gradually adapted to Su Feng's intimacy. What does he think more? His dad sent me over anyway. As soon as Yuli said this, Su Feng understood. The feeling was that the third master had let his daughter-in-law come up here to take advantage of him. It turned out to be a case of picking up the sesame and losing the watermelon, allowing Su Feng to take advantage of the situation. Su Feng took out the hand that had reached into his collar, and was about to place it on Yuli's shoulder to press it down when Bai Yun's intense mood swings came from his mind. Just now, when Yuli came over, Su Feng communicated with White Cloud in his mind to have it stand guard at the door, lest there be another incident on the day of rest. Ever since the system had turned on the vision sharing function, Bai Yun was able to understand many of Su Feng's commands. Su Feng immediately switched Bai Yun's perspective, and sure enough, Yan Xiechang was standing not far from his doorstep, his eyes staring at this side of his doorway from time to time. Sister, brother Xiechang is still standing outside. You go back first. If we really let Yuli squat down, it would probably take half an hour for the little daughter-in-law to go home. If that was the case, I'm afraid that Yan Xiechang would have rushed in long ago. The ambiguous atmosphere in the room instantly dissipated with Su Feng's words, and Yuli's pretty face, which was burning from shyness, immediately went cold. Doorway. Yan Xiecheng finished his meal and originally wanted to lie in bed and wait for his daughter-in-law to come back, but after 10 minutes or so, there was no movement outside the house. Thinking about what happened in the courtyard last week, Yan Xiecheng always felt that his hat was a bit heavy. Finally, unable to sit still, he sat up from his bed and slipped all the way to the moon door, but really to the door of Su Feng's house. Yan Xia adults do not dare to really go over, lest his daughter-in-law want to make trouble with himself. Thinking that it had only been 10 minutes since he had passed, he was probably helping Su Feng clean up the house, so Yan Xiecheng stood next to the moon door and waited. Just when Yan Xiecheng couldn't wait any longer and was about to rush in regardless, his daughter-in-law walked out as usual with a smile on her lips and greeted Su Feng. Seeing this image, Yan Xiecheng could be considered to have put his hanging heart back into his stomach. He had made a surprise inspection this time, and he hadn't even found anything unusual, so that meant that his daughter-in-law really didn't have anything to do with Su Feng. The expression on Yuli's face was naturally feigned, and when she turned her head and indeed saw her own man standing next to the moon door, her pretty face immediately went cold. Of course, it's not pretend. My daughter-in-law doesn't have a moonlight tonight either. I'm afraid you can't see clearly at night, so I came over to pick you up. Seeing his daughter-in-law's face go cold, Yan Xiecheng hurriedly came over with a pleasing smile. Yuli was already collapsing and ignoring him, rushing straight to her home. Daughter-in-law, don't go so fast. Wait for me. Yan Xiecheng's most worried thing still happened. If you can't coax it well tonight, it is estimated that tomorrow at dawn you will have to go back to your mother's home again noisily. Yan Xiecheng hurriedly chased after her with quick steps and tried to pull Yuli's hand but was directly thrown away. Chapter 180. Yuli returns to her mother's home. Daughter-in-law, it's really not what you think. I really don't have anything else in mind other than worrying about you. Coaxing and coaxing, Yan Xiecheng himself feel annoyed. But what can he do? If I lose this daughter-in-law, I'm afraid I won't be able to find one as good. Although her temper is a bit bad, but she is pretty and has a good body, so she can let it go. Hearing Yan Xiecheng's words, Yuli really did stop. Just when Yan Xiecheng thought that this sentence had an effect, Yuli twisted her head that the expression on her face was even colder than just now. Yan Xiecheng, even if you outright say that you are worried about me cuckolding you, I respect you as a man. Look at you now. What else can you do but lie to me with lies? Could it be that I took the initiative to go to Su Feng tonight? Or was it me that took the initiative any time before? Every time I lick my face and say nice things to people, my lips are worn out, and I have to come home and be wronged by you? Sure enough, women are simply born performers. Daughter-in-law, I'm wrong. Everything is my fault. Okay, the neighbors are still awake. Let's talk about what we have to say at home. There is no way Yan Xia achievement to use the tactics of Huairo. First coaxed the daughter-in-law back to the room before, and then coaxed with sweet words well. But this time Yuli, it seemed like she really couldn't be coaxed well in general. I don't want to argue with you either. I'll go back to my mother's house in the morning. I'm not even staying in this yard, so you can't suspect me of cuckolding you, can you? Yuli's words were no longer hysterical roars of rage, there was just a flatness of disappointment to the core. Hearing his daughter-in-law's words, Yan Xiecheng was truly flustered this time. After going back, no matter how much coaxing was done, it still had no effect at all. The next morning, which was Friday morning, the good life starts with a lot of noise, but this morning, it was a little different than usual. Those two in Yan's family quarreled again. As for what to quarrel do not know. Anyway, Yuli noisily wanted to go back to her mother's home. Yan Xiecheng in the back of the chase and coaxing. People in the yard are not surprised. These two families every day this whole thing. Just did not expect to start arguing early this morning. I didn't expect that after a while. Only Yan Xiecheng came back by himself. You dead kid. Where's Lori? The third Amma couldn't help but complain about her son and how she still allowed Shaoli to go back to her mother's house. And this complaint triggered Yan Xiecheng's temper. If you like to go back, who can stand her with that temper? It's better to stay in her mother's house for the rest of her life and don't come back. A big old man being pressed by his own daughter-in-law every day is too much for anyone to bear. What kind of nonsense are you talking? You dead kid. If Shaoli really won't give you a pass, I'll see where you can find such a good daughter-in-law. With this reminder from the three Amazons, Yan Xiecheng regained his senses. Hey, I know Mom. Shaoli is angry right now. Let her stay at her mother's house for a few days to cool off. I'll pick her up on Dad's bike when it's a day off. As the saying goes, couples fight at the head of the bed and make up at the end of the bed. Slow down for a few days rationality to suppress sensibility. Maybe they will make up. Thinking about it, the three Amazons stopped complaining about their son. The third master's family's quarrel has nothing to do with the other people in the courtyard. Everyone should do what they do. Silly Column shouted and called Su Feng to ride a bicycle together to work in the factory. Brother Pillar, are you doing anything the day after tomorrow? The house was renovated, so there would be no need for a housewarming party, and besides, that's not popular in this day and age. Still, you have to set a proper table and invite the ones who helped you renovate your house. Let's forget about Master Lin's side. He's too busy picking up work to come over for dinner, plus the fact that he dines at Brother Pillar's house every day. It's a good idea to call Brother Pillar over to have a meal at his house as well. Your own handiwork is fine for a couple of bites by yourself, but if you make a mat, it's not good enough. So there's still the Silly Column to hire. Silly Zhu thought about it while riding his bike and gave Su Feng an affirmative reply that nothing happened that day. I want to set a table on my day off. Just invite some of the ones who helped me renovate my house. I'll prepare the ingredients. Brother Pillar, you can help me cook a good table. Silly Column still thought it was something. This kind of small thing he naturally agreed to it with his mouth full. Of course Brother Pillar can't let you work for nothing. What price are you paying out there? Silly Columns sometimes go out on their days off to take on private work, such as this kind of helping people set up banquets and so on. Su Feng hadn't even finished speaking before he was interrupted by Silly Pillar's voice. Brother, you're burying me. Just make a table buddy and still charge you. The misunderstanding on that day off. Silly Pillar could feel sorry for Su Feng. Plus how can two people talk about money when they've been together for so long? That's fine. Brother Pillar, then I'll say thanks in advance. In the blink of an eye, it was Saturday afternoon, and the third grandpa rode his bike back to the yard. Running into Su Feng immediately asked a mouthful. Gentlemen, going fishing tomorrow morning? Forget it, third master. It's too cold to get up. You can go alone. Fishing Su Feng is also a hobby, not so big addiction. Now how cold in the morning? Su Feng do not want to suffer that crime. As soon as Su Feng said he wasn't going to go, the three grandmasters immediately lost 3% of their interest, mainly because they couldn't share the big fish. Back home, Yan Xiecheng mentioned a mouthful of wanting to use the bike tomorrow. The third grandmaster was just about to refuse, when the third grandmother hurriedly added, "Old man, lend the bicycle to the child for a while. It's not a good idea to let your daughter-in-law stay at her mother's house all the time. Then wait until I get back from fishing tomorrow afternoon, and watch out when you ride." The third master is heartbroken about his precious bike, but if his son is left without a daughter-in-law, he'll be the one who ends up in trouble. This side had just finished speaking, but he didn't expect Su Feng to come through the moon door. "Man, are you coming around?" The third master thought that Su Feng was going to change his mind and go fishing with him tomorrow. "No, third master. I'd like to set a table tomorrow night to thank you all for your help. Brother Xiecheng, the 3 Amazons must come over tomorrow night." Su Feng just intentionally did not add the 3 Grand Masters. This bastard will only Whitehor called him what to do. The 3 Great Masters also heard out that people didn't even want to call themselves. "Tomorrow I'll ask your brother Xiecheng to fetch Yuli back. It's fine for you young people to get together. I'm an old woman who won't go and join in the fun. People aren't even calling for the third grandpa, and the third grandma sure as hell isn't going to be there." Su Feng didn't force himself, and after explaining, he left without lingering. The third master's face with a smile immediately collapsed. People, this is completely did not put him in the eyes. Chapter 181, Encountering Sisters. Sunday morning. It's been a long time coming, and I'm not sure if this Sunday will be any more lively than the last. The weather is also getting colder and some people have even put on their cotton coats. On such a cold day, the 3 grandparents still insisted on getting up early to go fishing. Everyone else in the yard, though, more or less stays in bed for a while. This morning, Su Feng could be considered to have had a good night's sleep. The house was indeed renovated, but with no electricity or coal burning in one, there was no way to experience the true wonders of the house. So after work on Saturday night, Su Feng made a trip to the coal store. Most of the coal stores at this time were public-private partnerships, and the coal store guys even provided door-to-door service, using wattle-woven amphora baskets and dustpans to fill with coal and carry it to their homes. When I went there yesterday, people were getting close to the end of their shift. Coal stores were closed on Sundays, so Su Feng gave the money in advance and asked the fellow to deliver it the next morning. Slowly the courtyard began to bustle, and Su Feng did not want to continue sleeping. There wasn't much entertainment at night, but I wasn't going to stay up late, so I wasn't too sleepy after waking up. Only once the quilt was lifted, the cold wind poured straight into it, and the cold made one wobble. Su Feng hurriedly covered up the quilt, and then hid under the quilt to put his clothes back on after tucking his close-fitting clothes under the quilt to warm them up. Lifting the comforter again, it was much stronger. Then there was the problem of washing. There was still a bit of coal left in the house, so it was no problem to use the coal stove to boil some hot water to wash my face and brush my teeth. As soon as I pushed the door open, it was even colder outside the courtyard than inside. This 49 city, when it really is said to be cooling down the temperature. Another week, I am afraid it is not going to be winter. Well, not a moment later, 2 coal store fellows came to the courtyard door pushing a cart of coal. The truth is that Su Feng bought too much, and the 2 of them couldn't pick much with a stretcher at all. There was a threshold at the entrance to the yard, so trying to push the crate into the yard was impossible. Fortunately, the fellows were prepared for this, and 2 two-eared coal baskets were placed on the crate loaded with coal, and it was carried to the yard one load at a time. Su Feng naturally didn't stay idle, piling the cosmos coals into the corners and yards one by one. In this era, there were 3 types of coal available to the average citizen. Anthracite coal, volatile heat is lower, burning mostly without smoke. Although this type of coal did not emit smoke when burned, it was not at all within Su Feng's consideration due to the low volatile heat. Because the fireplace is installed with a chimney, you don't have to worry about soot at all. But if the volatile heat is low, the house won't be warm at all. In fact, it is honeycomb coal. This is usually put inside the coal stove to boil water for cooking use. That's why Su Feng chose datong coal, which volatilizes extremely high heat and is of good quality. Brother, buying so much coal? Silly Zhu heard the commotion outside from inside the house and went out to see that Su Feng was busy stacking coal. Hurriedly, he put the spittoon in his hand aside and came over to help Su Feng with a hand. Take advantage of the cooling to get your coal ahead of time, so you don't have to wait for the snow to buy it now and stand in line and not be able to get it. Su Feng responded, and with Silly Pillar joining him, the speed of yarding coal was much faster. You're right, we'll have to wait until later in the day to get the coal. This side is chatting. Lu Guangfu, this kid has nothing to do to come to the front yard blindly. Seeing Su Feng busy, he immediately shouted to come over to help. Su Feng didn't refuse. Guangfu, go outside and help those 2 fellows load the coal into the baskets. With Silly Pillar and Lu Guangfu on board, it took a while to pick up the cosmos coal. Just pile it up in the corner, yard it neatly, and clip it to the house when you use it. Hard work, man. While picking the last load of coal, Su Feng went ahead to wash his hands at the public faucet. Pulling a packet of peonies out of his pocket, He scattered one for the two fellows. Then he made a few polite remarks and sent the man to the door of the courtyard. "Ho brother, you're not a bad class." Silly Pillar received the peony Su Feng handed over with an exaggerated expression on his face. Lu Guangfu received in the hand did not bother to smoke. Do not to the ear waiting for the following. "Brother Pillar, do you think I need to go buy some food later?" Whenever he thought about it, he gave a clear list of all the ingredients he would need to use for the night. Buy what you can and forget about it if you can't. Alright, we'll go to the market in a while. Right Guangfu, let's get together as brothers tonight. Compared to Lu Guangtian, Guangfu can still be treated. Hey, got it brother Su. This silly boy can't even get his hands on meat at home. So where would he be polite enough to refuse? Besides, this is still the famous chef of the courtyard. Silly Pillar. So tonight is a good time to have a good meal. After the explanation, Su Feng went back to the house to put the cotton jacket on, and then exchanged a glove from the system mall. It would be possible to exchange the ingredients directly in the system mall, but it would be fine to go out and have a look around on today's day off with nothing to do. The first destination is naturally the food market. Su Feng wandered around without a single eye. Most of them have nothing to do with freshness. Forget it, it's better to redeem it in the system mall later, and it doesn't need a ticket. It's not a good idea to just go back early. So why don't we just go around the department store and see what we need? Once I parked my bike and lifted the curtain to go inside. It was definitely a lot warmer inside the department store than on the street. It's no wonder that the salesmen in here are the envy of everyone in the industry. Just this kind of work environment is quite a bit better than most. Looked around. Found that the department store mall inside the system mall have. The system mall have. Instead of this department store inside the mall did not sell. After simply picking a little pastry and paying for the money and ticket, Su Feng was about to go out. Who would have thought that he would run into Yu Li here? After this little daughter-in-law received her wages, this time she came to the department store to take a stroll can have a bottom. Of course not, she came alone. There is also the last time in the road met with his 7 points like the big beauty. Rolling mill factory flower Yu Haitang. As soon as the sisters lifted the curtain and entered, they noticed Su Feng, who was in the middle of buying something. At a glance, it was really because people were generally on the short side in this era, and Su Feng's 5 feet 8 inches stature was just too conspicuous. Just looking at the figure and the side face, both made Yu Haitang's eyes light up. Turned his head to look. Is not at the last time in the roadside. Saw that riding the Phoenix brand bicycle, that big handsome guy? White moved again. The last time he sat in someone's backseat and wrapped his arm around his waist is obviously someone's daughter-in-law. It was just that what Yu Haitang didn't expect was that this big handsome guy knew his sister. What a coincidence, sister Yu. I didn't expect to run into you here. Su Feng smiled and said hello to Yu Li. The twin sisters stood together. It was really a competition, each with their own delicate and bright. No, as soon as these two sisters came in, they became the center of attention in this department store, and many people beside them shot their eyes over. Chapter 182, Sister. Is Su Feng married? Because Yu Haitang was also there. Yu Li had originally planned to pretend she didn't know Su Feng. It wasn't because the last time she sat in Su Feng's backseat and had her arm around his waist, she happened to bump into her sister. It's quite a coincidence. You're a big old man coming around this department store just to buy a few pastries? Since Su Feng had taken the initiative to say hello, Yu Li would instead make her sister think more if she put on a wriggling stance. This is not nothing to do well. Out of a circle, also nothing to buy. You sister next to such a big beauty does not give me an introduction? Su Feng of course knew that this woman was Yu Haitang, but having met her in a very awkward situation, he naturally had to pretend that he had never seen her before. Yu Haitang's heart lake rippled when she saw Su Feng mention himself and address him as a great beauty. If there was another man, Yu Haitang would only think that this kind of man's mouth is flowery and unreliable. In this day and age, the word beauty only pops out of the mouths of the immodest sort, but the one who said this was Su Feng. This man was just too bored looking. It was almost like a girl and a little daughter-in-law looking at him. And when such a person complimented himself, Yu Haitang's heart was naturally elated. Sure enough, it's the age of the face at all times. This is my own sister, Yu Haitang. Su Feng, he's still the announcer at your factory. Su Feng, you also work in the steel rolling mill, you must have heard of it. My sister is the famous factory flower in the steel rolling mill. Mentioned this Yu Li from the heart of the pride. Himself and his sister looks like 7 points, and even his own body lines than his sister to stand out quite a bit. My sister is the factory flower of the steel rolling mill, so if I go into a factory to work, won't I also be able to take off the name of the factory flower? This time is really a long time. I have not yet entered the plant to work. I have heard of the name of the rolling mill plant flower. Today can be considered to see myself. No wonder sister Yu is so pretty too. I feel like she's factory flower's sister. Su Feng took the initiative to extend his hand, and Yu Haitang reacted by shaking Su Feng's hand. Yu Haitang was thinking in her heart, If this man was holding her hand and didn't want to let go, then he was definitely not a decent person. And that would be right for him to open his mouth just now and call himself a big beautiful woman. But the truth was the opposite of what Yu Haitang appeared to be, and the two of them touched their hands without the slightest bit of hesitation on Su Feng's part. But it was just this momentary contact that one could feel how delicate this factory flower's small hands were, worthy of being engaged in the announcers. In the factory cannot touch the heavy work at home, do not touch the Yanchun water. It is estimated that every day to rub the snow cream maintenance. Haitang, Su Feng also works at the rolling mill, but in the procurement section. Living in a courtyard with your sister Su Feng, he is very nice and takes good care of your sister. Yu Haitang didn't expect that this big handsome man would be rated so highly here in his sister's place. Usually when we talk about that brother-in-law, my sister is always just spitting and complaining. Sister Yu, I'm not as good as you say I am. Usually it's everyone who takes care of me in the institution. By the way, Sister Yu, tonight I'll ask Brother Zhuzi to cook a table and feast on all of you who helped me renovate my house. Sister Yu, you must come over tonight. If Yuli stayed at her mother's house every day, wouldn't it be less colorful to make her own sex life living in the courtyard? Yuli originally did not want to go back so early. The anger has not yet subsided. Since Su Feng said so, it will go back to the courtyard tonight, and it is necessary to let Yan Xiecheng come over to talk about it and pick it up. Yuri nodded, explaining to her sister in passing. 2 days ago Su Feng's family renovated their house and asked me to help cook for the workers he hired. Sister, I'm telling you, Su Feng's house is beautifully renovated. I'll take you to see it when I have time. The brother pillar Su Feng was talking about is that stupid pillar from your factory. He hadn't heard his sister mention this, but after hearing her say it, Yu Haitang really had a hint of curiosity. Su Feng followed with a couple of modest remarks. It's not as exaggerated as what Sister Yu said. That's fine. Sister Yu, you two stroll around first. I'll go back first. By the way, you have to accept this pastry no matter what, Sister Yu. Yuli had the presence of mind to refuse, but Su Feng had already shoved the pastry into his hand. Yuli didn't have time to be polite, as Su Feng had already lifted the curtain and walked out of the department store. Sis, this man is so generous to you. Just bought the pastries, haven't had time to open it before handing you hand. Is not interesting to you? There were naturally no constraints on chatting between the sisters, and Yu Haitang spoke boldly at times. Yuli tapped her sister's head with her finger. What are you, dead girl, talking about? Your sister has a man, do you think it's appropriate to say such things? Although Yuli was a bit flustered in her heart, she definitely couldn't show it. If my sister finds out about what happened on the road the other day, we're really screwed. Sis, I'm just kidding. The man who chased me also treated me like this. Besides, it's normal for people to like my sister because she's so pretty. Yu Haitang didn't feel anything, but only felt pity for her sister. Obviously so beautiful body is important, but married Yan Xiecheng, that useless man. And you're talking about me? All those suitors and you haven't met a single suitable one? Mom even told me on the way out the door just now to ask you what you really think. Her eldest daughter's marriage was slightly unfortunate, so Yu's mother could never let her youngest daughter make the same mistake. Now Yu Haitang work has been stabilized, just to find a son-in-law. Yu father Yu mother in this matter did not worry, but this little daughter has a lot of suitors, and she has never met one who is right for her. You have to say that you have a good eye, and there is even a son of the factory leader who came to the door to propose marriage. But this little daughter, either she is too short or not handsome enough. In this day and age, where can you find a man who is tall and handsome and has a good family? So Yu Haitang so excellent in their own conditions. Fro's still not married, and not even an object has not been. Goo, my mom will take this every day. Right, sis? Just now that Su Feng, did he get married? Having seen so many men, Su Feng just now was the only one that made her move. What if the last time Su Feng sat in the back seat on his girlfriend? What if the two are now separated? Seeing that her sister was interested in Su Feng, a strange feeling immediately rose in Yuli's heart. The ambiguous relationship between himself and Su Feng. If Su Feng really became a success with his own sister, then what was he? I don't know about that. His hometown seems to be the countryside. I think he's married. Yuli really did not know. Ambiguously said he should be married, thinking to completely cut off his sister's mind. Chapter 183, Can Tingle Your Bones to Death. Sis, don't do that. You can help me ask around. You and Mom have been urging me to get married, and I've got my eye on this guy. If she was married, it would be fine, but if she wasn't, Yu Haitang thought that if she missed this one, she wouldn't be able to meet another man who would make her fall in love with him at first sight. Marriage is to live together, not to look at the face. Handsome men are philandering, you know? In any case, Yuli didn't want her sister to get involved with Su Feng. Otherwise, what would that become? It's not like Su Feng is really a landlord. Hearing her sister say this, Yu Haitang couldn't help but skim her lips. It's hard not to find one like her brother-in-law. With no skill and no money, you don't have the strength to be a womanizer outside. However, Yu Haitang didn't say this. Her sister's marriage was already unfortunate enough. She couldn't say this kind of words to break her heart. Sis, isn't Su Feng inviting you to his house for dinner tonight? Sis, you can bring me along too. You don't know. The leaders inside our factory have a small cooking stove with silly pillar at the helm. Sis, I want to taste the treatment of the leaders too. Yu Haitang pulled Yu Li's arm and pouted petulantly. That dainty voice brought back the attention of many passers-by. This girl not only looks pretty but also has a good voice. I dare not imagine what kind of divine day it would be to marry home. Not to mention the wedding night, which can literally finish crunching one's bones. A big girl has no shame. So many people at the mall are looking at you. Noticing that her sister was the center of attention at the mall, Yuli hurriedly peeled her sister's hand off her arm. Sis, you promise me I won't pout. Yu Haitang is determined to follow his sister to see Su Feng this time. Regardless of whether it is successful or not, at least he has tried. Sis doesn't know you yet, and you still have the nerve to say something about wanting to taste the silly pillar's handiwork as an excuse. People didn't even invite you, so I don't know how you had the good sense to go. Yuli also take this sister cannot help. The whole family spoiled this little daughter. Yu Haitang also knew that her sister was agreeing, and happily pulled Yuli to stroll through the department store. Turned around but did not buy anything, just Yuli bought a bottle of snow cream. Winter is coming soon, so buy a bottle of snow cream and rub it on your face and hands to make them less dry. Su Feng's side looked for an unoccupied corner, exchanged all the ingredients that the pillar had explained to him to buy from the system mall, and put them inside a large bag and strapped it to the back seat of the bike. By the way, there were still a few roast ducks left from the last reward that had been kept in the system space, so it was just the right time to take one out today to satisfy my craving, but not until the evening. At noon Su Feng simply dealt with a bite, saving his stomach to wait for the good food fried by brother Zhu Zi in the evening. The time quickly came to the afternoon when the third grandpa came back from outside on his bicycle. Su Feng didn't follow the three big masters. Harvest was still as steady as ever, still two small fish less than the size of a palm, but in spite of this, the three oldest were happy to get up early and go fishing every time. As soon as this side came in, Yan Shejia immediately greeted him. After dinner the kid was waiting in the front yard, but he was late in seeing his dad come back. I can't help but grumble in my heart. Is fishing more important than my own daughter-in-law? Or do I not want to lend myself a bicycle? Dad, you're finally home. I went to pick up Lori. Yan Xiechingshang put his dad temporarily backtracked and directly went forward to hold the handlebars. Later on, the third master was not so bad. Ride carefully. Avoid potholes and don't pedal the chain as hard as you can when you go uphill. In the eyes of the third master, this bicycle is not his lifeblood. Got it, Dad. Yan Xiecheng perfunctorily pushed the bicycle and left the hospital as fast as possible to ride towards the mother-in-law's home. As soon as he entered the courtyard at his destination, a good Wang Ant saw Yan Shejia immediately yelling, Xiao Li's mom, your son-in-law is here. Yo! In the past 2 days, people in the courtyard said Julie back to her mother to live. Cannot help but speculate on whether the couple again on the conflict, so that the people in the courtyard to see a lot of jokes. Mother, you heard the commotion and immediately came out of the house. Xiecheng is here. Ah! Quickly enter the house. Regardless of any dissatisfaction with this son-in-law, outside you mother would not show it, lest she let the people in the courtyard look at her as a joke. Mom, how's your health these days? Entered the house Yan Xiecheng and mother-in-law polite 2 sentences. You father you mother also just casually returned 2 sentences. Never seen such a son-in-law come to the in-laws house empty-handed. Not that he had to be allowed to take anything nice, but at least it was a gift. And he's coaxing his daughter-in-law home, just because he's empty-handed? Feeling his father-in-law and mother-in-law's dislike for him, Yan Xiecheng stood to the side to be as awkward as he could be, which was also the reason why he didn't want to come over. Lori's in the house. Go talk to her. Mother, you sighed in her heart. If only she had insisted a little more in the beginning. How could she let her precious daughter marry this kind of person? Su Feng simply cleaned up the kitchen after eating, and originally wanted to mop the floor a little bit without that need. Many people are coming over tonight, and they'll have to step in the dirt again in a little while, so we can't have everyone ready to wear slippers. It didn't take long for the heat from the meal to dissipate immediately. I had nothing to do in the afternoon, so it was a good time to fire up the fireplace and try how it worked. Using a clamp, he filled the fireplace with the cosmos coal from the outside of the house, then took a red-hot piece of honeycomb coal from the coal stove and stuffed it inside. In a moment's time, the coals of the fireplace were stoked. Su Feng closed the doors and windows, and slowly, it was obvious that he could feel the temperature in the room climbing. By the time he had burned the fireplace's cosmos coal to red, the temperature in the room was so hot that Su Feng took off his cotton jacket, thumped up the stairs to try the bedroom how it was, and again felt a very noticeable heat wave. This handle forest is really a talent. With this heating set, winter is not expected to freeze a little. By this time, the fireplace was heating up the water, just in time to take advantage of the afternoon and have a nice bath. Adjusting the water temperature, Su Feng took a towel and a piece of pancreas and rubbed his body well in the bathroom. After washing, I felt a few moments of clarity in my body. And the most comfortable part is that after changing into a not so thick and thin set of fall clothes and pants, you can't feel the cold at all when you get out of the bathroom. Standing next to the fireplace, the hair that is still dry slowly dries. The only drawback is that the temperature is naturally dehydrated, and I'm afraid that if you drink less, you'll have smoke coming out of your throat the next day. After noticing this, Su Feng gulped down a large glass of water. He was about to pour again when there was a knock on the door outside the house. It was hard to believe that Brother Pillar had come over to find himself and prepare the evening's mat. When I opened the door, the cold wind coming in from outside was a world away from the temperature inside. When I looked up, it was the Pretty Widow. Chapter 184, The Shocked and Envious Pretty Widow. Qin Huaru knew that Su Feng was at home, but didn't understand why he had to close the door in broad daylight. The moment Su Feng opened the door, she understood. The heat wave inside the house came head-on, even giving him the illusion that it was like summer inside the house. Is that cotton and quilt top ready for you? I'll take it home and help you sew the cushions. No wonder people just wear a fall coat and pants in the house. How did they get it so warm in this house? She couldn't figure it out, but she wanted to go in and take a look. Sister Qin, you come in first, I'll close the door. The heat will run out in a moment. Qin Huairu nodded and just about to enter made the same move as Yu Li. I hadn't noticed it earlier, but now when I looked down and crossed the threshold, I saw the smooth, neat flooring in the house. Then I look at my shoes, and there's a lot of mud on both sides of them, not to mention the soles. If you step in this, you'll have to walk all the way to dirty footprints. Why don't I just stand here while you bring it to me? On the one hand, it is not good for a widow to go into the house of a big boy and close the door, and on the other hand, naturally, she has an inferiority complex. No matter what, Qin Huairu was proud, but at this moment, looking at the ground smooth and neat in the floor, Qin Huairu for the first time in front of Su Feng inferiority complex. Sister, you were washing your clothes in the courtyard, right? Hurry up and warm up. The floor is already dirty. Step on it and mop it again. Looking at Qin Huairu's reddened face and small hands, it was obvious that she had just frozen outside. I really don't know how she has clothes to wash every day in her house. Can she, Jia Zhang, change one set a day? He himself was idle at home every day and didn't know to take the time to give it a wash. Facing Su Feng's warm invitation, this time Qin Huairu did not refuse. Standing at the door all the time wasn't a good thing. Instead, it would make people think more. When her entire body walked into Su Feng's house, Qin Huairu realized that people were different from each other. Obviously everyone is having a winter, but some people are just having a summer. With every step Qin Huairu looked down at the footprints she had left behind, and sure enough there were several more muddy marks on the floor. Even though Su Feng had already said so in advance, Qin Huairu still felt embarrassed. Sis, I'll get you a glass of water while you stand by the fireplace and warm up. The cotton is upstairs, I'll go up and get it for you. Afraid that Qin Huairu didn't know, Su Feng even made a point of pointing out the location of the fireplace to her. Qin Huairu looked over in the direction Su Feng was pointing, and there was an additional large fireplace in front of her. The coals were burning red inside, so it was no wonder the house was so warm. Looking at the fireplace inside added a lot of coal. Qin Huairu thought to herself that this winter is estimated to use a lot of money. And why is Su Feng talking about going upstairs? Doesn't everyone live in a one-story house? Su Feng first poured himself a cup of plain water to dry, and added 2 tablespoons of cream of wheat to Qin Huairu's cup of water. Sis, you drink first. The ceramic cup was not too hot. Qin Huairu said a thank you and received the hand. Then he saw Su Feng thumping up the stairs before realizing that going upstairs was the thing to do. How come the sleeping place is so high up? I guess sleeping here won't be cold at night. Qin Huairu thought as she surveyed the entire room. That would be the bathroom, right? That faucet you just hung up wouldn't be for a hot shower, would it? As soon as he entered just now, Su Feng's entire body was clean and fresh, so he should have just taken a shower inside. After it got cold, Qin Huairu remembered that she hadn't taken a bath for a week, so taking a bath in this house probably wasn't cold at all. Unfortunately, Qin Huairu could only think about it. What was it like for a widow to take a bath in someone else's big boy's house? And this cream of wheat in my own cup, so sweet and sweet in my mouth. Cotton and back Su Feng forgot to exchange it, so he found an excuse to go upstairs to get it. After redeeming it, the cotton was wrapped into the quilt top and lifted off. Sister Qin, just watch and come. No need to save me cotton. Stuff a little more into the cushion here. The chill had long since been dispelled from Qin Huairu's body after she finished her cup of cream of wheat, plus standing next to the fireplace. Receiving the cotton handed over by Su Feng, Qin Huairu reluctantly left the house as if it was summer. That's right, sis. I'm inviting the people in our institution for a meal tonight. You remember to come over tonight too, sis. Looking at his sister-in-law in the room who had a bad look on her face, Yan Xiecheng awkwardly greeted Yu Haitang. Daughter-in-law, 1,000 mistakes are my fault. Come home with me, okay? What happened tonight will never happen again. I promise you. Yan Xiecheng in the house 1,000 coaxing can be considered to coax his daughter-in-law good. He thought it was his sweet words that had an effect, but it was actually Yu Li who had promised Su Feng that she would return to the courtyard for dinner in the evening. Otherwise, with his empty-handed attitude, he'd go back where he came from. Brother-in-law, then you won't disapprove if I follow my sister to play in your yard, will you? Yan Xiecheng naturally agreed 10,000 times. How dare he refuse this sister-in-law? So the sisters talked to Yu's mother and together they went to the courtyard over Nanluo Guxiang. Yu Li naturally sat in the back seat of Yan Xiecheng, and Yu Haitang followed beside on her own bicycle. Daughter-in-law, we have a bad road here. You put your arm around my waist and be careful of falling down. When he set off, Yan Xiecheng also gave a thoughtful explanation. You can't ride slower yourself. If you break this bike, your dad might be complaining about me in his mind. Yu Li didn't even talk with a good attitude, let alone put her arm around his waist. How come, odd daughter-in-law? If you want to blame it, is also blame me, is not it? Yu Li is too lazy to talk to him again. Yan Xiecheng also happens to be bored to ride to the yard. When they arrived at the courtyard, the sisters immediately became the center of attention. After all, the quadrangle is full of steel rolling mill workers, who do not know the name of Yu Haitang, the factory flower. This excited some of the youngsters in the yard, who ventured out of the house. Yu Haitang couldn't stand the eyes of these people who were like hungry wolves and hurriedly followed her sister through the moon gate. Back Shaoli, Begonia came over to play too. The third Amma greeted warmly and hurriedly poured Yu Haitang a cup of tea. The third master didn't say anything. Tonight his son and daughter-in-law are expected to go to Su Feng's place for dinner, and they will definitely bring Yu Haitang with them. But why is she coming over at this point to have some fun? Is it possible that she has a crush on that Su Feng kid? The more the three masters think about it, the more they think there is this possibility. If Yan Xiecheng and Su Feng become brothers-in-law, in the future, won't they be able to take advantage of the situation in a fair and square manner? I just don't know if that kid Su Feng is married or not, and I haven't heard that kid talk about it. Xiecheng, you come out. I'll have a word with you. The third grandpa asked the third grandma to stay with the sisters and talk to them, and he called his son out to talk about what was on his mind. Chapter 185. The three masters set up Yu Haitang and Su Feng. Son, has Haitang met up with that Su Feng kid yet? Yan Xiecheng did not know what his dad called himself out to do, and asked this question is also inexplicable. Yan Xiecheng scratched the back of his head and thought about giving Yan Bugui a negative answer. I don't think I've seen it before. Just now when I entered the yard, Su Feng door was shutting. Dad, what are you asking for? Yan Xiecheng couldn't figure out what he could do even if his sister-in-law had met Su Feng. What do you think? When do you usually see Begonia come over to hang out? And why did you pick this time of year? The third master didn't think it was a coincidence. Maybe Yu Haitang was interested in that Su Feng in the front yard. That's why she followed Shaoli over to play. It should be because I'm worried that my own sister has been wronged in our house, and I don't feel comfortable coming over to take a look. It's not like Dad, it's nothing. She'll go back on her own after dinner. Yan Xiecheng didn't even think about Su Feng that way. In his eyes, this sister-in-law of his could be more proud than anyone else. A lot of factory leaders' sons can't even look at them, let alone take the initiative to stick it to Su Feng. Do you think it's possible that Yu Haitang came over to play because she wanted to get to know Su Feng in front of her? This son of his was simply stupid, and the third master had to point it out. It can't be. Although Su Feng, he does look tall and sturdy, handsome and rich. Halfway through his sentence, Yan Xiecheng couldn't go on. Yeah, with Su Feng's excellent qualifications, it's not impossible for him to be looked at by his sister-in-law. Usually do not hear their daughter-in-law said. Many leaders' son want to invite themselves this sister-in-law dinner. People do not even take care of the hitch. But why did he come along to hang out today? Could it be that he really wanted to get to know Su Feng at the dinner table? The more Yan Xiecheng thought about it, the more he thought that it was possible, and he couldn't help but feel a hint of envy towards Su Feng rise in his heart. As the saying goes, half of a sister-in-law's ass belongs to her brother-in-law. Of course, with Yu Haitang's attitude towards him, Yan Xiecheng never dared to have such an extravagant thought. However, his sister-in-law, who was despised by no one, now took the initiative to fall back on Su Feng, and a trace of imbalance would rise in anyone's heart. Even if he himself was half as handsome and half as capable as Su Feng, he wouldn't be so humble in front of his daughter-in-law. When you go over for dinner tonight, you'll keep a good eye out. If Yu Haitang really has thoughts about Su Feng, then let's find a way to set them up. Just in the past 2 days Su Feng renovated the house. Others don't know how much was spent. Aren't the three Grand Masters clear about it? At a rough estimate, at least 50 sheets of dumpling hit the bottom. You can imagine how thick this kid's furniture is. If you really let Su Feng and his son become a brother-in-law, this kind of kinship plus also live in a hospital, will always pull Yan Xiecheng a hand in the future. It's just that I don't know if he, Su Feng, has a daughter-in-law or not, and I haven't heard anyone mention it. Obviously, Yan Xiecheng also reacted to what his dad was playing. Push down the thoughts in your mind that you shouldn't have. Everything still has to be practical. Didn't you say that Qin Huairu from the front yard is close to the village where Su Feng lives, so you won't go and ask around? Yan Xiecheng nodded resentfully, or he dared to take the initiative to greet the pretty widow in front of him. Usually bumped into the most just steal a few glances at the grain bag. I thought that the amount of grain portions in my daughter-in-law's grain sack was already amazing, but I didn't realize that there were masters. By the way, wouldn't it be better to have his daughter-in-law ask the Qin Huairu about it later? After Qin Huairu went out, Su Feng carried the ingredients contained inside the bag to the kitchen. Almost back and forth, there was another knock on the door. Open the door and this time it's Brother Pillar. Ho, brother, you didn't get this fireplace cheap. Silly Pillar can't know anything about being polite, and his muddy feet stepped right in. Feeling the heat on his body, he immediately padded over to the fireplace and surveyed it. Brother Pillar isn't as expensive as you think. It's a used one. It is reasonable to say that even if the preparation of a matte face will not come so early in advance, it is estimated to see that Qin Huairu just went out from their own house, and they also closed the door. That's probably not cheap. No wonder you boys shut the door. Don't expect to get cold in the winter with this stuff. Silly Zhu's mind was tied to Qin Huairu, so he naturally noticed that the pretty widow had entered Su Feng's house. But what people did not expect was that these two people were not afraid of being criticized and closed the door tightly. It was hard not to wonder if these two were doing something bad in the house. But not more than a few minutes later, Qin Huairu walked out of Su Feng's house. The only difference was that she was carrying a big bag of something in her hand, which looked like cotton. He couldn't do anything nasty in such a short period of time, but Silly Pig was just curious as to why Su Feng had closed the door. Now look at the fireplace and it all makes sense. This is not to make life a little more comfortable. Just now Sister Qin even came over to take cotton to help me sew some cushions, saying something about repaying me for my favor that day. Knowing what Silly Column was thinking in his heart, Su Feng simply picked it out directly. So that's how it is. Then brother, have you bought your ingredients yet? Buddy, get them ready for you early. Foolish Pillar was disarmed. And then he began to prepare the evening's mat. Then I'll trouble you, Brother Pillar. By the way, I've ordered a roast duck. How are we going to eat tonight? Quan Jude has a sliced duck master. Stupid Column is not expected to have this craft, so Su Feng deliberately asked a mouthful of how to eat. Ho, brother, you do things in a really big way, and I haven't had roast duck for a while. It's not enjoyable to eat that sliced duck, so why don't we just cut up big chunks of meat? Coincidentally, thinking with Su Feng, this kind of eating is the most enjoyable. Yan Xiecheng found an opportunity to avoid his sister-in-law to talk to Yuli about his dad's idea. Daughter-in-law, why don't you go find that Qin Huairu in the front yard and ask Su Feng if he's married or not? These years Yan Xiecheng is to understand, rely on their own dad that simply do not even think, so they have to find another way out. But he's got a load of connections and access, and right now is clearly a great opportunity. He didn't believe that Su Feng had turned so quickly, and that there was no human interest mixed in there. It used to be that relationships and feelings weren't in place, and it's not unusual for people to not want to help themselves by pushing back. Then if he becomes a brother-in-law, and he calls him brother-in-law, will he still not give himself a hand? Is that what our dad told you to tell me? Even you had to marvel at this eunuch of hers, who was always drilling at every moment, but did have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. Just by guessing, I can guess what my own sister is planning to do when she comes over. Our father asked me to find that Qin Huairu. If I take the initiative to talk to that widow, I'm afraid that you, my daughter-in-law, will misunderstand, so I'll let you go and ask. Yuli thought for a moment and nodded in response, herself equally curious as to whether Su Feng actually had a daughter-in-law. Chapter 186, For Beauties in the House. Beautiful colors to eat. Around 5 in the afternoon, Su Feng was playing on the side, and Silly Column had already prepared everything that needed to be prepared, except for a few dishes that needed to be eaten freshly fried. Then, Brother Pillar, I'll go to Quanju to pick up the ducks that I've ordered. Come back and we'll start straight away. Of course this was just an excuse. Su Feng pushed his bike and went for a walk outside. When he came back he had an extra roast duck in his hand, but it was wrapped in greaseproof paper and it was steaming hot. Ho, what smells so good? Brother, what you're carrying in your hand is roast duck, right? Coincidentally, Su Feng bumped into Su Damao and Lu Xiao at the entrance of the courtyard. These two also rode back on their bikes, so I guess they went back to their mother's house on their day off. It seems that brother Demao didn't go to Quanju too often. Tonight I originally planned to invite the courtyard and playing together to my house to get together. And you weren't there when I looked for you. Of course, this was just Xiefeng's polite words. Anyway, the couple wasn't in the house and I don't know if I went looking for them. Dude, so I take it you mean your house is renovated? In the past 2 days, Su Feng's house had made such a big commotion that it was hard for the people in the courtyard to not know about it. It was only finished last night, so why don't brother Demao and sister-in-law shall we go to my place tonight to deal with a bite? So we don't have to go back and start up again. It's not a crowded night anyway, so call these two up for a lively time. Okay brother, then we'll have to take a look at your house later to see how it's being renovated. Su Demao loved this kind of lively occasion and naturally agreed to it with his mouth full. Lu Xiaoyi smiled next to her and thanked her, saying that she would come over in a while. At 5:30, the crowd was almost assembled. The first to come was a representative of the third master's family. Yan Xiecheng's mouth was hungry, pulling the sisters to come over early. Su Feng, my sister came over to see me for fun. Are you okay with me bringing her along? Su Feng of course will not have any opinion. Just feel a little surprised. How come I did not see this Yu Haitang come to this courtyard to find her sister to play? What are you talking about? Sister Yu, it's obviously an honor for our Rolling Mills factory flower to come to my house for dinner. Su Feng smiled as he shot a glance at the sisters and made a suitable joke. Su Feng, it's a pleasure to meet you. Coming uninvited, I hope I won't make you feel abrupt. As an announcer, Yu Haitang naturally does not have stage fright. The human little girl took the initiative to extend her hand to take the initiative to say hello, and Su Feng naturally responded enthusiastically. Let's not be polite. Come inside and warm up. Su Feng dodged his body out of the way, and the heat wave in the room instantly pounced on the two sisters and Yan Xiecheng. Although Yuli had seen this fireplace, she had not added coals to it at that time. I can't believe how warm this fireplace is in the house. Yu Haitang entered the house and couldn't help but look around. And the same thought rose in her heart as her sister's, that this was simply her dream house. Imagine smooth, neat floors and a bathroom that strives to be clean. Yu Haitang was even thinking of being the mistress of this room. Sit down first, I'll get you a glass of water. Brother Juzi was frying vegetables in the house, and Su Feng brewed a cup of cream of wheat for each of the three. Thanks. Yu Haitang said a thank you and received it in her hand. Her eyes kept darting between Su Feng and this house. Yan Xiecheng saw all of this in his eyes. Not long after, Lu Guangtian came over with Mr. and Mrs. Su Demao. When he came, Su Feng deliberately explained that he should not take anything, so as not to embarrass the people who came empty-handed. The last one to arrive was Qin Huairu, who didn't have any stage fright when she saw so many people in the room. Su Feng brewed a cup of cream of wheat for each person, and after drinking it, Brother Pillar was almost busy. You guys help serve the food. I'm going to wash my hands. After the silly column came out, he didn't expect so many people in the living room, and there was also Qin Huairu, whom he had longed for. Secretly, he gave Su Feng a look as if to express that his buddy was really something. Su Feng couldn't figure out what Brother Zhuzi meant. Anyway, he went to the kitchen to serve the food, but he was stopped by Yuli. Seeing Yuli go to serve the food, the remaining three little daughters-in-law and big girls naturally would not lag behind. I can't tell you how well prepared this evening is, not to mention the 4 cold dishes and 5 hot dishes. The big pot of roast duck in the center radiating heat makes you drool. After Silly Pillar washed his hands, Su Feng greeted everyone and seated them. The table is not too big and not too small. Sitting 8 people is not too crowded. In terms of wine, Su Feng had exchanged 3 bottles of Shifeng wine from the system mall, which was not of a high or low grade. As for the 4 big girls and little daughters-in-law, they naturally drink fruit juice too. It can be said that even if there are no dishes on the table tonight, just these 4 great beauties have a personal show. To say that the skin is the most snow white, when sitting opposite Su Damao's daughter-in-law Lu Xiaoa, the quality of the dress is a big step away from everyone else here. And with the light character, it's exactly like a big lady. But if you want to talk about the most rich flavor of Human 7, naturally it is Yuli who sits next to Yan Xiecheng. Although Yuli did not conceive a child, her body lines were originally of the voluptuous type. Plus, with the nutrition keeping up during this time, if that chair was any smaller, one but would be afraid it would fill right up. As for Yuli's younger sister, Yu Haitang, she is the most spiritually youthful of the 4 girls, delicate features with bright eyes. Anyone who takes a look at them will feel good. The body was not as dimpled as her sister's, but it was luscious. Besides, the last one, Qin Huairu, this one can play the word charming to the extreme even if she sits there and doesn't move a muscle. I really can't imagine that after a few more years of Human 7 rhyming to keep up, I'm afraid that the fox mongoose won't even be able to compare to her. It wasn't just Su Feng, but Su Damao at the dinner table had his eyes glazed over. In his heart, he couldn't help but think nastily, how nice it would be if all 4 of them were his own. As for Lu Guangtian, this kid lowers his head just to nibble on the roast duck. And then while nibbling he takes the opportunity to steal a glance at the four big beauties present. Yan Shueshing sat next to his daughter-in-law, and his eyes no longer dared to glance around. To say that the most dedicated is the stupid column. Eyes only Qin Huairu, froze staring at people to put a frown. Everyone, make yourself at home. Tonight is also a simple dinner together, but so good food. For big men inevitably drink a little more. Drinking and feeling not too much. Silly column proposed that we drink together. Pour a half cup for the lesbians as well. Silly pillar, don't make up these useless things. My daughter-in-law doesn't touch alcohol. Su Damao were to let his daughter-in-law drink. Usually drop of alcohol does not stain the person. All of a sudden drink half a cup of white wine is not going to be difficult to die. Silly Zhu was about to dislike him, but reacted that this wasn't his home. So if he argued with this grandson, wouldn't he make Su Feng look bad? Chapter 187, the four beauties clearly light-colored fitted sweaters. Who would have thought that Yu Li, the woman of the hour, would stand up and take the bottle into her own hands? Su Damao, don't look down on us. Do you know that women can hold up half the sky? Yu Li is not the kind of meek little daughter-in-law, privately more spirited than her sister Yu Haitang. Plus, I was in a bad mood tonight and thought I'd take a couple sips of the whole thing to relieve my boredom. This is all for Yan Xiecheng will not be. At home not a drop of alcohol daughter-in-law this is what to do. Yu Li moved her stool away with a twist of her butt and looked like she was going to pour wine for the four big girls and little daughters-in-law at the table. Favorably, Su Damao couldn't say anything yet. Stinky old man to his daughter-in-law to pour wine he must stop. But Yu Li came to a woman can hold up half the sky. If he stopped is not against this sentence. Just as Yu Li was about to pour a drink for Qin Huairu, who was sitting next to her, Qin Huairu desperately passed Su Feng a look. Where has she ever dipped into alcohol? Really if half a glass of white wine down. I'm afraid that tomorrow cannot even go to work. Sister Yu this wine has a high degree of alcohol. For those who do not know how to drink to the stomach only difficult. I've got a bit of fruit wine upstairs. Just in time to bring it down for you four to try. There is nothing wrong with getting a big man drunk, but Su Feng can send them back one by one. Sleeping through the night basically wakes you up. But if these four big girls and little daughters-in-law were to get drunk at his place, it would not be a good idea. Not to mention that Yu Haitang has to go back after dinner. How can she send people back if she is drunk and unconscious? Just now Su Feng noticed that Yu Li's little daughter-in-law is not in the right state, and he will have to ask her about it when he has time. Daughter-in-law, just listen to Su Feng. If they're all drunk, who will send Haitang back later? Yan Xiecheng hurriedly got up and took the bottle of wine in Yu Li's hand over to him, then divided it among the five big men present. Su Feng had opened his mouth. So naturally, Don Li wouldn't fail to listen. Su Feng made a thumping trip upstairs, and when he came down, he had 2 more bottles of plum wine redeemed from the system mall in his hands. The alcohol content is only 6 degrees, so even if a whole bottle is poured down it will be slightly drunk at most. Su Feng unwrapped a bottle, and by the way, he took 4 more wine glasses and poured 1 glass each for each person. In an instant, the table was filled with the aroma of plums if nothing else, and just the flavor smelled good. Yu Haitang couldn't wait to taste a mouthful. The entrance was mild and sweet, although it was wine but it was similar to any drink. Yummy! The other 3 young daughters-in-law followed suit with a taste and the same compliments. Why don't you give me a taste too? Daughter-in-law? Yan Xiecheng was craving for juice due just now, but it was prepared by Su Feng for the 4 big girls and daughters-in-law, so he didn't have the heart to ask for it. But this plum wine is how it is considered wine, so it's okay to open your mouth and taste it. Although Shifeng wine is good to drink, but he is not capable of drinking. Yan Xiecheng also do not want to be drunk every time to go back unconscious. Maybe if I offer to go deeper with my daughter-in-law tonight while I'm drunk, maybe I'll say yes. Just these 2 bottles for you. What are the 4 of us drinking? Yu Li lazily ignored her man. How can she be so greedy? Why didn't the other 3 big men present say they wanted to drink the plum wine prepared for women? It's fine. It's fine. When we finish eating and understand brother Chung you take a bottle back. Having redeemed a case just now, Su Feng unwrapped it and took 2 bottles down. No, you're too polite. Su Feng. Go to people's houses to eat even take. So many people Yu Li really feel ashamed of panic. Naturally will not want. However, if she was in private, she'd be happy to take whatever Su Feng gave her. Just that time my throat was sore for days, so it's only right to take something nice. Sister is you are too polite. Just these days to renovate the house. The 3 Amazons plus brother Xiecheng and sister Yu busy on and off. I haven't even had a chance to properly thank you. Brother Xiecheng sister Yu, I'll toast you. After 3 rounds of wine, the food is over. Su Feng was afraid that it would be cold during the evening meal, so he even added more coal to the coal stove. Su Feng you have a great fireplace. It's hot as if I'm having a summer. Su Damo quipped. then hotly took off his jacket directly. Then it was Su Damao. This action was like a chain reaction. A large table of people have taken off their jackets. Originally drink body is hot. Plus the door and the closed house insulation effect is particularly good. Take off the jacket even feel still hot. But you can't take it off again. The 4 big girls and little daughters-in-law are wearing sweaters. And then take it off again. Inside can be all intimate clothes. Of course one simpleton didn't take his shirt off. Not that he didn't know it was hot, but he drank around and gave it another dry spell. No wonder Yen Xiecheng want to drink juice too. Feelings are not able to win the wine. Just thought of the beautiful thing is estimated that tonight and fizzled. But once that coat was off, the house lit up again. It was still dark outside early in the morning for dinner, and with the firelight from the fireplace, it wasn't much darker in the house. 4 big girls and small daughters-in-law clear color wearing light-colored fitted sweater, without the loose jacket cover, the height of the grain bag to see clearly. If we really want to talk about strength, it would still have to be the gifted Qin Huairua. The sisters were about the same strength, and the slightly weaker one was naturally Lu Shaoi. Unfortunately, the meal had almost come to an end and the table was built 7788. It's not that Su Feng was cheap and prepared less, but these days everyone's family is short of meat, plus silly Cullen's stir-fry is also delicious. So naturally he doesn't bring any leftovers, especially this kid Lu Guangfu, who drank less wine, just kept staring at the neat dishes on the table. By the end of the day there was basically nothing left on the table once the 4 big old men had finished. Su Feng, then your sister-in-law Xiao and I will go back first. By the way, the weather has been cooling down for the past 2 days so you can find a way to get some meat, and I'll have your sister-in-law help you dunk some salami. It was rare that Su Damo was still thinking about this, and it wasn't even a fake politeness. Su Feng thanked him and sent Mr. and Mrs. Su Damao to the door. Qin Huaru saw Mr. and Mrs. Su Damao leave and originally wanted to leave as well, but looking at the messy cups and plates in the house, he took the initiative to stay and help Su Feng clean up a bit. Su Feng wasn't polite either. If he were to clean up alone it would probably take a while. Chapter 188, Yen Xiecheng pretending to sleep. Sister Yu. Su Feng had just shouted out when he was interrupted by Yu Li's outburst. I don't feel comfortable letting Haitang go back alone in the middle of the night. Sis, trouble you to help send Haitang back, okay? Although Yu Li didn't want Su Feng to spend time with her sister, she had to detach him at this time. As soon as Su Feng opened his mouth, Yu Li assumed that Su Feng was trying to help her send the drunk Yen Xiecheng back. It would have been fine if it was before, but this time Yen Xiecheng was pretending to be drunk. Drunk people are not aware of what state they are in when they are drunk. Yen Xiecheng will make regular grunting noises every time he gets drunk and lies down on the table. And this one didn't. As for what Yen Xiecheng was pretending to be drunk, it was naturally self-evident. If Su Feng hadn't realized to send him back and accidentally said something revealing on the way, wouldn't he let his man catch him in the act? Su Feng glanced sadly at Yu Li. What trouble is not trouble? Haitang is the factory flour of our rolling mill. How many people are scrambling to be a flour protector have no chance. In fact, Su Feng had just wanted Lu Guangfu to help send Yen Xiecheng back, and with his cleverness, he could naturally realize that Yen Xiecheng was pretending to be drunk. It was just that what Su Feng didn't expect was that this little daughter-in-law was also quite resourceful. Then Guangfu, please send brother Xiecheng back in a while. It's almost dark outside, I'll send you Haitang back first. By the way sister Yu, the plum wine is upstairs. Go up and get it yourself when you go back. Don't be polite to me. After the explanation, Su Feng took the bike key and led Yu Haitang out of the hospital. At this time, Yu Li is not in a hurry to go. Qin Huairu is still here, just to ask her about Su Feng. In the end there is no daughter-in-law. Guangfu, you first sit down and rest to sober up. I'll give you a hand to clean up a bit. Then send your brother Xiecheng back. Since his own man wanted to act, he would accompany him to the end. Lu Guangfu is naturally full of promise. Tonight can be regarded as a blessing. Not only have the blessing of the mouth but also a feast for the eyes. Unfortunately, he could only take a peek, and as for possessing it in his hands, it would never be possible in this lifetime. When he was leaving, Su Feng specially explained that there was a faucet in the kitchen and it was still running hot water, so he used that water to wash the dishes. Qin Huairu carried the plates on the table into the kitchen, and Yu Li saw her chance to follow her in. Sister Qin, don't go out yet, sister asked you something. Just now at the dinner table. Each other do not know how to address. Simply give their age. Who would have thought that Qin Huairu would be a little older than Yu Li? Who could tell if you just looked at the face? Qin Huairu looked at Yu Li with a puzzled look, not understanding what she had to ask herself. I heard Su Feng say that the two of you live in the next village. So sister Huairu, did you know that Su Feng is married? Hearing you ask this, Qin Huairu immediately remembered Yu Haitang. Just now, at the dinner table, this big girl hadn't paid much attention to Su Feng. Maybe Su Feng himself hadn't noticed, but women were very sensitive to such things. Linking it to Yu Li asking this, It was easy to guess what the sisters were playing at. Since his sister had the intention to introduce Su Feng to her sister, wouldn't that mean that Su Feng had nothing to do with this little daughter-in-law in front of her? Is it hard to believe that it's really a misunderstanding? Just like the day with myself. These thoughts flashed through Qin Huairu's mind before she nodded affirmatively. Because the matter of Su Feng having a daughter-in-law was recognized, there was no need for her to lie. As for why Qin Huairu hadn't spoken more than she should have revealed that Su Feng's daughter-in-law had been forcibly brought back to Shangjiang by her family, only she knew. Maybe it was someone's personal business she didn't want to reveal too much, never mixing in personal feelings. Yeah, that's it. It's true that good men never enter the market. So it seems that my sister is going to be sad for a while. Receiving Qin Huairu's affirmative answer, Yuli breathed a sigh of relief and didn't hide her reason for inquiring whether Su Feng was married or not, lest Qin Huairu get the wrong idea. It is good that Su Feng has a daughter-in-law, so that Su Feng, even if he wants to be a landlord, the lord will not be able to be. With her own sister's proud character, a better man with a lord would certainly not be entangled. At the same time, there is no burden on your own mind. Anyway, you have a daughter-in-law and I have a man. We should be ambiguous in private, and in the open each live their own lives. No one is talking about anyone. After getting the desired result, Qin Huairu and Yuli, hand and foot, cleaned up the house, then thumping up the stairs, the cardboard box with the plum wine set sitting in the corner sitting there, opened it and took 2 bottles down. Sister Qin, you take a bottle back too. Don't be polite. It was inappropriate to say that in Yuli's position, more or less thinking of herself as the mistress of this house. It's a good thing that a room full of people didn't think much of it, thinking that Su Feng would take 2 bottles down here as well. Although Lu Guangfu's eyes were hot, this was what Su Feng had prepared for the human girls, so he was too embarrassed to open his mouth. Qin Huairu also felt that this plum wine was good, so he didn't be polite, took the wine and went back to the house with a twist of the butt. Lu Guangfu, on the other hand, is to help Yuli get Yan Xiecheng, who pretended to be asleep, back, and naturally left directly after the delivery. Just as Yuli thought, the man woke up after pretending for a while. Daughter-in-law, I have a headache. Wasn't I drinking at Su Feng's house? When did you send me back? Yan Xiecheng's acting was really bad, so Yuli naturally wouldn't poke at it. It was believed that after the last and this trial, there should be no suspicion that he had anything to do with Su Feng. If you have a headache, hurry up and go to bed. You know you can't hold your liquor and you still pour it into your mouth every day. If you throw up another bed tomorrow you'll wash it yourself. Yuli didn't have the good sense to accompany Yan Xiecheng to continue acting, and even immediately hit a cold war after taking off her jacket. Just now, in Su Feng's house, he couldn't feel cold even if he took off his sweater. Hey, why did you get married so early in the first place? Daughter-in-law, you said that the two of us haven't had conjugal life for a long time, so it's a good time to take advantage of tonight's drunkenness. Yan Xiecheng was interrupted by Yuli before he could finish his sentence. Don't you know how cold it is in the house? When you have an official job and can afford to feed your child, you can talk to me about this. Yuli are lazy to take care of him. Jacket pants off directly into their own nest tightly covered. Looking at his daughter-in-law who had her back turned to him, Yan Xiecheng wanted to harden his heart so much, but when he thought that he had only brought his daughter-in-law back from her mother's house today, he immediately shriveled up again. Chapter 189 Run. Misunderstood Yu Haitang, 13 Big Brothers Plus. Lu Guangfu pushed open the door and entered the house. Originally thought that the family had slept. Feelings are waiting for him in the hall. Seeing his dad's gloomy face, Lu Guangfu had a bad premonition rising in the bottom of his heart, especially his own brother. Lu Guangtian was simply looking at himself with the eyes of an enemy. Where did you go to play and why don't you eat at home? Although Lu Haizhong used a questioning tone, that attitude clearly knew what was going on. Dad, this morning Su Feng bought a load of coal and I reached out to help. Then he said to go to his house for dinner in the evening, together with Su Damo Yan Xiecheng and their daughters-in-law. And it was silly Zhu who cooked, in front of his own dad. Where does Lu Guangfu dare to hide a little? He knew his dad's nature too well, and if he went along with it, he wouldn't get beaten up instead. Although Lu Haizhong could not see eye to eye with that Su Feng kid, the last incident was his own son's problem. As the second oldest man in the courtyard himself, if he went against people instead, he would be talked about. So Lu Guangfu played with Su Feng. Lu Haizhong, on the contrary, could not say much. Remember to say something next time you're dawdling at someone's house, and don't forget what I told you last time. Since we want to disintegrate the enemy, the first step is naturally to approach the enemy. If Guangfu really played nice with that Su Feng, he might be able to catch something later. By that time, all at once, that kid will be completely pinned down. Got it, Dad. I'll go back to resting then. Lu Guangfu knows what his dad wants to say, nothing more than to let himself keep an eye on Su Feng. to see if there is any ambiguous relationship with Yu Li in private, who is good to himself. Lu Guangfu has a scale in his heart. Don't look at Lu Haizhong as his own father. Rolling mill of the 7th grade calcine workers. More than $70 a month wages. So high treatment. Why they brothers' days so poor? It's not because this dad is biased and gives all the good stuff to big brother. As for his brothers, they can't get, and they can't even get a scrambled egg at home if they want to. So Lu Guangfu did not expect his dad to find him a job or something, but also have to find his own way slowly. So even if Lu Guangfu really saw Su Feng having an affair with some little daughter-in-law, he definitely pretended not to see it. The viewpoint came to Su Feng, and the two of them rode their bicycles one after the other towards Yu Haitang's house. This wasn't Su Feng's mother-in-law's house, so naturally Yu Haitang rode her bicycle in front to lead the way. It should be said that the sisters are on the verge of pulling out all the stops with their body and face attributes. Su Feng rode his bike and followed on the side, clearly able to see how round Yu Haitang's jutting was. And this roundness and sister Yu Li's plumpness is completely two feelings. Maybe this is the only belongs to the maiden's slenderness. Su Feng was making comparisons when Yu Haitang took the initiative to speak up and strike up a conversation to bring him back to reality. Su Feng, that house of yours is so beautifully renovated. I guess it cost a lot of money, right? Yu Haitang was out of words. This girl has been waiting for Su Feng to take the initiative to talk to him, and after half a day, she didn't hear any movement. Couldn't help but wonder, this guy can't be thinking about himself at all, can he? Is it hard to believe that he's already married? It's okay, mostly just want to live comfortably. Su Feng perfunctorily responded to that sentence, and didn't say exactly how much he spent. Enough to spend more than 1,000 ocean. Naturally, the fewer people know the better. The words fell on Yu Haitang's ears. They were nakedly perfunctory, and did not interest her one bit. Yu Haitang also has her own pride inside. Taking the initiative to fall back to this point is already rare. Since people were clearly showing disinterest, Yu Haitang naturally wouldn't rush up and fall back. Then we'll send it here. That courtyard in front is my house. It's really troublesome for you. Yu Haitang made a polite remark. His tone obviously not as enthusiastic as earlier. Su Feng sensed the change in Yu Haitang's attitude towards himself and realized that his earlier remark was indeed a bit perfunctory. But he couldn't explain it well. Let it go. We'll see each other later. He watched Yu Haitang push his bicycle into the courtyard before Su Feng rode his bicycle back towards Nanluo Guxiang. What Yu Haitang didn't expect was that Mother Yu was waiting at the entrance of the courtyard, obviously waiting for her to come back. Good girl, who was that young man just now? Why don't you invite to the house for a glass of water when people send you back? It was almost dark. Yu Mother was worried about her daughter, so she waited at the entrance of the courtyard, which is why she happened to bump into it. It wasn't completely dark yet, so Mother Yu caught a glimpse of Su Feng, who had sent her daughter back. Riding a phoenix bike means that the family is in good condition and is tall and decent looking. Sending your own daughter back so late in the day obviously has something going on inside. Yu Mother's biggest headache is the youngest daughter's choice of spouse. Did not expect to stumble across a seedling? How can not chase the question? Ouch. No one. Mom. Let's hurry home. Yu Haitang was too embarrassed to tell herself that the man she was looking at didn't look at her. That young man Mom can see clearly. Looks more beautiful than your father when he was young. People send you back at night. Don't you want to develop with them? The sisters looked so beautiful, so of course they couldn't have inherited the genes from Yu's mother alone. It can be said that the sisters' face control is completely inherited from Yu's mother. It could be seen how Yu Mother had just said that Su Feng's face was even more handsome than Yu father's when he was young. Goo. Mom won't say anything, okay? I don't want to develop it. People all the way lazily pay attention to themselves. They still lick their face to take the initiative to talk. It's not possible that that boy didn't fancy my daughter. It shouldn't be. His own little girl has never had another boy send her back in the middle of the night, and that means she's interested in someone else. But Yu Haitang didn't want to mention this. So wouldn't that mean that the young man just now didn't fancy his youngest daughter? What's that kid's status? How dare he look down on his own daughter? Chapter 190, The Proud Yu Haitang. Monday morning. The same ordinary day, but a little more different. Su Feng lifted the quilt, and what poured inside was finally no longer cold air. The fireplace was the perfect solution to the problem of waking up cold in winter. The only beautiful thing is that the mouth is a bit dry. The warm water bottle was placed right next to the bed. Su Feng poured a large cup full of water into his mouth, and his throat felt quite comfortable. It's true that you get what you lose, but a dry mouth is nothing compared to the problem of waking up cold every day. He washed up in the bathroom and wrapped up his cotton jacket before Su Feng went out. Push open the door. Feel a night past the 49 city temperature and drop a big cut. Even can see the exhaled white gas. I'm guessing that in a few days, the winter vegetables will be coming down. Counting the days. His daughter-in-law, who was far away in Shangjiang, was probably about to give birth. I don't know if it's a big fat boy or a cute little girl, The cold wind outside the house didn't allow Su Feng to stand in the doorway and ruminate. Silly Column was already shouting for him to go to work with him. Walking brother, standing in the doorway is frozen dumb. Ha ha ha, it's a pain in the ass to have to work on this day. Here, brother Pillar. After washing up, Su Feng exchanged 2 pairs of gloves in the system mall and took a pair and handed it to Silly Pillar. It was natural for friends to go back and forth with each other, and Silly Pillar wasn't polite with Su Feng. Pushing my bike out of the hospital. My hands weren't cold. My ears were starting to freeze. I guess I'll have to prepare an ear cap in a few days, so I don't freeze my ears. Without writing for a while, he came across a heavily armed Qin Huairu walking in front of him. It's not just the bike that's a pain in the ass in the morning, it's the walk to the factory that's a pain in the ass, too. But it's always more comfortable to ride a bike. After all, you're out in the cold for a shorter period of time. Silly Column has the intention to drive people a ride, but remembered that the last time deliberately rubbing the bike against her has not yet rubbed. The heart beat a drum. Sister Qin is cold even with the wind blowing on the road. Since I ran into you, I'll give you a ride. It was assumed that Qin Huairu was afraid of being late, so she would leave from the courtyard early every morning. Speaking of which, today seems to be the day to pay the wages. No wonder just now in the courtyard, the neighbor's spirit is different from before. Su Feng directly parked his bike at Qin Huairu's feet. The Silly Column did not have the intention to open his mouth. Su Feng naturally would not pretend that he did not see it. Qin Huairu hesitated for a moment, but eventually got into Su Feng's back seat. When he bought the bike, Su Feng deliberately added a soft cushion. Qin Huairu sat on his butt but did not freeze. This can put the stupid Column regret just now how he did not mention this one. It rushed to the factory. Qin Huairu said a thank you and went straight to his workshop. For his part, Silly Pillar was so depressed that he could only blame himself and no one else. Su Feng walked into the office to touch the fish as usual, and Zhou Guodong, the kid, was happy all day. Guodong, a moment after work to receive the wages of their own good savings, do not again hot-headed a brain all to others. Su Feng was afraid that this licking dog would do something unimaginable. How to say that it was also hard-earned for a month. Got it, brother Su? I'm not stupid. Zhou Guodong is indeed not bad, but I'm afraid that Lan Giro said 2 soft words. This kid hates to give his life to others. Forget it, it was none of Su Feng's business. With the usual practice, the procurement section to leave work a minute or two early to go to the finance section to get paid, so cold days to avoid long queues, which is also considered a small invisible benefits of the procurement section. Signing a letter to receive money in various tickets. Su Feng didn't even look at it and directly threw it into the system space. Coincidentally, Su Feng had just left the finance section when he ran into Yu Haitang, followed by a follower. It was probably just like Su Feng, who had left work early to come over to collect his paycheck. As for the follower, there was no need to guess that it was a suitor of the factory girl. Regardless of how that suitor says the sky is the limit, Yu Haitang will always just perfunctorily return a word or two. The bias was that the little lickspittle didn't think it was being perfunctory and worked even harder to please the goddess. Seeing the two men talking happily, Su Feng did not talk but just nodded, considered a greeting. What Su Feng didn't expect was that Yu Haitang directly ignored him and raised her small head proudly, as if to say, "See, know how attractive this girl is." Being ignored, Su Feng wasn't annoyed. He wasn't familiar with it in the first place. Skipping this little episode, Su Feng pushed his bike towards the quadrangle. Brother Pillar's side is probably not yet off work, and I don't know when I'll be able to collect my paycheck. Su Feng certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to wait. After all, it was such a cold day. Little Feng, why are you back so early on payday today? Perhaps today is the day to receive wages. Many families want to improve the food. Many aunts and young daughters-in-law in the front yard pool to wash vegetables. The unsolicited conversation was initiated by an older woman who was picking up old hens in her hands. I guess it is heartbroken that a grandpa works so hard in the factory every day, so I thought of stewing the old hen to make up for it. The section let us leave work a minute or 20 minutes early today, so there was no line and we came back after receiving our paychecks. Ho, Auntie 1, is this a chicken soup stew tonight? If you look at their lives, you can't even compare them to the dishes that other aunts and daughters-in-law wash on their hands. Hey, good look at you. Little Feng, you're treated better than even your first grandpa. Your grandpa has lost weight all this time. Little Feng, why don't you come over for chicken soup tonight too? And later I'll stir fry 2 more dishes for you. And you 2 grandparents will have a couple of drinks. To be honest, Auntie I is one of the more honest and kind-hearted aunts in this institution. So it's just a natural tendency to be nice to the kind of people who are kind. Like Su Feng. If the relationship is really good, he may be able to recognize Su Feng as his godson, and there will be a place for him to retire in the future. A big mom, thank you Lu. Last night only drank a lot. Today also drink that is not into the wine manzi. Some other day must Although Yi Zhonghai was moralistic, Su Feng didn't have the slightest bit of malice towards this one big mom. After being polite, Su Feng went home and lit the fireplace first thing first. Once the house comes up to temperature, we'll think about what we're going to eat for dinner. Not a moment later, the yard and the rolling mill work of young and old rushed back one after another. Each one had a happy smile on their face. Nonsense. It's hard to be happy with a paycheck in your pocket. By this time, the aroma of quite a few meals had filled the courtyard. I guess a lot of families improved their meals this evening. Just as the meal was about to start, the Jia family in the front yard suddenly came alive. Jia Zhang's pulled her voice and didn't know what she was shouting, and then she began to lie on the ground and cry, attracting everyone in the courtyard. Su Feng lived next door and heard clearly that after Qin Huairu received her wages back, Jia Zhang wanted all of them. Qin Huairu was definitely not happy. This is their own hard work to earn. By what Jia Zhang said, I'll take away. Qin Huairu was still counting on the salary to slowly save money, but also borrowed money from Su Feng. Chapter 191, Qin Huairu, Su Feng is her real man. God, open your eyes. This daughter-in-law is trying to kill me in treason. Dong Xiu, take a look from heaven. Your daughter-in-law is bullying your mother. Qin Huairu had just returned with her paycheck, and Jia Zhang's first move was to reach out and ask her for it. Didn't ask for much more, just $18. Coincidentally, Qin Huairu topped Jia Dongsu's workstation, according to the apprentice's salary, to receive $18 per month. It's not like you don't want to give Qin Huairu a penny. Qin Huairu definitely did not agree. And then Jia Zhang directly reached out to grab it. After 2 rounds of pushing and shoving, Jia Zhang's unsteady center of gravity directly fell to the ground. This old widow had raised herself white and fat, and fell to the ground without any trouble at all, not to mention the fact that she had not been able to wrestle with her own strong-arm robbery. Now she ran to the courtyard, lying on the ground and yelling about Qin Huairu wanting her life. In a moment's time, it attracted all 3 of the yard's grandparents. Oh, first master, you're Dong Su's master. Dong Su has only been gone for a short time and his daughter-in-law wants me dead. You have to take care of this. Jia Zhang's lying on the ground, even crying and singing, roaring so loud we're like a wounded. Big sister, don't yell first. Let's solve what's going on. Yelling so loudly will make the other courtyard people hear and look at jokes. Looking at Jia Zhang, who was lying on the ground as a demon, Yi Zhonghai frowned. How come this yard is full of this every day? Not a day goes by without some peace and quiet. But Jia Zhang refused to do so, and insisted on clamoring for Yi Zhonghai to give her a statement. And by the way, to fix her own daughter-in-law, Qin Huairu. Standing aside, Qin Huairu's eyes were slightly red, and she didn't even defend herself on the basis of her own defense. All she had was to bemoan her fate. This can put the watching silly column heartbroken. The old widow, you nonsense what? People, how to take your life. You are not good here and crying and making a fuss? It's still got to be the stupid column, counting on Jia Zhang's matchmaking with a mouthful of Jia auntie, but now she's an old widow. This can be around the neighborhood watching the neighbors laughed. Stupid column, although the mouth stinks. But how to scold so cool. Pillar, how do you talk to your elders? A grandpa immediately rebuked a sentence. Stupid column skimmed the mouth but did not talk back to Yi Zhonghai. Pillar, first help your auntie Jia up. Lying on the ground in such a cold day and then freezing out. Silly column thought about it, or Jia Zhang's help up in the future, or rely on her matchmaking it. Big sister, the wind is whistling in the courtyard on such a cold day. Tell us what just happened, and our 3 grandmasters will judge you. Yi Zhonghai is not annoyed. Stewed chicken soup just sent to the mouth. Not yet drink 2 mouths of it yard and the whole not small movement. Jia Zhang's purpose was to draw the people in the courtyard over to do her justice, so she didn't continue to sing. Folks, you all listen to this. Is my daughter-in-law's job taken over from my son? So this paycheck, shouldn't it be given to me for safekeeping? I just asked her for it and she was so cruel as to push me to the ground. Do you think there is such a thing in the world as a daughter-in-law? For the sake of her salary, Jia Zhang simply didn't even want to lose her old face, playing the scoundrel and falsely accusing Qin Huairu. If you really put an unfilial hat on Qin Huairu, will there be any good in the future? It is evident that Jia Zhang, the old widow, has an evil heart. Old widow, you fart. Why should all the wages be turned over to you? This money is not someone Qin Huairu hard-earned back? Before the weeping lord could say anything, Silly Pillar was anxious to intervene to administer justice. As the saying goes, Sima Zhao's heart is known to all. This silly column is silly, but it's quite a beautiful thought. Having been called an old widow again and again, Jia Zhang's also had a temper. I don't give a about your stupid column. How can you think about my daughter-in-law with this? Look at your sloppiness. Don't you have a mirror in the house to pee in? Even a clayman has 3 points of fire. Not to mention Jia Zhang's silly column was about to dislike back. Yi Zhonghai saw this and quickly scolded thunder. Column, you shut up. What does this matter have to do with you? If you don't want to hear it, go back. This stupid column, There's no way to please a girl like this. In this kind of public place, the more silly Pillar did so, the more it would instead push Qin Huairu further away. Qin Huairu, is what your mom just said true? Yi Zhonghai naturally couldn't just listen to Jia Zhang's side of the story, and it turned out that who didn't know what this old widow was like. Mom, don't you have a bad conscience about what you just said? What do you mean I pushed you? Didn't you try to grab the paycheck from my pocket and missed and fell down yourself? Yes, I'm filling in for Jia Dongshu in this job, but without me, do you think you can keep this temp job, or are you going to fill in? I go to work early in the morning and come back to do your laundry and cook for you. Don't I get a penny of the paycheck I earn? Qin Huairu was already crying as she complained about her grievances. The injustice of fate was already weighing her down, and her family was putting so much pressure on her. Neighbors were moved after hearing this. This Jia Zhang is simply too not something. Why? Isn't it your duty as a daughter-in-law to do my laundry and cook for me? Anyway, this job belongs to my son Dongwook. You must hand it over to me without a cent. Jia Zhang doesn't care about this and that. She only recognizes this deadly truth. As the saying goes, it is difficult for a clear official to resolve family affairs. A Moncler outlet store can only mediate from it, and cannot forcefully interfere. For a while, the situation was a stalemate. Su Feng had been standing on the sidelines to join in the fun, and could only say that these people were still too young to do a fish out of water. If this matter were to happen to him, he would simply take this Jia Zhang casually. It was at this time that Qin Huairu cast a pleading look at Su Feng. Even Qin Huairu herself didn't know why she thought of asking Su Feng for help whenever she encountered a difficult situation. Perhaps in her subconscious mind, she believed that Su Feng was her real man. Just this one look over. How can you let Su Feng refuse? A Moncler, then I'll say a few words, lest the big fellow keep on blowing the cold wind here, and then give a cold. A Moncler outlet store selfless. This kid is a means to an end. May be able to solve this mess. Hearing Su Feng open his mouth, a bad feeling rose in Jia Zhang's heart. Let's put it this way. Sister Qin, since you can't get a penny for your hard work for a month, why don't you just not take this job? It's just a temporary job anyway. You'll go straight back to your mother's house. It's just that your aunt's health has been poor for a while, so you'll go back to take care of her first. It's hard to go back and be talked about by the village, but that's nothing. It's better than working hard here and being aggravated. Su Feng's move could not be described as ruthless. Chapter 192, Spring Dreams Leave No Trace. In this day and age, a job is almost as important as a lifeline, if not far more so. Not to mention that Qin Huairu's job as a temporary worker is still in a large state-run factory, so no one even thinks about it, giving up the job to solve the problem. But Su Feng is not the same, even if he is in the rolling mill procurement section turned with the establishment. But this job for him will be dispensable, not to mention an apprentice laborer. So to be able to come up with this fish out of water approach, aren't you forcing me to hand over all my paychecks? Then let's just lift the table and no one will want it. You Jia Zhangs have the ability to make power in front of me. If you have the ability to go to the steel rolling mill to take over this job. So this move forced Jia Zhang to give in. As expected, Su Feng's words came out, and none of the onlookers changed their faces. That's a really tough move, and it's the only one the kid could say. Su Feng, you thousand-dagger bastard. What does our family's business have to do with you? I won't rip your mouth off. Jia Zhang is afraid. If Qin Huairu really listened to Su Feng's slander, quit. For Jia Zhang is definitely a great loss. Maybe Qin Huairu's belly has a belly survivor. Maybe this belly survivor is a son. Jia Zhang is counting on this job to be passed on to her grandson in the future. And if she really loses it, she even dares to fight with Su Feng. Jia Zhang's side set on the side of the teeth and claws to pounce on Su Feng. The results of people Su Feng stood in place and did not move. Just a frown on his brow and a slight pressure on his eyes. Frozen scared this old widow who only dared to put on a flowery show, not daring to take half a step closer to Su Feng at all. Jia Zhang's afraid. The last time Su Feng smacked off several of Lu Guangtian's large white teeth, it really left her with no small psychological shadow. This kid doesn't eat the old man's face. He slaps whoever comes along. Jia Zhang's had no choice but to start lying on the ground again and crying and singing. Dong Wook ah, you can look at it in the sky. Ever since our family lost its man, everyone has come to bully your mother. Take a look for yourself. Your mother is living such a miserable life now. This Jia Zhang is more resourceful than anyone else, and directly began to pull the flag, secretly mocking Su Feng for bullying her orphaned mother and widowed daughter-in-law. If this got out, Su Feng's reputation wouldn't immediately turn sour. Anyone with eyes can see that this is Jia Zhang's shrewdness, but there's still no way to take this old widow. Even Moncler Outlet Store 1 was at his wit's end when Qin Huairu stepped forward. Mom, if you keep up this nonsense, I'm not going to work tomorrow. I'm going back to my mother's house. Qin Huairu didn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotions when he said this, but everyone present could hear the firmness in his tone. People Su Feng had already thought of a way for her. If she took another step backward, then no one could save her. The words really worked and ruled Jia Zhang to death. Seeing that the scene was under control, the three grandmasters immediately intervened to maneuver from it. Big sister, my disciple's daughter-in-law is right. You say that people work hard for a month and end up with no pennies. What do they want? I'll tell you what. I'll turn in a portion of my paycheck every month after I get it, and the kids will keep a portion for themselves as pocket money. A big master, this law is also moderate, because regardless of this money, whether all belong to Qin Huairu or all up to Jia Zhang, this is unacceptable to both sides. How to divide it up, though, is equally problematic. Eldest sister, that apprentice daughter-in-law, if you agree with what I'm saying, it's simply half and half. A Moncler outlet online, this division, to be honest, is still Jia Zhang's advantage. This old widow who does nothing all day long and gets half of her paycheck is taking advantage of the situation any way you look at it. It was hard not to wonder if Yi Zhonghai, when he was young, really had an affair with this old widow as rumored. The first time he thought about it, he was able to leave half of it, but it wasn't unacceptable. As long as he saved a little, he could not only pay back the money he had borrowed from Su Feng, but he could also help his parents back home. But this old widow, Jia Zhang, is still not satisfied with her 50% share for nothing. With her intentions, it would be natural to turn it all in. Even if it is to be divided, it would be enough to give Qin Huairu $2 a month. I don't agree. This is my son's job. Why should she get half of it? In the face of Jia Zhang's anticlimactic remarks, almost all of them gave Yi Zhonghai an angry laugh. I've told you all the good things, and since you're still like this, you'll have to deal with this matter yourselves. Yi Zhonghai directly quit. You love how to quarrel. Even if this job did go away, it wouldn't cost him a thing. Qin Huairu didn't say anything and turned around to go back to the house. Su Feng, how eye-catching. Sister Qin, things have not been resolved. What are you going to do to go? Go back and pack your bags, and return to your mother's home early tomorrow morning. The favor I owe you, Qin Huairu, will definitely repay. Now, Jia Zhang's was really anxious. Wait, daughter-in-law, don't go back yet. I agree yet. Jia Zhang didn't even know what it meant to ask for a face, so the speed of changing faces naturally flew. As Jia Zhang's words landed on the ground, the curtain came down on this evening's big show. Once again, the people of the courtyard had to be made to sigh, but it was also Su Feng, who just had the means to do so. The silly pillar on the side was dumbfounded. It could still operate like this? If she had been the one who came up with the idea just now, Qin Huairu would have definitely looked at herself differently, right? It seems that in the future, he still needs to ask Su Feng for more advice. This kid really has a method. That's fine. Everyone hurry back and eat. We have to work tomorrow. One Moncler outlet store wrapped up, and the neighbors went back to their homes with great interest. Ignoring Jia Zhang's eyes that wanted to eat people, Su Feng blandly turned around and went back to the house, rather like a feeling of whisking away his clothes after the incident and hiding his accomplishments and name. It couldn't be helped. Who let this pretty widow be her own tool person? And the rewards that popped were all she wanted. In a good mood tonight, Su Feng even deliberately fried a shredded potato after he went back. He would like to make pancakes and roll them up, but the key is that he can't mix the dough. So I ended up cooking a handful of noodles and eating them with hot and sour shredded potatoes. The most enjoyable part was that by the time he came out, Su Feng had already lit the fireplace, and the house was hot enough to wear sweats. Eat and then simply take a hot shower. This little life you just live into is the taste. No one came over to knock on the door tonight, so Su Feng comfortably watched Jin Ping Mei for a while before finally drifting off to dreamland. But tonight's dream was a bit different from usual. The heroine was only Qin Huairu. This pretty widow may be grateful, and froze to do as he said, placed on the bed to let him play at will. A spring dream without a trace. Chapter 193, The Third Master is Captured. Pretty daughter-in-law begs Su Feng to save her elderly father. Just when the people in the courtyard thought that they could spend this evening in peace and quiet, I didn't expect the third master to make a whole mess again. It was customary that whenever wages were paid, the third master would take the meat stamps and fine grain stamps he had received to the pigeon market and exchange them for more coarse grain stamps. There are times when stingy people are stingy even with their own people. Plus the 3 sons and 1 daughter-in-law in the third master's family, which can be dinky even on coarse grains. So that's why it's clear that the third master has a job where he can get a meat bill, but he can't see neat month after month. But the exchange of tickets this evening didn't go as smoothly as the 3 Moncler outlet online Moncler outlet store would have liked. But there's no such thing as a wet shoe when you're always on the river. With the sudden tightening of the tone from above, it is only natural for the market management below to catch some typical cases. No, this evening it's all about the pigeon market. It's reasonable to say that the law doesn't apply, and there are a lot of people coming to the loft tonight, so as long as you run fast asses off. Unfortunately, The Three Moncler outlet store had already handed all the tickets to the ticket seller, and when he realized the situation and wanted to run away, the Three Moncler outlet store Moncler Jackets outlet store tugged at the ticket seller's arm. Ticket sellers play what idea Three Moncler outlet store heart clear. Nothing more than want to take advantage of the chaos to obscure his ticket. There was a direct delay with this tugging and pulling, and the two were taken down directly by the staff of the market management. What are you arresting an old man for? I just couldn't sleep and came out to wander around. All this time the three big masters are still sophistry. People staff did not even care about him directly take away. The Three Moncler outlet store Moncler Jackets outlet UK people actually struggled and tried to run at the thought of the punishment they were facing. The staff did not expect this old man to be so dishonest, and directly gave Yen Bugue a punch. Under the fists and feet of the real reason. This time the three big masters are really honest. By this time it was already around 11 or 12 o'clock at night, and no one would probably know even if someone was lost in the yard. So it was not until the big Tuesday morning that the three oldest mothers realized that their old man had not returned all night. A large family immediately shook up, and in a short time the yard knew all about it. Don't be in a hurry. His aunt, first tell me if old Yen went to Pigeon City last night? A big living person how can say lost just lost? Yesterday is the day of payday. Don't need to think that Yen Xiecheng must go to the Pigeon City. If you're not back this late, you must have been caught in a typical situation. Where did the three Amazons dare to hide at this time? They immediately nodded. If that's the opposite of worrying, think of all the people in Pigeon City. The law is not against them. Criticize and educate at most, and you'll be released back in a while. A Moncler outlet store is not unheard of in this situation. This kind of lesser circumstances, at most, is to criticize and correct. More serious is the confiscation of the proceeds of the offense. But who would have thought that this Yen Bugue flat out made a big deal out of it? The three Amazons have just put their hearts back in their mouths. And there is a man outside the courtyard who says he is inquiring about Yen Bugue's family. The man also did not nonsense. Yen Bugue, suspected of speculation, was caught in the current dead and resisted arrest. A fine of 200 yuan. The man made it very clear that he could redeem the man for $200. If you can't get it out, you'll be locked up in jail for 2 or 3 years. As soon as the three Amazons heard the news, they fainted directly as their blood rushed to their mouths. By the time he woke up, the young and old in the yard had already gone to work when they should have. Quickly, Xiecheng, go get $200 to redeem your father. Yen Bugue is the backbone of a large family. Even a fine of $1,000 will have to be paid out. Mom, have you forgotten that our father has deposited all his money in the bank to eat the interest? So he can't get it out. Yen Xiecheng did not know how to spit this old man. Usually quite smart a person. How this time to make a mess. Buckle swishing through life. This is a direct fine of $200, which must be able to buy how much meat, how many good cigarettes ah. The three Amazons almost fainted again when they remembered this. Then hurry up and go borrow money, and redeem your father quickly. The three Amas are also sick and desperate. On her family's popularity and stingy strength, where to borrow 200 yuan? Besides, the old and young men in the family have all gone to work, so you can't ask a wife to borrow from her. Mom, don't be in a hurry. It's not like they're going to hand the money back right away. The people in charge of the yard have gone to work, so even if we borrow money, we'll have to wait until they come back. The three Amazons thought about this and couldn't help but complain about themselves. If only I hadn't fainted just now. I would have borrowed the money quickly while the masters in charge of the courtyard were there. Alas, I don't know if I can borrow money. Last time, he offended Su Feng to death. Plus he had just finished renovating his house, so he didn't have any money left in his hands. At that time a Moncler outlet store there is hope. Just do not know if people can be willing to borrow $200 at once. Yen Lao Buckle this time can be honest. All of a sudden the fine of 200 will not make him heartbroken to death on his bike ride to work. Silly Pillar couldn't help but gloat. He was not dealing with Yen Bugue, and now see Yen Bugue fell into great luck. The heart is not happy to blame. For this topic Su Feng did not pick up. A big man does not laugh at natural disasters. This point of character he still has. The silly Pillar didn't have any bad intentions. It was just spitting in front of him. After all, who made the two people deadly rivals? Brother, tonight when you go back that family is expected to ask you to borrow money. You can make a good discussion in advance. After all, that $200 is no small amount of money. I'd have to have it if I wanted to borrow it then. Renovating the house almost didn't empty my house. If Su Feng were to flaunt another $200 to borrow out, it wouldn't be flat out making himself uncomfortable. Time passes. To the end of the day, the liberation of the neighbors hastily eat and close the door to rest. All are afraid of the Yen family to borrow money. Yen family originally did not expect these neighbors. Just Su Feng and a big master side a little hope. Su Feng had just lit the fireplace on his side when Yuli approached him. Even when the people in the courtyard went into Su Feng's house in front of him and closed the door behind them, no one thought much of anything. Without guessing, he knew that this was to borrow money from Su Feng. Su Feng, sis doesn't even know how to talk to you. Since the Yin family has married, that Yu Li is the Yin family daughter-in-law, cannot look at their father-in-law in the prison for 2 or 3 years. What's more, the family's food and clothing are counting on their father-in-law's salary. Without saying a word, Su Feng directly pulled out 20 sheets of duanjie and shoved them into Yu Li's hands. Sis, I didn't lend you this money. I gave it to you. Su Feng had sort of figured out that lending supplies to a toolman wouldn't explode the rewards. Sis, you know I've only just renovated the house. If I borrow another $200 to go out, I'm afraid the people in the yard will really think I'm a capitalist. The $200 is for you, and if anyone else asks, you can pretend I didn't borrow it. Su Feng's words were very clear, and Yu Li wasn't stupid. Chapter 194, Sister. You don't want your father-in-law to be put in jail, do you? Su Feng, sis really doesn't know what to say. Looking at the $200 in front of her, Yu Li's eyes suddenly flashed a flash of tears. In this day and age, even lending $20 is a huge favor, let alone giving $200 at once. It seemed that the man was genuinely good for himself. Su Feng looked at the touched little daughter-in-law in front of him, with tears glistening in her eyes and even a hint of indescribable love, and knew that Yu Li must have misunderstood. One just wanted to pop the rewards. Really, to say there wasn't an ounce of fondness, that would be impossible, but to say love, that was completely out of the question. Just as Yu Li was about to reach out and take the $200, Su Feng suddenly retracted his hand. Sis, is that the attitude for begging? Su Feng curled up the corner of his mouth with a bad smile on his face. The meaning he wanted to convey was self-evident. Yu Li subconsciously lowered her head, and her little face went red with a little bit of labor. Sister, you don't want your father-in-law to be imprisoned, do you? 20 minutes later, Yu Li put on a forlorn expression and came out of Su Feng's house. By the looks of it, even after grinding his lips for 20 or 30 minutes, he still hadn't borrowed any money. Back at home, the 3 Amazons and Yan Xiecheng took one look at Yu Li's expression and knew that she had come back empty-handed. Daughter-in-law, what did he say about Su Feng? Yan Xiecheng, not anxious, cannot. The family still count on this old man to support the family. I begged for a long time, but they said that they had spent all their money on renovating the house and really didn't have any money to lend us. Mom, what can we do about this? The large family had expected this outcome, but they couldn't help but sigh when they heard the exact news. However, Yan Xiecheng was relieved. If his daughter-in-law could agree with Su Feng every time she had something to ask for, then it would not also indirectly show that there was a personal relationship between the two people. Now it seemed that his daughter-in-law had begged for so long without borrowing any money, and that the affair was completely out of the question. Son, go and find the first master of our courtyard. He will certainly not stand by and do nothing. The only people in the courtyard who had spare money and were willing to lend it to their family were the first Moncler outlet store family at the moment. Yan Xiecheng nodded and quickly walked out the door to find a grandpa in the courtyard. Luckily this time I didn't keep an older woman waiting for a long time and was back in almost 10 minutes. Mom, borrowed money. An older woman was relieved to hear it was good news. Did a grandpa lend us $200? Even Yu Li was stunned. Is the first grandpa in this yard so nice? That's not true. A grandpa borrowed $100. The remaining $100 let's make up for it. It's already a kindness to borrow $100. What more could you ask for? The last time a large family earned money from Su Feng's work, they were able to scrape together $50. But it's still a $50 shortfall. Ha, Xiaoli ah. Our family has helped Su Feng so much. Why don't you go find him again and borrow just $50? The 3 Amazons were really worried and confused. What did they mean by their family helping Su Feng so much? Yu Li did not even bother to spit it out. It is true that a comforter cannot sleep out of 2 kinds of people. Mom, I've been begging for half a day and they haven't borrowed a penny. So isn't it difficult for them to go back now? Hey, why don't I come home tomorrow? Yu Li is going to plan the plate. If he took $50 back from his mother's family, Yan Xiecheng is afraid that in the future, let her pinch. Oh daughter-in-law, Mom thanks you. This can be 3 big mother moved bad. It seems that they are really misunderstanding their daughter-in-law. What a good person ah. The next morning, Yu Li rushed back to her mother's home, and when she returned to the yard, she had an extra $50 on her. Then Yan Xiecheng took $200 on his body and went to the market management to redeem his old man. Tossed 2 nights. Yan Bugui full of emaciation, not to mention the heartache feeling all over the body. That's $200. How many years did he have to save up? Hey, if Yan Bugui had been given another chance, he would have fled with all his might that night, pretending that he didn't have those neat and fine grain tickets. But if he was really given a chance, this Yan Lao Buckle would definitely still make the same choice. What if you can dodge it? In fact, the biggest failure is not that Yen Bugue could not afford to give up those meat and fine grain tickets, but that he died after being caught and tried to break away from the managers. If there is no such thing, the most that can be done is to criticize and educate them, or to confiscate the illegal proceeds. Just because he has a load of illegal income doesn't mean he didn't lose anything. Let's just say that stingy people can only see the fly in the ointment. Dad, don't sigh. As long as our family is safe and sound, it's not like we can't earn the money when it's spent. After all, it was his own life. And seeing his own father in this miserable state, Yen Xiecheng opened his mouth and said a few words of relief. Yen Bugue knows that this is the reason, but still cannot help but heartache. In his heart, he hated it even more and wanted to eat the flesh of that ticket seller and drink his heart. But it's not Yen Bugue who has the most to lose. It's the ticket seller. This ticket seller, because of wanting to obscure Yen Xiecheng's meat ticket, was pulled by the old boy's arm, cannot escape, and finally captured together. Although this ticket seller was not fined 200, the entire body of the illegal proceeds were confiscated. That one was all he had. At least a couple hundred if you converted it to money. Cutting off people's money is like killing their parents. I'm afraid this ticket seller has the heart to kill Yen Bugue. As long as I run into this old boy in Pigeon City in the future, I'll definitely give him a hard time. That night, the people in the courtyard saw the third master came back, but did not reveal the scars to mention this again. 2 days passed uneventfully, and the effects of the incident slowly faded into nothingness. After all, who hasn't sneaked into the pigeon market? And it's just their luck if they get caught. But this time Yen Bugue also gave them a lesson. In the future, encountered this kind of situation, dead run is finished. Cannot pick up the sesame, lost the watermelon. If you are caught, you must be sincere and cooperate with them as much as they ask you to. Friday morning. It was a rare good day. The sun was warming the ground and it would have been a bit hot if I had worn my cotton jacket again. By the looks of it, tomorrow is expected to be a good day as well. Perhaps the factory leaders were sympathetic to the workers and decided to show movies uniformly on Saturday nights. People can also bring their families over to watch with them after work. In this era, there is no entertainment. The factory unified movie is also a small benefit. And I heard that they're going to show Lu Sanjie, which would cost 12 cents if you went to the movie theater. After work, people in the yard saw Su Damo into the yard. One or two are curious to ask what movie will be shown tomorrow night. Su Damo is the projectionist in the factory, and this is an appropriate question to ask him. But this kid caught the opportunity to end up. What movie to play? That is the decision of the leadership of the plant. I also listened to the arrangements of the leadership of the plant. People want to know. Just go and move a pony tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 195, Qin Jingru's arrival. Sun thief's son, what are you beating around the bush for? If people ask you, just say it. Silly Column is not used to see Sudamo this pretense of posture. A movie show, what the spirit? And also played the official voice. Do not know the thought of participating in what national important policies. Hey, I won't say what you can do to me. You're a cook who can't understand the movie. Just do your cooking. Sudamo was feeling like he was having a great time when he was splashed with cold water by this stupid pillar. And naturally he disliked it with a knife and a stab in his back. Your uncle, you a movie show uneducated can see it. Believe it or not, I cut you. The two things he hates most about killing pigs are the mockery of his lack of a daughter-in-law and the mockery of being uneducated. But this Su Damao, every day with these two things explicitly and implicitly taunted him. Stupid Column cannot stand it. Strange. It's just more than you can see. You blow up at the drop of a hat. You can't move. Whose girl would want to marry you? It's a wonder the stupid Column doesn't swing around and hammer him when that comes out. Son thief. I have to clean up your broken mouth today. Just as Silly Pillar swung his fist forward, a sweet voice suddenly rang out from the courtyard entrance. Does Qin Huairu live in this hospital? Voice dynamic and with a hint of coming to an unfamiliar place of uneasiness. I'll listen to this voice to know that this girl looks absolutely not bad. The people in front of them searched for the sound and looked toward the courtyard door. And sure enough, there stood a delicate and pitiful big girl, who was poking her head inside the courtyard to look at it. The upright height was about the same as Qin Huairu, but the figure was a bit taller than Qin Huairu's slightly thinner figure. If this girl was with Silly Pillar, I'm afraid she wouldn't be the same height as Silly Pillar. This is not the most rare. The figure of such a slim girl, the chest of the sash in turn to support the bulging. In contrast to the slender waist, the grain sacks looked even broader and more imposing. Combined with the 7% similarity in appearance to Qin Huairu, this was simply a natural beauty. The Silly Column looked directly dumbfounded in place. This girl perfectly satisfied all his requirements for choosing a spouse. Unmarried, good figure, looks as pretty as Qin Huairu. Yes, you come in first. Qin Huairu should be your sister. Just got off work, she'll probably be back in a while. Although the off-duty is the same time, but the tool to come back is different. Qin Huairu estimated that she had to walk for a while to come back. Su Damo was called attentive, not realizing that there was such a superb product. Su Damo grabbed the first hitched words. The stupid column to the angry. This grandson has a daughter-in-law, still want to do what? Thanks. Yu Haitang said thank you, and after walking into the courtyard, he looked around again, but did not see the figure he wanted to see. Instead, it was the men in this courtyard, each one looking at her in a way that annoyed her greatly. Girl, you're as pretty as your sister. What do you want from her? You can call me Su Damo. I'm the projectionist at the rolling mill, and you can go see the movie tomorrow at the mill. Even though Su Damo's method of picking up was cheap, it was perfectly adequate for a girl from the countryside. First you compliment people on their beauty, then you reveal your status as a projectionist. Once these two words were said, the vast majority of the girls were able to rise in favor of Su Damo. Sure enough, Qin Jingru's eyes lit up when she heard Su Damo introduce himself as a projectionist. This profession in the eyes of Qin Jingru that is high. Even the movie can be played. They are expected to know a lot, but also very powerful. Seeing Qin Jingru's reaction, Su Damo secretly pleased. This girl although looks beautiful, body good, but not much insight. Su Damo likes girls like this. The easiest to trick. Su Damo, you have a daughter-in-law, what do you want to do? Girl, you listen to me. This kid is not a good person, stay away from him. All of them have a daughter-in-law to offer a chicken hair attentiveness. Stupid column without the burden of demolishing Su Damo's face. As expected, Qin Jingru subconsciously moved away from Su Damo when she heard these words from Silly Pillar. This man has a daughter-in-law and still get close to himself. This kind is certainly not a good man. Besides, Qin Jingru was also surprised that Su Damo projectionist's profession, and did not feel anything at all about his shoeshine face. As for the scruffy one standing next to him, he was as far away as he could get. Jia Zhang, who was nailing the soles of her shoes on the side, noticed the commotion over here and her brain turned, thinking that there were benefits to be gained here. Girl, I'm Qin Huairu's mother-in-law. What do you want with her? By the looks of it, Silly Pillar is looking at his daughter-in-law's relatives. Either way you have to go through a handful of them yourself. That's a lot of grease. Qin Jingru shot a glance at the slightly small-eyed, white and chubby Jia Zhang. Hearing her sister say that this mother-in-law was not nice to her, Qin Jingru naturally rose a sense of disgust towards Jia Zhang. But the girl also knew how to be polite and called out to her mother-in-law after her cousin. Didn't pass the duck egg he was carrying in his hand though. Better hand it to his sister. While this side was talking, Qin Huairu finally rushed back. Cousin, what brings you over? Even with just a glance at her back, Qin Huairu could recognize that it was her cousin. A slim figure paired with a plump, jiggly figure. Such exaggerated proportions. Qin Huairu had only ever seen them on her own cousin. Sister, mother asked me to bring you some duck eggs to replenish your body. And brother Su Fang's. Qin Jingru said so, and Qin Jingru knew what was going on. This was not coming to see him. It was obviously thinking of Su Feng, and it was estimated that the second uncle and second aunt in the family agreed that the cousin was doing this. Silly Column heard the name brother Su Feng from Qin Jingru's mouth, and his heart immediately surged with many thoughts. He knew that his brother had a daughter-in-law, so this girl and Su Feng were friends at best, and then he could totally find Su Feng to help him get a match. Su Feng lives in the house next to ours. I'll take you there. Since this girl had come up, she definitely had to let her see Su Feng, but Qin Huairu always felt so uncomfortable in her heart. Qin Huairu knocked on the door. Su Feng answered from inside the house and opened the door. Then the sisters slipped inside, closing the door in the process. There were 3 people in the house, after all, so there was always no need to worry about what nasty things were being done in there. Auntie Jia, this girl I guess you also know. Introduce me to her. Don't worry, Auntie Jia. You'll definitely remember your goodness when the time comes. Who says a stupid pig can't talk? How sweet this mouth is to get a pretty daughter-in-law. Though when you meet people, you call for Auntie Jia, and when you can't use them, you call for the old widow. Profit-oriented Jia Zhang surely will not care about these small details. Scolding on scolding, which has real money to reel. When the people come back in a while, Jia Dama will ask for you, but girls don't like stingy men. Jia Zhang's this was no longer implying, it was completely explicit. Chapter 196, Silly Girl Qin Jingru. Su Feng had just gotten the fireplace lit at home when a knock sounded at the door. The weather has been better the last 2 days, but it still gets cold in the evenings and mornings, and a little less coal in the fireplace is just right. When I opened the door, it was the sisters. Brother Su Feng. My mom said for me to send some duck eggs to thank you. Qin Jingru finally saw her long-lost man and excitedly gave Su Feng all of the basket of duck eggs in her hand. Half of it. Her mom explained to give it to mom's cousin. The stupid girl. Looking at a small basket of duck eggs in front of him, Su Feng was not polite. This is the intention of others not to accept rather bad. Thank auntie for me, and don't ever be so polite in the future. Just keep it for yourselves. It's cold out there, come inside. I'll get you a glass of water. Su Feng took the bamboo basket, and after introducing the sisters, Qin Huairu closed the door with his hand. The warm water bottle and cream of wheat were placed in the kitchen, and while Su Feng went to the kitchen to pour water, Qin Jingru next surveyed Su Feng's house. Just now, his nervous attention was all on Su Feng's body, and now that he had returned to his senses, he realized how beautiful the house was. Sis, I stepped on this floor and dirted it. Brother Su Feng won't blame me, right? Looking at the reflective floor, Qin Jingru clearly saw that she had stepped on a few dirty footprints after coming in. It's fine. Why don't you stay as a daughter-in-law for Su Feng and clean people's rooms every day? Looking at her cousin's reaction, Qin Huairu was like seeing herself entering Su Feng's house for the first time. Again, I was worried about getting the floor dirty, so I couldn't help but flirt. But this girl was stupid enough to really take what Qin Huairu said seriously. Sis, is it really okay? When she said this, Qin Jingru's eyes were glowing with anticipation. Such a beautiful house. Even if she had to clean it 20 times a day she would do it. What do you say, silly girl? Thinking of nothing else beautiful every day. Qin Huairu used his hand to nod Qin Jingru's head, his own flirting it. This silly girl froze to hear. With the conditions of people Su Feng now, the worst that can only be defined as city daughter-in-law. It's true that you're pretty and have a good body, but is there any shortage of pretty and good-looking people in town? A country girl with the idea of marrying one of the top men in town. But how? Oh, when she saw such a beautiful house, her first reaction was inferiority, and Qin Jingru also felt that she was not worthy of Su Feng. At the thought of this, Qin Jingru pouted with an unhappy face. Suddenly this silly girl remembered something. Sis, I gave brother Su Feng the same share of duck eggs that my mom prepared for you, so what can I do? This silly girl was too nervous to speak as soon as she saw Su Feng, and now if she was asked to ask for it, how would it make her feel good? It's fine. It's fine. I owe you brother Su Feng so much. It's just a few duck eggs. Even if you take the duck eggs to your home, what can you do? With that mother-in-law of yours, how many of them can you eat in your mouth? Although the sisters deliberately lowered their voices when they spoke, Su Feng could hear them clearly in the kitchen. Be careful with the hot water that's just been boiled. I'll pour it back for you when you're done. Su Feng brewed a cup of cream of wheat for each of the sisters, while he himself poured a cup of plain water and placed it on the bar to dry. As soon as the cream of wheat came out, the room was filled with a light milky scent. Giving the two sisters to flush cream of wheat is not to appear to be generous. Or Su Feng is thinking of Qin Jingru as a tool person. Maybe it can also become the object of the system's binding. Are the uncles and aunts at home well? Su Feng politely chatted with the sisters for a while, and the cream of wheat on the case wasn't so hot, so the sisters drank it in their hands in a moment. It was the first time that Qin Jingru drank such a sweet cream of wheat, although she wanted to drink a second cup but didn't have the heart to ask. Su Feng was more than understanding and brewed another cup for the sisters. Just now, Su Feng purposely left the lid of the thermos open so as not to scald his mouth when he tried to drink the water, so the second cup wasn't much hotter. Seeing that it was also mealtime, Su Feng's stomach had already protested, followed by a polite sentence. Jingru's sister didn't eat dinner. Right, so stay here with me to deal with a bite at night. This girl into the city is definitely looking for her cousin. In the case of reason generally will not stay Su Feng this big young man home for dinner, so Su Feng also just polite sentence. Who knew that this girl was a straight shooter? Then I'll trouble you brother Su Feng. You're so good to me. This all gave Su Feng a whole lot of confusion. It wasn't that Su Feng was cheap. After all, how much food could more people eat could be eaten? Yesterday, Yu Li had exploded with a $1,000 cash reward, and Su Feng hadn't even gotten around to claiming it yet. The point was that she was a big girl, plus Su Feng lived by himself, and two lonely men and women eating alone in the house would easily make the people in the courtyard think more. That's fine. Sister Qin, you stay tonight as well. I'll go call Brother Pillar over. I'm sure Brother Pillar would very much like to attend tonight's meal, just so he can avoid suspicion as well. Su Feng pushed open the door and went out to look for Silly Zhu, closing the door behind him in the process and letting the sisters sit in the house for a while. You silly girl, just now your brother Su Feng was being polite to you, and you really agreed? Speak for yourself. What's it like for a big girl like you to eat alone in someone else's big lad's house? This silly girl is really simple and can't hear the words. After cousin this mention, Qin Jingru also reacted. Bashful face immediately read finish. It turns out that brother Su Feng is being polite. Then he just stupidly answered down. Will brother Su Feng think he is stupid? Sis, what can we do about that? Qin Jingru came into the city because she wanted to meet Su Feng, and she did not expect to leave a bad impression on people's hearts. It's already come to this, so stay and eat in peace. Maybe your brother Su Feng likes this kind of simple silly girl. Qin Huairu couldn't help but flirt with his cousin. This kind of thing may be said. After all, his own cousin this body strip. Which man does not like, outside the house? Brother, you really are my own brother. Silly Zhu was just thinking of having Jia Zhang match him, but he didn't expect Su Feng to directly give him the opportunity to perform his talent. Su Damao also stood next to him. He would like to go, but there is no good excuse. Otherwise his daughter-in-law at home will have to make trouble with him. Dai Mao, why don't you join us tonight? Su Damao was standing right next to him, and Su Feng definitely had to shout. Forget it, your sister-in-law has already made dinner and is waiting for me at home. Tomorrow's movie is a classic, so bring that cousin of yours up to see it. Just now, when Qin Jingru called out to Su Feng's brother, Su Damao thought that Su Feng was the girl's cousin. Success! Then I'll go inside with brother Pillar. Ah, I'm hungry early. The stupid column was waiting for this. Bro, I'll go home and get some spices then. I say I'm getting the dressing, but I'm actually rushing home to pick it up. Chapter 197, Sister, do you think brother Su Feng is jealous? Jingru, let me introduce you. This is He Yuzhu, you can call brother Pillar like me. Brother Pillar, this is Qin Jingru, a cousin to sister Qin. Su Feng briefly introduced the two to each other, and brother Pillar cleaned up quite quickly, but he could still clearly smell the onion odor. But wasn't brother Pillar's target Qin Huairu? Why were his eyes always on Qin Jingru's body? Is this a change of target, raiders? It's time to say no to the fact that brother Pillar has a pretty good eye and has the guts to pay for the action. Then I'll call you sister Jingru. I work at the rolling mill like your cousin. It's just me and my sister in the house, and we make $37.50 a month. Silly column, worthy of being called silly column. Ah, people, girl is to visit relatives and not to come with you to matchmaking. You hold this play. Why? Brother Pillar, you're amazing. Qin Jingru heartily complimented. A salary of $37.05 a month. In her eyes that was something unimaginable. That's as far as it goes. Hey, 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 hey. Being praised by such a beautiful young girl in front of her face, gave Silly Pillar a whole lot of embarrassment and scratched the back of his head. Then I'll go make you guys dinner. Pronto. The stupid column that has always had a foul mouth and a single-minded head. This is fast being charmed by Qin Jingru into what kind of a person? Su Feng stood by the side and smiled without saying anything. There are still simple people in this courtyard. Perhaps it is the power of love. Stupid column, this time than any other time hands and feet are more nimble, and frying the fire is not bad at all. Su Feng was the host, so he naturally had to play on the side. Two was always a little faster than one, and he'd been hungry for a long time. While the two young and old men in the house were busy, Qin Huairu pulled his cousin into a couple of whispers. Kyoru, are you looking at that He Yuzhu? He Yuzhu's salary of $37.05 a month really makes people move. Qin Huairu thinks it's normal that his cousin's heart is moved. Anyway, it is not enough to reach Su Feng, might as well change the target. And follow He Yuzhu can also make the days red hot. No sis, why do you ask? Qin Jingru, all feel their cousin. I said this sentence strange. Just now, also just normal chat, polite. Ah, you silly girl, that He Yuzhu has thoughts about you, know? In front of your brother Su Feng you're still praising people for being so good. It'll make people misunderstand, you know? The silly Pillar moved on and didn't pester herself. And Qin Jingru certainly didn't feel any loss. She hadn't been a fan of the scruffy cook in the first place. The main thing is that this He Yuzhu had a sinew. If he misunderstood, entangled in his cousin, sure to make trouble again. So hurry up and make it clear to your cousin that if you don't have feelings for someone, don't make that kind of gesture of closeness. You yourself think it's just a normal chat, but people get the wrong idea that there's a development going on. Ah, cousin, do you think brother Su Feng is jealous? A sentence to Qin Huairu or whole speechless. People eat you what vinegar. Ah. Just remember one thing. If you want to develop with He Yuzhu, then you'll have a good chat during dinner later. If you don't have that in mind, act aloof, know what I mean? This is good for everyone, lest there be a misunderstanding that ends badly. If his cousin could really develop with He Yuzhu, it would be a good choice. He was afraid that his cousin would have to hang on to the crooked necktree that was Su Feng, and would not turn back until she had crashed through the southern wall. In the kitchen, there are only 4 people eating tonight, so it's perfect to stir-fry 3 dishes. Silly Zhu knew that Su Feng still had pork at home, and specially fished out a pickled sour cabbage to bring over. Shred the sauerkraut and cast it under cold water a couple of times, then slice the pancetta into even thin slices. When this stuff is stewed on the stove, a bite of it in the middle of winter is not worth it even for a god. Then Silly Pillar scrambled a few duck eggs with scallions on the spot, and finally fixed a plate of shredded potatoes in vinegar. While the sauerkraut was braising the pancetta, the remaining 2 dishes were sautéed on the other stove, which added up to a half hour of work. The food was still hot and smoking when I brought it to the table. The main course was a simple bowl of noodles cooked by one person. With these 3 dishes, and each one ate with a mouthful of oil, especially that sauerkraut stewed 5-flour meat. So that brother Juzi stewed fat but not greasy. Put a chopstick of sauerkraut into the bowl, and a mouthful of noodles is as refreshing as it gets. Kyoro-chan, does it still taste good to you? Silly columns say this. Even if this pork is boiled in water, these days it can perfume a person to the head. Qin Jingru nodded. It was indeed delicious. But the moment he opened his mouth, this man would surely climb up the pole. Qin Jingru's reaction to the stupid column will not be a hole. Their cooking skills, this is a regression? Hurriedly took a piece of sauerkraut and put it in my mouth. That's what it tasted like. Just now. He was quite enthusiastic about himself and even praised himself for being good. Why did he look like a different person in the effort of cooking a meal? Silly Pillar didn't understand, but it was definitely inappropriate to ask Su Feng at this time. After eating, the sisters did not linger. Qin Huairu carried his cousin to his own house. On his way out, Su Feng took half of the duck eggs out of the basket and handed the rest to Qin Huairu along with the basket. I can't finish this much alone. Take it back and you guys finish it while it's fresh. Su Feng didn't give Qin Huairu a chance to refuse, and directly shoved the basket into her hands, a copy of which was originally taken to her, giving the sisters a right away. Silly Pillar was still sitting at the table with a depressed look on his face, chucking the leftover sauerkraut on his plate. Brother, do you think I'm a rural household with a salary of $37.5 a month? Am I worthy of Kyoro girl? By all accounts, the silly column is in really good condition. Looking up, there is no pressure to retire. If you look down, you only have a younger sister who is still in school, and Silly Pillar has already prepared her dowry. Whoever marries Silly Pillar, with a salary of $37.5 a month, as long as they don't spend it frivolously, they can save up $20 a month, alright, and in a year's time they can save up a big piece. It is biased that this Pillar brother likes to compare with the courtyard. Jia Dongshu married the charming Qin Huairu, and Su Damao married Lu Xiaoa, who is as beautiful as a young lady. Even that incapable Yan Xiecheng had married the plump and beautiful Yu Li. He's no worse than the three of them, so why can't he have a pretty daughter-in-law too? So that's the root cause of Silly Pillar's inability to find a daughter-in-law, and inwardly he feels sorry for this person. And the current appearance of Qin Jingru perfectly meets his requirements. But just now at the dinner table, people's attitude towards him, obviously not cold. Of course it's worthy. To be honest, who isn't short of clothes these days? But how much more hungry can a cook be? That being said, it's one thing to be worthy. It's also one thing for people to see eye to eye. You can't just marry someone if you think they're worthy, in case they like to eat chaff. Chapter 198. Qin Jingru was in many places thoughts. After sending off Silly Pillar, Su Feng cleaned up the cups and plates and went upstairs to sleep. Tomorrow, Saturday. I don't know what movie is playing at night. There wasn't much entertainment in this day and age, so it was just the right time to go and have a good time. Su Feng is not bad that 12 cents to go to the cinema to see a movie. The key is no one to accompany. After all, watching a movie is not just simply watching a movie. The Jia family. Mom, this is my cousin Qin Jingru. Came into the city to see me for fun. I guess she'll be staying at our house for the next few days. As she spoke, Qin Huairu handed Jia Zhang the duck egg in her hand, fearing that her mother-in-law would refuse to agree, leaving her cousin without a place to sleep at night. Granny. Qin Jingru didn't know what to call her, so she simply called her mother-in-law the same as her cousin. There is no major problem, also seems to be close. After all, one has to go into the city to send people. Egu, this big girl is really pretty. She hasn't found a good family yet, right? Jia Zhang smoothly took the duck eggs handed over by Qin Huairu and took a step forward to pull Qin Jingru's hand to exchange pleasantries. What Qin Huairu did not expect was that Jia Zhang's attitude towards Qin Jingru was unexpectedly warm. There must be a demon when things go wrong, and her mother-in-law's person Qin Huairu really knew too much about it. Plus, just now Jia Zhang mentioned whether she had found anyone. Presumably someone in the courtyard had begged for her head, and she could profit from it. Not yet, Granny. When the subject is brought up, a touch of shyness more or less comes out of the older girl's family. Such a beautiful girl can find a good family. Do you want your mother-in-law to introduce you to one? Married into the city on a food budget, like your sister? Jia Zhan was confident that the country girl would never be able to resist this temptation. Why else would she have to marry in the city, given the foxy nature of her daughter-in-law? No, Granny, I don't have that plan for a while. It wasn't like Jia Zhang in front of her could introduce Su Feng to Qin Jingru, so she refused without hesitation. Jia Zhang, still ready to persuade a few more sentences, but was directly sidetracked by Qin Huairu's sentence. Mom, I took Kyoro to wash her feet. I have to work tomorrow, I have to rest early. After Qin Huairu finished speaking, she took Jingru out of the house and fetched some water to wash her feet in the house. These days the sisters cope with squeezing under the same covers and barely freezing. Jia Zhang also knew that this daughter-in-law of hers had a lot of heart, so she didn't continue. When she goes to work, This redneck money Jia Zhang is bound to get. On Saturday morning, Su Feng climbed out of his warm comforter and briefly washed up to go to work with Brother Pillar. Yo! It's so cold that Brother Pillar still washes his hair in the morning. It's rare. The weather has been nice for the past 2 days. But it's almost winter, and it's impossible not to be cold in the morning. What's up, spirits? Silly Pillar was all set to take the opportunity to sit next to Qin Jingru at the movie tonight. And then we'll have a nice little chat, preferably tonight in one fell swoop. Coupled with the fact that Jia Zhang's side also made efforts during the day, it greatly enhanced the possibility of success. Spirit, totally different than usual. Su Feng gave a thumbs up. No wonder people said that love was the greatest internal drive. Always unkempt stupid column. The morning of the unprecedented wash hair, but also really spirit a few points. Hearing Su Feng say this, Silly Pillar felt steady himself. Time soon came to the afternoon. Looking at the time will soon come to the end of the work. What time to hurry to the busy work. Only left to finish the work to their own disciples. There are at least 1,000 workers in the factory. If you go late, there will be no good seats left. Seeing that everything was ready, the director of the cafeteria gave an impromptu notice. The factory leader is having a small dinner tonight and named Silly Pillar to take the helm. I'm done with the work I have to do. And this little stove is open to whoever wants it. Tonight was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And no matter what, Silly Pillar didn't want to miss it. Silly Column, you'd better not be a jerk. Tonight's little cookout deputy director Lee is also there. If you quit, you'll be upside down from now on for the rest of your life. The director knew that he couldn't suppress Silly Pillar's donkey energy, and he directly moved Vice Plant Director Lee out. You don't scare me with Deputy Director Lee. I'm a cook, what do I do if I don't turn the spoon? Despite his words, Silly Pillar's bottom line was clearly lacking compared to just a moment ago. In the eyes of the workers, Deputy Director Lee, that is the whole rolling mill days, who dares to disobey the orders of the sky? Silly Pillar secretly poked and cursed twice, but in the end, it was not honestly palming the spoon to go. On this side of the square, the curtains are up. Open-air movies are just that, with a projector to throw the movie on top of a curtain. The picture quality is a little worse, but it's good enough for entertainment. Off-duty workers have been rushing this way one after another, and the proximity to the water naturally allows them to grab a good spot for their relatives. The neighborhood heard the letters and a number of them slipped in to watch the movie. Anyway, the curtains are up there, so you can sit down and watch if there's a spot available. So it's not like you're going to lose anything. Yo, Kofu, you're here before me. Su Feng, on his side, got off work and came over with Zhou Guodong, who moved a bench long enough for 2 people to sit on. Originally, Zhou Guodong wanted to call Lan Gira to come together to see, but the impact of the last incident was too great. Lan Gira did not want to step into the rolling mill half a step again. Zhou Guodong also did not insist. Originally, this kid also intends to take advantage of the time to watch the movie to pull Lan Gira's small hand. Looks like we'll have to wait for the weekend ones and ask Lan to go to the movie theater with us. Hey. I mentioned my dad's name at the door security and the guy let me in. Brother Su, this is a good seat for me. Why don't you sit here with me? The kid Kwang Bok is resourceful. He slipped over before the workers were off duty. Mentioned to the guard at the door that his father is a 7th grade calcine worker Lu Haizhong. The guard did not stop, directly let in. I came with my co-workers. Thanks, Brother Su. You mustn't be polite to me. The 2 men exchanged polite words and said nothing more, each sitting back in their own seats. Lu Guangfu came so early, of course not just want to take a good seat to watch the movie. After all, just a movie, not much appeal to a big old man. The point is that this kid and Silly Pillar thought together and both wanted to take a good position for Qin Jingru. Yesterday, when Qin Jingru came to the courtyard, this kid was also in the front yard to join in the fun. And Qin Huiru 7 points like the appearance plus slender body. This kid heart is really normal. He wasn't a good cook like Silly Pillar, and he didn't have the money to get Jia Dama to help match him up. So one can only think of this method in case that Qin Jingru doesn't have a seat to sit on. Just one chance to get close, just in case things work out. Lu Guangfu, this kid does have a beautiful idea. Workers and family members watching the movie came one after another, and Su Dama was already in position. As soon as it gets dark, the movie starts immediately. Su Dama also saw Su Feng and was about to come over to say hello when he saw the leadership walking over. With the benefits being given to the employees today, the leaders are sure to come over and show up to say a few words. Su Dama must have been the first to stick up and show a fawning expression, trying to leave a good impression in front of the leader. This is Su Dama, the projectionist from our factory, taking over from his father. A section chief who knew Su Dama briefly introduced himself to Vice Plant Director Lee. Vice Plant Director Lee nodded and didn't say much. A projectionist wasn't qualified to let him open his mouth. Then he walked to the front of the curtain, turned his head to the workers and families and began to speak. Chapter 199, Sisters have their own specialties. Leadership speech are a routine. The day is also almost darkly. Deputy factory director did not nonsense. I guess the cafeteria side of the small stove has been prepared. Eat early and go back early, lest his wife at home again noisy him outside to mess around. Sudamo hailed the leaders and eyed them away with a respectful face, even though none of the leaders cared. Sudamo, when is the movie going to start? A worker who came early grabbed a good spot and got a little hungry after waiting for a while. Seeing the delay in releasing the movie, I couldn't help but ask a question. What's the rush? It's not even dark yet. Even if I let you go, can you see with those two eyes? Lu Guangfu, who was sitting nearby, saw Sudamo change his face so quickly, and couldn't help but sigh that it was no wonder he could be called Officer Lu. The disliked man froze and didn't dare to return the favor. Who made it possible for Sudamo to talk to the leaders? It gets dark fast in winter, and it looks like it is time for Sudamo to turn on the projector. Everyone be quiet. Those who don't want to watch the movie can leave on their own, without the need for Sudamo to remind them. The workers and their families in the audience would not waste this opportunity to watch the movie. After there was a picture on the curtain, Sudamo stood in a position that didn't interfere with everyone's view and looked around. As for who to call, the answer is obvious. Even Lu Guangfu sitting in the front row has been looking back, froze and could not see the sisters. Lu Guangfu turned back naturally with the back row of people on the eyes. A back and forth or nothing. Have been back to people are whole annoyed. What do you think you're doing? With your eyes back there? It's easy to distract others when you keep moving around watching a movie. Hearing the complaining voice, Lu Guangfu hurriedly took the initiative to apologize. Sorry. I was waiting for someone and never saw the person I wanted to wait for come over. Two people talking naturally attracted the attention of Su Feng. This kid is difficult to wait for his father and or his brother? It shouldn't be. It's not the same where a big man sits and watches. Is it possible that, like Brother Pillar, you're thinking of taking a place for Qin Jingru? Finally, after 1,000 calls, the two sisters finally came over, and I don't know where they were delayed for a while. But the movie just started, so it's not a deal breaker. You dead girl. I've told you to come early and keep dawdling until now. There's no good seats. Right. Wrong cousin. I'm not recognizing the road. I was originally planning to sit with Brother Su Feng to watch a movie. As soon as Qin Jingru came over, she had been looking for Su Feng's figure. Su Feng's size was already eye-catching, and even sitting there, he was half a head taller than the people around him. It was hard to find, but unfortunately, Brother Su Feng was already sitting next to someone. Qin Huairu was about to bring her cousin to find a corner to sit down when Su Damao immediately trotted over. How can you see while sitting so far away? I've saved you a good spot in the front. The sudden solicitude. The calculations Su Damao wanted to play were too obvious. Forget it, it makes people look bad. Qin Huairu refused without hesitation. Accepting someone's goodness comes with a price, which she understands better than anyone else. From this, it seems that Qin Huairu is still a kind girl now. And evolving into a white lotus still needs a bit of social sharpening. We all live in the same hospital, to take care of each other is not the right. You say we are a movie theater does not even have this right. Don't be polite to me. Go. Sudamo was so enthusiastic, the sisters were instead too embarrassed to refuse anymore. Sis, why don't we go sit in the front? We can see better. What Qin Jingru thought was that sitting in the front could be closer to Brother Su Feng. You're right. The movie's about to start. Let's go. Qin Huairu thought about it and agreed, lifting the bar stool up to follow Su Damao. The person sitting in front had the intention to say something, but the sisters were brought here by someone else, Su Damao, so they could only swallow their words. Brother Su Feng, I won't be in your way if I sit in front of you. Qin Jingru twisted her head back with an embarrassed face to initiate a conversation with Su Feng. It's okay, the movie is about to start seriously. With Su Feng's height, this girl naturally couldn't block his view. When the sisters came over, Su Feng consciously observed the expression on Lu Guangfu's face. The disappointment that showed on his face couldn't be more obvious. It seemed that this kid really had thoughts about this girl Qin Jingru. By the way, where's Brother Pillar? Brother Pillar deliberately washed his hair this morning to pick himself up, in order not to wait for this moment. When those leaders left just now, they went straight to the cafeteria side, and at this point, they still haven't. So I guess they let Brother Pillar open a small stove. It was still Su Damao who had the means. Even if this kid got married, he might still be able to take down Qin Jingru. Oh, hearing that Brother Su Feng didn't want to chat with himself, Qin Jingru twisted her head in aggravation. A large part of the heart's elation that had been looking forward to watching the movie was doused. At this time, the cast list of the movie was being played on the curtain, and before entering the plot, Su Feng's eyes naturally landed on the two sisters sitting in front of him. The bar stool naturally did not have any cover, and with Su Feng's line of sight he could perfectly see the sisters' waist-to-hip ratio. On the degree of fecundity is naturally Chin Huairu better. Loose pants froze to support the tight. But when it comes to the delicacy of the lines and the proportion of the waist and arms, naturally Chin Jingru is better. So it can be said that each has its own merits. Sitting next to Jogwodong's eyes do not dare to glance around to prove that his heart is sitting on Lan Giru. This kid, he's cute in a silly way. The credits end and the official plot of the movie begins next. After Su Damao checked again and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with the projector, he moved a small mat set and sat next to Chin Jingru. Seeing Shoehorn Face sitting next to her, Chin Jingru instinctively moved her but closer to her cousin's side. Sister Jingru, this movie is starring the famous Huang Wanxiu, and it's headed for a big award. In front of a pretty girl, Su Damo definitely had to show off his erudition. But what he said Chin Jingru didn't understand, and only felt that this Shoehorn Face was so noisy. But this position was arranged by someone else, and Chin Jingru was too embarrassed to show an impatient expression. Chapter 200, Chin Huairu sits in Su Feng's arms by mistake. Su Damo chimed in while moving closer to the sisters. If not for the bar stool in the way, this LSP could not wait to sit in someone else's Chin Jingru's arms. This side to the front, Chin Jingru naturally have to retreat to the cousin side. Su Feng sat in the back to see clearly, squeezing Chin Huairu's firmness all the way to the other side of the bar stool, freezing the tight pants and squeezing all the wrinkles. Su Feng would like to reach out and help smooth out the folds, but the point was that people were definitely not willing to do so. Sister Jingru, you've just come to this courtyard, many things you're not clear about. For example, do you know who the stupid pillar of our courtyard is? Even Su Dama thought that he could impress this country girl with silly juice conditions, so just take advantage of the stupid column's absence and just stir up the two. Chin Jingru shook her head. She had come to this courtyard to look for her cousin and Su Feng. The others she didn't care about. It's that scruffy cook who cooked for you last night. The man is stupid, not to mention his head is missing a tendon. That's why everyone calls him Silly Pillar. Su Damo said as he brought his body over to the front too. As we all know with bar stools, it's easy to get a tumble if gravity is out of balance. As the sisters kept pushing to the left, their center of gravity slowly shifted to the left and they eventually lost their balance. Never mind the screams coming from wherever they were. The sisters kept pushing to the left, directly knocking over the bar stools. Chin Huairu, who was sitting on the edge, reacted quickly and hastily adjusted her stance to try to stabilize her body. But the bar stool overturned just a moment. I do not know whether it is too much meat on the jerky. Chin Huairu struggled a few times, body has been backward. In the end, she sat steadily in Su Feng's arms, fitting perfectly together. Not to mention Chin Huairu, Su Feng himself was confused. Just now the heart of the obsessive-compulsive disorder committed. The attention has also been in the folds of the pants. Who knew that the next moment, the owner of the pants wearing these sat directly in his arms? No matter how venomous the eyes are, it still has to be in person to feel how rich the lines are. Chin Huairu, who was sitting in Su Feng's arms, was also confused for a moment, and after noticing the difference, she immediately got up as if she had been stabbed by a needle. The face that was a bit white from the cold wind a moment ago was all reddish at the moment. Chin Jingru was not so lucky. There is a bar stool to block the final fall but pier. I even made a point of getting a new pair of pants today, and now they're covered in mud. After the fall, he subconsciously looked for his cousin's figure, and then he saw his cousin sitting in Su Feng's arms, and froze for a moment with a red face and hurriedly got up. This could make Chin Jingru envious. Why was it not himself who was sitting in brother Su Feng's arms? She wasn't jealous. For one thing, she didn't have a status, and it was supposed to be an accident. Blame it on this shoehorn face. It's a real pain in the ass. Now to scrutinize who made that scream just now. The bar stool was out of balance, and when the sisters sat on one side and were pressed down, the other side naturally buckled to the sky. With the bar stool in the way just now, Su Damao naturally tried his best to tilt his body toward the sisters, so it caused the bar stool that was cocked up to the sky to hit Su Damao's left cheek hard. Just for a moment, it was obvious to see the swelling. It looked like the bones shouldn't be a big deal, or it wouldn't have been as simple as a scream. Ooh-hoo. The abnormally swollen sides of his cheeks had caused Su Damao to be unable to speak clearly now. The kid had just been making noise that interfered with everyone's ability to watch the movie, and now there was nothing to gloat about. It's really time. Not to mention, Lu Guangfu's heart was simply flying high. Just now, looking at this kid so close to his goddess, Lu Guangfu gritted his teeth in hatred. Who would have thought that retribution would come so quickly? So cool that the corners of his mouth couldn't close. By the way, he's still badmouthing him behind Silly Pillar's back. If he tipped off Silly Column will definitely clean up this kid when he finds out. Once a scene was made, Chin Jingru's impression of these two would surely plummet. So wouldn't he himself have a greater hope? It's time to say no. Once a person has a goal, their head becomes a few degrees smarter. It's okay, brother Su. Why don't you go to the infirmary and put some medicine on it first? The movie won't be out of place if you just leave it here. Su Feng sat at the back and cared, and if he really wanted to say it, he had to thank Su Damao. Otherwise, Qin Huairu wouldn't have sat in his arms by mistake and felt his true strength. Ooh, this kid is totally to blame for getting beaten up. After Su Damao left, Qin Huairu resupported the stools, and the sisters sat one on each side in a disciplined manner. During this time, Qin Huairu froze, not daring to turn around for fear of meeting Su Feng's eyes. Having already seen Su Feng's strength on their wedding night, they didn't expect to have a second day of meeting. After a while, instead of waiting for Su Damao, who had applied the medicine, Silly Pillar came over first, cursing and swearing under his breath as he searched for the sisters. After finding it, I didn't expect to put a small bench next to Qin Jingru's. Who cares whose seat he is directly sitting on his butt? The leader temporarily opened a small stove. Beijing Ru sister, you tell me what story just acted? Should I say no? The silly column is a pretty good entry point for a hitchhiker, but Su Damao, who had been pestering her just now, had already annoyed her, so Qin Jingru simply ignored him directly. Silly column hot face pasted a cold ass. How can not figure out? This girl's attitude towards their own again worse. Last time good or bad at least still care about him. Just as Silly Pillar was puzzled, Su Damao walked over after applying the medicine. Silly column, this is my spot. Get your ass up. After applying the medicine, Su Damao was barely able to spit out the words clearly. As soon as he heard the voice, Silly Pillar knew who it was and immediately disliked him back. This chair has your name written on it, old man. Ha ha ha. As soon as Silly Pillar turned around and saw a miserable-looking Su Damao, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. This is the old man's chair. Get up. In the face of Silly Pillar's unrelenting ridicule, Su Damo's fire immediately came up. A man doesn't get up. So what? Seeing the two people have a tendency to quarrel, sitting next to a worker could not help but speak out. You two want to quarrel, to the side of the quarrel, but also do not let everyone watch the movie. The workers sitting nearby chimed in with a chorus, and these two were mute as soon as they saw that the situation was not right. Silly columns, do not get up. Su Damao cannot take him. Had to stand on the side. Just let this silly column sitting next to Qin Jingru, and what can be done? Just now they can give people, girl said. This is a little cute. For his part, Silly Pillar was feeling like the big cock of the fight, slated to sit in his chair. Unfortunately, the sisters' attention has been on the movie. Silly column had the intention to make conversation, but people didn't care at all. Chapter 201, Qin Huairu who laughs and sputters. 2 hours passed and the movie on the curtain ended completely. Movies with bad viewing locations where the attention is on the curtain the entire time. Instead, the ones sitting in front of them, one or two of them, don't look at it attentively. For example, Silly column, Su Damao and Lu Guangfu. These three attention has been in the body of Qin Jingru. Do not know thought Qin Jingru was the heroine of the movie Lu Sanjiet. Of course, apart from these three, Su Feng's attention wasn't on the movie. It was the accident just now that was to blame. Firmly catching Su Feng's eyes and unable to move them away even if he wanted to, Qin Huairu could even feel an eye staring at her own jutting arches, and her pretty face was slightly flushed the entire time. It was already cold outside, so no one lingered, grabbing the bar stools under their asses and scattering. Brother Su, I live close by. Just leave the bar stool to me. Zhou Guodong, this kid is indeed in the heart of Su Feng as a brother. But Master Zhou's home Su Feng is not unheard of. Obviously farther than the Nanlua Guxiang that side. If the kid isn't lying, it's not staying home tonight. You're good. When did you live in someone's house? Su Feng looked at Zhou Guodong with a bad smile on his face. And so many people were there. Su Feng did not say it explicitly. Hey. Honesty always impresses. The kid wasn't wrong about that. Lan Giro had been through at least 2 men. Zhou Guodong did not dislike it at all, not to mention that on the contrary, he treated her sincerely, and it was only a matter of time before he was sincerely impressed. It's not too late now, so go over early and don't keep people waiting, and leave the bar stool to your brother Su. Anyway, it was the same for Su Feng to go back earlier or later, so why not just let this kid get into the arms of a beauty earlier? This time Zhou did not refuse, left a sentence to invite brother Su Feng for a drink some other day, and rushed over to the carport. Brother Pillar, then you guys go back first. I'll carry this bench back. Su Feng left a message and carried the bar stool back to his office. Maisie Jingru is cold at night. I'll take you back on the way. If a girl is willing to sit on the back of a bike, it means that the person is interested in them. Don't bother. I'll walk back slowly with my cousin. Qin Jingru wanted to sit on the back of Su Feng's bike, but brother Su Feng didn't even mention it. No need to be polite. We all live in the same courtyard. It's nothing to take us on the way. The one who said this was Su Damao. It just so happened that he and Silly Zhu each had a bicycle. No matter which one of the sisters he could bring. Thank you both for your kindness. I still have to accompany my sister to return the bar stool. Qin Jingru left these words behind, and didn't give these two people a chance to entangle themselves to directly walk away. This girl still has her head on straight, and I'm afraid if you sit on the back of the bike of one of these two tonight, you're going to have a lot of pestering to do in the future. If it's cold at night, it's cold. I've suffered in the countryside. The people in the square had almost dispersed, leaving the two brothers wide-eyed. Humph. Su Damao snorted coldly, packed up the projector and curtain and twisted his head to leave. There are not many people next to him. He did not dare to put harsh words, or stupid column really beat him. No one to stop. Silly column is to leave the heart of the mind. Did not hurry to go. Wait for Su Feng back. Maybe Su Feng open. The sisters agreed to sit on the back of his bike. Brother Pillar, let me tell you something. Lu Guangfu, the kid who had been catatonic on the side, saw Su Damao leave and immediately came to Silly Pillar. What is it? Silly column does not have any opinion about Lu Guangfu. Just what can this kid have to say to him? When you didn't come just now, Su Damao kept badmouthing you in front of Qin Jingru. And do you know how he hit that cheek? Brother Pillar, I tell you. Lu Guangfu described the picture just now to Silly column in every detail, and almost didn't make Silly column angry. Damn, that dog scumbag really deserved it. No wonder just now Qin Jingru was indifferent to him. The feeling is that this dog days in front of others to say bad things about themselves. Lu Guangfu saw that his purpose was accomplished and slipped away with a greeting. In case Su Damo saw him when he returned from putting up the movie equipment, he would definitely guess that he had tipped him off if he was cleaned up by Silly Pillar. Standing in place, Silly Pillar got angrier and angrier, and finally couldn't stand it any longer and chased after Su Damo in the direction he had gone. By the looks of it, this kid has to be cleaned up today. Unfortunately, I don't know whether it was dark or chased over late what happened. The two did not even fight. But this matter will certainly not be so forgettable. Stupid column must revenge Su Damao cannot. Su Feng put the bar stool on his side, and when he returned, he didn't run into any acquaintances. Even if he bumped into two sisters, he could only take one on his bike. It's not good to bring anyone who doesn't. Simply one person who doesn't. Go home and fire up the fireplace. Tomorrow is a day off to sleep in. Su Feng had already washed up and was lying on the bed, and the sisters arrived at the courtyard only at this point. Jia Zhang still in the house waiting for the letter. If Qin Jingru really with stupid column into, then certainly not less than her share of the bride money. But after waiting for half a day and not seeing anyone, but instead getting sleepy, he slowly fell asleep. Sisters simply wash up, hurry to take off the coat into the blanket. All the way back can be the two of them freezing. It took a while to warm up the comforter. Sis, those two are so nasty and that shoehorn face deserves it. Qin Jingru couldn't figure out why this man had a daughter-in-law and was still coming on to himself. It's true that all men in the world are the same, except for his own brother Su Feng. Ha ha ha. Hearing her own cousin say that she hated shoehorn faces, Qin Huairu didn't react at first, then associating it with Su Damo's big long face, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. You dead girl. There is no such thing as giving someone a nickname, but don't listen to his nonsense. Although that person's Silly Pillar is a bit of an axe, he's not stupid. To be honest, Qin Huairu herself felt that the Silly Pillar was quite suitable for her cousin. Coupled with these 2 days together, it was clear that the human Su Feng was not interested in his cousin. I don't know if it was because of the pair of sisters far away in Shangjiang that he had turned away from his cousin. Sis, how come you're saying such things to me too? Qin Jingru also heard his cousin's words. How one and all of them want to set themselves up with that scruffy stupid column. Cousin clearly know that she heart only Su Feng brother. Silly girl, getting married and having a life isn't a matter of looking at your face. Anyway, it's your own life event. Think about it. Qin Huairu also did not continue to say, lest in the future really want to choose the wrong. Back to still have to blame her talk too much. In vain to hurt the feelings between the sisters. Qin Jingru was not impressed by what her cousin said. It's not like she hadn't seen her brother-in-law before. And he wasn't also white and clean looking. Chapter 202, the sisters kneel together. Sunday morning. The good weather was just for the last 2 days. And this morning it cooled off hard again. It's as if God is warming up for 2 days to prepare people for winter in order for them to get better acclimated to it. It hadn't snowed yet, but the faucet in the front yard was frozen, and it would probably be a hassle to get water for a while. On such a cold day, the three masters still get up early to go fishing in Shikahai. He didn't bother the three amas to get up early to cook him a bowl of porridge, but put a mixed grain cake in his pocket and set off. During this period of time, the third Grand Master had kept a low profile, and his entire person had visibly emaciated a few points. It seems that the $200 from the last fine didn't hit the three grandmasters very hard. When he passed by Su Feng's house, Yen Bugue wanted to call Su Feng up to go fishing with him, but listened to the house did not move a bit, presumably still sleeping. 3 Moncler outlet store had to push the bike alone to Shikahai. After about an hour or two had passed, the sun overhead finally broke through the yoke of white clouds. but the sunlight that shone down had no warmth at all. The faucet is freezing. Get up, young and old, and come help. You need water for washing dishes and cooking in the morning. And even if you don't eat breakfast, you have to boil a pot of boiling water to warm up. I don't know which ant was the first to come to fetch water and found the faucet frozen shut, yelling. There was no one sneaking around and pretending they didn't hear it. As long as they were up and about, they all came out to help. Take the hot water left over from your home water heater and pour it on the hose, or simply build a fire next to it to scorch the faucet. After more than half an hour of work, I do not know the neighborhood concerted efforts out of the effect, or the sun overhead to melt the ice in the water pipe. The faucet finally began to gurgle water. I think the ice inside hadn't completely melted, so it took half a day's work to catch a jug of water. It's so cold to be waiting here to receive water. Can't you freeze to death? Hiss. It's ing cold. Silly Pillar rubbed his hands together wearing the gloves Su Fong had given him, and he usually wasn't absent when it came to this kind of thing. The white smoke coming out of his mouth made people shiver, and Silly Pillar subconsciously placed his eyes on Su Feng's house. The chimney on the roof was emitting a faint white smoke. The boy's house must be warm. There was a lot of commotion outside the courtyard, just in time to wake Su Feng up from his beautiful dream. Seeing the two sisters next door kneeling down together, he didn't know who shouted, directly pulling Su Feng back to reality. Since his daughter-in-law had gone to Xianzheng, Su Feng hadn't had many such dreams. It seems that I still need to go back to Suzhou village sometime and find Sister Wang to nag her about something. Otherwise it's not a good idea to always have such dreams. The attic. Su Feng deliberately let the handle Lin open a small window, gently open a slit to see the situation in the courtyard. With a bunch of young and old gathered around the faucet, it didn't take much to figure out that it was freezing. Su Feng connected a water pipe from the ground and had running water in the house. Plus, with the fireplace in the house, you don't have to worry about running out of water at all, so you don't go out to help. There wasn't much to do on today's day off, so Su Feng wanted to sleep a little longer, but the temperature in the house slowly began to drop. I didn't fill the fireplace with too many coals for fear of getting up with my throat the next day, so it seems I have to get up after all. Coal was piled up in the corner outside the door, and one had to dress tightly to go out and get it. The door pushed open, attracting the attention of many young and old. This is only a few months off faucet on the frozen. Is there an urgent water first come to my house to receive a little? Do not be polite. Su Feng, a big old man who was naturally generous in his dealings with others, was polite. The yard of the young and old did not say that Su Feng did not come to help. All know that people have a faucet in the house. Simply do not use the water here, and it's all over the place. They've got a fireplace in the house. When they light it, they close the door and it's like summer. I didn't expect that there really was one that didn't treat Su Feng politely. Brother Su Feng, then I'll go inside and get some water. Xin Jingru, this girl, regardless of whether she used it or not, would not miss the opportunity to strike up a conversation with Su Feng anyway. As soon as he catches the opportunity, he wants to drill into Su Feng's house, so maybe if he goes in more often, he can really mix up a hostess. Brother Su Feng, your house is so warm. Xin Jingru knew the location of the kitchen, and after receiving the water, she met Su Feng, who came in clutching the coal. It's okay, but it's just a little bit of coal. Looking at this girl's playful face made Su Feng unable to resist remembering the dream he hadn't finished just now. The line of sight couldn't help but move down. To be able to wear a bulging cotton jacket on a cold day was a testament to this girl's talent. Brother Su Feng, thank you for the water. I'll be going then. Xin Jingru sensed where Brother Su Feng's focus was placed, and her ears immediately began to burn, saying the words in a delicate manner. If another person's eyes were placed on her grain bag, Xin Jingru would have long ago turned away with a blank stare. But this person was Brother Su Feng. Not only did a hint of sweetness rise within this girl, not to mention, she also quietly straightened her chest. What this girl thought in her heart, on the other hand, seemed to be that she was still attractive to Brother Su Feng. A woman chasing a man through a veil. As long as you take the initiative, you may not have no chance of taking down Brother Su Feng. Well, not enough to come back and get it. Seeing this girl reveal a shy expression, to Su Feng also whole a little embarrassed. How he stole a glance on the scene to be caught. Xin Jingru carried the water back and then did not come over again. I do not know whether it is enough, or embarrassed. The coal Su Feng had just added to the fireplace was also rekindled, and the temperature in the room slowly rose. The coal stove had also been induced, and Su Feng had received a pot of water and set it up to boil. The air must be dry on such a cold day, and drinking more boiled water can only do your body good and no harm. Knock, knock, knock. Another knock sounded outside the door. Su Feng had just left the door open in order to let the temperature in the house rise quickly. Open the door and look. I did not expect it to be Lu Xiaoyi. As soon as it gets cold, neighbors are wearing thick coats to ward off the winter cold. And the capitalist young lady, still as refined as ever. If Su Feng was right, what he was wearing was a woolen jacket. not at all bulky and warmer than a cotton jacket. It's true what they say, it's winter that separates who's really rich. I'm afraid that winter is the hardest for people with thin families. Sister-in-law, did you come over to get water too? Lu Xiaoa nodded, and Su Feng sidled over to let her in. Su Damao could be right outside the door. Avoiding suspicion, so Su Feng didn't close the door. Into the house. Lu Xiaoa felt from all sides of the warmth to wrap themselves tightly. Just outside on the cold. An instant all be dispersed. The night Su Feng's house was decorated. She and Su Damao came over for dinner as well. I saw that the house was renovated really well, and I didn't realize that the biggest beauty was in the heating facilities in the house. Chapter 203, what's missing is Yuli eating her intestines. Su Feng, why is this fireplace of yours spreading its heat so evenly? As the daughter of a capitalist, Lu Xiaoa, what kind of good things have not seen? As far as those appliances in my mother's house are concerned, the people in the yard have probably never heard of them. Because of this, that's why Lu Xiaoyi was curious as to why this fireplace in Su Feng's house could spread the heat evenly throughout the house. Once these words came out, it was clear that the young lady knew her stuff, and that the daughter of a capitalist was indeed different. Sister-in-law, look at those tin pipes through which the heat spreads throughout the house. If you have an idea, I can introduce you to that master from last time. If it was someone else, Su Feng would not even mention this mouth, because this second-hand fireplace cost Su Feng several hundred oceans. But that amount of money would be a complete sprinkle for the sister-in-law in front of me. Forget about it, we've missed the best time to renovate the house. Wait until next year. Su Feng thanks hitching 2 words, Lu Xiaoyi had already filled the kettle with water. By the way, sister-in-law, do you have time this afternoon? It's cold now too, it's the perfect time for an enema. The first 2 times I ate the salami Su Damao served over. Su Feng's words really weren't compliments. The mouth is full of oil, and it's numb and spicy with plenty of smoky flavor. If you dunk a little more at a time, you can eat all winter. Fine, there are all kinds of seasonings on my sister-in-law's side, but you have to prepare the sausage and pork. Pork is best prepared as pancetta. Too fat or too lean tastes a little worse. Enema for Lu Xiaoa is not difficult, and their own men have long been promised, just to find themselves something to do. After making an appointment, Lu Xiaoyi walked out of Su Feng's house carrying water. After going back and mentioning it to his own man, Su Damao was looking for an opportunity to approach the sisters in the front yard. Daughter-in-law, then I'll go help Su Feng as well. After Lu Xiaoyi left, Su Feng was about to think about going out for a spin so that he could give a reasonable explanation for the origin of the pig's pork, when the door that had just been closed rang again with a knock. This time, it was Yuli who came. The sun overhead wasn't working, and with the fire burning on the ground just scratching the surface, the ice that had formed in the faucet froze and didn't melt much in half a day. The people in the front yard were all lined up first, so third auntie asked Yuli to come to Su Feng's place to get some water to use first. Seeing that the one who came over was Yuli, after entering the room, Su Feng directly put his hand inside his collar to warm it. Certainly not because of cold hands. My mom can be right outside, so don't be a weirdo. Yuli had gotten used to this man's hands on her, and if she didn't do that one day, she rather still wasn't used to it. Don't worry sis, I know better than you. I'm going to dunk the salami this afternoon. Sis, you come and help too. Su Feng intended to pour more at once. It was impossible to just let Lu Xiaoyi work alone. Okay, but it's not a problem for you to carry away 1 or 2 after helping out. What Yuli said was complete nonsense. Su Feng could still not give her intestines to eat. After receiving the water, Yuli didn't linger, put her clothes together and walked out. Yan Xiecheng saw his daughter-in-law's face a little slightly red. Simply a little suspicion did not come with. Daughter-in-law, Su Feng's house is probably very warm. Look at how hot your face is. When he said this, Yan Xiecheng brought a bit of pride with him. After all, Su Feng's renovated house was so beautiful. He also contributed to it. You really don't say. It's a different world outside the house. I really don't dare to think how much coal you have to spend in a winter. Once inside Su Feng's house, Yuli couldn't even be bothered to come out. Yan Xiecheng nodded his head in agreement. Even if he had installed the same type of fireplace in his own home, his own old man would certainly not be able to afford to burn coal. The view returns to the front yard. Dude, where are you going on your bike in this cold? After Qin Jingru caught the water just now, Qin Huairu used it to cook a pot of porridge. After eating, they went to Su Feng's place to pick up some more water, and the sisters were washing dishes from the faucet in the front yard. Silly Column surely won't miss this opportunity. Hanging around in front of the sisters froze half a day without striking up a conversation. Seeing Su Feng come out of the house and push his bicycle over, he took the initiative to say hello to avoid embarrassment. This is not to please the same village a hair small get some meat. People to send into the city, I go to fetch you over. Now that it's getting cold, it's a good time to ask Xiaoyi's sister-in-law for help with the sausage. Brother Pillar, I'll get you 2 when I'm done filling them later. It would be too impractical to buy it, after all. You can't buy that much meat in this day and age with a meat stamp. That's a good feeling, brother. Then I'll come over and help you later too. No need, brother Pillar. Just wait quietly and eat. It's just a salami. It's not enough to make you the chef. The kitchen in the house was so big that the number of people who came couldn't stand. After a few polite words, Su Feng rode his bicycle out. Sis, I also want to go and help brother Su Feng dunk salami. Maybe brother Su Feng will give us a share or two too. Eating salami was secondary. Qin Jingru mainly just wanted to spend more time with brother Su Feng. You're the one with the craving. Can't you see that your brother Su Feng was rejected even by other people's chefs? Qin Huairu still had to be busy sewing cushions for Su Feng, so she didn't think to help with the enema. I sewed those cushions last night just to help your brother Su Feng. You help me along this afternoon. About half an hour passed. Su Feng pushed his bicycle into the yard, with a boss bag strapped to the back seat. If it's all pork in there, there must be 40 or 50 pounds of it. The taps had basically thawed out by this time, so there weren't many people in front of them, and Su Feng took the opportunity to hurry up and carry the pork home. This was the panko he had purposely exchanged from the system mall, and it was the most suitable for dunking salami. The first order of business was to pile the pork and sausage casings into the kitchen and agree on a time for the sausage to be filled in the afternoon. I'd say shabu shabu was perfect for such a cold day, but it's too much of a hassle to eat alone. Yeah, it's not exactly the right thing to eat tonight. There's nothing wrong with more lamb when the kitchen already has a legitimate claim to where the pork came from anyway. It's just as well. We can't let people help him dunk salami for nothing. It's just as well to have shabu shabu together in the evening. After making his calculations, Su Feng exchanged another dozen pounds of mutton from the system mall. As for the sesame sauce, various toppings and such, I'll go back this afternoon and buy it on the spot. Today's lunch will be a tomato and egg noodle today to save some stomach for shabu shabu tonight. The neighbors in the courtyard also started to cook lunch one after another, and the three oldest masters came back after fishing. Had a long day today. Froze up and caught 3 palm-sized minnows, but compared to the $200 plus loss last time, these 3 little fish are nothing. Back home just in time for dinner. After dinner, Yuli mentioned a mouthful. A moment to go to Su Feng's home enema.